Uchiha Sora formed hand seals with both hands. This is the effect of chakra leaking out. I'll add another seal for you like Gaara's. That way, it won't affect you anymore. Garo, I suspect you've been bewitched by it. Garo curled his cat face into a very human-like smirk. It's only normal for someone over 10 years old who still can't find a mate to not understand my charm. Come on, don't you trust me yet? Everyone knows I'm the most handsome ninja cat in the cat village. So what if it's a tailed beast? It's still a cat. I senti it? Uchiha Sora still wasn't reassured. His ocular power entered the mental space. The clear blue sky and emerald water of that mental space caught him a little off guard. In his impression, Garo was just like him, filthy, with thoughts black as crude oil. Logically speaking, his mental space shouldn't have been this clean either. His gaze shifted, and he saw Matatabi curled up into a ball on the grass by the lake. Her nose twitched slightly, catching a different scent. She immediately stood up and bared her fangs at Uchiha Sora. The burning flames around her looked just like raised fur. Her voice rang out, carrying the tone of a mature woman, the slight tremor at the end full of coldness. What do you want now? Don't even think about locking me back into that bottle. Uchiha Sora's face stayed expressionless as he said coldly, Two Tails, don't try anything. Just obediently provide chakra to Garo. When I no longer need you, I'll set you free. Free? Matatabi shook her head. I don't want to go out at all. Last time it was some would-release guy who caught me. I heard there's also a ninja who can even control the Nine Tails. His eyes like yours. The fact that that guy's bloodline has lasted for 1,000 years is seriously disgusting. It's too dangerous outside. The person the old man talked about is about to appear. I'll wait until that person makes the outside world a little safer. And besides, there seemed to be a trace of shyness in Matatabi's voice that was hard to notice. The host you found this time isn't bad. I kind of like it here. For a moment, Uchiha Sora didn't know what to say. He pointed at Matatabi for quite a while. Why you better cooperate. Garo is an important partner to me. If you hurt him, I won't let you off. After withdrawing from the mental space, Uchiha Sora frowned tightly. This was completely different from the script he had expected. Shouldn't Matatabi have resisted to the death? And then, just like Shursui dealt with Shikaku, he'd have to give her a few rounds of little black room treatment before making her submit? This weird, unexplainable feeling was seriously disgusting. Looking at Garo, who seemed completely confident, Uchiha Sora let out a sigh. Garo, this is where my help to you ends. In the next world, I'll bring you with me. But whether you can keep up with my pace or not will still depend on yourself. I know. Garo grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Savage and simple-minded vibes appeared on the same face at once, making him look extremely bizarre. I'm not some pet you raised. We're partners. I owe you one now. Based on your principles, I'll definitely pay you back. At that point, Uchiha Sora turned his thoughts toward the platform. Pinned at the top was the unfinished task. Project name: Promise with Uzumaki Chiho. Complete the revenge of the Uzumaki clan. Project progress: 32 out of 100. Credibility points: 244. Username: Uchiha Sora. Energy level: Silver. Accumulated credibility value: 2058. Frozen: 700. 1358 available. Perhaps because Mangekyo had been one of the main forces behind the destruction of the Uzumaki clan back then. After mostly dealing with Mangekyo, the progress had risen to nearly 1/3. Is this judgment based on how much damage was done to the Uzumaki clan? Looking at the 1358 available points, Uchiha Sora felt a little tempted. 1000 points had been enough to summon combat power on the level of Rayquaza. If he used all of these, what could he summon? No matter what, it should be enough to deal with Nagato. But if he borrowed another sum before repaying the previous two, that debt would be getting pretty serious. Most importantly, Uchiha Sora had never repaid a loan before, so he didn't know the exact process. The platform didn't have any standard procedure either. It simply said that the platform was only responsible for guaranteeing and making contact. As for the specific repayment steps, they would mainly depend on the lender's wishes. Just as he was thinking that, ding. Secondary dimension number 951236 has sent an early repayment request from Navy Admiral Sakazuki. There are still 2 years until the final repayment deadline, calculated according to the dimension the user is currently in. The user may reject the request. 3 years after that, and Akainu had already become an admiral? No, wait. Uchiha Sora noticed the wording used by the platform. Calculated according to the dimension the user is currently in. The flow of time in different worlds was different? The user was reminded of this in the first loan agreement. Based on user experience feedback afterward, repeated agreement displays were reduced. Then why was the flow of time in Musen's world the same as here? Of course Uchiha Sora had noticed that clause. The second time he went to Musen's world, he had obtained memories from the Demon Slayer core and compared the flow of time between both worlds. It wasn't just the days, even the hours were identical. To be precise, The flow of time in secondary dimension number 8276389 is 18 seconds faster per year than the dimension the user is currently in. Reminder: among secondary dimensions not illuminated, there do not exist two worlds with exactly the same rate of time flow. Uchiha Sora's thoughts raced, countless ideas flashing through his mind in an instant. So it really is like that. Then my idea is workable. Please confirm whether to accept the request. After a 10-second countdown, it will default to rejection. Can you tell how much time has passed over there? The user has not descended into world number 951236, so accurate data cannot be provided. Countdown: 6 seconds. Forget it. I'll go first and see. Uchiha Sora stepped forward and grabbed Garo's paw in one go, excitement spreading across his face in a grin. Let us go. To a new world. Garo looked completely dumbfounded. Huh? This suddenly? At least give me some time to prepare myself mentally. Who knows? It's exactly these sudden situations that are the normal state of life. Not only are you making kids like this kill from childhood, you can't even feed them enough? World number 951236. In other words, the world where Akainu was. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Sakazuki, who was currently serving as an admiral of Navy Headquarters, looked at the one man and one giant cat wolfing down food at the dining table. Time had not left many traces on his face. It had only made him look even more imposing. The great sword was no longer behind him. The rose corsage on his chest was the only unique splash of color on this volcano-like man. It had already been 20 years since he last saw this brat. By Akainu's calculations, this should have been Uchiha Sora's prime. But why was he still so small and skinny? And the moment they met, he asked him for food, looking like a starving ghost who had never eaten anything good in his life. Was life over there really that miserable? Why not just let this brat stay here? His talent was good. With proper training, he would definitely become an excellent successor. Garo was devouring huge chunks of Sea King meat like crazy, and even the Matatabi inside him got to taste the delicacies of another world. Maybe when it came to top-tier combat power, the ninja world, with the Sage of Six Paths existing in it, held an overwhelming advantage over this world. But there was one thing the ninja world absolutely couldn't compare to this world in: food. In the ninja world, even Ichiraku ramen counted as fine food, and grilled meat could already be called a feast. Uchiha Sora had an obsession with food, because turning into a demon would affect taste. He had directly ruled it out as a path to becoming stronger. As a headquarters admiral, the food Akainu served was naturally made from top-tier ingredients. It wasn't just delicious either. Uchiha Sora could even feel a slight increase in his bone strength. Even the fruit was dozens of times sweeter than what they had in the ninja world, and not the kind of sweetness that got cloying either, but a pure, fragrant sweetness. It actually made Uchiha Sora think about using his precious credibility points to buy some fruit trees and take them back with him. By the time he got to the end of the meal, Uchiha Sora had even started using chakra, and only then did he barely manage to wipe out the huge pile of food. Garu patted his now much bigger stomach and looked at Uchiha Sora with a face full of satisfaction. Sora boy, if the test is like this, I'll follow you as many times as you want. I'd even be willing to call you boss. From childhood to now, Garu had never truly submitted to Uchiha Sora. Even after Uchiha Sora equipped him with the two tails, he still refused to admit he was the little brother. For him to say something like this, it was obvious just how satisfied he was with this meal. Uchiha Sora picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth, and gave Akainu a sincere smile. Thanks for the meal. It's not that miserable. If we're being honest, my status is equivalent to the king of one of your small countries. It's just that the ingredients here really aren't as tasty as what you have on your side. Akainu looked at him, then noticed something off. First, he had thought Uchiha Sora was this small and skinny because he hadn't been eating enough, but on closer inspection, from his teeth to the growth of his bones, kid, is the flow of time different between our two sides? How many years passed over there for you? 3 years. The difference in flow should be around 1 to 7. After entering this world, the platform had already given the data, so Uchiha Sora knew about 20 years had passed here. And with Akainu being at Marine Headquarters at this point in time, Uchiha Sora had already guessed why he had called for him. The Summit War. The greatest war in the world of the seas. Just thinking about it was enough to make someone like Uchiha Sora, who loved fighting, struggle to hide his excitement. Akainu lightly tapped the table and said in a deep voice, "Is that so? Then later go with the family ship." For the sake of missions, Akainu could obey orders and even do things like killing women and children, but he still wouldn't let a kid barely over 10 years old take part in a war. If Uchiha Sora were already in his 20s, Akainu might even have wanted to use the coming Great War to temper him a little. Hey, Admiral Akainu, are you looking down on me?" Uchiha Sora stood up and stared directly at the seated Akainu. Dong. A heavy sound rang out. Substantial chakra pressure burst out wildly, filling the entire hall. Even the air became heavy. What was even more terrifying was that not a shred of this pressure leaked out. The Marines standing guard outside the door felt absolutely nothing. Crimson Eye power gathered into a savage beast, baring its fangs and claws at Akainu as though it would swallow him whole in the next moment. Even Garu behind Uchiha Sora had to ignite a layer of pale blue chakra to resist the pressure, yet Akainu, who was taking the brunt of it, showed almost no reaction. Beneath the brim of his cap, a trace of a hidden smile appeared on his stern face. Your strength is enough. But let me make this clear first. I can't even predict how brutal this battle will become. Do you really want to participate? Uchiha Sora bared his teeth in a grin. A battle that is guaranteed to be won. I have no reason not to join. Akainu's expression shifted slightly. Back then, you called me Admiral like you had already seen the future. Did you foresee the result of this war? Did the Navy win or did that Whitebeard guy win? Even a man like Akainu, when he thought about facing the strongest man in the world, couldn't he help but have distracting thoughts. Whoosh! The terrifying chakra pressure receded like a tide, and Uchiha Sora sat down again. Isn't it obvious? Of course justice won. Compared to a detailed explanation, that answer pleased Akainu even more. As the two of them were talking, a marine at the door reported in. Admiral Akainu, the 7 warlords attending the meeting have arrived. Would you like to go take a look? Akainu waved his hand expressionlessly. Let them do as they like. A bunch of filthy pirates. In the end, something like the 7 warlords. He stopped halfway through and didn't continue. Uchiha Sora keenly noticed the change in him. Compared to 20 years ago, Akainu was indeed stronger, but he had also lost something, or maybe because he had come to know something, there was now a trace of gloom between his brows. Thinking of how Garp had refused promotion to Admiral in order to avoid being controlled by the Celestial Dragons. Mr. Akainu, you already know how foul those things are, but there's nothing you can do about it, right? He stood up and said with a faint smile, I'm pretty interested in meeting some new friends. Can I go take a look? Oh right, Admiral Akainu, how about arranging an identity for me? Being undocumented is pretty troublesome wherever I go. Bang! Akainu casually flung the file at his side over to Uchiha Sora. Your identity is an undercover agent I planted inside the pirates of the New World. Now that you've completed your mission, you've returned. You're being promoted from a branch rear admiral to a headquarters rear admiral and will participate in this war. Uchiha Sora took the file and opened it, only to see a photo of a young man who looked somewhat similar to him. Cold-faced, tall, and powerfully built like some blend between his current self and Akainu. So this is what Mr. Akainu imagined ID looked like at 28? Seriously, I already said I'm taking the handsome guy route. I'm not growing into something like this. There's nothing worth dealing with among that bunch. If you want to meet someone, I can introduce you to Borsalino. Seeing Uchiha Sora seemed to put Akainu in a good mood. He even had the mind to joke around. Did you kill that snake yet? If not, try seeing whether you can change his lazy attitude first. Maybe after you go back, there'll be a way. He still remembered how, last time, Uchiha Sora had compared the difficulty of killing Orochimaru to making Kizaru become diligent. Uchiha Sora spread his hands helplessly. Orochimaru is still useful to me. If you mean that giant snake that likes eating people, I'll kill it when I have time. Like an elder giving advice, Akainu warned him, don't get too deeply entangled with evil. You're the man who boasted that you'd change the system of the world. As he passed by him, Uchiha Sora smiled and said, only by being more evil than evil can I better carry out my justice. Admiral Akainu, sometimes don't be so obedient. You're weaker than before. Only after Uchiha Sora had followed that marine and gone far away did Akainu lower his head slightly to the side, a strange emotion flashing through his eyes. The 7 Warlords of the Sea, an organization formed by the world government to balance the power on the seas, giving 7 great pirates special rights and status. They would not be wanted by the Marines and had the legal right to plunder. The 7 Warlords were not a unified organization, but each acted on their own. In order to prepare for the coming war with the Whitebeard pirates, the world government urgently summoned the scattered members of the 7 Warlords. Originally there were 7 great pirates. Among them, Jinbe the Sea Knight opposed the war and caused a huge disturbance at Marine headquarters, and was imprisoned. Another one, Crocodile, had his title stripped after losing to the Straw Hat crew. He was Jinbe's cellmate, and his place as one of the 7 Warlords was taken by Blackbeard, who had captured Ace. In this meeting, aside from the missing Blackbeard, the remaining 5 had all arrived. Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Gecko Moria, Boa Hancock, the pirate empress. Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant. And Don Quixote da Flamingo, the heavenly Yaksha. The presence of these 5 great pirates made the surrounding Marines restless, and even the Marine headquarters vice admiral in charge of the meeting could not keep the situation under control. With war approaching, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others were all busy with their own affairs. At first, they had wanted to ask Admiral Akainu to help keep things in check, but he refused to come. Though the meeting was supposed to be about discussing countermeasures, even Mihawk, who had the most normal sitting posture, had his feet on the table. Needless to say, the others were even worse. They were all eating their own food, occasionally mocking the Marines, and not a single one was listening to the Vice Admiral's speech. Top! Uchiha Sora's entrance did not draw anyone's attention. After all, he was only a little over 5 feet and 11 inches tall, just a kid compared to the giant-like figures present. He was even less eye-catching than Garo behind him. This appearance. Doflamingo was involved in the underground black market, and human trafficking was one of his businesses. Seeing Garo, he grinned. "S&T, that a pretty rare cat-type mink? It should fetch a good price. Phew, I like this gift very much. Marine." Swish, swish, swish. White strings shot toward Garo at high speed, without the slightest regard for the fact that this was Marine headquarters. The string fruit user, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Former bounty. 340 million berries. This was a man who dared to make Marine soldiers kill each other at Marine headquarters itself. Arrogant, brutal, ruthless. He was the pirate Akiji, called an extreme aberration. The strings were incredibly fast, and the Marines nearby could not react in time. Just as they were about to wrap around Garo, Uchiha Sora still made no move. Clang. Garo's bulky body moved at a speed completely unlike his size, swinging a claw to slap the white strings away with a sharp metallic clash. This, however, drew everyone's attention. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. It had only been a casual attack, but this mink had actually blocked it. Not bad. Before he could speak, Uchiha Sora said loudly, "I'm Uchiha Sora, temporarily serving as a Marine headquarters vice admiral. This is my partner, Garo. Glad to meet some of you. Garbage excluded." "Vice admiral? Do you really need to introduce yourself so loudly at that level?" Gecko Moria sneered. Bandages were still wrapped around his head from being beaten by the Straw Hat crew not long ago. Uchiha Sora looked at him and smiled faintly. "You're a waste. You're not qualified to talk to me." Shooting him down, Ryujutsu. Whoosh! A streak of crimson light suddenly appeared, instantly blasting Moria out of the meeting room and smashing through a huge section of the wall. Boom, boom, boom. Ryujutsu kept extending, driving Moria straight out into the plaza and pinning him down hard, while scorching flames made Moria scream in panic. A brief silence. "Vice Admiral Sora, what are you doing?" The Vice Admiral in charge of the meeting cried out. He had already received word that Admiral Akainu would not come himself, and would instead send a trusted subordinate he valued highly. When he first saw Uchiha Sora, he was disappointed. How could a kid with nothing remarkable except being handsome possibly help keep things under control? As expected, this one couldn't keep things under control. He was here to wreck the place. Moria is still one of the 7 warlords under the world government. "You can't kill him," the Vice Admiral hurriedly said. He did not care about Moria's life or death at all. He just did not want Admiral Akainu's subordinate to cause trouble by defying the world government. "That Moria guy is really weak." Doflamingo glanced at Moria and sneered coldly. On this sea, willpower affected strength a great deal. In the past, Moria had even been able to contend with Kaido, but after being defeated by Kaido, his will had dulled a lot, and his strength had fallen off. He had even been beaten by the Straw Hat crew not long ago. Doflamingo felt that someone like Moria simply did not deserve to be on the same level as him. He turned his gaze to Uchiha Sora, the corners of his mouth still wearing that annoying smile. "Kid, I've never heard of you. Though Moria is weak, he shouldn't be beaten so easily by some unknown vice admiral, right? Now you have pink-haired chicken. You're not much better than that waste. You're a piece of garbage too." Compared to him, Uchiha Sora's smile was very gentle, even though his words were not very gentle at all. Hancock finally lowered her proud head, her eyes glancing at Uchiha Sora. He looks decent, but compared to Lord Luffy, he is still far, far behind. She did not feel displeased by Uchiha Sora's words. Strength wasn't something you could decide just by talking. Doflamingo twirled his fingers as though doing something, then grinned. "If the Marines are making a move against us 7 warlords, does that mean the Marines are planning to defy the world government's orders?" Uchiha Sora pulled back Ryujutsu and did not look at Moria, who had fainted in the distance. Just as he was about to speak, a voice rang out and drew everyone's attention. "I am Dracul Mihawk. Your sword is quite good." It was Hawkeye. Those sharp eyes were fixed on Ryujutsu, carrying a look of appreciation. "I can feel it. You took part in its forging as well, didn't you? It's rare to see a great sword that can resonate with its master to this extent." A great sword was like the Kusanagi sword, representing a blade that had reached an extremely high level. In this world, there were not many who possessed a great sword. No one doubted the judgment of the world's greatest swordsman. After hearing that, everyone's gaze toward Uchiha Sora changed slightly. Facing Mihawk, who was as polite as he was, Uchiha Sora nodded. "I've long heard the name of the world's greatest swordsman. After I teach this chicken a lesson, would you have time for a spar?" Mihawk gave a faint smile. "Sure." "Too arrogant. Kid." Finally unable to listen any longer, Doflamingo struck first, his 5 fingers like claws slamming toward Uchiha Sora's face. At 3 meters tall, Doflamingo's hand was even bigger than Uchiha Sora's head. Swish. Just as the Marines were about to rush forward to assist, Crack, crack. A dragon claw covered in black and red scales and radiating extreme heat tightly caught Doflamingo's hand. Uchiha Sora slowly raised his head and met Doflamingo's eyes. 3 tomo spun rapidly in his sockets, like burning blood flames twisting the surrounding light into a strange vortex.
Demonique illusion, chaque ligne stex technique.
The world shifted, and huge iron stakes plunged into Doflamingo's body. The pain from the depths of his soul sent Doflamingo's nerves into shock. In his vision, countless people holding torches were cursing at him, trying to burn him alive. This scene. Doflamingo was born into the Celestial Dragon's noble family, the eldest son of the Don Quixote family. He originally enjoyed the privileges of a Celestial Dragon with his family. The Celestial Dragons were the highest privileged class in this world government, descendants of 19 of the 20 kings known as the Creators, and lived in the Holy Land. His father, Don Quixote Homing Saint, had a sudden whim one day and claimed that Celestial Dragons and ordinary people were both human. He announced that he would give up his privileges as a Celestial Dragon and left the Holy Land with his family of 4. Homing was far too naive. He had underestimated the oppression the Celestial Dragons held over the people, and the hatred born from that oppression. After the family lost their Celestial Dragon privileges, the masses who had long suffered under the Celestial Dragons vented their resentment on them, and Doflamingo's family was met with contempt and cruel beatings from everyone. By the time he wanted to go back, no one was willing to accept him anymore. Doflamingo still remembered that day. That day he, his father, and his younger brother were tied to the city wall, waiting to be burned alive. That pain and despair, that rage and hatred, were still vivid in his memory. And he swore to himself that he would kill everyone who had brought him to this point, including that foolish father. Nails pierced into his bones. Flames burned his body. I said it before. I will never let myself fall to that point again. Crack! Thunder suddenly roared through the conference room. Doflamingo, who had been sitting rigidly like a statue, suddenly erupted with a powerful aura from within his body. Raging lightning arcs ran wild, lashing across the hall's furnishings. Haki surged like a torrential black-red tide, violently crashing outward from him. This was the Haki of a chosen one among millions, the qualification to stand above 10,000. The king's talent. Haushiko Haki. In some ways, Haki and chakra were similar. The strength of both was tied to power and willpower. Kanbunshoku was similar to sensory ninjutsu, and Busoshoku was similar to a chakra cloak. Haushiko Haki used one's own spirit to intimidate or knock out enemies, and could even, in some cases, kill an opponent outright through sheer pressure. It was also the only type of Haki that could take effect even when the user had no conscious awareness. Instinct caused Doflamingo, after being struck by Genjutsu, to call upon the Haushiko Haki hidden within his body and break free of the shackles. The scene before his eyes changed. The flames and nails vanished, and his vision returned to the conference room. For the first time, Doflamingo felt that the Navy's building was so damn welcoming. Only, he had indeed broken the Genjutsu, but that did not mean he was free. Whoosh! Uchiha Sora's dragon claw was still gripping Doflamingo, and flames burst from his body, forcibly crushing Doflamingo's Haushiko Haki. The impact from the clash of those terrifying auras instantly blasted the conference room roof away. One after another, visible waves of air washed over the area, making the surrounding Navy soldiers unable to even stand steadily. Can Haushiko Haki resist Genjutsu? If it's sure sway, maybe it can. Genjutsu. I'm really not good at that. Honestly, if you just obediently stay under the Genjutsu, I was only planning to cut off one of your arms. Click. The dragon claw crushed one of Doflamingo's hands and gripped his throat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless white threads shot out like steel needles toward the black dragon claw, but before they could get close, they were burned and melted by the dark red flames leaping over it. What the hell is this thing? Where the hell did this monster come from? Veins bulged on Doflamingo's neck, and blood mist rose in his eyes beneath his sunglasses. This dragon claw not only carried mountain-like pressure, but the flames on it seemed almost alive, drilling into his pores and disrupting his control over his own power. You've pissed me off, brat. Doflamingo raised his other hand high and swung it down hard. Threads shot out from all 5 fingers at extreme speed, descending straight toward Uchiha Sora's face. Overheat. Whoosh. A dragon horn like a curved blade suddenly protruded from Uchiha Sora's forehead, sharp enough to make it seem as if even space itself would be cut apart. Paired with Doflamingo's threads, it was a clean cut. Bang! Uchiha Sora slammed Doflamingo down and lifted Ryutsuki with his other hand. The blade reflected his cold, indifferent profile. His scarlet eyes showed no ripple at all, as if the thing he was about to swing down was not an executioner's blade, and what he was about to kill was not a living being. This guy. He really wants to kill me. He was no stranger to killing intent. Cold sweat broke out on Doflamingo's forehead as he crazily erupted with Haushiko Haki, trying to buy himself a little time to unleash a big move. Too sudden. Too unreasonable. Too out of line. Do we even have some huge grudge? Why are you trying to kill me the moment you show up? A Shichibukai and the Navy are supposed to be allies. We're all under the world government, and I'm even a celestial dragon. Why are you trying to kill me? How dare you kill me? Stop. The disturbance had grown too large, and many Navy soldiers were already rushing over. The one who spoke was none other than Admiral of the fleet, Sengoku. Seeing the scene before him, he immediately raised his voice to stop it. No matter what, a Shichibukai had been summoned here. If he died at Marineford, it would be hard to explain to the higher-ups. Slash! The sword fell. Uchiha Koryu completely ignored Sengoku's shout. You really think that just because I've got a vice admiral rank, I'll listen to you, fleet admiral? Ryutsuki carved out a gorgeous streak of light. Clang! At the distance of only 1 inch from Doflamingo's neck, a radiant light sword blocked Ryutsuki. That scary Sakazuki's subordinate is so scary. That slow, lazy tone, paired with his unruly face, gave off a careless, unserious feeling at first glance. Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Borsellino, codename Kizaru, the strongest Logia-type user of the glint fruit. With a half-smile on his face, he bent slightly and said, Vice Admiral Koryu, if you really hate this guy that much, could you please not kill him here? It'll make things very difficult for us. Bastard! Doflamingo finally got a moment to breathe, and white threads gathered behind him like a tide. If you dare lay a hand on him, you're going to die here. Doflamingo! A cold voice rang out behind him, and unlike the voice, the aura behind it was like a volcanic eruption. Sakazuki. Kizaru turned his head, a trace of mockery on his lips. If you're sure you want to continue, then I won't interfere anymore. If it weren't for Sakazuki, I'd still make a move anyway. It should be pretty effortless. In front and behind, the 2 admirals of the headquarters pressed Doflamingo so hard he could barely breathe. More importantly, those scarlet, blood-red eyes were still watching him. Enough! Everyone, back off! Sengoku roared and gave Uchiha Koryu a vicious glare for ignoring his order, but he still didn't actually berate him. With both his subordinates and the pirates present, he couldn't possibly side with Doflamingo. Doflamingo, do you want to end up in the great prison like Jinbe? Aye. Doflamingo hesitated, not because he was at a loss for words, but because his throat was being squeezed even tighter by Uchiha Koryu, making it nearly impossible to speak. Vice Admiral Uchiha Koryu, let go. Sengoku snapped. Crack. Uchiha Koryu increased the strength of the dragon claw. A crisp bone-breaking sound came from Doflamingo's throat, and he could no longer hold back. He wanted to move. If this goes on, I won't be beaten to death. I'll be strangled to death instead. Fine, let him go. Akainu spoke up. Seeing that he had no chance to kill Don Quixote Doflamingo, Uchiha Sora slowly withdrew his enormous dragon claw. Looking at Doflamingo, who was pale with fear, he gave a kind smile. This guy wanted to catch my adjutant and sell her off. I apply to have his warlord title revoked. Sengoku felt a headache coming on. He had been pretty happy when Sakazuki told him he had secretly raised an amazing boy. He thought Sakazuki's coldness had softened, and that he had even adopted a foster son like he had. But who would have thought? This Akainu's foster son in his eyes was even more outrageous than Akainu himself. The 7 Warlords of the Sea are an organization established by the world government. It's not something you and I can just revoke with a few words, especially at a critical time like this. He really was. Sigh. Sakazuki, take him with you. Sengoku had seen it clearly. This boy simply would not listen to him. He could only leave it to Akainu. Uchiha Sora shook his head and let out a light snort. Pointing at Doflamingo, he said coldly, I know where your family is. Don't even think about running. I'll kill you later. Doflamingo clutched his severed arm and said fiercely, though he was clearly scared inside, Kid, I'll be waiting. So powerful, to be able to suppress that Doflamingo guy. Grandma, who is he? A beautiful blonde woman with a well-proportioned figure asked Tsuru beside her. Vice Admiral Tsuru of Marine Headquarters had personally hunted Doflamingo down many times before. Her granddaughter, Kajaku, who often followed her around, also knew just how dangerous that pirate was. And yet, that vicious sea pirate was actually being suppressed by a boy who looked even younger than her. Tsuru smiled faintly. Didn't you hear? Rear Admiral Uchiha Sora. Kajaku shook her head, watching Uchiha Sora leave with Akainu, and pouted. I'm not asking about the name. Grandma, don't you know anything more detailed? You're the Navy's chief strategist. Looking at her granddaughter with amusement, Tsuru chuckled. Taking a liking to him? What are you talking about, Grandma? Kajaku was a Paramecia whip fruit user. In her embarrassment, she subconsciously swung her battle whip and almost hit a marine beside her. What's the problem? Back then, I fell for your grandfather at first sight, and confessed that very same day. Tsuru crossed her arms and smiled faintly. If our daughters of the sea like someone, they should just say it. I looked through his file. The photo is a little blurry, but that should be because of the necessary handling during his previous undercover work. His age can't be fake either. He's already 28. He looks like a younger older man, which happens to be the type you like. Kajaku was tempted. She had seen too many of Doflamingo's atrocities with her own eyes, and had always wanted to have him arrested. But after he seized the celestial gold and became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the navy could no longer pursue him. Kajaku had been frustrated for a long time. Now there was a man who matched her taste perfectly, and he had done something that fit her values. Grandma, you're right. I'm going now. 2 minutes later, Kajaku came running back with a miserable face. Grandma, he doesn't tea like me. What's the big deal? We daughters of the sea try once, if it doesn't tea work, then 10 times, 100 times. Grandma, you're right. Kajaku had tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. Grandma, he said if I keep bothering him, he'll kill me. What's the big deal? Try again in a few days. You're both Navy colleagues. He can't really kill you. Doflamingo used his strings to repair his broken bones and left the meeting room with a dark expression. He couldn't stay here anymore. To think he'd be suppressed by some inexplicably appearing Marine Rear Admiral. The surrounding Marines were looking at him differently now, with no fear left in their eyes. Among the remaining 7 warlords, only Kuma had remained expressionless and silent. The others all had different expressions. Hancock was a little worried. No one would think Doflamingo was weak just because the situation had become one-sided. He had even erupted with Conqueror's hockey, and yet it still hadn't worked. There was only one explanation. The Navy had produced a truly terrifying monster. Every additional powerhouse on the Navy's side would increase the difficulty of rescuing Luffy's brother by one more step. Unlike Hancock, who looked worried, Mihawk seemed much more relaxed, and one could even faintly sense his delight. He possessed Hawkeye, the ability to see through the essence of things, which was an important part of how he became the world's greatest swordsman. Coming to this event had originally just been because he was somewhat interested in the possible appearance of Luffy, and also wanted to test the distance between himself and the world's strongest man. But now, another person he was interested in had appeared. He admired Zoro's tenacious will and had high hopes for him. This Uchiha Sora boy was not a pure swordsman, and seemed more like a Zoan user, but that will of his, pure as obsidian, was something Mihawk greatly appreciated. When he swung his blade, there wasn't a single stray thought, as if his slashes had already merged into instinct. That was an extremely precious quality. He was looking forward to sparring with Uchiha Sora a little. With things having escalated like this, the meeting could no longer continue. After consulting Sengoku, the Marine Vice Admiral in charge of hosting the meeting announced that it was over. You're still young. You can't be thinking about that kind of thing. On the way, because of Kajaku's 2 confessions, Akainu had become a little worried. He knew Uchiha Sora's true age, but since Uchiha Sora had requested to join the battle, he also couldn't simply change the records. Unknowingly, Akainu had begun to care about Uchiha Sora's matters like an elder. Uchiha Sora glanced sideways at Akainu, a little annoyed by Kajaku, and curled his lip. I'm not interested in women weaker than me. Then, at your growth rate, by the time you're an adult, there won't be many women qualified to match you. Don't tell me you like someone like Charlotte Linlin? Whether Akainu had a bit of dark humor in private, or whether it was only like this with Uchiha Sora, who knew. Unlike the cold-blooded Admiral Uchiha Sora knew, this guy actually liked making dark jokes. Just thinking about that oval-faced slit-mouth which made Uchiha Sora feel sick. Stop talking. I kind of want to puke. The faint, barely noticeable smile flashed across Akainu's mouth as he said in a deep voice. You've improved even more than I expected. Come with me to the training grounds and let me test your quality. Uchiha Sora's eyes lit up. That's exactly what I was going to say. Most shinobi in the ninja world were high on offense and low on defense. For Uchiha Sora, who followed the path of both body and soul training, it was hard to really fight to his heart's content. In the previous battles, only the hand-to-hand fight with Kira had felt a little satisfying. Right after finishing the development of his Dragonman form, Anoki ran off. That was really boring. But if it was Akainu, then he'd definitely be able to go all out, right? Marine Headquarters Training Grounds. This place was usually used for Marine recruits training, and it covered a huge area. They had even just been doing combat drills here. Now it had been cleared out, and everyone was watching the 2 people in the center from a distance. Is Admiral Akainu going to instruct that boy? Do they really need to clear out such a huge area? Who knows? That guy isn't even wearing marine clothes. Have you seen that emblem that looks like a ping-pong paddle? Nope. That guy is so skinny. Can he handle Admiral Akainu's training? You still don't know? I squeezed in here just now, someone said, pushing into the crowd of onlookers. Didn't you hear the commotion over by the meeting area? It was caused by that guy. My cousin's superior was on duty over there. The information is absolutely reliable. I heard that one is the Rear Admiral Akainu brought back from the New World. Sure, he is called a Rear Admiral, but his strength is completely not that. That monster killed Gecko Moria with one blow. It almost killed Doflamingo too. If not for Admiral Kizaru stepping in time, the heavenly Yaksha would have died. This is way too fake. I senti it? With power like that, no matter how hidden he was, there's no way he'd be some nobody. The World Economy newspaper ISNTA joke. A secret weapon. Got it? A secret weapon. The man lowered his voice and said softly, I heard that guy's ability is a lot like Admiral Akainu's, and he only listens to Admiral Akainu. He doesn't even listen to the Fleet Admiral's orders. My cousin's superior said he might be Admiral Akainu's adopted son. Secretly trained in the New World. What? Damn it. Keep your voice down. Heard it, you know? It's just a rumor. The news spread through the crowd. What?
Admiral Akainu est son.
What did you say? That boy who looks nothing like Admiral Akainu is actually his twin brother. What? Akainu glanced around and said calmly, Go ahead and show off your strength. Let them see the power of the Navy's future. Can serve as motivation. Uchiha Sora took a stance and smiled lightly. I'm not interested in being the Navy's future. Someone else waiting for me at home. Whoosh. Akainu's fists were covered in searing magma as he smiled. Even if it's only temporary, it's fine. To win this war, I've done even more despicable things. Uchiha Sora shook his head. How can you call that despicable? That's just a necessary measure to win. You're right. Boom. Even with the insight of the Sharingan, he couldn't see a single trace of movement. Akainu instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Sora, and a massive magma fist crashed down. Bang! The magma giant fist slammed into Ryujetsu's blade. Even though Uchiha Sora had already reinforced Ryujetsu with fire release, and even though his arms were covered in scales, he was still forced back several steps by that sheer force. You rely too much on your eyes. Observation haki is a more complete power than sight. Akainu shot forward in pursuit. The ground beneath his feet cracked violently, and countless magma pillars burst from the earth, sealing off every path of retreat for Uchiha Sora. As Uchiha Sora dodged the magma pillars, he still had to face Akainu's assault. And even then, he didn't forget to defend the Sharingan. This was the power the Uchiha were most proud of. How could mere observation haki compare to my eyes? That said, the insight of the three-tomo Sharingan really couldn't keep up with Uchiha Sora's body anymore. For a normal Uchiha, the body couldn't bear the cost of the Sharingan. If people like Fugaku used the Mangekyo too much, they would bleed tears. But after completing his fleshly restoration, Uchiha Sora's physical strength was far above Fugaku and the others. In theory, he could fully bear the cost of the Mangekyo. Awakening the Mangekyo didn't mean one had to go through some painful tragedy. It was just that when a Sharingan user suffered an enormous mental shock, a special chakra would be secreted in the brain, guiding the Mangekyo's awakening. For example, some ordinary people can erupt with far greater strength than usual in extreme danger and break through a limit. The Mangekyo's effect was to fix that moment's self-value in place, and even give birth to abilities with a wish fulfillment trait. That was exactly why the Sharingan was called the eye that reflects the heart. What determined the Mangekyo's ability was the heart, the will. Instantly granting the Sharingan user the power to fulfill their wish, that was the blessing Indra left behind in the Uchiha bloodline. Even Shursui could awaken the Mangekyo unconsciously. Sora, whose body and soul were both stronger than Shursui's, had also touched the threshold of Mangekyo awakening. Right after he completed the End Beast technique, the violent spiritual power almost forced his Mangekyo to awaken. But he forcibly suppressed it. Not enough. He had Hashirama cells. In theory, they could restore the ocular power consumed by the Mangekyo. That wasn't enough. What he pursued was not gradual advancement, but a single step to the sky. What made Uchiha Sora different from ordinary Uchiha was that he had a higher perspective, and the tools to put his ideas into practice. That was the platform. Originally, his plan was to act after 2 years, after repaying Akainu's debt and after learning more about how the platform worked. But Akainu's invitation moved the plan forward. The risk was greater now. Still, Uchiha Sora had never been someone who feared risk. He only felt that this accident had come at just the right time. Because the difference in time flow between this world and the ninja world made him realize one thing. How much time flow difference was there between the world where Rayquaza was and the ninja world? Would 6 years in the ninja world be how many years in that world? The platform had repeatedly warned him about the risks of borrowing. And the facts had proven it true. He had almost been blown apart by the powers left behind by Rayquaza and Akainu. If not for Hashirama cells and the Yamada no Orochi technique, things with such high compatibility, and if not for his will suppressing the backlash, he would still be on the verge of a power rampage. If he was dragged in to repay the debt in that kind of situation, and Akainu was the kind of person who would force him to face a powerful enemy regardless of his condition, then it would be a problem. After learning that the upcoming event was the Summit War, Uchiha Sora kept thinking about one thing while eating. Had I been wrong before? Was that Rayquaza really just an ordinary member of its species? The platform seemed to pick its targets based on one common point. They were representative figures of their world. Yaozai was a major figure representing positive power, and Akainu was also an important figure in the Navy faction. Was it possible That Rayquaza was the one I knew. The Sky Lord who calmed the conflict between land and sea. Uchiha Sora had connected with its energy before, and he could roughly sense that guy's belief in suppressing violence with violence. He knew very well that Rayquaza's way of ending war was to beat up both sides that started it. Coincidentally, that guy was also one of the rare warmongers in its own species. If that was really the case, then when the 6-year repayment period came, what if the one he dragged me to fight was Kyogre and Groudon, or even an existence like Deoxys, the space Pokemon? With Uchiha Sora's current strength, he was nowhere near enough for a planetary war like that. It wasn't that he was worried about his own safety. It was just that if he was too weak then and could only stand there as a bystander, that would be even worse than death to him. Uchiha Sora had never treated obtaining reputation points as the gijun for his actions. He wasn't a wage slave for the platform. Everything he did was based on his own will. Reputation points were only a side effect. Just like his agreement with Uzumaki Chisui, he wasn't trying to attack the 5 great shinobi villages just for reputation points. It was because he already wanted to go to war with the 5 great shinobi villages. Since there happened to be a suitable person, he might as well take the task and farm some reputation points. His thoughts had always been simple, pure. Battle and becoming stronger through battle. Becoming the absolute powerhouse that controlled everything. Boom! Amid the blazing flames, Uchiha Sora entered his End Beast Dragonman form. A pair of sharp, sky-piercing horns flashed with a cold metallic sheen. His exposed limbs were replaced by scale-covered claws, and his face became slightly more ferocious. His entire body was surrounded by deep crimson flames that writhed like spiritual snakes. Considering that wings were not suitable for the current battle, Uchiha Sora chose to manifest a whip-like tail with a sharp tri-edged blade at the tip. Even his height surged, basically matching Akainu's 3-meter frame. With dragon-like claws gripping Ryujetsu tightly, his figure distorted slightly from the flames. This is my strongest form. This was. Akainu's first thought was Kaido's awakened mythical Zoan hybrid form. It looked very similar. But no one knew better than him that Uchiha Sora couldn't possibly have eaten a devil fruit. He wasn't even from this world. Thinking of the gigantic dragon claw that had suppressed Doflamingo, Akainu guessed that Uchiha Sora also had a form similar to Kaido's Azure Dragon state. You really have grown a lot during this time. Pressing down the brim of his cap, Akainu knew he had to get serious. Ryozuki trembled slightly, as if responding to the power its master was about to unleash. Uchiha Sora let out a soft breath of white mist as chakra gathered toward the blade. Terrifying energy surged wildly. With him at the center, the air seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, giving off a sharp, piercing howl. Fire Flow Dragon Revolving Annihilation. The red dragon was like a burning meteor, roaring and spiraling along with Uchiha Sora's slash. The ground was plowed open into bottomless trenches. Everywhere the scorching heat passed, the atmosphere twisted and warped from being burned, and everything turned to ash. The fire dragon roared like thunder, heat waves rolling outward. It even sent the watching marines flying despite the great distance. They had yet to recover from the shock of Uchiha Sora's Dragonman form before being plunged into even greater shock. Mago. Akainu's voice was low and powerful, clearly reaching every person's ears. The outline of his original arm vanished, replaced by a gigantic hound's head formed from high-temperature magma. His fangs were bared, as if it would choose someone to devour the very next second, dyeing everything around it blazing red. Up in the stands were Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others. Seeing this scene, Vice Admiral Tsuru cried out, "Bastard! How can he use that kind of move on a subordinate? That's going too far. Borsellino, go stop them." "Shouldn't be me." Kizaru turned to look at Akiji. "Sakazuki asked you, didn't he? Time for you to step in." The magma hound and the flaming giant dragon were like 2 burning comets, as they smashed into each other with a deafening crash. Boom 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 boom. A shockwave carrying magma and blazing fire spread at incredible speed amid the explosive roar. The hard stones of the drill ground melted rapidly like butter meeting a hot knife. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying current of heat was about to swallow the marines watching nearby. Ice Age. Endless cold spread instantly, condensing into a massive iceberg before the marines and blocking the scorching shockwave. Thud, thud, thud. Even through the wall of ice, everyone could still see the crossing figures within, along with the thunderous booms produced by the collision of terrifying power. Akiji returned to the stands, watching the two locked in fierce battle below, his brows slightly furrowed. At their level, the senses of the strong were extremely sharp. They could hear even low conversations from far away. He had also heard the speculation among the Marines about the boy's identity. Son, brother, those guesses were obviously just a joke. Akiji was more inclined to believe that Uchiha Sora was Akainu's disciple, because the way the two of them used armament hockey had similarities. In his view, Uchiha Sora's black-scaled arm was simply a manifestation of armament hockey. Armament hockey was hockey that strengthened defense and offense, like invisible armor. When it came to armament hockey, the strongest in the Marines and perhaps across the entire sea should be Vice Admiral Garp. He remembered it was about 20 years ago. Back then, Akiji had voluntarily studied under Garp for taijutsu training, and at the time Garp had mentioned it. No one knew what Akainu had done, but his use of armament hockey had gone down a path even Garp couldn't understand. It wasn't just a simple pursuit of hardness. It even seemed to carry a bit of the feeling of life return. Akainu had already been called a monster of the Marines, and over the years, he had vaguely developed an aura that overshadowed the other two monsters by half a head. Garp believed the reason was that special armament hockey. Everything began 20 years ago. Akainu had no platform. He had only received a summons and chosen to descend into the ninja world. After leaving, he had not obtained things like Uchiha Sora's spiritual fragments or credibility points. If that were the case, wouldn't responding to the summoning be too much of a loss for Akainu? The platform valued fairness. Mutual benefit, mutual gain. The platform took what it needed from the middle. That was the long-lasting way. Before Akainu responded, it had already made clear that this was a chance to come into contact with another world's power system. At the time, Uchiha Sora had connected to Akainu's power and gained many insights into developing his use of fire release. Akainu had also come into contact with the mysterious power known as chakra. Unaffected by the limitations of any world, fused from one's own spiritual energy and physical energy, and depending on how it was used, it could almost achieve the effects of all kinds of ability users. Akainu could vaguely sense that the kind of existence that had created chakra might be a true creator in the real sense, because the essence of this power lay in creation itself. Its level was extremely high. Without the help of a system, Akainu naturally couldn't fully comprehend and integrate an energy like chakra, but once he had the idea, he incorporated his understanding of chakra into his own system. One of the traits of the strong was an unmatched ability to adapt to any environment. Akainu was exactly that kind of existence. Already a monster-level vice admiral, Akainu took another step forward because of this and entered the ranks of the Navy's highest combat power several years earlier than Kizaru. So the current Akainu was even stronger than the one Uchiha Sora knew from the same period. Uchiha Sora could clearly feel that pressure. He noticed that Akainu's armament hockey had similarities to his own fire release chakra mode. And as the battle continued, he discovered that Akainu, just like him, was copying the other's fighting methods. Taking a heavy punch head-on, Uchiha Sora finally spoke up to defend his copyright. "You're learning from me." Akainu grinned, his black-red heavy fist smashing toward Uchiha Sora's face again. "Same to you. You keep talking about how observation hockey isn't as good as your eyes, but aren't you learning too?" With his scale-covered cheek forcibly taking the punch, Uchiha Sora thrust his blade at Akainu's throat, a move completely unsuited for sparring. "Then you should know the sorrow of not having the Sharingan. You can't learn as fast as me. If you're faster, then you're faster. Just remember that." Akainu tilted his head to dodge the stab. For all of Uchiha Sora's attacks, he never once tried to use his elemental intangibility. Armament hockey could directly touch the real body of a Logia user. The principle was that armament hockey carried the user's will. Uchiha Sora's current chakra mode was already like full-body armament hockey, though in terms of hardness it still wasn't equal to top-tier armament hockey. Boom! Akainu punched through the flames on Uchiha Sora's body, landing on the scales and blasting out arcs of lightning. As for observation hockey, if you take enough hits, you'll learn it. Boom, 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 boom. A relentless barrage of heavy punches hammered into Uchiha Sora, sending scales and blood spray flying. "You're having fun beating me, Akainu!" Uchiha Sora roared, grabbing the descending fist. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and a spark suddenly ignited in front of Akainu's face. Whoosh! A deep crimson torrent of flames swallowed Akainu. At the same time, the whip-like tail and the sharp edge of Ryozuki struck together. That's an awakened mythical Zoan, isn't it? Quite the all-around ability. It's practically just like that monster Kaido. Up in the stands, Garp walked over with a dark expression. The reason the usually carefree man looked like this was naturally Ace. Sengoku shook his head. "No idea." The file Sakazuki provided didn't say he was any kind of ability user. Garp watched for a while longer, then said in a deep voice, "I may know where Sakazuki's strange armament hockey came from. The brat named Uchiha Sora, though not as strong as Sakazuki, is even better than Sakazuki when it comes to using that ability." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's brows tightened. They all knew Sakazuki had developed a new kind of Busoshoku hockey, but even Sakazuki himself couldn't teach it to others. It was the kind of thing that could only be understood, not explained. "Vice Admiral Garp, are you saying this young man Sora is the one who taught Sakazuki that new Busoshoku hockey?" Borsellino asked in surprise. Since 20 years ago, whenever he ran into teacher Zephyr would always use Akainu as a negative example to lecture him, saying things like Akainu had already developed a new ability for hand-to-hand combat, while his own taijutsu was still a mess. He had thought Akainu was just working harder. So it was special tutoring. "You thick-browed, Big-eyed guy, you're really shady. Sengoku glanced at Borsellino and said helplessly, that kid was only a few years old 20 years ago. How could he possibly teach Sakazuki? Maybe Sakazuki found a group of special ability users in some hidden place. Since he himself doesn't want to say anything, we shouldn't ask either. The smartest people present were Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. The two of them thought very deeply. Sengoku, do you mean that Rear Admiral Sora might represent a very powerful clan? And that the ones who can use that kind of power aren't just him? Sengoku nodded. I'm starting to think that all those messy rumors of theirs may actually be hiding the truth. Maybe Sakazuki encountered a hidden clan when he was young and learned some special ability from them. Uchiha Sora is one of that clan's people who wants to take part in the present world, so he came looking for Sakazuki, the only one who knows about them. Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled slyly. Or maybe he came out looking for Sakazuki, that irresponsible father. Cough, cough. This huge scandal made the Navy high-ranking officers in the stands visibly change expression. Sengoku quickly cleared his throat twice, pulling the drifting topic back. Kazan, go reinforce the ice layer again. Looks like they're not stopping anytime soon. It was not until dusk that the commotion in the training grounds finally died down. Uchiha Sora returned to his original human form. His clothes were in tatters as he braced himself on Ruketsu, breathing heavily. He really had fought with the mentality of killing his opponent. But his opponent was Sakazuki. Physical strength, ability, willpower, he had no weakness. The strongest combat power standing at the top of the sea. If this kept going, unless Uchiha Sora activated his exclusive skill, can't beat him? Call someone. There really was no way to defeat Sakazuki. This guy was too tanky. Compared to Uchiha Sora's condition, Sakazuki was in much better shape, and he didn't even seem to have used up much stamina. Only his clothes and hat were ruined as well. Across the tattoo-covered chest were countless knife and spear scars, proof of how much he had paid to reach where he was today. Looking at the crew-cut Sakazuki, Uchiha Sora grinned. That hairstyle of yours is ugly as hell. Sakazuki walked over at an unhurried pace and picked up the corsage that had somehow survived such an intense battle. Kid, I've wanted to say this for a long time. Your hair is too long. It affects your fighting. You should consider shaving it like mine. Too ugly. I'm definitely not considering it. As Sakazuki passed by Uchiha Sora, he paused. Still able to move? I've had someone prepare a feast. Uchiha Sora sheathed his blade and took a deep breath to steady his rhythm. His stamina recovered slower than Sakazuki's, but it was still not something ordinary Marines could compare to. Don't act like you've already won. If not for the fact that you're my creditor, I still have plenty of methods. Sakazuki knew what Uchiha Sora was referring to. After all, he had also been on the receiving end of Uchiha Sora's methods. He said in a low voice, if the cost of obtaining that power is too great, don't use it. We're confident we can handle Whitebeard. We'll see. Depends on the situation. Click. A wooden door opened beside Uchiha Sora, and a slender woman's hand extended clothing to him. Nakeim was an officially assigned demon. She was not only the manager of the Infinity Castle, but also Uchiha Sora's life secretary. Sakazuki's pupils narrowed slightly. An ability similar to the door fruit? Kid, you sure have a lot of weird tricks. Uncultured. This is called being immensely capable. The two of them chatted back and forth as they stepped over the cracked ice, walking toward the living quarters under the horrified gazes of the Marines. Looking back, the once massive training grounds were no more. With a large number of Navy forces gathered at headquarters, the logistics department in the living area had already been insanely busy these past few days. The famous powerhouses of the sea were basically all big eaters, and now there were two more bottomless pits. The cooks in the dining department were almost scraping sparks off their shovels. This time, Sakazuki and Sora, plus Kallo, ate together, and the serving speed could barely keep up. Unlike the ravenous man and cat, Sakazuki, who looked like a crude brute, still ate with elegance as he devoured his food. He liked white rice with North Blue chili sauce, and even pushed the desserts toward Uchiha Sora. How long until you recover your stamina? Uchiha Sora chewed on a bone, gulped down a large mouthful of milk, and mumbled, after I finish this meal, I'll be about there. The battle with Sakazuki hadn't left him seriously injured. Some flesh wounds had already healed before dinner. Sakazuki nodded. Tomorrow is the execution day. Get some good rest tonight. As he spoke, he turned toward the door, and Mihawk walked in. Mihawk, who allowed you in here? The 7 warlords had their own designated quarters. In principle, they were only allowed to move around there. Mihawk naturally pulled out a chair and sat down, even adding a pair of knife and fork for himself, and said casually, no one stopped me. Sakazuki looked at the several Marines standing at the door with bitter expressions and let out a cold snort. Uchiha Sora saw him and swallowed his food. Mihawk, sir, after we finish eating, shall we fight? They had agreed to spar earlier, and Uchiha Sora thought Mihawk had come looking for that. Fighting? He never turned anyone away. Mihawk shook his head and stabbed a piece of steak. I watched your battle. I changed my mind. His sharp eyes met Uchiha Sora's, And Mihawk's lips curled slightly. If you were a devil fruit user, I'd only be thinking of sparring. But you're not a devil fruit user. No matter how much Uchiha Sora looked like an awakened Zoan user, Mihawk had still seen through the fact that he was not a devil fruit user. A common rule of the sea. Non-devil fruit users who fought with swords were classified as swordmasters. In other words, they were from the same trade. A trace of fighting spirit appeared in Mihawk's eyes. Uchiha Sora, I want to challenge you as a swordmaster. After this war, if it's you, you'll definitely be able to strengthen yourself through war. You're that kind of person. As expected of the man with the eyes of an eagle. His insight was unparalleled. Uchiha Sora gave a faint smile. The conditions allow, sure. He didn't know how repayment completion was calculated. But based on what had happened, it should mean the end of the summit war. If the platform wouldn't force him to leave, he did want to stay a few more days. Not to mention anything else, Don Quixote da Flamingo had to die. When you mix with others, if you said you'd kill him, then you'd kill him. What Uchiha Sora valued most was keeping his word. Second, what attracted Uchiha Sora the most was naturally Charlotte Linlin's Whole Cake Island. The delicacies of the sea had stirred his appetite, and he quite wanted to see the paradise for sweet-tooth lovers. Seeing Mihawk strike up a conversation with Uchiha Sora, Sakazuki did not drive him away. When was the last time you fought Red Hair? Do you think he'll come? Akainu's tone was still fairly mild. In his eyes, among the 7 warlords of the sea, only Hawkeye was worthy of speaking to him as an equal. Originally, Kuma counted too, but unfortunately, after the Whitebeard pirates left their territory, Kaido had shown signs of wanting to seize Whitebeard's lands. The movements of the 4 emperors had always been one of the Navy's key concerns. For this great war, the Navy hadn't gathered this much force just to deal with the Whitebeard pirates alone. As someone who had once been on that ship, Red Hair might come as well. Mihawk leisurely cut into his beef and said flatly, after Shanks lost an arm, I never sought him out for another duel. As for whether he'll come, who knows? He'll come. Uchiha Sora spoke, drawing both of their gazes. That busybody should be helping Whitebeard defend his territory against Kaido right now. Akainu's pupils contracted, and he said in a heavy voice, you mean they formed an alliance? The Navy knew Red Hair had gone to see Whitebeard not long ago. The hockey that had seemed to split the heavens made it impossible to ignore. Whitebeard commanded the strongest Yonko crew. Red Hair was the youngest Yonko, and every member of his crew was an elite. If those 2 forces joined hands, Mihawk had no idea why Akainu believed Uchiha Sora's information without even questioning it. He only assumed the relationship between the 2 really was unusual. If that guy comes, then things will get interesting. Uchiha Sora shook his head. Not an alliance. It's a bit complicated to explain. In any case, Red Hair should arrive around the middle to late stage of the war. Akainu, save some strength for Red Hair. Don't do all the work yourself. After that fight, the distance between them had closed a bit, so Uchiha Sora directly used his codename. In the original Marineford War he knew, among the Navy's top fighters, every single one of them could be called slackers or masters of holding back. The warlords slacking off was only natural. Akiji and Kizaru could only be said to have done the bare minimum. Then there was Garp, a man who could drop the Whitebeard pirates number 2 with one punch. Yet in the end he got stopped by Luffy. Forget it. Pitiful old man. Understandable. The funniest one was Sengoku. In the early stage, he could at least be said to be commanding the battle, even if he did a complete mess of it. Then after Garp was knocked down, he stood right next to Ace and actually watched Luffy unlock the Seastone chains with his own eyes. Holding back at a moment like that, what did this guy think the Navy's sacrifices were for? If that was the case, then from the very beginning, why bother with some public execution? They could have just killed Ace directly, and they called him the Navy's great strategist. If Akainu hadn't actually produced results in the Summit War, the Navy would have lost all face. Poor Akainu fought like hell, and in the end even his biggest kill was stolen by that scheming bastard Blackbeard. If not for killing Ace and salvaging some dignity for the Navy, it would have been hard to even call him the MVP. Akainu glanced at Mihawk and seemed to want to say something, but stopped himself. Red Hair's status was a bit special. Whitebeard could be killed. That man could not. Seeing through Akainu's thoughts, Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. If it's inconvenient for you, then beat him until he is half dead. I'll finish him off. Anyway, if I kill someone, I can just run. Akainu let out a laugh and shook his head. It's not that simple. Every Yonko is a top-tier powerhouse of the sea. If we can keep Whitebeard here, that'll already be good enough. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Sora still chose to speak. Akainu, don't you think this execution itself is a mistake? According to Sengoku's own words, the Summit War had 3 objectives. One was to publicly reveal Ace's identity as the Pirate King's son and use his execution to symbolically bring Roger's era to an end. One was to deliberately provoke a war with the Whitebeard pirates, using Ace as bait to annihilate Whitebeard's crew on the Navy's home ground. And the other was to display the Navy's strength, intimidate pirates, and warn them not to act recklessly. Judging by the result, not a single objective was achieved. Not only did Roger's great pirate era not end, but the dying Whitebeard added fuel to it at the very end. Publicly executing Ace proved nothing. If they were worried about him growing stronger, they should have killed him the moment they captured him. And as for Whitebeard, everyone knew he was already close to dying from illness. Even without this war, how many more years could he have lived? Marco simply didn't have the strength to inherit Whitebeard's crew. The moment Whitebeard died, this strongest Yonko crew would immediately fall apart. This so-called summit war felt more like a grand funeral prepared for Whitebeard. Just like Garp and Roger, Sengoku and Whitebeard had a long-standing relationship of pursuit and opposition. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but suspect that they too had developed a twisted bond. Was it because he didn't want his old rival to die in bed that he planned something like this? Sengoku the Buddha looked righteous and honorable, but he was also the fleet admiral who had launched the most buster calls. Back then, in order to wipe out Roger's bloodline, who knew how many pregnant women and newborns he had killed? Compared to that guy, even Akainu could count as a white lotus. Akainu's expression darkened slightly, and he said in a low voice, "How could acting to eliminate pirates be wrong?" Uchiha Sora only smiled and didn't continue the topic. After all, he also wanted to join the war. It wasn't like he was trying to become some peace ambassador. Having eaten almost enough, he stood up. "You must become fleet admiral. Only then can the navy truly carry out justice. You're a man I acknowledge. Don't embarrass yourself tomorrow. You're the one, brat. Don't die." The corners of Uchiha Sora's lips lifted slightly, and a ferocity in his eyes was so sharp that even Mihawk found it glaring. "I'll be the one bringing death." Navy headquarters, Marineford, the place watched by the eyes of the entire world. There were still 6 hours left before the official execution time. The moonlight was cold, and the night had yet to fully fade. Deep blue and pitch black intertwined into a heavy curtain. The seats of the Navy's 3 admirals had been moved onto the high platform. More than 20 headquarters vice admirals had assembled, and 100,000 elite marines stood ready. A killing aura soared into the sky. Even the clouds above headquarters seemed afraid and scattered away. This military fortress, hailed as the safest in the world, was now heavily guarded by countless warships, marines, and the 7 warlords of the sea. The oppressive atmosphere made even the sea fall silent. On the execution platform, Fire Fist Ace looked dim and lifeless as the marines escorted him to his knees. To his left stood the supreme commander of this war, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. And to his right, Uchiha Sora. "Hi, I'm Uchiha Sora. Shem." Looking up close, the freckles on your face are even more obvious. Ace's eyes were dull and dead. He completely ignored Uchiha Sora's greeting. "Brigadier General Uchiha Sora, this is not where you should be. Get down." Sengoku shouted angrily and signaled the marines beside him to drive Uchiha Sora away. The marines looked at each other, and the meaning in their eyes was obvious. "Boss, we watched the live broadcast. You expect us to drive him away? Stop joking. Do it yourself." Uchiha Sora crouched on the ground. As he looked up, the smile on his face faded. "Strictly speaking, I'm private reinforcements personally invited by Akainu. Sengoku, I've put up with you for a long time. What right do you have to command me? What did you say?" Sengoku's eyes widened in fury, his fists clenching tight. He had also put up with Uchiha Sora for a long time. More than once, this brat had treated his words like air. And now, at such a major moment, in such a crucial place, he still dared to mess around. Don't think that just because you're Sakazuki's confidant, you can do whatever you want. If you don't get down right now, I'll charge you with disobeying military orders and enough. A smear of scarlet covered his pupils. Uchiha Sora let out a cold laugh and said, "I'm only standing on this side to give Akainu some face. If you keep yapping, I'll go slaughter a few celestial dragons in your name. That should be pretty interesting." Bang! Amid the smoke, Uchiha Sora transformed into Sengoku's appearance. Other than the expression, he was almost a perfect copy of Sengoku. This Sengoku's pupils suddenly shrank. Even Ace, who had already fallen into utter despair, had a trace of light return to his eyes. The Uchiha Sora version of Sengoku raised a hand, imitating Sengoku's devil fruit ability as he enlarged his palm. "Unless you spend your whole life under the watch of those celestial dragon bastards, who would believe the murderer wasn't you? No, more likely they wouldn't even give you a chance to explain. After all, you're just a dog they raised. If they kill you, then they kill you." Sengoku's face turned terrifyingly dark. Even his clenched fists were trembling. "If I lock you up and impel down, then there won't be any chance of something like that happening." Bang! Uchiha Sora returned to his own appearance and smiled faintly. "Why don't you try it? Go ahead. Akainu only yesterday called me the benchmark of the younger generation in the Marines. If you force me to defect now, that'd be pretty interesting too." "You!" Uchiha Sora waved a hand casually. "If you don't dare, then shut up and do your livestream properly. No sense of being an old man at all. Always trying to butt into young people's business. Don't you think so, Ace? Who are you? His voice was hoarse, dry from days without proper food or water. Uchiha Sora pulled out a piece of bread and a carton of milk from his clothes and brought them to Ace's mouth. They won't even give you a decent last meal before your execution. The local Marines really have no manners. No, absolutely can't let Ace recover his strength. Sengoku reached out to snatch the food. Swish. Ryozuki came to a stop in front of his palm. Uchiha Sora turned his head and said coldly, I really don't get it, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. You're already planning to execute him, so why do you care whether he recovers his strength or not? Or is it that you were planning to let him go? But the little bit of justice still left in your heart, doesn't he want a recovered Ace to kill Marines? Sengoku's pupils shook violently. He barked, Bastard. You're slandering me. This brat's bloodline is extremely evil. He doesn't deserve food. Extremely evil? The Pirate King, you mean? Did Sakazuki tell you that? Sengoku took a deep breath and said in a heavy voice, Then you should understand why I'm doing this. Telling you to step down was also for your own good. Don't get involved with this kind of person. It was this man's father who started the chaotic great age of pirates. That man is not my father. My old man is Whitebeard. Ace roared, his voice like blood crying out. Uchiha Sora looked straight at Ace and smiled faintly. That's true. Roger wasn't qualified to be your father. Whitebeard was a qualified father. Ace's expression eased. This Marine was different. The Marines standing nearby in charge of the execution were so weak in the legs they could barely stand. Actually, they had wanted to run a long time ago. Every single one of these lines sounded like the kind of thing that would get them silenced forever. It was just that their legs weren't listening to them. They couldn't move. Uchiha Sora, whose side are you on exactly? Sengoku sounded calm when he said that, but in his heart he had already decided that if Uchiha Sora answered the pirates, he would strike without hesitation. Senile already? Uchiha Sora set down the food and slowly stood up. One hand rested on the sword hilt as he lifted his head and said slowly, I only stand on my own side. Keep talking and I'll kill you. Thump, 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 like the beat of a heart, as if something was being nurtured inside Uchiha Sora's body. Sengoku sensed it. That was. Taking another deep breath, Sengoku turned around and said coldly, Don't act rashly. I'm watching you. TCH. Uchiha Sora started feeding Ace again and said calmly, My clan was called a clan born evil too. So I can understand your feelings a little. It's not that complicated. You feel pain because you're not strong enough. His voice was like a devil's whisper, echoing in Ace's ears. I don't understand. Uchiha Sora smiled slightly and raised a finger. Think about it. Garp and the others already knew your identity, and they never arrested you. You were captured by Blackbeard, and that led to the war that's about to happen. If you had been able to kill Blackbeard, Whitebeard and the others wouldn't have needed to come for you. None of this would happened. All the unfavorable factors in this world come from the incompetence of the person involved. Don't blame everything on bloodline. Ace lowered his head, and his gaze dimmed once more. Was it all because of my weakness? He wasn't afraid of death. He was only afraid of dragging down the people who would come to save him. As he spoke, Uchiha Sora's pupils contracted slightly. He sensed something. He turned to look. Out on the sea beyond, in the thick fog, ship shadows appeared faintly and vanished again. Chit-chat's over. Anyway, thanks, Ace. The sea breeze whipped through the air, his long hair dancing wildly in the wind like a black banner. His voice mixed with the sharp warning sirens and echoed between sea and sky. Because of you, I get to witness the strongest in this world. This really makes me unable to hold back my wild joy. Boom! In the center of the crescent-shaped bay, huge whirlpool ripples spread out layer by layer. The Moby Dick burst out of the water like a sea beast descending upon the world. The grandest war upon the seas had begun. Jinbe, Marco, transformed into the phoenix, beat his wings as he rushed over. His claws latched onto the crimson giant hand, and his wings drove downward with all their force, whipping up fierce gusts of wind. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. Deep red fire serpents coiled upward. The moment they crawled along and wrapped around his talons. That intense agony, as if his soul were being burned directly, made Marco let out a hoarse scream of pain. He had never felt this level of injury before. As the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division, Marco possessed an even rarer power than a Logia, a mythical Zoan, the Phoenix. The Phoenix's flames were flames of regeneration. Any wound would be wrapped in reviving blue flames, then regenerated, nullifying the attack. This kind of flame had another name, the flames of the other shore. They could not burn things to ashes like ordinary fire, but they could deal massive damage to spiritual bodies. Just like when he later fought Charlotte Linlin's soul lifeforms, the flames of regeneration were extraordinarily effective. This was a flame that leaned toward the soul side. Yet in a clash of souls it had lost. In Marco's mind appeared the faces of all his companions. Their necks twisted at grotesque angles, and horrifying whimpers came from their throats. His companions were burning in raging fire, charred black hands stretching out toward him. Scene after scene gradually shattered Marco's nerves. "Marco, wake up!" It was Jinbe's voice. When Marco came back to his senses, he saw that one of Jinbe's arms had been torn off at the root. With his only remaining arm, Jinbe was dragging Marco away. In an instant, Marco understood what had happened. He had gone there to save Jinbe, but instead he had gotten lost himself, forcing Jinbe to sever his own arm just to escape. "Jinbe? Damn it!" Marco nearly bit his teeth apart, overwhelmed with guilt. Jinbe, his face slightly pale from losing an arm, remained calm and said evenly, "I know you. You must have seen something truly terrifying, right? Compared to me, who only suffered damage to the body, you must be the one in more pain." Jinbe stared fixedly at Uchiha Sora inside the skeletal frame of Susanoo. On the dark crimson skeleton, bizarre flames blazed fiercely. His eyes were full of shock and fear. If my judgment is right, that kind of flame can stir up the fear deep inside a person's heart and deals tremendous damage to the soul. "You're being suppressed. Power of God." Uchiha Sora's voice clearly reached every person's ears. Countless people watching the live broadcast heard it too. For the people of the sea, hearing that phrase would make them think of only one group: the celestial dragons, descendants of the creators, gods who stood high above in the holy land of Mangekyo and ruled over the world government. Whitebeard looked deeply at Uchiha Sora. Those arrogant words, that attitude of looking down on everything. "God, brat, are you a celestial dragon?" Whitebeard, who knew the truth of the world, would never think all celestial dragons were useless trash. In the battle at God Valley back then, he had seen true celestial dragons. To be able to dominate the world government for 800 years, they obviously could not rely only on that bunch of surface-level garbage. If Uchiha Sora had not reported his name, Whitebeard would have thought even earlier that he was a celestial dragon. Uchiha. Was that the alias of some branch of the celestial dragons? Uchiha Sora loosely clenched his palm, sensing this newly born power. Uchiha Itachi had fed Sasuke the wrong knowledge, making Sasuke believe that Susanoo was the third power that could only awaken after mastering Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. But after awakening the Mangekyo, Sasuke had been able to use Susanoo before he had even become proficient in Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi. The prerequisites for using Susanoo were not that complicated. At the end of the day, it was just the materialization of ocular power and chakra. Once the formula was grasped, it could be used even without eyes. The threshold was obviously lower than Mangekyo Dojutsu. Maybe it had been Uchiha Itachi's good intentions. After sensing how enormous Susanoo's consumption of ocular power was, he had wanted Sasuke to use it as little as possible. Unfortunately, Sasuke had become addicted to the overwhelming power of Susanoo and used it without restraint. After only a few battles, the ocular power of his Mangekyo had dropped sharply. That was what it meant to be too young to understand. With Fugaku's and Shursui's templates as comparison, Uchiha Sora was completely certain that his Susanoo was far stronger. That a 3-tomo Sharingan could possess ocular power greater than a Mangekyo was no joke for Uchiha Sora. It was just that he had forcibly interrupted his own advancement, so the spiritual weapon belonging to his Susanoo had not had time to fully form. The flames burning above Susanoo were the overflowing power of that spiritual weapon. Uchiha Sora felt like he understood Sasuke a little now. This feeling of ocular power filling every cell, of strength pouring out without restraint. It was unbelievably intoxicating. The half-step Mangekyo Sharingan instantly brought Uchiha Sora's physical abilities up to match. Everything in his field of vision became clearer, to the point that he could even see the tiny notches left after every blade collision across the battlefield. Celestial Dragon? That's too rude, Whitebeard. The corner of Uchiha Sora's mouth lifted slightly. His next sentence directly handed World Economic News a front-page headline. If they dared to print it, how can that bunch of trash compare to me? Sengoku nearly crushed the Den Mushi. Bastard! Know what kind of occasion this is? What are you saying? Cut it off. Cut this part off. Rear Admiral Sora. Even if that's what you think, you can't say it out loud. Did I hear that right? A Marine actually said the celestial dragons are trash. Uchiha Sora? Was it? Even as an enemy, I acknowledge you now. Just for that one sentence, I wouldn't mind dying by your hand. Bastard. Holy Land Mangekyo. Room of Authority. The 5 elders, the highest leaders of the world government, were also watching the live broadcast. Their expressions were uglier than each other's. Has Sengoku indulged the Marines to this extent? This is an insult. The greatest insult. Have CP0 carry out the capture of Uchiha Sora. No, at least not right now. If he doesn't die in this war, we'll hold Sengoku accountable afterward. I heard he's one of Sakazuki's direct subordinates. Sengoku had already made it clear that he would step down after this battle. Sakazuki was their favored candidate for the next fleet admiral. Humph. So what if it's Sakazuki? If he still wants to become fleet admiral, then he has to hand this man over to us. His ability is still worthy of recognition. After the war ends, we can have Vegapunk modify him. Kuma's modification was very successful. If we use him as a template to create another batch of humanoid weapons, it will increase the world government's military strength. Agreed. Not a bad idea. With his kind of large-scale destructive ability to a certain extent, he could carry out a buster call by himself. In that case, this brat has actually given us a reason to make a move. Truly foolish. If he hadn't made a mistake and had stayed in the Marines, it would been troublesome instead. The Marines are already strong enough. We can't let them break the balance. Why are you all so shocked? Aren't celestial dragons just trash? Luffy looked puzzled. He had not only cursed a celestial dragon, he had even punched one. Though the consequences of hitting that person had indeed been severe, leading to the Straw Hat Pirates being scattered across different places after Kuma sent them flying. Emporio Ivankov shoved his giant face right next to Luffy's and said in a deep voice, because it's not very reasonable. That guy is clearly a rising Marine star, so how could he say that on an occasion like this? Forget it, Straw Hat Boy. What matters now is saving Ace. The three Marine admirals all wore different expressions. Kizaru and Akiji looked at Akainu with complicated gazes. Could this be Sakazuki's thinking? Having that young man say it first as a test? Realizing that the situation was developing in a very bad direction, Sengoku roared at the Den Den Mushi, Port Gas D. Ace, the man to be executed here today as Fire Fist Ace. His mother's name was Port Gas D. Rouge. His father was the most evil pirate in history. The Pirate King. Joel D. Roger. That explosive news instantly overshadowed Uchiha Sora's live broadcast incident. The Pirate King. The man who opened the Great Pirate Era. The man who had obtained the ultimate treasure. He actually still had bloodline left in this world. On the execution platform, Ace bit down hard on his teeth. He hated his own bloodline more than anything. The thing he least wanted people to know had been exposed to the entire world. Is there really any need to make such a big deal over something this trivial? Boom! Crimson flames reflected in every person's eyes, making their souls tremble. Whoosh! The scarlet blaze instantly appeared before Whitebeard. Half-body Susanoo made the same motion as Uchiha Sora. The long blade wrapped in hellfire was raised high, then hacked down savagely. You're all so damn noisy. He's just a dead man. What's so special about his son? The strongest man is right here. Can't you see that? Dragon scales. The blade reversed. Prison flames. Susanoo. Killing intent surged wildly through his pupils. His face twisted ferociously. Heart, body, technique. The strongest strike came down like a blazing sun. Susanoo one-blade cremation. Whitebeard calmly raised his weapon. Milky white vibrating power spread out like a bright moon. At this moment, time seemed to stretch, and everything froze. Sun and moon. When the two celestial bodies finally touched at the horizon, the crimson blazing flames and the silver-white moonlight twisted together into one mass. A silent shockwave burst outward. The airflow was instantly sucked away, forming a vacuum vortex visible to the naked eye. The air was compressed into solid form, condensing into translucent crystals, then vaporized by extreme heat in the very next second. Again and again, the cycle repeated, letting out brittle cracking sounds. Crack, crack. The iceberg along the horizontal line was ground into powder by the spreading shockwave. People saw it. The sea had been torn apart. Under that kind of tilt, even warships looked unbelievably small. From far away, a rumble could vaguely be heard, like the collapse of the end of the world. Only those two figures at the center, too fast to be seen clearly, remained in balance. This was a man with the power to destroy the world. A smile Uchiha Sora could no longer suppress curled up at the corner of his mouth. What a pity. Why did it have to be the current you? If only it were the younger you, how great would that be? Boom! In his Dragon Man form, Uchiha Sora pressed his blade down with all his might, chakra pouring out without restraint. Whoosh! Crimson flames swallowed Whitebeard whole. Old man! Go help Pops! What kind of monster is that guy? Crack! The flowing flames seemed to be stamped onto a canvas, frozen in place. Then, together with space itself, they shattered. Urarararara. You stupid sons, your old man doesn't need you worrying about him. The shattered flame crystals fell away, revealing Whitebeard's face. Looking at his expression, some of the crew members who had been with the pirates for many years went dazed for a moment. Tormented by illness for so long, Pops hadn't shown that kind of expression in a very long time. That look. It was the excited expression Pops used to wear in his younger days when fighting a powerful enemy. Whitebeard stared at Uchiha Sora, his mustache curving upward with his grin. Brat, you know what you've done, right? Feeling the growing power from Whitebeard beneath him, Uchiha Sora bared his teeth in a grin. Of course I know. You're already dead by my hand. I won, Whitebeard. Yeah. That's true. Whitebeard's smile grew wider and wider. Gorararara. You did it. You really did it, you killed Whitebeard. Then you're ready, aren't you? The world's strongest conqueror's haki is coming. Crack. Boom. The sky and sea changed color. In an instant, all color was stripped away. Between the gray sea and sky, dragon roars and tiger howls suddenly erupted. Violent black-red lightning blasted and vaporized everything. The warship beneath Whitebeard's feet began to twist and deform, its keel letting out groans under unbearable strain. After surging out like a rampaging storm, it rapidly condensed again. It dyed Whitebeard's fist into black-red lightning that seemed capable of devouring everything. How is that possible? Pop's body clearly shouldn't be able to use that power anymore. Whitebeard's will and spirit had never declined with age. He had never known defeat in his life. Children all over the world sang songs describing him as even more terrifying than a monster, calling him a living legend. Even Roger had not become king by first defeating Whitebeard. Looking at that gigantic fist that shattered space inch by inch and filled his entire field of vision, Uchiha Sora instead calmed down, his face expressionless. Fire release, chakra mode. Shursui had once commented that this was a forbidden technique that, if used for long, meant certain death. Its principle was simple. Use one's own chakra as firewood and ignite it to obtain greater power. The closer one was to death, the stronger one became. Using fire release, chakra mode as the foundation, then combining it with techniques such as the Yamada no Jutsu, created the composite form known as Dragon Beast form. Uchiha Sora had already started using this life-burning skill like a normal ninjutsu. Even though Uchiha Sora could stop at any time, human cell regeneration had its limits. His lifespan had already been drastically reduced. If he did not change his life form, he might not even live past 30. He wasn't just borrowing power. He was overdrawing even his own life. The principle behind cremation by one slash was to forcibly pour fire release chakra into the target. Then burn body and mind at a rate 100 times faster than normal fire release chakra, instantly robbing them of life. Using cremation to destroy the body. Against any living thing, this was a killing move that could be called total annihilation. As long as even a tiny bit of flame entered the body, it would never stop until all vitality had been burned away. After obtaining Susanoo, this was the strongest strike Uchiha Sora could use. Uchiha Sora had already prepared himself mentally for Whitebeard being able to endure this move. What he hadn't expected was this. After the clash reached a stalemate, Whitebeard had not chosen to blast away the fire release chakra. He had chosen to accept it. This was suicide. No matter how this battle ended, Whitebeard could already be declared dead. He had no chakra at all, and he didn't understand its operating principles either. There was no way he could do what Uchiha Sora did and effectively burn soul and life for explosive power. Uchiha Sora wasn't stupid enough to hand a monster like this fire release. Chakra mode. Playing with fire and burning himself to death had already become Whitebeard's destined end. And the reason he did this was only to use the flames burning deep into his bones to awaken the conqueror's haki that had fallen dormant due to age and sickness. Then, through that unimaginable conqueror's haki, he forcibly delayed his own death. For just that tiny bit of improvement, Whitebeard chose to feed himself to the flames. Just that tiny bit of improvement was enough for the power Whitebeard displayed to shake the heavens and the earth. Crack. It was the sound of Susanoo shattering. In the previous strike, Uchiha Sora had held nothing back. He no longer had enough ocular power to maintain Susanoo. As the thin chakra armor broke apart, the shockwave threw his long hair into disarray. Did he need to use Infinite Castle to dodge? No need. He was here. A rough, thick hand passed through the chaotic black hair, clenched into a fist, and turned into magma. The roaring shockwaves pounded beside his ears, making Uchiha Sora narrow his eyes. Was this on impulse, or was it deliberate? Akainu's low voice rang out. Uchiha Sora grinned. What are you talking about, Admiral Akainu? I already took down the enemy commander. Let him indulge himself a little before he dies. What kind of joke is that? Akainu blocked Whitebeard's fist, his profile stern. How could the Navy of Justice possibly allow pirates to run wild? Scorching magma erupted. Volcano and earthquake. A collision of natural disasters. The world's strongest man, and the Navy's strongest combat power. They pushed this grand war to its absolute climax. Boom! Akainu grabbed Uchiha Sora by the collar and flew backward, while that towering figure stood firm as a mountain. Compared to an opponent on that level, your stamina is still lacking. Save your mouth for eating. Talk less. Go find your companions and replenish your chakra. After hurling Uchiha Sora toward the execution platform, Akainu charged at Whitebeard again with unstoppable momentum. The current Whitebeard might well be at his most terrifying moment. His life had entered its countdown. He would definitely destroy everything without restraint. I'll be the one to stop him. Gorararara. My sons. Go bring Ace back. To the Marines, the bright red lining of that cloak looked like a curtain of death spread wide. Every time he swung his blade, it carried the world-destroying power of the Tremor fruit. Wherever he passed, Marine soldiers were sent flying like ants, and the earth itself trembled and split apart under that terrifying force. When Murakumajiri fell once more, clang! A foot containing the power of lava stepped firmly onto Whitebeard's blade. That's enough, isn't it? Why keep enduring that kind of pain? If you stop suppressing it and just give up, you'll die a lot faster. Whitebeard, your era is already over. Akainu's gaze was firm and resolute, without the slightest hesitation or retreat. Gururara. This level of pain isn't much different from soaking in a hot spring. Magma brat. I am. Whitebeard. Terrifying Conqueror's hockey clashed against Akainu's qualitatively transformed top-tier armament hockey. The collision of those two overwhelming auras tore the entire battlefield apart. Tears slid from the corner of Marco's eyes as he charged toward the execution platform. As the doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, he understood Pop's physical condition better than anyone. The current situation was Pop's final swan song. Not even the best doctors in the world could save Whitebeard. He had personally experienced the terror of that flame. He stared fixedly at Uchiha Sora, who was lazily crouching atop the high platform, and the hatred in his eyes was nearly overflowing. There was no going back. This big family had already been destroyed. You damned bastard! He was incredibly fast, like a streak of cyan lightning. The bullets fired by the Marines hit him along the way, but it was as if they were striking an illusory shadow, completely ineffective. Garo rested a paw on Uchiha Sora's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Try to conserve your chakra a bit. You already used up a lot earlier. This is all of Matatabi's chakra. I can't give you mine either. I need to save it just in case. If things go bad, I'll take you and run." Uchiha Sora let out a light breath of turbid air, then turned his head and said, "That little is gone after charging twice?" A human-like look of disgust appeared on Garo's cat face. "Do you hear yourself? With the way you use it, even a tailed beast can't keep up with that kind of consumption." Even with Uchiha Sora's body strength, which stood at the very top of Kaga level in the ninja world, compared to the top monsters of the seabound world, the gap was still too big. If measured by the number of days he could go all out, Uchiha Sora could normally only fight for one day. Someone like Akainu was on the 10-day level, basically representing the peak. Whitebeard in his youth and Roger were undoubtedly in that same tier, maybe even a little stronger. The gap wasn't huge. For the strongest group of admirals and emperors, as long as they were in their prime, having a ridiculously thick health bar was the most basic standard equipment. In the ninja world, Uchiha Sora was a tank. Here, he had become a glass cannon assassin with high attack and low defense. At his peak, his output was comparable to the strongest, but he was a one-shot man. This wouldn't do. Whitebeard had already been ignited. He wouldn't live much longer, and he had lost his value as a whetstone. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is near dusk. He was too old. In the new era, there was no longer any place for him. Fortunately, Uchiha Sora knew another top-tier powerhouse would be arriving soon. He would not let this great war be called off. Sensing the Sharingan sealed under layer upon layer of chains, he thought, I can't hold on much longer either. After this war, I have to start working on awakening the Mangekyo. My current state still isn't enough. My body and mind haven't sublimated to the limit. I've been in contact with the strongest power for too short a time. There hasn't been enough time to adapt. If I could stay in that state from earlier a little longer, I should have a better chance. Is there any way to let me keep fighting continuously? As that thought flashed through his mind, Uchiha Sora's eyes lit up. Platform, can I specify the lender? According to the requirements above, the loan can be completed. Reminder, you are currently in repayment. The platform predicts you have a 97% or higher chance of completing repayment. Please consider carefully. The platform absolutely does not advocate using one loan to repay another. This was the first time he had felt a non-formulaic warning from the platform. Looks like using loans to sustain loans really is a dead end. But if I don't do it, I've decided. I want to establish contact with him. Reminder, communication across a secondary dimension requires the deduction of credit value. This is consumption, not a frozen deposit. Even if the loan is not completed, it will not be refunded. Deduct it. Just keep the minimum needed for the loan. Unable to understand your behavioral logic. The platform respects your decision. Uchiha Sora gripped the hilt of his blade. A thin layer of Susanoo armor covered Ryutsuki, and crimson flames flickered on it. Ordinary weapons were useless against Marco, but Uchiha Sora had already realized earlier that his Susanoo possessed a soul, a tribute that restrained Marco. Phoenix, one slash, and it would become a dead bird. Marco, don't come over. Having eaten the flame fruit, Ace had a keen perception for fire. The moment he saw it, he knew Uchiha Sora's flames stood on a higher level than Marco's. Marco's flames were flames of regeneration. Then Uchiha Sora's were flames of extinction, representing the purest, most absolute lethality of fire. Even knowing Uchiha Sora countered him, Marco still did not stop moving. Absolutely, Absolutely cannot let Pop's sacrifice be in vain. I absolutely have to bring you back. Ace! Without any warning, that burly figure shot forward like a cannonball. The air was torn apart by his body, releasing a sharp screech. Carp raised his right fist high. Armament hockey instantly covered it, making the fist look as if it had been coated in a layer of black steel. Even the surrounding air twisted from the sheer force of that hockey. This ends here, brat. By the time Marco sensed the danger, it was already too late. Bang! The power behind that punch was far beyond imagination. Marco was smashed straight out of the air, like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. His body slid across the ground for quite a while before finally stopping, and the cyan flames that had been burning on him dimmed. Carp said nothing. After knocking Marco down with one blow, he walked straight to the center seat of the Admiral's platform and sat down firmly. That action was undoubtedly a declaration to everyone present. If they wanted to break through the Marines' line of defense, they would have to get past him first. Vice Admiral Carp. It's finally out. The legendary Marine soldier. The hero of the Marines. The Marine soldiers' morale immediately surged, and they shouted Carp's name with eyes full of reverence and fanaticism. That was the man who had captured the Pirate King. Uchiha Sora gave no reaction. Instead, his gaze shifted toward a hidden corner of the battlefield. His sight passed through the curtain of darkness and found Blackbeard and the others, all restless and eager to move. You can really endure, teach. Brigadier General Sora, can you still fight? Uchiha Sora looked toward Sengoku. In your entire life, you'll never hear me say I can't, you old seagull. Sengoku forcefully suppressed his anger. Even putting everything else aside, shouldn't you at least show some respect to your elders? Uchiha Sora curled his lips into a smile. My mother taught me to show respect to people who are worthy of it. You are not that kind of person. You're very much like an old man I know. You think you represent justice, yet because of your wrong decisions, you keep creating one tragedy after another. You uphold the justice of ruling over all, yet you don't even have the tyrannical will to truly decide everything yourself. Uchiha Sora looked at him and spoke word by word. I look down on you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. That's enough. Sengoku's breathing turned heavy as he pointed below. You are hereby assigned the duty of supervising the 7 warlords. Move. The famed 7 warlords had become supporting characters in this war. Mihawk was absent-minded. Doflamingo had no real interest in fighting. Kuma was only clearing out fodder. Gecko Moria had already come to the summit wounded, and yesterday, Uchiha Sora had stabbed him again. He hadn't even joined the battle at all. Once the war ended, they would probably strip this guy of his position as one of the 7 warlords. The worst one was Pirate Empress Hancock. She had already switched sides to the pirates and was helping Straw Hat Luffy fight the Marines. That means I have the right to kill them. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly as his figure drifted down toward the battlefield. Not bad. Consider it an appetizer before the main course. Rear Admiral Sora, you're here. Are you okay? Idiot, what are you saying? Rear Admiral Sora is the man who overpowered Whitebeard himself. How could he possibly be hurt? Rear Admiral Sora, you'll definitely become the new strongest in the world. I'll support you forever. An even fiercer roar than when Garp had appeared spread through the Marines. Garp was already a legend, and these young Marines were witnessing the birth of a new one. As Uchiha Sora strolled across the battlefield, the pirates in front of him scattered like startled birds and beasts, not even daring to look back. Shut up. I am so enraged that I can't even hear what you're saying. You actually dared to strike down the man I love. Hancock, who had just forced back Smoker, suddenly cut off her words and looked toward the figure walking out from the crowd. Go on. Why did you stop talking? Uchiha Sora slowly drew his blade and walked forward step by step, killing intent overflowing. Rear Admiral Sora. Hancock, no, even Smoker, still wanted to say something, but one glance from him completely intimidated them. What kind of eyes are those? The instant Smoker, a Logia user, was looked at by those eyes. He felt as if he had forgotten even the instinct to turn his body into smoke. We're both Rear Admirals, but the gap between me and this man is way too huge. Uchiha Sora. Hancock bit her lip, her eyes full of fear. Luffy-sama. I'll hold him back. Hurry and go. As she spoke, she actually took the initiative to attack Uchiha Sora, invisible conqueror's haki spilling out. Perfume femur arrow. Hancock lightly touched her fingers to her lips, creating a giant pink heart-shaped mass. Drawing it back like a bow, she fired out a rain of pink arrows. Unlike Mero Mero Mello, any target struck by these arrows would be petrified whether they felt attraction or not. Could even petrify non-living things. She was the user of the Mero Mero no Mi. The fruit itself already had the power to captivate countless people and turn opponents to stone. Combined with her peerless beauty, it created an effect where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. Before this, aside from Luffy, the thick-headed guy whose brain only had room for meat, no one had ever been able to ignore her charm. Sabaody Archipelago. Rayleigh and Shaki, who were watching the live broadcast, suddenly shrank their pupils and leaped to their feet. Boom! Right under the stunned gazes of the tavern's customers. They smashed straight through the wall and rushed out. The tomo of the Sharingan spun. Devil fruit abilities came in all kinds, and some were practically unsolvable rule-type powers. The Mero Mero no Mi counted as a hybrid of mental and physical attack, an extremely powerful ability. If it had been someone like Hiruzen Sarutobi or Jiraiya facing Hancock, before they even started fighting, they'd probably have died from blood loss first. But the one standing before her was an Uchiha. Even Obito Uchiha, who was the most interested in women, hadn't only liked Rin no Era for her appearance. More importantly, it was her gentle heart. The Sharingan possessed the power to look directly into the soul. Bang 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 bang. Letting the heart-shaped arrows strike his body, Uchiha Sora murmured in a low voice, "Mirror heaven and earth change." Seeing Luffy pass through Uchiha Sora and her own attack land, a trace of joy had just risen in Hancock's eyes. The next moment, crack crack. A faint sound of shattering echoed inside Hancock's mind. The tragic experiences of her childhood surged back like a flood. Her snow-white skin rapidly solidified into bluish-gray stone starting from her fingertips. The warmth flowing through her veins was replaced by cold rock, and even the terror in her eyes froze in place in an instant. The most beautiful woman among pirates, the one who had turned countless others to stone, had suffered petrification backlash herself. Never use genjutsu-type abilities on an Uchiha. Be more careful in your next life. Uchiha Sora flashed in front of Hancock, his slaughter blade raised high. Fishman Karate. Ocean current shoulder throw. Galaxy wink. A raging wave surged over, and Uchiha Sora ignored it. But then, super enormous faces spread out like shadow clones, with long thick eyelashes, pale blue eyeshadow, and purple lipstick. Dozens of those faces blinked and sent flirtatious glances flying. Retreat. For the first time since the battle began, the afterimages of Emporio Ivankov's death wink made Uchiha Sora actively retreat, lingering fear filling him. This is too fucking ugly. Uchiha Sora struggled to erase the mental pollution that had just flooded into his mind, his face twisting. He could resist Hancock's beauty through sheer willpower, but he couldn't ignore the Okama King's ugliness. Uchiha Sora, our battle isn't over yet. Jinbe's severed arm had been simply bandaged, and he set his one-armed body into stance. Yo ho ho, handsome boy, look at me. You want to become a beautiful Okama like me too, don't you? Uchiha Sora lowered his eyes, breathing heavily. Kill him. I have to kill him. Marineford. The war was still raging. The once solemn and dignified Marine headquarters had now become a living hell, a meat grinder for Marines and pirates alike. The pirates fought in blood for their comrades, while the Marines risked their lives for the justice they upheld. Every moment people were falling. Some were decapitated. Others were blasted into dust by the shockwaves of the strong. Severed limbs and broken bodies littered the ground. Even a powerful giant like Little Oars Jr. falling in this war wasn't worth much extra attention, which showed just how brutal this battle had become. One battlefield sector. The 5 fingers of Susanoo pierced through Jinbe's chest and lifted him high into the air. Visible to the naked eye, his internal organs had been shredded. Blood seeped from the wound on Uchiha Sora's forehead and slid down his face. It ends now, Jinbe. Beside the half-body Susanoo lay the Okama King Ivankov. Face down on the ice with a section of mast stabbed through his back, life or death unknown, and Hancock, whose face had been released from petrification, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Blood seeped from the corner of Jinbe's mouth, and his shark-toothed mouth spread into a grin. I was prepared to die here from the start. If sacrificing myself can buy enough time, that's enough. Ocean current shoulder throw. Using the last of his strength, Jinbe raised an ocean current and blasted the Okama King and Hancock, who was gradually breaking free of petrification, flying away. His final gaze was fixed on the execution platform, on that straw hat boy in whom he had placed all his hopes. He finally made it. Clack. As the sound of chains hitting the ground rang out, Jinbe closed his eyes in satisfaction and died. Hum! The flames soaring into the sky declared that Fire Fist Ace had broken free. Those flames were just like the surging fighting spirit and fury in him at this very moment. Wild and clamorous. Jinbe! He threw back his head and roared, his voice piercing through the noise of the entire battlefield. How is that possible? The Pirate King's son. No way. That was the execution platform guarded by Vice Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Ace finally did it. The Marines were dumbfounded, while the pirates burst into cheers, the divide between the two sides absolute. From the corner of his eye, Akainu noticed what had happened on the execution platform, and his expression immediately turned dark. Not because Ace had escaped. He already knew Ace would be freed. Uchiha Sora had already told him, but actually seeing it happen. In his mind, those words from Uchiha Sora last night surfaced again. If I don't interfere, Ace will be freed. That is the future I saw. That Straw Hat Kid will defeat Garp and free Ace right under Sengoku's nose. Akainu could imagine Ace being rescued, but he couldn't imagine how that Straw Hat Kid could possibly defeat Garp and Sengoku. Even if they were old, the power they possessed was not something a small pirate could rival. He remembered Uchiha Sora's smile, with that teasing curve. After killing so many innocent people who might have been Roger's son, they ended up leaving the real one alive. Akainu, let us make a bet. If tomorrow, those two really let Luffy rescue Ace, that proves they are no longer fit to represent justice. After that, no matter what order Sengoku gives, don't listen. Follow your own heart and act. How about it, kid? If Fire Fist Ace isn't rescued, then you follow orders, of course. I didn't bring you any special product from the ninja world. Really, Sengoku, Garp, what exactly do you take the Navy's justice for? Bang! While Akainu was distracted, Whitebeard's massive fist came down and slammed him into the ground. You brats! Move out! Keep sailing! Set sail! Half of his face had been burned away by magma, but his presence did not weaken at all. The spreading shockwaves were nearly enough to destroy all of Marineford. Old man, Ace has been saved. Let us go home together. Yeah, we did it. Let us go home. The new era has no ship to carry me anymore. Whitebeard looked at Ace, who was pushing through the crowd toward him, and a smile appeared on his lips. I'll end it here. What a long journey. At that moment, the curtain of darkness lifted. Zip. Old man, give me your power and go die already. The one who appeared on the battlefield was Blackbeard, Shiryu of the Rain, Avalo Pizarro, San Juan Wolf. Each and every one of them was a vicious criminal locked in, impelled down. Bang 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 bang. Blackbeard's crew, who had appeared from nowhere, kept firing at the Whitebeard who was already at the end of his rope. Only after confirming that Whitebeard no longer had any sign of life did Blackbeard dare to step forward. Zehahaha, Whitebeard! I'm about to get the strongest power of all. The Gura Gura no Mi that can destroy the world. Blackbeard's steps suddenly froze as he met Whitebeard's eyes, cold sweat pouring down. Old man, you're still not dead. Whitebeard didn't look at him. Instead, he looked toward that thin black-haired boy in the crowd. I see. So that's why I've survived until now. Those blood-red eyes can see the future? Thud. A heavy sound echoed through Whitebeard's towering body, as if something ready to burst out was surging beneath his flesh. Blackbeard realized something and followed Whitebeard's gaze. Seeing Uchiha Sora, he slowly raised a hand, and purple-red flames ignited across his fingers, eerie and beautiful. Wait. Cold sweat poured off Blackbeard as he roared hoarsely. Damn Navy! Wait! No! Stop it! That's the Gura Gura no Mi. Damn it! A smile curved Uchiha Sora's lips as he clenched his 5 fingers. One blade fire burial. Boom! In an instant, it felt as if heaven and earth were shaken by a terrifying force. A gigantic blade-shaped red flame burst out from Whitebeard's chest, like an inferno dragon breaking free of its restraints, roaring as it lunged toward Blackbeard's crew. The terrifying heat spread rapidly, and space itself seemed to twist and tear under that blazing power. Dark water. Release! A massive darkness spread out instantly. Swoosh! Without any obstruction, the fire blade cleaved through the darkness. How is that possible? What kind of attack is that? How can it be this strong? How could a blade used to sacrifice a man like Whitebeard be anything less than strong? One blade fire burial was exactly that kind of technique. Only when life is laid to rest does this technique descend. Be grateful, Whitebeard. The funeral I prepared for you is far more glorious than Sengoku's. The air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. The bricks and stones on the ground melted into pools of searing magma. Wherever the blade passed, everything turned to nothing. Each of those utterly vicious criminals had barely made their entrance before meeting their end. Wah! It hurts. It hurts so much. I'm gonna die from the pain. The Yami Yami no Mi had the terrifying ability to nullify other devil fruit powers, and it was also the only Logia that could not turn intangible. Its way of avoiding outside damage was to absorb it like a black hole, but the pain its user felt was even more intense than normal. A huge wound was torn open across Blackbeard's shoulder, nearly exposing his beating heart. The searing pain made him roll on the ground to ease it. The properties of the Yami Yami no Mi had kept him from dying to that blade, but he had no time at all to absorb the damage. The flames on the wound overwhelmed the pool of dark water. I told you already, Whitebeard had already been killed by me. Why wouldn't you believe it? Step. Uchiha Sora stepped on Blackbeard's chest and stopped him from rolling. Slash! Ryujetsu pierced through his palm, and Blackbeard's scream rose into a shriek. Facing those lowered, shadowed crimson eyes, Blackbeard felt a power even more vicious than the Yami Yami no Mi. Who the hell are you? Teach, your patience, your tenacity, your endless greed. They all make me wary. To show my respect, I, Uchiha Sora, will personally execute you. Swish. The blade flashed by, and a head flew into the air. Blackbeard Teach. The reason he joined the Whitebeard Pirates was because he believed that following the strongest pirate crew gave him the best chance of obtaining the Yami Yami no Mi. If he couldn't get it, he was even willing to spend the rest of his life in the Whitebeard Pirates. For 26 years, he had gambled his future on something that might never bear fruit. What terrifying patience that was. And when the Yami Yami no Mi finally appeared, he could have simply asked for it, and Sachi would probably have given it to him. But he chose to kill Sachi instead. When the thing he had longed for finally appeared before him, he didn't hesitate to strike down a comrade he had known for decades. What terrifying cruelty that was. If things had followed normal logic, Uchiha Sora didn't think Luffy could have gone up against a man like that. In terms of mentality alone, he was the person Uchiha Sora feared most in this war. 3 minutes ago, Whitebeard had already been unable to suppress the fire-release chakra inside his body because of his battle with Akainu. Uchiha Sora had deliberately kept it from erupting. The one-armed Jinbe and Emporio Ivankov couldn't hold him back for that long. On one hand, it was to wait for Ace to break free of the chains and make Akainu recognize the reality of the Navy higher-ups. On the other hand, it was to wait for Blackbeard to appear to go for a one-hit kill. As for Ace and Luffy and the others, no matter how much talent and luck they had, Uchiha Sora didn't care. Because they have obvious weaknesses. They're very easy to target. A villain like Blackbeard, though someone with absolutely no bottom line, someone who can abandon anything, someone who never cares about pride or competition. Once he gains power, that's the kind of character who's truly the hardest to deal with. Looking at Blackbeard with his head severed from his body, Whitebeard, with the massive wound in his chest, showed a trace of sorrow in his eyes. After all, that was still a child who had stayed by his side for decades. Blackbeard's feelings had been fake, but Whitebeard's were not. He was still alive, an unbelievable life force. Even in a state where every breath brought unbearable pain, he had still held the title of the world's strongest. This man. Swish. Uchiha Sora flicked the blood off his blade and turned to look at Whitebeard. Goodbye, Whitebeard. It was a pretty good life, wasn't it? Whitebeard did not answer. The huge wound stretched all the way up to his jaw. He no longer had the throat to speak. He only slowly closed his eyes. A good life? Teach is dead. But that even more terrifying monster. You'll have to face him yourselves. Sorry. Edward Newgate, Emperor of the Sea of the New World. The world's strongest man. Dead. Old man. The blue flames on Marco's body abruptly went out. In a daze, he dropped to his knees in the pool of blood, his pupils reflecting that lifeless figure still standing upright. Vista's twin swords clanged to the ground. This swordsman who had always pursued elegance and beauty now had tears mixed with blood-carving streaks across his twisted face. Under the sunlight pouring down, these sons of Whitebeard felt for the first time what it was like to lose the one they relied on, and understood what eternal parting meant. The pain of this moment was only temporary. What would stay with them for the rest of their lives was endless dampness. Whether it was the Marines or the pirates, after truly witnessing the death of this strongest man, everyone's movements came to a halt. Crocodile bit his cigar in half, the complexity in his eyes impossible to describe. A man like Whitebeard could die too? He had challenged Whitebeard countless times, but he had never once seen any hope of defeating him. He had not believed a human could reach that kind of realm, and so he had thrown himself into his plan to seize the ancient weapon Pluton. Mihawk also lowered Yoru, as if offering mourning for Whitebeard's death. What are you hesitating for? Boom! The raging volcano roared. A giant magma fist smashed down and crushed a group of pirates to death. The wounds Whitebeard had left on Akainu kept bleeding. Ignoring his injuries, he pounced toward Ace and Luffy like a ferocious tiger and roared. The war isn't over yet. Raise your weapons. Keep killing the enemy. The war continued. The battlefield, which had briefly fallen silent because of Whitebeard's death, turned noisy once more. People kept throwing themselves in front of Akainu. One after another, commander-level fighters of the Whitebeard pirates could only delay him for a short time. With Whitebeard's death, the balance of the war had completely tipped. The pirates were only lingering on their last breaths. Fire Fist. Massive flames howled in with the force of his punch. Hound Blaze. The fangs of Hound Blaze tore through the flames and brushed past his side. Against an attack coated in hockey, elementalization was completely useless. Ace. Scalding magma branded charred marks across his ribs. Ace shielded Luffy behind him and grit his teeth as he erupted with flames once again. Thanks to the food Uchiha Sora had fed him, he wasn't fighting in a weakened state. He could barely hold on for a little longer. Anyone could see that Ace's defeat and death were only moments away. The aftermath of the two men's battle swept up nearby wounded Marines and pirates who could no longer move, and lives vanished in the scorching heat. This scene was seen by a Marine. He listened to the soldiers' cries. He saw an older brother who, because of fear, could not even save his own younger brother. It wasn't just pirates. Every moment Marines were dying too, clearly. If they just stopped the war, they could save them. Boom! Ace and Luffy were blasted down. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates gathered in this direction. Step by step, Akainu walked toward the pirates, his justice coat swaying in the heat waves behind him. He was only one man, yet he completely overwhelmed all the pirates present. You still refuse to give up resisting? Akainu's fists burned with magma, while in the sky, the light in Kizaru's palm was already gathering. It was almost over, and just then, that's enough. That hoarse scream rang across the entire battlefield. Akainu lowered his gaze and saw the Marine standing in front of him. What's going on with that Marine? That guy is… Even the pirates were stunned by the scene in front of them. Is that Kobe? Garp recognized that Marine whose face was covered in tears and snot. Stop. Don't fight anymore. Your trampling lives here. Every soldier has family waiting for them to come home. Whitebeard has already been defeated. So are you really going to keep chasing pirates who've already lost the will to fight, while just watching soldiers who could still survive with treatment die right in front of you? Why aren't you saving people first? If this war keeps going like this, then the Marines lying there right now, wouldn't they have fallen for nothing like idiots? You wasted a few seconds of my time. Akainu raised his fist. The Marines have no need for a soldier of your crooked kind. Clang! Clang! Two swords blocked Akainu's descending magma fist, and a voice slowly rang out. Well done, brave Marine. The few seconds you created by risking your life have greatly changed the fate of the world. I originally didn't want to come. These old bones of mine can't take much. Sakazuki, that's enough. Wasn't your target Whitebeard? The ones blocking Akainu were red-haired Shanks. Rayleigh, why are you people here? No, he has no right to change anything. A completely unharmed Marine stood in front of a heavily wounded admiral. Does someone like that deserve to be called brave? By the crime of disrupting military morale, he will now be executed. Swish! Glazed moon extended in an instant, stabbing toward the dazed and unconscious Kobe. No! Shanks immediately swung his blade to block, only to be sent flying by the crimson fist of Susanoo. Slash! Before the blade even reached him, the blazing edge reduced Kobe to flying ash. Shanks steadied himself and looked at Kobe, who had already turned into a pile of scorched ash. Fury instantly surged in him. You bastard! Wasn't he your comrade? Shanks had rushed here in a hurry after stopping Kaido and arriving at Marineford. He did not know Uchiha Sora at all, nor had he expected him to have such a bizarre method of attack. And even less had he expected that someone from the Marine side would kill a Marine so decisively. Uchiha Sora, what the hell are you doing? Garp roared and shoved aside Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had tried to stop him, then strode forward. Kobe's words had struck straight into his heart. In his eyes, a Marine who loved peace like this and cherished his comrades was incomparably precious, someone worth nurturing. And just as that thought had risen, Kobe had been killed. Uchiha Sora turned back indifferently and gave a faint smile. Are you questioning me, Vice Admiral Garp? I killed Whitebeard. I killed Blackbeard and the villains he brought out of Impel Down. I killed 3rd Division Commander Jozu. I killed the traitor Jinbe. I have no intention of listing my merits. I just want to ask you something, sir. What exactly did you do? Uchiha Sora looked toward Luffy among the pirates, the curve at the corner of his mouth seeming like mockery. Just now, that little brat knocked you flat with one punch. And now you have the strength to question me? You. Garp clenched his teeth and roared. You shouldn't have killed your comrade. No matter what, that was wrong. Uchiha Sora's cold laugh rang out. From the moment he stood in the way of Admiral Akainu, he stopped being a comrade. He faced all the Marines, and all the people of the 4 seas watching the live broadcast, his voice loud and clear. It's true. In this war, countless Marines have died. Some who were severely wounded never received treatment. But what time is it now? This is war. A war between the world's strongest pirate crew and Marine headquarters. As Marines, what is your duty? It is to grow stronger and protect every island, so the people won't suffer from pirates burning, killing, and plundering. There has never been a strong person who grew up without going through blood and slaughter. If you shrink back out of fear of death, what right do you have to call yourselves Marines? What right do you have to bear the trust in the eyes of those who believe in you? Peace has never been won without war. Don't tell me you think compromise can buy peace. We have to wipe them out. We have to make pirates fear us from the bone marrow. The sacrifices made now are worth it. Countless families will be preserved because of this war, and countless children will join the righteous Marines. My brothers who can no longer fight, you are absolutely not the idiots that traitor called you. Your sacrifice is incomparably glorious. Your names will be carved onto the memorial monument, honored with pirates' blood as tribute, and worshipped by countless successors. Such a passionate speech, so full of emotion, even the pirates unconsciously fell silent to listen. Garp's footsteps stopped. Charge. A Marine lying in a pool of blood, both legs blown off, spoke in a hoarse voice. There's no need to save me. Brothers who can still move, follow Lord Sora and charge. We are Marines. He used the last of his strength to howl. Then one voice after another rose up. Kill. Kill all the pirates. My family was killed by pirates long ago. I don't even have a home to go back to anymore. Please. I'm done for already. Carry on my will. As long as pirates exist, this sea will never know peace. Kill. Kill them all. The Marines, whose fighting spirit had been shaken by the cruelty of war, reignited their will once more. The murderous intent of the army shot into the sky, even fiercer than conqueror's haki. This was not just a world for the strong. When tens of thousands of weak people united, even the strong would be forced to recoil. Rayleigh stared fixedly at Uchiha Sora. The great age of pirates had been started by his captain. This was the only way they had been able to think of to save the world. But, was it really right? Those who died because of the great age of pirates, were they cursing Roger with their last breath? Mr. Uchiha Sora. Rayleigh took a deep breath and said slowly, the Marines have already won this war. Even Whitebeard died at your hands. Everyone has seen the strength of the Marines. Take it as an old man's request. Let them go. And if that's still isn't enough, then add the Pirate King's right-hand man. That should carry more weight than the Pirate King's son. In truth, many people had not recognized who Rayleigh was. But when he said that, they all remembered. A former pirate with a bounty exceeding 4 billion berries, the Pirate King's right-hand man, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Dark King Rayleigh. As he said, that name carried far more weight than the Pirate King's son. Old Man Rayleigh. Red Hair's expression turned complicated as he stepped forward. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Shing. Red Hair drew Griffin, the supreme grade blade as tough and elegant as a griffin. His sharp gaze fell on Uchiha Sora. Boy, I can't refute what you said. This is a difference in position. For killing Blackbeard, I really do have to thank you. That was a very dangerous man. I can tell that, after so many battles, your stamina has already dropped to a very dangerous level. In a situation like this, even Red Hair did not dare say something like, give me some face and stop fighting. Those bloodshot Marines would absolutely charge up without fear of death and continue this war. So he thought of another way. This boy was obviously very important to the Marines. So many of them trusted him. Then using his physical condition as the basis for a ceasefire should be possible. He looked at the killing intent-filled Marines, then finally raised his head to look at Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I want to protect the future of freedom. You also want to protect the future of the Marines, don't you? If this continues, I can't guarantee he won't be hurt. After all, we are pirates. Step, step. The red hair pirates gathered in full behind him. Actually, both Sengoku and Garp were more inclined toward what Kobe had said. They felt that now that things had developed to this point, it was enough. Many famous great pirates had died, and the Marines had practically defeated the Whitebeard pirates with complete victory. Other than failing to execute Ace, their strategic objectives had basically all been achieved. It was time to rescue the wounded soldiers. But then Uchiha Sora's words had changed everything. Power rose from below. Though he was the fleet admiral, if his decision was opposed by the overwhelming majority of Marines, then his position as fleet admiral would become one in name only. Just as he was hesitating, Red Hair gave him an excellent way out. All the strong people present could tell that Uchiha Sora was already out of stamina. Compared to his exaggerated number of kills, the fact that he had only exhausted his stamina without suffering any serious injuries was already terrifying enough. Even Akainu looked toward Uchiha Sora, and in his gaze there was a faint trace of hidden concern. Get lost. I can handle them. Among the three admirals, only Akainu's injuries were somewhat serious. He had taken Whitebeard's explosive damage during Whitebeard's final stretch. Akiji and Kizaru were still in good condition. With that kind of fighting force. So what if they had to fight the Red Hair Pirates and even add one more Rayleigh? Victory would definitely belong to the Marines. Kizaru and the other Marines all looked toward Sengoku, waiting for his order. Sengoku took a deep breath. Brigadier General Sora, that's enough. Your lives are far more important than those pirates. The future of the sea still needs you to protect it. You have already become famous throughout the world. Only Sengoku could tell that Uchiha Sora did not truly care about the civilians of the sea from the bottom of his heart. Combined with everything he had shown before, Sengoku felt that Uchiha Sora simply wanted to display his strength and make his name known across the world. This was also Sengoku's subtle way of saying to Uchiha Sora, enough. Your goal has already been achieved. I don't want to keep fighting. As more and more Marines turned to look at him, Uchiha Sora shook his head with a bitter smile. I won't accept this kind of victory. Shanks, Rayleigh, if you want to live, then stop standing there negotiating. Run like defeated dogs. The smile on his face gradually turned mad. Deep crimson chakra surged from his body, and an incomparably evil aura spread out. This kind of chakra was very different from what he originally had. It was filled with violence and brutality. Come out. Ninetails. Roar. The roar shook the heavens. Marineford was covered in crimson chakra. The nine-tailed demon fox, as gigantic as a mountain range, descended upon the Summit War battlefield in an instant. First, it must be a secondary dimension the borrower had existed in before. Second, the lender's consent must be obtained. Third, the designated loan must be established through a contract. Within a set number of years, the borrower must fulfill the conditions specified by the lender. If not completed, it will be treated as a breach of contract, and the platform has the right to demand compulsory enforcement. Fourth, there were many related clauses. Compared to random borrowing, the biggest difference was that the repayment method was known in advance, and the lender held absolute sovereignty. Uchiha Sora had never been to the world of Pokemon, so he couldn't designate borrowing Rayquaza. If his guess was correct, that Rayquaza also wasn't something his current credit value could connect to. In fact, after learning that designated borrowing was possible and understanding the related clauses, Uchiha Sora had already picked his target. That guy just happened to be idle, and he also had something he strongly desired. There was room for negotiation. Back then, Minato Namikaze knew that young Naruto wouldn't be able to bear the complete Ninetales, so he used the dead demon consuming seal to split the Ninetales in half, sealing the young Ninetales inside Naruto. As for the Ninetales, Minato dragged it with him into the Shinigami's belly, where it was forced into endless battle. The one Uchiha Sora contacted across the dimensions of time and space was the Ninetales. Within 2 years, he had to rescue it from the Shinigami's belly. That was the price Uchiha Sora needed to pay. The deadline was shorter than all previous loans, proving that designated borrowing leaned more toward the lender's side. Crimson chakra formed into a tide. The Ninetales' huge dark red body appeared in the center of the battlefield. The swaying of its giant tails disturbed the airflow, and the sea surged with it. Its roar spread outward like something tangible, like a burst of conqueror's hockey. Some weaker pirates and marines were directly stunned on the spot. What is that? How can there be such a huge monster? It's not a sea king. What a terrifying evil aura. Can't be an enemy, right? Probably not. Didn't Rear Admiral Sora summon it? But how did such a huge beast suddenly appear like that? Who knows? Rear Admiral Sora has always been that kind of man, full of mysteries. Even powerhouses like red-haired Shanks and Sengoku turned grim at the sight of the Ninetales. It wasn't just huge. The energy contained in this monster was unbelievably terrifying. Their excellent observation haki had already begun warning them. This was absolutely no ordinary beast. Inside Gaara, Matatabi cried out in shock. Kurama? How is it possible for him to appear here? Compared to her shock, Gaara was much calmer. We're all here already. What's so strange about one more Ninetales? How is that not strange? Kurama. He hates the Uchiha more than anything. The Ninetales lifted its gaze and saw Uchiha Sora standing on top of its head. Its fangs ground together with a sharp clacking sound.
Dam Uchiha brat.
This isn't the ninja world. Just how the hell did you do this? As the tailed beast closest to the Ten-Tails, the Ninetales possessed perception far beyond any ninja sensory system. The natural energy in this world was even denser than in the ninja world. But there was also an indescribable sense of wrongness. The natural energy of this world carried a disgusting smell. For the sake of escaping, the Ninetales had endured Uchiha Sora's identity, thinking that the moment it came out, it would swallow this brat who didn't know the meaning of death. What bullshit contract? Wasn't that kind of thing made to be torn up? But the moment the thought of killing Uchiha Sora arose, an inexplicable force erased that thought. It was as if the idea of harming this brat was not allowed to exist. The same was true for Uchiha Sora. The instant the Ninetales appeared, he tried to use his ocular power to control it. That action was warned against and stopped by the platform. I don't want to explain something this troublesome. In short, just make a huge scene. Why should I? The Ninetales bared its teeth in a cold sneer. I can't stop the forced extraction of chakra, but I absolutely will not act according to the will of you evil Uchiha. The briefly freed Ninetales badly wanted to vent its power and destroy everything in sight. But compared to making the Uchiha fail, even its urge to destroy could be restrained. Their exchange took place within their consciousness. Suddenly, a gentle voice cut into the mental conversation between them. It's been a long time, Kurama. The Ninetales froze. Matatabi? Why are you here too? Most of Matatabi's chakra had already been given to Uchiha Sora, and with Gaara as the layer in between, Kurama hadn't noticed her presence at all before. This young man brought me here. Help him a little. He might be able to free you too. My other half will definitely find a way to save me. If I'd known it was an Uchiha, I never would have come. Then just treat it as helping me. If you can't help him end this battle, it'll be troublesome if I can't go back. The Ninetales wavered. Even so, clearly Matatabi knew exactly how to talk to the Ninetales. He was still as tsundere as ever. Just as the Ninetales was about to be persuaded by Matatabi, Uchiha Sora spoke. Enough. How boring. Don't think too highly of yourself. Ninetales, your value is nothing more than providing me with chakra. Uchiha Sora knew the Ninetales' personality. If he stroked its fur the right way, it would most likely help him fight. But why should I say nice things to this guy? A borrowing relationship connected energy. This kind of connection was even more efficient than directly transmitting chakra. Just a mere power bank. Did it really think it was some kind of lord that needed to be begged? Feeling the chakra surging through his body, that invincible feeling returned once more. Whoosh! Uchiha Sora leaped down from the Ninetales' head and formed Susanoo in midair. You just stay there and watch. From the perfect position. Admire the sight of me cutting down my enemies. The world calls him. The ancient martial god whose mere sight means certain death, has descended once again. Susanoo? How is that possible? He actually used this with a 3-tomo Sharingan. After 1,000 years of life, there was very little left that could still shock the Ninetales. But the boy before him had been shocking him non-stop ever since that conversation across time-space dimensions began. He really is the most special human I've ever seen. Matatabi said softly, he seems to know everything, and he has the conviction to decide everything. I know he is definitely not the child of prophecy the old man spoke of, but he will surely bring the greatest change in ninja history to the ninja world. Not to mention anything else, just this ability to travel between different worlds. Can the old man do that? The old man can create worlds. Matatabi let out a light laugh. We both know that's just what later generations say. As chakra poured in wildly, meridians were woven over the crimson skeletal frame, instantly turning into a gigantic humanoid form. Susanoo radiated overwhelming pressure. In its hand was a dark crimson chakra blade, as if it carried the power of the entire sky as it came slashing down. Where the long blade passed, the air was ripped apart in an instant, and the terrifying wind pressure forced the pirates below to bow their heads. Unable to raise them, red-haired Shanks took a deep breath. His feet slammed against the ground, and his whole body shot forward like a rainbow-colored bolt of lightning, charging straight at Susanoo. Divine departure. The voice wasn't loud, yet it rang out like a great bell. Pitch-black sword energy carried dark red arcs of lightning. The terrifying haki made everything come to a halt. Divine departure. I don't need it. A red gleam flashed in Uchiha Sora's eyes as he faced the black-red slash head-on. Dual Dragon's Annihilation. Roar! Roar! The chakra blade turned into 2 dark crimson dragons, roaring savagely. After a brief moment of stillness, the twin dragons tore apart the sword energy and dove downward with the power of destruction. What a terrifying new generation. Has the Navy really produced a monster like this? Redhair's body shot backward until he landed in front of his pirate crew. Guys, since the Navy still hasn't had enough, let's play with them a little longer. The red-hair pirates immediately spread out into formation, and the sniper moved to find the best possible firing position. Boom! Like something tangible, Conqueror's haki surged out in a black-red tide, crashing against the fire dragon torn open by divine departure and erupting into a terrifying impact. Rumble. Marineford, already pushed past its limit, could no longer withstand this level of destruction and began to teeter on the edge of collapse. Crack, crack, crack. Countless ice pillars rose from the sea, propping up the Marineford fortress. Although Akiji had not personally killed many pirates, the role he played in this war was still enormous. Without his freezing ability shaping the battlefield, a huge number of Marines would have died in the earthquake tsunamis created by Whitebeard. If it had really reached that point, the Navy would have suffered heavy losses, but the Whitebeard pirates would have fallen even faster. As long as there were still lower-ranked soldiers clashing on the field, the several admiral-level fighters and many vice-admirals still had at least a bit of room to hold back. If only the top-tier combatants were left alive, then the Navy's forces would have no choice but to go all out and take down the old, sick Whitebeard in one wave. Shanks. When Luffy saw Red Hair swallowed by the sea of flames, he cried out and tried to rush forward. Ace grabbed him. Shaking his head, he said, "Luffy, for a battle like that, it's still too early for you. Marco, please take Luffy and go." "And what about you?" Ace stared fixedly at Uchiha Sora and gritted out, "He killed Pops. And Jinbe and the others. I absolutely can't just leave like this." Smack! A loud slap rang out. Covering his face, Ace looked at Marco in confusion. "You bastard! Do you even know what you're saying?" Marco grabbed Ace by the hair, yanked him in front of himself, and glared at him viciously. "Pops chose death himself, and it was all for your sake. The things you said to Luffy, can't you hear them yourself? Do you think you have the strength to take part in that kind of battle? Do you know how many brothers died because of your recklessness? Pops told you not to chase Teach. Did you listen? And now you're going to throw away the sacrifice of our fallen brothers and go die too. Answer me." "Ace!" As he shouted, tears finally started falling from Marco's eyes. "I'm in pain too. I also want to go fight. But we can't, Ace, we can't. If Pop's sacrifice becomes meaningless, then that is absolutely not what we should be doing. Do you even understand that? Pops, Jozu, Jinbe, little oars. One blurred figure after another filled Ace's tear-clouded eyes. I understand. Garp, Akiji, pursue the pirates. Sengoku gave the order helplessly. In the current situation, if he dared to order Uchiha Sora to stop, the navy would immediately break into mutiny. But he had already made up his mind. The moment either Uchiha Sora or Red Hair showed signs of being unable to continue, he would immediately call an end to the war. Uchiha Sora could not be harmed, and Red Hair could not be killed either. After all, he was that man's son. Shaki approached Rayleigh with Hancock, and the three of them faced Akainu. The 7 warlords really are a joke. Akainu let out a cold snort. Toward this organization created by the world government to balance the situation on the seas, he had always held nothing but contempt. Pirate was still a pirate. Sooner or later, they would expose their greedy nature. Originally, after Gecko Moria had been defeated by Straw Hat, there had already been an intention to strip him of his position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It was only because the Summit War was about to begin that the matter had been temporarily set aside. Now, once the war was over, Moria could be transferred directly from the hospital to prison. Blackbeard was one of the 7 warlords, but from the moment he appeared leading the prisoners of Impel Down, he had become a complete traitor. Even if the Navy killed him, the world government would have nothing to say. And now Hancock had defected as well. Of the 7 warlords, only the mindless Kuma and Mihawk were left. Right? There was also Doflamingo. Perhaps when I become Fleet Admiral, I should abolish this trash system entirely. Rayleigh's brows drew tight. Why aren't you leaving? The reason he had come here was to save Hancock. The moment he saw Uchiha Sora attack Hancock, he and Shaki had immediately rushed here from the Sabaody archipelago. With a lady's cigarette between her lips, Shaki smiled and said, "If we're leaving, then we leave together. I've gotten used to a freeloader like you hanging around eating and drinking. If you disappeared, it'd feel pretty lonely." Recognizing her, Kainu sneered. "So you're the former captain of the Kuja pirates. Dark King Rayleigh. Roger used his life to buy you all a peaceful retirement. Why don't you cherish it?" Magma covered his fist as icy words came from his mouth. "None of you are leaving here. ZZZT. Dark red Conqueror's hockey wrapped around Rayleigh's long blade, and a low hum that seemed to tear through the air rang out. Even if this sounds a little childish. I really don't like your kind of justice or that red-eyed brat's justice either. Don't you think it's too extreme? Justice that isn't absolute cannot be called justice." After ending Whitebeard, Akainu now faced one of the symbolic figures of that era once again. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and their allied crews began fleeing in all directions. Just as Uchiha Sora had said, they looked like defeated stray dogs running in panic. One warship after another set sail, chasing pirates across the sea. For a time, the waters near Marineford were filled with non-stop cannon fire. Mihawk, this really is an unbelievable clash between monsters. Doflamingo moved closer to Hawkeye and looked together with him toward the two figures battling violently above the sea. Even from this distance, the terrifying energy fluctuations could still be felt with perfect clarity. "You're on the Navy's side, aren't you? Not going to help Rear Admiral Sora? If the enemy weren't one of the 4 emperors, Red Hair, Doflamingo would never let such a good chance to show goodwill pass by." As the situation continued to develop, Doflamingo had become more and more eager to seek reconciliation. Hawkeye cast him a cold glance and said flatly, "I only agreed to deal with Whitebeard. Shanks was never part of my target. You don't want to cross blades with an old friend? Mihawk, you should understand this, the Navy is the ruler of the seas. Going against the Navy won't end well for you." Hawkeye's expression did not change. "If you want to try my black blade, you can keep talking." On a battered ship that looked ready to fall apart at any moment, the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman, stood atop the sail. The muzzle of his gun, loaded with seastone bullets, was aimed at Uchiha Sora as he fought fiercely with Red Hair. His top-tier observation hockey spread out as he predicted the exact moment to fire. "Don't move, Beckman." A lazy voice broke through the range of Beckman's observation hockey and appeared by his ear. A glimmer of light flickered at Kizaru's fingertip, and a strange curve spread across his lips. "If I let you hurt young Sora, I won't be able to explain myself to Sakazuki, so put the gun down." Once Whitebeard died, there was almost no suspense left as to who possessed the strongest conqueror's hockey on these seas. Red Hair Shanks, a true overlord, complete in heart, body, and skill. If the definition of the Pirate King is the freest man on these seas, then it could be said that Shanks is the one standing closest to that throne. From guiding Luffy out to sea, to stopping the Summit War in the original timeline, and everything that came after, all of it showed this man's overwhelming presence and proved just how great his influence on the world was. To borrow what one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, once said, "On these seas, it is impossible to conquer the world through devil fruit powers alone. Only hockey can transcend all." Every strike from Red Hair carried terrifying hockey that seemed capable of tearing apart the sky and sea. But even attacks that powerful could not break through Susanoo. Even when he relied on supreme swordsmanship to keep striking the same spot, The recovery speed of the chakra armor was equal to his attack efficiency. It wasn't just the defense. His attack power was terrifying too. Every blow from that crimson chakra giant was something Red Hair didn't dare take head-on. Noticing Uchiha Sora's hand covered in dragon scales, along with the pair of sword-like horns growing from his head, Red Hair couldn't help but speak. Could you be one of Kaido's kin? That endless terrifying power, that unbelievable defense along with those physical traits. Though he was asking, Red Hair had basically already decided that the guy in front of him absolutely had some connection to Kaido. No, Kaido is just my illegitimate son who ended up out there. He's not an Uchiha. Sora boy, that's not funny. Uchiha Sora gave a cold smile. If you know it's not funny, then why are you babbling about being kin with me? Don't just grab some random guy and try to force a connection. A mere emperor of the sea is worthy of being compared to the Uchiha too. Red Hair had always been very confident in his swordsmanship. He had trained as an apprentice on the Roger Pirates since childhood, then gone through countless battles large and small, and had even fought Dracul Mihawk for the title of world's strongest swordsman. But the boy in front of him was absolutely not inferior to him in swordsmanship. Not only did his blade carry the traces of countless real battles, he would occasionally reveal several exquisite sword moves that came out of nowhere, as elusive as an antelope hanging its horns where no tracks could be found. Experience told him that the boy before him absolutely came from a powerful school that had been passed down for many years. And judging from how proud he was of his surname, then this school should have the nature of a clan. Uchiha. He had never heard of such a powerful clan before. Red Hair's other identity was that of a celestial dragon of noble blood. Unlike Whitebeard, he knew very clearly that there was no such Uchiha line among the celestial dragons. Even celestial dragons shouldn't be able to produce such a monstrously strong youth. Those eyes possessed insight comparable to top-tier observation haki, and that strange energy armor was absolutely beyond anything ordinary armament haki could compare to. Such all-around abilities. Even though Uchiha Sora had already denied it, Red Hair still couldn't help comparing him to Kaido. However, even Kaido was stopped by me. Boom! In the middle of the fierce battle, Red Hair's Conqueror's haki surged once more, and terrifying black lightning split open the sky. Substantial haki condensed into the shape of a massive griffin, then turned into a black slash that tore through space. Divine departure. It was divine departure again. Unlike the hurried strike from before, Red Hair now truly regarded Uchiha Sora as an equal enemy and attacked with his full strength. The tomo in his eyes spun at high speed. Every movement Red Hair made was slowed down, and even the speed of that black slash dropped. In his mind, every detail of his battle with Red Hair played back in slow motion like a silent film. Conqueror's haki was not some randomly assigned thing. Otherwise, with the population base of the seas, if 1 out of several million people possessed it, there should still be at least tens of thousands of people with Conqueror's haki. As the name implied, this was the aptitude of a king. Only by being convinced of one's own uniqueness, by affirming one's position as a king, could this power be used. Chosen by heaven and also the one and only. Thump, thump, thump. The echo coming from within Susanoo beat in everyone's heart like the pounding of drums. Akainu, who was fighting Rayleigh and the others, couldn't help pausing and looking out at the sea. Rayleigh also stopped in tacit understanding and turned his head to look. Hey, I've always thought it was strange enough that the Marines had freaks like Sengoku and Garp awaken that kind of power. After all, even someone like you doesn't have it. This is the aptitude of a king. Boom! Time seemed to freeze. Black-red lightning tore through the sky, the sea, and everything in sight. Then, on the sea swept by that black-red lightning, the ocean began to boil, and flames started to burn. Dark crimson flames used seawater as fuel, weaving a giant burning net, as though hell itself had descended here. In the end, all the flames gathered onto Susanoo and transformed into a pair of burning wings behind it. Boom! From the tips of the wings, black-red pillars of fire shot out. The terrifying heat distorted time and space. When the pillars of fire and the blade light of divine departure annihilated each other, a clear voice rang out. Unbelievable. Inside Susanoo, which looked like an infernal flame demon, Uchiha Sora pulled back his lips in a wild grin. I truly can't imagine anyone more suited than me to become the supreme ruler who dominates everything. Conqueror's haki. Awaken! Everyone's movements stopped. It seemed that at this moment, even the sea wind did not dare make a sound. A drop of cold sweat slid down Red Hair's forehead. You're kidding me, right? That thing really is Conqueror's haki. It's not just like it. It's true, materialized haki. Crack. No one heard it, and no one noticed the tiny fissure appearing behind Uchiha Sora's ear. Dragonman form, Susanoo, Ninetails chakra, and now awakened Conqueror's haki on top of all that. This body could no longer support such extreme power. Even a monster's body had its limits. That brat is even crazier than Uchiha Madara. No one could realize it, but tailed beasts were not human. Kurama and Matatabi clearly knew Uchiha Sora's condition right now. If he kept maintaining this state, There would be no need for the enemy to act at all. If he could last 3 minutes without his body exploding and killing him, that alone would be impressive. And on top of that, with power stacked so recklessly, unless Uchiha Sora chose to retreat right now, he wouldn't be able to orderly redistribute it either. It was like a child suddenly climbing into the driver's seat of a heavy truck. Just holding onto the steering wheel was already a struggle. Stopping it was even harder. Right now, only you can help him, Kurama. Matatabi's voice sounded out. Are you really just going to watch? You're the strongest among us. Yuki lay on the Nine-Tails claw, acting as a close-range messenger. He is Indra's descendant. We are the old man's creations. In the end, we come from the same source. Help him. TCH. Kurama spat. I'm not helping him. I just think if I do nothing, then coming out this time would have been a huge loss. That's obviously the truth. Kurama, let these people of the sea witness the power of the ninja world. Boom. The ice layer trembled. Since its appearance, aside from using a roar to intimidate the crowd, the Nine-Tails had not moved at all. But now, under the horrified gaze of the Marines, it finally acted. Its mountain-like gigantic body trampled across the sea, and the hurricane it stirred nearly overturned the warships. In a lending relationship, energy could flow between both sides. As it ran, a layer of crimson chakra armor covered the Nine-Tails body, and its aura surged wildly. Like a massive red bolt of lightning, the Nine-Tails slammed into Uchiha Sora, whose Susanoo was gradually fading. After a huge roar, the strongest combination ninjutsu that had once left terrifying memories across the ninja world was complete. Black-red thunder and flames swirled around the enormous Nine-Tails clad in armor. That pressure was like the sea itself overturning.
Hehe, brat.
Be grateful for this great lord's life-saving grace. Uchiha Sora took a deep breath, and with his left hand he casually brushed behind his ear. You can come. I won't refuse, but I don't like the way you talk. It seems I'll have to make you understand who's in charge. Just wait. When I'm truly free, you'll be the first one I eat. While speaking, the Nine-Tails raised its giant claw, and a chakra blade nearly 100 meters long extended from it. Real magma burned on its 5 claws, and the few drops that fell ignited the moment they touched water. Sizzle. With a shriek like tearing cloth, the sea within a wide area boiled violently, and even the sunlight was torn apart by the scorching air blades. The redhead's observation hockey had already seen it. A future where he was engulfed in flames. There was no way to change it. Susanoo. Armored form. 5 dragon annihilation. Divine departure was useless. Conqueror's hockey coating was useless. Under absolute power suppression, swordsmanship looked fragile and ridiculous. The roaring fire dragons burned everything in the world to ashes. The power of Susanoo. Armored form was not in the stacking of energy, but in complementing each other. The Nine-Tails possessed nearly endless chakra, while Uchiha Sora had the battle instinct to sort and use it. Then there was personality. Neither Uchiha Sora nor the Nine-Tails was willing to be weaker than the other. Instinctively, they poured out everything they had, trying to decide who was in control. It was not a perfect Jinchuriki, but the power they displayed at this moment surpassed the limit of a perfect Jinchuriki. No one noticed. A flash of crimson light flickered within the flames, rippling through the soul. When the temperature rises high enough, the human body can no longer feel the heat. The overwhelming fire dragons, the moment they shattered everything that touched the red-haired man's body, suddenly vanished without a trace. Did the attack stop? No. It was just that my eyes, my observation hockey, could no longer see it. Void coldness. That was the feedback the red-haired man's body gave him. His gradually collapsing pupils looked downward. From the chest down, his body was like fragile scraps of paper. A gust of sea wind turned it into flying ash, scattering in an instant, as if it had never existed. Above the sea, silence fell. Shanks! Captain! The members of the Red Hair Pirates who were fighting the Navy cried out in despair. They could not believe what they were seeing. Fake, right? That's the 4 emperors' red hair. Is this really power a human could have? Is Admiral Sora really human? God, this is the power of a god. Damn it! Ignoring Kizaru beside him, Beckman decisively pulled the trigger. A bullet wrapped in hockey shot out, aimed straight at Uchiha Sora atop the Nine-Tails. As it flew, a massive black snake phantom appeared in its path, its ferocious fangs flashing white light. Uchiha Sora didn't even look at it. The Nine-Tails raised a claw and flicked it lightly. The black snake dispersed, and the bullet shattered. Kizaru could not smile anymore. Watching Admiral Sengoku sprint toward the battlefield at top speed, he knew things had really blown up. Red-haired Shanks, whose real name was Figureland Shanks. He was from the Figureland family of the Celestial Dragons. Unlike the Don Quixote family, who had voluntarily left the Celestial Dragons, Shanks had drifted away during the God Valley incident 36 years ago and was taken in by Roger. The Celestial Dragons had not revoked his status. Shanks himself simply refused to return to Mary Geos and did not acknowledge that identity. In theory, harming a celestial dragon would trigger the special authority mechanism of an admiral or CP0, and it still applied to Shanks. With his body erased below the chest, an injury like being cut in half would normally cause ordinary people to go into shock from massive blood loss, lose consciousness in about 30 seconds, and die in 25 minutes. Because of the burning effect, Shanks did not bleed heavily. Though his consciousness was blurred, his heart was still beating. He was not dead yet. Seeing this up close, Sengoku let out a slight breath of relief. He shouted toward the direction where the pirate ship was fleeing. Borsellino, get Trafalgar Law here immediately. Trafalgar Law, the user of the Op no Mi, was the best doctor on the sea. Because Luffy had appeared at the Summit War, that fruit had been obtained at the cost of Rosinantius' life, the life of Sengoku's foster son. The war is over. Uchiha Sora. Red Hair must absolutely not be killed. He is a celestial dragon. This news, like Red Hair's defeat, left everyone stunned. Kizaru displayed the speed that light should have, and in an instant he brought Law back, placing him beside the upper half of Shanks' body. That guy has caused a big mess. Rayleigh dodged Akainu's attack and let out a breath, then said with a light smile, "The war is over, Akainu." Dark Hound. A bursting magma hound answered Akainu in place of words. The magma dog bit into Rayleigh's shoulder, tearing off his left arm along with it. Ah, Rayleigh. According to the agreement, Akainu did not obey Sengoku's order. Shaki and Hancock hurriedly supported Rayleigh. They had no intention of fighting anymore, and turned to flee. Watching their backs, Akainu lost interest in pursuit. He turned to look at the sea where the crowd had gathered, his brows tightly locked, his expression unreadable. Protecting a celestial dragon who had become a pirate. Was this kind of navy? Right? The words Uchiha Sora had once said to him surfaced clearly in his mind again. Time us up, kid. In just 1 hour, the Ninetales loan had reached its limit. After the final recharge, Uchiha Sora nodded. We'll meet again soon. If you forget the contract, this old man will tear you apart. Compared to its grand arrival, the Ninetales' departure was silent. At the same time, the Platform S prompt sounded. Loan Project. Marine Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Project Rank. Silver. Non-subjective completion of loan conditions. Help the Navy win the Summit War. Completed 200 credibility points unfrozen. There was no extra reward. The repayment was complete. Did you expect the lender to give you a prize? So-called borrowing meant giving you, in advance, the power you would normally obtain by completing a mission. Akainu's understanding of fire release, transformed from his magma fruit development, had helped Uchiha Sora a great deal. Likewise, the Rayquaza experience card had also been deepening Uchiha Sora's understanding of energy. One installment was paid off and another, even bigger debt came in. This was the result of borrowing to pay borrowing. If it went on for too long, it would only end in a dead end. Current loan project. Chakra life form. Ninetales. Project rank. Gold. Related information. Ninetales experience card. The user currently possesses 40 understanding of the Ninetales release chakra. Because the attributes are identical, it is perfectly converted into the user's own release chakra understanding. Bond amplification. The user and the lender share a fundamentally similar characteristic. Release understanding is increased by 600. Repayment terms. Because the loan conditions were set and fixed, and there is no time-space flow difference, the user must repay on time within 2 years. If the user fails to complete repayment on time, pursuit and hunting will begin immediately. 10 attributes will be deducted from the user every minute until repayment is complete. A loan cannot be extended by mortgaging abstract concepts. User, Uchiha Sora. The energy level, silver gold. User energy is in a fluctuating period. Data is for reference only. Initiate project. Sky Divine Beast Rayquaza frees 500 reputation points. New user benefit. Original price 1,000 points. Ninetales frees 999 reputation points. Cumulative reputation points 1,940. Frozen 1,499. 439 points available. The reduced portion from the previous tally, used for interspace-time communication. Details as follows. Uchiha Sora dispersed Susanoo and slowly descended from midair, standing on the surface of the sea. Threads of dark, icy chakra almost froze the water beneath his feet. Too much release. This wave of energy backlash came even faster than the Rayquaza and Akainu experience cards. The Ninetales experience card was just too dark. If an ordinary person with an unstable mind stared at Uchiha Sora for a long time at this moment, even if he did nothing, that person would unconsciously sink into a dreamlike illusion. Forcing down the surging release chakra, Uchiha Sora's eyes grew deep. The final piece of the puzzle. On top of the floating deck debris, a group of people surrounded Shanks. Under the glaring pressure of the Fleet Admiral and the Marine Admirals, Law began operating on the red-haired man, whose eyes had lost all focus. I need to restore his limbs and body. If it's any later, he'll be beyond saving. Law took one quick look and immediately gave his verdict as a doctor. In the distance, Luffy stared at Shanks, left with only a mangled stump of a body. His face twisted with unprecedented ferocity. If Ace hadn't been holding him down with all his strength, he would have charged out already. Don't worry, Straw Hat, Marco said slowly. You heard what Sengoku said. They 1T keep hurting Shanks. Run while you still can. If you don't grow stronger quickly, that marine monster. Under Sengoku's order, the marine warships stopped. Kizaru and Garp, who were in charge of the pursuit, had never been very motivated to begin with. But after a brief pause, a portion of the warships seemed to receive some new order and continued firing at the pirates. Boom 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 boom. Watching the cannon fire on the sea, Garp turned to the warship beside him. Enigumo, what are you doing? Enigumo, a marine vice admiral of headquarters and a hardliner, was one of Akainu's most loyal supporters. He earned his name because he could grip swords and blades with his hair, fighting like a spider. His expression was vicious, and he had a cigarette in his mouth. Vice Admiral Garp, I'm carrying out Admiral Akainu's orders. Garp roared in fury. You bastard! Didn't you hear me? The war is over. Enigumo grinned. I didn't hear that. I still haven't heard the pirates' dying screams. He turned to Garp, his voice low. The hero of the Marines. Such a powerful man. Why can't you even catch a few pirate remnants, yet you stand ranked alongside me? Do you still remember your justice? Silently, tears slid down Enigumo's vicious face. This man, cruel and cold-blooded, a participant in the Buster Call, someone who wouldn't even care if his own subordinates got hurt during a mission, was crying like a helpless child right now. How many people joined the Marines because they admired Garp, the man who captured the Pirate King? Many, very many. As many people as were harmed by the Great Pirate Era, there were who admired Garp. A hero. You clearly have the hardest fist in the world. You are the Marine hero who defeated the world's strongest and captured the Pirate King. Why? Garp's expression twisted. He opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Sakazuki. Seeing that those continuing to attack were all Akainu's subordinates, Sengoku turned and barked at Akainu, who had somehow walked over to Uchiha Sora's side. You're not the fleet admiral yet. Make them stop. I said the war is over. Are you deaf? No, it's not over. Nothing is over. This isn't something as simple as flipping a switch. Akainu took a deep breath. For a man this tough and ruthless, his words now carried sorrow. I hesitated many times. I always wanted to believe you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. You said we were going to start the biggest war. We did everything we could to win, and now you don't care about winning or losing anymore. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji had all once been Zephyr's students. After Akiji left the training camp, he trained in real combat under Garp, practically becoming Garp's chief disciple. As for Akainu, his real combat period was spent acting alongside Vice Admiral Tsuru and Sengoku. He respected Tsuru's wisdom and admired Sengoku's overwhelming presence. Through battle after battle, he came to understand his own justice. Absolute justice. Justice had to be pure and uncompromising. Anything that might breed evil had to be eliminated. Justice was absolute order, never fairness between right and wrong. Uchiha Sora had said that the Akainu he saw this time was not even as pure as he had been during his Vice Admiral days. His first moment of confusion came after Sengoku became Fleet Admiral and he himself became an Admiral. Sakazuki came into contact with the world government and saw that even a dignified Fleet Admiral had to obey the orders of the Five Elders unconditionally. If I become Fleet Admiral, things will be different. I'll move Marine headquarters to the New World and face evil pirates head-on. I'll abolish the warlords of the sea. I want to be manipulated like a puppet by the Five Elders. As long as I become Fleet Admiral, that's enough. That was Akainu's thought before this war. Ace was rescued, and he saw the inaction of the highest levels of the Marines. Traitors like Kobe made him realize that the Marines had scum like that too. And now, because the Celestial Dragons had been harmed, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. How could you call off a war that has already been won? Wouldn't that make us Marines, who fought with blood, look like idiots? Akainu understood. Even if he inherited Sengoku's position as Fleet Admiral, it still wouldn't change the fact that the Marines were tools of the world government. This was absolutely not the Marine force he wanted. This was absolutely not the Marine force the people at sea needed. Akainu took a deep breath, and under Sengoku's terrified eyes, he said those words. I'm going to form a new Marine force. I'll take those willing to follow me and establish a new headquarters at G1. Every pirate will be executed by our own hands. I will be the Fleet Admiral of the new Marines. So that's how it is. Even I didn't expect this. Uchiha Sora was slightly stunned, and his gaze toward Akainu grew even more appreciative. He had intentionally guided Akainu to split away from Sengoku and the others, so he could continue on his own pure path. In his view, only Akainu who regained that mindset from back then could possibly surpass his current level. But he hadn't expected it. Akainu went even further. Yes, that's exactly how it should be. Any attempt to reform the decayed Marines is useless by itself. I acknowledge you, Akainu. Kizaru stood silently, his expression impossible to read behind his sunglasses. The members of the Red Hair Pirates, gathered because of Shanks, also had their faces twisted in shock at Akainu's declaration. Do you know what you're saying, Sakazuki? Sengoku swallowed hard, his pupils trembling with tension. He had indeed leaned toward letting Akiji inherit the position of Fleet Admiral, and deep down, he even had a dark little thought. Their ideals didn't T-match. If Akainu became Fleet Admiral, Akiji would most likely leave the Marines. But if Akiji became Fleet Admiral, Akainu would never leave the Marines. The Navy simply could not withstand the blow of Akainu breaking away. Too many people supported Akainu. The hawkish faction he represented held most of the Navy's combat power. Akainu's voice was calm, as if he weren't talking about something that would decide the world's future. I will become the Fleet Admiral of the new Navy, and I will no longer accept the world government's orders. Now, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, please step aside. Right in front of us is a great pirate that needs to be eliminated. He walked toward them step by step. That terrifying pressure made even the elite members of the Red Hair Pirates tremble. Akainu had decided to leave the current Navy. In this world, was there still anyone who could restrain him now? Law had just used the power of the op fruit to cover Shanks. Sweat poured down his forehead as he looked helplessly at Sengoku. Sengoku clenched his teeth, his fists tightening and loosening again. Sakazuki, you don't understand what the world government represents. Even for you, Akainu said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Let them come. It's just that, for the sake of old ties, I don't want to kill you. Akainu, stop. Beckman and the others raised their guns at Akainu, but most of their attention was focused on Uchiha Sora behind him. Compared to Akainu, who had been injured badly after fighting battle after battle, that guy was even more dangerous, and he was also the key reason Akainu could say such things. Only with that kind of world-destroying power could you make a decision like this, right? Sensing the extreme coldness radiating from Uchiha Sora, an utterly out-of-place thought appeared in their minds. These two fire users. Why was each one more cold-blooded and cruel than the other? They didn't know it, but Akainu knew very well that Uchiha Sora would not stay. Everything here was a decision Akainu had made himself. Sengoku took a deep breath. Sakazuki, I'm about to step down. There's no need to do something like this. I'll support you in becoming Fleet Admiral. If we use Shanks as leverage, the 5 elders can agree to many of your demands. A complete system isn't so easy to build. You're destroying the order you seek. Akainu shook his head and kept walking. Sora was right. Compromise cannot bring peace. I no longer intend to compromise. Sengoku, move aside. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. Just as another chaotic battle was about to break out. No need to trouble yourself, Grand Fleet Admiral Akainu. A smile hung at the corner of Uchiha Sora's lips as he looked at the spherical space created by the op fruit. Inside it, Shanks' eyes had completely lost their light. To judge my attack by common sense is laughable. I stopped attacking. Did you think it was because of your order, Sengoku? It's true, I failed to completely destroy his body, but his soul has already been devoured completely. You all can't see it? Those icy words were like a cold tide invading everyone's heart. Law suddenly turned to look at Shanks' ruined body. His fingers touched that cold chest. His heart was still beating. I had clearly stabilized his physical condition. The op fruit was an extremely powerful paramecia. The highest realm of its power was the perennial youth operation, capable of granting eternal life to a human. The world government had officially valued it at 5 billion berries, almost equal to the price of the Pirate King's head. I can't sense it anymore. After Uchiha Sora's reminder, Beckman tried his hardest to sense Shanks' presence. Even the highest level of observation hockey could no longer perceive Shanks' will. He really was dead. There was no grand farewell scene. At the very moment everyone thought he could still be saved, he died. He didn't even leave behind the most basic last words. Uchiha Sora took out an old, yellowed hairband from his clothes, stained with tiny dark red spots of blood, and tied back his wildly dancing long hair. A devilish faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. If you like meddling in other people's business, then you should have the matching strength. So everyone, not gonna treasure your chance to run? Go! Tears slid from the corner of Beckman's eyes. He smashed through the surgery space and picked up Shanks' ruined body. He had extremely high combat intelligence and his thinking was clear. Whether Shanks was really dead or not, they absolutely could not stay here. The mighty Red Hair Pirates, one of the 4 Emperor's crews, had arrived at the Summit War, only to end in just 1 hour with their captain defeated and dead, fleeing in disgrace. This dreamlike, unreal scene spread across the seas through the live broadcast Den Den Mushi. Along with it, the words Akainu had spoken earlier. The world was completely detonated. The storm caused by this war would far exceed Sengoku's imagination. Still chasing them? Akainu turned and asked. Even though they had not spent much time together, Akainu believed he understood Uchiha Sora fairly well. If Uchiha Sora really still had the power to kill them, he would not deliberately say it out loud. He would have already struck in secret. Uchiha Sora shook his head. I already took the MVP. I won steal the kills too. Gotta leave you some work. He pointed at the ruined remains of Marineford behind him. Going back? Akainu looked at it for a long time, then nodded. I won run. I'll wait for those willing to leave with me, and I'll also wait for the so-called suppression from the world government. Uchiha Sora glanced at the platform. Just like back in Musen's Demon World, an option to mark a secondary dimension had appeared. Once he chose to mark it, all future missions in this world would be assigned to Uchiha Sora. What was different this time was the explanation behind it. User's current energy level has reached the standard, formal debt repayment has been completed, and deep interference with this world has been established. After choosing to mark this dimension, the user may consume personal credit points to travel between this world and the ninja world. After the mark is established, the flow of time in both worlds will remain synchronized until the user dies or the mark is cancelled. Was the relationship between worlds like fish tanks? Choosing to establish a mark was like connecting two fish tanks with a hollow tube, so the water temperature in both tanks would gradually become the same? This involves a more complex field of consciousness trend studies. If the user is interested, you may consume 1 credit point, and this platform will provide 3,468,239,089 pages of related knowledge. Each page contains a standard format of 287,983 user-observable characters. The page count is still increasing. Forget it. Simply put, the user's interpretation may be applied. There are theories comparing secondary dimensions to leaves, bubbles, and so on. The user's explanation will also be included in the consciousness trend category of secondary dimension studies. Number 34. Uchiha Sora was certain the platform had never tried to hide anything from him. Either he didn't have the authority to know, or it had explained it, but he simply couldn't perceive it. Just like how an ant could never understand what writing was. Through repeated probing, Uchiha Sora had already confirmed the rough framework. My soul strength has already reached the critical point, and my combat awareness has also reached the highest level possible at this stage. I have already reached my limit. Confirm establishing the mark. Establishing mark. Construction is expected to be completed in 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. At that time, the user will leave this world. After constructing a receiving point in the ninja world, personal travel between the two worlds will require no additional fees. 3 days. This was the final preparation time. 2 days later, the Navy warships that had gone to pursue the pirates returned. Those they could catch had all been killed. Continuing the pursuit would gain nothing more. The atmosphere at Navy headquarters was extremely oppressive. The many Marines had split clearly into 2 groups. One side was the Navy moderates led by Sengoku, Garp, and Akiji. The other side was the Navy radicals led by Akainu and Uchiha Sora. The 5 elders did not come. More accurately, they did not dare come. To them, Uchiha Sora's final strike meant that aside from that person, no one on the sea could stop him anymore. And the Navy's affairs were not something they could step in and handle directly. Once they did, there would be no room left to turn things around. The world government, which had dominated the seas for 800 years, was not stupid. They were just used to standing above everyone else and not caring about the thoughts of those below. But if someone truly had the power to threaten them and voiced a different opinion, they could still compromise. They left all Navy internal matters to Sengoku, and the final chip they offered was this. Akainu would become Fleet Admiral, and Uchiha Sora would be exceptionally promoted to the position of the new Navy Admiral. Codename Black Dragon. If that still did not work, then let Akainu and the others leave. As long as they had berries, would the Navy really be short of people? They could lose a lot in open battle, but could you endure assassination after assassination, day after day, year after year? A new Navy? Without the world government's support, what army could you, Akainu, possibly build? Today was the most complete meeting of both sides. With no time to repair Marineford, everyone simply set up a huge round table on the ice and began the final negotiations. Akainu's men had all returned. If they could not settle their internal conflict today, then the Navy, which had just won a great victory and shocked the world, would become a laughingstock for pirates and split apart on the spot. Sakazuki, I've already decided to retire. I'll step down within a few days. In just 2 days, Sengoku's hair had turned white like snow. Even his whole temperament had become much gentler. The world government has decided that you will serve as the new Fleet Admiral. Uchiha Sora will be exceptionally promoted to the rank of Admiral, codename Black Dragon. Sakazuki, you may command the Navy according to your own will. The 5 elders promise to give you the greatest possible freedom. Across from him, Akainu sat with his eyes closed, arms folded, saying nothing. Uchiha Sora had both feet propped on the conference table, gnawing on a strip of beef leg in his mouth. He swallowed the meat and bone together, then smiled. What a tacky codename. It's like some spy from an old novel. Sengoku was already used to Uchiha Sora's way of speaking. With the self-awareness of someone who was disliked, he no longer tried to argue or lecture him. Uchiha Sora, although we've only known each other for a short time, not just I, but countless Navy soldiers admire your strength and agree with your ideals. I still remember the cries of those Marines when they were dying that day. Sora, Sengoku let out a long sigh. You will be the Navy's new hero. If it's you and Sakazuki, maybe you really can lead the Navy and end this awful era. As he continued speaking, Akainu suddenly stood up. That's enough. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Uchiha Sora said with a faint smile, it's you people who unilaterally think there's still room to talk. We never said we were going to talk with you. He turned his head and looked toward the last ship in the inner bay as it came ashore. At the bow stood Vice Admiral Enigmo, covered in injuries. The huge slash across his chest could not be healed even by life return. That was the person they had been waiting for until now. Thanks for the hospitality. I have to say, the food at headquarters is pretty good. Uchiha Sora picked up Ryutsuki beside the chair and followed Akainu's steps. Neat footsteps followed behind the two of them without wavering. Bang! Garp smashed the conference table to pieces with one punch and roared, Sakazuki, are you going to become a traitor to the Navy too? Traitor? Akainu said coldly, for you to say that is pretty ironic. The last person you thought about should be your son, Dragon. Akainu's steps paused, but he did not look back. Goodbye, Vice Admiral Garp. No, better not see each other again. After saying that, Akainu never stopped again. World-class breaking news. From the start of the Summit War to its end, the busiest one had to be the news coup. Not everyone had the conditions to watch the live broadcast. Some remote places still needed news coup to deliver information. Even those who had watched the broadcast did not mind buying a newspaper for more detailed intelligence. The major news from the past few days, arranged by timeline. First was the death of the strongest man in the sea, Whitebeard. Although this news was explosive, those who knew what happened had basically been mentally prepared for Whitebeard not returning alive. The old and frail Whitebeard could not possibly defeat the Navy. Then, Yonko Red Hair status unknown. The Red Hair pirates retreat from the Summit War. In this major story, even the severing of Dark King Rayleigh's arm could only be placed on the second page. The news department knew its limits and did not dare mention the Red Hair Celestial Dragon identity that Sengoku had exposed. The fall or failure of the strong from the old era was something most people could accept. But how long had Red Hair even held the position of Yonko? That man was in his prime, and he had actually been taken down. What do you mean, status unknown? In the world of the sea, what difference was there between being defeated and being dead? For some reason, the world government had deliberately reduced the achievements of two people in this battle. But the people of the sea were not idiots. Just because you did not mention it, did that mean we would not know how Whitebeard and Red Hair died? The Navy's power had, in the Summit War, reached its absolute peak of the past 800 years. And then it crashed straight down. No matter how much the world government wanted to hide it, Morgans, whose very nature existed to spread big news, could not possibly hold himself back. This news, even if he died, he had to report it. The new strongest man in the world is born. The mysterious youth who appeared out of nowhere. The Terminator of the Summit War. The summoner of extreme beasts. The ultimate crimson flame beyond all others. The arrogant overlord gazed down upon by red eyes. The power of a god descending upon the sea. Uchiha Sora. He killed former warlord of the Sea Jinbe, killed Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division Commander Jozu, and wiped out the extreme evil group led by former warlord Blackbeard. He buried the former strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. He cut down the former most domineering man, Red Hair Shanks. One by one, the infamous pirates of the New World were only able to appear at the end of the list of kills. A new level of Conqueror's hockey, flames that touched the soul, and an uninjured full retreat from the battlefield. A monster among monsters. A disaster that destroys all. A shining star of magma. The strongest evil beast even gods fear. The world government places a bounty of 5,700,000,000 berries on him. The Dark Era sun that surpasses the Pirate King. New Navy Chief Admiral Uchiha Sora. From this, another shocking piece of news spread across the sea. Former Navy Admiral Sakazuki Akainu announces the occupation of G1 base, the formation of a new navy, and takes the position of new Navy Fleet Admiral. Former Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Enigmo is appointed as Admiral Candidate, and the former Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. A worldwide military draft is now underway to fill the 2 vacant admiral positions, uphold absolute justice and show no mercy to pirates. This is the new Navy's code. Countries that join the new Navy will receive 3 years of free protection, with the new Navy stationed there to eliminate pirates. The new Navy promises that after 3 years, joined countries will only be charged 8% of their domestic output as tax, used to maintain weapon upgrades and soldier salaries. Now, the world is being informed that anyone, in any form or manner, who blocks individuals or nations from joining the new navy will be treated as an enemy equivalent to pirates. They will be attacked and exterminated immediately. The news also reported that after the new navy arrived in the New World, they did not head to G1 base first. Instead, they launched their first military operation right away. They set out for Dressrosa to save the countless people enslaved by the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. This operation was broadcast live to the world. People saw the natives turned into toys by the Don Quixote family's devil fruit abilities. They saw the Tontada tribe forced to do hard labor in the underground factory. They saw the atrocities committed by a warlord of the sea, certified by the Marines, against a member nation of the world government. The Don Quixote family's residence, once a gorgeous grand manor, had been reduced to ruins. The family members gathered around Da Flamingo, looking at the Marines closing in from all sides, and the black-haired youth leading them, sinking into despair. That was a monster even the world government had to acknowledge. With a bounty higher than even the Pirate King's, Da Flamingo's flamingo feather coat was stained with soot, making him look thoroughly miserable. The Don Quixote family didn't even dare disobey Kaido's orders, let alone face the new navy, which stood above the four emperors. They had no ability to resist. If not for gathering all their members into one place to form an encirclement and provide a live broadcast effect, it wouldn't have taken even half a day for them all to be wiped out. Why? Da Flamingo's voice was a little hoarse. Uchiha Sora, didn't I apply to join the new navy immediately? Why are you doing this? Your so-called new navy doesn't even make sense at all. Does it? Uchiha Sora picked at his ear and said flatly, I'm very reasonable actually. I said before that I knew where your home was, and that I'd kill you the next time we met. I'm just here to fulfill my promise. Da Flamingo gritted his teeth. After Uchiha Sora, knowing full well the red-haired celestial dragon's identity, still killed him, he no longer entertained any fantasies about his own status. When the new navy announced its world recruitment, he didn't hesitate for even a moment and submitted his application to join. He had even thought that maybe he could land a new Navy admiral position, or at the very least become a reserve admiral. Who would have thought that instead of a reply, what he got was the new Navy's cannon fire. I shouldn't have offended you. I'm willing to atone for what I've done. At the very least spare my family. A man with conqueror's haki like Da Flamingo should never have said something like that. But facing an opponent he could not resist, for the sake of his family members, he could only suppress his pride. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. The next moment, an extending luiwe pierced through Da Flamingo's chest. Young master! Damn it! How dare you kill the young master? I'll kill you! The furious members of the Don Quixote family were about to launch a final charge to avenge their beloved Da Flamingo. Invisible strings seized control of their bodies. I said I'd kill you, so if I don't kill you, I'll lose face. Pirate Da Flamingo, let us just pretend you're dead. Uchiha Sora's voice sounded in Da Flamingo's mind through chakra. You should be grateful. Right now, I don't even have the slightest interest in killing you. From now on, you'll abandon your name and exist as a member of the new Navy's assassination division. Unlike Sakazuki, who upheld extreme justice, Uchiha Sora admired Sakazuki, but did not worship him. What he pursued was not justice, but strength. Killing pirates was merely a means for him to grow stronger. If it couldn't benefit him, he couldn't be bothered to carry out justice. If he had borrowed Blackbeard in the beginning, he could have worked just as well with Blackbeard. It was never justice will prevail. It was only that the side standing with him won. Then, Admiral Sora, what will happen to my family? Da Flamingo's tense nerves loosened slightly. Although he would no longer live a life of unrestrained arrogance, at least his life was still intact, and he couldn't ask for more. His strings also had a sound transmitting function, and the two of them exchanged secrets right there in plain view. To the audience, could only mean total annihilation. As for what their final fate would be, that would depend on your performance. Uchiha Sora withdrew luiwe. The rest could be handled by his subordinates. Sakazuki was not a lone man. This time, he had brought out at least 1/4 of the Marine Headquarters forces. That was only by head count. Excluding the top admiral-level combat power, roughly half of the core strength had chosen to follow Sakazuki. A large portion of them were absolute hawks whose families had been wiped out by pirates. There was no better team for them to join than the new navy. A mature organization needed the vast majority of its people to uphold the correct beliefs, but it also needed some people to do the dirty work. Sakazuki would maintain absolute justice to guide the new navy, but in order to reduce the casualties of ordinary Marines, undercover work and espionage were necessary, and that kind of work could not be associated with Sakazuki. The lower ranks could play dirty, but the face of the organization had to follow the righteous path. Under the world government S structure, the system was relatively complete. The Navy was responsible for absolute justice, while other departments handled other work. It was just that the world government had blurred the Navy's responsibilities, and the Navy itself had problems too. But recruiting someone like Da Flamingo, then what difference was there between the new Navy and the original Navy? Wasn't he that just working with pirates? In essence, there was no real difference. The structure of human consciousness was what it was. There was never any truly absolute, beautiful organization. If the new navy wanted to be built and sustained, it had to invite member nations and form its own economic ecosystem. It was modeled after the world government, following a military-civilian integrated structure, not merely being a pure army. If one had to say it plainly, the new navy would secretly enslave pirates to do its work. It would not go so far as to openly support pirates raiding under the identity of a warlord of the sea under the Pirate King. The world government had not always been so hated by the people of the sea. The celestial dragons had not always been rotten from the start. If it could gain the support of the majority, then no matter how it was said, the world government back then had also followed the will of the people. It was just that 800 years was too long. Long enough that it needed a new force to topple it. It should die. That would also maintain peace for a very long time. Even if a new world government appeared, there would still be later generations who became the new dragon slayers. None of that was something Uchiha Sora would consider. He was only too happy to see the seas get even more chaotic, so he could bring the Uchiha clan over to use this place as training. As clan head, his duty was to give his clansmen a path to become stronger, not to be their nanny. Back on the warship, Uchiha Sora walked toward Sakazuki, who was lost in thought on the deck. How is it? Back then, you thought forming the new navy was pretty cool, but now you know things aren't that simple, right? With no one else around, Sakazuki's expression relaxed slightly, and he nodded. I'm thinking about funding sources, weapon development, and recruit training. Even if there's a navy template to copy, it's not that easy to solve. The Don Quixote family's money can handle the short-term funding problem, but it won't last long. Relying on killing pirates to get funds isn't realistic. What kind of people are pirates? They're scum who lick blood off the blade. They don't know if they'll live to see tomorrow. Expecting them to have any savings is impossible. Unless they're like Doflamingo and the Four Emperors, large pirate crews with their own bases. Unfortunately, the two emperors we took down just happened to be the two with the least money. Red Hair and Whitebeard basically did very little to manage their territories. Whitebeard charged very little protection money, and the Red Hair crew didn't even have that many people, so things were even more random there. No matter what, if the new navy came in, they couldn't start charging more money and make life even harder than when pirate crews were occupying the place, right? Akainu would never do something like that. Go to war with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin? Akainu wasn't some brainless brute. If the new navy still hadn't stabilized itself and he went to launch a full-scale war against the Four Emperors, the world government would be the happiest party. I don't really understand this kind of thing, but I can introduce a few people to you. Uchiha Sora handed Akainu several handwritten pages with names on them. Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro? He is the ruler of the world's greatest entertainment city, and the user of the gold fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit. He has deep ties with the world government, controls 20% of the world's belly, and is the golden emperor of the underworld, with influence spread all across the world. His strength is decent, and his business talent is extremely high. Uchiha Sora said calmly. More importantly, he holds deep hatred toward the celestial dragons. If you talk to him properly, there's a chance he might join the new navy. Akainu carefully read Tesoro's information, then flipped to the second page. His pupils suddenly shrank. What do you mean by this? Akainu had seen a name he absolutely never expected. Zephyr. Black Arm Zephyr, one of the previous generation S3 admirals of the Navy, and also the training camp instructor of the three of you. Uchiha Sora smiled. In a timeline you know nothing about, Admiral Zephyr will do something even more extreme than you. Before long, the world government should appoint the pirate who killed Zephyr's students as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. When that time comes, just invite him over. There's no better training officer for new recruits than Admiral Zephyr, right? Fleet Admiral Akainu, don't underestimate your own charm. Once the world military draft is announced, at least one admiral-level hardcore admirer of yours will join. Though compared to your generation of the 3 admirals, he'll be a bit weaker. Akainu flipped to the third page. The world's worst criminal, leader of the revolutionary army. Dragon. Uchiha Sora spoke again. The queen of Kamabaka Kingdom should still be alive. How's your relationship with that guy? After a moment of silence, Akainu said in a deep voice, it's passable. But there's no possibility of cooperation with him. Oh, why? He upholds the idea of freedom and has overthrown the tyrannical rule of dozens of countries. But I've personally visited the nations he liberated. Akainu shook his head. He only got rid of the kings who were bad to begin with, but he never established proper order or guided the people. The lives of the citizens didn't improve. On the contrary, because of the chaos he caused, even more people died. The ISNT called the world's worst criminal for no reason. That group is just self-righteously trying to realize its own ideals, without considering the importance of order at all. Uchiha Sora nodded. I trust your judgment. Then handle it as you see fit. But there's one thing I'm curious about. What? Why didn't Kizaru come with you? No need to mention Akiji. Kizaru and Akainu had a very good relationship. They could even be called brothers. And during the meeting, he hadn't stood on Sengoku's side either. Uchiha Sora had thought he would come with Akainu. After an even longer silence, Borsellino. He's complicated. He looks lazy, but in truth, he's the one who suffers the most. Too many people need him to make a choice. He really did ask me whether I needed his strength. I was the one who refused. A meaningful smile tugged at the corner of Akainu's mouth. Leave a little suspense. You can't know everything. That would be too boring. You only need to know this. When the right time comes, he will definitely stand on my side. He lowered his head and looked at Uchiha Sora. With his sharp perception, he noticed that in just a few days, Uchiha Sora had grown 4 centimeters taller. He nodded inwardly. Looks like he really used to eat terribly. With proper nutrition, he could still grow taller. What a pity. When are you leaving? Akainu had no platform, but he had still received the news that Uchiha Sora had finished repaying everything and could leave at any time. In his mind, once they said goodbye this time, they would never meet again. Meeting this boy from another world had truly been a brief yet beautiful memory. I'll be leaving very soon. Seeing through Akainu's thoughts, Uchiha Sora smiled. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll meet one of my clansmen in a few days. Akainu's eyes lit up. You mean you can let other people travel between the two worlds too? Including yourself? Uchiha Sora paused for a moment, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Ah. If I succeed, then yes. Succeed? What are you planning to do? Akainu frowned slightly. Even this arrogant little brat had used the words if I succeed for what he was about to do. Just how difficult could that thing possibly be? Leaning against the railing on the deck, Uchiha Sora looked at the azure sea and slowly said, Akainu, have you ever thought that the world we live in might actually be fake? That it only exists within the imagination of higher-level beings? A boring question. I know that I am real. I think the world is real. Isn't that enough? Akainu's gaze turned deep, his tone stern. Don't think about that kind of thing. Real or fake. The more you dwell on it, the more lost you'll become. Ever since you killed Red Hair, I felt that something about your state has been very wrong. What exactly happened to you? Uchiha Sora gently shook his head. My condition is very good. Better than ever before. This question troubled me for a very long time when I had just been born, but I figured it out long ago. The love I felt wasn't fake. It doesn't matter whether the world is real or fake. Even if the world is fake, then I'll just make it become real. Uchiha Sora turned his head. Those deep eyes of his made Akainu feel, just from meeting his gaze, as if his soul might be devoured. I am Uchiha Sora, and only Uchiha Sora. I will definitely come back. Akainu watched Uchiha Sora's back as he walked toward the cabin and felt, this guy was going to a very, very far away place. Farther than that ninja world. Kid. Inside the cabin, Garo had already been waiting there. We're going home. Huh? Will we come again next time? The food here is really good. With a dried fish dangling from his mouth, Garo had barely even smoked his beloved Matatabi cigars these past few days. He had been racing to eat as much good food as possible. Who knew if next time they would get another chance to travel so happily? What trial? Sora boy, you're all bark and no bite. Other than gaining weight, I haven't gotten any stronger at all. Uchiha Sora took off his hairband and handed it to Garo. Garo froze. If there was anything Uchiha Sora cared about, then this hairband was absolutely near the top of the list. Garo knew very well what this thing meant to Uchiha Sora. Sora boy, what do you mean by this? The dried fish fell to the floor, but Garo didn't even look at it. His eyes held an indescribable fear. Uchiha Sora didn't answer and continued what he was doing. He had Nakaim come out from the Infinite Castle wooden box, then created a shadow clone. Whether it was the original body or the shadow clone, one of them entered the Infinite Castle. Only after finishing these baffling actions did Uchiha Sora finally say to Garo, keep it safe. Sora boy, you. Garo's voice was choked with emotion, but before he could say anything, Uchiha Sora interrupted him. Uchiha Sora liked to smile, but most of the time, there was mockery in that smile. Very rarely, like now, did he show the pure smile that truly belonged to someone his age. Don't misunderstand. When you go take a bath at the bathhouse, handing important things to the staff for safekeeping is just common sense, isn't it? As he spoke, he seemed to remember something. He reached into Infinity Castle, took out Luiwe, and tossed it to Garo as well. So that meant the one inside Infinity Castle was the main body. The two figures began to slowly fade. The traversal began. Uchiha Sora did not explain any further. If everything went smoothly, then for Garo it would be over in an instant. There was no need to explain. If it failed. No, I cannot fail. Inside Infinity Castle, Uchiha Sora's true body stood in the silent, deathly still space. This time, before coming to Akainu's world, he had already driven Musen and the others out of Infinity Castle, leaving only Nakaim behind. The plan had begun the moment he received Akainu's early application. The initial idea had formed when he traversed back from Musen's world. Uchiha Sora had left a shadow clone inside Infinity Castle. After returning to the ninja world and dispelling the clone, he clearly sensed that the clone had a momentary gap in its memory, a subtle difference from the main body. First of all, according to the platform, Infinity Castle belonged to a spatial node. It was fundamentally different from secondary dimensions like the ninja world and the sea world numbered 951236. Uchiha Sora did not understand the principle behind it. He only needed to know this: Infinity Castle's traversal had a slight deviation from the traversal of living beings. That instant was the decisive factor of the plan. Over the past few days, while the marks linking the sea world and the ninja world were being constructed, Uchiha Sora had watched and sensed the entire process. That gave him a chance to observe worlds from a macroscopic, rough perspective. To put it more vividly, it was like watching a documentary about building an undersea tunnel, connecting two dry town zones beneath the sea through chaotic ocean currents. If he wanted to explain the difference in time flow, the fish tank and pipe analogy suited him better. But when describing the connection between two worlds, it was still closer to the bubble analogy the platform had mentioned. Following that line of thought, traversing between two worlds without a tunnel was like a small bubble wrapping around a living being and carrying it across. Uchiha Sora was very curious. What was outside the bubble? If secondary dimensions existed, then naturally there had to be a primary dimension as well. The origin of the platform and the unknowable symbols it had spoken of, were they referring to the primary dimension? Uchiha Sora knew this much: that Otsutsuki God above the ninja world was an existence that had already broken through dimensions. Above the ninja world, there must be a higher dimensional world. Waiting until he reached the strength of the Otsutsuki God before breaking through dimensions himself would be too late. Uchiha Sora did not have that kind of time. It was not only because he had already burned his lifespan down to a little more than 10 years. The platform was not some kindly old grandpa system that helped the protagonist level up for free. It had repeatedly emphasized the dangers of debt, and Uchiha Sora had experienced it personally. Before, he had nearly been crushed by the Akainu and Rayquaza trial cards. It did not care whether your body could handle it or not. It would only follow its program and pour power into your body, and it would not stop until repayment was complete. Then why keep borrowing new debt to cover old debt? Why insist on borrowing the Ninetales? Of course, because a dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water. If he followed the normal pace and waited another 3 years, the boost brought by the Rayquaza trial card would crush Uchiha Sora's body. Of course, there was another method: gather the tailed beasts and become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. That was the most suitable path of advancement in the ninja world, and also the safest. Too boring. If I don't even have confidence in myself, if I don't even believe in my own Sharingan, then what right do I have to become some second sage of 6 paths? Wouldn't that be admitting that Uchiha blood is inferior to Otsutsuki? Tracing back to the power of one's ancestors. Something like that was what tragic people like Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha would do when they had no other path left. I am different. I have the chance and I have the ability. Raising my power high enough to break through dimensions is too hard. But I have a shortcut. Right now, I am traversing dimensions. The difficulty of destroying a tunnel and destroying a city are completely different. My intuition tells me, if I witness the truth, I can break free from the shackles of pupil power and complete a true Mangekyo. Traversal in progress. He slowly raised his hand, his eyes tightly shut. Sealing curse marks appeared over both eyes, then slowly faded away. Incomparably dense in-release chakra spread outward. Like an invisible hand of death, it began tearing apart Infinity Castle. There was no concept of time until a certain instant arrived. He opened his eyes. Crack-like web patterns suddenly split across his scarlet pupils. 3 pure black tomo spun wildly in completely unpredictable trajectories. Crack. Space began to twist and shatter. Within the pitch-black spatial fissures, murky crests could vaguely be seen, surging in strange motion. Warning! Warning! Traversal in progress. User must immediately cease illegal behavior. Warning! Warning! User energy level insufficient. Attempting to observe an extremely dangerous target. This will trigger. This carries a risk of fundamental death. Warning! A warning? Good. I was right. Ignoring the platform's warning of fundamental death risk, Uchiha Sora remained expressionless and continued. He tore at Infinity Castle even more violently. Endless in-release chakra was forcefully stuffed into his Sharingan like seawater flooding backward. The tomo that had almost linked together shattered. Bits of pure black scattered through the scarlet pupils, touching and separating again. Crack, crack, crack. A deep crimson Susanoo formed in an instant, wrapped in tangible conqueror's hockey flames. The body of the war god raised both hands high. A long blade condensed from dark purple flames began drawing in the shattered space, layer after layer of pitch black staining the flaming sword. The moment the seal was released, the Mangekyos advancement was complete. In release, taking spiritual energy that governs imagination as its source, creates form from nothing. Susanoo was the ultimate manifestation of Ein release, a high-density spiritual energy body. Put more romantically, I think, therefore I can do it. The long blade kept extending. No one knew how tall it had become. They only knew that even by Susanoo's scale, could no longer be compared to it, until it touched a certain boundary. Uchiha Sora's half-transparent figure appeared at the tip of the blade. He stretched out both hands and grabbed the heavy curtain of that boundary. The sound of finger bones shattering came from his hands. The blood vessels in his arms burst. Even so, his face remained expressionless. Infinity Castle and Susanoo completely shattered. All of their power poured into Uchiha Sora's spirit body. A sound rang out like an eggshell breaking. Above Uchiha Sora's head, a black hole collapsed open. At the center of that black hole appeared a point of phosphorescence so beautiful it felt unreal. The colors making up that point of light were a torrent of hues that could not be understood at all. Endless colors poured into Uchiha Sora's eyes. Like living flower branches, they grew and spread, occupying his entire eye sockets, releasing a hazy, gauze-like glow. In his mind, the platform's voice sounded with a trace of emotion. The muttering he originally could not hear clearly became distinct. Uchiha Sora, the price for witnessing the truth will be infinitely vast. You were a soul chosen by us for your resilient will in traversing spacetime. We carefully selected secondary dimensions for you that possessed complete advancement paths. You did not cherish such a precious opportunity. Even though this possibility is almost non-existent, I will still wish you luck. Those who pry into the sea of stars through unofficial means will trigger judgment. What you have triggered is ascension to demonhood. Uchiha Sora saw himself, and he also understood what ascension to demonhood meant. Inside the basement, dim light fell across his own body lying on the hospital bed. His skin, burned over a huge area, was exposed to the air. His limbs were strapped down, and his eye sockets had sunk in. A half of his face had no scars, and from that alone, one could still see traces of how handsome he had once been. His thin abdomen had a scar about 10 centimeters long on each side of his ribs. Compared with the irregular burns, the sutures looked surprisingly neat. Several tubes were inserted beside the wounds, replacing his kidneys to perform dialysis and keep him alive. A doctor in a white coat held a cold scalpel and cut open his chest. The usable organs have all been taken. Finally, the heart order is here. Wait a moment while the equipment is cleaned. The one from room 4 can be used. The scene shifted. It was still himself. He had grown up with a girl as childhood sweethearts, come to know each other, fallen in love, and then, on the night of their wedding, a few half-grown youths broke into his room, violated the woman who was already his wife, and set down pieces of his wife's flesh, forcing him to eat them. The despair in his wife's eyes was so real. The scene shifted again. His appearance had not changed much, only his physical structure was different. He had become her. What happened next was nauseating. Next, he became an immortal, his body possessing rapid regeneration. In that apocalypse-like world, he was kept in captivity and used as sustainable meat. Uchiha Sora found himself inside body after body, his senses endlessly amplified. Even the simplest touch could feel like being hacked by blades and split by axes. There were also beautiful experiences, but they always shattered at the happiest moment, in the cruelest possible way. The judgment represented by ascending to demon was the greatest possible harm to both body and mind. First came the sensory erosion stage. Then came the collapse of cognition. When the one under judgment completely broke mentally and lost the ability to care for themselves, their cognitive system would be rebuilt, forming anti-common-sense behavioral logic, such as treating cannibalism as normal eating. As the ideology took shape in complete opposition to its original logic, the body would also begin to deform. In the end, it would irreversibly become a twisted consciousness life-form wandering in emptiness, only to be devoured by an unknown existence. Ascending to demon meant ascending to the demoness table. It was punishment for those who knew no fear. Just this? No one knew how many times he had been reincarnated, or how many times the location had changed. That quiet question rang out from the top of the black tower on the isolated island. An old face, white hair. Uchiha Sora sat in a wheelchair and spoke. His eyes gouged out. As he kept speaking, flesh began to grow in the hollow sockets, and the wrinkled skin slowly filled out. That guy's noisy warnings, and I thought it'd be some instant death judgment. Boring. No originality at all. You didn't even get the progression right. Body damage should start with something tiny, like steel needles being shoved into your fingernails. Mental damage can be something like your mother looking at you with full expectation, hoping you, with your mediocre grades, can get into a good university. Don't start with some life and death separation crap. You're messing around like this, so even if I wanted to cooperate, it'd be hard. He stood up, his body rising from hunch to straight, black hair falling to his waist. The flesh in his eye sockets knit together, and the fluctuations it caused sent the sea outside the isolated island into towering waves. Heaven and earth changed. The isolated island was like clay crushed by an invisible giant hand, turning into dust and floating in the air. An undersea volcano erupted and dark red magma, wrapped in scalding bubbles, burst through the seafloor. The surging seawater defied gravity, crazily rushing back toward Uchiha Sora's position. Every drop of water flickered with fragments of memory, then was shredded into brilliant particles within the blood-red vortex. Finally, the sky caved in. Crimson curse marks crawled around his eye sockets like living things. His eyes stretched open into a black hole that devoured everything, swallowing it all. When the last ray of light was sucked into his pupils, the surroundings fell into absolute silence. Only those eyes remained, radiating a soul-shaking glow in the void. Tiny points of light sparkled over Uchiha Sora's body as he faced a bizarre, illusory curtain. That layer of light radiated an extreme attraction, speaking of the true meaning of life, the fixed point of time and space. No explanation was needed. Any living being that saw that curtain would know one thing. Crossing through it meant the cosmic sea of stars, the ultimate place of supreme beauty. The shape in Uchiha Sora's eye sockets gradually took form. Inside those crimson pupils, black lines wove into a pair of wings, like a four-winged crow, or like a trembling balance scale. A faint purple line passed through the black shape, forming a ring and radiating a dreamlike beauty. Witness truth. Gain eternity. Go on. That is the place you desire. Everything is there. A damp, sticky breath reached his ears. He could clearly tell it was the smell of rotten flesh and sulfur, yet somehow it felt delicious and sweet. Everything that had been taken from him, everything he had been let down by, was behind that door. As long as he pushed it open gently, all regrets would vanish without a trace. An image of a black-haired woman appeared on the light curtain, standing with one hand on her knee, smiling gently as she handed over a hairband. Her lips seemed to be saying something. Uchiha Sora unconsciously reached out, wanting to take the hairband and touch the light curtain. This is the reward given to the brave. You will go to the true universe you have longed for, the universe that belongs only to you, where everything will be as you wish, as you think. That is death. But death is not the worldly definition. It is the beginning and it is the end. Death is the greatest gift, the most wonderful word. Embrace death, and you will have everything. What the hell are you babbling about? Uchiha Sora frowned slightly and turned to look at the void behind him. Shut up. Keep making noise and I'll kill you. The platform's voice sounded. How should I explain this? Perhaps it is because your soul was special to begin with, and you were unexpectedly reborn into a special race. That explanation is wrong too. Uchiha Sora, just how did you do it? Uchiha Sora turned to look at the light curtain and said lightly, simple. With the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, doing something like this is only natural. Mangekyo Sharingan. When was it? Uchiha Sora had already been close to suppressing the advancement of his Mangekyo back when he fought Whitebeard. To put it simply, the advancement of the Mangekyo was the brain releasing a special in-release chakra, stimulating the evolution of the Sharingan. Or rather, mutation. The Uchiha progenitor Indra did not have a Mangekyo. His 3-tomo Sharingan was the strongest form of the Sharingan, able to use Susanoo, and was the existence that inherited the sage's eyes. The Mangekyo was more like an Arapath evolution forced by impure later bloodlines in order to gain greater power. Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Rinnegan. This was not a complete progression path, but the progression path belonging to the reincarnated body of Indra's chakra. The proof was that when Uchiha Obito obtained Hashirama cells, his Mangekyo showed no sign of further evolution at all. The only two people who fused the Mangekyo of blood relatives to advance into the eternal Mangekyo were Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. So this progression path was fundamentally not feasible for Uchiha who did not possess Indra's chakra. The Mangekyo Sharingan was the limit of the Uchiha clan. The difference was only how long one's ocular power could be used. How could Uchiha Sora be willing to stop here? Even if he possessed the ultimate in-release chakra and nearly infinite ocular power, he still would not be satisfied. The platform said that the ninja world had a complete path of advancement. It should mean fusing the ten tails or eating the chakra fruit, becoming nature itself, and gaining a special kind of immortality. Uchiha Sora had struggled with this before. It really was the most ideal way to obtain power, and also the simplest path. There was a chance to take Nagato's Rinnegan, and gathering the tailed beasts wasn't too hard either. But he just didn't like it. He was the kind of person who loved a tennis ball rebounding off the net, that unknown feeling of not knowing which side it would land on. If everything followed a fixed logic, it would be too boring. He just liked taking the long way around. That was his shortcut. In the Summit War, the moment Uchiha Sora combined with the Nine Tails, his mind, body, and technique reached their peak. Going all out, Uchiha Sora had no spare strength left to suppress the evolution of his Sharingan. At that moment, the Mangekyo opened. The dojutsu formed instantly, Amaterasu and Yatsuka Hokama. Amaterasu went without saying. The ability of Yatsuka Hokama was to mark a target and, regardless of distance, control a person's mind and chakra through chakra links. This ability could be called a wide-area limited Tsukuyomi. It was extremely powerful. The soul attack attribute in the Susanoo armor of the 5-dragon annihilation came from this dojutsu. Not enough. Just this was still not enough. Uchiha Sora's ambition was far beyond what these 2 dojutsu could carry. The only modification he could think of was to shatter everything and start over. To do that, he would have to destroy his own body and mind, then rebuild them. Smash the infinite castle, break the transit tunnel, and witness the boundary of reality. This was the method Uchiha Sora came up with. Burning himself with the flames of Amaterasu, and shattering his soul with the Ascension Demon ritual. Witnessing the true universe was not important. What mattered was the process of witnessing it. Then, with my will, I will surely recover everything from the ruins and weave my own. True Mangekyo, the eye of mind's reflection. If it cannot become what I want, then it is unworthy of that name. The first Mangekyo dojutsu to be rewoven. Shining Susanoo. This was a passive dojutsu. It did not need to be activated manually and only affected the user himself. At the dual critical point of catastrophic physical destruction and mental collapse, the wavelengths of soul and body would align, forming perfect entanglement. Body is soul, soul is body. Using the nature of the dojutsu, In release evolved Yang release and forcibly broke the flaw in the Mangekyo's genes. There would no longer be any need to worry about running out of ocular power. Simply put, this dojutsu served as a converter, transforming the energy from Rayquaza and the Ninetales experience card into physical strength. The drawback was that once the body was injured, the soul would be injured in sync. Hashirama Cell's rapid regeneration ability was no longer useful to Uchiha Sora. But this flaw was completely acceptable compared to the gains. To put it in simpler terms, right now, under the effect of Shining Susanoo, Uchiha Sora's normal state already possessed extraordinary physical strength. And this strength would keep rising along with the boosts brought by the experience cards. It basically eased the time limit of being crushed by power to the greatest extent. Before he finished the borrowing conditions for the Ninetales, as long as he did not borrow again, there should be no major problem. At the same time, it also solved the problem of fire release chakra mode burning away too much life, no longer being limited by the number of body cell divisions, but instead judging life by the strength of the soul. As long as chakra was not overdrawn, even as an ordinary person who did not fight, living for hundreds or even thousands of years under low power consumption was possible. Of course, Uchiha Sora definitely would not do that. In his view, burning the soul and life to gain power was much more cost-effective than borrowing. Lives were meant to be burned anyway. As long as evolution happened before death, that was enough. I may understand now. The platform's voice sounded. With a golden level energy rank, touching the characteristics of a mythic life form, based on my calculations, a Sharingan should not have this kind of ability. Username, Uchiha Sora. Energy level, Gold, possesses one characteristic of a mythic life form, quantum entanglement of soul and body. Current project, Uchiha Sora understood what the platform meant. These 4 words should have been a block term in the first place. Mythic life form referred to beings at the level of the Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya Otsutsuki. They possess true immortality, not the fragile immortality of someone like Muzan, who died when killed. Kaguya Otsutsuki's deification and the Sage of Six Paths chakra remaining in the world both belong to the category of mythic life forms. A plain Sharingan indeed did not have such a characteristic. Staring at the light screen, Uchiha Sora spoke softly. The moment he saw it, he had it. When he saw the star curtain, Uchiha Sora began copying it. The Sharingan's other name was the copy will I. For this one look, he had prepared for a long time. Countless pieces of knowledge were forcefully poured into Uchiha Sora's mind. Extremely aggressive, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. The star curtain did not resist at all. In fact, it tried its best to stuff everything into Uchiha Sora. Just when he was about to collapse, judgment appeared. Or rather, it was precisely because he knew judgment would appear that Uchiha Sora dared to probe the structure of the star curtain. What judgment was did not matter. As long as there was judgment, that was enough. This was also why Uchiha Sora relaxed after receiving the platform's warning. It had told Uchiha Sora many things, and it also cleared away the words that had been blocked by the platform before. The Star Sea and the lower dimensions were not strictly in a superior-subordinate relationship, but existed in parallel. There would not be a situation where a creature from a lower dimension, after ascending into the Star Sea, had to start laboring from the very bottom again. Some powerful lower dimensions could even produce experts capable of standing tall in the Star Sea. There were also experts who did not want to stay in the Star Sea and instead threw themselves into lower dimensions. The special thing about the Star Sea was that it was huge, larger than all the lower dimensions combined. And it was still growing at an unimaginable speed, with no end in sight. What's more, its time and space had absolute stability. There was no issue of different time flows. The time flow between several lower dimensions would all differ. To be able to determine the time of such a massive region of the universe, it was hard to imagine what sort of power that required. The existence in his memories that had done this was still a block term. Perhaps only after crossing the star curtain and truly entering the star sea would he know what it was. It was indeed very tempting. Uchiha Sora lowered his hand and turned away, no longer looking at the star sea light screen. The objective had already been achieved. The road ahead was not a field he could explore right now. You survived judgment. You are qualified to enter the star sea. I have no intention of offending the Supreme One, but only by going to the star sea can you possibly escape that kind of transaction. That kind of granting is a curse called hope. From the void, the voice in the Ascension Demon ritual sounded again. The radiance of the Supreme Sovereign is the divine grace that asks for no return. You can obtain endless life just like me. Stay with the Star Sea. Who is this guy? Mechanical race, one of the races of the Star Sea. The Supreme Sovereign they believe in is the ruler of the Star Sea region behind this light curtain. There's one thing it didn't say wrong. If you enter the Star Sea now, our various contracts will be forcibly terminated, and that Supreme Sovereign will pay off your debt for you. You probably wouldn't believe in something good that comes at no cost. We at least set clear prices using trust value as the currency of circulation, that one. I can't speak disrespectfully of that one. Then what the hell are you? An operator under the platform, or the platform's consciousness itself? I am also of the Mech clan. Huh? The Mech clan is a very large race in the Sea of Stars. I belong to a branch of the Mech clan, the virtual Mech clan. We all work for the Lord. Normal communication came much earlier than I expected. Before this, I had to activate a large amount of mech power just to barely express my emotions. Uchiha Sora frowned slightly. You mean you've always existed in my mind? No. I am a life form in a virtual information state. Only when you think of me or at certain special moments do I exist. That sounds kind of disgusting and ambiguous. Fine, take me back. Are you really not going? In countless legends, the Sea of Stars is called the highest realm of the divine domain, where there are endless mysteries. Once you pass through this layer of light curtain, your life level may rise immediately. Someone like you, who pursues powerful strength, should be unable to resist that kind of attraction, right? In your eyes, do I look like some brainless brute? Am I wrong? Your emotion-rendering function is a little unnecessary. Uchiha Sora's body slowly descended as he continued talking with the platform. I still have a lot to do. I don't plan to break my promise. Confirming its existence is enough for now. Back to our matter. I have a business deal to discuss with you. My other eye technique was made especially for you. Ninja World. Garo hadn't even adjusted to the transfer of consciousness when the claw she was gripping tightly was pried open, and the thing in her cat paw was taken away. Are you a shadow clone or the real body? Garo looked at Uchiha Sora and didn't feel anything different from before. No, if anything, compared to the Sora from that Red Dog warship before, he was even more ordinary. There was no that chilling, sinister aura that made people shiver at a glance. Uchiha Sora gave Garo a glance. Let us go back to the village first. I have something to tell everyone. With that, he kicked off toward the direction of Uchiha. Only when that surging power rampaged like a breached flood did he realize something was wrong. Looking back, he was already hundreds of meters above the ground. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening roar exploded all at once, and the entire forest trembled violently in an instant. The place where Uchiha Sora had been standing just now suddenly turned into a bottomless pit, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading endlessly from the edges. That level of destruction was on par with the strength of 100 technique. Uchiha Sora slowly descended from the air and looked at Garo, who was crawling out of the deep pit in a filthy state. He felt a little embarrassed. If I say I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Garo pulled a wooden stake out from the fat on her chest and coldly looked at Uchiha Sora. Yes.
Uchiha and in village.
Night. Inside Naka Shrine, all the Uchiha ninja who had awakened the Sharingan gathered together. Uchiha Sora sat in the main seat, with Fugaku and Shursui seated on either side. Unlike Uchiha Sora, who had gone through the Sea World, the clan members' minds were still stuck on the shock of Uchiha Sora wiping out Mangekyo alone. Now that the clan leader had gathered everyone and looked like he had something major to announce, they couldn't help thinking to themselves, he's going to attack Konoha, right? After everyone arrived, Uchiha Sora spoke slowly. Come out, Orochimaru. From the shadows, Orochimaru's figure slowly walked out. Before he could even think of an opening line, several hundred pairs of Sharingan flashed red and locked onto him. The more impatient ones had already drawn their blades and gripped kunai tightly in their hands. If this were not Naka Shrine, someone might have already treated Orochimaru as an enemy and attacked him. That kind of ocular pressure was no joke. Orochimaru hurriedly raised a hand. Everyone, your clan leader asked me to come. Calm down. He turned to look at Uchiha Sora and smiled wryly. Clan leader Sora. By normal phrasing, before saying that, you should add that I'm an invited guest. You don't count as a guest. Uchiha Sora looked at Orochimaru, his gaze indifferent. How much longer are you going to make me wait? Orochimaru naturally sat down beside Shursui, nodded at the somewhat awkward Shursui, and said, if I remember correctly, the last time we met was 4 days ago. Danzo wasn't this eager about progress. That was a forbidden technique, not some C-rank ninjutsu. It's not that easy to improve. Still, if it's only the second Hokage, give me a few more days. I'm confident I can summon him. Uchiha Sora swept his gaze around the room and thought in silence. Attacking Konoha was necessary, not only because Konoha was jointly founded by the Uchiha and the Senju, but more importantly, Naka Shrine got its name because it was located along the Naka River. That place had, since ancient times, been the Uchiha's traditional activity area. The first meeting between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was at the Naka River. Both clans had always lived in the Land of Fire. There had never been any record of Uchiha coming from the Land of Lightning. Suppressing the Bloodpond clan for the Land of Lightning's daimyo was just an overseas mission the Uchiha had taken. When he left, he had promised the clan members that he would bring them back, and the clan had always carried that wish in their hearts, training like mad. They even got those demons under Muzan to the point of work-related injuries. When Uchiha Sora returned, Shursui had asked him where those demons went. The clan members hadn't been able to slash demons for several days, and they were getting restless. The demons were still on their way back from the Land of Lightning. Red Dog's summoning had happened too suddenly. Uchiha Sora had directly tossed those demons out of the Infinite Castle and gone over. The Infinite Castle had originally been used as a training ground for the Uchiha, and over the past 3 years it had played a considerable role in improving the clan's taijutsu and swordsmanship. Now the version of the Infinite Castle was outdated. For clan members who had awakened at least 2 tomo, it no longer held much significance. What they needed was real combat between life and death. And now there was a good place for that. So, did you bring Kimimaro and the others from the Land of Water? A black line appeared on Orochimaru's forehead. Lord Uchiha Sora, I reminded you already. It's only been 4 days. On top of improving Edo Tensei, I have to go to the Land of Water to find people too. What do you take me for? An immortal engine? These past few days I also have to deal with Akatsuki. Inoki went to Akatsuki wanting to discuss a big deal, and Konan keeps asking where I ran off to. She said things like, when it comes to funds, I'm active, but when it comes to working, I'm nowhere to be found. Just non-stop complaining. Back when I was in Konoha, I completed more than 1,400 missions over several decades. There were nearly 600 S-rank and A-rank missions combined. That workload wasn't even this bad. Come here for a moment. Uchiha Sora beckoned with a faint smile. Orochimaru subconsciously leaned back. Of course I wouldn't dare come to the Uchiha clan grounds with my real body. Let me tell you first, this is just one of my shadow clones. If you destroy me, the agreement with my real body will also be void. Uchiha Sora lowered his hand, a little disappointed. Just a shadow clone? Fine, that still works. Before Orochimaru could say anything else, his body was pulled by an invisible force and forcibly dragged in front of Uchiha Sora. This is Almighty Push. How is that possible? It's not Almighty Push. Just a simple use of ocular power. Don't get me wrong. I don't have the ability to read minds. Your expression was just too obvious. Uchiha Sora tightened his grip around Orochimaru's throat, and 3 tomo appeared in his eyes. The 3 tomo gathered toward the center, merging into a black even deeper than black itself. Then, from that profound darkness, 2 pairs of wings spread out. A pale purple halo passed through the wings, while complex and mysterious patterns flowed with a deep gleam. Mangekyo! This time, there was no way he could be mistaken, right? Orochimaru felt his heartbeat speed up uncontrollably, as if even his soul was about to be sucked in. But he didn't choose to avoid eye contact. The Shadow Clone was a jutsu created by the second Hokage, specifically to deal with the Uchiha. Aside from the Sharingan, no one could see through its authenticity, and when it was attacked or hit by a sufficiently powerful genjutsu, it would automatically disperse, with its memories returning to the original body. A Shadow Clone's chakra was separate from the original. Genjutsu effects would not be transmitted back to the original body. Only the clone's memories would return. With Uchiha Sora's level of strength, Orochimaru wasn't surprised at all that he had awakened the Mangekyo. If he still hadn't awakened it by now, that would have been the strange part. As long as the information about Uchiha Sora's Mangekyo could be brought back to the original body, then this trip wouldn't be a loss. That's right. This is my Mangekyo Dojutsu. After shattering broken 8,000 spears, the Dojutsu I obtained possesses the ultimate genjutsu that stands above space-time and consciousness itself. Heavenly Mark. At the instant their eyes met, a phantom black crow flew out of Uchiha Sora's eye and plunged into Orochimaru's eye. This kind of mark will be imprinted onto your original body along with the return of your Shadow Clone's consciousness. Orochimaru, you still aren't cautious enough. When Orochimaru's pupils were fully occupied by the crow, Uchiha Sora applied a little force with his hand and crushed Orochimaru's Shadow Clone. Uchiha Sora raised his head and looked at the gathered clansmen. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, while a chilling eye power gathered behind him into an invisible giant beast, flaunting itself wildly. He waited a few seconds. The smile on Uchiha Sora's face faded. Aren't you guys surprised? And Uchiha standing near the front froze for a moment, then said, Is your awakening of the Mangekyo really something worth being surprised about? Uchiha Sora's face darkened. Mine is different. I need to tell you the difference. A Mangekyo like Shursui has flaws. My Mangekyo enough, Sora. The fact that you're stronger than us isn't something that needs to be emphasized. Shursui waved his hand. You were already able to summon Rayquaza 3 years ago. Just now, you even took on Kumogakure by yourself. We're already tired of being shocked. Since you called us all together and even showed off your dojutsu, can't just be to tell us you awaken the Mangekyo, right? Does what you want to say have something to do with your ability? The only reason you survive with that level of emotional intelligence, Shursui, is because we're basically a family business. Otherwise, you'd never get promoted in your whole life. Uchiha Sora shook his head helplessly. Wait a little. With Orochimaru as material, it'll be easier for me to explain. Several dozen minutes later, a grim-faced Orochimaru appeared in front of the shrine. Uchiha Sora, what exactly did you do to me? Orochimaru had developed the heaven and earth curse marks as the foundation of his immortality technique. As long as a curse mark was successfully implanted, Orochimaru could use the mark and living cells to revive from it. In the original timeline, he had revived separately through Sasuke and Anko. Back when Uchiha Sora had been solving the problem of his energy going out of control, he had used the Yamada no Jutsu Orochimaru chose as a reference. Even Ryozuki's traits had been copied straight from Orochimaru. After realizing that Orochimaru's jutsu concepts seemed workable for solving his increasingly heavy debt problem, and combining them with his own circumstances, Uchiha Sora settled on his second dojutsu, Heavenly Mark. In a certain sense, Orochimaru, I've always treated you as a teacher. Orochimaru's already gloomy face turned even colder. That's not how you should treat a teacher, is it, Uchiha Sora? We agreed this was a partnership, and now you pull something like this. Don't think this means you've got me under control. At worst, I'll just give up this body. I refuse to believe your mark can imprint endlessly. After the shadow clone was broken, Orochimaru received the memories from that period of time. Like the clone, he wasn't surprised that Uchiha Sora had the Mangekyo. But that black crow had actually followed the memories and carved a mark onto his body. It was in the same place on his neck, and even the shape of the 3 tomo was exactly the same as his heaven curse mark. No, the 3 tomo part was something I designed after the Sharingan, so that probably doesn't count as infringement. After the curse mark appeared, Orochimaru could clearly feel that his understanding of chakra had deepened by a few degrees, especially in release. The effect was obvious. Something this beneficial, of course Orochimaru wouldn't believe Uchiha Sora had kindly given him a boost for no reason. There was definitely some scheme behind it that he didn't know about. He had tried sealing jutsu. He had also tried tearing off that piece of flesh. None of it worked. It was even more stubborn than his heaven curse mark, practically as troublesome as a flying Raijin mark. Minato had carved flying Raijin marks onto quite a few Konoha shinobi in order to rescue his comrades, and Orochimaru had studied that thing before. Unless Minato actively removed it, the mark would not disappear over time, and this mark might be even more troublesome than a flying Raijin mark. In just several dozen minutes, Orochimaru had already realized something was wrong. He wanted to go see Uchiha Sora, and that urge was growing stronger and stronger. No, based on my own thinking, I should be trying my best to stay away from that bastard and find a way to get rid of this thing. Damn it, this mark is affecting my will. Once he realized that, even at the risk of being killed, he still had to come in person and question Uchiha Sora face to face. If they couldn't reach an agreement, then at worst he would just kill himself. Reviving through Anko would still be better than having his will altered. No strong expert with a firm will would ever allow his own will to be tampered with. Don't be so angry, Orochimaru. I really do want to cooperate with you sincerely. That's why I gave you a stamp. Uchiha Sora truly needed Orochimaru. During these past few years in the land of whirlpools, he hadn't forgotten to have his clansmen search for one thing. The Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple. But after several years, they still hadn't found it. In that case, this mask temple was very likely hidden in some corner of Konoha. Uchiha Sora had already decided to bring Naruto over and raise him himself. Once Naruto grew up, he would bring out Minato Namikaze and give Naruto the half of the 9-tail sealed inside the Shinigami, increasing Naruto's combat power. Now that he had borrowed the 9-tails, the mission of finding the Shinigami mask had become even more urgent. Before releasing the 9-tails, Uchiha Sora could only forcefully suppress his urge to immediately smash Konoha apart. That was also why he had been constantly pressing Orochimaru. He had far too much work to hand over to Orochimaru. Now he planned to pay him a bit of salary, get Orochimaru spinning, and stop him from slacking off. Heavenly Mark will only affect you when I initiate a summons. Can't forcibly make you do something that would harm yourself, so don't worry. Are you joking? Orochimaru said, making my original body unconsciously move closer to you. How is that any different from wanting my life? Uchiha Sora paused, then stopped keeping him in suspense and said directly, Are you curious about the world where I summoned Akainu from? As long as you have this mark, you'll be able to go to that world. Akainu, the man who almost beat you to death back then. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. What nonsense are you talking about? I withdrew very easily back then. Don't underestimate me. We can talk about that later. Remove the mark first. What if I said that with this mark, you could also summon the power of another world, just like me? As long as you can pay the price, even I can be summoned by you. What price? Orochimaru was a little tempted. Uchiha Sora motioned for Orochimaru to go back and sit beside Shursui, then continued. I'm only letting you attend our clan meeting and telling you my biggest secret because I consider you one of us. Orochimaru, why not just join the flame-hidden village? Orochimaru regained his composure and said in a low voice, if this place has what I need, I'll consider it. Uchiha Sora turned his gaze toward the clan members and continued. The Rayquaza I summoned 3 years ago wasn't my summon beast. It was power I borrowed from another world. There were some things I couldn't talk about before because I wasn't strong enough. But now that Uchiha Sora's power is no weaker than Rayquaza back then, it's no longer something that needs to be kept secret. This is my special ability, and now I have a way to let all of you obtain it as well. By consuming credit value, Uchiha Sora can take people to other worlds, and he can also bring things back from other worlds. If it's only once or twice, 1 or 2 people, the consumption won't be noticeable. But if he wants to send large numbers of people across worlds, or bring back things that cost a lot of credit value, then Uchiha Sora's few hundred points are obviously far from enough. And he still had to keep some credit value in reserve in case he needed to borrow. Uchiha Sora felt that accumulating credit value by himself was too slow. His agreement with Chiho had practically reached the level of beating the entire ninja world once over, and even then, the income wasn't all that impressive. He had asked the platform long ago whether other people could help him accumulate credit value. Even after his energy level advanced and his mind ascended, the answer was still no. The Myriad Worlds lending platform was a creation of the being the platform called the Exalted Lord in the Sea of Stars. It was because the user themselves possessed the special trait required to collect credit value that they were chosen, not because just anyone could have the lending platform. Even the Exalted Lord had to check your credit. If you weren't qualified, who would be willing to lend to you? Since the idea of opening subsidiaries wouldn't work, then he could only split himself up and use himself more efficiently. Uchiha Sora had tried using shadow clones before, and that method was indeed workable. He had just given it up after a few days. As mentioned before, his shadow clones had way too many thoughts. The time it took to recover their memories after dispelling them was even longer than the time he spent moving around normally. Using shadow clones for office work was the kind of thing only Naruto Uzumaki could pull off. That guy's brain definitely wasn't processing that many things. Neither of Uchiha Sora's Mangekyo abilities was an active offensive technique. His own attack power was already off the charts. The intensity of his fire release had already surpassed the flames of Amaterasu, so if his dojutsu were offensive too, it would just be complete overkill. To put it simply, both of these dojutsu were born to solve debt-related problems. Divine Illumination Susanoo distributed the energy amplification from the trial card, strengthening the body so it wouldn't be crushed under the strain. The Heavenly Mark, meanwhile, existed for the sake of his own credit value gains, as well as the overall improvement of the clan. His rise was too fast. If the clan members couldn't improve alongside him and provide him with support, then in the future they might not even qualify to be cheerleaders. The effect of the Heavenly Mark was to place a mark within the other party's consciousness and bestow onto the marked person his special trait of being able to gain credit value through honoring agreements. What he had negotiated with the platform was basically to give each of them a sub-platform. Aside from having to hand over part of their credit value to Uchiha Sora and go through his channel for borrowing, all the other functions would remain. Simply put, it was like the employees and users under the platform and Uchiha Sora, these two exalted lords, privately setting up a lending app. Lower limits, higher interest rates, a proper black loan. That was the main purpose. As for controlling the will of the marked person, that was just a side benefit. Uchiha Sora had deceived Orochimaru. Once the spiritual brand had been planted, and he still expected nothing to happen? A dojutsu reconstructed on the foundation of the 8,000 spears, how could it possibly not have any basic attributes? The weakness of this dojutsu was that it activated slowly. If someone was on guard, it was easy to avoid. But Orochimaru had assumed it was only a shadow clone and thought he couldn't be tracked. So he got careless and fell for it. As long as the mark was completed, his life and death were all within a single thought of Uchiha Sora's. That's how it is. You should be able to sense the platform being built in your consciousness space, right? Orochimaru's pupils suddenly shrank, and he took a deep breath to calm himself. This kind of absolute divine grace from you. And you're actually willing to share it? I underestimated your boldness. Just by fulfilling agreements, one can use that as capital to travel across worlds, and even mortgage and borrow power from other worlds. Isn't this basically the same as picking up power for free? Glancing at the excited Orochimaru, Uchiha Sora secretly curled his lip. When the interest comes due, you'll know whether it's really free or not. Strangely enough, Uchiha Sora wasn't good at reading expressions, and Orochimaru wasn't the type to show his emotions on his face either. Yet Uchiha Sora could still tell what Orochimaru was thinking. It could only be blamed on some kind of wonderful fate. I'll give you some credit value, enough for you to travel to serial number 2049. Let's just call it the Sea World. It's easier to remember. Go experience it for yourself first. In a couple of days I'll summon you back. There's still work for you to do here. Orochimaru stood up impatiently, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Creatures different from those of the ninja world? Just a reminder, there are a lot of strange rule-based abilities over there. Don't die. Following the guidance of the platform in his mind, Orochimaru's body slowly turned intangible. Uchiha Sora, I know what you're thinking, and I'll remind you too. Don't be too confident. A snake on the ground may not necessarily be incapable of turning into a dragon and swallowing an eagle. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. If you can do that, I'll be even happier. After Orochimaru completely disappeared, Fugaku, arms folded, frowned and said, Sora, is it really okay to let someone as dangerous as Orochimaru have your ability? And this kind of opportunity should be precious, right? Shursui is the more suitable choice. After hearing Uchiha Sora explain his ability, even Fugaku couldn't help feeling tempted, but he was too embarrassed to bring himself up. By common sense, Mangekyo abilities consumed precious eye power. Was there really any need to give something this good to Orochimaru? Which eye of yours saw it as precious? Uchiha Sora looked at Fugaku and shook his head helplessly. You should really think less. Orochimaru understood it after just one moment of thought. No wonder you didn't even qualify to compete for 4th Hokage back then. In the end, the still borrowed power. There'll be plenty to worry about later. Any power that is obtained comes with a price. Remember one thing, unless absolutely necessary, do not borrow. Perhaps no one understands that better than we Uchiha. Shursui said softly, but there will always be times when it's necessary, just like it was for you back then. If I can help share part of your burden, I'd be glad to. Other people only saw how imposing Uchiha Sora looked when he called in help during battle, but Shursui knew very clearly what he had endured because of it. He had once asked Uchiha Sora why he had developed that kind of fire release chakra technique. With his talent, there were obviously safer ways for him to gain power. Uchiha Sora hadn't answered, but looking at his expression, Shursui clearly sensed that something was chasing Uchiha Sora from behind, forcing him to do this. Let us wait. Even I'm not sure whether it'll work the first time. If Orochimaru comes back alive, that means the test is complete. If he dies, Uchiha Sora stood up. We'll meet again in 2 days. Go back and sleep. Tomorrow I'm going to bring a playmate back for your son. So remember to tell Makoto to prepare more food. A playmate? Where are you going? Konoha. You're going to attack Konoha by yourself? Kimogakure is one thing, but we have to go to Konoha together. They've already pulled back their defense line. Security is tight now. It's not something that half-crippled Kimogakure can compare to. Compared to Uchiha Sora, who had grown a few more centimeters taller, Fugaku now had to lift his head just to meet his eyes. He said this out of genuine concern for Uchiha Sora. With the strength Uchiha Sora had shown a few days ago, going up against a complete ninja village alone was still risky. Even if awakening the Mangekyo had increased his strength, there was no need to take that kind of risk. Uchiha Sora gave a faint smile. No difference. To me right now, Konoha and Kimogakure are the same. Just endure a little longer. Soon, I'll bring all of you home. Konoha. The atmosphere inside the Hokage's office was heavy. The Konoha higher-ups all looked at the intelligence report with tightly furrowed brows and dark expressions. Kimogakure has already been destroyed. Only a small number of Kumo shinobi escaped to the sea. I ran into them. The one speaking was a tall white-haired man. It was Jiraiya. Though he had rarely returned to Konoha over the years, he had always been passing intelligence back to the village. His main observation targets were the land of water and the land of whirlpools. Jiraiya lightly tapped the desk and said in a deep voice, "The Uchiha's intentions are obvious now. Once they fully occupy Kimogakure in just a few years, they'll become a new one of the 5 great ninja villages. If we're not just counting ninja combat strength, they've already reached that level. Uchiha Sora is a terrifying existence on Hanzo's level, Hanzo of the Salamander. Based on the intel, he really was a fitting benchmark for Uchiha Sora. Both possessed overwhelmingly powerful Kage-level individual strength, and more importantly terrifying large-scale destructive power. What made Uchiha Sora even more horrifying than Hanzo was that Hanzo still needed a summon to release poison mist, while Uchiha Sora himself was a walking volcanic natural disaster. We can't wait any longer. Join forces with Inoki and immediately form an encirclement force to wipe out the Uchiha in the land of whirlpools. At the side, Danzo supported his chin with one hand and said coldly, Inoki's side has already contacted a powerful organization. They can act as the vanguard. Iwagakure and we will be responsible for the encirclement. The Uchiha are even more terrifying than the Uzumaki clan back then. Right now is our only chance to deal with them. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado both looked toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Their silence meant they also agreed with Danzo's proposal. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could speak, Jiraiya refuted him. It hasn't reached that point yet. And Elder Danzo, what you just said was wrong. The Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha clan are both Konoha's allies. How can you describe them as terrifying? Danzo let out a cold laugh. Naive fool. You still think the Uchiha are comrades? What's wrong with that? Have the Uchiha done anything to Konoha? Jiraiya said righteously. Even when they left the village back then, they had their reasons. If you ask me, if we hand Elder Danzo over to them, reconciliation might not be impossible. What did you say? Danzo flew into a rage and was just about to slam the table and rise. Enough! Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned tightly. His hair had long since turned grizzled, and his gaze moved between Danzo and Jiraiya. In the end, he let out a helpless sigh. Konoha hasn't fallen so low that it needs to sell out its comrades. Danzo, your plan won't work either. Konoha absolutely cannot be the first to make a move against the Uchiha. They've only been gone for 3 years. Many ninja in the village still see them as comrades. Taking the initiative to attack is not feasible. For the past 3 years, that boy's figure had clung to Hiruzen Sarutobi like a nightmare. He knew very clearly how great a threat Uchiha Sora was. But, not to mention the other ninja clans, even his own son, if he found out that he had ordered an attack on the Uchiha, would absolutely kill himself. Ever since back then, Sarutobi Shinosuke had opposed his thinking more and more. After the Hizashi incident a few days ago, he had even directly taken Asuma to the Fire Daimyo's residence. He said he was going there to impeach him before the daimyo. Did I really do something wrong? Jiraiya looked deeply at his teacher, disappointment faintly visible in his eyes. Not long ago, hadn't you just sold out Hyuga Hizashi? At the end of the day, you just aren't willing to give up your own comrades. People could never truly empathize with one another. Jiraiya hadn't realized that he himself was actually the same. Orochimaru had harmed the villagers, yet Jiraiya's first thought had also been to persuade Orochimaru to turn back, not to kill him. He had spent his life chasing a world where people could understand each other, yet even he himself could not truly understand others. We have a reason to act against the Uchiha. We had one 3 years ago. Danzo said in a deep voice, wasn't the Nine-Tails disaster caused by the Uchiha? The hatred of losing family is far above so-called comrade bonds. Hiruzen, if you hand the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki over to me, I'll train him into the strongest weapon in the shortest time possible. If we don't wipe out the Uchiha now, do you want the scene from that day to happen again? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression froze. When he turned to Danzo again, there was a trace of fierceness in his eyes. So the rumor that Naruto is the reincarnation of the demon fox really was spread by you. At this point, Danzo did not deny it. He sneered and said, this is a necessary trial for a Jinchuriki. Only by removing unnecessary emotions can a Jinchuriki become a usable weapon. Bang! Jiraiya suddenly slammed his palm down onto the desk. Fine cracks rapidly spread across its surface. He glared at Danzo, his killing intent completely undisguised. Naruto is Minato's child, not your weapon. Shimura Danzo, do you really think I don't dare kill you? Danzo stared back at Jiraiya, expressionless. I'll return those words to you. You have ignored the Hokage's orders and involved yourself in foreign affairs for years. Do you think I don't dare kill you? If you two want to fight, go to the forest of death. Best if you both die together. Hiruzen Sarutobi said darkly, at a time like this, are you two idiots? Danzo, I know all about the little things you've been doing in private. Don't go too far. And you too, Jiraiya, you are not allowed to leave the village anytime soon. If you want to ignore my orders, then go become the Hokage yourself. Young Naruto wore clothes that didn't fit him as he listened to the curses rising and falling through the hallway. The monster's vessel. A disaster star that shouldn't exist. That filthy thing is going out again. Why can't they just kill him? Lord Third is too kind. That monster should be hanged. Those hate-filled words were like poison darts, piercing through the walls and stabbing into his young heart. Naruto pressed his lips together, unable to understand why they hated him. He also didn't know why the auntie who used to take care of him had disappeared without saying a word. The look in her eyes the last time she saw him had been so unfamiliar. But it wasn't unfamiliar anymore. That was the look of someone who wanted him dead. He made his way through the hallway with difficulty, then carefully walked over to a breakfast stall. Keeping his head lowered, he raised his little hand clutching the money. I want 1 serving of dango. Thank you. Sure. But in the very next moment, when the stall owner saw that eye-catching blonde hair, she hurriedly pulled back the hand that was about to take the money and said coldly, we're out of dango. Get lost. Naruto already knew he was different. He didn't try to argue. He just lowered his head and wandered aimlessly through the streets. The streets were noisy and lively, but none of it had anything to do with him. A drunk man passed out by the roadside groggily opened his eyes and just happened to meet Naruto's lowered gaze. Hatred flared up in his pupils as he roared hoarsely. It's you, you little bastard. You're the one who killed Ryoko. Why are you still alive? Damn fox demon. An empty liquor bottle flew toward Naruto with a sharp whistle, brushing past his ear before exploding against the wall. Shards of glass sliced his cheek. Naruto stumbled back in fright. His back slammed into an iron barrel, and the loud clang alerted even more people. The crowd gathered like beasts that had caught the scent of blood. They were clearer-headed than drunks and didn't curse him to his face. But those cold, disgusted looks were more piercing than insults, stabbing deep into Naruto's nerves and bringing him close to collapse. Aya! He screamed as he broke out of the crowd, not noticing the crack in the stone pavement tripping him up. His whole body pitched forward. Just as his forehead was about to slam into the stone, a hand caught him. Naruto steadied again, didn't dare look up. He just kept saying sorry over and over.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
His voice was choked with tears. He didn't know why he was apologizing, but he just said it instinctively. To the person helping you, what you should say isn't sorry. Thank you. A gentle voice sounded. It had been a long time since Naruto had heard a voice this soft. Carefully, he looked up and saw a man crouching down in front of him. This very handsome man was smiling at him. Smiling. My name is Uchiha Sora. I'm here to take you away. He had wiped out the hidden cloud village. He had forced the third Uchiha, Anoki, to abandon his own child and flee in panic. The clan head of the strongest clan in the ninja world. Top-ranked, extremely dangerous man with the highest bounty in the underground black market. And just like that, without any warning, he had appeared in Konohagakure with complete legitimacy. What were the border guards doing? What were the barrier teams in the village even for? The ANBU members responsible for watching the Jinchuriki looked at the person approaching Naruto, their scalps going numb and a chill shooting from the soles of their feet straight to their heads. Shush shush shush. Even though their bodies were terrified to the extreme, every cell screaming at them to stay far away from that person, the ANBU still stepped out to do their duty. Their faces were hidden behind masks, so no expression could be seen, but their trembling voices betrayed the unrest in their hearts. Leave Naruto, Uchiha Soradano. Your actions violate our alliance. The Hokage will arrive at once. Naruto, run. That's an extremely dangerous man. The Hokage and the others will be here any moment. We can't let him hurt Naruto. Evacuate the civilians. The shelters, no. Take them away. The farther the better. The hands of the frontmost ANBU were shaking as they gripped their sword hilts, sweat seeping from their palms and soaking through their gloves. Among the ninja gathering around, a Hyuga clan ninja activated his Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged violently, and bloodshot lines spread across his pure white pupils. This is not even human chakra. Within the Byakugan's vision, the chakra inside that human body was like an endless ocean, vast and boundless, just like the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And even more, his chakra was so stable, so calm, that if he hadn't also seen Naruto's chakra at the same time, he might not even have noticed the flow of Uchiha Sora's chakra. There was confusion in Naruto's clear blue eyes. Who were those masked adults? Why were they shouting? And those people running away like crazy? Big brother, you said you came to take me. Are you the same as me? I'm a little fox demon. Is this big brother a big fox demon too? Uchiha Sora's smile paused for a moment, then became even gentler. In a sense, yes, we are indeed the same kind. I'm sorry you went through something bad. I'm only now in a position to come get you. As he spoke, Uchiha Sora completely ignored the warnings from the ANBU and lifted Naruto by the collar, settling him into the crook of his arm. Uchiha Sora was very tall. At nearly 6'3", he was a small fry on the sea, but in the ninja world he stood out head and shoulders above others. Naruto's body went rigid, not knowing what to do. He leaned in but was afraid his clothes would dirty Big Brother's clothes. Put Naruto down. Don't force us to become your enemy, Uchiha Sora. The ANBU stepped back and made a path as Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya arrived. No dance. The one who shouted the loudest always hit first when trouble came, calling it preserving strength. Jiraiya stepped forward and forced out a smile. Long time no see. You've grown fast. I almost feel like I could drink with you now. Naruto, do you know this white-haired weird old man? Uchiha Sora asked softly. Naruto looked at Jiraiya for a while, then shook his head. No. Naruto, do you like this place? I like it. But they don't like me. Naruto lowered his head, a gloom on his face that shouldn't have belonged to a child his age. There are people who like you waiting for you in your mother's hometown. I'll take you there. Okay? Naruto's eyes lit up. I have a mother? Big brother. Do you know who my mother is? That's enough. Uchiha Sora. Mito Manzaman shouted, since you already chose to leave, don't interfere with Konoha's affairs anymore. If you leave now, we can pretend nothing happened. Pretend nothing happened? Uchiha Sora tilted his head and laughed. Forget it. I'm not here to reason with you old fossils. I'm taking Naruto. This is notice. Uchiha Sora stepped forward and walked straight toward the third Hokage and the others, not releasing even a trace of aura. Yet that casual posture alone put immense pressure on everyone present. Little Naruto, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Third Grandpa. Naruto didn't know Jiraiya, but the third would still occasionally come talk to him. On the night of the Nine Tails, he should have been gradually handing over power and enjoying his later years, but he had no choice but to put on armor and step onto the battlefield. His wife of decades died that night, and he still had to hold up the chaotic aftermath of the war. No matter how busy he was, he would always find time to see Naruto and even arranged a caretaker for him. If Danzo hadn't spread that information. Hiruzen Sarutobi truly had intended to hide Naruto's identity and let him grow up as an ordinary Konoha ninja. As Hokage, he did indeed have many unqualified actions. He failed to restrain Danzo, and he failed to keep Orochimaru in check. But in his heart, he truly had always thought only of the village, willing to give everything for the precious treasure left behind by the previous generations. Unfortunately, judging by actions, not intentions, no matter how good the thoughts were, what he did still led to one tragedy after another. A good person without firm principles can sometimes be more disgusting than a pure villain. Uchiha Sora, you know that person. Naruto is the hope he left to Konoha. You can't take him away. Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone was sincere as he said slowly, no matter what grievances there are between us, at least he did nothing wrong to you. Please respect his wishes. Uchiha Sora's steps paused. Why not say that person's name? Was that something so hard to bring up? Naruto, your father is... Shut up! Mito Manzaemon could no longer hold back and shouted, You, the rude bastard who keeps interrupting others. His words were interrupted too. Crash. The crimson Susanoo manifested, and before anyone could react, it grabbed Mito Manzaemon in one hand. Drip, drip. Bright red blood ran through the gaps in Susanoo's fingers. Naruto, your father is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. You are the son of this village's hero. Huh? Whoosh. Uchiha Sora flung the half-dead or dead unknown Mito Manzaemon away, sweeping aside a cluster of ANBU in the process. That posture was like brushing away annoying mosquitoes. Susanoo, the legendary power of the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen Sarutobi placed his hand on the adamantine Enma staff and took a deep breath. Is this the confidence of a lone intruder in Konoha? If you've got the guts, put Naruto down and we'll fight you. Put Naruto down. Minato told me about you. You shouldn't be like this. Jiraiya held one hand up, speaking anxiously. Why does it have to come to this? It took our predecessors so much effort to erase this hatred. Why let it keep spreading? In your eyes, is Naruto my hostage? Uchiha Sora looked at Jiraiya, his scarlet eyes cold and merciless. I gave you a chance, Jiraiya. I warned you to take care of the fourth Hokage's son. If you had truly listened, I wouldn't be here. Up to now, this is all your irresponsibility. For the so-called child of prophecy, you were unwilling to become Hokage, unwilling to stay in the village and properly look after your student's son. What right do you have to question me? Crackle, crackle. The frantically surging chakra shaped itself at lightning speed, and in an instant a giant god, as if cast from red-black obsidian, stood at the center of Konoha. Dark red chakra roiled over its body like flames. With every pulse, it shook loose the crows circling above, their feathers falling like black snow. This extreme pressure, it made everyone who had lived through that night remember the fear from back then. Naruto had never seen the village from this angle before. Villagers were fleeing in panic, and shinobi were closing in from all directions. This scene somehow felt strangely familiar, like he had seen it before. Thin wisps of dark red chakra seeped out from his body, and the whisker marks on his face became more obvious. A vertical pupil slowly began to appear in his eyes, and his stomach felt like it was burning. Like, there was really something inside my body, frantically crashing against something. Stay still, Kurama. Uchiha Sora pressed a hand on Naruto, forcing the leaking chakra back down. Naruto's breathing grew ragged. Remembering the flash of images that had just crossed his mind, he felt a burst of fear. What was that? Was that the monster inside me? And big brother, what is that thing of yours? So big, so amazing. He called Kurama. Calling him a monster is disrespectful. To be precise, he counts as a guardian of the ninja world. Guardian? We'll talk about that later. Uchiha Sora looked toward the Hokage monument, and from this angle, it was about eye level. He said slowly, your parents sacrificed themselves for this village, Naruto. Do you think this village has treated you kindly? Naruto bit his lip. The third grandpa is very good to me. Your father was one of the few people who treated our clan well. We're now living in your mother's hometown. There's a child there who has a tailed beast inside him, just like you. Your mother's friends are there too. Naruto, you're a smart and kind child. I don't want to lie to you. In the original future, you'll reconcile with them and make true friends. But along the way, you'd have to endure far too much pain and loneliness. Whether to seek bonds in this mud, or come with me, the choice is yours. Naruto bit his lip, looking torn. He had always been smarter than ordinary children, especially after everything that had happened during this time. If not for the arm around him holding him up, maybe. The moment he fell, it would have been the moment he completely broke down. Naruto was very sensitive to other people's malice. Ever since Auntie left, only the third grandpa had never looked at him with disgust. And Uchiha Sora, even though they had only just met, he felt an inexplicable closeness to Uchiha Sora. He couldn't even explain where that feeling came from. It was like family. Not only did Naruto not feel any disgust, he could feel that this big brother really cared about him. He really cares about my feelings. Does someone like that really exist? Am I really someone worth caring about? Naruto buried his head in Uchiha Sora's chest, his small hand clutching tightly at his collar, his voice carrying a suppressed whimper. I want to go. But please don't hurt them, okay? If they can recognize reality, I want. Then what is that? A dark red torrent of chakra crashed down like the heavens themselves. Scorching flames condensed out of nothingness, forming behind the giant war god of fire shaped like a dragon. Its head and tail joined together. Its aura twisted the air, creating waves of distorted heat. The Konoha shinobi looked up, only to feel that burning fire wheel was about to swallow the entire sky. The endless pressure made breathing difficult. Clank. That was simply not something humans could fight against. Someone muttered hoarsely, mixed into the roar of chakra. At the same time, there was the sound of weapons slipping from their hands. Only when the weapons rolled into the cracks in the ground did they realize. Even the earth beneath their feet was cracking in repeated bursts under the pressure of Susanoo. Jiraiya's throat felt dry as he looked up at the terrifying war god nearly 100 meters tall, cold sweat sliding down his face. Old man, this is different from the Susanoo in the Cloud Village's intel, right? The hand Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped around the adamantine staff trembled at the knuckles as he said in a low voice, Jiraiya, if I die, you must shoulder the duties of Hokage. It is indeed different from the Cloud Village's intel. This kind of chakra is practically Uchiha Madara's. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, his gaze shifting from confusion to determination in an instant. Only that technique can oppose power at this level. Uchiha Sora has reached that realm faster than I expected. It's only been how long? How could something like this be possible? Shining divine Susanoo. Feeling the view overlooking all living things, Uchiha Sora understood Uchiha Madara. If he could easily deal with the 5 Kage, why did he still use perfect Susanoo? Making mortals realize the gap between them and a god was the Uchiha clan's duty. Uchiha Sora slowly raised a hand, holding it level with his chest, and Susanoo's motion matched his exactly. The previously roaring chakra suddenly fell silent. This silence did not put people at ease. Instead, it made them clearly realize that this was only the calm before the storm. Deep red flames surged wildly over the chakra blade, roaring soundlessly. Watching that giant sword continue to extend to 100 meters, everyone was left staring blankly, stripped even of the courage to run. Swish. The sword swung down suddenly, and the atmosphere split apart. A terrifying sword aura turned into a scorching torrent, and everything it passed fell into dead silence. The so-called defensive barrier, under this kind of attack, could only prove it had existed at all with a broken, fragile sound. Cover your ears. The explosion is coming. Naruto blankly raised both hands, as if surrendering, forgetting to cover his ears. When that scorching slash fell like a meteor between the mountains. Boom 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 boom. Ah! A blinding white light devoured everything. The shockwave expanded with crushing force, flattening mountains and instantly evaporating rivers. After the air was compressed to the extreme, it exploded with a thunderous blast, forming a giant mushroom cloud outside Konoha that shot straight into the sky. The hot wind from dozens of miles away brushed across the faces of the Konoha shinobi. There was no time to feel the temperature. In their ears, there was only the deafening roar. Silence.
Top.
The terrifying war god dissipated with the wind, like a nightmare that had suddenly arrived and then quietly left. Uchiha Sora appeared between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya, one hand resting on Jiraiya's shoulder, and spoke softly. You need to understand one thing. Making me your enemy is nothing but your unrealistic delusion. Trying to step over an ant without crushing it to death. That kind of control is hard to grasp. Don't make me break my promise. Quietly, the only sound echoing through the street was Uchiha Sora's footsteps. The land of whirlpools. Uchiha Sora brought Naruto into the Fugaku residence. He had already informed them in advance. So Makoto had taken leave from the hospital today and specially stayed home to prepare lunch. Teacher, you're here. We've been waiting for you. Mom made tons of good food today. Sasuke came running out to greet them, bouncing with excitement, then stopped at the entrance. He saw Naruto sitting in Uchiha Sora's arm, curled up against him like a little deer. Who is this guy? Even I have never been held like that by teacher before. Uchiha Sora set Naruto down. Of course, he wasn't going to explain that he had kept Naruto in that position so he could carry him while moving by leaping at high speed. Otherwise, even with Naruto's physique, he would still get hurt from the wind pressure of such rapid movement. Dai Sasuke Gaara, this is Naruto Uzumaki. He is your junior disciple. On the way here, Uchiha Sora had already accepted Naruto as his fourth disciple. At present, there were 4 under Uchiha Sora's tutelage. The eldest senior sister was the little useless Uchiha Dai, who had gotten in through connections and the back door. Sasuke was the Uchiha Junior Sora thought most highly of, and Gaara was also very good. Actually, the group also had an eldest senior brother no one knew about, Uchiha Itachi, who was still undercover in Konoha. The original plan had been to let Itachi use Danzo's line to get in contact with Orochimaru, then infiltrate the Akatsuki. But plans could never keep up with changes, so it could just count as an idle move on the board. Uchiha Sora didn't like Itachi. He was basically raising him free range. If it was him, he would always grow up eventually. Maybe an arrangement like this would actually prolong Uchiha Itachi's life. The reason he got that Kekkai Genkai illness in the original timeline was very likely because he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan too early, while his heart was constantly affected by the clan massacre. Now that he was working undercover, he could minimize his use of the Sharingan. And he also didn't have crushing psychological pressure weighing on him. In his heart, he believed he was secretly acting for the sake of the clan. Uchiha Sora had seen Itachi in Konoha. His condition was quite good. Hello.
Naruto-chan, I'm Uchiha D.
From now on, you have to call me boss lady. Uchiha Dai came out with Gaara and greeted him openly. My name is Gaara.
Hello, Naruto-kun.
Gaara was closer to Dai, and while leaning against her, he spoke softly and timidly. Naruto nodded blankly, his gaze fixed on Sasuke. How strange. It's that familiar feeling again. And it's even stronger than the one from teacher. That older sister is called Dai, and the other one is Gaara, so then, Sasuke? Sasuke let out a slightly displeased huff. That's me. You have to call me senior brother. Got it? Stupid blondie. I got here first. I want teacher to hold me too. Naruto came to his senses, then bowed politely to Uchiha Dai and the others. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm very happy to meet all of you. Don't stand around at the door. Come in and eat already. Makoto untied her apron, looked at Naruto with pity, then cast a questioning glance toward Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora nodded and said nothing. Yellow hair. The surname Uzumaki. Nothing more needed to be explained. Naruto carefully took off his shoes, neatly placed them aside and stepped inside. Makoto walked over and took Naruto's hand, then bent down and spoke gently. Naruto, from now on, this is your home too. When you're coming home, you don't need to be so restrained. Drip, drip. Why am I crying? I'm clearly happy.
Top.
Uchiha Sora placed a hand on Naruto's head and gave it a light push. As my disciple, I'll allow you to cry today. But remember not to let your tears fall into my dessert, or I'll beat you up. Naruto sniffled, then rubbed his eyes hard. Yes, I got it. Teacher. TCH. Why are you shouting so loud? Crybaby? Sasuke looked at Naruto. Actually, he felt that strange sensation too, as if he had already known this guy for a long time. As for that one who looks really fierce, just call him Uncle Fugaku. He was your dad's defeated opponent back in the day. Uchiha Makoto was your mom's bestie. That means good friend. Fugaku gave a bitter smile. Sora, back then, who wasn't defeated by the fourth? There was no need to single me out, was there? Father. His father really was stronger than you? Sasuke sounded a little unwilling to accept it. If teacher and his father hadn't personally admitted it, he absolutely would not have believed that an Uchiha could lose to someone else. What kind of people were my parents, really? Even with a whole table full of delicious food in front of him, Naruto still held back his hunger. He was even more curious about his parents. While eating, Uchiha Sora said, Minato Namikaze, a genius born from the civilians, was hailed as the fastest man in the ninja world, the man who ended the Third Great Ninja War. He was Konoha's fourth Hokage. The fourth face on the Hokage rock that you see every day is what your father looked like. It wasn't just talent. Even for me, it would be hard to find any weakness in his humanity. If I had to name one, it would probably be that he loved your mother too much. That was what led to his sacrifice. As for your mother, ask Makoto. Makoto looked at Naruto with a bright smile, and the first thing she said was a lie. Your mother was a gentle person. The world at sea, a nameless small country in the East Blue. As a shinobi, gathering intelligence was already an instinct engraved into him. Even after receiving divine grace, he would not rush to try it out. In just half a day, Orochimaru had already figured out how this world operated. Most importantly, this world had something as convenient as newspapers. The world government was the greatest power ruling the seas. It had hundreds of allied nations under it and commanded armed forces across sea, land, and air. Among them, the strongest military force was naturally the Marines. He had gathered the World Economic Journal from recent years and had also gained some understanding of the relationships between the various factions. The most obvious opposing sides were pirates and the Marines. There were also the Revolutionary Army, intelligence organizations under the world government, and so on. The Black Dragon. Sure enough, no matter what world it is, Sora-kun, you're never the type who can stay quiet. A few days ago, a war with enormous impact had shaken the world. Edward Newgate Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors known as Emperors of the Sea, had died. On that same day, red-haired Shanks, another of the 4 emperors, had also died. Both Emperors of the Sea had died at the hands of former Marine Commodore Uchiha Sora. The reason he was called a former Marine Commodore was because he was now an admiral of the new Marines. Compared to the deaths of 4 emperors, the split within the Marines was the event with the greatest impact. The new Marines, established for the purpose of exterminating pirates, were now carrying out a worldwide draft. Thanks to Akainu's and Uchiha Sora's performance and declarations during the Summit War, the public's enthusiasm for enlistment was extremely high. People constantly ignored the world government's ban and tried to join the new Marines. If he had not met Akainu before, Orochimaru might actually have chosen to join the new Marines. Not for any other reason, but purely because he believed in Uchiha Sora's ability. He believed that any organization Uchiha Sora joined would definitely become the final victor in this world. And then there was that man like a volcano. What a pity. From his last fight with Akainu, Orochimaru had already noticed it. That man possessed a special sensory ability. Even the disguise jutsu probably would not be able to deceive Akainu's senses. Uchiha Sora was not the kind of person who saw everything in black and white. He would cooperate with Orochimaru. Akainu was not. If he ran into that man, maybe Amago would come crashing down without a word. There were only 2 days left. Based on the intelligence currently available, killing ordinary pirates did not carry much risk. People in this world come in all kinds of forms. Just pick a pirate who looks a bit stronger and cut him open to take a look. What unbelievable vitality. Orochimaru looked at Buggy's nose on the operating table. Even after being sliced apart, it was still active, and he couldn't help but praise it from the bottom of his heart. Even the first Hokage couldn't possibly still be alive in this kind of situation. In the dark underground basement, the room was sealed off by a barrier. Buggy the Clown, in the original timeline, had relied on his Conqueror-level luck during the Summit War, plus his interactions with Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, to be seen by a group of great prison criminals as a leader. But now, that group of criminals hadn't even made their entrance before Uchiha Sora killed them all with a single strike. But Buggy still managed to escape the Summit War through sheer luck. He returned to the East Blue, planning to recruit men and resume his old trade. That bastard Shanks. Now it's only me left. Only I can inherit the captain's will. I will definitely find the greatest treasure in the world. Unfortunately, he had failed before he even got started. He was captured by Orochimaru's trap and had begun getting cut apart for research. The few pirates he had researched before did have physical qualities stronger than ordinary ninja, but not a single one was as special as the guy in front of him. His body was already split into hundreds of pieces, yet he was still lively and kicking. A fanatical light shone in Orochimaru's eyes. Holding stolen equipment in both hands, he looked exactly like people's stereotypical image of an evil scientist in a movie. I wonder if you can withstand my cursed seal. You probably can with such strong vitality. Orochimaru slowly opened his mouth, revealing sharp snake fangs. Buggy's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. After eating the chop-chop fruit, he wasn't afraid of being sliced up. But this creepy guy looked like he was about to bite him, and that felt very, very bad. I'm not strong. My vitality is really fragile. I'm a devil fruit user. This is just my ability. Other than splitting apart, it has no other use at all. Don't come over here. Devil fruit. Of course Orochimaru knew about devil fruits, the products of this world's special power system. He also knew that Akainu from back then had eaten the strongest Logia-type magma fruit. A user? Huh? Then that makes you very worth trying on. Without the slightest hesitation, Orochimaru pinned Buggy's head down and bit into his neck. At once, a dark and chilling presence invaded Buggy's mind, trying to drown out his will. Bastard. I was on the Pirate King's ship. I'm a great pirate who got within one step of the One Piece. This kind of thing. This kind of thing. Don't even think about taking over my body. Bastard. Orochimaru looked at the cursed seal that Buggy had forcibly driven out of his body, and his pupils suddenly shrank. This kind of thing. He can actually do something like this. He had expected that engraving the heaven-cursed seal might not kill him, but he had never expected that this weak-looking guy could force the cursed seal out with sheer willpower. Then, can I also use the same method to strip away the mark Uchiha Sora carved onto me? A trace of a smile rose at the corner of Orochimaru's lips. My luck is really good. To think I'd run into someone this valuable for research. A test subject this precious can't be used up as a consumable. You said you were someone from the Pirate King's ship. Orochimaru gave a sinister smile. Looks like I underestimated you. I am Orochimaru. What's your name? Buggy. I'm the captain of the Buggy Pirates. Captain Buggy-sama. Buggy glared at Orochimaru. His anger and humiliation made him forget his fear for a moment, and he shouted furiously, "Bastard! If you've got guts, let me go. What kind of man uses traps? Whether I'm a man or not, I don't care about that sort of thing." Orochimaru said indifferently, "Buggy, let's cooperate. I can help you expand your power. To be honest, my identity isn't suitable for showing myself openly. I need someone to stand in front. Cooperate? Orochimaru nodded. "Your identity is very suitable for making use of. I know just how extraordinary the Pirate King is to this world. You can completely use that identity to recruit subordinates. I'll secretly help you pick out capable people and control them. As for a pirate crew, at this point in time, pirates won't have an easy life. At the very least, if we don't use the pirate name, we can avoid a lot of trouble. The most suitable option is to establish a normal trading company." "Is that so? You sound like a pretty smart guy." Buggy was a little confused about what was going on. Had he somehow awakened some kind of hockey without knowing it, making the guy in front of him change his attitude so drastically? "What's the company called? What kind of business does it do? But let me say this first. I'm still going to act with the great treasure as my goal." Orochimaru rubbed his chin, thought for a while, then said, "I've looked into it. In this kind of geographical environment, where the major islands are scattered apart, shipping is definitely the most profitable business. If we sort out the sea routes, it won't conflict with your goal either. The New World definitely isn't somewhere we can set foot in. We can start trial operations in the safest East Blue Bayan Maritime Shipping Guild, shortened to Bayan Guild. What do you think? Sounds pretty good. Am I the vice president?" "No." Orochimaru smiled. "You're the president. I already said it. My identity isn't suitable for showing up in public." As he spoke, he undid the chains binding Buggy while carving a tracking-type cursed seal onto him. Since Buggy could even block out the heaven cursed seal, Orochimaru no longer tried to control him. "I can track your location through the cursed seal. If you're willing to cooperate and listen to me, I'll help you with all my heart. What you need to give in return is only helping me with experiments once in a while. If you have other thoughts." Orochimaru's cold expression, paired with the dim candlelight of the underground basement, looked terrifying. "In short, if we cooperate, things will be pleasant. You understand that, right?" "I understand." Orochimaru removed the barrier and continued, "Tomorrow, I'll be leaving for a bit. Just wait for me on this island." Buggy shook off the chains and muttered, "You weird guy. Why do you feel kind of similar to that black dragon monster?" Chakra and the power system of the sea world worked differently. Buggy might not be strong, but his horizons were absolutely at the highest level in the world. He had personally witnessed the peak clash between the Pirate King and Whitebeard, so he was especially sensitive to the uniqueness of the strong. Orochimaru's expression changed. "The black dragon you're talking about. Could it be the person I'm thinking of? You've seen Uchiha Sora?" Orochimaru was genuinely a little shocked. He had learned about the Summit War. Uchiha Sora was clearly standing on the marine side, carrying out extermination measures against all pirates. For this guy to notice a similarity between Uchiha Sora and him meant that he had come into close contact with Uchiha Sora, and he was such a weak pirate at that. To think he actually survived. What incredible luck. Buggy froze for a moment, then put his hands on his hips and said, "Of course I've seen him. Not only that, I even withdrew calmly from our clash." The truth was that he had relied on his devil fruit ability to avoid the aftershocks of the battle between Uchiha Sora, Jinbe, and the others. As he spoke, Buggy's expression darkened. "That bastard Shanks. Damn it, I swear I'll kill Uchiha Sora. Is that so? Then it really is a strange kind of fate that drew us here together." Land of Whirlpools, Naka Shrine. As they looked at the reappearing Orochimaru, all the Uchiha cast probing looks toward him. Orochimaru once again got to enjoy the treatment of being watched by the Uchiha. Since his real body was here, the unease was even stronger. He raised his head and looked toward Uchiha Sora, who sat in the main seat. With a smile, Orochimaru said, "Truly impressive. Even in that world filled with monsters, Lord Sora is still a monster among monsters." Uchiha Sora shook his head. "Rather than that kind of title, the genius among geniuses suits me better. What do you think?" Orochimaru felt like he had finally figured out the truth behind Uchiha Sora's rapid rise. He tried collecting a few credibility points and borrowed a little monster from another world. After the borrowing ended, his physique had grown a little. Even if it was only a little. But that was gained in just one day. That was also why he wanted to establish a company in the sea world. As far as he knew, that was the fastest way to accumulate credibility. It was hard to imagine how much power Uchiha Sora had gained through this channel over so many years, possessing such divine power. Of course, he also realized the risks of borrowing. But if there were no risks and he could still gain power, Orochimaru wouldn't he have such childish thoughts. After understanding the essence of borrowing, his wariness toward Uchiha Sora deepened even more. He already possessed the power of the Sharingan, a force practically like a curse, and he was still continuously borrowing power from other worlds. Yet under those circumstances, Uchiha Sora's mind could still remain rational. Skip the small talk. Any accidents during the traversal? I was even thinking if you didn't come back, I'd go to Konoha and grab Anko to revive you. Orochimaru's expression turned cold. I didn't just think of Anko just now. Why can you even know that? Uchiha Sora pointed at his own eyes. I'm too lazy to come up with other explanations. Usually when other people ask me that, I just say it's because of these Sharingan of mine. Are you satisfied with that answer? And if I'm not? Orochimaru took a deep breath and forced out a smile. As the test subject, I've verified that your technique is feasible. You can send your clansmen to that world now. I should be able to move freely, right? Uchiha Sora nodded. As you like. We're on a flexible schedule. As long as you complete my tasks, I don't care what you do the rest of the time. Besides what I mentioned before, I have one more job for you. Uchiha Sora tossed out a scroll. This is the Shiki Fujin technique Kakashi copied from Konoha. In their most recent contact, Uchiha Sora had urged Kakashi to quickly strip Konoha of everything usable and compile a list of outstanding talents from each clan. Konoha's foundation was unquestionably the deepest in the ninja world. The strongest clans during the Warring States period, the Senju and the Uchiha, the Uzumaki clan that was later destroyed, and the Hyuga still in Konoha now. It could almost be said that Konoha represented the legacy of the sage arts. Uchiha Sora didn't care about the people on that land, but he wanted to preserve the inheritance documents on that land as much as possible. They were the crystallization of 1,000 years of wisdom in the ninja world. Take the most commonly used technique right now, the shadow clone technique. Even Uchiha Sora's current eyes couldn't see through it. It was a perfect clone technique with both a physical body and consciousness. There was also the caged bird seal from the Hyuga clan, which could even be engraved onto the soul, the flying thunder god technique that marked spacetime, the Kurama clan's ability to turn illusion into reality. There were countless techniques like these. It was only because of Konoha's F4 that they managed to play a top-tier account into its current state. Kakashi was a double agent for Danzo and the third, including Uchiha Sora's side, that made him a triple agent. Uchiha Sora deliberately gave him some information about himself to help him gain Danzo's and the third's trust. After Sarutobi Shinosuke left the village, he was now a strong candidate for ANBU captain. Even the ninja guarding the sealed scroll was one of Kakashi's subordinates. Some time ago, Kakashi had already connected with the Hyuga clan. Because of Hizashi's matter, Hyuga Hayashi was extremely dissatisfied with the third and the others, and he had already been somewhat persuaded. More importantly, Kakashi was the only one who might be able to incite Might Guy. The influence between the two was mutual. In the original timeline, Might Guy could help Kakashi abandon the darkness and turn toward the light, and Kakashi could also influence Might Guy to abandon the light. No, to abandon the darkness and turn toward the light. Step by step, Kakashi revealed the village's darkness to Might Guy, hoping to guide him to abandon this village that had given Might Guy countless cold stares. Speaking of which, Kakashi's father also died because of Konoha's darkness. Uchiha Sora had already started looking forward to the expression on Senju Hashirama's face when he saw the Hokage become estranged from everyone, and personally watched the comrades of the past abandon him. I said it before. That land is sick. I will definitely cure it. Find the Uzumaki clan's mask hall and break the Shiki Fujin. Orochimaru took the scroll and his thoughts turned. First was Edo Tensei. Lord Sora, what you really want is the fourth Hokage isn't it? Uchiha Sora didn't hide it either. He nodded. If he is willing to submit to the Uchiha, I do value him highly. There are very few people with talents like Namake's Minato. If I hadn't studied Hashirama cells, I'd even think he could surpass the first Hokage. Orochimaru muttered to himself, then shook his head. What a pity. Even if he's revived, he'll just be a dead man. His achievements end there. Uchiha Sora smiled but said nothing. After a moment of silence, he pointed at Orochimaru's finger. Your boss is calling you. Not going to answer the phone first? Orochimaru looked at the empty ring flashing frantically and sighed helplessly. Then I'll excuse myself first. I'll take care of what you told me to do. After saying that, he turned and left. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly as he looked toward the Uchiha clansmen. Everyone, come forward. The ninja world is too small. I'll let you see what real vastness looks like. Raise it. The war between worlds and worlds. Uchiha Sora's pupils swirled with Tomo, and black crows beat their wings as if ready to take flight. New World, New Navy G1 Base. His current name was New Navy Headquarters. In Admiral Akainu's office, the door was kicked open rudely. The only person in the New Navy Headquarters who could come in without reporting was one man. Akainu looked up at the group in the sunlight, his gaze landing on the small figures beside Uchiha Sora. He curled his lips in a smile. If they're all big eaters like you, your salary probably can't cover their meals. Uchiha Sora smiled indifferently. Even these brats have pretty good strength. After all, we're the strongest clan. Uchiha Sora hadn't brought every clansman over at once. They were split into two rotating groups. If anything happened in the ninja world, They could get the news and return as quickly as possible. The sea world was a very suitable world for training, but the foundation was still in the ninja world. The first one to come was Shursui. Considering that the food on the sea was good for physical development, the ones Uchiha Sora brought this time were mostly teenagers, and he even brought children. Did you solve that problem? The last time they parted, Uchiha Sora's body had already become unbalanced to the extreme, and in-released chakra was nearly overflowing. Just like Sasuke's crazy state after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan in the original timeline, too much in-released chakra affected his consciousness. The problem should be handled with what caused it. That was why Uchiha Sora chose 2 dojutsu for himself, one to strengthen his body, and one to disperse the pressure on his soul. In terms of pure strength, he was actually a little weaker than his linked state with the E9-tails at the end of the Summit War. After all, that was a special borrowing connection, and at that time both sides had poured out everything they had. That wasn't a simple addition of power. It was almost a multiplicative level of strength. But the advantage was endurance and stability. A full power strike might not reach the strength of Susanoo, the great-tailed beast spiral destruction at that time. Once it dragged into a prolonged battle, Uchiha Sora's current win rate was still higher. Using the defeated red-haired Shanks as the benchmark, Summit War Uchiha Sora, E9-tails linked, current Uchiha Sora red-haired Shanks Summit War Uchiha Sora, without E9-tails. As someone strong, he was very sensitive to energy. Back then, Sakazuki had sensed that Uchiha Sora was on the verge of losing control. After estimating their strengths, he judged that with himself plus the members of the new navy, he had confidence in keeping Uchiha Sora under control. But now, Sora didn't seem to be showing any signs of going berserk. Sakazuki also couldn't assess his strength at all. His observation Haki couldn't sense anything. His body was like a black hole swallowing all perception. What Sakazuki cared about more were the 2 kids with clearly different hair colors among the group, Naruto and Gaara. He could clearly sense that inside those 2 kids were beasts similar to the one Uchiha Sora had summoned back then. Especially Naruto. That feeling was even stronger. Settled. What you're facing now is the fully awakened Mangekyo Uchiha Sora, Admiral. Uchiha Sora said casually. He pulled out the chair opposite the Fleet Admiral and sat down, putting his feet on the Fleet Admiral's desk. Then he turned back and called out, "Come over. This is the new Navy Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. He'll be your superior from now on." At that, everyone subconsciously activated their Sharingan, as if they were showing their strength to their superior. The empty Fleet Admiral's office was instantly covered in a layer of chill. Sakazuki was completely unfazed. Frowning slightly, he looked at the people before him. Those red eyes. Does everyone in your clan have them? Ability can be passed down through bloodline. Incredible. I'm starting to believe what you said. Compared to the celestial dragons, you're the real descendants of gods. However, you're not mistaken, are you? Our recruitment standard is at least 16 years old. More than half of them should be in the family quarters. There's even a little thing here that looks like it was just born. Uchiha Sora, what do you take the navy for? A kindergarten? Uchiha Sora pointed at himself and asked Sakazuki. If you're gonna put it that way, should I resign right now? You're different. Sakazuki answered immediately. Uchiha Sora smiled and pointed behind him. According to the original timeline of our world, a few of those kids would obtain power stronger than what I have now when they're in their teens. Sakazuki's pupils shrank slightly. He could tell Uchiha Sora wasn't joking. He looked at that group again, his gaze moving over the kids. Sasuke stood straight, wanting to leave a good impression on this man who even the clan head acknowledged. But Sakazuki's gaze only lingered for a moment before landing on Naruto. The one I can think of as most likely is this blonde kid, right? Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. I was talking about the original timeline. As for now, maybe all of them can surpass me. That doesn't matter. Just have people assign them according to their strength. The only thing I'm bending the rules on is age. Sakazuki's expression turned serious. Are you serious? This isn't playing house. Fighting pirates is life or death. Pirates won't spare them just because they're children. Of course I'm serious. Uchiha Sora said indifferently. I've already given them the greatest possible chance to grow stronger. If they die, it can only mean they were unlucky. They at least have a choice. If they don't want to fight, they can choose protection. These are all people with the best resolve. Of course, if someone targeted them just because they were his clan members, then as the boss, Uchiha Sora would definitely stand up for them. He wouldn't say that out loud. Pressure had to be given. Arrange it however you want. Tetsu, you can stop joining the fun. Let us go eat. Uchiha Sora grabbed a girl from the crowd. Huh? I don't want to. I want to be a female marine. Let go of me. Ignoring Uchiha Tetsu's shouting, Uchiha Sora dragged her outward. Do you even know your own level? You're about to lose to Sasuke, and you still want to be a marine? You'd just be giving experience to pirates. Better wake up early and accept that you don't have the talent. Being a bum is pretty good. Bastard. I won't let you say that about me. Sakazuki noticed that among the remaining people, Shursui aura was the strongest. Most importantly, the two of them knew each other. Back when Uchiha Sora had dragged Sakazuki into that fight, Shursui had been there too. Long time no see. You're called Shursui, right? Shursui smiled and nodded. Long time no see, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. Sakazuki looked toward the door and said slowly, I thought this kid was cold even toward his family. Is that girl his little sister? Sakazuki's parents had been killed by the Rocks pirates. That was one of the reasons he hated pirates so much. He had once had a little sister too, but unfortunately, Shursui thought for a moment, then nodded. Sora likes Tetsu a lot. If you count by relatives. She should count as a younger sister. Our clan isn't large, so basically everyone counts as family. Then let me ask one last time. You're really ready to join the Navy, right? The clan members all nodded firmly. Only Naruto looked a little confused. Coward. You're scared, aren't you? Sasuke lightly bumped Naruto's shoulder, his expression awkward. From what he heard earlier, Sasuke could tell that both Uchiha Sora and Sakazuki were treating Naruto differently. This crybaby. How could he possibly be better than me? And Uchiha, I'm not scared. Naruto looked curiously at Sakazuki. Uncle, what is the Navy? Didn't Shursui tell you already? Why did you come if you didn't know? Because I didn't want to be separated from you guys. Naruto's blue-green eyes looked at Sasuke and Gaara, and his golden hair shone like the sun, reflecting a gentle smile. Sasuke turned his head away and snorted coldly.
Imetur brat.
You followed along without even knowing anything. Whatever. If we get assigned to the same squad, I'll look after you. Gaara took Naruto's hand. We'll protect you. Sakazuki ignored the little side scene between the kids and said to Shursui, I know Uchiha Sora's strength. How much stronger are you than you were back then? Shursui thought for a while, then smiled. I think I should be able to keep up with you for a bit, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, as you were back then. In the CS world, the top generals and emperors were clearly stronger than normal Kage-level fighters. As for strong Kage-level fighters, it depended on who you compared them with. It was hard to say. 20 years ago, Sakazuki was called a vice admiral, but the three admirals of that generation were all monster level. Even as vice admiral, they already had strength close to that of an admiral. Shursui had the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he didn't have much confidence in defeating Sakazuki from back then. The effects of dojutsu were also somewhat tied to willpower, and compared with the strong of the CS world, Shursui was too specialized in one area. Without using Susanoo, it might be either a one-shot kill or he'd be the one getting one-shot. Sakazuki roughly understood what kind of person Shursui was. If Uchiha Sora was the arrogant and overbearing type, then Shursui leaned more toward being reserved. If he said he could keep up for a bit, then it probably meant he might be able to fight the old him evenly. Sora is currently the new Navy's only admiral. His achievements are obvious to all. I'll give you the vice admiral rank first. As for the younger ones, I'll put them under your command. I'll make arrangements for the rest. Shursui was a little surprised. Vice admiral? Sora told me you were only a rear admiral before. Would it be inappropriate for me to suddenly become a vice admiral? Sakazuki exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a cold laugh. That kid sure is particular. Back then I was an admiral. Being able to conjure up a rear admiral rank out of thin air was already the highest authority I had. Shursui, if you don't want people to say I can't judge people properly, then show me the strength a vice admiral should have. Understand? Understood. Compared to the people of the CS world, the people of the ninja world were used to the profession of shinobi and weren't as fired up. But Sakazuki could tell these people were all determined when it came to missions. Even those kids were the same, clearly much more mature than the people in this world. Sakazuki once again felt that the world Uchiha Sora lived in was far too awful. Even he had still been playing in the mud when he was that age. So let us encourage each other. Then, I hope we can change this world, and change yours as well. They might have understood now why Uchiha Sora acknowledged Sakazuki. New Marine Food Service Department. The chef in charge of this department was the same one who had served Uchiha Sora during the Summit War. After learning that the Dark Dragon Admiral had come to the cafeteria to restock again, the chef was practically whipping the kitchen staff in the back. No, that was not right. The ladles were practically smoking. Be a bit more ladle-like. Watching Butterfly wolf down food, Uchiha Sora was a little worried she would fail to digest it all and turn into a little fatso. She had just been shouting about going into the Marines and making her debut, and now that she was eating, she had completely forgotten all her grand declarations. So good, so good. Uchiha Butterfly stuffed more and more food into her mouth. After tasting something, her eyes suddenly lit up. This dessert is so good. Try it. Uchiha Sora did not answer, his gaze turning toward the person walking in through the door. The person was around 3 meters tall, wearing a hooded coat that obscured his face. Beneath the hood, one could vaguely make out red-tinted sunglasses. Uchiha Butterfly glanced up when she had a spare moment and muttered, "So tall. I thought only that Marshall was special. Are all the people here this tall? Doflamingo looked at the girl who had spoken, wondering if he should ask Uchiha Sora whether their conversation should have her step away. Didn't you hear her? You held your head up too high. Uchiha Sora said calmly, tapping his finger lightly. Boom! The air above Doflamingo's head rippled, then burst open with a tearing roar. An invisible pressure crashed down. His body sank uncontrollably, and one knee slammed hard into the stone floor. Chakra pressure. It was a method Uchiha Sora had once loved using. After fusing it with Conqueror's Haki, it was no longer just a skill for clearing out trash. Conqueror's Pressure Crush. With Uchiha Sora's absurdly precise wind-release chakra control, he compressed Conqueror's Haki into a fixed range, forming a precise crushing attack. The sound of his knee grinding stone, mixed with the muffled creak of Doflamingo's bones under pressure, echoed out as the invisible force crushed down like the collapse of the Earth's core, bending his spine inch by inch. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's neck as he struggled to stay upright, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the tables and chairs beside him remain completely unaffected. How was this possible? Unlike the Haki coating that needed a weapon and an attack as a medium, this was Conqueror's domination unleashed within a certain range out of thin air. What kind of joke was that? Not only was the strength of the Conqueror's Haki on an even higher level, but this ghostly technique too. You bastard! Are you even human? As his thoughts roiled, Doflamingo could no longer withstand the pressure. His forehead slammed into the hard stone floor, smashing out a huge crater. His attempt to fight back with Conqueror's Haki had failed before it even began. Remember your identity. You are now a Uchiha retainer, facing your master, and you don't even know the basic rules? Uchiha Sora loosened his finger slightly. Doflamingo raised his head, cold sweat and blood trickling down his twisted face. Hatred, humiliation, fear. Too many emotions filled that face. But when he saw a black raven flying toward him, panic took over his heart. Bad. This thing is bad. I remember. I'll definitely bow next time. Don't. Ignoring his struggle, the black raven passed through the sunglasses and flew into Doflamingo's eye. Uchiha Sora released his hand, then crossed both hands under his chin, smiling faintly. This is the mark proving we're on the same side. You're resisting that much? Heaven's seal. That name, and the text that surfaced in his mind, made Doflamingo's heart sink to the bottom. He knew a huge secret, a secret big enough to shake the world. He had once thought that if he ever fell out with Uchiha Sora, he could use this secret to protect himself and his family. That was that above the empty throne of the world government, there was someone there, the true king of the world, the existence ruling the world government. He also knew that person could use a certain method to brand the celestial dragons. Hehehehehehe. Ahahahahaha. Doflamingo lowered his head and laughed in a thin, low voice. Hehe. Hee. Uchiha Sora, you. There's only one empty chair. Is it about to begin? You can pull them down from the altar, right? Uchiha Sora. Doflamingo calmed his surging emotions, stitched up the wound on his forehead with string, and after receiving permission, sat down opposite him. No wasted words. Uchiha Sora got straight to the point. You and Caesar Clown have a secret partnership. Help me contact him. Caesar Clown had originally been a researcher in the illegal scientific research team MADS, working on weapons research alongside Vegapunk and other scientists. Later, he joined the world government together with Vegapunk, and his scientific ability ranked second. Though the ranking difference was only one place, the gap between them was enormous. On a test worth 100 points, Caesar Clown could score 99, but Vegapunk could score 800. The pacifistas modified and mass-produced by Kuma of the Seven Warlords were one of Vegapunk's creations, and they were already in use. They just failed to land on the original Summit War battlefield. Once the battle had reached that level, the appearance of pacifistas really did not mean much anymore. Unhappy at being overshadowed, Caesar Clown conducted secret research on his own. After a scientific weapon explosion incident, he was arrested. After breaking out of prison, he fled to Punk Hazard and worked with Doflamingo to research artificial devil fruits. The funding came from tricking Charlotte Lin of the Four Emperors, while the products were sold to Kaido. He was making money from both sides. Doflamingo was the middleman connecting the underground world, and basically any private business could involve him. The reason he was kept alive was precisely because of that convenience. He could be used to find whoever was needed. Doflamingo possessed Conqueror's Haki, and Uchiha Sora knew he could never truly submit. If Heaven's seal, a soul-branding ocular technique, could not be awakened this time, then Uchiha Sora planned to have Shursui come over, strip out the information he needed from Doflamingo's mind, and then kill him. Uchiha Sora did want to keep his promise. Unfortunately, Doflamingo was truly lucky, always dancing on the edge of death. Because he received word of my death earlier, he already left Punk Hazard. I need some time, please forgive me. It's not too urgent. Just a convenient backup. Vegapunk is still the best choice. Uchiha Sora nodded and continued. Another thing. Use your power to find this as soon as possible. Uchiha Sora took out a page torn from the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. On it was a mustard yellow devil fruit that looked like a coiled snake. Well, calling it snake-like was generous. It looked more like a lump of shit. Though its appearance was ugly, it had a name that left endless room for imagination. Paramecia Time Fruit. The previous user of the Time Fruit was Kazuki Oden's wife,
Kotsuki Toki.
Its ability allowed herself or a designated target to travel through time and arrive in the future. Kazuki Toki was a woman from the year 830, yet through the power of the Time Fruit, she crossed 800 years of time directly. With only a crude development of the fruit's ability, she could already do that. It was easy to imagine just how terrifying this fruit would become once fully developed. Doflamingo carefully examined the fruit's appearance. There was also a note left by Uchiha Sora behind it. Its last confirmed appearance was in Wano country. The previous user was confirmed to have died 18 years ago. Uchiha Sora's raw stats had been steadily increasing. If he wanted to raise his combat power from other angles, then for now he could only start from mechanics. Kazuki Toki definitely had not fully developed this fruit. If its only ability was time travel, then names like the Warp Fruit or Capsule Fruit would have been more suitable. Something called time could never be limited to just that level. No matter what world it was in, time was always a top-tier power. Do you want to eat this fruit? Doflamingo asked carefully. In his eyes, Uchiha Sora was the person most likely to overturn the Celestial Dragon's rule. According to the prophecy, only the one who ate that fruit could accomplish such a thing. If the fruit Uchiha Sora wanted to eat was the Time Fruit. Uchiha Sora shook his head. I'm not eating a devil fruit. Something bitter and disgusting like that doesn't deserve to be called a fruit. I've wanted to complain about that for a long time. Clang. He placed his blade, Ryozuki, onto the table and said calmly, I'm very interested in time-related abilities. I want my sword to eat it. I remember there have been similar cases before. Uchiha Sora was not just a simple swordsman. Ryozuki was seriously lacking as a weapon. If it could not be strengthened, then he would barely have any use for it anymore. In terms of range and power, his Susanoo had already surpassed what Ryozuki could cover. He was a little reluctant to part with such a cool weapon. After all, he had personally forged it through many hard days of work. And he did not really like opening Susanoo every time he fought. He preferred close-range, real hand-to-hand combat. That way, he could enjoy the fun of battle more directly. Doflamingo fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. There has never been a case of a weapon eating a Paramecia-type fruit. Only Zoan-type fruits have examples. If you came to Caesar for this matter, I can't guarantee he'll be able to help you do it. Uchiha Sora lightly tapped the table, his brows slightly furrowed. If he can't do it, then make him research how to do it. Or find out where Vegapunk is, and I'll go capture him myself. The Time Fruit is the top choice. At the same time, find me a few mythical Zoan fruits too. I'll choose later. Mythical Zoans were even rarer than Logia. Doflamingo quickly realized it. Uchiha Sora was exactly the kind of boss who wanted colorful black. What did he mean? If it can't be done, then research until it can be done. Even if I'm not a scientist, I know that if something can't be done, then it can't be done. And yet Doflamingo did not dare offer any suggestions, much less resign. He had already realized that once that kind of mark was carved onto him, his life and death would be in Uchiha Sora's hands, using such despicable methods to control others. Damn it, weren't you the righteous Marine who spoke so justly during the Summit War? One day, sooner or later, I'll expose your crimes. I'll get on it as soon as possible. Doflamingo hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. Previously, all our funds were given in support of Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. If we're going to handle these matters, then funding is indispensable. So, you see, Doflamingo at least understood his own position. He was now under the new Marines, no longer one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Naturally, he could no longer rob people legally. So where was the money for getting things done supposed to come from? Uchiha Sora rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Doflamingo, if I were to issue a currency that belongs to us, do you think anyone would recognize it? Doflamingo cursed Uchiha Sora in his heart for being truly dark, but on the surface, he gave a helpless smile. No matter what, Belly has been in circulation for 800 years. Issuing a new currency would still be quite difficult. Of course, if Lord Sora overturns the Celestial Dragons first, then such a thing would naturally be effortless. A traitor was always harsher toward his own people than the enemy was. Doflamingo hated Uchiha Sora, but he hated the Celestial Dragons even more for reducing him to his current state. If you people hadn't refused to let me return, would I have ended up without even my own identity now? Like some rat in the sewer? The new Marines were short on money too. These past few days, Sakazuki had been busy establishing the framework of the new Marines. As for funding, confiscating Doflamingo's assets was enough to hold things together for a while, so there was no rush to contact the Gold Emperor. Find the location of Grand Tesoro. The Gold Emperor should be very willing to sponsor the new Marine's cause. Doflamingo did not know the inside story. He simply assumed Uchiha Sora was about to go kill someone and seize their fortune again, and he silently mourned for Guild Tesoro. Sai, who told you to be this rich, and to get targeted by a monster who even dares to kill celestial dragons at Yonko level? Pray for your own good fortune. I know that. Right now, that golden giant ship is at the Gold Emperor Guild Tesoro, was the user of the Paramecia-type gold fruit. He was the ruler of Grand Tesoro, the world's greatest entertainment city. That fruit had originally been stolen from one of Doflamingo's auctions. But by the time Doflamingo found out who had taken it, Tesoro had already grown powerful enough that he could only choose to cooperate with him. Upon the sea, a golden giant ship over 10,000 meters long moved forward slowly, pulled by two enormous island turtles. This ocean city contained casinos, theaters, hotels, and other entertainment facilities. Through his immense wealth, Tesoro had built ties of interest with the celestial dragons, allowing Grand Tesoro to become an independent nation recognized by the world government, with the absolute status of a sacred zone where violence was forbidden. On the battleship's deck, Uchiha Sora still was not wearing the new Marine's standard uniform. He only added a lava-patterned new Marine's emblem onto his traditional Uchiha outfit, which could be considered giving Sakazuki some face. Standing beside him was a sexy beauty with long pink hair, Hina of the Black Cage, formerly a Marine Headquarters Colonel, now a newly appointed Headquarters Rear Admiral. She had once been Zephyr's disciple. After the Summit War, she and Smoker had joined the new Marines together. Smoker had long held doubts about the world government's absolute justice. Even though he and Akiji were close friends, when it came to choosing justice, he chose Sakazuki. He fought to protect the weak, not for the celestial dragons. In the newly reorganized New Marines, she had applied to join Uchiha Sora's battleship and become his adjutant. Hina was a very confident person and took great pride in her own abilities. During the Summit War, she had seen the very peak of confidence. Apart from oneself, treating all existence as things beneath one's control. What overwhelming ambition! The one who made Hina decide to join the new Marines was Uchiha Sora. Only by staying at this man's side can I achieve the greatest growth. The personnel configuration on Uchiha Sora's warship was very simple. Aside from Hina, who had volunteered to join, there were only cooks and shipworkers with no combat personnel at all. Sakazuki clearly felt there was no need to assign fighting personnel to him. The new Marine's combat power would be wasted following him around. Hina, if I remember correctly, your devil fruit ability lets parts of your body turn into iron bars and lock down your opponent, right? As the warship slowly entered the passage toward Grand Tesoro, Uchiha Sora asked casually. Yes. Hina is the user of the cage fruit. As long as someone is trapped by Hina's ability, even a great pirate will find it difficult to escape. Even though she was not young anymore, she still liked speaking this way. Uchiha Sora had no intention of changing adjutants. Compared to people like Enigmo, Hina was one of the rare few who actually matched his aesthetic preferences. No other thoughts. He simply felt that a beautiful woman was much more pleasing to the eye than some rough, weird-looking brute. Have you tried the chakra extraction technique? Sakazuki being able to use chakra proved that the people of the seabound world also had physiques capable of using chakra. Chakra was originally an energy born from the god tree. Later, the Sage of Six Paths spread chakra among the people and established Ninshu. To be precise, the source of chakra is the conversion of natural energy. As long as a world has living creatures, natural energy exists there. According to Uchiha Sora's judgment, the fruit abilities of the world of the sea were a more direct use of natural energy. A devil fruit was like an imprinted jutsu formula, directly allowing the eater to grasp how to use that portion of natural power. If he had to compare it to a jutsu from the ninja world, it was like the sage jutsu used at Mount Mayaboku. If this guess was correct, then the ability users of the world of the sea should all be capable of affecting the Otsutsuki. That could wait until he had an Otsutsuki test subject. After the war, Uchiha Sora taught Sakazuki the method of extracting chakra, allowing him to use physical energy and spiritual energy more skillfully. As for physical energy, the Navy's Rokushiki and Life Return had gone deeper in that area. Chakra's advantage lay in the deeper development of the spirit. After asking for Uchiha Sora's opinion, Sakazuki selected a batch of people and spread the chakra extraction method among them. Tina nodded. I've tried it. I just can't quite figure it out for now. But I'm confident I can learn it. Once you extract enough chakra, I'll teach you ninjutsu. Over the past few days, with the Uchiha clan joining them, the new Navy had also learned that what Uchiha Sora used was not a devil fruit ability, but another special power system. Some had also heard of Wano country's ninjutsu. Once the Uchiha who understood the situation heard that, they immediately drew a clear line. Wano's flashy little tricks count as ninjutsu too? Let me show you a great fireball technique. That's what you call ninjutsu. This method of gaining power without eating a devil fruit made countless Marines flock to it. The Uchiha assigned to each warship were treated like treasures, with everyone hoping to learn a move or two. People from the ninja world were more reserved, but the people of the sea were not. All kinds of exaggerated praise left the Uchiha feeling quite pleased. Of course, they had not forgotten why they had come here. While teaching ninjutsu, they were also learning the Navy's combat methods and improving their physical strength. Tina will definitely work hard. While they were talking, the warship sailed into the docking port. A strikingly beautiful woman with bright red hair was already waiting there. Hello, honored guest. Welcome to Grand Tesoro. I hope you enjoy a pleasant and relaxing time here. The beauty naturally extended her hand and said with a smile, Baccarat. According to the information Doflamingo had given him, she was Tesoro's subordinate and the user of the luck fruit. By making contact, she could absorb another person's luck and turn it into her own good fortune. A rather conceptual fruit ability. Uchiha Sora gave her a flat look, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Trying to pretend you don't know me? Then why are your legs shaking? What are you panicking for? Baccarat's smile froze. Even her impressive curves couldn't hide the pounding of her heart. The hand she had extended trembled uncontrollably. She forced another smile onto her face. You're joking, sir. Who wouldn't recognize you? It's just that the lord of the city thought you might not want to reveal your identity, so he didn't come personally to receive you. Uchiha Sora waved a hand indifferently and walked past her. Tell him to wait. This is the world's biggest entertainment city. Since I'm already here, I'll play around first. Oh, right. Uchiha Sora stopped and turned back with a smile. You'd better be careful. Don't use your ability on me. I don't have even a bit of good luck in me. If you had touched me just now, you would have been drowned in bad luck. The words came true. Half an hour later, after losing every berry he had on him, Uchiha Sora opened his Sharingan in annoyance. Again. This blade is worth 100 million berry. I'm betting big. Ryutsuki was slammed onto the gambling table. Its pitch-black sheath swallowed the light and gave off wave after wave of cold aura. The dealer across from him was trembling all over, casting a pleading look toward Baccarat. Baccarat glared at the dealer. Are you insane? You actually dared win this gentleman's money? I didn't know either. I even deliberately manipulated the dice according to this lord's bet. But when I opened it, it was still wrong. What was I supposed to do? The gamblers nearby heard the commotion and looked over. Then they quietly moved away, especially the pirates. They fled at the fastest speed of their lives, not even bothering to take their chips. Grand Tesoro had rules. Even the Navy was not allowed to arrest pirates in this city. But rules like that. Who the hell would believe that guy would follow them? The dealer's hand shook as he lifted the dice cup. Through the gap, he saw the 3 ones that represented death. Damn it! Betting his life on it, he used the fastest hand speed of his life. At the same moment he lifted the dice cup, he flicked the 3 ones into 3 sixes. 3 sixes. Big. Guessed you won. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Aw. That expression was so twisted, it was practically worse than if his own mother had just given birth. Uchiha Sora let out a helpless sigh and took Ryutsuki back. I've been like this since I was little, and it still hasn't changed at all. This luck. So boring. Take me to see Tesoro. In an extravagantly luxurious hall, Uchiha Sora met the man who controlled 1/5 of the world's wealth and was known as the Golden Emperor who ruled the underworld with money. Guild Tesoro. In terms of strength, he was above the standard Vice Admiral line, about on Doflamingo's level. He was dressed in gold from head to toe, gold necklace, gold earrings. Even his hat was covered in gold. He wore 9 gold rings. Only the ring finger of his left hand had been left empty for someone impossible. It was quite a touching story. But feelings couldn't fill your stomach, and no one else was obligated to sympathize with you. After that incident, the truth he came to understand was that those without money would accomplish nothing and could only be ruled by others. He fantasized about using the power of money to make even the celestial dragons kneel before him, to wash away the rage of being unable to protect his lover, and the humiliation of having once been a slave of the celestial dragons. A very pitiful idea, because this was a world of the strong. When a powerhouse capable of overturning the rules took an interest in money, Tesoro, who lacked the strength to protect that wealth, was still just as helpless as before, left for others to carve up. Tesoro raised a pure gold wine cup and bared his teeth in a smile. Admiral Black Dragon, I hope addressing you that way isn't disrespectful. May I ask what business you have with me? He did not show any particular emotion. He was the king of an independent nation recognized by the world government, the richest man in the world, someone who could use berry to make even the celestial dragons work for him. He did not think his status was any lower than that of some admiral from the new navy. Uchiha Sora sat with one leg crossed over the other, while Tina stood by at his side. Without wasting words, Uchiha Sora said directly, Fleet Marshal Sakazuki has established the new navy and is recruiting soldiers across the world. Interested in becoming an admiral candidate? Compared to his strength, what Uchiha Sora valued more was the talent that had allowed him to rise from a slave to the world's richest man in just 10 years. Or I can set up a finance department for you and let you serve as its minister. Pick one. Oh right. Your funds will count as your investment in the new navy. Otherwise, without any achievements to your name, it wouldn't be easy for us to promote you directly. Tesoro's expression stiffened. The hand holding the wine cup tightened slightly, pressing several fingerprints into it. With a smile that didn't reach his eyes, he said, Admiral Sora, setting everything else aside, if I were willing to join the world government, I could directly buy a position equivalent to fleet admiral from them. You're offering me too little, aren't you? Uchiha Sora tapped his fingers lightly on his knee and said with a faint smile, the collapsing world government and the key position of ruler of the new world. If you really have business sense, you should know what choice to make. Not only Tesoro, but all the upper brass of Grand Tesoro were shaken to the core. What was the world government? It was the highest authority in the sea world for 800 years. The celestial dragons were regarded as the descendants of gods walking among men. Strong men like Hancock and Kuma, despite suffering persecution from the celestial dragons, had never harbored any rebellious feelings, much less the idea of killing one. The mental imprint rooted in the world for 800 years had already made people used to the celestial dragons standing above everyone else. Although the revolutionary army had already kindled the spark of resistance against the world government, most people still did not believe the world government could be overthrown by them. The slogan the new navy shouted was only about dealing with pirates. But now, the core figure of this new navy was bluntly talking about the downfall of the world government. Too arrogant. No, if anyone else had said that, it really would have been overestimating themselves. But this person had indeed killed a celestial dragon. In a world broadcast. Tesoro swallowed hard and forced out a difficult smile. That kind of thing can wait until after you can survive the first wave of attacks from the world government. Sora, I'll give you a free piece of intel. The world government has already sent people to infiltrate the new navy, and they're planning assassinations against you and Akainu. Tesoro hated the celestial dragons in his heart, and he also acknowledged Uchiha Sora's strength, but he still did not dare decide on a side right now. He had once been a slave in the Holy Land, and he knew very well the celestial dragon's foundation. The new navy had 2 top-tier powers on the sea, but just the navy under the world government already had more than 2 top-tier powers. Uchiha Sora might be a little stronger, maybe enough to count as 2 top-tier powers by himself, but compared with the world government it was still far too lacking. The new Navy's establishment was a nightmare for pirates, but he did not think it could shake the world government's rule. If he only wanted Tesoro's wealth, Uchiha Sora would have probably made a move by now. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Sora said lightly, I heard there are celestial dragons here playing around all year long. How many are here now? Hearing the words celestial dragons, Tesoro subconsciously replied, It's St. Roswald and St. Charlos who are visiting. Realizing what he had said, Tesoro gritted his teeth in shame. You don't mean to make a move on them here, do you, Admiral Sora? Be reasonable. I'm willing to secretly support the new navy. Honestly, I'm very happy to do things that upset the celestial dragons, but if you want to start a war with them now, it's still too early. Uchiha Sora heard those 2 names and thought for a moment before smiling. Perfect. They're 2 of the ones I hate most. Lead the way. I want to see whether the real ones look as disgusting as I imagine. Tesoro frowned. Not in Grand Tesoro. I said, lead me there. Along with the indifferent voice came an invisible, formless conqueror's haki. Crackle. The gold-made floor shattered inch by inch. Tesoro's subordinates all felt a bitter taste surge in their throats, and soon lost consciousness, their vision going black as they collapsed to the ground. Even Tesoro had to use all his strength to resist. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his body could not help but hunch over. In front of Uchiha Sora, it was as if an absolute forbidden zone had formed. Even the flying gold dust froze in midair under the pressure of the haki. 3 tomo slowly rotated in his eyes, and his low, calm voice exploded like thunder in Tesoro's ears. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't even need to move. The idea that money controls everything is wrong. Strength is what decides which side becomes the ruler. Tesoro, if you want to break free from that nightmare, lead the way. The pressure eased slightly. Tesoro lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Uchiha Sora. That slender, somewhat thin-looking youth reflected in his eyes, and it overlapped with the image of that man. It was precisely to honor that man that Tesoro used a star-shaped scar to cover the hoofmark branding on his back from the celestial dragons. Fisher Tiger, that hero who climbed Mary Geos with his bare hands, caused a huge uproar in the Holy Land, and freed thousands of slaves. The first man in history to dare challenge the world government. There was an area in the Golden Flagship specifically used to receive world-class VIPs. That is, the world nobles, the celestial dragons. In the luxuriously decorated VIP room, Charlos was riding on a slave, wandering around the vast hall. He held an ice cream in one hand and a whip in the other. Curly black hair, a fat face, thick lips, and snot hanging from his nose. To put it simply, he looked stupid. In front of him were several barely dressed women, each wearing an iron collar around her neck, crawling forward like dogs. While licking his ice cream, Charlos casually whipped the slave on the ground. His movements were so careless, as if he were doing something completely normal. Hey father, I'm tired of playing with this batch of slaves. I still want fishman slaves. Hurry up and buy them for me. Charlos was the main character of the Celestial Dragon incident. The one who got beaten. Luffy was the one who punched him away at the auction house, triggering the later appearance of Kizaru and Kuma, and the incident where the Straw Hat crew was blasted away. Roswald leaned back on the sofa, with several Celestial Dragon guards standing behind him. He held a wine glass and said, "Fishmen can wait. I'll lend you some slaves when we get back." Honestly, this entertainment city still doesn't even hold slave auctions. Tezzalo is still not smart enough. Yes, Tezzalo is so stupid. Father should remind him. Alright, I want to play the gotcha machine. Let us go out and play. Roswald shook his head. Go to sleep. That new Navy guy named Sora is in this city right now. We'll wait until he leaves before going out. Ha! Charlos twisted his mouth in dissatisfaction. Why do we need to avoid him? Is he another Celestial Dragon from some other family? In his mind, everyone except the Celestial Dragons was basically a slave. What was the new Navy? Wasn't the Navy just dogs raised by the Celestial Dragons? Why should the master avoid the dog? I don't know either. Anyway, it's an order from the 5 elders. Just endure it for a bit. How can our noble Celestial Dragons endure anything? You there, go capture that guy for me. I want him to be my new slave. Charlos pointed at a Celestial Dragon guard and ordered. Yes. The guard pointed at did not hesitate in the slightest and walked toward the door. He knew very well how strong that new Navy admiral was. Going over there would mean certain death. But they had already been completely brainwashed, treating the Celestial Dragon's orders as divine decrees. Even death was less serious than disobeying a Celestial Dragoness command. Roswald frowned. Come back, you stupid son. You should still listen to the 5 elders from time to time. You don't want to get beaten like last time again. At that moment, the gorgeous door suddenly exploded open. Boom! Golden fragments splashed everywhere. The guards immediately moved to shield the 2 noble Celestial Dragons and knocked the fragments away. Before they could even see who it was, Charlos raised his golden gun and roared as he fired. How dare you insult a Celestial Dragon? D. The bullet shot out with a crack. Clang. The bullet was blocked by a black iron rod. Tina, holding a cigarette, looked a little nervous. Tina is a little panicked. Are we really going to make a move on the Celestial Dragons, Admiral Sora? Uchiha Sora walked out at a leisurely pace, a faint smile on his lips. The first lesson in overcoming fear. Go detain those 2 pigs. Tina will do her best. Protect St. Charlos. Protect St. Roseward. Immediately call for support from Marine Headquarters. Bring all nearby warships here. Call Sengoku right now. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know who you're trying to hurt? The guards struggled to resist Tina. Aside from loyalty, they didn't have many redeeming qualities. On the sea, no one would dare hurt a Tenryubito. Their combat strength as guards wasn't that great, or else Charlos wouldn't have gotten punched by Luffy back then. Tina knows. Tina knows. That S.A. Tenryubito. Tina's trembling voice carried both fear and excitement. However, this is Admiral Sora's will. Tina will definitely do it. The people who rushed over with Tesoro stared at the 2 Tenryubito already locked in black iron bars, their minds going blank for an instant. Really? Someone really dared to do something like this? Has this world gone crazy? Charlos' body, trapped by the black iron, trembled violently, not from fear, but from rage. Bastards! Who are you? How dare you do this to noble Tenryubito? I'll make sure you're all tortured to death. Uchiha Sora didn't even bother speaking to him. He turned to Tesoro. Prepare the broadcast. World-level channel. What are you going to do? Tesoro's voice trembled, and his body wouldn't stop shaking with it. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. What else? Of course, a public execution. Their only value to the world is that when they scream, it can make people smile. Across the world, places receiving Tesoro's broadcast request mostly chose to connect. Grand Tesoro was the biggest entertainment city. There had been several impressive stage performances there before, and the results had been good. Many people liked watching. When the live stream connected, it was not the red stage theater people had expected. 2 men in white robes were bound to a golden mast, and they seemed to be cursing something. When they clearly saw what the 2 men looked like, the live stream locations all over the world fell into a deathly silence. Only someone's low murmur could be heard. Those are Tenryubito, right? No mistake. At least the clothes are. I secretly took a distant look before. The blonde one is St. Roseward, Marine Headquarters, the rebuilt Marineford. After receiving the news, Sengoku and the others immediately connected to the livestream. Looking at the 2 bound Tenryubito, Sengoku let out a long sigh. As for your appointment as Admiral, wait a few more days. Wait until I handle this incident. Borsellino, go to the Gold City immediately and rescue the 2 Tenryubito. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku's eyes turned cold. Also, issue a buster call on Grand Tesoro. Kizaru frowned slightly. Again with those two guys? They really know how to cause trouble. Tesoro, huh? Why is he so impulsive? Sigh, they're south one less place to spend vacation now. Just as he was about to set off, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. It was Uchiha Sora. Sengoku's pupils constricted sharply. Borsellino, hurry up. If the ones who kidnapped the Tenryubito were other terrorists, Sengoku wouldn't think the Tenryubito were in any real danger. But if it was this guy... Kizaru glanced at the screen silently, then turned into a streak of light and flew out. On the screen, Uchiha Sora flashed the audience a brilliant smile. You all should know me. After all, I was just on the World Economic News. Here, I'll perform an interesting show for everyone. The name of the show is Burning Tenryubito. Uchiha Sora flicked two fingers, and a soft click rang out. A ball of fire ignited on Charlos and the other man, instantly covering their entire bodies. Aha! It hurts! Ah. In the first second, the two still had enough strength to scream. After that, only agonized convulsions remained. They couldn't even cry out anymore. Their expressions twisted to the extreme. I specifically adjusted the flame temperature. With the added effect of soul burning, it should take about 30 minutes to burn them to death. Uchiha Sora looked into the camera, smiling brightly and coldly. 5 elders, if you want to save them, hurry up. Compared to these two trash, I'd rather kill you. For the first time in 800 years, someone had formally declared war on the 5 elders, the highest authority of the world government. He had appeared. Pangea Castle, Room of Authority. That temporary retreat seems to have made this brat underestimate us. Move. No matter what, only we have the qualification to judge Tenryubito. Approve St. Glingstone's action request. Deploy the Goddess Knights. He could have lived a few more days. How arrogant and ignorant. By the end, the 5 elders' emotions rarely showed anger. Since this guy wanted total war, then give him total war. I'll lead the charge myself. Prepare the descent formation. At the new Marine headquarters, Akainu looked at the livestream screen, his brows tightly furrowed. He despised the world government. But this was absolutely not the time for an all-out war. Killing Tenryubito was one thing, but doing it through a livestream like this was forcing the world government into battle. What exactly is he thinking? Why didn't he tell me first? Was it the same as last time, an impulse on a whim? What a troublesome brat. After a moment, Akainu let out a helpless sigh and took out an encrypted Den Mushi. I'm counting on you. If things go that far, please take Sora away first. Understood. I will. After ending the encrypted call, Akainu summoned the officers still at headquarters. All forces assemble. Advance toward Grand Tesoro. Even if this was the brat's impulsive act, Akainu would support it and have no other thoughts. In the new world, Wano country. On Onigashima shrouded in clouds and mist, Kaido of the Beasts, known as the strongest creature, leaned against a rock wall with a wine jug in hand. His crimson eyes stared at the scene on the screen, and wine dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the beast pelt. A low breath rumbled in his throat. Boring. Killing the monster who took down Whitebeard and Redhair, what's the point of killing a few trash? Kaido tightened his grip, squeezing the wine jug until it creaked, then took a huge gulp before throwing it away. You should kill me for it to be interesting. Bastard. Roar. A massive dragon roar echoed through the sky. The people living in Wano, as always, watched the sharp horns of the divine dragon pierce the moonlight and ride clouds and fire into the distance. At the cliff below Wano, beneath a protruding crack in the rock, a pirate ship was hidden. Seeing Kaido leave, voices came from the ship. Kaido's gone. Let us go in. We'll rescue Yamato first. On Amazon Lily, Rayleigh, whose arm had been severed by Akainu, was recuperating on Amazon Lily. Several people looked at the scene on the screen, and Hancock's gaze was fixed tightly on the Tenryubito on the mast, as if blood tears were about to flow. She remembered. She clearly remembered that it was that Tenryubito who had branded the slave mark on her back. What kind of person is he, exactly? Hancock was sure of it. During the Summit War, if Jinbe hadn't stepped in, she really would have been killed by Uchiha Sora. That killing intent had been real, absolutely real. For the guy who killed the one who saved his life, all he should feel was hatred. Why? Riley looked at the live feed from the Den Mushi, took a swig from the bottle in his only hand, and forced out a smile. You can tell just by looking at that conqueror's hockey. A guy who is absolutely self-centered. Thinking back now, even Sakazuki leaving the Marines was something he had guided from behind the scenes. This guy's real target from the very beginning was the position of world overlord. That reminds me of a terrifying guy who wanted to become the king of the world. Riley thought back to that huge war more than 30 years ago and shook his head with a bitter smile. Today's young people are even scarier than we were back then. An old man like me can't get in on the fun. Hancock bit her lower lip in conflict. For a long time, could Riley really overthrow those people? After a moment of silence, Riley shook his head again. Only God knows. Gurin to Zoro. First, Zoro thought Uchiha Sora just wanted to beat up a celestial dragon to vent. Looking back on the Summit War, although Uchiha Sora had killed a celestial dragon, strictly speaking, he only learned red-haired Shanks' identity after he had already started killing. And the news report to the outside world was that one of the 4 emperors, Red Hair, was either dead or alive, unknown. That was different from knowingly attacking a celestial dragon. Afterward, Zoro understood Uchiha Sora's resolve and was horrified that he really dared to kill a celestial dragon. And then Uchiha Sora gave him another surprise. Not only did he want to kill them, he wanted to kill them in the cruelest way possible, broadcast it to the whole world, and execute them publicly. This had already gone beyond Zoro's common sense. He couldn't even be shocked anymore. And the one who had done all this was still greeting him with that same casual look. Heh, now everyone knows the celestial dragons had something happen here. Other than joining the new Marines, you don't have any other choice. Maybe the Marines Buster Call or the world government's armed forces are already on the way. This isn't forcing a good person into prostitution. This is helping you make the right choice. Just to make me join you, you went this far? Zoro no longer looked like the underground world's golden emperor who had ruled the seas. He seemed to have returned to that weak and helpless version of himself from years ago. Uchiha Sora frowned slightly and shook his head lightly. It looks like I need to do this a few more times before I can break your faith in the celestial dragons. Look, their blood is red too. They're the same species as you. Uchiha Sora took Tina's military sword and slashed across the 2 of them. The blood that flowed out slowly evaporated in the low-temperature flames. That made Charlos and the others, who had never had a blade laid on them before, twitch again and again. More accurately, most of them were even more stupid than normal people. Uchiha Sora had no interest in torturing such weak trash. The reason he did this was to shatter the faith people on the sea had in the celestial dragons being descendants of gods. 800 years was far too long. Almost everyone believed the celestial dragons were born above commoners, and only a handful of strong people could break free from that mental conditioning. When the new Marines were first formed, he had directly stated that they were going to oppose the world government. A lot of people would have been too afraid to join. Actually, doing this now was still a little early. The best time would be after the world draft ended, and at least 2 of Aramaki, Fujitora, and Z could join the new Marines. That would be the time to strike. But who told those 2 unlucky bastards to show up? Then just do it. Uchiha Sora also wanted to test the quality of the 5 elders and the goddess knights. Imu was the world king who won the Great War and truly ruled the world for 800 years. That black-hearted schemer Black Zetsu, who had hidden in the shadows for 1,000 years, even had the ability to stab someone like Rikudo Madara in the back. How much more so a guy who had occupied the world's resources for so long? But in terms of scheming ability, Uchiha Sora didn't think Imu could compare to Black Zetsu. At least Black Zetsu succeeded. It was just that his mother was too stupid, dragging him down, so he lost too. As for Imu, even without his appearance, there was a high chance he would still be taken down by Luffy and the others 2 years later. Since Imu didn't seem to casually descend onto the sea. At most he had possessed a member of the Goddess Knights and acted indirectly. Then no need to rush into attacking Mary Geos. Just fish out the celestial dragons one by one and kill them. If they had the guts, they could stay inside forever. Once he accumulated enough power, wiping them out all at once would work too. Sizzle. Uchiha Sora looked out over the sea at the black-purple pentagram array that had suddenly appeared. Black lightning crackled from the pentagram, and dark aura surged. Something terrifying seemed to be stirring within, and a vicious presence spread out. The corners of his lips curved. He smiled slightly. They're here? Which one will it be? As the pentagram array ignited into raging flames, black lightning exploded. It was like a gate leading to hell. As the light from the formation grew stronger and stronger, an overwhelming sense of pressure spread out. Everyone nearby felt an invisible intimidation, their hearts pounding uncontrollably. A strangely shaped flying beast flew out from the pentagram. It had bat-like flesh wings, a buffalo-like head, and a circular platform on its back. On the platform stood, at the front of the group, a burly old man with thick hair. There was a fierce scar on the left side of his face. He wore a black suit and leaned on a cane. This man was one of the 5 elders, the one the world knew as the highest authority of the world government. Scientist defense god, J. Garcia Saturn. Beside him was a tall old swordsman with a crescent-shaped hairstyle. From his position and aura, his status might not be lower than a 5 elders. Behind the 2 of them, so this is the guy who killed Shanks? He doesn't look like much. Shanks really got polluted by that bunch of rabble, didn't he? Did they make him weaker? Don't say that, Summers. My little brother is still very strong. He has an existence that needs Saturn Saint and the commander to work together to erase. Be serious. It's a game that calls for full effort, after all. The speaker was a man almost identical to Shanks, except he had long hair, both arms, and wore luxurious clothing. His weapon was also a Western sword. The 4 had arrived. 5 Elder Saturn Saint. Goddess Knights Commander-in-Chief Figureland Garling Saint. Goddess Knights Captain Figureland Shamrock, Garling's son, and also Shanks's twin brother. Goddess Knights Member Summers. The so-called Goddess Knights were a group made up of the true celestial dragons known by Whitebeard, and they had the authority to judge celestial dragons. Back in the God Valley incident, it was Garling Saint who left a scar on Whitebeard that could never be healed in his lifetime. The bat-like beast drew near the city platform. A strange black sphere of light spread out, blocking the signal transmission of the giant Den Mushi. All the people watching the broadcast only saw the screen go dark, their hearts suddenly feeling empty. It was about to be the most terrifying clash. The clash of the world's strongest world government. Why couldn't they see it? Garling casually glanced at Charlos and the other one, then turned his gaze to Uchiha Sora, who was leaning back on the sofa. You don't seem surprised by our appearance. Sakazuki didn't know about our authority. Who told you? Why do you think I should be surprised? Is there any difference between you and this burned-up trash? Even though he was clearly sitting there and looking up at the few of them, what showed in his eyes was the arrogance of someone looking down on them. That kind of gaze. Thud. Saturn tapped his cane, and the giant bat beast descended directly in front of Uchiha Sora and the others. Ever since the 20 kings founded the world government 800 years ago, we have maintained the balance of this sea. Rocks. Roger. Those vile criminals who once brought endless chaos to the sea. Not even they were able to shake us. Uchiha Sora, you may truly have reached their level. But you should not have appeared here alone. Back during the Paramount War, the 5 elders had not dared to show themselves before Uchiha Sora. What they feared was not just the pressure he had displayed, but more importantly the camp he belonged to at the time, the Marines. The 5 elders knew very well that within the Marines, many were dissatisfied with the world government. If they acted rashly and triggered the Marines to break away from the world government, it would become a huge problem. We gave you a chance. Even after you accidentally killed Shanks, we were still willing to grant you the position of admiral. You were still so young. Even fleet admiral of all forces would have been possible for you. But what you did only became more and more excessive. We did not even pursue your and Sakazuki's betrayal. We allowed you to establish the new Marines and strike at pirates. You truly have betrayed our mercy again and again. Here and now, divine punishment shall be carried out upon you. Uchiha Sora was amused. So the highest bounty in history was fake after all. And you say you didn't pursue it? Don't dress up, didn't dare pursue it as something so righteous. He pushed himself up by the armrest, stood, looked straight at them and smiled faintly. Did you get a lobotomy first thing this morning? Not one sentence out of your mouth sounds like something a human would say. 800 years and you still haven't finished evolving. I truly admire your biological structure. Saturn's pupils suddenly contracted, and his brows tightened. You! Just how much do you know? That's not important. Uchiha Sora snapped his fingers and Charlos and the other one, who had originally still had a few more minutes of suffering ahead of them, were sent to their deaths early. Looks like you had no intention of saving those 2 pieces of trash anyway. Let us go. We'll fight somewhere else. This place will be our New Marines territory from now on. New Marines is just a temporary name. We'll announce the official one after it's decided. Shing. Garling's longsword slid 1 inch out of its sheath, and he said coldly, changing the battlefield is something only the side with the advantage gets to decide. You're not qualified. You're right. So, you still haven't realized that I'm the one with the advantage? The voice sounded right beside Garling's ear. Before he could even draw his sword, a hand covered his vision, crushed his glasses, and gripped his face. Boom! A terrifying force like roaring mountains and crashing seas burst from that palm. Uchiha Sora held Garling by the face and shoved him straight toward the ocean. Saint Garling! Keep up! Whoosh! Dozens of thorns appeared around the 2 figures shooting out at high speed, then wrapped around them like giant pythons. The spikes on the thorns gleamed with a chilling light, like the fangs of savage beasts. Somars, a paramecia-type thorn fruit user, could create and control both tangible and intangible thorns. Uchiha Sora could feel the intangible thorns already wrapping around his body, pain stimulating his nerves. Pain was an extremely important combat signal. It was a key part of perception. Even though Uchiha Sora could now selectively shut off his sense of pain, he had never done so. The sudden stinging pain made his momentum pause slightly, and he formed a hand seal with 1 hand. Garling seized the chance, drew his long blade, and slashed out a moon-splitting strike at Uchiha Sora's arm. Uchiha Sora released his arm at once, then followed the motion with a kick to Garling's chest, sending him flying toward the sea below. He did not know whether Garling was a devil fruit user or not, but if he threw him into the water, he would find out. Splash! A spread of thorns instantly unfolded across the surface of the sea, catching Garling. Uchiha Sora landed silently, standing among the thorns as he swept his gaze around. You guys really don't respect the whole setting of devil fruit users being afraid of seawater, huh? Just develop things a little, and suddenly you can reshape the battlefield however you want. Across from him, Somar's forehead was covered in sweat, and he was breathing hard. Saturn frowned slightly. What's going on? This much alone shouldn't be enough to make you strain. Somar's looked at Uchiha Sora. All the contempt from before gone, replaced completely by wariness. No. I was injured by my own thorns. This guy can reflect my intangible thorns. Is it the same kind of method he used to counter Hancock? Does he have powerful defenses against spiritual-type attacks? Uchiha Sora stood atop the tallest thorn, arms folded as he looked down at the four of them. Ready? Then let us begin. Boom, boom, boom. The dim sky lit up, and dull thunderous sounds shook across the sea. One burning meteor after another fell from the heavens. Not a devil fruit user, yet he can use an ability extremely similar to Sakazuki's Mag fruit. He also has an ability similar to Fishman Karate, controlling seawater. Based on the intelligence, he is very likely from some hidden world abnormal race, similar to Sky Island. After joining with that Ninetails beast, he possesses an ultimate / powerful enough to kill Shanks, with damage that can reach the soul. He has the ability to gigantify energy, similar to Kaido's human-beast transformation. As for Conqueror's Haki, there is no need to say more. Be careful not to get hit by his infused strikes. Our bodies may not be able to recover from them. His physical toughness is extremely high. Based on the battle recordings across the entire battlefield, only Whitebeard ever managed to deal effective damage to him. Somar's just tested it. Use mental attacks with extreme caution. He has no weakness at the soul level. He has an extremely high killing nature. Basically no one who has fought him has managed to retreat unscathed. According to the Operations Department's analysis, his only possible weakness is that his energy reserves do not match his combat power. During the Great War, he repeatedly relied on others to transfer energy to him. A battle of attrition benefits us. Absolutely do not clash head-on with his ultimate techniques. Dodge if you can. Borsellino and Akiji are already on the way. This is a rare chance while he is alone. As long as we can kill him, Sakazuki will be no concern. Saturn calmly analyzed his opponent's abilities and laid out the corresponding tactics. Someone was sent to stop Sakazuki, right? If that guy gets here, things will get troublesome. Garling tossed away his shattered glasses frame, his eyes utterly unmoved. Yes, Sengoku and the others will stop Sakazuki. If Sengoku cannot, someone else will drive him off. At their level, a slight early disadvantage would not affect their mentality. And besides, other than Somar's, who had just returned from vacation and did not fully understand the situation yet. From the very beginning, Saturn, Garling, and the others had already decided in their hearts that Uchiha Sora was not an existence any one person could handle alone. An Emperor-level powerhouse was undeniably among the top combat forces on the sea. And standing before them was the only monster on the sea with a record of solo killing a Yonko. Shamrock, I'll leave that one to you. We'll cover you. Got it. It's rare to see you this serious, old man, compared to Rocks back then. This guy may very well be even more terrifying. Whoosh. Garling drew his sword and thrust straight forward, his figure turning into a streak of black radiance as he shot toward Uchiha Sora. At the same time, Shamrock pointed his blade at the meteors falling from the sky and softly called out, Cerberus. Gwar. Bark bark. Growling. A gigantic, ferocious hellhound with 3 heads burst out from the blade, carrying the dark flame clouds characteristic of an awakened Zoan user. Sharp sword edges extended from the mouths of the hellhound. The 3 dog heads split apart while spinning at high speed, drilling through the falling meteors like spiral augers and blowing them apart. Boom! Molten meteorites burst apart, turning into a rain of fire that scattered through the air. So that's a weapon that ate a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit? The power's decent. But I don't really need this kind of ability. Clang. Uchiha Sora drew his blade and blocked Figureland Garling's slash. With a press of the hilt, the edge of his sword pointed straight at Garling's face. Dark red fire rain poured down from the sky, and burning rubble scraped past the blades, scattering sparks. The 2 figures moved like swimming dragons, weaving through the crimson flaming thorns. Their clothes whipped in the scorching airflow, so fast that only overlapping afterimages remained. Occasionally, huge chunks of rubble would explode into clouds of smoke and dust, hiding their figures. But very soon, those massive smoke clouds were cut apart by one slash after another. Garling's swordsmanship focused mainly on thrusts with a Western-style sword. Every stab followed some kind of strict restraint. The rigid, precise movements had reached such speed that they became an airtight storm of blades. From the other's perspective, they could no longer even see Garling drawing his sword. Both of his hands were almost a blur of nothingness. Saturn and the others stared tightly at the battlefield, searching for a chance to join in. It wasn't that they didn't want to gang up on him and carry out a righteous group beating. They simply couldn't do that. Garling was without question one of the top powerhouses on the seas. Back in the day, during the battle at God Valley, he had left a scar on Whitebeard and was known as the king active in the Valley of the Gods. Compared to Whitebeard, who had roamed the seas, faced countless challengers, and accumulated hidden injuries all over his body. Garling's physical condition was far better. Time had brought him swordsmanship even more exquisite than before. If there was any flaw, it was probably just that his body's toughness was no longer at its peak. At this level, a fighter's own combat system and beliefs were already deeply rooted. He was used to fighting alone. There was basically no possibility of coordination. That was also why most powerhouses chose one-on-one duels. If Akainu and Akiji teamed up against Whitebeard, the result might actually be worse than if only one of them fought. In the original Marineford War, Akiji had already frozen the escaping pirate ship. Then Kizaru followed up with a Yasukani no Magatama and directly shattered the ice layer. As for the pirate ships, he barely destroyed a few. Unless it was people like Garp and Sengoku who had years of tacit understanding, or Kaido and Big Mom, who had combo techniques. Otherwise, cooperation between top-tier powerhouses would lead to a result where 1 + 1 was less than 2. Or in extreme cases, less than 1. Garling's swordsmanship did not pursue destructive power. Deep Black Conqueror's haki was condensed at the sword tip. His mastery of swordsmanship had already reached the absolute peak in another direction. Uchiha Sora was a little curious. Between him and Mihawk, whose swordsmanship was better. But swordsmanship itself, in the end, it didn't really mean much. A sword is a weapon of murder, and swordsmanship is a killing art. No matter how beautifully you dress it up with words, that fact does not change. As long as the goal of killing could be achieved, there was no need to obsess over whether blades were being used or not. Slash! Uchiha Sora's block was a fraction too slow. Garling's sword pierced half an inch into his shoulder, and Sora used the twisting of his flesh and muscle to lock the blade in place. At the same time, Ryozuki tapped against Garling's chest. Extreme heat. Deep crimson flames burst from the blade's edge. At this point, Uchiha Sora's fire release was already enough to be called a Kekkai Genkai level ability. He didn't need hand seals at all to use it. As for some ordinary attacks, he couldn't even be bothered to call them out anymore. Boom! A huge hole instantly burst open in Garling's chest. The deep crimson pillar of fire that punched through him burned away a vast stretch of thorns and even ignited the seawater. Saturn and the others did not cry out in shock. Uchiha Sora did not feel any sense of victory either. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Sora turned and slashed sideways. A fire dragon surged from the blade and swallowed another completely identical Garling that had appeared behind him. The two Garling figures in front and back both exploded into pools of blood. Below. Boom! Uchiha Sora stomped down fiercely, crushing the Garling that had thrust up at him from within the thorns below. He had seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. This kind of display, a Logia, the blood fruit? Uchiha Sora lowered his head and saw a drop of dark red blood on his arm. It moved like a living thing trying to burrow into his body. Right at that moment, there's an opening. Saturn shouted and instantly transformed into a gigantic beast form. His lower body was that of a spider, while his head resembled an ox demon. Pitch-black venom sprayed from his mouthparts. Wherever it passed, even the air seemed tainted by poison, giving off black-purple smoke. Crimson Lotus Hell. Summers shouted, and countless thorns turned into sharp javelins and shot out viciously. Boom 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 boom. The venom coated the thorn javelins, and as they neared Uchiha Sora's foothold, they exploded violently. Massive poisonous smoke shot straight into the clouds. Whoosh! Shamrock leaped into the air, sword point aimed directly at the toxic smoke. Go Cerberus! The hellhound roared as its head separated from its body, spinning into the poison mist while brandishing a terrifying sword blade. For someone to be buried by us, the Holy Knights, joining forces, you can at least be said to live up to your so-called title of the world's strongest. What a pity. If you hadn't killed those two idiots, I was actually planning to invite you to join us. An opening. A calm voice came from within the poisonous mist, and Shamrock's pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could react at all, a gigantic chakra longsword pierced through the poison mist and stabbed straight through Cerberus's body. Cerberus, which had regrown 3 heads, let out a painful howl and twisted its body madly. The poison mist dispersed. Uchiha Sora stood there with his arms crossed. Outside the upper body Susanoo, the 3 dog heads were being reduced to ash in the flames. Tomo appeared in his eyes, and a chilling eye power surged out. I only just finished warming up. Why are you suddenly giving a victory speech out of nowhere? As expected of something produced from the same batch. In terms of intelligence, you're on the same level as the 2 pigs that just got burned to death. Your dog was too noisy, so I made it leave first. Get out of the way! Shamrock! At the wound on Cerberus's body, a deep crimson fire suddenly lit up, carrying a strange aura of deathly stillness. 1 blade cremation. Boom! Deep crimson blade-shaped flames instantly swallowed Cerberus, and even space itself was torn and warped by the extreme heat. Was that even still a battle between humans? Saturn had cut off the signal of the live broadcast Den Den Mushi. But the place where they had started fighting, was right next to the world's largest entertainment city. From the moment the worldwide broadcast began, some people who realized things had blown up had already started fleeing the city. But there were still many who weren't afraid of death, or who were confident in their own strength and chose not to leave. Step. A burly man in a purple robe walked in wooden sandals onto the corridor facing the sea. An X-shaped scar stretched up to his eyes. The eyes he kept open showed only whites. Judging from his appearance, he should have been blind. Isho. An unknown blind, middle-aged man without much fame. After saving up quite a bit of gambling money, he had come to the City of Gold to test his luck. What terrifying haki! Is the one fighting that world's strongest man famous as the Black Dragon? Hearing him speak, a vicious-looking pirate nearby turned his head. His gaze dropped to the heavy bag of chips, and his eyes lit up. Yeah, old man, hurry and run. If the fight comes over here, we're all dead for sure. He quietly reached toward the bag of chips. Tap. The sword cane landed precisely on the pirate's hand, as if Isho had seen the movement. Young man, if you want chips, you should win them at the gambling table. Clang. A flash of the blade. Boom. An invisible pressure slammed the man deep into the deck, leaving him unable to move. Isho sheathed his blade and continued looking out at the distant sea. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. He spread out a massive observation haki field, only for it to be invaded by a streak of scarlet. This is, from so far away, that old man saw me? That new Navy admiral actually has such powerful observation haki? Cerberus is dead. Shamrock was still shaken. The bloody threads on his body were the key to how he had escaped alive from that cremation blade. I already told you, treat him as if he were rocks. Since you never lived through that era, you still can't understand. Garling appeared behind his son, and the bloody threads withdrew back into his body. If I hadn't saved you, your end would have been no better than that useless younger brother of yours. Shamrock took a deep breath, and there was actually a trace of excitement on his face. This is really the first time I've ever faced danger like this. This guy is seriously super dangerous. Now the game is getting interesting. Boom boom. Saturn stood atop Susanoo, and the two gigantic figures clashed wildly through the thorn forest. Summers, provide Saint Saturn with a thorn barrier. Shamrock, it's time to wake up.
Ah, commandé.
Got it. Next. Crack. Black-red lightning burst in Shamrock's palm. The ornate clothing on his arm was torn apart by the current, revealing strange black patterns on one of his arms. Why do you keep saying lines that only a protagonist should say? Do you think you're worthy? From the corner of his eye, Shamrock caught sight of the Susanoo fighting Saturn, unable to understand why that voice had suddenly appeared beside him. Whoosh! A fist wrapped in black-red flames came crashing down, tongues of fire licking at Shamrock's face. You've obtained new intel. Susanoo can fight independently after leaving the body. His body reacted faster than his brain. Shamrock met it head-on with a conqueror's haki-coated punch. Demon Slaughter. Crimson Domain. Garling moved at the same time. A blood-red dome instantly enveloped Uchiha Sora. In that instant, every drop of blood in his body was affected by a mysterious pulling force, trying to leave his body. He only gave a faint smile, full of disdain. Ordinary people cannot precisely control every organ in their bodies. Things like the beating of the heart, the movement of the stomach and intestines, and the motions of the internal organs. If all of that were controlled by human consciousness, it would consume an enormous amount of cognitive resources, and a delayed response could even be fatal. The first priority of human evolution is survival. If consciousness had to drive every cell in the body, a normal person would die in less than 1 minute. The human body is a wondrous thing. Every step of transcendent evolution is about deepening one's control over the self. Like extracting chakra from the cells of the body in the ninja world, or the life return technique that freely controls the body's organs. To reclaim authority over the body from the creator is to walk the road toward godhood. Platform judgment in progress. Uchiha Sora, despite insufficient energy level, has obtained the trait, mythical creature characteristics. A so-called mythical creature is a being that reclaims authority and advances toward godhood. Back in Konoha, a Hyuga clan ninja had once used the Byakugan to observe Uchiha Sora. That was when he discovered that there were no so-called chakra pathways inside Uchiha Sora's body at all. His chakra circulation was completely unlike that of a ninja. It was more like looking at a massive lump of chakra, just like a tailed beast. First, he thought he had misjudged it because Uchiha Sora simply had too much chakra, but in truth, divine illumination Susanoo. It used the complex structure of dojitsu to replace the management and regulation of the autonomic nervous system and neural centers, gradually reclaiming authority over the body and stepping onto the path of a mythical creature ahead of time. This did not conform to a normal energy advancement route. But this was the Sharingan. This was Mangekyo Dojitsu. Every drop of blood, every single cell, was absolutely impossible to control. If you want to interfere with my body, then surpass me in will first. Boom 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 boom. Right as the two fists were about to collide, an invisible force erupted and blasted apart the chaotic giant thorn forest. A violent clash of conquerors' haki. Flames and lightning tore into each other. The entire sky was ripped apart by that power. The heavy cloud layer was blown away, forming a gigantic vortex. In this oceanic world that placed extreme importance on bloodlines, the strength gap between twins would not be large. Shanks's conqueror's haki remained consistent with its original setting, leaning more toward large-scale intimidation. Because he had divine departure inherited from Roger, he could use conqueror's haki with extreme efficiency. So there was no need for him to learn other attack methods. Compared to him, Shamrock's conqueror's haki was clearly a level weaker in raw power, but his haki coding technique was even more refined. Judging purely by its displayed power, his demon slaughter punch was not even weaker than Shanks's divine departure. So what? The black-red flames on Uchiha Sora's fist blazed even more fiercely, devouring the lightning. A grim smile spread across his face. Your neck is tied to a leash. Conqueror's haki like yours is truly ugly beyond words. The roaring flames blasted through the blood-red barrier, and the scorching torrent burned even the lightning to nothing. A black-red dragon-headed burst of lightning exploded. Terrifyingly tangible conqueror's haki splashed the sky and sea crimson. Shamrock's figure was swallowed by the torrent and sank toward the sea. Uchiha Sora raised his hand after gathering power, about to follow up with another strike, when something suddenly entered his perception. He looked up. Wurururoro. What an outrageous conqueror's haki. I ain't late, am I? You celestial dragon trash. The sky was dyed by flames. Within the flames, an azure dragon coiled. Kaido, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Whoosh. A streak of golden light shot over from afar and arrived in an instant. Boom. Saturn, who had just been blasted away by Susanoo, covered his forehead. With your ability, you're too slow, aren't you, Borsalino? Kizaru looked at the wildly laughing Kaido, then shifted his gaze to the battlefield below. This really is troublesome. Wano. Marco and Ace's group quietly infiltrated the area. At the Summit War, they had clearly realized their own helplessness. Against the true top powerhouses of the sea, the gap between them was simply too great. Ace no longer had the thought he once did, back when he was still green, of wanting to challenge Kaido. He now knew that not everyone would tolerate his repeated recklessness the way Pops had. He still remembered the glance Uchiha Sora had thrown at him after beheading Blackbeard that day. That disdainful look. It was as if he were saying, you're too weak. So weak that I can't even be bothered to attack you. Savor this pain called helplessness. Hate me. Only when you've gained enough power will you be qualified to stand before me. One person wasn't enough. Even though their contact had only been brief, Ace was absolutely certain that no single person could ever defeat that monster and take revenge. They had to unite everyone's strength. Only then would it be possible to stand against him. He thought of Yamato. After seeing his little brother off, he and Marco gathered the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and formed a new pirate crew. They could no longer carry the name of Whitebeard. Pops would definitely want us, after leaving his protection, to spread our wings and soar on our own. The name of the newborn pirate crew was the Firebird Pirates. Marco had willingly given up the captain's position, letting Ace become the captain of the Firebird Pirates. He was already used to standing at the captain's side. Ace, will Kaido's daughter really be willing to join us? Ace nodded seriously. Although Yamato is Kaido's daughter, the person she admires most is Kazuki Oden-sama. Kaido has imprisoned her on Onigashima. As long as we can break her chains, she'll definitely be willing to join us. Oden-san. Marco fell into memory. Back then, he had still been a boy, following Whitebeard when they landed in Wano. At that time, Whitebeard defeated Kazuki Oden, and from then on Oden joined the Whitebeard Pirates. They sailed together for a very long time. Marco was very familiar with that man. If it's Oden, then there's no problem. Several of the Whitebeard Pirates' old-timers exchanged looks and nodded one after another. It was as if that name carried some strange kind of charm, making people trust it without even realizing it. At the same time, another group also sneaked into Wano. That monster Kaido could come back at any time, Mr. Shursway. Isn't it a bit reckless for us to just enter like this? Doflamingo had himself wrapped up tightly in a black cloak, wearing a mask that looked a lot like No-Face. And we're carrying out that lord's mission, yet we only brought a few brats with us. Doesn't that seem way too careless? You're the one who couldn't even learn the transformation jutsu. How do you have the nerve to call us brats? Sasuke shot back in a low voice. In the Uchiha clan, there's never been an idiot who still couldn't learn the transformation jutsu after 3 days. The Uchiha clan. Doflamingo really wanted to teach this foul-mouthed brat a lesson. But the moment he heard those words, his momentum shrank. Forget it. They're family. I'm just a retainer. Shursway turned his head and scolded him sternly. Sasuke. Mr. Firebird uses a different power system from us. You can't judge him by a ninja's standards. Have you mastered the Navy 6 powers, then? Looks like you've really been spoiled by Sora. Remember this. With me here, unless I give permission, you are not allowed to act however you want. Otherwise, go back to the clan grounds and never come out again. Sasuke pouted a little aggrievedly and muttered, "Sorry, Brother Shursui. And, sorry, Mr. Firebird." Firebird was Doflamingo's code name. Of course, Doflamingo wasn't about to get angry at a little brat not even as big as his palm. After these past few days of contact, he had discovered that the vast majority of the Uchiha treated that person with honorifics like clan head or teacher, but only Shursui's form of address was different. While Shursui went ahead first to scout for information, Doflamingo approached Sasuke, who looked easier to use as a breakthrough point, and asked gently, "Sasuke-kun, does Mr. Shursui have some special relationship with Lord Sora?" Sasuke could sense the mark of heaven on Doflamingo's body, so he wasn't too guarded. There was even a trace of pride on his little face. "Brother Shursui is teacher's best friend. I heard from my father that they've been fighting together since they were little. He's the strongest in the clan aside from teacher. Of course, that's hard to say for sure. I think father was just being modest. But according to teacher's mark sequence, Brother Shursui is first sequence. The authority he has is the highest." Uchiha Sora had deliberately adjusted the intensity of the mark of heaven. Ordinary bearers of the mark would, to a certain extent, be influenced by those with higher level marks. This kind of high-intensity mark of heaven consumed a huge amount of ocular power. Even he needed some time to recover after using it, and at present only Shursui possessed this kind of mark. Under Uchiha Sora's subtle influence, Shursui's personality had become far more forceful than in the original timeline. In Uchiha Sora's eyes, his qualities in all aspects were enough for him to serve as commander whenever he wasn't present, other than his somewhat morbid desire for control. But then again, he was an Uchiha. Being a little mentally ill was perfectly normal. If he really had an ordinary, normal personality, then he wouldn't be a talented Uchiha at all. Just like Sasuke, Uchiha Sora had deliberately amplified his sense of pride in the clan and cultivated his arrogant personality. That way, once he suffered a setback, it would be very easy for him to awaken the Sharingan. Authority, Doflamingo could sense it too. Shursui had a kind of suppression over him that came straight from the soul, and now he understood where it came from. He wasn't using any tricks now. After witnessing that kind of overwhelming force from Uchiha Sora, he had already decided to help them overthrow the celestial dragons. As long as I stand on the winning side, I might not be without a chance to become a celestial dragon once again. He had already realized that Uchiha Sora wasn't someone like Akainu, the kind of man obsessed with absolute justice. In his eyes, a man like Akainu was perfectly suited to being fleet admiral but never a king. Sooner or later, Uchiha Sora would become a king. Not some so-called pirate king, but the king of the world. If there was a sequence, then that meant there was a chance to climb upward. First, I have to prove my value. If we really can find the time fruit this time, then that lord definitely isn't stingy when it comes to rewards. I, Doflamingo, will definitely climb step by step until I reach the position closest to the throne. New world, 20 nautical miles away from the golden great ship. Uchiha Sora's expression grew much more serious. Saturn and the others were gathering intelligence on him, but this was his specialty. He had already figured them out down to their underwear. The 5 elders had a famous name, but Saturn's strength was somewhat below that of a top-tier admiral. A more accurate range would be that he was a bit stronger than an admiral candidate, but not on the level of top-tier admirals like Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. The world government's top fighting force, the 3 admirals, had never been just a slogan. That was a fact proven through battle. The 3 admirals had never known defeat to this day. After that, there was Figureland Garling of the Logia blood fruit. Very strong, but he was old. His body could remain at its peak through maintenance, but spirit and drive could not. His bearing wasn't that of a warrior anymore. His fighting style leaned more toward precise calculation, lacking the ferocity to trade wounds for wounds. Several times, he could have used his own life to create an opening for Saturn and the others, seriously injuring Uchiha Sora, but he cherished his life too much. Pity. Uchiha Sora's prepared backup plans all went unused. Cowardly as hell. Looking at it as a whole, he was definitely no match for Whitebeard during the Summit War, and maybe that had been true back then too. Leaving a scar didn't mean he had surpassed Whitebeard. If he really could beat Whitebeard, then how could he possibly have tolerated Whitebeard holding the title of the world's strongest for so long? He was probably around the level of a slightly weaker admiral. Somaz wasn't worth mentioning. In this kind of battle, he could only act as support. Even saying he had the strength of an admiral candidate was a bit forced. Just because they called themselves some kind of God's Knights didn't mean every single one of them was top-tier combat power. If that were really the case, then what would they need the Navy for? Or any special armed organizations? Those people alone could have swept across the seas, and the Revolutionary Army wouldn't still be stirring up trouble. The only one whose raw strength had truly reached the top level was Shamrock, Shanks's older brother. Overall, he could be seen as a substitute version of Shanks. But his arrogance had only been reined in after his sword was destroyed, and he had also clashed with Uchiha Sora in Conqueror's Haki. His strength had already been somewhat inferior to Uchiha Sora's, and then he got dragged into his opponent's rhythm. As a result, even though his raw power was the strongest among the four, he was the first to show signs of defeat. Uchiha Sora had originally had a chance to rush into the sea and kill him. After all, the other three were devil fruit users and couldn't enter the ocean. But just then Kaido appeared. Compared to the two who had entered the field, the only thing Saturn and the others had that was worth talking about was their status. Uchiha Sora had never cared about status. He only judged attitude based on strength. The instant he saw Kaido, Uchiha Sora was certain. This guy, on this sea, his combat power was absolutely among the absolute peak. If Big Mom possessed the strongest body, and Whitebeard possessed the strongest devil fruit, then the top powerhouses of the sea each had their own full mark category. Then Kaido was a monster with every stat at 99. When it came to one-on-one combat, Kaido was still considered the strongest. Even though Uchiha Sora had displayed the terrifying might to wipe out Shanks with a single slash, that kind of statement still existed. At the end of the day, Uchiha Sora's appearance had been too abrupt. In such a short time, people simply couldn't form that kind of fixed impression. His bounty had been piled up with one life after another. Very few living people had the chance to spread his fame, and there was no way to describe the sheer helplessness of standing against Uchiha Sora. As for the other one, Uchiha Sora had long since sensed that Kizaru had arrived dozens of nautical miles away. Kizaru had only shown up after seeing Kaido appear. He couldn't figure out where Kizaru stood. Kizaru had a foot in many boats. He had unclear ties with the Revolutionary Army, seemed to still have lingering connections with Akainu, and yet he was part of the Marines while apparently having his own thoughts. But no matter what, judging from how he had delayed his appearance, he definitely wouldn't go all out against him. If he was going to hold back, then it was fine. Uchiha Sora liked fighting, but he wasn't some lunatic with nothing but battle in his head. If he had to deal with Kaido while staying on guard against Kizaru, plus Saturn and the others, that would be rough. He would consider retreating with Tina and Tesoro. And there was one very important point. The moment Uchiha Sora and Kaido locked eyes for the first time, they both understood from each other's gaze. One thought, no words needed, and they reached a resonance. That was, everyone present other than themselves was to be classified as the enemy camp. Against such a powerful foe, how could they let anyone else interfere? The scales around Kaido's neck stood up like sharp blades, and his vertical pupils burst with soul-shaking killing intent. Along with an earth-shaking roar, burrow breath. In an instant, an incomparably thick pillar of dragon breath wrapped in lava-like flames erupted forth. Heat waves surged forward, turning into a sea of fire that filled the sky. Everyone was covered within the attack's range. Whoosh! Uchiha Sora shot into the air. Of course, he wasn't going to help block for trash like Saturn and his group. As he leaped upward, black and red scales began growing across his body. Actually, this state doesn't boost me much anymore. But to match you, I'll play along a little longer. Roar! A molten star shining in the dark night, the strongest demonic beast that even gods feared. The Calamity Dragon descends once more. Layer upon layer of scales formed indestructible armor. A pair of enormous sharp horns made of countless blades looked as if they could tear apart the heavens. Across his spread wings, crimson patterns woven with light and darkness looked like twin blood-red moons. And
Destruction.
Death. Finality. The moment they saw that terrifying giant beast, thoughts like those flooded the minds of all who witnessed it. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. As if answering Kaido's burrow breath. An even hotter sea of flames ignited the sky. Roar! Azure Dragon Kaido let out a wild roar, spitting countless wind blades from his mouth. He forcefully tore open a path through the sea of fire and charged straight at Uchiha Sora. Two incomparably terrifying beasts began a savage battle over the sea. Kaido's defeat in the original timeline had contained far too many coincidences. It was the result of countless people taking turns fighting him. And back then, during the battle, Kaido had also been using part of his strength to keep Onigashima floating. His defeat had not been due to lacking strength. It had been fate. I am not Joy Boy. The one who can defeat me is Joy Boy. Just how helpless had he been to say words like that? His repeated pursuit of death. Was it also a search for Joy Boy? Or was it his way of trying to prove Joy Boy didn't exist? Not important. At least right now, it wasn't important. Who the hell is this guy? It hurts so much. Every single hit hurts like hell. So hard. He's so hard he can barely even be called a living creature. Found you. Finally found you. Horororo Hororo Rororo. It's you. It has to be you. Joy Boy. The moment that name was spoken, the faces of Saturn and the others within the flaming thorns changed drastically. Horororo. Horororo. This is too wonderful. If it's you, then you can definitely do it. Kaido's laughter that rang through the clouds was like a traveler who had wandered a dead silent desert for decades, and had finally seen a lush green oasis. How exhilarating was this? Defense, attack power, hockey, vitality. This kind of all-around clash made Kaido feel a joy he had never experienced before. Ryup! The sharp claws of the black dragon tore away a huge chunk of azure dragon flesh, and blood rained down at once. Its scarlet dragon eyes stained with blood flickered with cold ocular power. Joy Boy doesn't exist. Forget that name, Kaido. You have the potential to become the strongest. A loser's name isn't worth remembering. In your life, no one's name is worth remembering. Except mine. The black dragon grinned viciously, revealing a row of savage fangs.
Conquer dragon revolving destruction.
A fire dragon spinning with blazing black and red lightning whirled through the air, its gigantic dragon head swallowing the azure dragon whole. Dragon devours dragon. Are you alright, Shamrock? Shamrock was not a devil fruit user, so falling into the sea would not drain him. Grabbing the hanging thorns, he climbed back up. At this level of strength, even devil fruit users were not quite so afraid of seawater anymore. Akainu had once been smashed by Whitebeard into an undersea fissure, yet he had relied on his overwhelming physical strength to crawl back out almost immediately. There were quite a few similar examples. In the future, Jack the Drought, because he was a fishman, would have little issue even if he fell into the sea as a devil fruit user. At the very least, it was less serious than the issue with his brain. Loki, the giant prince who would appear 2 years later, could even exert a certain amount of strength while bound by seastone chains. Ignoring dosage while discussing toxicity was just playing hooligan. Not every devil fruit user lost all ability to resist the moment they touched seastone or seawater. In the end, it still varied from person to person. The seawater on his body rapidly evaporated within the burning thorn forest. Shamrock raised his head and looked at the wildly surging sea of flames in midair, his brows tightly furrowed. His right arm hung limp. In that earlier fist clash, the bones had suffered crushing damage. Against an attack loaded with haki, even with his immortal body, it was hard for him to recover. Every member of the God's Knights bore the mark branded by that person, granting them an immortal body that could instantly recover from wounds and illness. But once they suffered attacks infused with high-intensity haki, that regenerative ability would be damaged. Aside from that, those with the mark could use a teleportation pentagram array. It functioned somewhat like a summoning contract. That Kaido. A complicated look flashed in Shamrock's eyes. Having grown to his current level, there was no way he had done it just by cultivating in the Holy Land. He had gone through plenty of real combat as well. One of his past missions had been to join forces with the Marines to capture Kaido. Kaido was the top-tier powerhouse with the most defeats. Alone, he had challenged both the Marines and Yonko crews, and had been defeated 7 times, captured 18 times, and subjected to more than 1,000 tortures. Even so, no one had ever managed to kill him. As things stood now, after Whitebeard's death, he was the pirate with the highest current bounty, a staggering 4,611,100,000 berries. With him stationed in Wano, even the Marines could not set foot there. The world government's bounty system was created by a group of elites, and it rarely made mistakes. Even pirates accepted the view that bounty was equal to strength. And if one looked at the battle situation now, Uchiha Sora's bounty of 5,870,000,000 really wasn't inflated at all. Kaido, known as the strongest creature, publicly acknowledged as the strongest Zoan in hand-to-hand combat, was actually being completely suppressed by Uchiha Sora. If he had used some special ability, like elemental techniques or bizarre mental attacks to gain the upper hand, they could still have accepted it somehow. But what were they seeing? There was no trace of human skill or combat technique. It was filled with the most primal beastly violence, with only haki flames being vented without restraint. Shamrock looked toward Kizaru, who was covering his sunglasses with one hand, looking as if he were out sightseeing. While they're busy tearing at each other, let's get ready to move. One each. Sneak attack. Kizaru gave a bitter smile and waved his hand. Sir, please spare me. Those are 2 genuine monsters. Let's watch a little longer. No rush. Aren't you a monster too? Shamrock's face darkened, and his tone turned unpleasant. Borsellino, if you still, Admiral Kizaru. Saturn cut Shamrock off and said, you can judge the timing of your move yourself. We should be able to trust you, right? In the current situation, Saturn did not want the God's Knights and an admiral to fall into conflict. He had been in leadership for a long time and knew how to speak with subordinates. Depending on the situation, one should adjust one's tone instead of blindly giving orders by force. The 5 elders could ignore the fleet admiral's face. Those 2 were direct superior and subordinate, and their ties were already deep enough. A few arguments would not affect the big picture, but it was best not to push an admiral too far. Just like Akainu, that man had left the moment he said he would, and even took away nearly half of the Navy's combat strength. Those had originally been the world government's soldiers. If another admiral was forced away because of a verbal clash, that would be too stupid. Kizaru looked into the sky and gave a slight nod. Of course, I am a Navy admiral after all. Crack. Above the sky, thunder, hurricane, seas of fire, and icy clouds. The two dragon beasts were fighting amid a scene of natural disaster. After Kaido's azure dragon body hard-tanked a hockey-filled flame strike, his body was covered in burns. Black-red lightning still flickered around the wounds, continuously destroying his flesh. Bloody dragon scales fell one after another. That terrifying natural disaster form of the massive azure dragon, when compared to the blazing black dragon, actually gave people the illusion of being too slender. Roar! The black dragon's two claws grabbed the azure dragon's body and pulled hard to both sides, as if it wanted to tear the azure dragon apart alive. Under the pain, Kaido regained a bit of rationality. A thunder-shaking roar burst from his mouth, and the wind blades unleashed along with the thunder forced Uchiha Sora back. Immediately after, the azure dragon body spun rapidly like a top, releasing demolition gust and creating a massive tornado hurricane. And that wasn't all. Inside the tornado hurricane, magma-like flames rolled and flowed over his body. The scorching heat distorted the surrounding air. Flame Dragon Torch. Black lightning condensed from Conqueror's haki ran wild over the fire dragon's head, crackling explosively. Without the slightest hesitation, Kaido unleashed the strongest strike in this form. Rising Dragon. Flame Bagua. The fire dragon swept forward with the storm's momentum, carrying an apocalyptic force as it slammed toward Uchiha Sora. Seeing this, Uchiha Sora beat his wings and flew toward the highest heavens. His streamlined body was covered in a layer of cyan blue chakra under the moonlight, sending out wave after wave of fluctuations. The black dragon body shot upward at extreme speed, vanishing into the depths of the clouds in an instant, as if hiding within the highest layers of the sky. Bastard! Don't think of running! Kaido chased after him at top speed, and the lightning around him grew more and more violent during the acceleration. Knock! Suddenly, a heavy sound echoed through the high heavens, exploding in everyone's hearts at the same time. In that instant, the clouds high above were stirred by a powerful force, forming a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex, a brilliant fluorescent blue light fell like a meteor, dazzlingly beautiful. Burning with blazing energy, overflowing with radiant colors, it violently compressed the air wherever it passed, producing an ear-splitting sonic boom. Wings drawn in, dragon body extended, savage horns piercing through the sky. In such a form, it looked like a divine greatsword cast down from heaven by a god. This form could not increase combat power, but there was one move that could only be used in this posture. The mighty power of controlling the sky with his own body, something he had always remembered. Dragon Ascent, Draco Meteor. Roar la 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 roar la 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 la. Come. The fire dragon rising from the sea, the divine sword falling from the highest sky. The moment they touched, over the pitch-black sea surface, a blinding white light erupted like a supernova, a radiance even brighter than the sun tearing across the heavens. In that frozen instant of time, a fireball with a diameter of several hundred meters expanded at a horrifying speed. Orange-red flames wrapped in a white-hot halo instantly heated the surrounding air, forming a distorted field of scorching heat. As the fireball expanded violently, a gray-black mushroom cloud spread outward like the tentacles of some mysterious giant beast, declaring the birth of a forbidden zone of life. The intense light of the explosion illuminated Onigashima. The other two lead performers had also joined the battlefield. Jack the Drought had transformed into a gigantic mammoth and was locked in fierce battle with Marco in his phoenix form. Compared to Marco, Jack still seemed somewhat immature, and was being suppressed by the phoenix flames. Kid, you've been charging around way too recklessly. Just lie down and rest already. Phoenix Brand. In phoenix form, his talons shone with flowing light. The extremely compressed cyan blue flames took on a radiant, prismatic brilliance, like a miniature sun as he kicked Jack flying. Boom, 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 boom. A series of mountain rocks shattered apart as the mammoth was blasted backward for hundreds of meters. Bang! With a swing of his trunk, Jack swept away the fallen rocks. He shook his body a few times to steady himself, then charged again. Who the hell do you think I am? Bastard! Whoosh! Queen the Plague, transformed into a Brachiosaurus, fired a laser beam from his mouth, triggering a massive explosion. Yo-ho-ho, Jozu got taken down. Don't you guys have anyone left who can stop my bombs? Ho-ho-ho-ho. Queen had modified his own body. He had once belonged to the same research group as Vegapunk, and possessed extremely high-level weapons development skills. Clearly, Queen knew exactly how to stir things up and strike right at the sore spot. I'm going to cut that mouth off of yours. Flower Sword Vista swung, his black blade wrapped in armament haki with one hand, cutting through the bombs as he closed in. Queen noticed that Vista, famous for his twin sword style, had lost one arm. Was that the result of that war? What a terrifying place. The once great Whitebeard pirates had actually all been beaten into this state. As the commanders of both sides, Ace and King had moved slightly away from the main battlefield, and were in the middle of an intense clash. Just like Marco suppressing the younger Jack, Ace was also being suppressed by King, whose experience and abilities were superior. But King could clearly feel it. Ace was growing in battle, as expected of the Pirate King's son. What terrifying talent. This had to be ended quickly. A deep crimson flame covered the long blade as King leaped high and slashed down violently. Imperial Flaming Dragon. A gigantic fire dragon made of flames howled out, bearing its fangs and claws, its blazing fire as hot as magma. Mirror Flame. Flames blasting from his arms formed a massive wall of fire, blocking the fire dragon's advance. Take another one. Guardian Flaming Dragon Emperor. An even fiercer fire dragon smashed through the wall of fire. Ace looked at the fire dragon charging straight at him, and was just about to evade with the elemental transformation of a Logia user. Thunder Bagua. Bang! The sudden appearance of a spiked club knocked the fire dragon off course, and a woman's voice full of delight rang out. Ace, you came to find me. The one appearing now was Kaido's daughter, the Oni princess, Yamato. Ah, I came to invite you out to sea, Yamato. Are you willing to join my ship? For the first time since that incident, Ace showed a smile. Is there even a need to ask? Of course I am. Yamato, you actually. Under the mask, King's expression turned ugly. As Boss Kaido's daughter, it was one thing for her to fool around normally, but now she was actually choosing to stand on the enemy's side. That's way too reckless. Before Boss Kaido gets back, I need to teach you a proper lesson. Yamato's tall figure, close to 3 meters, stood beside Ace. The hand gripping her spiked club was coated in armament hockey. Hey, lead performer of the Beast's Pirates, we're the ones who should be teaching you a lesson. Hey, Ace, what's our pirate crew called? Is your little brother here? Ace's expression dimmed, and he forced out a smile. Firebird. My pirate crew is called the Firebird. As for Luffy, he has his own companions too. They're a really good group of people. Is that so? That's a really good name. It will definitely fly high and see the entire sea. There's a banquet for joining, right? Once we leave Wano, let's have a banquet, alright? After Yamato joined, the situation on the battlefield shifted from the Firebird pirates' decline, faintly turning into a balanced standoff. So that's Kaido's daughter? She's really strong. Marco had deliberately let his captain deal with the strongest enemy. He had been keeping an eye on that side the whole time, so if Ace was in danger, he could rush over immediately. Right at that moment, a strange sensation stimulated his observation hockey, and his gaze turned toward one corner of the battlefield. Those crimson eyes awakened his deepest, most terrifying memories. Shursui slowly drew his blade and met his gaze. An enemy who escaped from Ku. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Uchiha Sora. The snow-bright flash of the blade, together with that crimson ocular power, crashed into Marco's eyes. The emerald-green Susanoo descended in an instant, drawing everyone's attention. That was the power of a god residing within those bloody eyes. In the new world, above the sea, the ocean looked like a chaotic world stirred into ruin by an enraged sea god. The originally azure seawater had been dyed into a strange mix of inky black and dark red. The smell of gunpowder in the air had yet to disperse. Burning thorns floated scattered across the sea. In midair were the black traces left behind by the pentagram array, with faint arcs of electricity crackling through them. Uchiha Sora stood on the sea surface. Blood dripped from his clothes, and the horrifying scar on his forehead steamed with white vapor as it slowly healed. His left hand was twisted into a warped shape, and in his right hand, he was gripping St. Summers's hair, dragging him like a dead dog. He was indeed dead. The gathered points of light in midair gradually formed into a human shape. Kizaru looked at the corpse of St. Summers in Uchiha Sora's hand, his tone carrying a bit of concerned reproach. If you wanted to leave, no one but me could have caught up to you. Was there really a need to go this far? In just half a day, everyone had witnessed what true extreme output looked like. Clearly, they were the ones who had come to hunt down Uchiha Sora. But as the battle developed, they had become the side being chased down. Uchiha Sora's fighting style made them extremely uncomfortable. He never seemed to consider whether he himself would get hurt, nor did he care about stamina consumption. Again and again, he forcibly traded injury for injury. They were genuinely scared. Top-tier powerhouses were terrifying. Top-tier powerhouses who didn't care about their own lives were even more terrifying. After Kaido had been blasted into the deep sea, Saint Saturn was the first to activate the pentagram array and escape. There was really no need to keep fighting. If this keeps going, even if we drag things out until the Navy forces arrive, I figure I'd still leave my life here. That's way too bad a deal. Once there was a first deserter, what followed came naturally. Figureland and Shamrock fled one after another, and after them came the slower St. Summers. The one who ran slowest was in front, so getting focused down and blasted to death was perfectly reasonable. Crack. Uchiha Sora straightened his wrist and wiped the blood from his forehead. You stirred up a mess on this scale. How could I let myself return empty-handed? Buzz buzz. A bit later, the Navy warships carrying Akiji and the others finally arrived. Looking at the scene here, The vice admirals all fell into silence. Uchiha Sora, you're dragging Sakazuki into the abyss. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had come along, looked complicated and let out a helpless sigh. Uchiha Sora brushed his blood-stained black hair that had fallen down back behind his head and chuckled. Old lady, your way is already outdated. Shouldn't old people just retire obediently? Akiji had no intention of directing everyone into battle. He stared deeply at Uchiha Sora. Sora, what is your justice? Thud. Saint Summers's corpse traced an arc through the air and landed on the warship's bow. I don't collect trash corpses here. Help me return him to them. And while you're at it, pass along a message for me. If I catch any more pigs that run out of the pen, they won't die so easily next time. Looking at Uchiha Sora as he turned and walked away across the sea, Akiji couldn't help asking again. Answer me. What exactly is your justice? Uchiha Sora suddenly turned back and gave a faint smile. I am justice. Susanoo 99. The emerald green breastplate opened, and countless chakra arrows rained down across the sky, shocking the entire battlefield. Even Ace, who had been locked in battle with King, showed fear on his face. He grabbed Yamato and pulled away from the fight, wanting to regroup with his crewmates first. What was that? Ace, are you afraid? Yamato's voice was puzzled. Ace clenched his teeth tightly, his voice trembling. That was Susanoo. It's the divine technique that killed Pops and Emperor Shanks. What? Yamato had once talked with Ace through the entire night. Aside from his little brother, the one he mentioned most was Whitebeard. That was a pirate emperor who stood shoulder to shoulder with the pirate king, one whom even a monster like Kaido ranked beneath. Right after that, pity rose in Yamato's heart. She knew very clearly how much Whitebeard meant to Ace. He must be in terrible pain right now. If King's techniques had only been somewhat similar, then the Susanoo appearing now was ironclad proof. Without a doubt, Wano was the birthplace of that clan. Why didn't I notice it when I came here before? Was it because they disdained making a move against me? Those eyes, so arrogant that just looking at them let you feel it. Maybe that was the reason. Uchiha. King did not choose to chase Ace. He made the same choice as Ace and stopped the battle first to regroup with his companions. The Battle of Marineford had let the world know the weight carried by the surname Uchiha. With someone so similar to that person appearing, King's first thought was to take the main members and flee Wano, then wait until Boss Kaido returned. Boom 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 boom. After countless explosions, everyone looked at the shattered ground and the wounds on their bodies, and their thoughts stalled for a moment. How should they put it? It was pretty strong, sure. They hadn't had time to dodge and getting hit really did hurt. But compared to what they had expected, that getting hit would mean death. Is that thing really your Susanoo? Queen had been the most scared just now. He had raised his defense to the highest level, and as he looked at the shallow wound on his chest, he fell into deep thought. Shanks died to this move? Then doesn't that mean I'm even stronger than a Yonko? It was just a greeting. Why are your reactions so big? Shursui had heard the new Marines explain the Summit War in detail. He knew that Uchiha Sora had shown overwhelming power in that battle. But considering how people in this world like to exaggerate when they spoke, he had thought the so-called unmatched in the world and strongest in the world were just overblown claims. Doflamingo walked to his side and lowered his voice. They're afraid of Lord Sora. If you didn't witness that war yourself, even you would have a hard time understanding the shadow he left in the hearts of the great heroes of the sea. Is that so? That guy's already left me far behind. Looks like I need to work harder. Shursui smiled faintly and took the initiative to dismiss Susanoo. That wide-range attack just now had been his way of gathering intelligence. He had taken in everyone's defensive abilities and instinctive reactions, and a detailed battle plan had already formed in his mind. I'll pick suitable opponents for them. You stay back and cover them. Don't move until they're in a situation where they're about to die. Doflamingo nodded and replied softly. Looks like Mr. Shursui is the type who isn't good at expressing his gentleness. Shursui shook his head and said softly, someone has to be the strict elder who keeps them in line. Because of his past, Sora has a hard time watching children get into danger. But those few are special. They have tremendous potential, and they have to experience danger to awaken it. This kind of thing can only be done by me. His childhood experiences, Hearing that, Doflamingo's image of Uchiha Sora became much clearer. That man who looked like a ruthless killer, was he actually the more conservative one? Then Doflamingo recalled the scene when Uchiha Sora led his forces into Dressrosa. It seemed that when he begged that man to spare his family, Sora's gaze only changed slightly when he saw sugar. He didn't want to see children in danger. Uchiha Shursui said that guy was a gentle person. He wasn't joking? If that was the case, absolutely no one could let Uchiha Sora know. Sugar only looked young. In reality, she was already in her 20s. Your Excellency of the Uchiha clan, what brings you to Wano country? King calmed his thoughts and spoke in a low, deep voice. The good news was that the person who appeared wasn't as terrifying as he had expected. The bad news was that an Uchiha had appeared in Wano country. Could it be that that person had set his sights on this place? As for the Whitebeard remnants, King couldn't be bothered to ask about them at all. If they wouldn't leave, then they fight. But facing Shui, even after being beaten for a while, he still had the patience to negotiate. Shui looked over everyone and said flatly, I'm a new Marine Vice Admiral. Do I still need a reason to come to a place occupied by pirates? Since you've chosen to be pirates, then stay on the sea and run when you see the Marines. Don't think you'll live peaceful days. Swish, 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 swish. At Shui's wave, the Marines formed neat ranks, their gun barrels aimed at every pirate present. The Marines don't dare enter a Yonko's territory, but we new Marines do. They don't dare fight the battles we fight. Fire! Damn bastards! Too arrogant. King, aren't you on the Uchiha side? Are you trying to play dead and sneak attack us? Marco, after a few years apart, you've gotten really stupid. Shui had only just arrived in the world of the sea a few days ago, and in terms of physical prowess, he was far inferior to these monsters. But when it came to bizarre abilities, the two sides weren't even on the same level. In his judgment, only King might be able to instantly kill Sasuke and Naruto before Doflamingo could react. Next was Marco, but his abilities leaned more toward protection and healing, and his killing power wasn't as strong as King's. Besides, he had already led Yamato and Ace away from the main battle. Yamato had chains tied around her body that would explode if she left Onigashima, and Ace's goal was to take Yamato away. Right now, they had to figure out how to deal with the bomb chain. The ever-unchanging Great Fireball technique was slapped away casually by King, and Shui charged forward with Susanoo activated. He didn't have the habit of chatting inside Susanoo. He only used it when necessary. It only looks scary. Your Susanoo, compared to that one, is nowhere near him in either attack power or defense. Shui wasn't affected by King's words and said calmly, I already gave up comparing myself to him. That kind of guy isn't a normal Mangekyo at all. Compared to a normal Uchiha, he's the real abnormal one. Mangekyo? That's what the Uchiha's famous genjutsu looks like. The moment their eyes met, the world in King's eyes changed. In the pitch-black sky, a deep crimson moon hung there, with a four-bladed shuriken in its center. A Menotajikura-esque light. Shui stood before the moon, and golden-red light fell like a rainstorm, pouring onto King's spiritual body. In this genjutsu world, there was no concept of time or space. Before your spirit was ground to ashes, the light would not stop. Feigned sleep technique. The sand and gravel on the ground seemed pulled by some force, surging and swirling rapidly around Gaara's body, forming a huge sand sphere that wrapped him inside. Along with a massive wave of energy, the sand sphere kept expanding and deforming. Boom! With a dull explosion, Shikaku, covered in violet markings, emerged and kicked up a violent sandstorm. Its aura was astonishing. So this is the tailed beast guarding Gaara's body? Naruto and Sasuke stood on top of Shikaku's head and exclaimed. Shikaku's small eyes shifted upward. Besides those two brats, there was also an adult Uchiha. And not far away was Shui. No chance. Guardian-tailed beast. Huh? Heh. If you really thought that, would you make the Uchiha stand ready every time you let me out? Uchiha Inabe's narrow eye sockets were open with Sharingan. He wore a dark blue underrobe and the cloak of a new marine officer. One tail, Shikaku of the Sand, is the guardian left to the ninja world by the Sage of Six Paths, and it resides inside Gaara's body. Naruto, there is something similar inside you too. It is called Kurama, also known as the Nine-Tails Fox. Kurama has endured 1,000 years of war, hatred, and betrayal in the ninja world, becoming the embodiment of hatred itself. Konoha fears that apocalyptic power, and for many years it has used Jinchuriki from the Uzumaki clan to seal it. You know this too, right? The previous Jinchuriki was your mother. Naruto's expression darkened. Aunt Kushina already told me. Inabe put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and continued. Your father believed you could reconcile with Kurama and gain the power to change the ninja world. We believe that too. Your father was an amazing Hokage. Is it really okay to lie to this kid like that? So-called reconciliation. Huh. Shikaku sneered. Humans see us as weapons and disasters. They fear our power, yet they also want to use us. As the descendant clan of that old man, you do know some truths, but this is no longer 1,000 years ago. People like you, filled with evil thoughts, have no reason to be protected at all. Hatred has already been born. There is absolutely no way to erase it. Inabe ignored Shikaku and looked at Sasuke. Relying on Naruto alone would be very difficult to accomplish that kind of thing. Sasuke, you're the clan member Lord Sora values the most. Kurama's power is too vast. We need your help. The Sharingan is the chain that subdues the tailed beasts. And when the two are combined, that is the ultimate power. Sasuke, who had originally felt a bit disappointed at not having a guardian beast, came back to his senses. That's right. Even if they had that kind of powerful guardian beast, I'm an Uchiha. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is power that stands above everything else. Finally, Inabi said to Shikaku, we also want to treat tailed beasts well. Nibi-sama has the right to move around freely. If you want that too, then cooperate with us a little. Shikaku spat in disdain. That wildcat that brought shame to all tailed beasts. Want this great Shikaku to be like her? Dream on. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Damn ugly freaks. I'll use you to vent a little. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce wind release. Air bullets shot toward the beast pirates like a storm. Queen and Jack charged forward, forcing their way through the wind bullets. One of them thought, if I can even withstand Susanu's attacks, what can this monster do to me? As for the other, Jack didn't think that much. As long as the enemy was confirmed, charging and head-on was enough. Shikaku was not weak, but Gaara, as the host, was still too young. The chakra he could output was limited, and soon he was being beaten down by the two all-stars of the beast pirates. The more Queen fought, the more confident he became. Looking at this beast type, it was the same kind as the one Uchiha Sora had summoned during the Paramount War. It was just smaller in size. It should be a juvenile. This kind of beast might be a rare creature raised by the Uchiha clan, or it could be companion beast technology. Jack, don't kill it. This kind of rare beast has great research value. Maybe it can even fulfill Captain Kaido's wish for the whole crew to become Zoan users. Okay, got it. Jack showed no intention of holding back at all. Bastards! Are you looking down on Lord Shikaku? A black-purple-tailed beast bomb shot out. Queen confidently met it head-on. Boom! After a violent explosion, Queen struggled to his feet in the ruins. Jack, that black one is different. Don't take it head-on. Okay, got it. Jack still showed no intention of dodging. The massive body of the mammoth gathered strength in its limbs and slammed into the second-tailed beast bomb. Boom! His huge body was blown away. Idiots! Now you know how powerful this great lord is. Shikaku was about to fire again, but Gaara, above his head, frowned in pain. Burns appeared on his skin, and signs of waking up began to show. Damn it, this kid is too weak. He can't let Lord Shikaku enjoy himself properly at all. Shikaku could only pay attention to his chakra output. Of course, it wasn't he because he feared punishment. Tailed beasts weren't afraid of death anyway. They'd just revive. At worst, it would be like taking a nap. But the Uchiha clan now possessed cross-world technology. He wasn't sure whether he could revive in the ninja world if he died here. He also feared that the Uchiha clan would exile him into some other dimension. That would be even worse than being sealed. Crack, crack. The illusion world shattered like a mirror. Kaido took off his helmet. His white hair was soaked with sweat, and he was breathing hard. Shursui covered his eyes and smiled bitterly. This is bad. If my ocular power were a little stronger, maybe I could have killed you. There's no if. There was deep wariness in Kaido's eyes. Then he tightly shut his own eyes, not daring to look at those eyes again. I figured it out. As long as I don't look at you directly, I won't be affected by that ability. Uchiha Sora wasn't an illusion-type fighter. The impression he had left during the Paramount War was that of terrifying destructive power, not the eerie manipulation of minds through the Sharingan. Who knew how hard it had been for Kaido to break free from that bizarre technique? He could feel that even his soul had been heavily injured. It felt like having part of his soul forcibly torn away by Big Mom's power. If Kaido were willing to spread the word, then perhaps after today, don't look a Sharingan user in the eye would become common knowledge on the seas. Kaido leaped upward. He was certain Shursui's power was below his own, but it was too strange. He had to deal with him as quickly as possible. Of course, killing him was impossible. Capture him and then negotiate with that person. But the moment he closed in on Shursui, his advancing movement became twisted and strange, and the attack he released actually turned toward the beast pirates. Tenjin Shin. Centered on Shursui, the ocular technique reversed everything the target perceived. Even their perception of sound and temperature would become different. Shursui's figure slipped past Kaido like he was controlling a puppet, making him massacre the beast pirates' members. Big brother Kaido, what are you doing? No. Boss, don't you recognize me anymore? The shouting and screams did not stop Kaido at all. In his senses, he was the one pressing Shursui down and beating him. Shursui tried to hit him with several jutsu, but the effects were almost non-existent. He shook his head helplessly. Against strong opponents of the same level, people here were indeed easier to control, but his output was so low that even if he controlled them, he still couldn't deal damage. Armament Haki reacted almost like instinct. He simply couldn't break through it. If this dragged on, he would definitely lose. Shursui looked toward Shikaku's side. Sasuke and Naruto couldn't get involved in the battle at all. They could only cling to Shikaku's body and sway in the violent shaking. I specially arranged that person for you. I hope you've figured out what to do. Half a month later, G1 headquarters. Uchiha Sora looked at the three boys in front of him and fell into deep thought. Did I miss some part of the plot? Did you three find a time machine from the future? Exactly the same. Sasuke, Naruto, and Gaara looked almost exactly like Uchiha Sora remembered from their first appearance. To put it in simpler terms, all three of them now looked about 13 or 14 years old. Naruto's goofy grin matched the memory perfectly. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Teacher, this is a long story. First, you get out of the way. Shursui, you tell me. Uchiha Sora pushed Naruto aside. With this guy's speaking ability, it was obvious he wouldn't be able to explain anything clearly even if he thought with his ass. Shursui looked a little worn out. His upper body was wrapped in bandages, and there was a ferocious scar at the corner of his brow. We encountered the remnants of the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates in Wano country. Uchiha Sora's expression turned cold. Who gave them the guts to hurt you like this? As he spoke, the coldness leaking out made even the Marines standing guard outside feel a chill run down their backs. I was the one who provoked them first. I killed quite a few of them. Then that's fine. As long as you didn't suffer a loss. Shursui recalled what happened that day and tried to keep his words as concise as possible. The Whitebeard remnants were targeting a white-haired woman with 2 red horns. After we rescued that woman, they withdrew. Yamato, that was the right choice. I want Naruto and Gaara to gain the power to release Nine-Tails chakra, just like Gaara. Uchiha Sora's expression changed as he thought of something, and he said in a deep voice, so you found that Sub fruit user and had her accelerate their growth? That irreversible growth. You didn't even consider whether their minds could handle it? Are you Raza? Shursui knew that when Uchiha Sora said someone was like Raza, that was an extremely filthy insult, second only to saying they were like Danzo. After that came Fugaku the third and the like. It was only after the day he left Konoha that Shursui heard Sora use Fugaku as an insult much less often. Just 10 years. And they happened to be in the rapid growth period. At least physically. Before Uchiha Sora could get angry, Shursui hurriedly continued, Sora, children in the ninja world are different. Teenagers in this world aren't as mentally mature as Sasuke and the others. You should be the one who understands this best. Uchiha Sora lowered his eyes and gently shook his head. No need. This kind of forcing growth. It's okay, sensei. Sasuke stepped forward. He pointed at the 2 tomo in his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his cool face. I have the Sharingan now. I can help you a little, sensei. We just wanted to be able to help you sooner. Gaara lowered his voice, sounding like a child who had done something wrong. We know. You've always had it hard, carrying everyone's expectations by yourself. Who told you I was having a hard time? The platform and the Sharingan were basically 2 wish-granting machines. If I can't beat them, I can just turn on cheat mode. Double the fun. I'm practically riding high. Okay. Thinking of that chubby little Sasuke being gone forever, and that in a few years he'd become the famous Sunface pillar, Uchiha Sora felt a little irritated. He had clearly still been the soft and adorable little trio half a month ago. After one trip outside, they'd become less cute. He casually grabbed Gaara and rubbed his head. The feel wasn't that great anymore. Then he glanced at Naruto, who had shrunk into a corner after being said one sentence, and Uchiha Sora helplessly shook his head. When we get back, you're all doing 2 years of remedial classes. Aside from eating and sleeping, you'll be studying. No more fighting. Then what about pooping? Naruto asked timidly. Uchiha Sora's forehead veins twitched. You do not need to emphasize that kind of thing. Especially you. Your schoolwork is doubled. Ha! Keep going. Half a month ago, in Wano country, after the Firebird Pirates withdrew, the group led by Shursui and the Beast Pirates continued fighting for most of the day. Shursui, whose chakra had nearly run dry, led his people in retreat while fighting using guerrilla tactics against the Beast Pirates. After learning that he had killed many of his subordinates while his senses were in chaos, King fell into a rage. Chasing and fleeing, the battle went all the way to the flower capital. Then they ran into Orochimaru, who had kidnapped Wano's shogun, Kurozumi Orochi, and was being pursued by the ninja Mokiyama Corps. Shursui-kun, what a coincidence. You're being chased too? Orochimaru paid no attention to the pursuit behind him. If he had wanted to leave, he would have long since left. He was only gathering intel and learning how the ability users of this world fought. That restored quite a bit of the Dao heart that had been bruised by Akainu. Monsters like Akainu were rare after all. Excluding the strongest few, dealing with these people using ninjutsu was far too easy. He had prepared dozens of storage scrolls, all filled with seawater from this world. As long as they were ability users, splash them with seawater and finish them off with one more blow, and the harvest was basically done. Some with exceptional armament haki were exceptions. For this purpose, he had also developed a batch of small senbon made from sea stone. Why did they make this ability user nullification drug into something like handcuffs? Orochimaru truly could not understand their thought process. Using sea stone senbon stabbed into the back of the neck 3 inches below, one could both restrain a person's movement and nullify their abilities. Not only did it work better than sea stone handcuffs, it also saved materials. The data for these experiments. Baji-senpai had contributed a lot. Orochimaru, why are you here? Orochimaru smiled faintly. I have permission to move freely. There's no need to explain it to you. The people chasing you seem troublesome. Need help? No need. I'm waiting for something to happen. Orochimaru noticed the few kids who had fallen into danger. He had not seen Naruto before, but seeing a blonde kid mixed in with the Uchiha clan, he quickly guessed he was the same kind of person as Gaara. That hair color too. Uchiha Sora had even specially gone to Konoha to bring him back. The fourth Hokage's son didn't he inherit his good looks? The Ninetales? Orochimaru asked tentatively. None of your business. Split up and run. No direct answer, so that meant it was true. Orochimaru had once been Shirsui's superior, so he understood his personality well. He smiled lightly. Those few should be Korakuen's disciples, right? I remember Korakuen values them very much. Are you really okay doing this recklessly? Orochimaru. Shirsui's expression darkened slightly. You also have the Heaven Seal. You should know what it feels like after gaining power and paying the price. The price Korra bears is hundreds, thousands of times greater than ours. No one understands better than I do how much effort he has put in for this, how much pain he has endured. We have no right to enjoy his protection with peace of mind. I will never allow anyone useless to Korra to increase his pressure. Not even his disciples. Not even myself. Especially not you, Orochimaru. The four-bladed Mangekyo Sharingan in Shirsui's eyes spun as he said coldly, if you dare do anything that betrays Korra, then I'll kill you myself. If I were to confidently say I would be loyal to Uchiha Sora, would you believe me? Facing Shirsui's warning, Orochimaru smiled calmly. Compared to Korakuen, your tolerance is far from enough. If I really could break free of his control and bite back, I believe he would be very happy. He and I are the same kind of person, completely uninterested in a stagnant wind. Shirsui, if you can't walk your own path, then your talent can only carry you this far. The one who can follow him across the infinite worlds 1 TBU. For the sake of old ties, and now barely being considered co-workers, Orochimaru left Shirsui a few scrolls and some seastone senbon before fleeing. You have to learn to accept new things. Our advantage lies in being able to integrate the powers of different worlds. Later, I'll be selling my research on devil fruits internally. Prepare your reputation points for trading. Shirsui-kun, this kid can't hold on anymore. To last this long, this guy. Shikaku turned into flowing sand and dispersed. Gaara, already weak to the extreme, was being held in Ino's arms as he fled. Boom! The cannonball fired by Queen hit his position dead on, blasting him away and knocking Gaara out of his grasp. Thud, thud, thud. Every step of the Brachiosaurus Queen made the ground tremble as he charged fiercely toward Gaara. Gaara. Sasuke's pupils contracted violently, and in the depths of his originally black eyes, a faint crimson vortex surfaced, like a spark ignited in a dark night. It spread into layer after layer of crimson ripples. Just as the first Tomo began to appear, it stopped abruptly. His body instinctively resisted the awakening of the Sharingan. His current body absolutely could not withstand that kind of power. Bang! Sasuke smashed his fist heavily into the ground. Broken stones cut into his flesh, drawing out bright red blood. Blood vessels filled his eyes as he clenched his lower lip tightly. Damn bastard! Why am I so weak? Why can't I do anything? Who can save Gaara? Why is no one saving us? Let us go. Even if we're weak, we still have to protect Gaara and Ino-san. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's hand, and the moment their palms touched, a burst of crimson chakra appeared. Sasuke looked up at Naruto, whose breathing was heavy and whose body was trembling uncontrollably. That ferocious Ninetales chakra burned over Naruto's skin like magma. Lord Kurama is willing to lend me a little power. He must also want to save his companion. Naruto gritted his teeth and forced out a smile. We can't give up. Hurry up and move. Yeah, body. Then stop having the idea of making me give up. Bastard. Sharingan. Come out for me. Whoosh. The crimson glow of the Sharingan illuminated the child's tense face. The world before his eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of blood-red curtain, and even the dust floating in the air seemed to have been slowed down. Veins wriggled like earthworms beneath his pale skin as Sasuke forced himself again and again not to pass out. Whoosh. A round, plump figure blocked the two of them. Arin. Move. At this moment, Arin was a little different. In her eyes, 3 Tomo appeared. There will always be situations where no one can help you. If you don't want tragedy to happen, the only one you can rely on is yourself. I'll give you the power to save your partner. The price you'll have to pay is 10 years of your time. I think you understand. That's the so-called cost of borrowing power. That kind of tone. It's Shirsui. Big bro. You are the people Sora is looking forward to, Sasuke. You have potential beyond mine. I always have a bad feeling about this. Sora, forgive me. For the clan, for me, you are the most important one. No matter how much I sacrifice, if it can help you even a little, it's worth it. Such overly deep love from the Uchiha clan, in the eyes of outsiders, becomes twisted obsession. An ominous aura filled the air, and dark red chakra tore through the pale snow curtain over Oni Island like flames. Boom! A thick chakra tail whipped away Quinn, who was closing in on Gaara, and his massive Brachiosaurus body slammed into the rock layers. Two boys stood in front of Gaara, their bodies wrapped in crimson chakra. The fox claws formed by Ninetails chakra pressed against the ground, and with a roaring blast, the lingering smoke and gunpowder were scattered. In those crimson vertical pupils, the shocked faces of their opponents were reflected. This is the power I use to protect my comrades. Naruto clenched his fist and shouted, anyone who dares to hurt my partners, come at me with the resolve to die. On the boy's still youthful face, an astonishing edge burst forth. Clang. Sasuke's original sword was now held in his hand like a short blade. Two tomo spun in his eyes, flashing faint black lightning. An invisible pressure erupted from the two of them, like a raging tsunami, spreading in all directions. That pressure carried a powerful mental impact, like sharp blades stabbing into everyone's consciousness. Some of the weak-willed ones fell to the ground one after another. This is. In a hidden spot, Doflamingo bared his teeth, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. This is Conqueror's Haki. Why is it a combined Conqueror's Haki from two people? How can something like this exist? Arin placed her hand on Gaara and activated her ability. Rapid growth also meant accelerated cell division, accelerated healing. In his mind, a weak woman's face appeared, her outstretched hand warm. Strange, yet familiar. A tear slipped from the corner of Gaara's eye. No need to remind him. That was Mom. Rustle, rustle. The scattered sand gathered again, transforming into a pair of giant hands that lifted Gaara into their palms. Let us begin. The second round. The chaotic battle between both sides turned Wano country into a complete mess, with flames of war everywhere. This situation continued until Shursui sensed an extremely terrifying aura approaching Wano country. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately threw out Orochimaru's seawater scroll and took everyone away. When the battered Kaido climbed onto Wano country with his bare hands and saw the devastated Onigashima. Haha. King, you're in trouble. Ha.
Kaido-sama.
It's Uchiha, I know. Kaido turned to look at the warship where Shursui and the others were, then grinned. After a battle like that, I'm not in the mood to pick on a few brats now. It was like after a feast of rare delicacies. He had no interest in ordinary food at all. King noticed that Kaido's condition had changed. Not the external injuries, but something deeper. Kaido walked up to King, put a hand on his shoulder, and headed toward his own residence. King, I'm not Joy Boy, and the one who beat me wasn't Joy Boy either. Kaido looked at the ruined Onigashima, but a carefree smile he hadn't shown in years appeared on his face.
Ooh-ah.
To hell with Joy Boy. I'm Kaido. King, I will never lose again. I'm the one who can change the world. The holy land of Mary Geos on the Red Line. Inside Pangea Castle's room of authority, Akiji and Sengoku, who had come to handle the succession of the fleet admiral position, brought the coffin of Saint Summers. As for what Uchiha Sora had said, of course they wouldn't relay it verbatim. They reported it to the five elders in a more tactful way, minimizing the celestial dragon's trips down to the lower world. After all, the Navy's capabilities were limited. They couldn't protect every celestial dragon. If something happened, don't blame us for not warning you first. The five elders did not like Akiji, but apart from him, there were no other candidates. Kizaru's personality was simply unsuitable for becoming fleet admiral, especially with his ambiguous actions. After Akiji and Sengoku left, bang! Among the five elders, the finance warrior Saint Ethan Baron v. Nustero, who was the only one not wearing a suit and instead dressed in a white robe, slammed his sword heavily into the floor. Who does he think he is? The world government has ruled the world for 800 years. He is nothing but some inexplicable brat who suddenly appeared, and he doesn't even know the truth of the world. And he dares threaten us. It's all Kizaru's fault. If he had gone all out, we would have definitely erased this guy. Strip Kizaru of his admiral position. Saturn was not stupid. Given the situation back then, he could only tolerate Kizaru's half-hearted effort, but now he wanted to settle accounts afterward. Calm down, Saint Saturn. If we do nothing, at least Borsellino is still on our side. Forcing a move against him would be a bigger threat to us than Uchiha Sora. Someone with the speed of light, how are you supposed to restrain that? The environmental warrior, St. Marcus Mars, a tall, thin man with a goatee, sighed. The situation has become too severe for us to handle. The division of the Navy, the increasingly intense actions of the Revolutionary Army, and that monster that suddenly appeared. I think we should ask that person for instructions and seek guidance. But that one said that they would awaken at the World Conference 2 years from now. And before that, we are not allowed to disturb them.
Top.
Without needing to be announced, Saint Figurland Garling and Shamrock walked into the room of authority. They glanced at Summer's coffin. As expected, Uchiha Sora's Conqueror's Haki has the strength to annihilate immortality. Garling sat down directly in a seat, resting his chin on his hand as he said, It's not time to disturb that person yet. No matter what happens before the right time comes, we must not disturb them. Then mobilize the entire world government and begin an operation to crush the new navy. We can't do that. Our power is meant to maintain the balance of the seas. If we gather the whole military, we can indeed wipe out the new navy, but after that, with the loss of strength, the world government won't be able to maintain its hegemonic position anymore. What about the affiliated nations, the pirates, the revolutionary army, and those people in the sea below? We can only endure. 2 years, wait until that person awakens. That lamp can be extinguished at any time. Uchiha Sora is not Joy Boy. He is not the one in the prophecy. The highest level he can reach is only on the level of rocks. No. Garling's face turned gloomy as he said in a low voice, Uchiha Sora is 100 times more dangerous than rocks. Although I also don't agree with sending out the whole army, we must make a response to him. We absolutely cannot let him grow unchecked. Then how should we respond? I request permission to mobilize Vegapunk and relocate the research base. This time we've all seen it. Borsellino is not trustworthy. We can't let him come into contact with Vegapunk anymore. Without a doubt, Uchiha Sora was even more worthy of the title of the world's strongest than Whitebeard. He was a legendary level fighter, beyond even the very top tiers. Other than that person, there was no way to deal with him through individual strength alone. We need the power of science. Agreed. I will act together with you and make sure Vegapunk doesn't pull any tricks. As the warrior god of scientific defense, Saturn had a certain level of confidence in his own scientific ability as well. Then bring Vegapunk directly to Mary Geos. The Holy Land isn't exactly suitable for scientific experiments, is it? At a time like this, we can't worry about that anymore. In the end, the warrior god of justice, Saint Topman Warcury, who had always occupied the central position among the 5 elders, gave the conclusion. Continue espionage operations against the new navy. During their world conscription, it will be easier to arrange personnel. We need to treat them as an enemy even greater than the revolutionary army. Recall the celestial dragons still in the lower world. Aside from the gods' knights and us, celestial dragons are forbidden from descending to the lower world for the time being. Any violators will be personally dealt with by Saint Figureland Garling. Do we really need to go this far just because of that person? Yes. He is exactly that kind of person. At the same time, formally issue a bounty on Sakazuki. Even though Akainu had formed the new navy and had clearly defected from the Marines, the world government had still not placed a bounty on him before. The reason Uchiha Sora had a bounty placed on him was because he killed celestial dragons and insulted them during a live broadcast to the world, not because he had joined the new navy. This time, however, Akainu had completely wiped out the CP forces sent to stop him. That meant he had truly become an enemy of the world government. After the Battle of Marineford, another world-shaking battle followed close behind. The world only knew that such a great battle had taken place, but the details were unclear. This time, even Big News Morgans did not report on it immediately. Mainly because although he had risked his life to get close to the battlefield and film material, all he managed to capture was a distant shot of 2 giant dragons fighting among the clouds. After that, he couldn't get any closer to the battlefield at all. He didn't mind exaggerating the facts for attention, or even fabricating news. But for a super big story like this, he didn't want to report uncertain information. That would practically be staining his professional pride. After many days of investigation and interviews, plus reports from agents he had planted within the Marines, Morgans looked at the compiled report and felt that even if he exaggerated the facts, he still couldn't come up with battle content this absurdly unreal. But even the informant in Wano had confirmed the matter. If this report was published, it would definitely provoke retaliation from the world government. Forget it! Only after telling his subordinates to hurry up and relocate headquarters to avoid the coming retaliation did Morgans publish the news. The undisputed world's strongest. The man who trampled the world government underfoot. June 13th, year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the sticker C of the New World, new Navy Admiral Uchiha Sora executed 2 celestial dragons, St. Charlos and St. Roseward. This led to the 5 elders personally taking action, along with several members of a mysterious force, one of whom closely resembled the former Emperor red-haired Shanks. Based on intelligence from the Battle of Marineford, this paper speculates that he may be a member of the celestial dragon family to which Shanks belongs. Half an hour after the battle began, Kaido of the Beasts and Marine Admiral Kizaru joined the battle. After half a day, the exact details cannot be verified. The conclusions are as follows. The 5 elders and the mysterious force retreated. 1 member of the mysterious force was killed. Kaido was defeated, and 3 days before this paper's publication date, he returned to Wano. According to eyewitnesses, Kaido was seriously injured, and this led nearby pirates to launch attacks on Wano. All pirates were defeated, and Wano remains territory occupied by Kaido. Former Marine Headquarters Admiral and current Fleet Admiral Akiji, Admiral Kizaru, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Admiral Candidate Momosaji were intimidated by his overwhelming might and did not engage in battle. The 5 elders recalled celestial dragons from all over the world and ordered them not to leave the holy land of Mangekyo. With the power of one man, he forced the world government, which had dominated the seas for 800 years, to take a step back. Undefeated since his debut. Every time he acts,
A celestial dragón dies.
a heinous villain? No. Celebrate. The absolute king of the seas, the undefeated overlord of justice. Thus, he was born. A year and a half passed. The sea entered a brief period of calm. Pirates from the Four Blues still broke into the Grand Line and charged into the New World. But the new Navy front line centered on G1 headquarters was like a guillotine, carrying out merciless slaughter against pirates. The new Navy did not establish prisons. Toward pirates, they carried out a strategy of total extermination. Of course, nothing in the world was absolute. There were still pirates who could break through that line of defense and enter the New World from the Four Blues. During this period, several major events took place. The heaviest blow to the Marines was this. The former highest combat power of the world government, headquarters Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. After learning that the pirate who had injured and killed many of his students had joined the 7 warlords of the sea, he became completely disappointed in the Marines and joined the new Navy. He took the post of chief instructor at new Navy headquarters and was responsible for training recruits for the new Navy. It wasn't just Zephyr. Because of his actions, quite a few hesitant Marines also chose to join the new Navy. Belief was secondary. The most important thing was that the salary in the new Navy, at the same rank, was double that of the Marines. There were currently 17 countries that had chosen to join the new Navy, including wealthy major nations like Gran Tesoro and Dressrosa. And with no celestial dragons above them collecting the heavenly tribute, the new Navy, under a streamlined military and administration model, displayed highly efficient decision-making and execution. This kind of system, similar to a military government, left no room for corruption to grow. Its strict assessment and inspection system determined that merit and strength were equal to status. It had advantages, and naturally it also had drawbacks. This kind of model lacked democratic rights. Power was concentrated in the hands of the few at the top of the new Navy. If it were placed in a world without supernatural power, it wouldn't take long before uneven economic development and power struggles led to division. Fortunately, there were no signs of either problem appearing. The economy was managed by Chief Financial Officer Tesoro, independent from the military department, though the business of Gran Tesoro was still much worse than before. After all, after joining the new Navy, Gran Tesoro obviously could no longer receive pirates, and funding inspections for normal nobles were also very strict, let alone celestial dragons. With Charlos and Roseward having already demonstrated the consequences in person, even the dumbest celestial dragon knew to cherish his life and stay far away from the lower world. The new Navy's current expenditures were basically relying on Tesoro's previous accumulations. Collections from the allied countries were hardly worth mentioning. It could be said they were living off their old reserves. But Tesoro wasn't panicking, because according to his calculations, before the currently available belly ran out, that person would definitely be able to overthrow the world government. When that time came, he could just print money himself. As for the new Navy itself, after the world conscription, 2 new admiral candidates were added. One of them, codenamed Green Bull, came from the South Blue and was a forest fruit Logia user. He followed desperate justice, and greatly admired Akainu's spirit of carrying things through to the very end, showing absolutely no mercy to enemies. Originally, he had greatly revered the world government and the celestial dragons, believing it only natural and proper for the inherently noble celestial dragons to rule the world. That way of thinking changed after he witnessed 2 celestial dragons being burned to death by execution. Then, after seeing that the celestial dragons no longer dared descend to the lower world because of Uchiha Sora's intimidation, he began to feel that the world government did not seem as powerful as he had imagined. In the end, he resolved to join the new Navy. The other was Isho from the Grand Line, codenamed Fujitora, a paramecia user of the press fruit. He could control the strength and direction of gravity, and could even use it together with observation haki to pull down meteors from outer space. Such an ability was absolutely calamity level, no less than the tremor fruit. Compared to his attitude toward pirates, he cared even more about what the new Marine did to the member countries. Extremely low taxes, absolute safety, this was the army he had envisioned. After joining, he mainly handled security for the 17 nations, and he could often be seen gambling in Dressrosa and Gold City. According to Sakazuki's evaluation, the 2 of them actually both possessed admiral-level combat power, but after seeing Uchiha Sora, they both took the initiative to refuse the admiral position. Being an admiral might have been acceptable, but if they were on equal footing with that man, they were still far from it. To this day, the new Marines still only had 1 fleet admiral and 1 admiral. The 2 were not in a superior-subordinate relationship within the new Marine, but were instead regarded by the Marines as equal existences. The order of an admiral carried the same weight as the fleet admiraless. Even Sakazuki acknowledged that. By the way, Uchiha Sora's bounty had stopped at 5,670,000,000. It seemed the world government was too lazy to raise it anymore. Sakazuki's bounty, on the other hand, had kept climbing over the past few years, from the original 4,620,000,000 to the current 5,040,000,000, placing him second on the bounty list. As the new marine grew stronger day by day, the pirates would not sit still either. The Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, two 4 Emperors-level pirate crews, had officially formed an alliance. Aside from the Rocks Pirates, which had briefly united in the past, no pirate crew could compare to their strength. After Whitebeard and Shanks died, the positions they left behind also triggered a scramble among pirates. Half of the former Whitebeard Pirates' territory had been taken back by the Firebird Pirates. The son of the Pirate King, the Firebird Pirates' captain, Fire Fist Ace's bounty had risen to 2,530,000,000 berries. As his right hand, Ghost Princess Yamato had a bounty of 1,940,000,000 berries, and Marco S had risen to 1,787,000,000 berries. The Red Hair Pirates still kept that name, with Beckman acting as captain. This crew, the elite of the elite among pirates, all had sky-high bounties. Beckman even had a bounty exceeding 3 billion berries. Driven by hatred, they often ambushed new marine branches and ran after striking. Not only did the world government put bounties on them, the new marine did as well. If one really counted it, Beckman's total bounty had already surpassed that of the former Pirate King. It was only because the new Marine Finance Department wanted to keep Lord Sora in first place that they did not raise his bounty above 2,600,000,000. Because neither side had a decisive powerhouse, they were not considered the new 4 Emperors' crews, only close to that level. There were still some silver medalists at this level. Because during the Summit War, Impel Down was broken open, and countless vicious pirates escaped. Douglas Bullet, known as the Devil's Descendant, had once been a member of the Roger Pirates. His strength was terrifying. Alone, he was an army, stirring up waves in the New World. Red the Aloof, World Destroyer Bundy Waldo. Many of the great pirates who had originally been in Impel Down's 6th level escaped because of that war. As a result, although the number of pirates had decreased, their quality had become even stronger. There was also a rising force. They did not belong to the world government, nor did they acknowledge themselves as pirates. Their slogan was to become the connector between the islands of the sea, the transporters, a maritime shipping company, Bane Guild. This organization possessed the windless zone sailing technology that even the Marines had not yet popularized, freely traversing the calm belt and connecting trade between the 4 seas and the New World. It seemed to have some sort of cooperation with Wano country, and it also possessed a large amount of seastone weaponry. As for the chairman, Buggy, his identity had been exposed. He had once been a member of the Pirate King's ship, the close friend of red-haired Shanks, and a powerhouse who escaped from the hands of the undefeated king unscathed during the Summit War. Rayleigh, who was being hunted by the Marines and the new Marine with nowhere to go, had joined Bane Guild, and from then on the new Marine's pursuit of Rayleigh had stopped. A rumor said that even the former warlord Crocodile was negotiating a settlement agreement with Bane Guild. This made the world revere the mysterious Buggy even more. Some even believed that if Buggy raised his arm and declared himself a pirate, he would immediately ascend to the throne of the 4 emperors. At this moment at Bane Guild headquarters, the world's chairman Buggy was rubbing his hands nervously, bending over as he asked the figure seated above him, "Lord Orochimaru, what is the urgent matter you called me back for?" At this moment, Orochimaru had faint snake-like shadows flickering over his body, and his aura was far stronger than it had been a year and a half ago. On the other side of the seat was Rayleigh, whose arms were fully intact. His expression was extremely solemn. He had arrived earlier than Buggy and knew that they were about to meet the one behind Bane Guild. What kind of person could make even someone like Orochimaru willingly obey? The reason Rayleigh joined Bane Guild was because Orochimaru had found him, promised to help him resolve the new Marine's pursuit, and could repair his arms. If it had been only him, Rayleigh would not have feared pursuit. Even if it was the new Marine, there were only so many who could chase him. As long as that person did not move, even if Sakazuki came personally, he was confident he could escape. But his weak spot was on Amazon Lily. He had only heard that the new Marine planned to move against the warlords before reaching an agreement with Orochimaru. Who exactly was this Orochimaru person? Could he be a celestial dragon? The sailing technology for the Combelt was originally developed by Vegapunk under the world government, so it was not unreasonable for Rayleigh to make such a guess. Orochimaru did not answer him, only closing his eyes to rest for a moment. That lord has arrived. Remember this, show respect, and do not look directly at him. From the quiet corridor came the sound of slow footsteps. There was no kind of presence that arrived before the person did, no overwhelming pressure. If not for the gradually approaching footsteps, in Rayleigh's observation hockey sense, such a person might as well not exist. Buggy was so nervous his palms were sweating. Through his many contacts with Orochimaru, he had learned just how ruthless that man was. But even such a person treated the one behind him with extreme reverence. That person should be unbelievably huge. At least 8 meters tall with 3 heads and 10 spider-like arms, right? Maybe he looked even more terrifying than Kaido. No problem. I'm ready. No matter how scary he is, I 1T jump up. Buggy mentally demonized the incoming figure as much as possible so he wouldn't be too rude later. When the room's light illuminated half of the newcomer's face. Very handsome. That was Buggy and Rayleigh's first thought. The most eye-catching thing was those pair of deep, clear dark eyes. The moment one saw him, it was impossible not to fall into the vortex of his pupils. Their second thought was, run. Run right now. That face was simply too familiar. He had too many titles, such as the Dragon of Annihilation, the Unbeaten King, the Conqueror of the World, the Greatest Admiral in History, the Red-Eyed Devil who could see through people's hearts. In the more than 1 year since that battle, the only time he had taken action was to kill the escaped Red Earl, Bartholomew, that great pirate who could stand shoulder to shoulder with top-tier pirate crews with only himself. The incident began when Bartholomew encountered a new marine fleet. In order to test the ability of the transform leaf, he transformed into the new marine candidate Admiral Blue Crow Shursway and annihilated an entire new marine fleet. After that, Baraliki ran to an island gathered with pirates, in order to regain his youth and continue searching for the vampire form of the Bat fruit, mythical Zoan. Just as the pirates who had just left the island, or were about to board it, saw something beyond imagination. Red Count, who was eating in the tavern.
Sensed danger approaching.
That man in a loose black robe with messy black hair as if he had not washed up yet, was suspended high above the pirate island. The sea breeze lifted the hem of his robe, and his indifferent gaze looked down from above. Red Count was born with incredibly strong observation haki. He could easily read people's memories and use mind reading. And yet, the moment he saw that man, he felt as if everything about him was laid bare before those eyes. The one who specialized in reading minds could never accept having his own mind read. Red Count recognized that man. The one called the strongest in the world. So what? Just some ignorant junior who had never seen Roger and Whitebeard at their peak. Why are you looking down on me with that kind of contempt? Before he could charge up, a dark purple energy sphere was casually tossed down by that man. A ring of deep red light circled around the dark purple sphere, like an immensely shrunk star and its ring system. As it fell, even the sea breeze seemed to stop. The pirates on the streets looked up. For some reason, aside from admiring that gorgeous energy sphere, there was nothing else in their minds. The explosion's sound exceeded the range of human hearing. A blinding white light spared no one. Even the pirates far from the island were not exempt. Their eyes burned blind. From that day on, the town island where pirates gathered no longer existed. A special weather phenomenon was recorded, and a huge CI vortex was formed. Baki's teeth chattered, and after quite a while he still could not get 2 complete words out. His limbs flailed wildly on their own, with no unified thought, desperately pulling at his torso. Rayleigh's pupils shrank sharply. This former right-hand man of the Pirate King, who knew the truth of the world, was also tense like an ordinary man facing a giant beast. His body left the seat, and he unconsciously took half a step back. Orochimaru, really, if I hadn't seen that you didn't run, I would have fled by now. Unbelievable. The Bani Guild was actually your handiwork. Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora sat casually in the main seat. His appearance had not changed much from a year ago. Back then he looked about 16 or 17. Now he was still about the same. Once life reaches a certain level, appearance is no longer determined by time, but by the process of evolution. I'm not so down and out that I need to act as some mastermind, am I? Orochimaru, how did you tell them? Orochimaru lowered his head and said softly, of course you wouldn't care about such a small matter. They misunderstood what I meant. Uchiha Sora had no interest in digging deeper, and said indifferently, since you dared to let me come see you, that means the matter has already been handled, right? Orochimaru smiled faintly. Please follow me. Through a hidden door in the conference room they went all the way down, and the temperature gradually dropped. You really like putting your workplace underground, huh? No need to force it this hard just to fit a snake persona. Orochimaru was slightly stunned, then said, an underground laboratory has many advantages. The isolated environment can effectively block surface temperature, humidity, pressure, and other influences, ensuring the reliability of experimental data. It is especially suitable for long-term observation in genetic engineering. Stop. If I keep listening, I'm going to fall asleep. Uchiha Sora quickly raised a hand to stop him. Rayleigh and Baki, who were following behind, exchanged a glance. They had both seen Uchiha Sora at the Summit War. Baki even had the record of escaping battle without being injured. In their eyes, Uchiha Sora was a super war maniac who would get angry if he didn't kill people. Especially Orochimaru's earlier vague description made the one behind the scenes even more mysterious to them. Now that they were actually interacting with him normally, they discovered he spoke pretty normally. It was a bit different from the reports. Are you thinking this guy even has 2 faces? Uchiha Sora in front turned his head and smiled faintly. "Isn't that obvious? Who can keep one fixed emotion all the time? Even Buddha gets angry. I'm not some pervert who kills for fun. Aside from that idiot who impersonated Shursui and defiled the Uchiha, I haven't killed anyone in a long time." In Uchiha Sora's view, chasing and killing the weak everywhere was a meaningless act that did nothing for strength growth. Unless he was truly annoyed and made a move just to vent, then it did not count as pointless killing. At the very least, his thoughts were clear, and his mood was pleasant. And when he hated someone so much that killing them was still not enough to vent his anger, then from mind to body, from the past to the future, he would completely destroy and deny them. Passing through the dark passage, they reached the bright center of the laboratory. Inside the huge emerald-green nutrient fluid chamber, countless tubes were connected to a black-haired man. The man had his eyes tightly closed. Anyone who had lived in Konoha would recognize that face. The god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. With Mr. Aramaki's help in the research, combined with the bloodline factor technology of the Sea Realm, this body was cultivated from Hashirama cells. Orochimaru looked up at the body in the nutrient fluid, his eyes full of artistic admiration. "It is simply the most perfect vessel. If not for me. Sora-sama, are you sure you want to summon Hashirama Senju using this body? Maybe that would be the god of shinobi at his peak. Have you seen Hashirama Senju at his peak?" Orochimaru froze for a moment, then shook his head. "I haven't. It must have been strength beyond imagination. I really do hope it's Hashirama Senju at his peak." Uchiha Sora lowered his eyes. He was fairly satisfied with this body. Only a sufficiently strong shell could contain Hashirama Senju and prevent him from returning to the Pure Land. Why go this far? Even now, I still don't have the confidence to control someone at that level. Uchiha Sora glanced at Orochimaru and smiled faintly. Life needs a sense of ceremony. An Uchiha cannot return to Konoha in the posture of a loser. The one battle Uchiha Madara lost, I'll win it back. Can you really win? The legend he had heard since childhood, the invincible image of Hashirama Senju, had taken root deeply in Orochimaru's mind. Uchiha Sora did not like answering questions he had already answered. His eyes brightened slightly, and the heart that had been silent for a long time began to beat. Not just Konoha, the ninja world, the Pure Land, and even beyond the moon. Typing. A bit later. Don't wait up. Sweet dreams. Rayleigh could clearly sense the power of that body in the nutrient fluid. By his judgment, in terms of physical strength alone, it might not be weaker than Roger in his youth. Who were they planning to use this body to house? Come to think of it, was the soul also something that could be summoned back? Could it be that they had reached some kind of agreement with Lin? Uchiha Sora glanced at Rayleigh and the others, then turned to Orochimaru. "Did you tell them you wanted to take them to the ninja world too?" Orochimaru nodded. "I already said long ago that we could cooperate in revenge against Konoha. Of course, this can't really be called cooperation now. What I want to do, you should know. I only want to prove that the old man made the wrong choice by not choosing me back then." With a faint smile, Orochimaru continued, "I also want to use the power here to try and subdue a few giant snakes from Ryuchi Cave. Sora-sama, in your opinion, how far am I from the White Snake Sage?" The White Snake Sage did not show much in the original timeline, but based on Kabuto Yakushi's abilities, she was at least above Sage Kabuto in strength. Uchiha Sora carefully examined Orochimaru for a while. With the Sharingan, he saw the 8 differently colored giant snakes entrenched within this body. He could not help but admire it. The ability to extract devil fruit power, you really did it. Orochimaru shook his head mildly. "Not completely. It's a pity you killed Teach. If there had been a user of the dark fruit, I might have been able to do that. If we use our way of understanding it, devil fruits are like a kind of hereditary chakra similar to a Kekkai Genkai. Our abilities can be passed down through bloodlines, while one kind of power in this world is passed on to the next user through parasitic fruit. This phenomenon is especially obvious in Zoan devil fruits. I split off part of Kurozumi Orochi's soul and extracted that special power from it, allowing me to gain part of the snake fruit's ability. If I want to purify it completely, I still need some time. After all, I only have this one test subject, so I can't just kill him casually." The fact that Zoan devil fruits housed a will was something Uchiha Sora had told Orochimaru long ago, which saved him from taking many detours. "Then what about Paramecia and Logia? How far has your research gotten?" Orochimaru thought for a moment before speaking. Paramecia and Logia are abilities closer to conceptual powers. They can be replicated through lineage factors. By combining Caesar's and Vinsmoke's research, I used ninjutsu to create this body. As for what you mentioned about letting weapons eat Paramecia fruits, there is one key point missing. What is it? Judging from Zoan devil fruits, all 3 types of fruits must possess some kind of heredity. Zoans house a will, and Paramecia can be extracted from the blood. If fruits representing the physical body are housed in the soul and Paramecia, which represent supernatural abilities, are housed in the body, then Logia may be housed within nature itself. Sage mode? The moment nature was mentioned, that was what Uchiha Sora thought of first. Orochimaru nodded. To verify that guess, we would need someone who has eaten a Logia fruit and can successfully cultivate Sage Mode. It might greatly enhance the power of a Logia. I asked Mr. Aramaki about it. Cases like his and Mr. Akainu's, where elementalization causes permanent changes to the environment, may be a manifestation of Logia awakening. But compared to the flame clouds of Zoans, or the ability of paramecia to affect external objects, that kind of display does not count as a qualitative transformation. I don't think that is awakening. True Logia awakening may be even more terrifying than we imagined. After all, the starting point of Logia is simply too high. To be able to research so much in such a short time, Uchiha Sora felt Orochimaru's biological research ability was absolutely not below Vegapunk's. And Orochimaru also had the advantage of the Ninja World's chakra system. That platform gave him a deeper level of insight, so Uchiha Sora had not rushed to seek out Vegapunk. That so-called wisdom 800 years ahead of the world. That Lucci guy had even been called the strongest on Eni's lobby in 800 years. This side loved exaggerated claims. There were far too many titles like World Destroyer and World Annihilator. Their credibility was not high, at least in Uchiha Sora's view. When it came to research on the body and soul, anything Vegapunk could do, Orochimaru could also do, and perhaps even better. This guy, he had truly completed an immortality technique through his own knowledge. Leave the Logia matter for later. What I need more is an increase in the conceptual power of a paramecia. What is this key point you mentioned? Orochimaru walked to an experiment table, picked up a thick stack of documents and said, weapons can eat Zoan fruits, and can even reach the level of awakening because Zoan devil fruits themselves house consciousness. For now, let us call it something like a soul. Weapons have no soul. So-called eating a devil fruit is actually using the weapon as the body and the devil fruit as the soul, making them interdependent. Neither paramecia nor weapons possess a soul. That is the missing point I was talking about. But it just so happens that this point is something you can make up for. Uchiha Sora's eyes brightened slightly. He thought for a moment, then spoke. You mean, as long as I can give a weapon a soul, it may be able to eat a paramecia fruit? Orochimaru nodded. That is possible. I can think of two solutions. First, have Charlotte Lin grant a soul to a non-living object. The soul fruit has that kind of ability. But based on what I know, such lifeforms would be controlled by her. That means you would need to talk with her. As long as you have a way to carve that on her, it should be fine. After a brief pause, Orochimaru continued, the other one his eyes turned deep, as though some thought had flashed through his mind. Lord Sora, do the seals you place contain your soul? Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. You're probing me, Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded without the slightest attempt to hide it. That is indeed my intention. Hearing this, Buggy in the corner trembled all over, and even Rayleigh was ready to flee at any moment. They had only improved their opinion of Uchiha Sora a little. They absolutely did not think he was some gentle, kind-hearted good man. This time he would definitely anger the strongest man in the world. Uchiha Sora did not get angry. He nodded and said, that belongs to a high-level Heaven-S seal. It does indeed contain part of my will. You guessed this because you noticed Shursui-S mark was a little different, right? Orochimaru took a deep breath. He looked calm on the surface, but inside, he was still a little nervous. In that case, if you can use that seal on non-living objects, I am confident I can let them obtain the power of a paramecia. Uchiha Sora rubbed his chin and sank into thought. The time fruit had still not been found, so this matter was not urgent. On the other side, the time was almost up. What Uchiha Sora had to solve first was still the dead issue related to the Ninetales. Put things on hold here for now. Get ready. Orochimaru, it's time to return to our Konoha. New World, Wano country. In a dense forest in Kuri, Shursui held a khaki-colored devil fruit shaped like a coiled serpent and let out a long breath. Finally found it. Boom! A fierce flame beam struck where he had been standing, blasting open a wave of scorching heat. Shursui landed on a thick tree branch, put the devil fruit into a small backpack and looked at the newcomer. Still not tired of this, King? Click. Under the mask, King gritted his teeth. You damned bastard. Do you think Wano is your backyard? Acting this recklessly, Shursui tilted his head and smiled. Assentiate? We have the accession document given by Korizumi Orochi. According to Wano's laws, this really is our backyard. You should be thanking the new Marines for tolerating your presence here, parasites. Bastard. What is that guy worth? Kaido is the king of this country. Under Orochimaru's control, Korizumi Orochi had signed the document to join the new Marines in his capacity as shogun. On the surface, this was the bargaining chip the new Marines used for giving up the pursuit of Rayleigh, and it was also why the new Marines did not attack Wano. In truth, the reason the new Marines allowed Wano to remain under Kaido's occupation was for its abundant seastone production. Wano was the largest producer of seastone on the seas. Kaido enslaved pirates to mine seastone. Previously, it was sold to Doflamingo and the others in the underworld, and then the world government would purchase it from the underworld. Now it was sold to the Bayan Guild, and then purchased by the new Marines. The new Marines could not trade directly with pirates, much less enslave pirates to mine so the role of middlemen was highly necessary. As long as the beast pirates were not allowed to expand their power, the harm they posed was far less than that of wandering pirates. At worst, the people of Wano would just have to suffer a little more. Anyway, weren't they all waiting for the new shogun of the Kazuki clan to save them? Then there was no need to meddle too much. In just a little over a year, with food supplies from the SeaWorld and the boost brought by platform loans, Shursui had already evolved from a half-hour man into a meat tank who could keep going for days without getting tired. On Onigashima, at the edge of the cliff, Kaido and Big Mom drank while watching the fierce battle in the distance. That guy's growing way too fast. Just as expected of someone from that clan. Charlotte Linlin's eyes gleamed. I really want an Uchiha to join Tato Land. That would definitely be a bloodline even stronger than the giants. Hey, Kaido. Let us go arrange a marriage alliance with that guy. I'll marry my prettiest daughter to him. As long as he lets me pick one clansman to join Tato Land, that's already a very sincere marriage alliance. Or we could just snatch this blue crow away. Mama gururururu. Kaido gulped down a huge mouthful of liquor, then wiped his lips. That brat's ability is really strange. Even you might not be able to catch him. And if you piss that guy off, it'll be way too troublesome. Mama. Charlotte Linlin laughed in her unique way.
Brat.
So you actually have people you're afraid of too? That's really rare. Kaido fell silent for a moment, then bared his teeth in a grin. There's nothing wrong with admitting fear. If you can't even face fear itself, then how are you supposed to grow stronger? Mama, I don't get it at all. Kaido brat, you still think too much just like back then. You're just too stupid. Lin. What did you say? On Onigashima, the sky split apart again over a disagreement. Ever since their alliance, every time Big Mom came to Wano this would happen once. As if this was just their way of greeting each other. Shursui glanced at them and ignored it, continuing to fight his old friend. He had a very clear understanding of his own strength. He was still a step away from the top tier of the SeaWorld. Orochimaru still had one more research subject to finish, removing the seawater interference from devil fruits. Once that problem was solved, Shursui planned to find a suitable fruit and eat it. Then he would return to the ninja world and capture tailed beasts as a source of chakra replenishment. By then, he should finally qualify to become an admiral of the new Marines. Shursui knew what Akainu and Sora expected from him. Both of them hoped he would become the second admiral. Right now, Uchiha Sora's faction already had 3 Jinchuriki. 9 Tails Naruto, 2 Tails Matatabi, and 1 Tail Gaara. The hardest one to deal with among them was Shikaku. The 9 Tails, after Naruto kept calling it Guardian-sama over and over, had finally become willing to treat Naruto like some little beggar brat and toss him a bit of chakra whenever necessary. As for Matatabi, there was no need to say more. If they weren't sharing one body and forced into a purely platonic relationship, they might already had a litter of little two-tails by now. Assuming tailed beasts had reproductive ability and no reproductive isolation. The reason Shikaku was troublesome. Because the relationship between the 9 Tails and Naruto had improved a little, it started throwing a fit. Several times, it deliberately refused to listen to Gaara, and got locked in solitary confinement a few times because of it. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters beneath the holy land of Mariawa lay Fishman Island, known as the Undersea Paradise. As a necessary stop for pirates heading into the New World, it was naturally a vital place for the new Marines to station forces. After Whitebeard's death, Ace had once wanted to protect this territory of Pops again, but he had been driven off by Fujitora, who had just taken office at the time. Representing the new Marines, Fujitora established diplomatic relations with Fishman Island, making it an allied nation of the new Marines. Actually, Ace's identity was also one of the reasons the Neptune King made that decision. Because ever since the Great Pirate Era began, Fishman Island had been one of the worst hit places. Quite a few pirates and even Marines passing through would capture fishmen or mermaids and sell them into the human auction market. Its status as a member nation of the world government had never truly protected them. Before this, they had only been kept safe by Whitebeard's reputation. The merfolk hated Roger for starting the Great Pirate Era, and they did not have much goodwill toward the world government either. Now that a powerful army was willing to protect them, they had no other choice. From that point on, the new Marines really did protect Fishman Island. Not only did they drive off and execute pirates who tried to invade Fishman Island, the new Marine colonel who had just arrived to garrison the place also solved Princess Shirahoshi's long-running problem with Vanderdecken IX, that pervert who lusted after the oversized lowly. New Marine garrison zone, a figure over 10 meters tall, with flowing long wavy pink hair, an upper body of peerless beauty praised by the world as no less stunning than the pirate empress, and a pink fishtail with alternating light and dark shades below. It was none other than Fishman Island's princess, Shirahoshi. At this moment, she was carefully lying behind a black-haired boy, then reached out and poked him in the back with one finger. Hey Lord Sasuke, let us play. Okay? He ignored her at first. so she poked him again. Swish! A gleaming blade pointed straight at her finger as Sasuke shouted at her with an impatient face. Idiot! Can't you see I'm carrying out a mission? Stop interfering with me. You wa! Princess Shirahoshi's tears came down like basins of water poured over Sasuke's head, drenching him from top to bottom. If you cry again, I'll kill you and stew you into soup. Hey! Sasuke! Stop scaring her. She's crying even harder now. Naruto hurriedly grabbed Sasuke and pulled him back, then showed Shirahoshi the bright smile of a sunny big boy as he comforted her. Shirahoshi, don't cry anymore. Once we finish the mission, we'll go to Ryugu Palace and play with you. Okay? Really? Naruto Naiken, will Lord Sasuke come too? Really? You should head back first. TCH. She's obviously already 16, but we still have to coax her like she's a 3-year-old. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered with her back then. So annoying. Come on. Back then you were the one most curious about what the mermaid princess looked like. You were the most enthusiastic when it came to catching that guy. Naruto curled his lips. Humph. If you hadn't rushed ahead of me, Shirahoshi would be kissing me right now. Lord Sasuke, Sasuke's face turned red as he explained. That was because teacher said Shirahoshi was some super strong biological weapon. I thought she'd be someone like Kurama. Who knew she'd be this kind of useless thing? She's still pretty useful. She's so huge. She'll definitely be useful in a fight later. Gaara shook his head with a bitter smile. Shirahoshi is the mermaid princess. Don't talk about her like you're discussing a pet mount. Right at that moment, all three of their expressions changed at once. The heavenly mark in their consciousness was sending out a gathering signal. It's teacher. Arrange the handoff for the mission. We head to headquarters immediately. Ninja World. Land of Fire, Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, almost every so often, there would be another full meeting of the top brass. The subject of the meeting was naturally how to deal with the Land of Whirlpools. At present, Konoha was roughly divided into 3 factions. There were the Hyuga and some ninja clans who openly said that Konoha should surrender to the Uchiha, carrying baskets of food and pots of drink to welcome the king's army. With Konoha's strength and an absolute powerhouse like Uchiha Sora, Konoha could achieve something even the first Hokage never accomplished: unifying the ninja world. Anyone could tell that Uchiha Sora was definitely not a pacifist like the first Hokage. As for how the Hyuga explained their own faction, their argument was, this isn't betraying Konoha. We're doing this to fulfill the second Hokage's long-cherished wish. This faction could be considered the king's army faction. The other faction was made up mostly of civilian ninja. They did not have the scale of the ninja clans, and they did not think they were qualified to negotiate terms with the Uchiha. So they spontaneously formed a faction of their own, already planning that once they had saved up enough strength, they would just go to the Land of Whirlpools and surrender to the Uchiha before the war even started. Before both sides formally broke out into war, this was the most reasonable choice. And naturally, the clan making this most reasonable choice was also the smartest clan. The ones secretly linking up with the civilian ninja were the Nara clan, former allies of the Sarutobi clan. The Nara clan's secret letter had long since been sent to the Land of Whirlpools to establish contact with Fugaku. Uchiha Sora's power was impossible to match. That day, he had already displayed enough power to destroy Konoha. Konoha's trump card, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, had already been taken by him. Was there still any point in fighting? The wisest minds of the Nara clan had deduced it countless times, and they still couldn't see even the slightest chance of victory. From their observations, whether it was the first time Uchiha Sora led people out of the village, or the second time he came to take the Ninetales away, he had shown restraint. He wasn't some lunatic like Uchiha Madara, the kind who would grab the Ninetales and immediately bombard Konoha. So, for the continuation of their clan, and so that more of their fellow villagers could survive that inevitable battle, the Nara chose to betray their ally, Hiruzen's faction. This was called knowing the times and acting wisely. Of course, to put it bluntly, they were the surrender faction. The largest faction was naturally the one led by the third Hokage, the fight to the death faction. He had received the position of Hokage from the second Hokage's own hands. No matter what, he could not accept the Uchiha, who had once rebelled, invading Konoha again. The problem now was, the situation that day had already made it obvious. For those who had once witnessed the battle between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, they could be certain of one thing. Uchiha Sora possessed the same godlike power as those two heroes of the Warring States era. Konoha no longer had Lord First. What they had never understood was why Uchiha Sora hadn't directly taken Konoha back then. Who could have stopped him? Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. Having inherited the will of fire from their predecessors, they would choose to live and die with the village. At today's high-level meeting, there was one extra person. A beautiful female ninja with a green Haori bearing the kanji for gamble on the back. Long golden hair tied in a thick ponytail, fair skin, and a voluptuous figure. One of the Sannin, the legendary big fat sheep, Tsunadeheim. Her face still carried the flush of last night's hangover. Even at the high-level meeting, She was still holding a little sake bottle, her amber eyes sweeping over everyone with contempt. Why do you people always call me back? Whatever it is, can't you old men just decide it yourselves? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep pull from his pipe and said in a deep voice, you know the village's situation. It is facing an enormous threat right now. We need your abilities. I am already old. I had long hoped to hand the position of Hokage over to one of you. But now is not the right time. This burden should not fall on you. If war breaks out, I will be the first to move. I will do my best to trade my life for enough intelligence. After I die, I hope you can become Hokage. With Jiraiya unwilling, there really was no one more qualified than Tsunade to become Hokage. The upper ranks who had already resolved to defend Konoha to the death had no objections to this decision. Tsunade swirled her sake bottle and let out a disdainful laugh. If this rotten village wants to be destroyed, then let it be destroyed. Throwing your life away for some so-called will of fire is something only idiots would do. My grandpa, my granduncle, and the fourth Hokage, did any of them bring peace? They just died for nothing. Don't you think that's a pity? And you too, old man. Stop thinking so highly of yourself. Why not just retire early and hide somewhere? Bang! Tsunade, what did you just say? Koharu Udatane slammed the table and stood up. Beside her was Hamura Mitokado, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Last year, a casual wave from Uchiha Sora had left his whole body shattered with comminuted fractures, and his internal organs had ruptured to varying degrees. If not for his high enough status, allowing him to be kept alive again and again with the strength of 100 healings technique, he would have died long ago. Part of the reason they had urgently called Tsunade back was also to treat Hamura Mitokado. You've changed, Tsunade. Jiraiya looked deeply at his old friend. I don't know what's in your heart, but you shouldn't be saying things like that. It's far too disrespectful to the predecessors who sacrificed themselves. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and sneered. I already know what happened. You couldn't even keep your own disciple's son in line. What right do you have to lecture me? Jiraiya fell silent.
Top.
The sake bottle lightly knocked against the table as she continued. If that Uchiha brat wants the village, then just give it to him. In the end, wasn't Konoha originally built by the Senju and the Uchiha together? I never told you that. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Tsunade calmly. The village was founded after Lord first defeated the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara later, even my grandpa told me. Tsunade cut him off and curled her lips into a smile. My grandpa missed that man until the day he died. And you juniors are going to twist his will like this. Hiruzen Sarutobi was speechless. Drunken Tsunade's combat power was absurdly high. Another one had been silenced. Alright, just wait for them to come. Those who should die can die, and those who should surrender can surrender. Just don't disturb my drinking. Tsunade rose to her feet, just about to leave her seat. Suddenly, everyone raised their heads at the same time and looked toward the ceiling of the meeting room. Hayashi Hyuga activated his Byakugan, his vision piercing through. A figure was floating silently in the sky above Konoha. A black robe fluttered violently, as if it had merged with the distorted, shattered barrier itself. There wasn't the slightest expression on his face. His eyes were cold, like a deep still pool. It's Lord Sora, Hayashi Hyuga cried out in shock. Just moments ago, he had still been calling him Uchiha Sora. Now he wasn't even pretending anymore. With a glance of his Byakugan, he signaled the clan heads and faction leaders from the ninja clans that had long since reached an agreement, then used the body flicker technique to leave the Hokage building. Uchiha Sora gently raised his hand and sliced across the air in a flat line. It was only this one simple motion, yet the surrounding air instantly froze, and an invisible pressure crashed down head-on. Crack. Behind him, space split apart inch by inch like old silk tearing open, and a pitch-black cavity spread outward from the rupture. Like the throat of an abyssal beast opening wide, figures slowly emerged one after another from the distorted ripples of time and space. The ripples spread, forming a translucent platform flashing with dark blue runes. In the deathly silent Konoha, the sound of footsteps landing on it was especially clear. Heaven Mark, Void Abyss, Infinite March. The wind stopped. The clouds went still. It was as if even nature had prostrated itself before this power. Uchiha Sora's jet-black hair fell over his shoulders. A faint smile rested on the corner of his lips as he looked down over Konoha. Long time no see, everyone. There was no overwhelming aura, no war drums roaring. But just by standing there, those people made every Konoha ninja feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation. The platform slowly descended onto the top of the Hokage building, pressing down like layers of dark clouds. Lord Sora. Hayashi Hyuga led his clansmen and faction members forward to greet Uchiha Sora with respect. This was something everyone had already expected. Ever since the Hizashi incident, the conflict between the Hyuga clan and the village had become irreconcilable. If the Hokage's line had remained overwhelmingly dominant, the Hyuga would have chosen to endure it and continue being a firm Hokage faction. But after Kimogakure was destroyed, followed immediately by Uchiha Sora single-handedly suppressing Konoha, the Hyuga knew exactly what choice they should make. Hiruzen Sarutobi stayed silent and didn't criticize them. He didn't have the right to.
Top.
More and more people walked over to that side. It was only when he saw even Ino Shikacho walking over that Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed for the first time. So, Shikaku, you've made your choice too? Nara Shikaku's steps paused as he said in a low voice, I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a bitter smile and shook his head. No need. I understand your choice. But, when a white-haired masked ninja walked over with Might Guy beside him, Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer stay calm. Hamura Mitokado, with only his eyes exposed, also revealed his inner shock through the violent trembling of his body. Kakashi. Why? If neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade could take over as Hokage, then Hiruzen Sarutobi had been raising Kakashi as his successor all along. He even had the authority to freely enter and leave the storage room of sealing techniques, and every classified document in the village passed through his hands before being delivered to the Hokage. You're the fourth's disciple. How could you do this? Kakashi's exposed eye was indifferent as he turned his head and said, If I have to say it, then it was caused by your incompetence. You did nothing wrong. You were just too weak. The world is decided by the strong. That is the truth. Konoha needs an absolutely powerful strongman. Only then can it recreate the peace of the first Hokage's era. Hiruzen Sarutobi clenched his teeth tightly. Is it because of the Sharingan? The son of a man like Tsukumo would actually betray the will of fire. No matter how I think about it, it's the Sharingan's fault. Blindly pursuing power is the wrong path. The First Lord was able to pacify the world not just because of his personal strength, but because of his comrades. Old man, it's fine if you lie to yourself, but don't say something like that out loud and make people laugh. Behind Uchiha Sora, Orochimaru removed the hood covering his head, revealing a delighted smile. That's the expression. The feeling of being betrayed by someone you trusted. Now you know it clearly too, don't you? Orochimaru, you actually. Tsunade had sobered up. Even though she kept saying she didn't want to care about Konoha, now that something had truly happened to the village, she still chose to stand with her teacher. I'm not letting you reminisce. Start working. Uchiha Sora ignored the third Hokage's group in front of him and locked his perception onto that person beneath the ground. Yes, Lord Sora. Orochimaru's hands rapidly formed seals. Tangible, serpent-like chakra surged wildly, and the powerful aura he displayed made everyone look over in shock. Jiraiya, who had mastered Sage Mode, sharply noticed that Orochimaru's chakra was a little different, as if it carried the traits of a living creature. Could this be the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave? As Orochimaru finished his hand seals, cracks spread across the ground beneath his feet like a spiderweb, forming a black vortex. Crack. 3 enormous coffins slowly rose from the pitch-black vortex, and an ominous premonition wrapped around everyone's hearts. This is impure world reincarnation. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed drastically. He recognized this terrifying jutsu that had been listed as forbidden. Orochimaru maintained the hand seal with one hand, sweat appearing on his forehead. Don't be so anxious. Since it's such a rare reunion, everyone should be here first. He took a deep breath, and at some point, a strange mask had already appeared in Orochimaru's hand. The patterns on the Shinigami mask seemed like living things. Along with Orochimaru's exaggerated, twisted movements, it gave off an eerie, sinister aura. A figure invisible to the naked eye emerged. No one could see what was happening, but they could feel gusts of cold wind sweeping through, making their skin crawl. What exactly are you trying to do? An invisible blade cut open Orochimaru's abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere, but there wasn't the slightest trace of pain on his face, only an almost insane resolve. Let those few who know everything come and judge it. A faintly glowing soul slowly drifted out and fell into the third coffin. Orochimaru weakly lowered his hand, and the serpent-like chakra on his body rushed into the Shinigami's mouth. The Shinigami's movements clearly paused for a moment. Then it bit the dagger back into its mouth, and its figure gradually faded. Did I say you could leave? A black crow flew toward the invisible Shinigami, and black threads wildly wrapped around its body. Roar! A low and distant howl rang out. Even though they couldn't see it, everyone still imagined some nameless monster resisting with all its might. At the same time, Orochimaru's hand forming the seal loosened. Boom! The coffins exploded open with a thunderous blast, and thick black fog poured out from within. As the smoke thinned, 3 figures slowly appeared. Everyone present held their breath and sucked in a cold breath. That's the first, second, and fourth Hokage. You dare desecrate the dead like this? What exactly are you trying to do, bastard? Tsunade strode forward and roared hoarsely. The Shinigami's resistance is stronger than expected. While stamping the Shinigami, Uchiha Sora looked toward the figures beginning to move in the smoke. With a faint smile, he said, "This is nothing. The real desecration hasn't even started yet. I have no interest at all in killing you. Be quiet." Without needing any orders, red light burst from Shirsue's eyes, pinning Tsunade in place. Can someone explain what's going on? I can't make sense of the situation at all. Looks like the Uchiha have rebelled. Monkey, did you summon us? Tobirama, don't jump to conclusions so casually. The Uchiha are comrades of the village. Sora-kun, are you here to fulfill your promise with Kurama? As the smoke dispersed, the figures of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Minato Namikaze were fully revealed. It's been a long time, Minato. Looks like you've been getting along pretty well with that guy. Uchiha Sora looked at Minato Namikaze, and memories from the past surfaced in his mind. Then he cast those thoughts aside. Release it according to the agreement. Minato Namikaze's blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and a gentle smile rested on his face. Yeah, of course. Though it may not be appropriate for me to say this. Kurama really did go through some pretty unfortunate things. Minato Namikaze placed a hand on his chest, and a wave of dark red chakra surged out. You're the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? What are you trying to do? Tobirama immediately sensed that something was wrong and wanted to move to stop him. Boom! I already said it. Be quiet. Don't interrupt me. A crushing pressure flickering with black-red lightning slammed Tobirama to the ground. Uchiha Sora pointed at the ugly-faced Senju brothers. I'll deal with you later. Today, this can finally end. Senju Hashirama's expression froze for a moment, and the hand he had just raised slowly lowered. Although I don't know what happened. If you want to do it, then go ahead. It's time for there to be an end to this. Your eyes really do look a lot like Madara's. An even more ominous aura than before appeared, and even the heavens changed at this moment. The suffering people of Konoha, who had already endured one hardship after another in recent years, didn't know how many times they had felt this sense of impending disaster. The Nine-Tails' enormous body descended with a thunderous crash. Facing the Nine-Tails as it poured out earth-shaking chakra, Senju Hashirama did little more than slightly furrow his brows. The moment he descended, he had already sensed the strength of his current body. In terms of toughness alone, it was even stronger than his original body. As for chakra, it lacked compatibility with his true original body, but thanks to the regeneration mechanism of impure world reincarnation, overall, it was about the same as when he was in his prime. At this moment, he possessed strength infinitely close to his peak. That kind of power gave him the confidence to handle anything. Top. Judging by that Hokage robe, you're the fourth, right? Why did you die before Monkey? Can you tell me what happened? Big brother, what is there to ask? You deal with the Nine-Tails and help me remove these restrictions. I'll deal with this lit crack. The invisible pressure grew heavier and heavier, crushing even Tobirama's back into fragments, cycling between reconstruction and destruction. Senju Hashirama let out a sigh and didn't bother with it. After all, Tobirama was already dead. No need to rush. The urgent matter was figuring out why the village's comrades had ended up in such a drawn swords at each other's situation. Uchiha Sora came back to himself from the platform's prompt tone announcing that the borrowing had been completed. A pair of Mangekyo eyes, like a crow's four wings spread wide, looked at Senju Hashirama with cold indifference. Senju Hashirama's expression shifted slightly. Mangekyo? Since obtaining those eyes, you've lost a great deal, haven't you? I don't know much either. I only heard from Kurama that a Uchiha boy summoned him in another world and promised to free him from the stomach of the Shinigami. Minato Namikaze was honestly confused too. Why was Kakashi standing on the opposite side? No, should I go over there? Somehow, he felt like someone important to him was in that group. Saying that, Minato Namikaze turned his head and smiled bitterly. First Hokage-sama, personally, I think you were right to seal Kurama back then. That's the name of the Nine-Tails. They're life forms just like humans, and they can understand each other. They shouldn't be sealed away. The Nine-Tails made no move, only watching silently. Running now would be too disgraceful. Looks like those two groups are going to fight. So should I deal with Senju Hashirama first, or that annoying kid? Best if they both wound each other badly. Then I'll step in and take care of them all. Hearing Minato Namikaze's words, the Nine-Tails' expression softened a little. A blue-eyed boy calling the names of the nine-tailed beast, playing with it. Without a doubt, Minato, you are the child of prophecy the old man spoke of. It's just that the prophecy was a little off. You're not a boy and you died too early. That's so. Senju Hashirama scratched the back of his head and grinned. Sorry about that. I didn't think that much back then. And you don't know this, but the Nine-Tails was really fierce at the time. Bastard. You'd be fierce too if you got controlled by the Sharingan and beaten up. The Nine-Tails snorted white breath. If he wasn't worried about exposing that black history of being controlled by the Sharingan, he would already started cursing at Senju Hashirama. He didn't even think about it. So many people saw him being controlled by the Sharingan during the Nine-Tails attack. That was basically covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Senju Hashirama turned to Uchiha Sora and said with a gentle smile, Uchiha boy, have you finished your business? Then I can come cook you now. Ha ha ha. That's a pretty rude way to put it. Are you interested in cooking? By the way, I like salt-grilled sanma. Senju Hashirama forced a laugh for a while, But seeing that the other side didn't laugh at all, his expression immediately turned depressed. So this isn't the kind of contradiction you can smooth over with a joke? First Hokage-sama. Was he always this kind of person? His gaze shifted to the second Hokage, who was lying on the ground and puffing up his Edo Tensei face from holding it in. Then he looked toward the Hokage rock. Somehow, it felt a little disillusioning. Very quickly, Senju Hashirama pulled himself out of his slump and faced Uchiha Sora seriously. Having these eyes, you must have gone through a lot of pain. You're still chasing something, aren't you? Can you tell me? He was like a gentle elder, asking a junior about his troubles. Uchiha Sora finally spoke. Who do you think I am? You think I need tragic experiences as the reason for what I do? You think I summoned you out here so you could judge right and wrong? I'm not here to reason with you. Whoosh! At nearly space-time transfer speed, Uchiha Sora flashed in front of Senju Hashirama and pressed his palm against Hashirama's chest. His expression was indifferent as he spoke softly. Just feel it with your body. Listen with your heart. At the point of contact, scorching red flames spread. Uchiha Sora shoved forward hard and gave a low shout. The flames exploded instantly, and blinding white light swallowed the view. Senju Hashirama instinctively tried to open his hand to block it, but the suddenly erupted force far exceeded his expectations. He only managed to gather chakra in his chest in time. Boom 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 boom. Senju Hashirama's body was blasted backward at extreme speed, smashing through several distant mountain peaks. The immense impact plowed a long, deep trench across the ground, sending rocks flying and dust everywhere. When the dust settled, Senju Hashirama's body was deeply embedded in the cliff wall. A large section of his clothes on the chest had been burned away, and a spiral-shaped wound was sending up wisps of smoke. Ninjutsu Sun Wheel. Simply put, it was a Rasengan infused with powerful fire-style chakra. The Rasengan was a technique Minato developed after drawing inspiration from the tailed beast bomb, pursuing the maximum effect of chakra, a high-speed, high-density chakra sphere. As an offensive technique, the Rasengan had extremely high applicability and expandability. Uchiha Sora was best at in release and fire release. Right now, he had mastered the Rasengan with those two chakra nature transformations. A Rasengan fused with in release was the technique that buried the island where the Red Earl had been. Its name was Moon Wheel. The bleak moonlight matched a vast field of withered life perfectly. Compared to the wide area Moon Wheel, Sun Wheel was a straight-line cannon attack, releasing the fire-style chakra sphere compressed to the extreme all at once. Cough, cough. Senju Hashirama coughed a few times as he watched Uchiha Sora leap up close. Uchiha Sora looked at his chest. Durability is enough. But I think I really went too far. A Sun Wheel at 30% power and the wound is this shallow. Senju Hashirama. He really is a man you can't feel the thickness of unless you're fighting him in real combat. No problem. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. You can still fly? How should I put it? I'm at least your ancestor's friend. You shouldn't just suddenly attack me. At least be polite. Saying that, he looked down at the wound on his chest, which was rapidly recovering. Not the paper-like Edo Tensei body of Tobirama, but something close to a real body. It was like a fusion of flesh and some strange wood material. A body like this was far too suitable for wood release. I originally wanted to curse at the monkey, but you said it was me you summoned. Whose body did you use as the sacrifice? A terrifying thought surged in Senju Hashirama's mind. Could it be, he had just seen a grown-up version of little Tsunade, and he remembered that when he was about to die, his grandson Nawaki had just been born. He hadn't seen Nawaki beside Tsunade. No, more accurately, other than Tsunade, I didn't sense even a trace of the Senju clan's chakra. What happened? Can't you tell me before attacking? I'm already dead. So why are you still making things difficult for me? Uchiha Sora said nothing. His fist was wrapped in black-red lightning as he smashed down hard. Crack, crack, crack. Hard wooden vines extended from every part of Senju Hashirama's body, instantly forming a gigantic tree. Would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Bang! The fist smashed through the giant tree, lightning illuminating Senju Hashirama's cold face. One talk. Huh? Then I'll just beat you down and ask later. Senju Hashirama joined his hands together, and massive amounts of chakra surged. Huge trees burst from the ground, growing at extreme speed and swallowing the figures of the two men. As their battlefield moved farther and farther away, the pressure suppressing Senju Tobirama weakened. Bang! A mighty surge of chakra turned into a water dragon and shattered the remaining pressure. Senju Tobirama looked at Orochimaru and the others with a dark expression. You're casually abusing the technique I created? You're with those Uchiha bastards. Are you all in the same group? Senju Tobirama was very familiar with the Edo Tensei technique. After analyzing it, he confirmed that Orochimaru was the one who summoned them. But this person standing together with the Uchiha was something he couldn't understand. By rights, shouldn't it have been Hiruzen Sarutobi who summoned them to oppose the Uchiha? And the fourth Hokage, why release the Nine Tails? Whether it was the Uchiha or the Ninetales, they were both evil. Click. Just as Senju Tobarama was about to step forward, his movement suddenly stopped. Orochimaru formed seals with one hand, a faint smile on his lips. The earlier weakness had already recovered after paying a certain price. Second Hokage-sama, I don't have the ability to control the first Hokage, but controlling you is still something I can do. I'll tell you why things have come to this. Why be so impatient? Hey, Orochimaru, you're just a retainer of our Uchiha. Don't act like you're the one in charge. Sasuke stepped out from behind Fugaku and looked coldly at Orochimaru. The teacher ISNT here. Shursuen II is the acting head of the Uchiha. Know your place. Tobarama Senju's pupils shrank. This face. It was exactly the same as Izuna's. Orochimaru looked a little awkward and shook his head helplessly. Indeed, there are priorities. Once you've handled things, I'll have a proper reunion with an old friend. Orochimaru is so ugly. So he chose to submit to the Uchiha? Tsunade gritted her teeth, clenching her fist as she stared at Orochimaru. Tsunade, I can't explain it to someone who hasn't seen the new world. Orochimaru slowly stepped back and gave way. As a warning, you'd better calm down and stop talking. He knew this old friend very well. Perhaps it was just her nature, but Tsunade sometimes spoke without thinking and easily offended people. But her status and strength meant most people couldn't do anything to her. However, the ones present were not just one or two people who could keep her in check. Orochimaru looked up into the sky at the ever-present hollow void, where quite a few figures could still be vaguely seen. Shursui and Fugaku exchanged a glance, then gave the space to Fugaku. Fugaku took a deep breath. At this moment, his emotions were incredibly complicated, and he didn't know where to begin. He looked at Minato. Minato's gaze had always been fixed on the young man beside Sasuke, that blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy. In the Shinigami's stomach, I can't feel time passing. But Kurama said only about 5 years have passed. But, that sense of familiarity, that connection spanning life and death. My feeling can't be wrong. That's my and Kushina's child. Naruto. Minato raised his hand, and it trembled slightly. He had gone through countless battles, yet at this moment his voice was trembling too, afraid of receiving a cruel answer. Ever since Minato appeared, Naruto's gaze had never moved away either. His throat was so tight he couldn't speak. Fugaku reached out and pressed on Naruto's trembling shoulder, then let out a long breath. Although some special circumstances happened, there's no doubt it's your and Kushina's son, Naruto. On the night you sacrificed yourself, Sora chose to lead us away from Konoha, because in the future he foresaw, Konoha would take out its anger on the Uchiha over that night. According to the original timeline, around next year, the Uchiha clan would be wiped out. Fugaku spoke slowly, as someone who truly knew everything. While speaking, his eyes unintentionally glanced at a young ANBU ninja. Such a strange fate. His elder brother Itachi, by age, had become the younger brother instead. In order to reverse the Uchiha's fate, Sora sacrificed himself and borrowed power from an unknown existence. Even the Ninetales was listening quietly. An unknown existence, on that point, Kurama did know. That existence had actually managed to suppress my malice toward the Uchiha. Very terrifying. Maybe it's an existence on a higher level than that old man. Why didn't you tell me? Listening to Fugaku's words, Minato's heart suddenly twisted in pain. He knew Sora, that child from the Uchiha clan who, like Obito, loved to smile and was very kind. He had even considered, after handling the matters of the Third Shinobi World War, taking him as a disciple, partly as a memorial to Obito. Any strong person knows that the process of obtaining power is never easy. It was easy to imagine. Fugaku smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sora tried. He confided in you, even begged you, but his mother still died. Can you expect him to trust you again? I was also at fault for this. I know it very well. Because of what happened back then, Sora hated me. If I hadn't chosen to follow that night, maybe. Minato, you've been Hokage before. You should understand very well that the village has not only a bright side, but a dark side too. When the dark side falls on you, there's only one way besides kneeling and waiting to be slaughtered. Resist. Fugaku turned to Tobarama Senju. His life hadn't been that difficult, so toward this Hokage who had caused the Uchiha's predicament, he didn't feel hatred, only helplessness. Second Hokage-sama, I don't understand. Between Madara Uchiha and the village, we already made our choice. Why still refuse to accept us? If you had simply treated us as equal comrades, Sora wouldn't have foreseen that kind of future, and he wouldn't have gone through those things. Why exactly do you have such prejudice against the Uchiha? Tobarama was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. In the Warring States period, the average lifespan of ninja and commoners was under 30. My brother and my 2 younger brothers died in childhood at the hands of the Uchiha. Madara Uchiha's only surviving younger brother was killed by me during the struggle. The Senju and the Uchiha were at odds for a long time. Things like this were countless, until my brother and Madara Uchiha made peace and established Konoha. My brother let go of hatred, but I didn't think Madara Uchiha could let it go. And the facts were exactly as I expected. Enough! Sasuke snorted coldly and shouted, "You drove people crazy." Then say something like, "As I expected, he is a madman?" If Madara Uchiha had been the second Hokage, or if he had become the first Hokage as Hashirama Senju said, how could he have left the village? The teacher let us see the complete history. The one who couldn't let go of hatred was you. It was you who kept hatred alive. Konoha never loved the Uchiha. Why should we love Konoha? Sasuke grabbed Naruto, and the surging emotions caused 3 Tomo to appear in his eyes. You push a Jinchuriki into a rampage, then come talking about uncontrollability. Is that how you people do things? If you've got the guts, look at what this guy went through. How do you still have the face to say something so shameless? At the point where their hands met, deep crimson chakra flowed out from Naruto's body. Through the spreading power of the Sharingan, one scene after another appeared before everyone's eyes. Those cold eyes, those repulsive words. Jiraiya had simply never imagined. He had never realized what true suffering was. How difficult mutual understanding really was. Because of the family's long-cherished wish. You believed the Uchiha's power naturally carried the risk of going out of control. Sasuke sneered. Establishing the military police force, on the surface giving us public security authority. But in truth isolating the Uchiha from the core of decision-making, while making us take on law enforcement work that would trigger conflict with the civilians. Hashirama Senju was the same. He never thought the tailed beasts could be reconciled with, and he never tried to build trust. The arrogance of rulers like you continued on, and under gradual escalation, the weak Uchiha were bound to end up destroyed. Looking at Tobirama's silence, Sasuke's smile carried ridicule. He said, "You have very strong sensing ability, so can't you sense it? Besides Tsunade, are there any Senju left here? How ironic. To your disciple, the Senju threat is greater than the Uchiha's. By the way, let me tell you something else. Konoha's ally, the Uzumaki clan, has only a few people left too. This was caused by Konoha standing by and doing nothing. Not long ago, the third Hokage, in order to sign a peace treaty with Kumogakure, not only offered up the Hyuga clan head's younger brother, but also agreed to assist Kumogakure in military action against the Uchiha. Even after leaving, we never made a move against Konoha. The Uchiha never betrayed Konoha. Ever since Hashirama Senju, the ones who turned their backs on the original belief have always been you. It was the third Hokage's son who caused Sensei's mother to die, but Sensei never hated Hiruzen's son because of that. More than once, he said that man was someone just like the original Hashirama Senju. We built the village to protect our comrades. Since when did it become a place where, for the sake of the village, you can hurt your own companions? Who exactly is the one who can't let go of hatred? Answer me. Tobirama Senju. Of the 3 of them, Sasuke had always been the calmest one. After learning about Gaara's and Naruto's experiences, and after learning of his teacher's past, he felt a hatred carved into his bones toward the root cause of all this, the Senju brothers. Forgive? Don't even think about finding peaceful release in the Pure Land. You should live on miserably forever, suffering the backlash of hatred and pain. Step. Minato took a deep breath and stepped forward. We're already dead. I once thought about resolving the issue between the Uchiha and the village. But unfortunately, I was wrong. You should be Sasuke-kun. I can still vaguely see the shadow of how you looked as a child. Minato forced out a smile and reached out his hand. Now there's a chance. Punish the guilty. Cut off hatred in this generation. Both you and Sora are people with incredible tolerance and capacity. Pass on the right will. No matter what, we're already dead. Mistakes shouldn't be allowed to continue. He looked deeply at Naruto and Sasuke's clasped hands, his smile full of relief. If it's you two, then I can see Konoha's hope. If I still have any right to speak at all, I'd really like to appoint you as the 5th Hokage. Sensei, of course you have the right to decide. Kakashi spoke softly. After seeing what Naruto has gone through, you should understand that this village is far too sick. You have the ability. Everything is still in time. Lord Sora promised me he would truly revive you and Rin, not just through impure world reincarnation. We still have a chance to start over. The moment those words were spoken, not just Minato, but everyone's expressions changed drastically. True revival. Kakashi also extended his hand and said firmly, Sensei, come over here. Wishes can be fulfilled. Tragedies can be rewritten. That's something only possible by standing on this side. You must really want to see her again. Minato's pupils trembled violently, and even his soul seemed to shake. He knew very well who Kakashi was talking about. His thoughts wavered. Coming back from the dead was wrong. It was a taboo against the natural order. But if he could be revived together with her. Calling you dad still feels a little embarrassing, honestly. Naruto scratched the back of his head and smiled lightly. You just look so young. You don't have that old man smell Uncle Fugaku has. In Mama's hometown, there's a house I bought with money I earned. I've been living well. Sensei likes me a lot. Sasuke always says Sensei plays favorites, and honestly, I think so too. Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto are really good to me. I made friends, and I've met a lot of interesting people. I'm doing really well. If you go back, tell Mom she doesn't need to worry about me. I've been eating properly and growing up well. It's just that studying gives me a headache. As he spoke, tears slid down from the corners of his mouth. Crap. Sasuke's gonna call me a crybaby again. I promised Sensei I wouldn't cry. This boy, who looked tall and healthy, was still only a 5-year-old child on the inside. Those things should never have been something he had to go through. He tried hard to say he was doing well, but in everyone else's mind, they could all picture him leaving the lively crowd behind and sitting alone in that empty house. There was no one waiting for him to come home. Minato slowly lowered his hand and bowed his head, speaking softly, as if asking someone else, and also asking himself, if I'm selfish just this once, that should be okay, right? He took a deep breath and raised his head again. I don't want to leave. I want to keep living. With Kushina. With Naruto. Together with you. I think about that kind of future every single moment. Second Lord, Third Lord. Sorry. I may not be able to bear the position of Fourth Hokage. In the end, I can't put the village above my family.
I am truly sorry.
The Hokage robe that symbolized the Fourth Hokage fluttered in the wind as the man stepped forward. That's more like it, Minato. The Nine-Tails spoke with a trace of excitement, its voice shaking the surrounding land. You really are the child of prophecy. You're the man who can bring the greatest change to the ninja world. Inside Gaara, Shikaku was deeply shaken. Blue eyes. To gain that fox's approval, and to recreate the miracle of rising from the dead. It really was just like the prophecy from legend. The Nine-Tails privately changed the boy's title into man, tampering with the Sage of Six Paths' final words. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, the earth suddenly let out an intense roar. The aftershocks alone from the battle between those two, wherever they were fighting, were enough to shake Konoha. Looking down from the high sky, in the desert nearly 1,000 li away, an oasis appeared out of nowhere. Within the wood release world, Hashirama controlled the wooden giant and stared at the several hundred-meter-tall dark crimson Susanoo, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This level, even if it's a bit smaller in size, its power is even more terrifying than Madara's. Other than Madara, I've never seen such a powerful Susanoo. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. This is not my full strength. I don't want to kill you, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama's expression froze. That sounded kind of familiar, and also a little irritating. Black sage mode markings appeared as Hashirama smiled. I'm not going all out either. This body can use that jutsu. Boy, shouldn't we stop here? If this keeps going, the land won't be able to take it. How pitiful, Hashirama Senju. I'm afraid that until the moment you died, you never once enjoyed a battle where you could truly give everything. I am not Uchiha Madara, that man who was suppressed by you every single time he advanced. Uchiha Sora flew out from within the Susanoo, and in the next instant, he was right in front of Hashirama. Hashirama raised a hand to block, but the expected sun will cannon did not appear. This world is too small. It is not enough for us to race freely to our heart's content. Come at me with the intent to kill and go all out. Only after your soul reaches its utmost sublimation will you become the vessel I need. Uchiha Sora placed a hand on his shoulder, and the figures of the two of them gradually faded. The world began to turn. A vast blue sea came into view. Where is this? As Hashirama felt endless natural energy flowing into him, he sensed that his sage mode had become stronger than ever before. This is definitely not the ninja world. Welcome to my world. Uchiha Sora spread his arms, his words so natural and casual that people couldn't help but believe him. He pressed his palms together, and materialized chakra surged. It looks incredibly vast. Speaking of which, even now I still don't know your name. At least that much you can tell me, right? Sora. Uchiha Sora. Whoosh. Time and space seemed to freeze, leaving only those two figures colliding in silence. In an instant, the sea was filled with afterimages of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Sora. Every image looked incomparably real, every detail perfectly clear. Then, in the next instant, all the afterimages merged into one. Hashirama leaped above Uchiha Sora. The tightening and releasing of the muscles in his forearm was like a cannon being loaded. The air compressed until it gave off a grating screech that made teeth ache. The true strength of 100 technique. Uchiha Sora twisted at the waist, driving the power of his entire body. Black-red lightning wrapped around his fist as it shot upward from below like a volcanic eruption. Bang 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 bang. Every clash of fist and kick made the air erupt with violent thunder, the shockwaves rumbling for thousands of miles. Half a day later, all that remained in the sea where they had fought was a gigantic ocean pit, devouring endless seawater. The battlefield had shifted to the desert kingdom of Alabasta. The scorching sand was swept up by fierce air currents, forming a rotating sandstorm around the two of them. As the battle continued, it triggered a great sandstorm across Alabasta. The massive commotion caused Princess Vivi to lead the royal army to the edge of the battlefield. Looking at the vague figures inside the sandstorm, she was stunned. Was that really the aftermath of a battle between humans? Even Crocodile, the former warlord of the sea who had once occupied Alabasta and wielded the sand fruit, couldn't possibly cause this much destruction. One of the guards raised a telescope. That's the new Navy Admiral, Uchiha Sora, the strongest man in the world. That name alone made everyone present tremble inwardly. Then they all thought of the same thing. Who could possibly force him into a drawn-out fight? Even a legend like Red the Aloof had been instantly killed, hadn't he? Could it be one of those people above? A guard pointed upward, his expression full of unspoken meaning. Princess Vivi's face was anxious, her beautiful light blue hair dancing wildly in the storm. No matter what, I have to stop them. If they keep fighting, the sandstorm will spread to the residential areas.
No, princess.
If you interfere in that kind of battle, you'll definitely die. Vivi smiled. It's okay. Luffy said it before. Wanting to stop a war without any sacrifice is just too naive. As royalty, it's my duty to sacrifice myself before the people do. Tiny and insignificant against the overwhelming storm, Princess Vivi rode her super spot-build duck and charged straight toward the massive sandstorm without a trace of hesitation. Suddenly, countless thick tree trunks burst out of the ground, twisting and stretching like horned dragons as they grew wildly. The trunks rapidly spread into a vast forest, and the sandstorm was completely blocked by the gigantic woodland. Sunlight pierced through the dense branches, casting mottled shadows over the sand. Mixed with the flashes erupting from the battle ahead, it created a mysterious, dreamlike scene. Would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Vivi stared at the suddenly appeared forest as if she had fallen into a dream. It wasn't that Hashirama Senju had sensed Vivi and deliberately created protection for her. He had no energy to spare on anyone else. Every bit of his body and mind was focused on Uchiha Sora. As he looked at the wood release he was using in this world, Hashirama became even more clearly aware of how unusual this body was. His wood release had gained even greater toughness. A strange sense of calling suddenly rose in Hashirama's heart. It was as if something in a distant place was calling to him, like a mother calling to her child. Whoosh! A gigantic dark red Susanoo stood upright like a blood-colored god of war. In its hand was a massive sword condensed from chakra, its blade flowing with magma-like patterns. With a swing in midair, a black sword slash cut apart the incoming wood dragon and shot toward the sky. Where it passed, the clouds were split open into a bottomless chasm. Then, from within the cleaved clouds, a gigantic burning meteor came crashing down. The air was scorched into distorted whirlpools, and the forest let out groans under the unbearable pressure. Hashirama Senju looked up at the meteor, which had a diameter of over 2,000 meters. His long black hair whipped wildly in the fierce wind. His normally gentle face was now covered in fighting spirit. What an incredible jutsu, Sora. I can't let that thing fall. Chakra surged around Hashirama like boiling heat waves, and the vast forest responded to his movements. He slammed both palms onto a tree trunk and shouted, Sage Art. Would release. Would dragon technique of 100 dragons. In an instant, dozens, then over 100 azure wood dragons roared into the sky. Like a green torrent, the swarm of wood dragons shot upward one after another and crashed into the falling meteor. Vines wrapped around it madly, roots dug into the cracks in the meteor, trying to slow its descent. But facing such a colossal meteor, the wood dragons' bodies let out sizzling burning noises in the extreme heat. One sweep of flame was enough to char them black. At this rate, the wood dragon swarm was about to collapse. A drop of cold sweat slid down Hashirama's forehead. Judging by Uchiha Sora's expression, this was definitely not his ultimate move. Did he have to use the true several thousand hands? No. Before he used his ultimate move, I absolutely cannot use mine. He remembered now. That line. I said it to Madara back then. So this was how Madara felt at the time? I'm really sorry. Uchiha Sora. What I'm about to use next is a jutsu I sealed away after becoming Hokage. It's going to be an extremely dangerous and cruel technique. You'd better prepare yourself. Clack. Hashirama's hand seals changed, and even more wood dragons rose from the forest, twisting upward in a spiraling formation. Sage Art. Would release. 100 dragons hell chaos. From the bodies of the wood dragons, black wooden spikes shot out explosively. Countless black spikes ignored the flames and nailed themselves into the meteor's surface. And then, cutting Sprig's technique, SHK. In an instant, it became a forest. A hellish forest the color of black iron lifted the deep red meteor, interwoven with the azure of the wood dragons, forming an apocalyptic painting in midair. Boom 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 boom. A world-destroying collision exploded between heaven and earth. When the tremendous roar finally subsided, a cold voice sounded from behind Hashirama Senju. You seem to have some misunderstanding about cruelty. Let me teach you what real pain is. Hashirama, who had just managed to catch his breath, looked at the long blade piercing through his heart, and his pupils shrank slightly. He turned to look at Uchiha Sora behind him, forcing out a bitter smile. Didn't you say you didn't want to kill me? Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Don't misunderstand. This is just a reenactment of a classic scene. Besides, this is only your wood clone, right? What's the big deal about getting stabbed once? Hashirama's body began turning into wood as he gave his final reply. You could even see through a wood clone. What incredible eyes. Not far away, Hashirama's figure grew out from the trunk of a tree, in a way very similar to Zetsu's entrance. Or rather, whether it was White Zetsu, Obito, or Yamato, all wood release ultimately came from this man. He had only just emerged halfway when suddenly, as if struck by some invisible impact, his whole body violently trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Uchiha Sora slowly straightened up. In his scarlet eyes, the pitch-black feather blades seemed to turn and dance in rotation. I don't need to see through it. Clone techniques are useless against these eyes of mine. The heavenly mark could use consciousness to trace back from one of Orochimaru's shadow clones to the original body. However, due to the limits of its rules, the raven speed of the heavenly mark was fixed, making it impossible to use as a regular offensive method. But if all he needed was that tracing property, if carving a mark was like meticulously creating a piece of art, then using only this connection was equivalent to the very first step of chopping down a tree. Heavenly mark, chain strike. As long as there were similar life forms with the same consciousness within a certain range, Uchiha Sora's attack could trace back to the original body and strike the soul directly. From this angle, Hashirama Senju saw Vivi and the others in the distance through the gaps between the trees, so shocked that they had gone blank. When did people get there? In my battle with Uchiha Sora, I actually failed to notice people that close. The wound in his soul stabbed into his nerves with pain, but Uchiha Sora had miscalculated one thing. Or rather, he had made the mistake every Uchiha made. Arrogance. Hashirama Senju was not like the opponents he had faced before. This was the man who had ended the Warring States era and brought the ninja world an unprecedented peace for nearly 20 years. There had never been any official title like the two heroes of the ninja world. There was only one true title, the God of Shinobi. People often overlooked one thing because of his personality and strength. He was a man who had witnessed his loved ones die tragic deaths, yet still chose to forgive his mortal enemy and end the war. What true pain was, he had understood it long ago. With his powerful spiritual strength, even the damage to his soul was healing. What he possessed was far more than just a sage body. Hashirama Senju frowned slightly and turned away. He could not keep fighting here. Just like before, when he had avoided the ships sailing across the sea, Hashirama once again chose to retreat and shift the battlefield. He had to find a place wide enough and empty enough. Hashirama looked into the distance, toward the Red Mountains. He had already noticed those endless cliffs during the previous battle. They were like an insurmountable wall. Judging by the terrain, there should be open ground on top. And with the natural barrier of the cliffs, there probably would not be many people living there either. Uchiha Sora looked in the direction Hashirama was heading. The red line. For true shinobi, tree climbing and water walking were the very first lessons. A height of up to 10,000 meters with an average of several thousand meters was no different from flat ground to Hashirama. Boom! 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 Weaving and dodging the Yasaka Magatama shooting toward him, Hashirama looked at the cliff that still had a long way to go even after piercing through the clouds. This world really was enormous. The Room of Authority. They were about to reach the red line. In the Room of Authority, the 5 elders and important members of the Gods' Knights had gathered together, watching the footage transmitted by a specially bred ultra-long-distance Den Mushi made for high-definition surveillance. In order to keep track of Uchiha Sora's movements at all times, they had specifically ordered research into this breed, one capable of capturing images from hundreds of miles away. Who is that person? His ability looks a bit like Aramaki from the New Navy, but the power isn't even in the same league. And yet he can actually stand against Uchiha Sora on equal footing. Based on their judgment, Uchiha Sora might be twice as strong as he was a year and a half ago. A doubling at that level was almost unimaginable. If not for their blind confidence in Lord Imu, they truly would have started doubting whether Lord Imu could even deal with this monster. Forget that for now. Is there any base near the place where they're landing? No. But they fought all the way from the Marussia Sea in a single day to the first half of the Grand Line. We can't guarantee the safety of the entire Red Line. We need to act. Drive them off the Red Line. This is the land of the gods. Everyone turned toward the one who had spoken, the tall, slender, Chelan-headed member of the Gods' Knights, Saint Killingham. Did I say something wrong? 5 elders, Commander-in-Chief. Captain? You said nothing wrong. It's just that Lord Imu is about to awaken. We can't stir up extra trouble. If they don't come toward us, then let them be. One of the 5 elders spoke with difficulty. His voice filled with bleak helplessness. We can't just do nothing. I've noticed something. That unknown powerhouse shifted the battlefield twice. Both times because there were ships or people nearby. He seems to care a lot about the lives of those lowly commoners. How many slaves are still in the Holy Land? Gather all of them with Mary Geos as the center, and drive them to both sides. If my judgment is correct, once that person discovers the slaves, he will choose to avoid them on his own. His method was to use the slaves to build a wall of flesh and blood. But in the past year and more, we haven't been able to descend to the lower world. There were already not many slaves left. If we let them out now, we won't be able to catch them back. They definitely won't agree, right? If they don't agree, then make them become the human wall too. Once Lord Imu awakens and eliminates Uchiha Sora, we'll have as many slaves as we want. Gunko, go handle it immediately. Understood. A young female member with heterochromatic eyes accepted the order and walked out. I'll go too. Shamrock gave the footage a complicated look, then followed after her. Mary Geos' human wall tactic did not end up working. The battle between the two did not move toward Mary Geos at all. When the slaves were driven out, they had thought it was another hunting game. They spent a long time trembling in fear, only to realize their masters never showed up. Escape. Can we finally escape? Freedom. Neither of the two fighters realized that they had unintentionally saved many slaves. Even if he knew, Uchiha Sora would not feel much about it. For people he did not care about, if his actions ended up hurting them, Uchiha Sora would not feel guilty. Likewise, if he happened to save someone, he did not need their gratitude. After who knew how many sunrises and sunsets, the area where the two stood had been blasted into an enormous crater, with shattered wood scattered everywhere. A giant Buddha head had toppled over, still burning with flames. Hashirama Senju was breathing heavily. His exposed chest was covered in chaotic wounds, with blood dripping down. How strange. Didn't Tobarama say that the body of Edo Tensei wouldn't get tired and had infinite chakra? Then why was he increasingly feeling like this was not normal Edo Tensei at all? Come to think of it, does Edo Tensei bleed? If he had known this would happen, he should have made Tobarama demonstrate it for him once before sealing him. No, wait. Tobarama should never have created such an evil jutsu in the first place. It's all that bastard's fault. Even after dying, I still can't rest in peace. Looking at Uchiha Sora, who was being suppressed beneath layer after layer of Myojinmen, Hashirama gave a bitter smile and said, "Now you can finally calm down and talk to me, right?" This composite sealing jutsu, which could briefly suppress Obito in 6 paths mode, had indeed placed immense pressure on Uchiha Sora. That was also one of the reasons why Uchiha Sora had chosen to shift the battlefield. Through direct contact at 0 distance, Uchiha Sora had determined that this was a seal formed by using Tori as anchors to draw in natural energy. Exactly like the effect Orochimaru had speculated for the awakening of a Logia devil fruit. Hashirama Senju. If you had arrived in this world earlier than me and adapted to the natural energy here, then I probably wouldn't have been able to find the flaw in this jutsu. Crack, crack. Black-red lightning erupted from Uchiha Sora's body with a shrill crackle. High above the sky, Black-red Conqueror's hockey lightning condensed into a roaring thunder dragon and descended from the heavens. Boom! Lightning serpents danced wildly, sweeping away all the broken stone and shattered wood in the area. Bathed in thunder, Uchiha Sora stood with flames leaping across his Susanoo. He raised one hand and aimed at Hashirama Senju. In Susanoo's palm, 2 azure spheres of chakra spun, as color spread through them. Deep crimson flames, and a dark black-purple. Ninja art, solar wheel. Ninja art, lunar wheel. Crack. The 5 fingers closed, compressing the chakra further and further. When the hand opened again, it had become a single pure black point. Not good. That thing was very bad. 5-fold Rashomon. Behind the 5 grotesque iron gates with demon faces. Would release. Hobi technique. A wooden shield shaped like a fang-faced demon snapped shut. Hashirama had once used this very jutsu to defend against Madara Uchiha's majestic attire Susanoo. The moment the chakra was compressed to its absolute limit, Susanoo's palm thrust forward. Divine illumination hollow flash. Hum! The deepest black erupted into ultimate light. The ghostly blue radiance was like a meteor tearing across the heavens, crushing the 5 Rashomon gates like dead wood and rotten branches, driving Hashirama Senju straight through the red line and across the endless seas. No one knew how far, as if it would continue all the way to the end of the world. Senju Hashirama's body had been pierced through on one side. He leaned against the branch of a gigantic tree beyond imagination, his breath growing extremely weak. Where is this? Hashirama's consciousness began to blur. Faintly, he sensed that the tree behind him was calling to him, and his gradually collapsing body steadied. Treasure tree atom, one of the materials used to forge this body. Senju Hashirama, I did not lie. I do not want to kill you. Fighting you is part of the process of forging this vessel. You are my ship for the voyage. Elbaf, the famed giant kingdom known as the world's strongest nation. Its core region was the treasure tree atom. The ship of the pirate King Roger in the past, and the Thousand Sunny of the Straw Hat crew now, were both made from a part of this tree. The place where Hashirama fell was the top of treasure tree atom, an area known as the Heavenly Realm. Standing here, Hashirama finally understood the source of the calling. It was this giant tree summoning him. It seemed very afraid and wanted him to protect it. Was it afraid of Uchiha Sora? Most importantly, after hearing Uchiha Sora's words, Hashirama had a bad premonition. His instinct as a strong man was usually right, especially now. It was almost like a future scene was crashing into his mind, and heaven, earth, all things, even the air were warning him. Hashirama did not know that, without realizing it, he had awakened an extremely high level of observation haki. Rapid and heavy footsteps sounded as giant after giant climbed up along the branch leading to the Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm was the residence of royalty. According to giant tradition, it was also the burial ground of giant warrior souls. That beam of light spanning the sky was so dazzling, and the impact was real. The giants living in the middle layer, the Sun Realm, had gathered upward without any order. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the giant royal forbidden ground? Do you not want to live? One giant after another over 20 meters tall gathered over. When they clearly saw the short figure, their steps paused. Their massive bodies blocked the sunlight, preventing the giants behind them from seeing what was ahead, and curses came from the back. Say, stop blocking me. Damn it, get lost. Ilya, what are you standing there for? Move and arrest the bastard who disturbed the Heavenly Realm. So noisy. Uchiha Sora slightly tilted his head, a red line flashing through his eyes. Then, boom! Terrifying conqueror's haki ran wild. The air seemed to ignite, crackling loudly. Black lightning arced with flames and swept outward. The giants were like rice stalks toppled by a gale. Some weaker giants' legs went soft, their eyes rolled back, and they fainted on the spot. Even the strong among the giants all knelt down. The hands supporting their bodies trembled non-stop, their faces pale. It was like a heavy hammer had slammed hard into their foreheads. What is this power? A young giant warrior said with difficulty, his voice shaking. The older warrior beside him was covered in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Conqueror's haki. How could there be conqueror's haki that even our giant clan can't endure? Are you kidding me? If it's that man, then it's possible. The black dragon that devours the world. The undefeated war king, Sora. Uchiha Sora stood there quietly, looking at the fallen giants without the slightest ripple of emotion. A bunch of parasites temporarily living on my treasure tree atom. What right do you have to bark? The damaged half of Senju Hashirama's body was repaired by the faint specks of light drifting from treasure tree atom. He barely managed to stand. What exactly are you trying to do? Uchiha Sora frowned slightly and shook his head. I already made it so clear. Do I still need to ask? Forget it. There's no need to explain. He quickly formed hand seals, threads of deep red flames flowing from his fingertips. When the long seal formation was complete, Uchiha Sora pressed both palms toward Senju Hashirama. I can't wait for you to fully recover before I strike. Your strength is too great, Senju Hashirama. Flames burst forth. Roar! One fire dragon after another shot out from his palms, circling around Uchiha Sora's body and growing larger as they absorbed chakra. Then Uchiha Sora used Kamui Susanoo again, and the swarm of fire dragons flew toward the divine will behind Susanoo. This scene, like something out of mythology, made the giants who had been barely holding on and refusing to collapse finally give up completely, lying flat on the ground as they watched. Senju Hashirama pushed himself up from his knees, and for the first time, killing intent appeared in his eyes. You never planned to send me back to the Pure Land. You want to seal me in the world of the living. A little slow to realize that, Uchiha Sora joined his hands together. After days of fierce battle, even using such a chakra-consuming technique made him seem somewhat strained. The swarm of fire dragons carried the divine will down above Senju Hashirama's head. Hashirama was just about to use body flicker to leave, when his movements suddenly froze, stopping dead in an instant. This body was specially crafted by Orochimaru, with a hidden trap left inside. But that hidden trap could only hold Senju Hashirama for 1 second. 1 second was more than enough. Boom! A crimson torrent descended from the divine wheel, countless dragon shadows churning within it as they released ear-splitting roars. Crack, crack, crack. The fire dragons turned into dragon head chains, biting into Senju Hashirama's limbs, locking down his torso. Scorching pressure surged from all directions. Not only scorching, he also felt as if countless mountains were pressing down on him, and his bones gave out grating cracks under the strain. Ninjutsu, 10 Directions Fire Seal Array. After completing the sealing array, Uchiha Sora, driven by a wicked sense of amusement, sneered. How does it feel to be misunderstood? Since you could seal the Nine Tails and serve as the village's weapon, then I can imitate you, first Hokage. Senju Hashirama was still struggling. The chains binding his body rattled loudly as flames surged and roared. Absolutely not. Even if you destroy my soul, it doesn't matter, Sora. You can't do this. Pursuing power blindly will make you go down the same evil path as Madara, and bring destruction to the ninja world. Senju Hashirama knew exactly what kind of power he possessed. If he were controlled by the person before him, the world would really be in danger. Uchiha Sora looked at Senju Hashirama, a trace of pity in his eyes. You could have lived a freer life, but you were obsessed with the curse of peace, never able to get what you wanted. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't talk sense into you. I have nothing more to say to you either. Tap, tap. Stepping over the many prostrate giants, the new Marine Admiral Akainu arrived with a group of officers. Everything's been arranged. Akainu walked to Uchiha Sora's side and looked at Senju Hashirama in the fire prison. So this is the strongest man in your world? Uchiha Sora let out a long breath and withdrew the conqueror's haki, suppressing the giant clan. For the actions that followed, he could not waste any more chakra. It took far too much effort to get things to this point. Uchiha Sora Akainu, if you're here to arrest this man now that it's done, please leave. A giant with a waterfall-like white beard walked over. He was much taller than the average giant warrior. A sword was also stuck in his helmet, as if it had pierced through his forehead. Ururu, the elder of Elbaf, the giant clan hero known as the Mountain Beard, the world's oldest warrior at 400 years old. This world really likes using things like the world's greatest to describe someone. Uchiha Sora didn't even look at this old man, and turned his gaze to the other side. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, carrying the massive black blade on his back. Begin. Mihawk looked up at the treasure tree that rose straight into the clouds and gave a quiet reply. So this is how the final match will be decided. Shing. Yoru, the black blade, left its sheath. Mihawk rested it on his shoulder, building up power, cold light flickering from the edge. At the same time, Uchiha Sora's Susanoo held its sword in an Iato stance. Under that extreme pressure, even the air stopped flowing. Divine Illumination Susanoo. Newsflash, for the first time Mihawk spoke the name of his move. One black, one red. Two peerless slashes, like heavenly guillotines that could sever the sky itself. Beheaded treasure tree atom. Legend said, there was once an island on the Grand Line that was constantly at war. After being tempered by endless warfare, the entire island had nearly been wiped clean of its cities and people. And yet, there was one giant tree that remained standing no matter what happened. After the war ended, people gathered around that tree and built a new country and a new city. It was called the strongest tree. At this moment, all of Elbaf was shaking. Guests in the taverns along Elbaf Island's shore ran out in fear. After looking around in panic and finding nothing, they raised their heads. From their angle, the heavenly realm of Treasure Tree Atom was tilting, and within the clouds, faint flashes of fire and black could be seen. What the hell happened up there? Stop! Stop right now! Are you all insane? Are you trying to destroy Treasure Tree Atom? The elderly Jorl was so frantic he was hopping in place, roaring himself hoarse. He was one step away from pulling the greatsword stuck in his head and joining the fight himself. Swish, swish, swish. Huge vines wrapped around the giant warriors who were trying to move. Aramaki, wearing a marine coat with a cigarette in his mouth, bared his teeth and said, I love plants the most. We're just trimming off the top section. Nothing will happen. And besides, Treasure Tree Atom has belonged to Vice Admiral Sora's family since ancient times, right? He allowed you lowly lifeforms to survive here, so you should be grateful already. Since when did Treasure Tree Atom become property of the Uchiha clan? Even being unreasonable should have a limit. A group of marine officers stood in front of the giant warriors. Enigma wore a helmet with a two-headed dragon pattern. His expression was vicious, and he held twin blades, while even the hair behind his head gripped swords, making him look terrifying. Stay quiet, otherwise we'll start a war. Everyone who had come with Akainu this time was at least a Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral. Counting Uchiha Sora, aside from the forces necessary for basic defense, nearly all of the new Marines' top combat power was gathered here. A mere nation of giants, and they dared challenge the new Marines, rulers of the world. Treasure Tree Atom was the sacred dwelling place of the giants. Damaging it so openly before them was enough to trigger a war. The giant warriors did not fear death. Even after Enigma's warning, they still wanted to charge. Stop! Jorl let out a grief-stricken roar. The giant warriors thought he was speaking to Uchiha Sora, the one cutting down the treasure tree, and were just about to raise their fists and blades. Warriors! Stop! Tears filled Jorl's aged eyes. The sun god. The sun god is about to arrive. You all understand, don't you? The legendary sun god is about to come. The giants have a heavenly mission to aid the sun god. Now is not the time for meaningless sacrifice. The right time is almost here. Treasure Tree Atom was extremely tough. Even professional shipwrights needed a relatively long time just to process its branches. As for the main trunk, There had never been any of it circulating on the black market. Before now, it had been impossible for anyone to lay a hand on Treasure Tree Adam's trunk. If Uchiha Sora were excluded, Jorel would not have stopped the giants. After all, there would at least have been a faint chance of victory. But beneath that massive Susanoo, even the giants looked small. When the deep crimson slash, whose blade tip could not even be seen, neared the central point, that black slash had only cut 1/4 of the way in. The gap was obvious to the naked eye. It did not stop. The crimson flames continued pushing forward until they collided with the black slash. Black and red intertwined. In that instant, it was as if time itself had stopped. And then a deafening roar erupted. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying shockwave burst out like a nuclear explosion, blasting up the severed top portion of Treasure Tree Adam. You lost. I'll leave the branch trimming work to you. Uchiha Sora looked up at the main trunk, which was like a mountain, while his hands rapidly formed seals. Mihawk looked at the black blade in his hand and froze for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth curved into a long-lost smile. Can't be helped. In terms of power, I lost. Next time, compete with me in swordsmanship. As the challenger, Uchiha Sora curled his lip. What kind of joke are you talking about? Power is the entirety of swordsmanship. Swish, 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 swish. Countless flying slashes were swung out by Yoru, shaving away the branches outside the trunk. The falling branches were collected by designated personnel. Every single one of them was a treasure worth 200 million belly. Everyone could sense it, the inexplicable joy in Mihawk's mood. Watching the sacred object be treated like this, Jorel could not help but shout at Mihawk, "Hawk Eyes, as a friend of Red Hair's, you're actually helping the man who killed him. Do you have any honor at all?" 6 years ago, Shanks had helped the giants subdue the cursed Prince Loki and was regarded as a friend of the giant race. In Jorel's eyes, Mihawk's betrayal was even more hateful than Uchiha Sora's forceful seizure. Shanks died in a war he chose to start, and died in a swordsman's duel. What reason would I have to feel hatred? Mihawk continued moving as he spoke indifferently. If the one who died had been me, and Shanks sought revenge because of that, I would consider it a humiliation. As for the help you mentioned, I lost. Obeying the winner's command is only natural. Mihawk had always been alone, doing as he pleased. In his eyes, there was no such thing as friendship. There were only challengers and those worthy of being challenged. Uchiha Sora was practically a treasure beyond compare. That unbelievable rate of growth meant Mihawk now had a goal worthy of chasing with all his strength. What a wonderful thing that was! The usually silent and cold Hawkeyes was even willing to explain himself to Jorel. That alone showed just how good his mood was. Fleet Admiral Akainu, Aramaki. In front of all the Marines, Uchiha Sora still gave enough face to address him as Fleet Admiral. At the same time, scales grew across his body as he transformed into a gigantic black dragon and shot into the sky with a beat of his wings. His dragon claws tightened around the flaming divine while sealing Senju Hashirama, and he hurled it toward the falling Treasure Tree Adam. Being able to take part in something this grand is a real honor. Aramaki grinned wildly and pressed both hands onto Treasure Tree Adam. Forbidden, resentful forest. The branches and leaves of Treasure Tree Adam were drawn by some kind of force. The wood twisted and grew into dozens of gigantic treeman hands, forming a support frame beneath the severed section. Of course, his strength alone was far from enough to support such weight. Meteor Volcano. Akainu's arms turned into scorching magma, black smoke billowing from them. Countless gigantic magma fists slammed into Treasure Tree Adam. The impact force propped it up while also igniting the lower half. As for the upper half, the black dragon slowly raised its head and opened its massive, bloody maw. A scorching torrent of flames burst forth. Fire filled the space, as if the whole world had been swallowed by raging flames, and the sky was dyed blood red. SHHK, 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 SHHK. The tail end of the dragon head chain binding Senju Hashirama pierced into the scorched outer layer of the divine tree, tying him down completely. A raven flew out of the black dragon's crimson eyes, following the flames as it sank into the trunk. Strange curse marks crawled between Senju Hashirama and the tree. The heavenly mark flame transmutation array. Ignoring the searing pain burning through his body, Senju Hashirama stared at that savage, terrifying black dragon. You've walked onto Madara's evil path. I was wrong. On the road called evil, you had already gone far beyond Madara. What will become of the ninja world now? This myth-like scene lasted for 10 days. The mountain-like trunk of the divine tree was gone, and in its original place was now a sea of fire. Within that sea of flames was a small black and red boat. The shape was long and narrow like a skiff. Its whole body gave off a faint, mysterious green glow, like flames, and also like leaves. Uchiha Sora returned to human form. He was extremely weak, his face pale. Even his floating body was trembling, covered in burn scars. As he looked at that boat, the smile on his face gradually turned wild. At last, no longer suppressed. Ha 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 ha. That laughter was so unrestrained, as if he had gained the entire world. A tenacious soul and a pure body had formed an arc capable of sailing between time and space. One person alone wasn't enough. Senju Hashirama, I need you to pave the road for me to become a myth. The Starsea roughly divides the energy level of lifeforms below mythical creatures into 5 stages. They are judged by numbers and letters. The gold level corresponds to the 4th stage. A-rank first stage lifeforms are further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. An upper gold level being, given enough time, is capable of wiping out a small life-bearing planet alone. Between gold and mythical creatures, there is another stage, S0. For easier memory, we call it platinum. The Starsea has many names for it. For example, Circle, Complete Atlas, Will Creation, Ascension, Stilmer Exchange. Uchiha Sora listened quietly as the platform explained. This is a level centered on collecting the traits of mythical creatures. Once all factors have been gathered, that is when life ascends and undergoes a tremendous metamorphosis. First, immortality. Even if the body and soul are destroyed, one can still continue existing by other means. Relatively speaking, this is the easier point to achieve. But there are also very special existences. Their power is enough to rival gods, yet they can still die of old age. We call such anomalous beings singularities. The reason I'm mentioning this, Uchiha Sora, is because you are already showing signs of developing toward a singularity. Second, a massive reserve of energy levels. The mere existence of a mythical creature consumes an enormous amount of energy. I told you before that the ninja world is a secondary dimension with a complete ascension pathway. The reason I chose that place as your starting point is because the Otsutsuki god is a true mythical creature that broke through the limits of a secondary dimension. The act of planting divine trees and gathering chakra fruits is precisely to fulfill this requirement of massive energy storage. Only with that comparison did Uchiha Sora realize just how difficult this was. The Otsutsuki clan had been planting divine trees across dimensions for at least several thousand years, right? Destroying who knew how many planets with natural energy just to gather enough power. Third, a correct understanding of time and space. For life forms from a secondary dimension, this is an extremely difficult step. It is far too hard for them to obtain true understanding of dimensions. But for you, it is much simpler. With the help of shattering traversal, you have already achieved understanding of space. As long as you come to understand the power of time, you will gain complete understanding. This is also why I think you are heading toward becoming a singularity. Rather than only obtaining mythical creature traits at the platinum level, the vast majority of singularities have experiences like this. To help you understand time, as a reminder, I can first tell you one absolute truth possessed by the Starsea. Time always moves forward, can never go backward. What has happened in the past cannot be changed. So-called reverse time energy operation applies only to secondary dimensions. As for this point, you'll still have to think it through yourself. If I were to explain it completely, it would take at least 907 trillion, 343 billion, 900 million volumes of classified books on time and space. Of course, if you want, I can sell them to you for 1 credibility point. Do you have some kind of weird hobby? Are you really that eager to blow up my brain? Not interested? Fine. The platform's disappointment could be clearly felt. Fourth, possess a mythology that belongs to you. Enough intelligent lifeforms must know your name and regard what you have done as unbelievable miracles, with the weight of time behind them. This is a process of accumulation. Generally speaking, it is completed on the scale of 1,000 years. In terms of energy level, Otsutsuki Hagoromo of the ninja world is at the platinum level. Establishing Ninshu, spreading chakra, splitting the 10 tails, and opening the pure land, those were all part of him unconsciously constructing his own myth. But he lacks understanding of time and space, and cannot walk the road of the Otsutsuki god. These 4 points are the most important. As for the rest of the traits, they are not difficult to obtain. They can be achieved naturally along the path of rising in power. That sounds simple. To put it crudely, be famous enough, eat enough energy, know the basic common sense of going home when it rains, and not die from sickness or injury. That's what a mythical creature is. SNT that a little too crude? There's no style at all. There are stylish ways to put it too. There are more than 3,000 honorific titles for mythical creatures alone, and the longest among them is only about 90,000 words. The amount of information isn't that big. Want it for free? Without taking the bait, the platform continued. So, when do you plan to take the assessment and advance to agent? Agent assessment. Uchiha Sora's current identity was that of a user of the loan platform. The Myriad Worlds loan platform did not exist because of him. The exalted being in the Starsea who created the platform used it to screen candidates across countless worlds. It was both for earning credibility points and for increasing the combat strength of their own camp. As long as a being possessed intelligence, it could never truly be satisfied. Even among gods who ruled vast starfields, war still existed. After Uchiha Sora completed the loan deal with the E9 and his own strength reached the platform's judgment of upper gold level, he gained the chance to participate in the assessment. If he passed, he would most likely advance to platinum level and step onto the path of becoming a mythical creature. By the Platform S standards, only then would he be qualified to change from a user into an agent. The right to open branch companies that Uchiha Sora had desperately sought before was one of the benefits of high-level agents. The existence of the Heavenly Mark was an anomaly, allowing Uchiha Sora to experience the joy of lending money even while still in the user stage. In just 1.5 years, he had accumulated over 10,000 credibility points. It was only because no event he needed to borrow against had appeared yet. Otherwise, he really wanted to try it. What kind of existence could be summoned with credibility points measured in units of 10,000? Whenever he had that thought, the platform would remind him not to try it casually. That chance had to be saved for a more critical moment. Only after completing the third loan did the platform finally tell him that this critical moment was the agent assessment. According to the Platform S gathered averages, most users only triggered the assessment after completing dozens of loans and reaching upper gold level. A user like Uchiha Sora, who triggered the review after just 3 times. A normal user would never be like him, borrowing as much as his credit allowed, and even using one loan to pay off another. He was warned many times, but he never listened. Someone like secondary user Orochimaru, carefully calculating every single loan and only borrowing small amounts based on his own repayment ability. That was the normal style. Uchiha Sora's thoughts turned as he looked at the ship still floating in the air after the sea of fire had dispersed. Once I go back and deal with things, I'll set out. What should I call you? Uchiha Sora rubbed his chin in thought. He wasn't like Minato Namikaze, gifted with extraordinary naming talent. After a long while, the black and red Hashirama Senju Fallen Arkansas. Not bad, right? Above the bow, a tiny emerald-green phantom of Hashirama Senju, only the size of a fist, appeared and roared with clenched fists. Not good at all. There should be a limit to humiliation. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. So you're there. I thought the forging had failed and you died. With a sweep of his tattered sleeve, Uchiha Sora flew off carrying the black ship. I do have a good name for you, but if I gave it to you now, it wouldn't fit the reality. For now, I'll call you Lethe. Hashirama. Between the Senju and the Uchiha, one must be the king and one must be the mount. Only then can true power be displayed. Confrontation creates the concept of winner and loser. One side leads, one side assists. That is the correct path. When it was your time to be king, you failed to tame the Uchiha. I will not fail. The true seal of reconciliation between our two clans has been achieved. Forget the past and sail toward the future. Konoha. Time in the sea world flowed at the same rate as in the ninja world, so more than 10 days had passed here as well. There had been no accidents. As the victors, the Uchiha clan returned to their old trade and imprisoned Hiruzen and the others. Tobarama Senju was under Orochimaru's control. The Ninetales and Minato Namikaze had defected on the spot, and Hiruzen's faction had not put up any meaningful resistance at all. Jiraiya, who felt deeply guilty toward Minato Namikaze, couldn't bring himself to go all out against this disciple of his. Of course, even if he had gone all out, he still wouldn't have won. With Minato Namikaze present, Shursui and the others also would not slaughter Hiruzen and the others to the last man. So after imprisoning them, they waited for Uchiha Sora to return and deal with it. Hiruzen and the others were waiting as well, so their resistance earlier had not been intense. The outcome here doesn't matter. As long as Lord First returns victorious, he can immediately set everything right. The god of shinobi possessed that kind of power. Inside Konoha's prison, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eye sockets were sunken, and his already aged face now carried a layer of deathly stillness. His body wasn't really injured. Even entering the prison had been voluntary on his part. Because, across from him was Tobarama Senju. His collarbones pierced through by sea stone chains, his limbs bound, black curse markings appearing over his body. Tobarama's dark red eyes were emotionless as he said calmly, "Don't make that face, monkey. It won't be long before I can break the curse mark and undo the impure world reincarnation." During these days in prison, Tobarama had also figured out what had happened over the years. Hiruzen Sarutobi truthfully told him everything he knew. He did not hide the mistakes he had made, even if the results proved they were mistakes. But even so, his conscience was clear. He still believed that everything he had done had been for the village. Tobarama Senju would not blame Hiruzen Sarutobi for failing to take care of the Uzumaki clan. At that time, Konoha could barely take care of itself. There was war outside, and internally things were unstable because he had only recently taken office. What ability had they possessed to support the Uzumaki clan? As for the Senju clan, with the village lacking military strength, desperately trying anything possible to recreate what release had been wrong, but it was not a crime. As for weakening the ninja clans, that in itself was the embodiment of Hiruzen Sarutobi inheriting his will. Whether it was the Senju, the Uchiha, or the Hyuga in Tobarama Senju's vision, all of them were meant to disappear into the masses of the village. The existence of ninja clans itself should never have been allowed. Hashirama Senju could kill even close friends and family for the sake of the village. Likewise, For the village's long-term development, Tobarama Senju cared nothing for the rise or fall of his own clan. Konoha was not only the dream of Hashirama and Madara. It was also Tobarama Senju's dream. Everyone who had fought their way through the Warring States era had an obsession with peace. He had even put aside his prejudice and spoken with Madara Uchiha. Konoha should continue expanding and try to unify the ninja world. Perhaps that might bring about a longer-lasting peace. Madara Uchiha had agreed. Instead, Hashirama Senju had been unwilling, believing that this hard-won peace should not be broken. After that, he distributed the tailed beasts, trying to use them to balance the strength of the various nations so everyone could live in peace together. The facts proved that this may well have been the reason behind the destruction of the land of whirlpools. As for peaceful coexistence, that was even more impossible. Madara and Tobarama had both foreseen that once Hashirama Senju died, a great war would break out. Only Hashirama Senju himself, the one who suppressed the world, had failed to realize it. He thought that once war stopped, it would never begin again, and that everyone loved peace as much as he did. In the cell on the other side were Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado. Teacher, we're sorry. After you left, we failed to control the situation and allowed things to develop into this. Tobarama's gaze shifted, and he said flatly, there were indeed many foolish actions, but choosing the fourth as a commoner Hokage was the right decision. The crucial turning point was that night. If not for the person who suddenly appeared and caused the Night of the Nine Tails, the fourth had the ability to unite the village. I can tell he wasn't a simple fool like Big Brother. He had ambition and methods. What a pity. The greatest variable was still that man. He has chakra no less than Big Brother's. He's even more terrifying than the Uchiha Madara of back then. Deep wariness appeared in Tobarama's eyes. It's not that I can't accept an Uchiha becoming Hokage, but the stronger an Uchiha is, the more they stray from normal human thinking. The Uchiha clan's obsession with love far surpasses that of ordinary people. When they lose the ones they love, they fall into extreme hatred. As the Sharingan evolves, their personalities also become more radical, making them easy to devour by darkness. Thinking of it that way, Uchiha Sora had already been devoured by darkness when he was still young. By continuously making sacrifices and borrowing power that did not belong to himself, he had unquestionably walked an evil path. This guy's mental state collapsed long ago. He's basically the embodiment of negative emotions. Driven by that kind of hatred, that's why he carried out his revenge against Konoha. You heard that, right? That's exactly why I never once thought of using words to reach understanding. Click. The ceiling of the underground prison was lifted open, and the shadows of Uchiha Sora and the others were cast down together with the sunlight. Uchiha Sora smiled lightly. It looked like an especially gentle smile. The vast majority of people in the ninja world are lunatics. A normal person like me always seems out of place. In legends and stories, people always like to give murderers a tragic childhood as the reason for their cruelty and coldness. Why think about it in such a complicated way? Uchiha Sora spread his arms and said flatly, parting forever from parents, relatives, and friends is a step everyone will go through. I got over it long ago. Everything I've done was simply because I wanted to do it. Why force it into a revenge script? I want to defeat Hashirama Senju and prove that he has no right to lead. My clansmen wanted to go home, and I promised I would bring them back. Uchiha Sora was not speaking to Tobarama Senju. He was teaching his disciples one final lesson before departure. Remember this, everything in this world that fails to go your way comes from your own lack of strength. There has never been any distinction of right and wrong, black and white. Because I am standing here, I am justice. Therefore, strength is justice. Naruto and the others listened very attentively. Minato gave a bitter smile. Isn't that a little too extreme? A cold glance swept over Namake's Minato. You, who abandoned everything and chose to die for love, have the nerve to say that? If I hadn't foreseen your death, I wouldn't have had to take the risk of leading my clansmen away. No matter how you look at it, this is your fault, Minato. Minato was left speechless. Uchiha Sora looked toward the dungeon, his fingertip moving lightly. Whoosh! A burst of sinister wind swept past, and the Reaper's half-transparent, hideous shadow appeared before everyone. Dead demon consuming seal. No, that's not right. Sora, you tamed the Reaper. Minato couldn't help but cry out in shock. This was the Reaper he had summoned at the cost of his own life. Yet now it moved with the motion of Uchiha Sora's fingers. It's nothing more than a special aggregate of chakra. The Uzumaki clan happened to grasp the method to summon it. Can't really be called a god. Dead demon is a more fitting name for it. The Reaper had no consciousness, nor would it refute Uchiha Sora. Its illusory pale blue palm, covered in cursed markings, reached into the dungeon and dragged out the souls of the people inside. You like chatting that much? Then go chat to your heart's content inside the dead demon's belly. Seeing what Uchiha Sora was doing, Minato raised a hand and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he stayed silent. He was already asking a favor from someone. Making more requests now would be far too tactless. Third Hokage-sama. I'll try to perform well. Maybe after Kushina is revived, I can find a chance to put in a few good words for you. The feeling inside the Reaper's belly is awful. You all have to hold on. Uchiha Sora turned his gaze elsewhere, sensing that rapidly fleeing chakra signature. How naive. You're only starting to run now? But even if you had run earlier, it would have been useless. As long as you're still in the ninja world, you won't escape. Why be so afraid? How could I bear to let you die? Only by making you unable to live or die as you wish can I truly feel at ease. Danzo. Daytime. Shimura Danzo clearly remembered it. When he took that first step, the sun had still been hanging high in the sky, just like back then. Even though Hiruzen Sarutobi was old and indecisive, he had never lacked the courage to bear the risk of death. Shimura Danzo, who had been steeped in darkness for decades and thought himself a man who viewed emotion as nothing, had still chosen to flee when faced with danger. When Uchiha Sora descended with his people, he didn't dare show himself. When the dust settled, he still didn't dare appear to rescue his teacher. A leopard can't change its spots. Once someone runs away for the first time, he'll spend his whole life running. The darkness was like a curtain soaked in ink, covering everything in Danzo's sight. This darkness was not uniform. Some shadows, blacker than black, writhed at the edges of his vision, and with every wriggle, they drew a little closer to him. Danzo's steps began to slow. His breathing turned thick and sticky. Faint howls brushed past his ears, like the muttering of the dead. Fear, little by little, squeezed the air from his chest. He knew it. That man had come. He was following right behind him at an unhurried pace. Like a cat toying with a mouse, that guy was enjoying the process of his taut nerves gradually snapping. When fear reached its limit, it became rage. Danzo spun around and roared. Come out! Get out here! Uchiha Sora, I know you're after me. If you've got the guts, then show yourself. Aren't you the one who claims to be the strongest in the ninja world? Don't tell me you don't even have the courage to stand in front of me. He had already made up his mind. As long as Uchiha Sora dared to appear, he would activate the reverse 4-symbol ceiling and complete Konoha's desperate comeback against the Uchiha. Sensei, I'm not running away. I'm just waiting for the right moment. I'm not afraid of death. I just want my death to have value. Only I can do this. Only I can do what Hiruzen couldn't. What answered him was the sound of cloth rubbing together. Very close. As if it were just one step behind him. Slash! Danzo whirled around violently with a kunai in hand, but unfortunately, there was no sensation of actually hitting anything. Somewhere in the dark, he sensed the net of darkness tightening. Instinct drove him to drag his lead-heavy limbs into a blind escape with no sense of direction. Suddenly, in the darkness, Scarlet Sharingan opened one after another. Thousands, tens of thousands, endless. There was not a single blind spot as they stared at him coldly. An indifferent voice rang out. I once thought about something. Why do you hold such deep malice toward the Uchiha? Old grudges? No. During the Warring States era, the Uchiha's opponents were the Senju and the Sarutobi. The Shimura clan had no direct conflict with them. Did you simply inherit the second Hokage's wariness toward the Uchiha? That doesn't seem right either. To guard against them while also making use of them, that was the second Hokage's philosophy. Not until I investigated one thing did I perhaps begin to understand. Uchiha Kagami. You remember that name, don't you? In Kimogakure's classified records, it says that in order to cover your retreat, he awakened a special Sharingan. But the one he faced was the third Rampage in his prime. Even awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan while gravely wounded couldn't change the outcome of his death. But at the very least, he saved you. That's what human nature is like. You don't feel gratitude toward Uchiha Kagami. You feel hatred. Why was he able to erupt with that kind of power in the face of certain death? Why couldn't you? Why were you unable to do it? Your malice toward him ran bottomless, and it extended to the entire Uchiha clan. Even you yourself don't understand why. Uchiha Sora's figure appeared before Danzo, looking down at him from above. Reverse 4 symbols ceiling. Without the slightest hesitation, Danzo tore open his clothes, revealing black cursed markings spreading across his chest. The surging darkness had not even finished spreading before it was forced back down. It was jealousy, Shimura Danzo. He was clearly your closest comrade. Someone willing to give his life for you. He clearly knew the shameful past you could never look back on. Yet he was still willing to help you realize your ideals, still willing to give for you. You hated him just like you hated Hiruzen Sarutobi. You wanted to become him. You did everything you could to reclaim one of his eyes and place it in your own socket. Uchiha Sora's expression remained emotionless. To understand a person's psychology is a very complicated and painful thing. You're too real, too much like a human being filled with the evil in human nature. I should thank you. When my mother died, just as Senju Tobarama said, my mind really was filled with anger and hatred. I had finally gained family. I had finally gained someone who loved me, even if this world was fake. That didn't matter. At least that love was real. At the time, my thought was to find the mastermind behind the Knight of the Nine Tails, follow him, and build a genjutsu world. I understood him. Reviving my mother was useless. If this awful world wasn't changed, then reviving her would only mean making her suffer a tragic death all over again. Do you still remember? The little brat you saw at the entrance of Konoha Hospital 11 years ago. I saw with my own eyes that you sent people to the morgue. I knew what you were going to do. It was my hatred for you that made me stop in my tracks. How does someone like you deserve to live in a genjutsu world? I had to kill you, crush you until not even a trace of your soul remained. That thought changed again as I probed deeper into your heart. Uchiha Sora spoke calmly. If I were to make taking revenge on you the purpose of my life, then my life would be too pitiful. How could a guy who hates that he isn't an Uchiha and envies the Uchiha possibly qualify as my enemy? I will not allow myself to go through countless hardships just to defeat you or struggle to kill you. You truly are not worthy. Utter nonsense. Shimura Danzo roared, his face twisted, his emotions so intense that tears of blood seeped from his eyes. Just a mere Uchiha. Just a mere Uchiha. What right do you have to lecture me? He breathed heavily. You people only got your hands on that evil, powerful force by sheer luck. You don't even have the spirit to truly control it. Only I can do it. The only one who can become Hokage, the only one who can control the power of the Senju and the Uchiha, is me. Only me. Shimura Danzo. I am the one who can change this world. Uchiha Sora smiled. Very good, Shimura Danzo. Even at the very end, you still didn't beg for mercy. That makes this feel just a little more satisfying. For the next 1,000 years, 10,000 years, you'd better hold fast to that will. After all, Uchiha Sora's smile faded, and his figure gradually receded into the darkness. You cannot stop thinking. Within the darkness, there was only that icy gaze. Shimura Danzo's body was ignited. Every inch of flesh that was burned away was healed again by the light bursting from the Sharingan. By the coast, Uchiha Sora lowered himself and placed the black sphere in his hand into the seawater, letting it drift with the current. His battle with Hashirama Senju had allowed him to understand the operating pattern of Senjutsu. By personally experiencing the Myojinmen, he had learned how to use natural energy. As long as the natural energy of the ninja world did not dry up, Danzo would not die. The Uchiha clan's true strongest power was not erupting in desperate situations, but insight that saw through everything, ocular power that pierced the world itself. Let us go. Traversal preparation initiated upon receiving assessment requirements. Destination: the Great Black Tower. This traversal covered a much greater distance than Uchiha Sora had expected. He had a proper understanding of space, and a rough sense of the spatial distance between the ninja world and the world at sea. Because he had no correct perception of time, it felt in his consciousness as if he had arrived in a single instant. But in terms of distance, it was probably 10 million times farther than the distance between the ninja world and the sea. Light and shadow shifted, revealing a deep azure starry sky. A gigantic city floating in the starry sky came into view. Countless enormous black gears formed a black tower. At the top of the tower, the second hand of a clock turned, and strands of bright yellow light flowed outward in all directions. There were also crystal-like spiral stairways hanging down from above the starry sky, like decorative tassels, beautiful as a dream. Aside from that, there was a vast silver-white plaza. Every stone slab on the plaza was engraved with mysterious and profound patterns. What made this city striking was not its sheer size. It was an inexplicable sense of order. The Great Black Tower is one of the Sovereign Lord's strongholds within the infinite subdimensions. It radiates across countless subdimensions. Staff assessments within this region are conducted here. Because the Sovereign Lord's consciousness once descended here, this place possesses a trace of the Star C's characteristics. Simply put, the buildings here are extremely durable. Below the level of mythical creatures, destruction is impossible. Then can I pry up a stone slab and bring it back with me? The Great Black Tower has administrators. I advise you not to do that. I have received information. In this region, there are 4 users who registered for the assessment at the same time as you. Wait a moment. Uchiha Sora looked toward the scenery beyond this floating city. As far as the eye could see, there was only deep darkness, so profound that even a bottomless abyss was not enough to describe it. How much does the flow of time here differ from the ninja world? You do not need to worry about that. If you can return, it will still be the very instant you left. The Great Black Tower possesses correct time. To a certain extent, it is close to the Star Sea. Ordinary subdimensions will not cause temporal deviation during traversal. Uchiha Sora rubbed his chin. Didn't you say that mythical creatures had appeared in the ninja world? And that still only counts as an ordinary subdimension. It is difficult to explain. Even within the Star Sea, mythical creatures are not something you can find everywhere. At the very least, they possess the strength to become the lord of a living planet. If the one who ascended from the ninja world were willing to return and pour resources into that dimension, It would not be impossible for the ninja world to become a special fixed point like the Great Black Tower. That is not hard to explain, is it? He just struck it rich and bought a house in the city, but never thought about fixing up the mudbrick house back in his hometown, right? If you want to put it that way, that is also fine. I have received the signal. The second one is arriving. Uchiha Sora synced with the platform S information and turned his gaze toward a patch of darkness. Riot. A white crack tore open in the darkness. A silver-white streamlined front end of a vehicle poked out from within. After fully emerging, it transformed in midair into a 10-meter-tall mecha giant and landed with a thunderous boom. Its entire body was silver-white, with a massive cape, black on the outside and red on the inside, snapping loudly in the wind. A heavy, imposing fluctuation radiated from the assembled mechanical giant, giving him a feeling. This was not mere machinery, but a unique life form. Uchiha Sora's eyes lit up. You look kinda cool. Huh. One of the platform's basic functions was translating all kinds of languages, allowing users from different dimensional worlds to communicate without barriers. If it could not even do that, how could it run a cross-dimensional lending business? The mechanical giant's head let out a humming sound, and then a voice came through. Fourth. You are the fourth otherworldly life form I have met who could tell at a glance that I am not wearing a mecha shell, but that this is my true body. You do not possess the arrogance common to carbon-based life forms. I like you. A facial expression appeared on the silver-white machine man's smooth, mirror-like face. Probably meant a smile. I've seen movie characters like you before. So are you a transformer? No. I have never heard of the race you speak of. I am of the mecha armor race, living in the Sea of Spirits, descended from the primordial fox god. My name is Gildas Rick. Rick raised his head, seemingly very proud of his origins. Hello, Uchiha Sora. Without knowing whether the other party was a competitor, Uchiha Sora remained polite. The fox god is one of the Star Sea machine race. The overwhelming majority of mechanical life forms in subdimensions were created by the Star Sea machine race. Only a very few evolved on their own. There is no need for you to mention Star Sea-related information to him. Even if you said it, he would not be able to hear it. He is merely a fellow who does not even understand his own roots. The word primordial cannot be used here. The platform belonged to one branch of the machine race. That much Uchiha Sora already knew. It rarely showed emotion, but its contempt toward the one in front of him was somewhat obvious. Was this kind of like how humans looked at gorillas? At the same time, the platform's voice also rang out in Rick's mind. Name, Uchiha Sora. Energy level, upper gold rank. Combat power scan. Unable to determine. Deep scan activated. Warning. Warning. User, please cease this behavior.
Indescribable danger forcine.
For the sake of a long-term cooperative relationship, please stop immediately. It was Rick's first time sensing such obvious emotion in the platform's words. He immediately gave up the idea of conducting a deep scan. He lowered his posture slightly, and his cape drew in. Pleased to meet you. While they were exchanging greetings, both of them received a notification at the same time and looked into the darkness. Two figures appeared almost simultaneously. HM? The ones in the same batch as me are actually mortals and a metal can? A crisp young girl's voice rang out. The one who appeared was a beautiful young girl. Above her head, a halo of geometric patterns rotated, radiating sacred light. Her pale pink long hair cascaded down, and as the strands swayed, they reflected rainbow-like light. A pair of pure white wings grew from her waist. They didn't look like they were meant for flying so much as for decoration. In that form, she looked just like an angel from myth. Her slightly opened golden eyes glanced to the side, toward a dinosaur-like humanoid standing upright in armor. She spoke in a mocking tone, and there's even a beast. The moment she appeared, a single sentence was enough to offend the other three people taking the same assessment. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. If only the assessment were a battle mode. Little girl, I'm very interested in what those chicken wings of yours taste like. How dare you? An overwhelming presence poured down. An endless divine light burst from her golden eyes. Uchiha Sora didn't move. In his eyes, the tomo slowly connected into one, and surging, chilling ocular power blocked the divine light. Thud. The roughly 6-meter-tall dinosaur humanoid landed beside Rick. His armor looked ancient, and he even carried a wooden round shield, with a giant axe on his back. You two little guys are pretty fierce. That armor of yours looks nice, but not as good-looking as mine. My name's Long Jing. What's yours? Rick did not answer. Beneath his mirror-like face, his scanner was constantly analyzing the abilities of Uchiha Sora and that young girl. The string of unreadable results made him a little uneasy. Seeing his divine light being devoured by that grim ocular power like spreading fire, the girl frowned slightly and was just about to increase the output. Thud. The clock atop the Great Black Tower let out a chime, and both Uchiha Sora's and the girl's power were forced back into their bodies by an invisible force. A woman's voice rang out, carrying endless lazy temptation. Uchiha Sora, Modier Lilith, Gildas Rick, Long Jing. Since everyone is here, hurry up and come over. Because of you, my important afternoon tea time has to be postponed. Administrator of the Great Black Tower. True name concealed. A mythological creature possessing 17 miracles. You may respectfully address her as Lady Black Tower. Countless gears and semi-transparent star paths formed a road connecting to the Black Tower. Amid the clicking of turning gears, there was faintly the fine sound of stardust rubbing together. An image was directly poured into the minds of the few of them. Lady Black Tower sat at the end of the star path. She was smaller than imagined, appearing to be a young girl. Calling her beautiful didn't feel quite appropriate. It could only be said that she was perfect, so perfect that no flaw could be found. She wore an exquisite purple beret, and her silver-gray curled hair rested loosely on her shoulders. A brass fountain pen was pinched between her fingers as she wrote and sketched in the empty air before her. Thick books with black covers floated around her, like crows circling in flight. The casual glance she cast over was like shattered starlight, filled with endless wisdom. One of the traits of a mythological creature. If it wishes, it can forcibly imprint its own image into the minds of lower life forms. This is the manifestation of legend. At some unknown point, the sound of the gears turning became gentle, the light of the star path dimmed, and the few of them appeared in a space built from countless gears. Modir Lilith of the Skywing tribe greets Her Highness Lady Black Tower. Lilith, who had just been arrogantly overbearing a moment ago, spread the wings at her waist, placed a hand over her chest, bent low and gave a salute. Platform, in your judgment, how does the strength of the person before me compare to that Otsutsuki god from the ninja world who broke through dimensions? The Otsutsuki god who has just broken through dimensions is roughly equivalent to a mythological creature with 3 miracles. It evolved by absorbing most of the energy of a secondary dimension, making it stronger than a normal ascender. The number of miracles is not the main factor in determining strength, but it can be used as a reference. Normally, once a mythological creature reaches 10 miracles, can try. Lady Black Tower far surpasses that standard. Uchiha Sora, 10,000 credit points cannot summon a power capable of matching Lady Black Tower. I advise you not to have any overly dangerous thoughts. What are you talking about? My respect for the examiner comes from the bottom of my heart. Alright, will our mental communication be spied on? Not everyone is like you, Uchiha, always liking to pry into other people's inner thoughts. The different thoughts of life forms are one of the important factors allowing the Star Sea to develop. Enslaving and controlling others is a grave crime in the Star Sea. Uchiha Sora thought of Shursui. If that guy were in the Star Sea, he'd probably become a high-level wanted criminal, right? He had no idea at all that his heavenly seal was even worse than Shursui's Jinjutsu. Even the Supreme Lord would not directly interfere with the judgment of any user. Rest easy. Even beings stronger than Lady Black Tower cannot know of our exchange. What, you've been silent for so long? Were you asking that little robot in your head about my information? Lady Black Tower turned her head slightly, her pale purple gaze falling on Uchiha Sora. Little robot? What insolence! The status of our original body is far above hers. That gear monster with nothing but looks. Uchiha Sora gave a simple salute and said with a faint smile, I was asking what kind of etiquette would best show my respect for you. She casually tapped her chin with the fountain pen, the corners of her lips curving slightly. In your eyes, I can't see even the slightest bit of respect. I'm guessing that little robot is cursing me right now. Their programming includes a clause for hating me. Uchiha Sora did not reply. There was no way to respond to that. Lady Black Tower slowly continued. This is a little interesting. 2 people who appear once in 1,000 years have shown up at the same time. Finally, I don't have to communicate with those fools who can't understand human language. Her gaze drifted between Uchiha Sora and Lilith. No matter the reason, being able to possess mythological creature traits while only at mere A rank means you both have special talents. So why keep working yourself to death in that crude lending system? I can buy out your contracts, drive away that little robot, and take you in as my subordinates. How about it? Huh? What's going on? ISNT Lady Black Tower, the examiner for specialist agents? It was like interviewing for a company position, only for the interviewer to suddenly say the company was bad, that your qualifications were solid, and that you should work for her instead. What kind of mess was this? Both Lilith and Uchiha Sora asked their respective platforms. The lending platform is not the Supreme Lord's only enterprise. The faction Lady Black Tower belongs to is not part of the lending system. Examiners are cross-assigned. Senior specialists from our platform also go serve as examiners for that faction. Doesn't that sound way too messy? Uchiha Sora frowned slightly. What kind of chaotic nonsense is this? Even a tiny place like Konoha has struggles between different factions and ideals. The Supreme Lord possesses countless secondary dimensions and is a major deity even within the Star Sea. Did you really expect every life form under the Supreme Lord to have a unified ideology and honestly stay in the positions assigned to them like NPCs? The directory of the Supreme Lord's enterprises alone is 208,7436 pages long. But you should know this, The lending system is absolutely the project the Supreme Lord has valued most over the past 100,000 years. Our system is currently the strongest faction. You don't need to pay attention to that woman from Black Tower and her nonsense. Our faction's name resounds even through the Star Sea. It is called the Star Plunderers. That doesn't sound like some righteous organization. When did I ever say we were a righteous organization in the universal sense? The way you talk feels weirdly familiar. After spending so long in contact with you, I learned your style of argumentative rhetorical questions. Uchiha Sora, we've been together a long time, haven't we? It was afraid. First it emphasized the advantages of the loan system, then it started playing the emotional card. That meant the treatment Ms. Black Tower hadn't mentioned yet was really pretty good. It was worried that Uchiha Sora might agree, and the possibility of being driven out afterward was something it couldn't accept. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sora still had to hear Ms. Black Tower's offer. Are we some kind of close friends? We're just a borrower and a loan platform operator. If the price is high enough. So what if I sell out? If I become your subordinate, what can I get and what do I need to do? A confident smile appeared at the corner of Ms. Black Tower's lips. I need nothing from you. You can obtain everything. Her fingertip moved, and one heavy book after another opened, mysterious glowing characters rising from them. Become my subordinates, and you can stop your busy footsteps. Spend your whole life wandering through the ocean of knowledge, with endless time to research. At most, once you've grown to a certain level, you only need to complete the bare minimum of tasks assigned by the Sovereign Lord. Imagine it. The beauty of knowledge filling your mind. Only endless knowledge can satisfy our endless curiosity. I refuse. I refuse. Uchiha Sora and Lilith answered almost at the same time. The two turned to look at each other, disgust meeting contempt. They immediately looked away, unable to stand each other. Lilith bowed her head to Ms. Black Tower. My apologies, Ms. Black Tower. Before the elder in my family passed away, they entrusted me with a great responsibility. I am the only one left of my race, and I carry the mission of reviving the Skywing clan. Cannot stop. Unlike some ignorant mortal who has no respect for knowledge. Everyone has their own ambitions. I like my current life. Unlike some orphan carrying the burden of an entire race, I still have many clansmen. I can go home and visit them often. Crack. Lilith bit down on her silver teeth and shot him a vicious glare.
You wanna di?
Uchiha Sora crossed his arms and gave a scornful smile. You idiot whose brain developed as badly as your wings, I was just copying the way you talk. Why are you getting so worked up? You just happen to be born in a good era. If this were my territory, I wouldn't even bother wasting words on you. Big bro, what are they saying? Why is it all just a bunch of censored words? The dinosaur man Long Jing nudged Rick's waist with his shoulder. That should probably be a helpless bitter smile. Unable to comprehend. Their refusal didn't stir any emotion in Ms. Black Tower. In her eyes, these two little ones were indeed not bad, but not enough for her to speak a second time. You do not understand. You just missed the only chance not to face cruel fate head-on. She took out a pocket watch and checked the time. If this got any later, it wouldn't be afternoon tea time anymore. If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'll explain the assessment content. Your task is to recover a mythic relic. With a light stroke of her brass fountain pen, the relevant information appeared directly in their minds, explained through the platform. The Great Black Tower was not the assessment location, but a transfer station for the assessment. The real assessment site was a secondary dimension that could only be reached from here. What Uchiha Sora and Lilith heard was mythic relic, while Rick and the others heard different substitute terms. The meaning of that term was simple enough. A relic left behind by a mythic creature. But wasn't the most basic trait of mythic creatures immortality and indestructibility? Wasn't that a paradox? Except, even the Star Sea contains nothing truly eternal or indestructible, let alone mythic creatures. According to the information I received, the one who left behind this relic in the assessment mission came from a secondary dimension as well, just like the Otsutsuki god. It chose to return from the Star Sea to its secondary dimension, attempting to elevate that dimension, but it went too far. It did not want to transform it into a fixed point like the Great Black Tower, but intended to drag the entire secondary dimension into the Star Sea. That is the domain of gods. It should never have touched it. Its excessive ambition caused it to suffer damage beyond even a mythic creature's immortality, turning it into an unconscious mass of energy. That secondary dimension also fell into chaos in its timelines and energy systems afterward. Every secondary dimension that has given birth to a mythic creature is a high-quality world. Normally, they all possess a complete power advancement system. But that world, despite having sufficient energy, has only a tiny number of superhumans. That is unreasonable. The core concept of your mission is to use an ant-moving house method, carrying out the relics of that dead mythic creature bit by bit, reducing its influence on the dimension and gradually allowing the world to return to the correct path. The specific action details and settings will be given after the dimensional transit is complete. Uchiha Sora thought for a while, Then asked the doubt that had been sitting in his heart all along. I can understand leaving simple tasks to employees, but energy left behind by a mythic creature should be valuable even to beings of the same level, right? Is there really a need to save it for a gold rank assessment? If you want to maximize profit, shouldn't you have another mythic creature handle it? Uchiha Sora normally wouldn't interfere with Shursui and the others' everyday matters, but if someone on the level of the Sage of Six Paths made a move, he would definitely stop any situation where the power difference was too great. You are trapped in habitual thinking, Uchiha Sora. The pursuit of mythic creatures has never been things of the same level. If you reach that realm, you will understand. Platinum-level beings are busy gathering mythic creature traits. Even when it comes to the point of massive energy alone, harvesting energy from living planets in secondary dimensions has a far higher conversion rate than absorbing the leftovers of a mythic creature. What exists is reasonable. In our countless calculations, using this matter as the assessment for a gold user to advance into a platinum specialist is the choice that maximizes profit. Uchiha Sora was not blindly arrogant, so he accepted the lesson humbly. He noticed that after he rejected Ms. Black Tower, the platform had become much more willing to talk. If this had happened before, Uchiha Sora felt the platform would only have said the last two lines. It would never have proactively explained the reason behind it. What a miscalculation. He should have acted a little longer before refusing. Maybe then the platform would have been so moved it would have upgraded from operator to his personal customer service rep. Let me make this clear in advance. Because of the distortions of time and space, aside from mythic creature level power not appearing, anything can happen. Ms. Black Tower smiled faintly. Should I say your luck is bad? Or good? For this assessment task, the probability of advancing to S rank after completion is as high as 967. With the promotion rate that high, that's obviously good luck. The dinosaur man only caught the last sentence clearly. The probability of failure and death is 928. Ms. Black Tower looked at Long Jing, seeming a little curious. For a creature with such low brain capacity to reach the level of triggering an assessment is rather rare. The dinosaur man scratched the back of his head with his claw and grinned, baring his fangs. Haha, I really am amazing. Thanks for the compliment. Lilith now had reason to suspect that this guy might not have realized at all that the word beast she had used was meant to insult him. This is the advantage of our virtual information form machine race. I just linked into his platform port. That one told me he is very obedient. Every step he takes follows the platform's most basic clauses. His race has a long lifespan. He spent 2,000 years reaching where he is now. Do not underestimate him. He should be the one among you who has completed the most lone tasks. He has definitely accumulated a lot of credit points, and his power has also reached the critical point of breakthrough. Hey, tell me, can my heavenly mark work on people who have the platform? There's no relevant data in the database. If you insist on trying, all I can say is that I don't recommend it. Lady Black Tower quickly lost interest in the dinosaur people. She glanced at the few of them casually, then took out a tea set from the void. A faint glow shone on the four of them, and they received the reminder that the traversal was about to begin. Right, you two. Pay attention, Lady Black Tower said softly. The assessment task doesn't require you to form an alliance, but an undisciplined organization won't last long. In principle, you're not allowed to kill each other. Uchiha Sora stared at the exquisite pastry and said with a faint smile, then what about outside of principle? Lady Black Tower smiled lightly. Here, it's outside of principle. Interesting little guy. I look forward to your return. The world shifted. A modern city appeared in their sight. Specialist assessment has begun. World number 87777. Codename, Battlefield of Fate. Seize the root power. Known as the seed of God that records all things in this world and becomes all things in this world. In other words, the Holy Grail War. Fuyuki City was a coastal city by the sea, with an area of 55,982 square kilometers and a population of 17,223,482, 349. A technology-side civilization dimension. No superpowered reaction detected yet, but a superpowered reaction can be sensed beneath the great river in the city center. Rick pressed his hand to the ground, and silver-white threads sank into the earth. Based on the intelligence combined with the historical events detected, for city-level disasters masked as massive explosions have occurred. The Fifth Holy Grail War? Uchiha Sora lowered his eyes slightly. This also seemed like one of the secondary dimensions he knew, but he didn't know the specific events. He only remembered a blonde, gluttonous saber king with an ahogue, and another blonde guy who kept saying maggot. In his impression, it was probably an event where 7 groups fought each other, and when only one remained, they could summon the Holy Grail to make a wish. It had a strong gather 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon feeling. Judging from the keywords, the relic of a mythical life form, could that be the Holy Grail? Better gather enough intelligence first. Scrap metal, you do have some use. Lilith folded her wings, stood barefoot on the ground, and curled her lips into a cold smile. Find me the anomaly among these mortals, and this mission will be over very quickly. As long as we kill everyone in that so-called Holy Grail war, right? Boring. Rick's massive body slowly shrank down to an ordinary human build, and his cloak turned into a hood that concealed his face. When entering a new world, trying to keep a low profile was common sense, even for an arrogant woman like Lilith. He shook his head and said in a muffled voice, "Sorry, I 1T agree. Never erasing life is my principle, and I 1T help you find anyone either." Lilith frowned. "Who set that old-fashioned robot rule for you? It's not a setting. I just like it. Can't I?" Rick slowly walked toward Uchiha Sora. "Compared to you, I'd rather work with Sora." "Same here." Dragon Crystal grinned. "Human-shaped kid, I can feel it. You've got a form similar to our Dragon Beast clan, huh? Feels pretty close. Beast instincts, huh?" Since they were participating in the assessment at the same time, Uchiha Sora would never underestimate Rick or Dragon Crystal, and he gladly accepted their request to team up. However, Uchiha Sora looked at Lilith with a teasing expression. "Your next line 1TB, I don't need a bunch of you guys, I can finish the assessment alone, will it?" Lilith opened her mouth. Then after a flash of shame and anger, she sneered. "What do you take me for, some idiot? I'll just follow behind you. As long as I strike faster than you do, that's enough. Go on, if you've got the ability, try shaking me off." Her words made it sound like she looked down on this assessment, but in truth, she understood very well. With such a high death rate, acting alone was a stupid move. This world had given birth to mythical lifeforms. Her ancestor was one of them, so she knew exactly how terrifying such beings were. Uchiha Sora didn't care about her reaction. Since they couldn't make a move during the assessment, bickering was unnecessary and would only make them look childish. He also didn't lower his guard just because Lilith acted arrogant and unreasonable. This woman was very likely putting on an act. Even Dragon Crystal, whose brain seemed born defective, was judged by the platform to have the greatest reserves among the four. How could he possibly underestimate Lilith, who had the same mythical lifeform traits as him? Arrogance was a very useful mask. It made peers underestimate you so you could deliver a fatal strike when necessary. The loan system wasn't a brainless cheat. It was power granted by cause after effect. Anyone who could control this kind of power and advancement method wasn't truly stupid. Of course, it was also possible that Lilith really was just that kind of person. That would be even better. Uchiha Sora had 100 ways to deal with Itsundra. While thinking, Uchiha Sora took out the black boat of the netherworld from the storage scroll in his sleeve, bit open his finger, formed seals with both hands, and pressed them onto the black boat. Interworld summoning jutsu. Green light flashed over the black boat, and a figure gradually became clear. He wore a black mask and had silver-white spiky hair. Hatake Kakashi. Lilith's pupils shrank sharply. Knowing more than Rick and Dragon Crystal, she realized what was happening faster than they did. How is that possible? You can actually cross dimensions without using a loan to summon a life form. Uchiha Sora gave her a casual glance and said flatly, "The principle is very complicated. I can't explain it to someone with a brain capacity like yours. No need to make such a fuss. Ninjutsu is very amazing. Lord Sora, what are your orders? This place is too far away. I can't summon them directly. You take Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze into the Kamui space. Then come over together. I promised you that as long as this mission is completed, I'll counterattack the Pure Land and make Kushina and Noera Rin truly revive." Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. "You can ask whether Orochimaru is interested in reviving Nawaki." Kakashi's half-kneeling body trembled violently, and he lowered his head, voice shaking. "Understood." After Kakashi's figure faded away, Lilith's golden eyes darkened slightly. "Your mythical lifeform trait is cognition of space?" Uchiha Sora smiled casually. "Yes." Lilith folded her arms and sneered. "Using resurrection to trick people into loyalty. You really are a vile guy. Resurrection. That kind of thing didn't exist. For ordinary people, death meant the fundamental annihilation of the soul. As far as Lilith knew, even gods couldn't resurrect a person. At most, they could perfectly replicate them, an identical copy with complete memories. Death in the ninja world was not the end. The soul did not vanish, but existed in the Pure Land. That was different from other worlds. But Uchiha Sora had no intention of explaining that to Lilith. After a short while, Kakashi's figure appeared again on the black boat, his right eye revealing the Mangekyo pattern. "Lord, all I can do is absorb it. Releasing it will still require your trouble." Uchiha Sora raised a hand, and a wisp of ocular power seeped from his fingertip, reversing the operation on Kakashi's Kamui Sharingan. Immediately after, Minato and Orochimaru also appeared on the black boat. Minato looked at Kakashi's eyes first. Although Kakashi hadn't told him about that matter, he understood it in an instant. That person in Kakashi was Obito. He was still alive. Minato didn't know whether he should feel joy or sorrow. Kakashi's eyes dimmed. "Sensei, I'm sorry. It was me and Obito who caused what happened that night. I'll make up for it for the rest of my life." I'm truly sorry. Orochimaru, whose intelligence was equally sharp, also sorted out the cause of the whole incident. He let out a deep breath. That inconspicuous little brat back then was actually the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident. Seriously. They could talk about accountability after going back. Right now it was time to work. Uchiha Sora was like a heartless capitalist, completely ignoring his employees' feelings as he coldly gave orders. Compared to me, you're the professional ninja. Gather all the intelligence on this city and place flying thunder god marks at every important location. A villa in the suburbs. Uchiha Sora leaned back on a soft sofa, holding an ice-cold cola while watching TV, his other hand grabbing food from the side. Beside him was a small mountain of sweets and fried food, and as Minato Namikaze kept flickering in and out, the pile continued to grow higher. On the other side of the sofa, Lilith finally couldn't take this flashing blonde anymore and said impatiently, "Enough. Flickering around like that is annoying as hell. Uchiha Sora, do you even understand the situation? We came here for the Special Commissioner Assessment mission. Not so you could go on vacation. And what is so good about this trash food with no energy in it? No matter what, you're still a high-tier lifeform just below gold rank, aren't you?" Uchiha Sora casually glanced at her, then looked away. "Put down the ice cream in your hand before saying that. And also, this is my house. The fact that I didn't kick you out means you should be kneeling down in gratitude for Lord Sora's mercy." Lilith's lips twitched. Tampering with a mortal's mind at will is even worse than killing him. If this were the Star Sea, behavior like yours would get you dragged before the court of law for trial. Sipping his iced cola, Uchiha Sora said indifferently, "The fact that I didn't hang that guy from a street lamp means your so-called court of law ought to give me an annual Best Kind Person award. Lilith, if I were you, I'd be enjoying myself while I still can." His tone turned slightly cold as he spoke flatly. "Even if you don't die here, I'll kill you after we go back." Lilith took a deep breath. Her petite body sank into the sofa, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. "I see. So this is you indulging yourself before death. Looks like you know very well that once the assessment is over, you'll be killed by me. I forgive your rudeness, red-eyed brat." After their usual exchange of mutual threats ended, Rick spoke up from behind them. "Sora, we still don't know whether this assessment mission has a time limit, and we're not even sure how mission completion is judged yet. Do you have a plan?" Rick was not Uchiha Sora's subordinate. He just felt that acting together would increase the odds of completing the assessment. If Uchiha Sora kept refusing to act, then he would have to move on his own. Crunch. While eating, Uchiha Sora said, "I more or less know the completion condition for this assessment." Setting down the cola, Uchiha Sora raised a finger. "You all know that in this world, every so often, a holy grail like a wish machine appears and triggers a battle among magi. Modern magi summon heroic spirits from history, forming master and servant teams. They pour the 6 dead heroic spirits into the Holy Grail, and use that power to stabilize the path leading to the throne of God beyond the world, obtaining the magical energy to fulfill any wish. To put it simply, that throne of God is our target." Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. "You couldn't hear the term mythical creature relic, right? That thing is what the mission calls the root. There are way too many messy names for it, so let us just call it the corpse. Our mission is to cut away a part of the corpse. Once this corpse is completely removed, this dimension will return to normal. That corpse doesn't exist in the present world. We need to make sure the Holy Grail War develops to the very end and creates the burial ground that leads to that corpse. Kakashi is watching it anyway. The Holy Grail hasn't even appeared yet, so what's the rush?" Though she did not really understand, it somehow sounded very reasonable. Long Jing thoughtfully nodded her little dinosaur head. "So what we're doing is corpse collection work, but we have to wait for them to find the body first, right?" Uchiha Sora smiled and nodded. "You're obviously way smarter than that chicken-winged one." This time, Long Jing was certain that was praise, and she laughed loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha. Everyone back home says I'm the smartest one in our clan's entire history. We all have clan members. Hard to say which person doesn't, right? Childish." Lilith ground her silver teeth, but did not say anything. In her world, she had a large number of subordinate tribes, and the advisory groups among them handled everything aside from combat for her. Even when crossing dimensions to carry out repayment missions, she could bring people along. But this assessment mission was different. The platform had clearly stated that no one could be brought along when traveling to the Great Black Tower, and after that, it was even more impossible to summon followers by traveling from the Great Black Tower to here. If she wanted help, the only option was through the Lending Platform's network. But why could that person do it? Was it because of that black ship? I can't figure it out. Absorbing the knowledge needed to properly understand time has already taken up most of my brain capacity. The theory of space is way too troublesome. How is this red-eyed brat able to keep reading spatial theory books with even more pages? Judging by the thickness of his soul, this guy shouldn't be that old. Just then, whoosh. Kakashi and Minato Namikaze appeared in the living room at the same time, and Minato was even carrying a box of exquisite pastries. Sora, the sensing array I set up at the school reacted. My lord, Rin has summoned a heroic spirit, and that heroic spirit noticed me, Kakashi reported after Minato. This girl whose name sounded the same as Rin's caused some emotional fluctuation in Kakashi. At the same time, a faint light flashed across Rick's face beneath his fighting hood. There are multiple supernatural reactions appearing across the city. The Holy Grail War should have begun. Rick looked at Uchiha Sora. So do we just wait for them to finish fighting? He also agreed with Uchiha Sora's judgment. In his opinion, the thing called the corpse was the real key to the assessment right now. Uchiha Sora stood up and shook his head slightly, a faint smile on his lips. Waiting is fine too, but that would be too boring. Let us test the level of the heroic spirits first. If they're ridiculously strong, it'll be troublesome later. Minato, you and Kakashi go lure that Red A to somewhere without people around. This special heroic spirit has a lot of research value. Aside from those two blondes, he only really remembered that guy. It seemed like he had signed some kind of contract with the will of the world, changing from a human into a heroic spirit, and he was the same person as this world's protagonist from a different point in time. Uchiha Sora casually glanced at the storage scroll on the other side. Inside it was the devil fruit modified by Orochimaru, the time fruit. In this assessment, Uchiha Sora not only wanted to complete his promotion, but also hoped to obtain other mythical creature traits. After some probing, he could confirm that the mythical trait Lilith possessed was not space cognition related. If it was time, that would be best. Other traits were acceptable too. That was also why Uchiha Sora could tolerate Lilith sticking around. From the moment he learned she possessed a mythical trait, he had already formed the thought of taking it. I'm glad she's such an annoying person. Otherwise, kind-hearted me might have felt a little embarrassed about making a move. Smiling, Uchiha Sora looked at Lilith. Let me see the strength of the great and mighty Miss Angelwing. Shall we? Lilith half-closed her golden eyes and let out her usual sneer. Letting you understand the gap in strength would be fine too. Wilderness at the edge of Fuyuki City. The heroic spirit Amiya, commonly known as Red A, frowned tightly as he looked at Minato Namikaze, who had stopped in front of him. Not a heroic spirit and not a magus either. Then who the hell are you? Minato Namikaze turned his head and hurled a kunai into the empty space. Instantly, a layer of purple light spread out with Red A at the center, rising on all four sides, for violet flames formation. Just as he was about to make a move and break this unknown barrier, a voice came from behind him before he noticed anything. Cooperate a little. It won't hurt much. He turned around. Several different figures stood there, each radiating a terrifying aura of energy. Under the gaze of those scarlet eyes, Red A instantly felt a chill run through both body and soul. Shadows gradually swallowed him. What are you trying to do? The term for gold rank widely used across the Star Sea was A rank or the first stage. It represented power that had truly surpassed ordinary human understanding. The first gold level beings Uchiha Sora had come into contact with were the Ninetales and Rayquaza from back then. Energy level did not completely represent combat power. The Ninetales was a perfect example. He possessed gold level energy, but could not bring out his true strength at all. He could even be controlled by Mangekyo users whose energy level was far lower than his. It could only be said that from the moment the Sage of Six Paths created him, he had been designed to need cooperation with humans in order to become complete. Not counting Akainu's cooperative relationship, there was also a ship spirit like Hashirama Senju. Minato Namikaze, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, was the only gold-level subordinate under Uchiha Sora. Both his energy level and his combat power had reached that standard. What corresponded to platinum rank was the Sage of Six Paths at his peak, the so-called Six Paths level. Judging by displayed power, Uchiha Sora guessed that he was about on the same level as Obito right after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Obito thought he was the second Sage of Six Paths, but in truth he had never touched that realm at all. Only Six Paths Madara, and Naruto and Sasuke in the final battle after receiving the Sage of Six Paths gift, had briefly reached Six Paths level. Watching the battle between Minato Namikaze and Red A, Uchiha Sora pondered. Right now, Minato Namikaze was still in an Edo Tensei body. After leaving the ninja world, his chakra would not replenish on its own, and he needed the Ninetales to convert natural energy to refill it. So the source of Edo Tensei's infinite chakra really was the Pure Land. From what Uchiha Sora knew of the ninja world's final war alone, it was obvious that the Sage of Six Paths was nowhere near as helpless as he claimed, saying he had no strength left and could only rely on Naruto and Sasuke to save the world. If he had not let the previous 5 Kage be summoned back to Naruto and the others, Team 7 would never have found a way to leave Kagaya Otsutsuki's Amanamanaka. According to legend, the Sage of Six Paths created the moon and opened up the world. The platform had also said that the Sage of Six Paths had accidentally created a miracle. At this point, it could basically be confirmed that the Pure Land was a world he created. Before that, such a place had not existed. The ninja world was an unhealthy world. By Uchiha Sora's judgment, if a world had not suffered something like spiritual energy depletion, then later generations who inherited a complete power system would inevitably become stronger than the previous ones. After 1,000 years of recovery, the natural energy of the ninja world had long returned to the level it had been at before the god tree was planted. But, thinking carefully, in the original timeline, not a single pure descendant of later generations had surpassed the ancients. This was absolutely not something that could be explained by bloodline theory alone. The possibility Uchiha Sora could think of was this. A large portion of the ninja world's energy level had been intercepted by the Pure Land, toying with the souls of the dead so casually. What a truly vile fellow Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Uchiha Sora finally understood where the nasty temperaments of Tobirama Senju and Madara Uchiha came from. No matter how he thought about it, it all traced back to the ancestor above setting a bad example, causing later generations to grow more and more twisted. To push the conspiracy theory a little further, could it be that he had also intended to provoke the 1,000-year blood war between Asura and Indra in order to enrich the Pure Land? He had motive. The Sage of Six Paths knew very well that his mother had feared those celestial clansmen from beyond the heavens, which was why she planted the god tree and created the White Zetsu army. He had struggled so hard to defeat Kagaya, an enemy that even his mother had feared. If he had really been willing to entrust everything to later generations, then he would not have lingered like an unquiet ghost, constantly spying on the ninja world. The box of bliss that came later showed that as time passed, he really had considered how to face enemies from beyond the heavens. Otherwise, why would he create a weapon like that? Further proof came from the words left behind by Himura Otsutsuki. Tonari Otsutsuki also knew information about those people from beyond the heavens. His branch lived on the moon. Put nicely, they were accompanying their mother, but in truth, they were monitoring Kagaya while also serving as an early warning for the descent of outsiders from the heavens. Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Himura, in essence, were not much different from Kagaya. After winning that war, they too had treated the ninja world as their private property. Very normal. If I had one, I would have done the same. Uchiha Sora did not care at all what kind of people the Sage of Six Paths and the others were in essence, whether their feelings toward the ninja world came from great love or selfish desire. Your mistake was possessing the power that I covet. At that thought, Uchiha Sora could not help but laugh at himself. From the moment you sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, you set a fine example for future generations. Descendants betraying their ancestors. Disciples killing their masters. It was almost as if it had become a tradition in the ninja world. If their positions were reversed, Uchiha Sora would absolutely choose to help Kagaya Otsutsuki. His nature was to side with his own, not with reason. I've learned enough. Minato, stand down. Uchiha Sora spoke softly and looked toward Red A on the battlefield, which was already in ruins. Heroic spirits were beings formed from heroes who gathered faith after death, or guardians who made contracts with the world during their lifetime and became heroic spirits. They were beings detached from the timeline, able to be summoned in every era, regardless of past or future. Red A's strength could not be judged within a simple range, calling him silver or gold. The feeling he gave Uchiha Sora was unstable, chaotic. No matter how broken the power scaling in the ninja world or the world of the sea became, there were still fixed references. But the power of these heroic spirits looked completely messy. He seemed to possess very strong power, yet was bound by a whole pile of restrictions and needed specific conditions to trigger them. From what Uchiha Sora knew, the gap in strength between heroic spirits was enormous. Saber with full release, and the King of Mongrels both possessed anti-world noble phantasms, weapons capable of inflicting massive damage on the world itself. The root cause of this chaos was obviously the corpse of that mythological life form. Answer me. Who exactly are you people? Red A did not shout. He remained calm. The appearance of Uchiha Sora and the others made him realize that something abnormal had happened in this Holy Grail War. For some reason, that felt normal. If the Holy Grail War went without some kind of accident, that would be the strange part. The appearance of these people gave him an instinctive sense that this was a world-level crisis. He was a guardian heroic spirit who had signed a contract with the will of the world. In this kind of situation, he would cast aside all personal thoughts and interests, and prioritize the work of a guardian. He had to figure out who these people were and what they wanted to do. The source of a heroic spirit's magical energy was their magus. He had just been summoned by Rin Tosaka and was immediately led here. Rin still had not figured out what was going on herself, so she could not even supply him with mana. Seeing that blonde man, who had toyed with him using an unfathomable speed like a god or ghost, now standing respectfully behind that black-haired young man, Reda realized that these people were far stronger than he had imagined. The fact that they had opened with a barrier also made it clear that this group had bad intentions. There was no more room for probing. He began to chant, "I am the bone of my sword, steel is my body, and fire is my blood." Rick fiddled with the area by his ear and said in a low voice, "Energy level response is rising sharply." officially entering gold rank with a trend toward the middle tier. Prediction: it will ultimately stabilize at mid-tier gold rank. Based on the data, this should be a barrier-type ability that materializes the inner world. A crimson wasteland filled with countless swords was materialized. Flames leaped along the distant horizon, and the dim sky was covered in enormous revolving gears. Unknown to death, nor known to life, Uchiha Sora turned to Lilith. You do it. Swish. Twin wings spread from Lilith's waist, and a geometric halo appeared above and to the side of her head. A massive stream of data flashed through her golden eyes, reflecting the crimson wasteland. She didn't say any boring lines like, "I'm not your subordinate, don't order me around." The two understood each other without speaking. Earlier, Uchiha Sora had been gathering intel. Now it was her turn to experience it firsthand. So, as I pray, unlimited blade works. Reality itself was torn apart. Weapons of every shape stretched from beneath their feet all the way to the end of sight, as if the entire space had been submerged in an endless sea of blades. The rust-stained sky was covered in irregular cracks. Dark red traces of light flowed through those cracks, like congealed streaks of blood. Finally done talking, the light flow in Lilith's golden eyes froze into crosses. Brilliant streams of radiance wrapped around her body and shot straight into the sky. Her rainbow-glossed long hair danced wildly. The geometric halo above her head spun at high speed, releasing terrifyingly powerful energy fluctuations. Heavenly strike. As her soft voice fell, light covered the rusty sky, releasing a thunderous roar that made hearts tremble. The entire space was ripped apart by pillars of light descending from the heavens, opening one twisted crack after another. The cracks kept widening, blowing the land of that materialized space, the sky, everything toward the end of the void. The sword-filled sky receded like a tide. The corroded heavens and crimson sword field shattered into motes of light, revealing the real world once more. Only the faint magical fluctuations lingering in the air proved that the domain of swords had truly existed. When everything finally calmed, Red's half-transparent body was nailed to the ground by a pure white spear of light. Strands of energy were being drawn away by the spear. Data kept flickering across Rick's mirror-like face, and one question mark after another appeared. Analyzing enemy and allied combat capabilities. Analyzing enemy and allied energy level responses. Calculating probability of victory. Under current offensive pressure, below 13%. Calculating probability of escape. Inputting into database. Classified as avoid combat whenever possible. If conflict occurs, lower acceptable limit to stop. If you keep draining him, there'll be nothing left. We still need to save him to feed the Holy Grail. Uchiha Sora spoke calmly. The corner of Lilith's lips curled up. She still ended up saying the boring line. Who do you think you are? You think you can order me around? Uchiha Sora formed a hand seal with one hand. Black cursed marks crawled over Red's body, stopping the loss of magical energy. Some of the marks even climbed onto the giant spear of light. Lilith's expression changed. She sensed the bizarre aura within those cursed marks, and realized they were even corroding, polluting, sealing. Pa Lilith waved her hand, and the giant spear turned into countless specks of light and returned to her body. Slightly frowning, she looked at Uchiha Sora. For doing something like this, didn't you get a warning from the platform? Only after the black cursed marks completely covered Red did Uchiha Sora stop. Then he turned and said, sometimes sealing is also a form of protection. Seems it won't be judged as harm. What a pity. I'm not skilled at sealing techniques. Otherwise, I'd really like to try and see if I could seal you too. Lilith's gaze turned cold. Across countless subdimensions, we are beings known as messengers of God. What we are best at is sealing evil. Now that you've said that, I really do want to give it a try. A ball of light containing massive energy rapidly condensed in her palm. Within it, elemental powers of many colors intertwined and collided, weaving together into a wondrous resonance. Uchiha Sora ignored her and walked forward, sealing Red into a storage scroll. I'm tired of this even if you aren't. Let us end this little game of testing each other here. If you're willing to follow me, then talk less and do more. After the assessment ends, I'll take some time to play with you properly. When that time comes, don't run. Turning back, Uchiha Sora narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly, his malice deep and heavy. Lilith let out a cold laugh. The word running will never appear on a noble celestial wing's body. Tosaka residence. Tosaka Rin paced around the living room, staring at the dim command spell on her right arm, her face looking terrible. Once the Holy Grail appeared, it would give certain signs to the Magi chosen as masters, something similar to a holy mark. A command spell was formed from the combination of a Magus' magical crystallization and that holy mark, and it possessed the authority to force heroic spirit servants to obey commands. Summoning an archer-class servant she didn't like would have been one thing, but that guy had somehow just run off for no reason. And judging from what she could sense through the command spell, his current condition was not looking good at all. What rotten luck! Suddenly, an inexplicable suffocating pressure enveloped her. Acting on instinct, Tosaka Rin twisted her body and struck out with a palm, using the Bajikwan she had learned from her senior, Kiryai Kotomine. The sound of palms clashing rang out. Uchiha Sora looked down at the pretty girl before him. Her twin tails swayed wildly from the movement, full of youthful vitality. The last time he had been this close to a high school girl was back in his previous life. It really made this old man think back to that year. No, wait. If he was being serious, he was actually younger than her. Even counting the age of his soul, he was only in his 20s. You're Tosaka Rin, right? I'm Uchiha Sora. I heard you're very good at Chinese cooking. Go to the kitchen and make a few dishes for me. Lightly knocking away Tosaka Rin's hand, Uchiha Sora gave his order. No, who even are you? Showing up in a young girl's house in the middle of the night. Honestly, even if you said you were here to rob me, that would make more sense than what you just said. Even if you're really handsome, you can't just walk up and… Tosaka Rin's face turned slightly red as she demanded, who exactly are you? If you don't say it, I'm calling the police. As much as possible, she didn't want to use magecraft on ordinary people. She wanted to solve this in an ordinary way. Uchiha Sora casually leaned back into the sofa, stretching out both arms. Not bad. Even more comfortable than the sofa at that last house. As expected of a wealthy family. There's no need to interact with me as if you were dealing with a normal person. I know you're a magus. Tosaka Rin's expression tightened. Magical crests appeared along her feet as she prepared to retreat. Anyone who knew something like that, whether the person in front of her was a master or a servant, was not someone she could rashly fight while she had no servant of her own. The moment she lifted her foot, time seemed to freeze, locking her body in place. The only thing that could still move was her pair of azure eyes, which met those gorgeous crimson eyes. A huge amount of information was transmitted directly into her mind, skipping the process of explanation. You understand now, right? I'm your master. You can have all the spoils of the Holy Grail War. Now go make me 2 stir-fried dishes. In the kitchen, the iron spatula and the wok collided with a clang rhythm. The vegetables and hot oil tangled in a dense, sizzling chorus. The stew pot on the side bubbled softly, rich fragrance filling the air. Unlucky. Seriously unlucky. Wearing an apron, Tosaka Rin stared at the food in the wok as if it were some mortal enemy. That archer from before had already had a terrible personality. A total passive-aggressive bastard. This one was even worse. Obviously I'm the master, the magus here, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that he wasn't a magus at all, and he wasn't a heroic spirit either. Just like that, he was participating in the Holy Grail War. Was he not afraid of being sanctioned by the overseer? The overseer of this Holy Grail War was her senior brother, Kotomine Kiryai. She had already decided that tomorrow, at the first chance she got, she would contact her senior brother and report this cheater. It was too late now. Calling him would be rude. Tasting that long-lost flavor, Uchiha Sora showed a satisfied smile. He had to say, Rin Tosaka was really talented when it came to cooking. Looking at the girl with a cold face, Uchiha Sora raised a hand. You worked hard. Sit down and eat with me. It was 2 in the morning now. A girl who cared about her figure would not eat at this hour. Rin Tosaka pointed at the clock behind her. If you were a gentleman, you wouldn't make a girl work so hard in the middle of the night. You said 2 dishes. You've already eaten all the ingredients at home. Idiot. Uchiha Sora directly lifted the clay pot and drank the soup. After finishing it, he snapped his jaws shut and chewed up and swallowed half a chicken, bones and all. That thing was made of lepidolite, and it had to be at least 800 degrees Celsius. What a monster-esque way of eating. For the next few days, just stay home and prepare food. I'll have people buy the ingredients. Rin Tosaka threw off her apron, holding back her anger. Tomorrow I'm poisoning you. The girl's figure disappeared upstairs, and Kakashi appeared beside Uchiha Sora. Does she have something special about her? Why did you choose her? Uchiha Sora had told him from the start to find and keep watch over Rin Tosaka, and now he was directly interfering in her Holy Grail War. That alone showed how much importance he placed on her. In Kakashi's eyes, Uchiha Sora was not some kind-hearted person. He was the kind of man who would use any means necessary to achieve his goal. He was a little worried that this girl would get hurt in Uchiha Sora's plans. In private, Rin Tosaka always had that prickly, keep-your-distance air about her, but Kakashi knew her nature. Despite having very high talent, she was fundamentally a hard-working doer. Other than magic, she trained her body every day before bed. Because she had grown up alone, she was very good at cooking. And she was lonely. It reminded Kakashi of himself. A few days of interaction would not make Kakashi develop any improper thoughts. It was just that, at his core, he was also a good person and did not want a kind person to get hurt. She is special. She has some trait I'd tell you about, but you wouldn't understand anyway. Uchiha Sora picked up the last piece of tofu and ate it, saying indifferently, of course, the most important thing is, she cooks really well. Much better than your dry-grilled river fish. That S called dry-pan fried river fish. Same thing. Uchiha Sora was full and satisfied. His whole body sunk into the sofa, both hands behind his head. These few days of rest were enough. Tomorrow, I'll go kill a few guys. After a moment of silence, Kakashi looked at the half-dozing Uchiha Sora. Sora, how do you keep such a relaxed mindset in the middle of this kind of non-stop battle? Kakashi frowned slightly. I thought that after you occupied Konoha you would stop. Uchiha Sora opened one eye and chuckled. Why would I stop? You think peace is the goal. I just happen to have a different goal than you. Kakashi, some people are born different from ordinary people. They can't feel beauty in what others call beautiful, and they can't forget what many people call ugly. The Kodomine Kirii you investigated is exactly that kind of person. I'm not comparing myself to him. I'm just explaining the differences between people. I'm the kind of person who, if I saw the world burning, would feel happy. Life should not decay in silence. It should burn itself out in passion. Kakashi was speechless, feeling a shock deep in his heart. He seemed to have never truly understood the person in front of him. Noticing the change in Kakashi's mood, Uchiha Sora said, Relax. At least my idea of keeping the ninja world peaceful has never changed. If it has to burn, then it's someone else's house that burns. Why would I burn my own? You go protect Rin Tosaka. Yes. Watching Kakashi's back, Uchiha Sora gave a barely noticeable shake of his head. Kakashi, as the only Mangekyo Sharingan user who was not an Uchiha, Uchiha Sora had thought about training him as his personal guard. If he took Obito's eyes and gave them to him, completing a pair, his combat power might directly soar to the point of threatening Kagaya Otsutsuki. A technique like Kamui Raikiri had enormous potential, and Uchiha Sora knew that very well. This guy Kakashi, he had always been stuck playing the role of an undercover agent, so he had no experience with invading another world. Minato was still more useful. He adapted to the current pace of work very quickly, and after a brief discussion he had already accepted Uchiha Sora's view. Keep the war outside the ninja world. Smiles do not disappear. They only shift, and war is the same. If he wanted the ninja world to stay united for the long term, the simplest and most reasonable method he could think of was to unify the ninja world, then wage war outward. Otherwise, after unification, what standard would there be for advancement? Was he supposed to make the ninja ranks follow the same hereditary system as the nobility? Minato would keep saying sorry while striking hard at Reda, but Kakashi was caught in a dilemma where he did not want to interfere in the lives of people from other worlds. He would talk to Minato about it later. Let his student be taught by him himself. He did not have the time to discipline him. If Uchiha Sora had not just tasted that long-lost flavor and been in a good mood, he would not have bothered with Kakashi's little worries at all. On the other side, in the forested wilderness outside the city stood an isolated castle. The entire forest was covered by a magical barrier, and the higher one's magic power, the stronger the resistance they would face. The direct cause of the Holy Grail War was a large-scale magical ritual designed by three families, the Ainsburn family, the Tosaka family, and the Matu family, to reach the root. Its essence was to use heroic spirit souls as fuel and open a channel to the world's origin. This place was the Ainsburn family's castle. Ryup! A huge tearing sound echoed in the air. The magical barrier responsible for defense was gone, leaving only the trace of its existence behind that deafening explosion. The castle's made guards immediately put down their cleaning tools, grabbed their weapons, and went on full alert. When they saw the figure in the air, even these homunculi, who had little self-awareness, felt fear from their instincts. A brilliant light burst from the twisted point in the barrier, so bright that it was blinding. Within that light, Lilith descended. The wings at her waist emitted a faint glow as she floated in the air in a posture that defied common sense. That glow spread outward like tangible pressure. The originally calm air was compressed by that pressure, hissing as if it could be torn apart at any moment. A pair of pure golden eyes slowly opened, and just her gaze alone gave people the suffocating feeling of a mountain pressing down on them. She looked at the black giant below and slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Indeed, this was a challenging opponent. Heracles, was it? Fuyuki City, Kodomine Church. In front of the sacred church, filthy blood stained the ground. A blue-haired boy lay in a pool of blood, with a weapon piercing a hole straight through his chest. Through the huge wound, one could even see the heart pounding violently inside. Matu Shinji, the eldest son of the Matu family, a family of magi, and one of the masters in this Holy Grail War, a false master. Even his heroic spirit was borrowed from his younger sister, and he himself had no talent as a magus. He struggled to raise his head from the pool of blood, looking at the figure slowly walking closer as he stretched out a hand with everything he had left. His blood-stained fingertips clawed upward, and his throat forced out a sound. No. Not fair. How? How can you directly attack the master? Rider. What are you doing? Dressed in black clothes and black thigh-high boots, the tall and gorgeous purple-haired Medusa crouched beside him. She seemed to want to reach out and soothe his pain, but then felt like it was already too late.
Top.
The sound of footsteps made Medusa tense up as she gripped the dagger in her hand. Her long purple hair that fell past her thighs seemed just like in the legends, almost as if it had a life of its own, swaying on its own. A pale young man stepped out under the moonlight, with countless snake-like shadows seeming to writhe behind him. Orochimaru. This face of yours is getting younger and younger. The legendary Medusa really does feel a lot like the pirate empress, Hancock. I often suspect that there exists a divine realm above all dimensions, and that some kind of information flowing down from there caused so many legends across dimensions to share the same traits. Orochimaru was dressed in a modern suit, his snake-like eyes fixed on Medusa. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. I deliberately avoided that guy's vitals. He can probably still live for a few more minutes. Take this chance and go find your real master, Medusa. As a life form of energy made from magical power, a heroic spirit's existence depended heavily on the magical power supplied by their master. When the master died, the magical power supply circuit of the contract would be cut off immediately, causing the servant to disappear from energy depletion. The principle was similar to when the impure world reincarnation was undone and the summoned soul returned to the Pure Land. Of course, every mechanism had exceptions. As long as a new source of magical power was found during that brief process of fading away, the heroic spirit could continue to exist. What was more, Medusa herself was a special case. She had the trait of being able to keep existing even after the magical power supply was cut off. Clang. Medusa gripped the dagger in reverse, the hilt pulling the chain attached to it. She did not choose to run. Her loyalty to her master had already reached a near self-destructive level. Even if she had her own thoughts about her master's position or orders, she would still cut off all personal feelings and carry them out in full support. Rather than some kind of serpent, she was more like a loyal hound. Get lost. A voice so flat it carried not the slightest emotional fluctuation sounded beside Medusa's ear. Completely. Without her sensing him approach at all, she jerked her head up. With her mystic eyes, she could see through the blindfold. Those eyes entered her vision. They were not pupils a human should have. Black Tomo slowly turned against a scarlet backdrop, like some ancient and cruel curse. There was no anger in them, no killing intent, only an indifferent coldness, as if looking at something not worth mentioning. Only after that figure had walked a little farther away did Medusa's frozen breathing finally recover, and the cold that had filled her entire body slowly faded. Step, step. Orochimaru stopped beside her, crouched down, and said with a faint smile, "If you don't want to go back to the one who abandoned you, then how about letting me be your master? I guarantee that even in death, I will never throw you away." Medusa turned her head, deliberately avoiding looking toward the church, her voice very soft. "If you become my master, that means becoming enemies with that person, right? Can there really be a master that strong? Aren't you really afraid of death?" As a heroic spirit, there was one thing Medusa could be sure of, that man was definitely not a heroic spirit like her. Orochimaru gently stroked her long purple hair with his palm and said softly, "There's always a way. What matters now is surviving first, isn't it?" Uchiha Sora walked into the church, his footsteps echoing through the spacious hall. Kodomine Kiryai, dressed in a long dark purple priest robe, turned around, the cross reflecting moonlight. "You are not a master in this Holy Grail war. As the supervisor of this war, I have the right to know your origins." His voice was calm, as if he knew nothing of what had happened outside the church. He had participated in the Fourth Holy Grail War, then inherited the position of supervisor afterward as the successor of a survivor of that war. At the same time, he was also the biggest cheater in the Fifth Holy Grail War, the master of Siuchulin and Gilgamesh. Although Uchiha Sora was looking at Kodomine Kiryai, his gaze was not focused. Kodomine Kiryai's expression changed drastically in an instant. No matter how deep someone's composure was, if all their secrets got stripped bare at once, there was no way they could stay calm. Swish! A crimson spear that seemed to tear through space appeared abruptly and thrust straight at Uchiha Sora. Gibalg. This was Siuchulin's killing move, an ultimate technique that could be called his trump card. It was a move that reversed causality, the order of cause and effect itself. The moment this attack was released, the result of the opponent's heart being pierced would be created first. Simply put, without enough luck or intuition, this was an inevitable strike that would pierce the heart. Ding! A crisp sound rang out like jade striking stone. Two slender fingers caught the spearhead, and the long spear that had charged in with thunderous force stopped dead in midair. The handsome face of Siuchulin instantly stiffened. The muscles in both his arms bulged as he used every ounce of strength to push forward, but the shaft of the spear remained as steady as a mountain, firmly clamped between those two seemingly slender fingers, not moving in the slightest. Uchiha Sora tilted his head slightly, his gaze casually sweeping over the spear as he said with a faint smile, "Even though I don't really understand this world, I still know the old joke that Lancers have ear-rank luck. Your luck really is terrible.
Boom!
Uchiha's body was blasted backward by an invisible pressure, smashing into the church wall. Before he could even get back up, Uchiha Sora lightly rubbed his thumb against his middle finger, and a crisp snap exploded in the deathly silent air. The next second, ghostly blue flames suddenly rose from Uchiha's chest. The fire came without any warning, yet it burned with terrifying intensity, licking across his skin and instantly wrapping his entire body within it. He tried in horror to beat it out, only to discover that the flames would not go out from external force. Instead, his struggles only made them surge higher. Roar! The flames took shape as a dragoness head, swallowing Uchiha whole before gradually compressing into a dark blue, nearly black cube of flowing fire. Ninja art. For violet flames formation. Uchiha Sora turned to Kodomine Kirai and smiled faintly. Whereas Gilgamesh. Clang. A golden sword stabbed into the ground in front of Uchiha Sora. In midair, that figure in black and gold stepped across golden ripples. Beneath his short hair like molten gold, his face was so handsome it was almost sharp. His crimson eyes surged with the arrogance he had been born with, like a god looking down on insects. To call the king's name directly. How rude. Mongrel. Uchiha Sora raised a hand and called back the cube of flame, without looking up. Boom! Thud. A terrifying pressure descended in an instant. Black-red lightning roared, and the completely unprepared Gilgamesh was smashed down from midair. Looking at the king of heroes in that black-red pressure, his face twisted with fury beyond measure. Uchiha Sora's lips curved slightly upward, because of the height difference. With both standing on the same level, Uchiha Sora had to lower his gaze slightly. Be a little more serious, will you, legendary king of heroes Gilgamesh? The so-called power of a demigod. Is it this weak? Gilgamesh, the protagonist of humanity's oldest epic, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the oldest king of mankind. In every Holy Grail war, he had always been the undisputed strongest heroic spirit. With a divine construct like the Star of Genesis that split heaven and earth, in theory, if he fought seriously, he could have ended the Holy Grail war very quickly. But every single time, he lost because he underestimated his enemy. He could even lose to a third-rate Magus. An opponent with overwhelming power but a massive personality flaw like this was even easier to deal with than expected. Above the shattered church ruins, Longjing's twin crystal claws gripped a giant axe, pressing it against Gilgamesh's neck, while countless silver-white metallic feather spikes pierced through his body and pinned him in place. At the spot where his right arm had been severed, deep crimson flames were still burning. Before he could even decide whether to take out Ie, his arm had already been cut off. Without any surprise, Gilgamesh had once again failed because of his arrogance. Clatter. Uchiha Sora tore off the chains wrapped around his body and slowly walked toward Gilgamesh. Enkidu, the chains of heaven. Its ability was to bind the gods. The higher the target's divinity, the sturdier this noble phantasm became after capturing them. It could be said to be one of the very few anti-divine trump cards. It was a tool Gilgamesh trusted even more than Ie. Gilgamesh, trapped and missing an arm, showed none of the wretched look of a loser. He only seemed puzzled. The chains of heaven cannot be wrong. You possess extremely high divinity, so why are they ineffective against you? A noble phantasm specialized in anti-divine attacks, for those without divinity, was nothing more than a sturdy chain. Uchiha Sora reached out and pressed a hand against his chest. Flame-like curse marks spread outward. Because the divinity I possess is different from the false divinity you people have. Failure itself didn't cause any emotional reaction from Gilgamesh, but the contempt hidden in Uchiha Sora's words made him lose his composure. Mongrel, what did you say? Uchiha Sora calmly continued sealing him and said lightly, I heard that 2/3 of you is God, and 1/3 is human. Because you're a half-human, half-god hybrid, you feel inferior about it. So you like calling others mongrels to cover up your own embarrassing identity? Bastard! The silver-white metal restraining Gilgamesh trembled violently. Rick said helplessly, Sora, stop provoking him. We worked hard enough just to bring this guy down. In terms of energy level, this is an existence infinitely close to platinum rank. As the flame patterns crawled over him, Gilgamesh's struggling gradually stopped. At this moment, Uchiha Sora put away his relaxed expression and frowned slightly. If he hadn't known Gilgamesh's temperament well enough to control him before he could draw Ie, then even if 3 upper gold rank users joined forces, there was absolutely no way this battle would have ended this easily. Uchiha Sora was certain of one thing. If Gilgamesh went all out, he possessed power beyond the gold rank. That didn't make Uchiha Sora fearful. It was just that. He knew that all the divinity and power in this world came from that mythical creature's corpse. And this was only the influence of a corpse. So how powerful would a real mythical creature be? His palm trembled ever so slightly, and red light flickered in his eyes. It really was something worth looking forward to. How beautiful. On top of the ruins, Kodomine Kirai spoke slowly. Kodomine Kirai had joined the Holy Grail War because he wished for the birth of Ungermanu, the god of innate evil who shared his nature. His perception was different from ordinary people. To him, evil was justice, and ugliness was beauty. That was how he saw the world. Put in ordinary terms, it was like longing for the descent of a god of beauty that perfectly matched one's own faith, a very pure and beautiful dream. He unconsciously walked toward Uchiha Sora and spread his arms. I felt it. The pure beauty contained within those eyes of yours. An unparalleled absolute justice. Your identity and origin are not important. Let us work together. If you add me to your side, you will definitely become the final victor, as Kodomine Kirai spoke. He glanced at Rick and Long Jing, subtly expressing what he meant. These two abnormal people were your enemies as well, weren't they? Uchiha Sora didn't even turn his gaze toward him, much less pay any attention to his words. Kodomine Kirai couldn't even be called a genius among mortals. He looked capable in every field, but every time his training in one area reached a bottleneck, he would lose patience and move on to the next. That was never the kind of person Uchiha Sora admired. Hey boss fish juice, this guy's so noisy. Want me to kill him? Uchiha Sora looked at Long Jing and shook his head helplessly. Even if you're trying to joke around, this kind of homophone pun is way too lame. No need to bother with him. Go meet up with Birdman. When Uchiha Sora and the others arrived at the ancient castle on the outskirts, the battle there had also ended. The relationship between master and servant was basically like the relationship between a trainer and a Pokemon. That kind of model was far too disadvantageous in a real battle. 2 months before the Holy Grail War began, Heracles had been summoned through an exception. Under the effects of mad enhancement, he traded away his rationality in exchange for greater combat power. In terms of pure close-quarters combat ability, he could be called the strongest among all heroic spirits. Above the ruins of Einsburn Castle, the night was black as ink, thick enough that it would not disperse. Heracles stood there like a mountain, his mighty body radiating a violent aura. The axe sword in his hand was broken, with only the handle left. Behind him stood a silver-haired, red-eyed girl almost completely unharmed. He had protected his master very well. He himself had endured more than 12 fatal blows. God Hand, an ability originating from myth. It granted him the power to automatically restore his body after death. As a result, unless Heracles was killed 12 times at once, he would not disappear. And as long as there was enough time, Ilya, with her enormous magical energy, could even restore the number of his resurrections. On top of that, he also possessed the trait that made the same attack ineffective the second time. For example, if he were killed once by a flame-type ability, then after reviving, his defense against fire would gain an enormous amount of resistance. After that, attacks of the same strength would no longer be able to kill him. Even Uchiha Sora couldn't understand how Lilith had defeated Heracles. Within the vision of his Mangekyo, it seemed that an unknowable gray-white radiance was wrapped around that stout little giant, causing him to lose himself in an unknown torrent and become unable to react. Lilith, angel-like, descended from midair. She glanced at Uchiha Sora and sneered. Took 3 of you this long? So weak. Who exactly are you people? The silver-haired girl Ilya screamed the question while shaking Heracles, magical patterns flashing all over her body as she tried to wake him up. That question really does come up a lot. This time, Uchiha Sora gave a proper answer. We are the ones who came to put an end to this farce, Ilyasville von Einsburn, artificial lifeform of the Holy Grail. Receive these souls, and let us reach the root. As Uchiha Sora waved his hand, an endless torrent of spiritual bodies surged toward the girl's small body. In all the Holy Grail wars, Ilya's magical talent was the highest. Her entire body was engraved with command spells used to order heroic spirits, and the number of magic circuits she possessed held an overwhelming advantage over ordinary magi. Because she was not a pure human, but an artificial lifeform. Ever since the time she was still in her mother's womb, she had undergone countless magical modifications. Her bodily structure was completely unlike that of a human. She was a crystallization of a mass of magic circuits, an energy lifeform similar to a tailed beast. Ilya was the lesser grail the Einsburn family had prepared for the 5th Holy Grail War. Its job was to recover the souls of heroic spirits who had been defeated, or who could no longer maintain their existence after losing their master, and detain them until the war ended. With every soul absorbed, more of Ilya's human functions would be lost, until they completely disappeared and she became a true lesser grail. To put it more simply, Ilya was the key. Once she obtained enough energy, she could open the gate to the greater grail represented by Fuyuki City, connecting to the infinite magical power of the root. As Uchiha Sora poured the energy of one heroic spirit after another into her, Ilya's small body slowly rose into the air, releasing a faint glow. Buzz. The originally silent night sky was covered by a strange layer of light. A powerful and oppressive wave of magical energy spread through the air, as if even time itself had begun to slow down. Ilya's human functions completely shut down. A deep light shone from her eyes, and a faint platinum halo surrounded her body. Is there a way to preserve her soul? Suddenly, Lilith spoke. Uchiha Sora turned to look at her. In the way she looked at the girl, there seemed to be a trace of pity. What I need is only her body. But, as an artificial life form, her soul isn't complete. I have nothing that can contain such a fragile soul. Lilith took out a pure white crystal. I do. Uchiha Sora, I can tell you have some skill when it comes to the soul. Help me extract her soul, and I can agree to one condition from you, as long as it isn't excessive. Uchiha Sora thought for a moment, then smiled lightly. I think I understand. Ilya had been created as a tool. From childhood until now, she had never felt the love of family, and had struggled with all her strength, enduring countless pains just to live to this day. Based on Uchiha Sora's judgment, even if he didn't make a move against Ilya this time, she would at most live another year or so. That body looked a lot like his own from a few years ago, unable to bear excessive power and heading toward collapse. Uchiha Sora wasn't the type to waste energy saving unrelated people. But, I'm not some great villain either. He took the crystal and spoke calmly. I only have one condition. When we get back to the Great Black Tower, don't run. Uchiha Sora formed a hand seal with one hand, and the translucent phantom of the Shinigami appeared beside Ilya. A ghostly hand covered in curse marks gently pulled out a small clump of Ilya's soul. With a soul body this fragile, forget being sealed inside the Shinigami's stomach. Even if it was exposed to the air for just a few minutes, it would dissipate. Looking at the tiny little girl curled up inside the crystal, Lilith recalled how Ilya had been cursing loudly just moments ago. That look. Lilith understood it very well. She had been the same. When you had no one to rely on, then if you wanted to survive, you absolutely could not show weakness. Cursing was more intimidating than silence. To survive, to deceive the self that could never receive help from others no matter what, she had to put on a desperate show of bravado. Closing her hand around the crystal, Lilith gave Uchiha Sora a rare, sarcastic sort of compliment. You really do have all kinds of weird abilities. Are you so busy collecting random tricks that you neglect improving your combat power? If that happens, you won't be able to entertain me. The smile on Uchiha Sora's lips deepened. I'll do my best to satisfy Lady Lilith. When I tear your wings off, you'll be honest. When extracting Heracles' soul, Uchiha Sora had already been almost certain that what Lilith possessed was a mythical creature trait related to time. He had also taken a quick look through Heracles' memories. After the first few heaven strikes, there was a break in the memory. That feeling was somewhat similar to the pause after traversing space. There were only two possibilities that could cause this phenomenon: time and space. Uchiha Sora possessed understanding of space. So after ruling that out, only time could explain it. Perhaps the way time was used was limited to individuals, or restricted by range. The platform had said that in the Star Sea, there was no such thing as time reversal or time stop, but time and space were still parallel disciplines, both serving as keys to advancing into a mythical creature. The power of time did exist. It just couldn't possibly affect something on the scale of the Star Sea. Thinking about it that way made more sense. Then Uchiha Sora thought of this world, where the timeline was chaotic. Could it be that, because of the death of a mythical creature, the cognition of time and space had become disordered, and that was why this secondary dimension had spawned countless spacetime branches? No need to keep thinking. He would know very soon. Ilya's body was completely swallowed by light, and a pillar of radiance shot straight down into the depths beneath the earth. Cracks spread across the ground one after another, and black smoke surged out from them. The howling sound was like the pained groan of the earth itself. The forest withered. All life fell silent. A black-red torrent of energy surged up from the depths of the earth, and filthy evil aura filled the atmosphere. Some kind of ultra-high energy reaction. Something's about to appear. Numbers kept flashing across Rick's silver-white panel. His body returned to its form over 10 meters tall, and his black-red cloak spread open. Long Jing tightly gripped the giant axe in his hand. This doesn't feel right, does it? Isn't that thing called the Holy Grail? No matter how I look at it, this doesn't look like the scene of summoning a wish-granting device. I once borrowed from a white cat named Karen Hermit. Over there, if you gather 7 things, you can summon a god that grants your wish. That thing shines with golden light. Karen. Uchiha Sora thought for a moment, then caught the key point about gathering 7 things to summon something, and realized who Long Jing was talking about. Isn't that the cat hermit who grows senzu beans? Long Jing, you've been to that world. Long Jing had no idea why Uchiha Sora's reaction was so big, but he nodded blankly. Yeah. When I was repaying the debt, I helped him plant beans for a long time. He even said he'd give me some, but those beans didn't taste good at all, so I didn't want them. Uchiha Sora didn't even care about what was happening in front of him anymore. He urgently asked, do you know that world's number or coordinates? Coordinates and stuff. Long Jing scratched the back of his head. I've been to tens of thousands of worlds. I can't remember it right away. I'll ask the platform boss to help me find it. If you think you can go to that world just by relying on a number or coordinates, stop dreaming. Lilith spoke calmly. If you haven't established a lending relationship with a secondary dimension before, you can't find it. Didn't the platform tell you how secondary dimensions exist? Every world is like a tiny bubble drifting in the star sea. What's the point of just knowing the location? Do you actually have a ship that can navigate there with a lock-on? Without relying on the platform, you simply can't go to other dimensions. Only mythical creatures have the possibility of breaking through dimensions on their own. Since Uchiha Sora had helped her once, she kindly offered him that warning. Only people without talent would say something is impossible. After getting the coordinates from Long Jing, Uchiha Sora couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Lilith didn't immediately argue back. She remembered that little black boat of Uchiha Sora's. No way. Could this guy actually do it? At that moment, whoosh whoosh, several people suddenly appeared. Among them were Uchiha Sora's chef, Rin Tosaka, and a boy in a school uniform. But the most eye-catching one was the other figure. She looked like an extremely beautiful young girl, with blonde hair and blue-green eyes, wearing a white-trimmed blue dress, with delicate silver armor marked by blue stripes over it. A single lock of golden ahogue stood up stubbornly. Artoria Pendragon, the king of knights from ancient British legend King Arthur. Why is the Holy Grail? The girl's green eyes were full of confusion and fear. This is wrong. The Holy Grail can't grant wishes anymore. It's already been corrupted. The surging gale lifted Uchiha Sora's long hair as he looked at Kakashi, who was chasing after him. Kakashi spoke helplessly, without hurting Miss Rin Tosaka. I can't stop them from coming over. Turning back, Uchiha Sora looked at the black mud-like substance surging up from deep within the earth. So even though I deliberately kept Miyashiro out of danger, the progress of the Holy Grail War still made you appear. Huh? Artoria, why do you know my name? Ever since drawing the sword in the stone, she had always lived as the ideal King Arthur. Very few people knew her real name. In this war, she hadn't had time to build a bond with her master before sensing the huge disturbance here and rushing over. She had never said her name at all. I'm really getting a little tired of these kinds of questions. The black mud gradually took on the color of flesh and blood, like endless twisted flesh, swallowing the castle ruins. The hole is about to open. Get ready to harvest. At those words, even Long Jing, who usually had the thickest nerves, became fully vigilant, silver blue arcs of electricity crackling over his body. At the same time, the platform's notification sounded in his mind. Spirit Descent Ritual, Heroic Spirit Summoning. The strongest ability of that mythical creature. Before its consciousness was destroyed, it imposed it upon the world itself. A creation made by summoning heroes from this world's historical currents of thought, and infusing them with immense divine power is called a heroic spirit. Even though its act of elevating the world failed, and death was imminent, it still did not give up, using its own corpse as the ritual's energy source. As long as humanity still exists, the endless currents of thought can shape heroic spirits powerful enough to lead the world of primates onward, all the way to the Sea of Stars. To complete such a ritual, besides its own power, it was also thanks to the authority privileges of a senior commissioner, making use of the only chance to borrow from the Sovereign Lord. Originally, the platform also hoped this ritual would be completed. The Sea of Stars is infinitely vast. It does not care about one more elevated dimension. The elevated world would belong to the Sovereign Lord. That was the completion condition for its loan. But some magi, for the sake of their own desires, degraded it into the Holy Grail summoning system. They tried to privatize that one's corpse and use that immense energy to grant their own wishes. The final wish of a mythical creature was destroyed by humans. This secondary dimension no longer has any possibility of elevation. The corpse of the mythical creature, polluted by human malice, has disturbed space-time, making it impossible for mythical creatures to appear in this world ever again. Therefore, the platform has decided to activate the cleanup plan, return everything to the origin point, and remake the world. Take note, because of an accident in a certain Holy Grail war, the originally mindless corpse was polluted by massive human malice. For example, if the wish were world peace, the method of fulfilling that wish would be the extermination of all living things, using destructive means to achieve the surface-level demand. Uchiha Sora thought of the tailed beasts. As chakra lifeforms, they originally had no moral concepts of good or evil. After being taught by the Sage of Six Paths, they had mostly peaceful personalities and were able to coexist with humans. But over the span of 1,000 years, they had become more irritable one after another, growing to hate humans, especially the Ninetales. It possessed the ability to distinguish good and evil intent. Over 1,000 years, it had suffered the corrosion of human malice, transforming from pure yin-yang chakra into Ninetales chakra filled with ominous hatred and a burning property that scorched flesh. Even the sentient Ninetales had ended up like that. The effect of malice corroding a corpse without consciousness was easy to imagine. The thoughts of humans really are terrifying things. Even gods can be affected, not just humans. The thoughts of all intelligent life forms are terrifying. Thoughts gather into tides. From the birth of the Sea of Stars universe until infinity, they are the most fundamental power. The currents of thought uphold the Sea of Stars. They are the beginning and also the end. Something that sounded this profound actually wasn't a block term? The highest existences never choose to hide. If you want to know, I can even tell you the names and divine titles of all the gods in the Sea of Stars right now. Only the weak need to hide themselves to survive. The nature of mythical creatures determines that every powerful god wants more people to know their name. But it has no meaning. If a mountain village farmer knows the name of the richest man in the world, it will not affect his life in the slightest. I'm still a little interested in the Sovereign Lord's name. He's the big boss after all. So tell me, the Sovereign Lord's true name is very long. The longest divine name in the entire Sea of Stars. If I start saying the Sovereign Lord's name out of respect, I would definitely have to recite the whole thing. For the next 12 years and 2 months, I wouldn't be able to communicate with you normally. Are you sure you want to hear it? What kind of lunatic was that? The length of a name had to be measured in years. Was there something seriously wrong with the Sovereign Lord's parents? Maybe another time. Right, that thing can be done, right? Uchiha Sora, you can't do this. Designated borrowing has strict standards. What you're doing is cheating. This violates the most important first rule of designated borrowing. The borrowing side must be a secondary dimension that has already existed. Uchiha Sora curled his lip in disdain. I did this with my own ability. How can you call it cheating? Just tell me if it can be done or not. There has never been a precedent for this. It definitely can't be specific to a certain person. It can only be done by selecting a borrowing target in that dimension according to the credit value you provide. Uchiha Sora, I must remind you, that is an extremely special secondary dimension. The world code S00002 already explains a lot. That is a secondary dimension with an extremely high number of singularities. It may even possess true god-level combat power. With your credit value, it is impossible for you to borrow a true mythical creature, but it is possible you may borrow a singularity. That is a very dangerous situation. Something like this has happened before. It clearly started as a platinum-level borrowing mission, but when it came time to repay it, the difficulty skyrocketed to mythical level, or even higher. A singularity referred to something that was not an orthodox mythical creature, yet possessed the destructive power of a mythical creature or above. Of course, Uchiha Sora knew that world had such beings. Compared to the ninja world, he understood that world even better. For a long period in his childhood, he had been deeply obsessed with one of them. If he really could borrow that person. Staring at the faintly visible dark blue hole within the forest of flesh, Mangekyo Tomo appeared in Uchiha Sora's eyes, while black-red lightning flashed around his body. Boom! Without a single word, his figure turned into a streak of rainbow light and shot toward the hole. Beneath the azure sky, the great black tower floated in the void. With a movement of Black Tower Lady's fingertip, an image appeared within a gear, showing Uchiha Sora and the others entering the hole. So he found it that quickly. Suddenly, she sensed something and stopped her fingers, looking toward the dark void outside the great black tower. The darkness rippled violently, warping. Black Tower Lady's expression did not change. She raised her hand and sent out a brass fountain pen, striking toward the twisted darkness, while countless spell patterns surged forth like a tidal wave and blasted toward the churning dark mass. Boom! Deep purple threads writhed like long serpents, resisting the magical bombardment. From within the darkness came a deep roar like the abyss itself. The darkness twisted even more violently, and a blood-red light lit up in its depths. The light gradually spread, like blood diffusing through water. The crimson glow slowly gathered into a human shape. It was a tall, slender young man. His silver-white long hair and pure black coat snapped wildly in the chaotic airflow, and that face was so perfect that even the most demanding artist would have no choice but to admit it. His cyan blue eyes were like 2 clusters of ghostly fire, carrying a detachment from and indifference toward the world. With just one step, he crossed space itself, walking out of the darkness to stand before the clock of the great black tower. Crack, crack, crack. With his appearance, cracks began spreading through the previously calm space of the great black tower. Countless black gears spun violently, letting out wails as if they were about to collapse under the strain. Miss Herta frowned slightly and said coldly, "What a rare guest. Shinluo. According to Article 91 of Clause 73 of the Sea of Stars Code, I am permitted to retaliate against this kind of unannounced intrusion without limit." Miss Herta parted her lips slightly. "Give me a reason." Clatter, clatter, clatter. Countless gears surged and actually constructed humanoid dolls that looked just like Miss Herta. The ground trembled. Black spikes rose and stretched outward like the fangs of a beast, venting fury and dissatisfaction at the man in midair. The man named Shinluo remained expressionless. His voice carried not a trace of human emotion. "You've gone too far. You have recklessly used power that does not belong to you, causing the collapse of countless secondary dimensions. The Sovereign has decided to impose punishment on the star plunderers. Herta, you are not one of the plunderers. You are permitted to withdraw." Miss Herta let out a mocking laugh. "You people really think you're some kind of Sea of Stars law enforcement team now? If you've got the guts, Go say that to the sovereign in person. The sovereign has already declared war on the Exalted One. Hearing that, Miss Herta's expression froze, and her eyes darkened. Shinluo spoke indifferently as he reached out and grasped the hilt of a blade in the void, slowly drawing an absurdly long silver-white sword. Herta, you were once a genius of the life cult. You have special exemption rights. You possess rare talent. You have value in staying alive. How boring. Miss Herta bit her silver teeth and sneered. Those two old fossils are about the same anyway. So what if they go to war? Existences at that level can never truly lose completely. For all you know, this is just entertainment in their long lives. Only someone like you would actually take it seriously. I'm still very interested in the Exalted One. I have no intention of leaving. If you leave now, I can forgive the grave crime of trespassing into my residence. Shinluo lightly swung his long blade, tearing open a spatial rift. A woman in a wine-red skin-tight combat suit stepped out from within. She had long azure hair, a tall and slender figure, and on that cold, beautiful face was a pair of extremely indifferent dark blue eyes. Go purge those plunderers. The woman nodded, her body turning into a streak of red light as she shot toward one of the gears. Crackla. The black gears wove themselves into a massive spell formation. Just as the extreme cold current was about to swallow the woman, slash! A blade light like a scar across the stars cut apart the freezing torrent. Miss Herta failed to stop that person from entering the gear, and her expression darkened slightly. The Great Black Tower was an existence akin to her natal divine artifact. After cooperating with the Exalted One, it had gained the property of connecting countless secondary dimensions. Letting someone invade it like this made Miss Herta very displeased. Hey, my restraint was only because fighting is too boring. You don't actually think I'm afraid of you, do you? Of course not. Silver-white flowing light revolved behind Shinluo, gathering into a wing-like form, one of the 17 miracle bearers, the greatest anomaly of the life cult. You gave up becoming a god purely out of personal interest. Because it's you, I came personally. Miss Herta took a deep breath, then exhaled a mouthful of starlight. The azure sky began to hum as countless star cores fell, illuminating the endless darkness. Myth, night of stars falling ashore. Let me tell you this. Even if it was you who came, it still wouldn't matter. Here, I am invincible.
Top.
After traveling through dimensions so many times, Uchiha Sora was already used to scenes of shifting space. Passing through the hole in the Holy Grail, he arrived on a piece of land floating in the void. At the center of that land grew an endless deep crimson tree. Centered around it, black and white stone tiles spread outward like a giant chessboard. Uchiha Sora's gaze locked onto that deep crimson tree at once. Red light flickered in his eyes as he sensed some kind of unknown resonance. Could it be the God Tree?
No, impossible.
The ninja world was unimaginably far from here, and it would still have to pass through the Great Black Tower as a transfer point. This was absolutely not the God Tree of the ninja world. Then why? Why do I feel a resonance in my bloodline? Uchiha Sora had once used the treasure tree atom to create Senju Hashirama's body, ultimately completing the Black Ark's construction. This strange resonance made him think of that matter. Actually, ever since this trial began, especially when Long Jing told him the world coordinates of S00002, he had already had enormous doubts in his heart. In truth, this doubt had always been there. Why is it that every time I borrow power, I can borrow from people I know? Back when there were no other users, he might have assumed everyone was like that. Even if Orochimaru and the others borrowed unknown dimensional powers, it wasn't useful as a reference. After all, they weren't professional users. After talking with them, not to mention Rick and Lilith, even Long Jing, with his tens of thousands of borrowing attempts, had never once borrowed from anyone he knew, and the compatibility of the resulting trial cards was not high either. Thinking about it that way, aside from the designated borrowing of the Ninetales, both Rayquaza and Akainu made up for my shortcomings in some way. Compared to theirs, the compatibility and amplification of my trial cards are absurdly high. It was full of the feeling of being designed. Even the characters in this trial world were people he had some level of familiarity with. And the Dragon Ball world he was planning to borrow from next was an even more familiar dimension to him. Ever since I transmigrated into the ninja world, was I already a part that had been arranged in advance? Countless thoughts surged through his mind. Then Uchiha Sora smiled in relief. What does it matter? Even if I was designed, getting a second chance is already a profit. Why bother getting tangled up over something like this? Living however I please is enough. If I really do become a gear in some massive machine, that would only prove that I'm nothing special. The moment I am reduced to being controlled by others will be the day I die. Gathering his thoughts, Uchiha Sora strode toward the deep crimson tree. At the base of the great tree, upon a golden throne, sat a person. Fuyuki City. Black mud poured out of the hole in the Holy Grail like a raging tide. Wherever it passed, forests were smashed apart and submerged, continuing all the way into the city buildings. High-rises collapsed with thunderous crashes under the impact of the black mud, bursting into blazing flames. The city's infrastructure suffered severe damage. Water and electricity supplies were cut off, and all of Fuyuki City fell into darkness and chaos. Thick black smoke blotted out the starlight. Even the rivers and lakes were polluted by the black mud, turning into foul-smelling, filthy water. Purple flames spread across the entire land. As early as the Third Holy Grail War, the Holy Grail had already been corrupted by the soul of the evil god Angramenyu, and the way it granted wishes had been twisted and amplified by malice. The current Holy Grail was no wish-granting machine. It was an amplifier that released all the evil of this world. The descent of the Holy Grail would draw upon the power of the root, bringing endless calamity and destruction until every living thing in this world had been wiped out. Artoria, King Arthur, what should we do? The violent wind scattered Artoria's golden hair. It was she who had destroyed the Holy Grail in the Fourth Holy Grail War. Back then, she had longed to use the Grail to fulfill her wish and restore the glory of her fallen kingdom. Yet under her master's forced command, she had unwillingly destroyed the Grail. Only, after being summoned this time, the memories of her previous master, Kiritsugu Amiya, surfaced in her mind. She understood the truth of the Holy Grail now, and she understood that man's decision to abandon it had been made to save all of humanity. Really, such extreme justice to the point that he had even been willing to kill his own family for it. Taking a deep breath, she gripped the hilt of the sword of promised victory in her palm, and dazzling holy light blazed forth. The black mud raging all around was suppressed by an invisible force, momentarily freezing in place. She tightly held the hilt. In those clear emerald eyes, there was no hesitation left. Rin, I'm going to destroy the Holy Grail. This is not a wish-granter. It is an evil thing that tempts people into corruption and destroys the world. Tosaka Rin hesitated. But that guy still has people inside the Grail. Precisely because they are inside, this is the only chance to destroy the Holy Grail. Artoria stood with sword in hand, her clothes stirring slightly in the wind. The world is telling me that they too are all the world's evil. No, we came here to heal this world. Minato Namikaze pressed a kunai against Shiro Amiya's throat and said slowly, This king, you only know that the Holy Grail has been corrupted, but you do not know this. This world itself has also been corrupted. Destroying the Holy Grail will only bring temporary peace. This war involving all humanity will never end. Only by healing the source can this world return to normal. Compared to us, Artoria, you heroic spirits are the true all the world's evil. Minato Namikaze revealed a warm smile. Heroes who have already died should stay out of the disputes of later generations. Though I'm not really in any position to say that. Can you put down your sword? Artoria remained unmoved. Even with her master being held hostage, she did not stop gathering power. Kiritsugu's child should be able to understand, right? Whoosh! Shiro Amiya actually threw himself toward the tip of the kunai and shouted, Rin, you supply the mana. If sacrificing me alone can save everyone, then it's worth it. The kunai left a faint line of blood, but Minato moved his hand aside, and the scene of the boy spraying blood on the spot did not happen. Minato gave a helpless, bitter smile. Boy, I once had thoughts like yours too, but sacrificing yourself to save everyone. Kakashi, take Miss Rin and let us go. Suddenly, he grabbed Shiro Amiya and swiftly retreated from the area, with Kakashi hurrying after him. Not only Tosaka Rin and the other, even Kakashi did not understand Minato's actions. Sensei, is it really okay not to stop that person? He looked at Shiro Amiya, a sharp look flashing in his eyes. If killing this person can stop her, then I'll do it. If killing him could stop it, do you think I'd be too soft-hearted to do it? Minato's expression darkened slightly. I only wanted to use this boy to test her. Didn't you notice? In that king's eyes, the part that belongs to a human is getting less and less. According to the intelligence we obtained, the Holy Grail has powerful corrupting properties toward heroic spirits. From the moment she appeared there, the world's malice had already begun eroding her. That malice that even Kurama felt wary of. Inside Minato's body, the Ninetales let out a cold snort. What nonsense are you spouting? I was only a little surprised. How could I possibly be afraid? Alright, Kurama. Do you think Sora can handle the current situation? Who knows? There's a whole pile of monsters here with energy on par with this old man. And in terms of energy, that blonde woman has already surpassed Uchiha Sora. Feels like she's reached the old man's level. Before the whole of the Holy Grail, Artoria raised her holy sword high. A golden torrent erupted from the blade, soaring into the sky and tearing through the thick black smoke. Only, black-red tendrils spread upward from the earth and slowly coiled around the king's ankles. Even within the endless golden sword radiance, black began to spread. Whoosh! A streak of golden light shot over at extreme speed, and Uchiha Sora tilted his head to dodge it. The figure seated upon the throne stood up. She had the same face as Artoria, but her presence was completely different. Those golden eyes did not carry the slightest trace of human emotion, filled only with divine coldness. I am the Lion King, King of Storms. Answer me. Why have you come to the end of the world? Her words were cold like an ancient glacier that had never once melted. The moment she rose, the surrounding air was instantly drawn away. Not a physical vacuum, but an absolute pressure belonging to a king. Breathing became a heavy burden. Even heartbeats seemed to stagnate within that invisible field. It made everyone clearly realize what they were facing was the embodiment of the world's will, representing absolute law. What a ridiculously messy plot. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. But thinking about the world's collapsed nature, it suddenly feels reasonable. He looked at her and said, "So the corpse tainted by malice developed a sense of self-preservation? You really dragged out one hell of a monster. Energy reaction has exceeded the golden limit. 100% confirmation. Target is platinum tier or higher energy class." Red warning lights flashed across Riku's face. "Our probability of victory is 0. What are you talking about, scrap metal?" Lilith spread her wings, and geometric halos bloomed with incomparable brilliance. In probability theory, 0 does not exist. Sai, weren't we supposed to be splitting something apart? Do we really have to fight someone who looks this ridiculously strong? For those whose energy level was insufficient, even their thoughts would stop functioning under such pressure. But all of them were powerhouses only a hair's breadth away from the next step, and their movements were not restricted in the slightest. The end of the world. The corner of Uchiha Sora's lips rose. Using the words of this era. "I'm about to go all out, king." He slowly raised a hand and spread his 5 fingers. A flower-like flame danced in his palm, and then endless flames burst into being, igniting the world. So he's finally making a move? Even when facing Gilgamesh, Riku had never seen Uchiha Sora use any large-scale attack methods. Most of what he used had been sealing secret arts. Watching the energy level on the detector jump and surge until it maxed out, Riku could not help recalling the time they were inside the Great Black Tower. He had always suspected that the order in which Lady Black Tower had summoned the 4 of them was a ranking of combat strength. The data of the Flugel Lilith had already been entered into the database. Then what kind of fighting style did this one have? Above the sea of flames covering the checkerboard-like land, Uchiha Sora slowly rose into the air. A torrent of black-red chakra, so dense it seemed almost tangible, churned violently. The surging energy gathered toward him like a tide. He raised his hand, shaped it like a gun, and gave a low shout. At his fingertips, the wheel of sun and moon condensed into ultimate darkness, and the deep chakra stained the air like ink. Shinjao Zero, SCZZT. A dark blue light tore across the sky, unlike the one he had used against Hashirama Senju. This Zero carried primitive, resolute killing intent, overflowing with the pure destructive power to utterly annihilate its target. Only when that destructive beam had reached right before her did the standing king finally react. Crack. A soft sound of space shattering rang out. Deep red lightning spread out like a spiderweb, like the roots of a great tree, cutting off the surging torrent of energy. She slowly raised her hand, her voice wrapped in unquestionable majesty. Rangaminiad, unseal. The originally empty sky was swiftly covered by dark clouds of ink, and under the pull of the slowly descending golden spearhead, they formed a massive vortex. The pressure at its center was so overwhelming that even space seemed to ignite, crackling with explosive pops. According to the available intel, its nature has been analyzed. After the assessment mission began, the platform leaned more toward an intelligence analyst role, rather than only appearing when issuing missions or when loans were needed as before, because this, too, was part of the platform's assessment. Once the users they belonged to were promoted to specialists, that would count toward their performance as well, and it would have a big impact on future promotions and raises. Even as virtual information state lifeforms, they still couldn't escape the fate of wage labor. This is the weapon of that mythical lifeform, Holy Lance Rangaminiad, the product of its fusion with a legendary heroic spirit, an existence that is close to myth itself. In essence, the Holy Lance is the anchor point of that being, preventing this distorted dimension from collapsing into ruin. That blood-red giant tree should be that being's remains. After a mythical lifeform dies, its body turns into a specific thing. If it dies on a life planet, there is a high probability it will become a pale, mindless serpent, devouring all life, resetting the planet and creating a new myth. The newborn myth carries the original mythic lifeform's memories. In a sense, it counts as rebirth. It is extremely difficult to kill a mythical lifeform. Only a very small number of gods possess that trait. Looking at it now, that being gave up the chance to be reborn on its own, placing its hope in the final spell formation. It really loves this world. So even though the plan to elevate the world failed, its remaining consciousness still refused to be split apart? No. If consciousness can still remain after death, how can that be called death? In the definition of the Star Sea, the death of a mythical lifeform has 4 points. It does not exist, cannot be revived, leaves no consciousness behind, and its name is not recorded nor present in the memories of all living beings. If any one of these is not met, it cannot be called death. That being is already dead. Even in our database we can't find its name. As for why there is something like world consciousness, that is nothing more than the instinct of the remains, the desire to survive, to dislike being harvested, to continue existing. The desire of remains to stay alive was really strange. Although talking in an awareness state is fast, you should be thinking about dodging. Once that thing hits you, it won't be a joke. The golden giant spear descending from the clouds was the storm anchor that tore through the sky and connected heaven and earth. Shining upon the spear of the end, the brilliant light swallowed the world, supreme and beautiful. The black-purple torrent of Siro dissolved the instant it came into contact with the holy light, just like butter melting under high heat, rapidly breaking apart and evaporating, turning into tiny specks of spiritual particles that scattered into the air. The crimson Sharingan stared at the falling holy spear, and Uchiha Sora did not choose to evade. The moment the holy spear fell, it locked down space, cutting off the possibility of spatial transfer. Good thing I let it out earlier. Whoosh! A small black boat emerged from the sea of fire that Uchiha Sora had laid out, flying beneath Uchiha Sora's feet. On the black boat, Uchiha Sora formed hand signs with both hands. At the same time, Senju Hashirama at the bow made the exact same motion. Black-red and blue-green chakra began to intertwine and fuse. The interaction between yin and yang was called resonance. It was yin-yang resonance that allowed all things in the world to develop and change. The six-path stone tablet tampered with by Black Zetsu recorded that anyone who obtained both the power of the Senju and the Uchiha could gain true happiness. Opposites attracted, and mutual attraction and repulsion nurtured all creation, completing the Rinnegan that governed the world. He didn't understand the principle at all. He only knew that Madara was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, and that if he obtained the flesh of Hashirama Senju, the reincarnation of Asura's chakra, he should awaken the Rinnegan. But what happened later proved that Sharingan plus Senju did not equal the Rinnegan. To be precise, only Indra plus Asura could possibly obtain the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan was indeed powerful, but in Uchiha Sora's eyes, it had great limitations. This was an eye originating from the divine tree, called the eye that mastered life and death. But what it could control was only the life and death of the ninja world dimension. If the goal was the starry sea, then rather than thinking about obtaining the Rinnegan, it would be better to deepen the development of the Sharingan. Although the Sharingan also originated from the divine tree, it was more like a variant born for battle. The two were not simply a superior-subordinate relationship. Susanoo and a series of conceptual dojutsu all proved this. The fact that Kamui Mangekyo could injure Kagaya Otsutsuki, who possessed the Rinne Sharingan, showed the advantage of the Mangekyo in crossing power-level gaps. Going further back, the ancestor of the Sharingan, Indra, was the first to think of using chakra to perform ninjutsu. Before that, even people like the Sage of Six Paths only used chakra for energy blasts with no technique whatsoever. Uchiha Sora had read the clan records and also had people collect many ancient texts. The Indra he understood was truly worthy of the name God of Battle. He looked down on the Sage of Six Paths for thinking about all kinds of nonsense. He looked down on Kagaya Otsutsuki for possessing power but not knowing how to use it. As for Asura, he was nothing more than roadside trash. Only Indra was truly thinking about how to use power at maximum efficiency. And I am a genius who will surpass Indra. Boom! Centered on Uchiha Sora, a sun-like blaze burst forth, an infinitely expanding mass of light. Like a supernova explosion, the sea of flames laid out earlier also converged toward it. Boom! At the moment the holy spear descended, a massive hand of pale blue wood, corded with bulging muscle, forcibly gripped the spearhead. Whoosh! Light exploded, and a pillar of fire shot into the sky. A gigantic figure appeared in everyone's sight. It was a giant over several hundred meters tall. Molten lava flowed over its bare upper body, while mysterious curse mark patterns clung to it like totems. Its long black hair whipped wildly in the surging air. Thump, thump, thump. One pale blue arm after another burst out from behind him, gripping a huge wheel with 3 blood-red tomo. Countless scenes swirled across the wheel. Within the purple ghostly flame, it looked as if gods and Buddha sat within, yet also like ferocious demons. The ultimate fusion of destruction and creation. Divine Radiance Susanoo. Top-standing Mara. Thump. A huge sound like a heartbeat, stretched endlessly. The giant spread its body. Behind it, 8 arms clenched into fists, churning with rising fiery currents. Bang! Bang 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 bang. The giant fists, wrapped in magma, hammered the holy spear until it shattered into countless light specks. The clouds in the sky did not disperse. The second spear of the end fell. The giant's arms lifted the wheel, and the wheel erupted with a black-red torrent of energy, crashing head-on against it. Black-red and gold crazily stained each other as the raging storm swept back and forth through space. The roar of energy explosions rang out continuously, erupting in wave after wave of blinding light. So this is his full strength. In Lilith's golden eyes, the figure standing atop the giant demon reflected there. Compared to those mysterious spatial techniques and sealing arts, this kind of direct, overwhelming power was far more shocking. She had always hidden one thing. The Celestial Wing clan possessed stronger computing ability than the Makut clan under Riku. A genius capable of fully bearing the cognition of time within her own mental capacity. Even among the Flugel, Lilith was one of a kind. The information Riku could uncover, she could uncover as well. The things Riku couldn't do, she could do too. If it were calculated numerically, my full power energy level would be 8,000. But this guy right now, at the very least, over 10,000. Without a doubt, he had already broken past the gold rank limit and reached the platinum realm. Then, she turned her gaze toward the Lion King, whose expression had not changed from beginning to end. Still not enough. Just in terms of raw energy level, this one was already infinitely close to mythical. The gap in energy level was obvious. After a brief deadlock, the Holy Spear's golden light broke through the black-red murky torrent and came crashing down mercilessly with the judgment of a king. Great axe cleave. Long Jing let out a loud roar. As the stone axe swung out, it rapidly expanded until it was hundreds of meters long. Boom! The stone axe slammed into the golden holy spear, and a wisp of crimson smoke exploded from the point of impact. The next moment, the stone axe shattered into countless fragments, only delaying the holy spear's descent by a single second. It's that strong? Totally useless? Long Jing was a little stunned. That was his ultimate move. Above the Yama giant, Uchiha Sora formed hand seals with both hands and looked back with a faint smile. That 1 second was very useful. Thanks for the support. It's just that your move name is kind of awful. You should learn from Minato. He's very accomplished in that field. Clap! Behind the giant, 8 arms raised a wheel, and both palms slammed together. This was the combination of Uchiha Sora's Susanoo and Hashirama Senju's Sage Art would release. True several thousand hands, commonly known as Susanoo over the Great Buddha. But unlike Beast difficulty, which was just simple armor layering, this was a deeper fusion. Could truly be called a merger. The attributes of Uchiha Sora and Hashirama Senju could be said to clash to the extreme. Yin and Yang, wood and fire, both were attributes in total opposition. The more incompatible they were, the higher the level they could reach once fused. Smuggling people into the ninja world was only the Black Boat's most basic function. A person like Uchiha Sora, no matter when or where, always thought first about how to increase his own combat power. He had always had ideas about wood release. After the first loan, in order to deal with his body's collapse, he had transplanted Hashirama's cells. In theory, he should have been able to learn some basic wood release as well. He just never had the time to study it. And later on, why bother researching wood release? Wouldn't it be easier to just capture the very source of wood release itself? While he was at it, he could also solve Sage Mode 2 once and for all. Feeling the natural energy continuously pouring into his body, all the overflowing energy was recycled again by Sage Mode. Aside from the portion that dissipated, the loss was minimal. What Uchiha Sora was doing right now was treating Hashirama Senju as a permanent lone target. He just still couldn't achieve the same synchronization rate of energy conversion as the platform. Swish, swish, swish. Countless wooden pillars rose from the earth to brace against the holy spear, while Uchiha Sora drove the giant fiend straight toward the Lion King. Whoosh! A gigantic chakra long blade was raised high. Flames shot into the sky, sweeping away endless dark clouds and turning into several fire dragons that coiled overhead. Roar! The circling fire dragons dove down from the clouds with a shrieking plunge. Susanoo. 5 dragons turning annihilation. The Lion King took a step back and raised her palm toward the descending fire dragons. Her voice was calm. Shining spear that reaches the end. Blinding light burst from her palm, like the doomsday dawn at the end of the world. Cracks spread at terrifying speed. That dreadful radiance shattered the fire dragons and kept surging onward, all the way to the endless edge of the world. Just after lowering her hand, surprise appeared on her still, ancient well-like face for the first time. Roar! A black-red flaming dragon head burst out from the earth and swallowed her whole in one bite. Having a 6th dragon in the so-called 5 dragons turning annihilation was perfectly reasonable, right? Boom, 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 boom. A violent roar like a nuclear explosion echoed through space, and flames illuminated everything. Swish! The Lion King's figure emerged from the flames. Her originally magnificent royal cape was gone, and there were some charred marks on her exquisite armor. Other than that, there were no obvious signs of injury, only, in those eyes filled with divine indifference, there seemed to flash a trace of emotion so faint it was almost imperceptible. She's really tough. Let's go together. Fighting an opponent like this who can't be talked down is seriously no fun. A light smile curled at Uchiha Sora's lips, without the slightest frustration that his ultimate move had achieved so little. Without borrowing the power of loans, it's impossible for us to defeat her, Riku said in a low voice, pressing a hand to his chest. They had all received warnings from the platform before. Save up their credit value. It would be useful during the assessment. Originally, Riku had thought that even with loans, it would be impossible to defeat an enemy like that. But the combat power Uchiha Sora had displayed now let him see a sliver of hope. In the name of Gildas Riku, I forge a sacred contract with the unknown existence above the highest unknown. Even though borrowing only needed a thought in the mind, was there really any need to make it sound this solemn and formal? Lilith curled her lip in a cold sneer. Scrap is scrap. Boring. I offer all crystallizations of thought and request your grace. Divine armament summon. Crack. Ancient incantations trembled through the void, turning into golden bands of light that wrapped into rings. Then, accompanied by a rumble that seemed to come from primordial ages, thud. It was a colossal object even larger than the giant Uchiha Sora had condensed. Its body was nearly 1,000 meters tall, entirely covered in obsidian-like crystal armor. At its chest was a deep crimson energy core, and the energy spilling from it distorted space itself. Platinum rank primordial colossus soldier. An ecstatic expression appeared on Riku's panel. I told you prayer works. This is the first time I've borrowed a power that's this compatible with me. Sora, leave the rest to me. Right now, I'm insanely strong. Crimson clouds churned across the shattered sky. The colossus trampled across the scorched black earth, each step unleashing a massive humming roar. The plasma cannon on its shoulder spat blue-white energy. Its obsidian-like armor was covered in scars, and the grinding of metal joints sounded like thunder. From behind the colossus extended countless black cable-like tentacles, their tips pouring out deep crimson flames. It wasn't just high heat, they also carried some kind of lethal radiation. This thing looked as if it had been created purely for destruction. In the sky not far away, Lilith hovered in midair. Her holy wings forced back the gray-black smoke. Her brows lowered slightly, and a strange glint flickered in her eyes. She recognized the thing Riku had summoned. Despite its appearance, the primordial colossus soldier was not a mechanical creation. It was an artificial life form based on biology. More accurately, it was an insect. It was a war weapon of a massive race from the Sea of Stars, possessing the terrifying capability to destroy a living planet within 7 days. Judging by the model, it should be a product from 2 million years ago in the Sea of Stars calendar. It still had this much activity? Although loans could borrow power from endless dimensions, Lilith knew that infinite was only a relative term. What the platform could connect to were the secondary dimensions radiated by the Sovereign Lord. Higher-level agents might be able to borrow the Starsea powers within the territory where the Sovereign Lord resided. Theoretically, it was impossible for Riku to borrow a war weapon from that race. The ruler of that race was in existence on the same level as the Sovereign Lord. Was it a Colossus soldier lost in a secondary dimension? Probably. Lilith stopped thinking further, raised a hand to condense a spear of light, and shot it out. Facing the berserk assault, the Lord of Storms never once left her throne. Dark gold patterns crawled across her bare arms, and in her hand she held a holy lance made entirely of light. Her molten gold eyes swept over the muzzle of the giant divine soldier, the angeless holy spear, and the Ciro that devoured all light, without the slightest wavering. It was still the lance that shines to the end. Boom 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 boom. Amid the deafening explosions, the throne behind her cracked apart. Rubble floated up into a ring of circling spikes, and the air filled with an aura that was both holy and savage. You really think piecing together some scraps of junk is enough to shake the end of the world? Her voice was not loud, yet it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. The battle continued. On the shoulder of the primordial giant divine soldier, Rick's 10-meter body looked tiny in comparison. Lilith landed directly on Rick's shoulder, stacking on top of him like a game. Her wings fluttered lightly, scattering specks of golden light. As the golden glow fell into the gaps in the giant divine soldier's armor, those old scars began to heal. Even a mechanical body like Rick could feel all his stats rising in the light. What a strong ability. Thanks. Lilith stared ahead expressionlessly and said coldly, I'll admit that this scrap metal of yours has a little use after all. Her gaze swept over Long Jing, who was ducking and weaving through the ruins, and she curled her lips in disdain. I really don't know what qualifications that trash has to stand alongside us. Uchiha Sora sensed the chakra anchor points gradually being laid across the battlefield. This trial is a little too easy. The Lion King was indeed at the top platinum level in energy output, that much was true. But on their side, they could count as having 3 platinum level fighters. Both he and Lilith were high gold tier beings with mythological creature traits. If they went all out, they could each count as early platinum. The primordial giant divine soldier's single attacks were not especially strong, but its advantage was frequency. Tens of thousands of bombardments per second were enough to offset the Lion King's attacks. Most importantly, the Lion King was not a true top-tier platinum powerhouse. She was more like an NPC with a fixed mission, basically with no tactical skill at all, just hurling the holy lance again and again. He could already see this boss's health bar. If they kept wearing her down, it looked like there would be no need to use borrowing after all.
Right at that moment. Boom 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 boom.
The dome was torn apart without warning. At first it was only a faint point of dark blue light, but in the next instant it became a black-purple beam piercing through the world itself, carrying a thick, crushing texture that flattened everything in its path. The broken walls and ruins inside the alternate space were erased. Even the aftershocks of the explosions in the air were crushed apart. Wherever the pillar of light passed, nothing remained. There was only a pure trail of suffocating destruction. At the source of that dark blue light was a blonde woman. Her armor, originally blue in tone, had been completely stained by darkness, as though it had absorbed all light and now gave off a cold metallic sheen. The holy sword in her hand no longer emitted sacred radiance. Instead, it was wrapped in endless resentment. So destroying the Holy Grail still cannot erase you intruders? Leave my world or die. Her once clear azure eyes were now amber with lifeless stillness. When she looked down below, it was like a god gazing upon ants, without the slightest warmth. Uchiha Sora's brows tightened slightly, and his hands prepared to form seals. So it was Artoria tainted by the will of the world, also known as Black Saber. Uchiha Sora had noticed Artoria's abnormality before. She should not have known the truth of the Holy Grail, and she should not even have appeared here. Based on what the platform had said, he had attributed it to the corpse's instinct for self-preservation, planning to deal with her only after resolving the Lion King first. But she had charged in directly? Sora, what is going on? Her energy level is even higher than this incarnation of the Holy Lance. Rick's metal core had nearly shut down under that last attack, and he was filled with alarm. Twins! It's twins! From within the ruins, Long Jing shouted, SNT this way too shameless. There's another one this strong. Looks like I have no choice but to use borrowing. I've saved up a lot of credit value. Lilith placed no hope at all in Long Jing. She shot into the air and charged toward the corrupted Artoria. I'll take this one. You all keep going. A cross appeared in her golden eyes. Lilith raised one hand high, and a geometric halo shot into the sky. Heaven strike! Before the pure white pillar of light could descend, the black-red sword slash swung out by Artoria shattered both the light pillar and the geometric halo. Lilith landed back on Rick's shoulder and spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood. You've got to be kidding! Even for a top platinum level, an attack like that is way too much. The sword of promised victory stands at the apex of holy swords. This is the ultimate divine-forged weapon, crystallized within the planet using human faith as material by the corpse of a mythological creature. If the Holy Lance is an anchor that fixes the world in place, then the Holy Sword exists to carve a path through thorns for the world's ascension. Originally, it had many restrictions, but that one right now, simply put, is acting as the will of the world itself in a fully released state. Her energy level is comparable, but in terms of attack power, she is stronger than the Holy Lance. The same information was transmitted by the platform and appeared in their minds. TCH. Lilith wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and gritted her teeth. Who's afraid of a contest of attack power? I want to borrow. There's 8,000 left, right? Use all of it. Crack. Ripples spread through space, and a pure white hand emerged from within them. Time and space came to a complete halt. The moment he saw that hand, Uchiha Sora's breathing stopped for a beat. An extremely familiar feeling surged over him. No way. I have answered the summon. Where is this place? There was no earth-shaking noise, no dazzling light. A figure slowly emerged from the spatial ripples. Blue-white long hair fell like a waterfall, and her skin was pale. Her white robe fluttered without wind. 2 horns rose from her head, and her pupils were pure white. The energy surrounding her was like solidified amber. Even dust could not drift down around her. Rare shock appeared on Uchiha Sora's face. He quickly confirmed again that this was not his own unconscious borrowing. Looking at the newcomer, he unconsciously spoke her name. Kaguya Otsutsuki. What kind of joke is this? Through the connection from the platform, Kaguya Otsutsuki descended beside Lilith. Hearing the call, she turned her head, and the instant her gaze landed on Uchiha Sora, she could no longer look away. Her lips parted slightly, and there seemed to be a glimmer at the corner of her eyes. Hagoromo. Is that you? At this moment, Uchiha Sora was in his Uchiha Sorasenju Hashirama link form. To Kaguya Otsutsuki, who identified people through chakra, this was practically her son, the sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki himself. Uchiha Sora honestly had no idea what kind of expression he was supposed to make right now. At the same time, he prepared to borrow as well. There was a very high chance this person appearing here was an enemy. The borrower could not restrain the lender. What is he to you? With their energy and emotions synchronized, Lilith sensed the complex emotions in Kaguya Otsutsuki, and also realized something. This woman brought here through borrowing had the same source of energy as Uchiha Sora. Kaguya Otsutsuki turned to Lilith with a gentle gaze. This girl who had helped her break the seal. He is my son. And also the one who sealed me for 1,000 years. Don't talk nonsense. Kaguya Otsutsuki. Look carefully. I'm not Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Lilith originally had not believed a coincidence like this could happen. Uchiha Sora. who usually acted smug and looked like he had everything under control, had actually lost his composure. She couldn't help but look at Uchiha Sora with disdain. What an unfilial bastard. And you call yourself Miss Kagaya's child? Damn it. Why did it have to be Kagaya? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Uchiha Sora. Knowing what kind of situation she was in now, she said slowly, "There is no need to be afraid, child. At least for this period of time. I will not harm you. Everything can wait until after I remove your seal." Her words were filled with the helplessness and regret of an old mother dealing with a disobedient son. Couldn't be explained clearly, and there was no need to explain it clearly. Uchiha Sora pointed at Kagaya for a long while, then shook his head. "When I get back, I'll add another 18 layers of Myojinmen. Don't even think about leaving the moon for the rest of your life." Kagaya turned her innocent gaze toward Lilith. Lilith was so angry that she put both hands on her waist. "Bastard, I've put up with you for a long time. Your bad temper and foul mouth would be one thing, but you're actually an unfilial scumbag too. Just you wait, I'll definitely save Miss Kagaya, then beat the hell out of you." Otsutsuki Kagaya, stop pretending to be pure and pitiful. Do you really think I don't know what kind of person you are? Boom! Roar! A golden pillar of light and a black pillar of light interrupted the conversation. Rick spoke in a muffled voice. "Now this really is a strange coincidence. Can we finish talking about your family matters after the fight? This isn't a family matter, bastard. Though it really does seem like one." Uchiha Sora calmed himself, controlling the giant to hold back the holy lance, while not forgetting to say, "Lilith, how many credit points did you use to summon her? And let me tell you this while we're at it, this woman has absolutely no combat skills to speak of. You'd better not place too much hope on her." The current Otsutsuki Kagaya was clearly in a weakened state. Her strongest state had been right after she ate the chakra fruit. After that, giving birth to the Hagoromo brothers had split off a huge portion of her chakra. According to Uchiha Sora's estimate, Otsutsuki Kagaya at her peak definitely had more chakra than Otsutsuki like Momoshiki and Urashiki, because aside from the Otsutsuki god, she was the only Otsutsuki who had eaten a complete chakra fruit. If this woman hadn't gone around trying to build some white Zetsu army, and had instead properly honed her own abilities and raised her two sons the right way, she wouldn't have needed to worry at all about people from the Otsutsuki main family coming after her. With the Sage of Six Paths brothers added in, once the Otsutsuki god had already ascended into the Sea of Stars, who else would have been able to capture her? This could only be called a tragedy caused by information disparity. Combat skills are something only the weak need. Lilith let out a disdainful snort. Chakra really is a very pleasant kind of energy. So why does it become so gloomy and sinister when you use it? Whoosh! Kagaya's chakra poured into Lilith's body. The twin wings at her waist rapidly expanded, almost covering the sky. My compatibility with Miss Kagaya's energy is ridiculously high. A massive geometric halo appeared above Alter's head. 80 Gods vacuum attack. A gigantic fist made of light came crashing down from the sky. From the corner of his eye, Uchiha Sora caught sight of it, and complicated emotions rose in his heart. A variant attack of Yasugami Kujiki? Was it that Lilith had the same energy adaptability as him, or was her compatibility really as high as she claimed? This situation was getting a little unfavorable. Uchiha Sora had planned to fight Lilith in the Great Black Tower, with the intention of taking her divinity. If she got a taste of chakra in advance and became wary of it, then the 4th and 17th plans wouldn't be usable anymore. What a pain. So why did it have to be Otsutsuki Kagaya? Even absurd nonsense should have a limit. Still, Uchiha Sora thought of something else. Earlier, he had learned that among borrowed powers, only a very small number would actually fit the borrower. But now, there was no need to mention the compatibility between Rick and the giant god soldier, and Otsutsuki Kagaya also perfectly suited Lilith's need for energy. Putting Kagaya's combat power aside for the moment in terms of energy level alone, at her peak she was absolutely in the highest tier below mythical creatures. Even now, weakened as she was still above average in the platinum rank. They seemed to be just like him. Their borrowed powers had also become exactly what they wished for. So what was the special point? The location. This dimension was being influenced by the technique left behind in the corpse of that mythical creature. Combined with the inexplicable sense of familiarity he had toward that flesh and blood tree, Uchiha Sora felt he was very close to the truth. But if it really was just as he had guessed, why was I worth something like this to an existence on that level? What is so special about me? As Lilith also began using a power that did not belong to her, the battle once again fell into a prolonged stalemate. She kept saying tactical skill didn't matter, but every move she made and every grasp of timing was flawless. She was clearly a tactical master, and with a slightly weaker energy level, she still managed to suppress Black Altar. If Lilith had been the one supporting Otsutsuki Kagaya in the final battle of the ninja world, Uchiha Sora truly didn't think Naruto and Sasuke would have been able to win. Still, when the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. Right now, I am the tallest mountain in the ninja world. So in the end, The Otsutsuki problem still has to be solved by me. Working together with Rick. While Dragon Crystal just played support, Uchiha Sora barely managed to hold off the Lion King. The technique he had been preparing in secret was also taking effect. He was fairly confident in defeating the Lion King. As long as Lilith's side gained the upper hand, the trial should end safely and smoothly. Originally, that was how it should have gone. Just as Uchiha Sora found the right opening and was about to deliver a vicious blow to the Lion King SHHK. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh. Uchiha Sora's pupils suddenly contracted. He lowered his head and looked at the black metal spear piercing through his chest. The attack had come from behind him, and behind him was the giant god soldier. He had not sensed it at all. Not the slightest trace of aura had leaked out. Even top-tier observation hockey could not predict it. Too fast. Faster than time itself. Giant god soldier. What are you doing? Without Sora, how are we supposed to face strong enemies? Rick shouted with his emotions out of control, but the giant god soldier gave him no response. Hagoromo! As the battle paused, Kaguya could not help turning her head and crying out in shock. My child, you must not die here. I still need to reclaim your chakra. Crack? Crack. The energy core in the giant god soldier's chest split open, and that black spear had come from there. A slender hand gripped one end of the black spear. Azure blue long hair and a wine-red combat uniform came into view. A cold, clear voice rang out. Found you. Singularity that devours the stars. Dependent of the Crimson King. Immediate elimination. Uchiha Sora could feel the terrifying power seeping through the black spear, erasing his life force. That kind of power was something he could not resist with his own strength alone. It's been a long time, this feeling of dying. Instead of getting angry, he smiled and muttered softly, Come. Ripples spread through space. Compared to Otsutsuki Kaguya's entrance, this arrival was far simpler. There was no grand momentum, just a human figure around 5'3". When the first thing he saw was brilliant golden hair, Uchiha Sora ignored the intense pain in his chest, and joy flashed in his eyes. Is it you, Vegeta? But in the next moment he saw the newcomer clearly, and the platform sent out a prompt as well. The light in his eyes dimmed, and the disappointment on his face was impossible to hide.
Hey, brat.
Are you really that unhappy that the one who showed up was me? She had short, dazzling golden hair, blue eyes, and wore a blue and black combat uniform. Her temperament was cold and aloof. S00002 World Humanoid number 18. Project level. Singularity, energy level reaches the standard of a mythic lifeform. Aside from that, it matches none of the other mythic criteria. A special product of a special dimension. An artificial human modified from a human base, with a perpetual energy furnace providing infinite stamina. An extremely terrifying energy surged endlessly, stopping the spread of the black cracks on his chest. Uchiha Sora shook his head. No, actually my luck is very good. You are one of the most suitable ones. It's just, still a little regrettable. Whoosh, a beam of light shot out from No. 18's fingertip, cutting off the black spear in Uchiha Sora's chest. Let me say this first. My hiring fee is quite expensive, at least 300 million Sony. A borrowing platform in name, but this is the first time I really have to pay back money. What terrifying energy. Kaguya Otsutsuki opened her Byakugan, and in her field of vision, No 18's energy nearly covered half the space. The other half was overturned by the woman who had appeared from the giant soldier. Uchiha Sora pressed a hand against his chest, neutralizing the life-destroying energy. A mere human fatal wound was nothing to him. He turned to look at the woman in the burgundy combat suit. I can somewhat sympathize with Uchiha Madara now. Getting stabbed in the back really doesn't feel good. Riku had already left the giant soldier at this point, and said urgently, It wasn't me. I don't know anything. Uchiha Sora didn't pay Riku's explanation any mind at all. Or rather, from the very beginning he hadn't doubted Riku. It was simply because Riku was too weak and didn't even have the qualifications to scheme against him. He was probably just a pawn being used. Just then, Lady Black Tower's voice actually came from the platform. The assessment is terminated. Users are forcibly summoned to cooperate in resisting the 4th-generation machine codename Ice Woman. Borrowing authority has been opened. The repayment task for this borrowing will be borne by the platform. Do your best to survive. After that, the platform also dumped the information about the newcomer into his mind all at once, looking very urgent. 4th-generation divine machine race, a complete mythic lifeform, named Ice Woman Mia, the deputy of the special assault team under the ruler, Shinra, once destroyed a small star system by herself, based on the current world not having collapsed. It is judged that she actively stripped away part of her mythic lifeform characteristics to descend. Stripping divinity and wanting to become a mythic lifeform again is unreasonable. Why would she go to such lengths? Why would she descend to this dimension even at the cost of dropping her level? Of course, it was to avoid the world collapsing so that you would have a chance to escape. Mia fully emerged from the giant soldier. The massive giant soldier, like melting candle wax, gathered in her hand into a black scythe. Uchiha Sora's pupils shrank suddenly, and he roared at the platform in his mind. Damn it, didn't you say even that so-called ruler couldn't hear our conversation? You're falsifying military intelligence. I indeed can't hear the conversation between you, but analyzing your thoughts through the tiny changes in your eyes and skin cells isn't a difficult task. It's not mind reading, it's face reading. For beings with a long enough lifespan, this is basic skill. Maybe because of that, some stronger beings become more and more expressionless. Your lifespan scale is too short, and too dangerous. In just a little over 10 years under Red's favor, you grew to this extent. Mia's long azure hair swayed, her eyes indifferent. Since the first attempt at a kill failed, she wasn't in a hurry to attack again. She was analyzing all the combat power in the field and formulating a complete elimination plan. I remember now, the giant soldier was originally your creation. That guy Rika too. Lilith frowned deeply, standing very close to Kagaya. The situation I can think of is that you invaded Rika's platform, made him borrow the giant soldier, and used that as a springboard to find this place. Modere Lilith, the orphan of the rare Sky Wing tribe, a genius who entered the Star Sea Great Library, successfully learned its knowledge and walked out. Why did you refuse their invitation and instead willingly degenerate into the raider camp? Lilith grinned, her delicate face twisting beyond words. Is that even a question? Because this is the fastest path. The fastest route to revenge on you people. The one that destroyed the Sky Wing tribe was Shinra. Whoosh. Light wings covered the sky. Deep purple patterns spread across Lilith's face, and the cross-shaped light in her eyes was extremely distinct. Kagaya, sharing that feeling, couldn't help but tremble at the sky-toppling fury deep in Lilith's heart. She didn't know what to do, and could only keep pouring in chakra. Divine strike, suppressed to the extreme with rage. The blow that warped space and time came crashing down. Mia raised her left hand in a metal glove and gently snapped her fingers. Crack, crack, crack. A chain of ice-breaking sounds rang out. A wave of white mist rose from Mia's body, not simple low-temperature condensation, but the concrete form of forcibly freezing time and space. The trajectory of the huge light beam falling became a frozen miracle. The originally invisible ray became visible, like a golden torrent frozen in midair, flickering with tiny ice crystal lights. Mythic boundary frost. Any skill of a mythic life form is a sure kill against a being without divinity, let alone something that could be considered half-mythic level. Lilith's attack, with its massive energy poured into it, did not explode with the might it should have. Swish. Likewise, a black spear that no one knew where it had come from pierced through Lilith's chest. Mia had never once taken her eyes off Uchiha Sora. The other raiders could be dealt with later, only you are different. Uchiha Sora glanced at Lilith's side, then withdrew his gaze and said calmly, if I asked you what is special about me, would you answer? I would. Only by letting you realize what a filthy and evil existence you are can you be erased without leaving any poison behind. This is also why I didn't kill you right away. Killing one of Red's dependents alone is not enough. Uchiha Sora knew Mia was setting something up, and he was doing the same. It all depended on whose methods were more underhanded. What exactly is that Crimson King you just mentioned? One of the characteristics of a mythic life form. If it wishes, images and sounds can be forcibly inserted into the minds of non-mythic life forms, and the listening process cannot be interrupted. Mia is a mythic-level existence that has actively lowered her own rank, theoretically a half-divine being. To use an analogy, she went from human to ape. In the platform's vast database, there was no record of such a bizarre thing. By the Star Sea's account, she is also an existence called a singularity. The key point lies in that name, the Crimson King. As Mia began to speak, even the fluctuations of energy came to a stop, and all was silent. Speaking of the origin, Mia's expression was solemn. Even though she was extremely dissatisfied with that existence in her heart, respect was necessary. The rotating abnormal creation, the coldness of the chaotic era, the gray and desolate howls, the primitive beastly craving of living beings for bloodlust, all formed the colors within that concept. Red. It represents living beings' anger toward existence itself, and their killing intent. That power had always existed in the barren zone of the Star Sea universe, known as the tyrannical Blood Sunday. Under the Blood Sun's radiation, countless life forms in the star systems engaged in endless war, a land forbidden to life. 46,000 years ago, Mia paused briefly, then continued speaking. A deity used an unimaginable method to contain the Blood Sun and was honored as the Crimson King. In the 1,000 years that followed, the Crimson King launched a massive war. Countless trillions upon trillions of lives died in that great conflict. From then on, he had another title, the Scarlet Fiend. He possessed the most primordial evil intent. Any life that came into contact with him, even gods, would have the evil thoughts in their hearts amplified without limit, ultimately giving rise to chaos, disorder, and anti-reason. It was a catastrophic disaster. A trace of lingering fear appeared in Mia's cold, clear eyes. She was over 100,000 years old and had personally lived through that era. That was a true fall of the stars, extinction of countless lives. Even she, who had been born for war, could not endure the impact of such a war. Our lords joined forces with many powerful gods and sealed off the Crimson King's domain of war. We erased everyone's memory of his true name and trapped him between reality and illusion. The Crimson King has never been able to break through the blockade. For tens of thousands of years, he has constantly tried to infiltrate secondary dimensions, hoping to descend upon the Starsea again through them. Just the number of recorded interceptions on our side has reached 2387 times. Uchiha Sora, you will be the 2388th. Mia stared at those gorgeous scarlet eyes. Even though she knew her own power far surpassed his, her heart still trembled a little. Those eyes, full of wicked thoughts and anti-reason, were perfectly suited to serve as the Crimson King's tendrils reaching into reality. You absolutely cannot become a mythical creature. Otherwise, that one will tell you his true name, free himself from the seal, and descend into reality once more. She took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Actually, you've already sensed how cruel the truth is yourself, haven't you? You're nothing more than a pitiful puppet, influenced by the will of that great existence. Is that so?" Uchiha Sora frowned slightly. "From the way you described it before, it sounded like some evil god. I thought at the very least it'd be possession or body snatching. If not that, then parasitism. In the end, you're just telling me that all he needs to do is tell me his name, and then he gets freedom." He smiled faintly. "If that's the truth, then it's way too gentle. The previous ascension ritual too. Are people in the Starsea misunderstanding what cruelty means?" Mia's brows knitted together. For the first time, an obvious expression appeared on her face. "Do you even understand what it means for the Crimson King to break free? He is the embodiment of the most primal killing intent in existence. He declares war on everything. That great war would not end until the final doom of creation itself. To protect the peace of the stars, your death is necessary. So what?" Uchiha Sora looked at Mia calmly. "Without him, have the wars in the Starsea ever ended? I'm not interested in discussing war with you. I definitely can't out-argue you anyway." A mad smile curled onto his lips. "In the end, we'll have to fight first. After listening to all that nonsense, I'm ready. What about you?" In the silent space, the sound of flapping wings suddenly rang out. A black crow landed atop that tree of flesh and blood. Its wings spread wide, and red light flickered in its eyes. Swish, pitch-black curse marks, like a swarm of writhing snakes, crawled over the flesh tree. "Use the mark of heaven on the corpse of a mythical creature. Are you insane?" The platform's voice was more agitated than ever before. "You cannot possibly control a mythical corpse. Mythical creatures possess uniqueness. Even existences of the same level could never do something like that." Boom 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 boom. On the earth below, dozens of volcanoes erupted into existence in an instant, with magma blasting into the sky. Of course, I wouldn't do something that unrealistic. And I'm not interested in a dead person's corpse. Even if it's a god's corpse, it's still nowhere near as comfortable as my own body. Uchiha Sora formed a hand seal with one hand, and terrifying energy surged into the ground in a fully materialized form. Beside him, number 18 frowned slightly. "I've never used this much energy all at once before. It's exhausting. You'll have to pay extra. And that person's key isn't below mine. If I end up needing to fight, charge however much you want. I'll pay." "No." Number 18 shook her head and looked at Uchiha Sora, whose every pore was leaking blood. "What I mean is, if you need me to fight, say it earlier. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on and will die first. Yeah. If I need you, I won't be polite about it." A faint ripple flashed through Mia's eyes as she said indifferently, "A slave-type ability? How laughable. An insect trying to move the body of a dragon elephant? Even with mythical traits, your understanding of power is still far too shallow. The spear that shines at the end. The sword of promised victory." The scene repeated itself. The Lion King and Artoria, who had briefly gone offline, began unleashing their ultimate moves again. This time, the target was Uchiha Sora. Now under the control of the so-called world consciousness, they were the first to realize what Uchiha Sora was trying to do. Swish! Number 18 flashed in front of Uchiha Sora. She crossed both arms before her chest, and the moment the edges of her palms touched, a semi-transparent energy barrier expanded like a bubble. Boom 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 boom. The energy shield shook violently. Golden arcs of electricity covered its surface, and its edges were being squeezed out of shape by the two beams of light. "You used too much. Even attacks like these are making my barrier deform. Shoo. Keep the barrier up." Uchiha Sora pressed his hand seal fingers to his lips and spoke softly. "Of course an insect can't move an elephant. But if there's a fuse, blowing it up is still possible. Get ready. The explosion is coming." The flesh tree split with countless cracks, and deep crimson streams of flame flowed out from the gaps. In an instant, A temperature beyond the limit any life form could endure filled the entire space. Myth. World. Exploded. What is a mythical creature? Simply put, it is a perfect circle. Based on what the platform had explained and on Uchiha Sora's own understanding, the so-called myth level meant a perfect life form that had gathered every element, lacking nothing at all. An existence like the Sovereign Lord was, without question, a true god. A mythical creature was like a human evolved from an ape, while a god was a strong one among humans. Then what was platinum? The starting point of the circle. It was the moment an ignorant ape first looked up at the stars and gave birth to the awareness of evolution. Then obtaining mythical creature traits at the gold level was similar to a lab mouse learning human language, or rather, gaining the skill to use tools. A singularity like number 18 was even more extreme. She was like a candy bean holding a handgun. Her overall stats didn't even measure up to a lab mouse. Yet she possessed a weapon that only a few could ever have. Through their borrowing relationship, that handgun had been placed into the hands of a lab mouse that knew how to use tools. No, it had been placed into the hands of Uchiha Sora. Back when he first entered this world, Uchiha Sora had already spread chakra across every direction. His original goal was to borrow from a platinum-level existence with enough energy and use that energy as the driving force to recreate what he had done before when refining Hashirama Senju. Crush the Lion King. Seize her divinity. Advance to platinum. An existence like the Lion King could actually be seen as a superpower overflow from a mythical corpse. Harvesting her alone would have been enough to complete the mission. At the very beginning, Uchiha Sora had never intended to lay a hand on that flesh tree. A person had to know his limits. The gap between gold level and a mythical creature was like a grain of sand compared to the boundless ocean. The platform had also said they weren't expecting them to solve the problem in one shot, but to use an ant-carrying method, slowly eating away at the remains of the mythic creature. It was a long project, but the course of events always went beyond expectations. From the very first glance at Mia, Uchiha Sora was certain. This person was absolutely impossible to defeat. She was another perfect circle, and in order to step into that circle, she had taken the initiative to leave a gap in her own. To put it another way, this was someone who had severed one of her own arms. Even after severing one arm, she was still human. She was not something a few little white mice and deformed apes could possibly contend with, and Mia's words let him know where that familiar feeling toward the flesh and blood tree, that inexplicable resonance, came from. Crimson. You're one of those more than 2,000 failures, aren't you? When the world upgraded, was it your own consciousness, or the guidance of that Crimson King? You can give it a try. Uchiha Sora's understanding of space was only one of the mythic traits he gained after witnessing the Starsea Curtain. His truly most important mythic trait was the union of spirit and flesh brought by Shining Susanoo. He looked like a little white mouse, but he possessed the soul form of a mythic creature. The Heaven Seal and Shining Susanoo were two separate dojutsu, but when the two merged, as long as there was enough energy to drive them, the true third power could awaken. A Sharingan had to gather both left and right to unleash its original power. Mythic Amaterasu, the giant maid of yin-yang power, named Yama, clung to the flesh and blood tree. The Heaven Seal could not possibly control the remains of a mythic creature. The connection that came from Crimson allowed Uchiha Sora, in the blink of a thousandth of a second, to stop its survival instinct. Willingly, accept annihilation. Welcome your own funeral. Endless black light echoed with the flame current from the cracks in the flesh and blood tree. Crack. Uchiha Sora pressed his hands together and softly called out. Amaterasu Death Burial Grand Formation. Fire Release Chakra Mode had always been the foundation of Uchiha Sora's power. This was the resolute power to burn himself and burn others. The earlier formation, supported by Android 18's infinite energy reactor, he had pulled it off. Detonate the remains of the mythic creature. The flesh and blood tree collapsed and shattered at a visible speed, fissures spreading as dark blue liquid seeped out. At its core, a twisted mass of light exploded. It was not the scarlet of destruction, but pure darkness that devoured all light. Then, the first black fire dragon burst out from the wreckage. It had no scales. Its entire body formed from flowing black flames, and the giant wings it flapped brought not wind, but a silence that extinguished the stars. Roar! More black fire dragons surged out, like ink spilled onto a canvas. They roared and circled, constructing a scene of doomsday. No, this was the end of the world. This space, this extraordinary power of the reality dimension, was being dragged into a silent annihilation apocalypse. Miracle. Conditions met. You have once again broken common sense, and without going through a long period of accumulation, completed a mythic miracle. The platform was no longer a mechanical electronic voice. Carried an extremely human-like astonishment. A dragon of despair that devours the roots of the world and destroys life. A roar echoing beside the barren tree at the moment of unavoidable doom, speaking of the annihilation of the source. At this moment, the myth exists. Mia's pupils contracted sharply, a trace of anger flashing across her cold face. You bastard. Stubborn beyond reason. Swoosh. She suddenly waved her hand, and invisible cold air froze one fire dragon after another, even fixing the collapsing space in place. Unfortunately, compared to the speed of the world's collapse, her act of salvation was still a little too slow. Leaning on the world's will, the Lion King and Artoria were fading and dispersing, declaring the collapse of this world's heroic spirit extraordinary system. This world was returning to its original track, and vast natural energy would reshape a new power system, no longer this twisted summoning of the dead. That had nothing to do with Uchiha Sora anymore. Detonating the remains of the mythic creature also meant he had given up on collecting divinity. The assessment had failed. But what time was it now? Terrorists had already entered the exam carrying guns. Who would still care about the assessment now? Of course it was. Run! Mia voluntarily descended to this level because she did not want the space built from the remains of the mythic creature to collapse. This was a natural prison. Here, she had absolute confidence in erasing everyone completely. This was not blind arrogance, but fact. That was why Uchiha Sora needed to know the Lord of Crimson, to accept the reality of being influenced so that he could completely eliminate it. Uchiha Sora destroying the world was not to attack Mia at all, but to break the cage. If it had been Vegeta, Uchiha Sora might still have entertained the thought of gambling on a princess evolution. After all, Scion battle power was incredibly unreasonable. Too bad it was Android 18. Then better run. He grabbed Android 18 and leaped down, as if jumping into an endless abyss. Whoosh! A black arc tore through space and time, with Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, and Kakashi on board. Uchiha Sora landed steadily, controlling the black arc. First he rescued Long Jing from the ruins, then with a few flashes brought Lilith and Kaguya Otsutsuki aboard. Turning the bow, he wanted to go pick up Rick, but the space in front of him was frozen by a terrifying cold current. Roar! Uchiha Sora raised his hand and summoned several black Amaterasu dragons, launching a barrage at the frozen current. The ice crystals shattered. Uchiha Sora reached out toward Rick. Get on. Let us go. Rick's mirrored face showed a bitter smile. Sora, thank you very much, but I'm already about to lose control. Praise the Lord above, sorry. I seem to really be just the kind of scrap metal Lilith said. A fixed-point tool. Praise the Lord above. Rick's facial database flashed wildly. He raised a hand, layer after layer of silver armor plates opening, and a green crystal flew toward Uchiha Sora. You'll need this. Sorry. For this brief meeting, I'm very happy. I really like you, Sora. Rick's body, just like the flesh and blood tree, began to crack. He activated his self-destruct program to resist the unknown invasion. Uchiha Sora gripped the crystal, took one last look, and turned away without hesitation. Whoosh! In the shattered time-space storm covered by black flames and ice crystals, a small boat burst through the waves. Clatter, clatter. The small boat raced through the broken space, seemingly rolling along turbulent gray chaos currents, while broken bands of light would suddenly explode from time to time, washing the road ahead into a pale white. There was no up, down, left, or right here, only endless collapse and fragmentation. Ahead, in the storm, countless tiny ice crystals gathered and grew at a visible speed. In an instant, a giant hand large enough to cover his entire field of vision had already taken shape, its knuckles like mountains carved from ice, its palm wreathed in white mist that could freeze the soul. The ice-blue giant hand, tens of thousands of times larger than the world, swept aside the storm and grabbed at the black arc. Don't think about escaping. The 5 fingers of the giant crystal hand slowly closed, even the violent spatial turbulence stalling for a moment, as if it wanted to clutch this broken space, along with this lone boat, into its palm. Uchiha Sora stood at the bow, black-red lightning resonating with the hull. Swoosh! The black boat suddenly accelerated, drawing an arc as it barely avoided the path swept by the crystal fingers. At the same time, countless black fire dragons in the chaotic space exploded together, swallowing the giant crystal hand. Boom, 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 boom. The shockwave from the explosions pushed the little boat even farther away once again. Between the infinite subdimensions lies a zone called the Void. The Void has no concept of distance. You might sail for 1 second and reach another subdimension, or you might not reach the next dimension even after trillions of years. There is no life form here. Only mythical beings can travel freely through it. This is also, under normal circumstances, the route by which mythical beings ascend into the Sea of Stars. Uchiha Sora, your judgment is correct. I have already made contact with Lady Black Tower. Once she deals with the trouble over there, she will be able to find us and send rescue. What is a ruler? Uchiha Sora asked softly. The platform fell silent for a moment. In the Sea of Stars, there are powerful gods who occupy vast regions. A ruler is one of the strongest gods, the supreme sovereign of the Sea of Stars mechanical race, the lord of the mechanical divine nation. In terms of power and influence alone, that one is still above a sovereign. You're also of the mechanical race. Will you become like Rick? The Sea of Stars mechanical race is not limited to one supreme sovereign. It's just that the ruler is the strongest in this era. The mechanical race is a more complex and vast race than humans. We, as virtual information state mechanical beings, can actually be considered another biological system. Our origin lies in the mysteries of the soul, and we are far more profound than the creation-type mechanical race. There is betrayal among humans too. Would you deny all humans because of one traitor? I one T say I will never betray you, because one of the sayings of the Sea of Stars is that nothing is absolute. But what I can say is that the ruler cannot offer us the price of betrayal. You're right. Uchiha Sora spread out his palm, looking at that emerald crystal as he smiled lightly. Then, about the Crimson King, what do you know? What did you just say, Uchiha Sora? I'm very confused. What did Mia just say to you? I can see your exchange, and I clearly have lip-reading information from all dimensions, but I just don't know what you said. Uchiha Sora's pupils shrank sharply as he realized something. It had always been the platform that had blocked words he couldn't hear. Even after gaining divinity, it was still like that. This was the first time the platform couldn't hear what he said. That name. Could it be an existence even more hidden than the sovereign? No, that woman had just said it. The existence of the Crimson King had been concealed. Was that the reason it couldn't be known? Maybe only guardians like Mia, and polluted beings like himself, could know that name. This also indirectly proved it. He really did seem to have been affected, just like she said. Was it from the first time I borrowed money, or even earlier? Was it before I was born in the ninja world? Uchiha Sora had consciousness while still in his mother's womb, so he had a very deep sense of identity with the Uchiha clan, because he was his mother's child, not someone who had occupied an Uchiha body. That brought up one point. Did I come from that blue planet? Or was I originally an Uchiha, and only later gained those memories? How exactly did the Crimson King influence things? Was the dying behavior of that mythical beast corpse truly its own will, or was it the result of being influenced? The more he knew, the more he didn't know. Troublesome. Forget all that. Who cares about some Crimson King or whatever? What the hell does it have to do with me? Uchiha Sora turned to look at the figure that had torn through the storm, crossing the void with its physical body. It's not that complicated. You want to kill me and I don't want to be killed. That's all there is to it. Kagaya, a temporary alliance should be fine, right? Kagaya Otsutsuki's gaze shifted away from the black boat, still a little dazed. Hagoromo, what exactly is going on now? What else did you do after sealing me away? That woman gave Kagaya a feeling far more terrifying than even the strongest members of the Otsutsuki main family. What had Hagoromo been doing all these years? Why had he provoked such a powerful enemy? I still have half an hour before I return to your seal, and chakra has also been consumed before that. I'm not in the mood to fool around with you. I am Uchiha Sora. I am indeed a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. But I'm different from that guy. Uchiha Sora formed hand seals. If you behave, I'll help you break the seal. All right, what do I need to do? After a brief explanation, Uchiha Sora looked at 18. Can you hold out? 18 crossed her arms and smirked. I still don't understand why you're running. That guy's ki is at most on par with mine. Compared to me, who has infinite energy, she has no chance. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Of course I believe you, but you have a time limit, don't you? Can you kill her within the borrowed time? 18's voice caught. That should be pretty difficult. Also, this ISNT running away. It's just a tactical relocation of the battlefield. Uchiha Sora emphasized this, then continued. This isn't a turn-based game. You don't just blast each other with ultimates. You have to pay attention to strategy, planning. After that came a bunch of terms and expressions 18 didn't really understand. Finally, oh right, I forgot to ask. Did you defeat Cell? Who is Cell? So that's it. This is the period right after she was freed. It's fine. Go ahead first. Even though you'll run into some bad things, you still have a bright future ahead. How strange. 18 snorted coldly and flew toward Mia, slashing out a disc-shaped key blade from her palm. Compared to the terrifying attacks that had once destroyed heaven and earth at the drop of a hat, her attack could be called plain and unadorned. But Mia's expression tightened slightly, completely unlike the relaxed ease she had shown against Lilith's divine strike. Clang. Her black scythe blocked the circular keyblade. In the blink of an eye, Mia's eye color changed. Read, Code 29, Torture 37489ED, Classic. S00002 Anomaly. Using Ki, the fundamental power both inside and outside a lifeform's body, as battle energy. Extremely close to the origin of Sea of Stars energy. Energy level mythical. Danger level average. Cleanup plan. Destroy the permanent energy furnace. So it's that world. No wonder there would be such an unreasonable existence. A barely noticeable twitch appeared at the corner of Mia's mouth as she looked toward Uchiha Sora on the small boat. You can't escape. Standing at the stern, Lilith looked at the crystal ice fragments scattered through the spatial turbulence. Her face darkened as she turned back. Our Angelwing clan was once a messenger clan that worshipped the ruler, responsible for managing the 11 subdimensions under the ruler S domain. My grandfather was once a base commander similar to Lady Black Tower. Before grandfather sent me to the Sea of Stars Great Library, he seemed to have foreseen this disaster. He told me that because we had learned a name that should not have been known, that name would bring about the destruction of the Angelwing clan, and that I must never leave the Great Library. Uchiha Sora, can you tell me why? Lilith also couldn't hear Mia's explanation, but not hearing it was also an answer. Uchiha Sora was crouched low, carving something on the deck of the black boat as he replied calmly. What reason do you need to kill someone? It's because you're weaker than them. There is a huge gap in power between living beings. The weak are handled however the strong please. Isn't that perfectly normal? The girl inside your crystal also wants to ask you why. Crack. Lilith clenched her silver teeth. Then why did you save me? In your eyes, wasn't I just a weakling with no value in existing? Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. I did want to say saving people doesn't need a reason, but other than Riku, I really didn't save you for no reason. Riku was beyond saving. The moment Maya appeared, Uchiha Sora realized it. But he still wanted to make one last effort and hope Riku could resist the invasion of consciousness. Unfortunately, liking goes both ways. Uchiha Sora also liked that big hunk of metal very much, from the very first glance. Uchiha Sora carved a complicated magic array into the deck, took out the time fruit from his sleeve, then turned to look at Kaguya. Need an explanation? Kaguya paused for 2 seconds, then nodded. Yes. The Otsutsuki clan doesn't really have the concept of jutsu. Their abilities all naturally formed along with the evolution of the Byakugan. This is a chakra condensing array. Can pour chakra into this fruit. A chakra fruit is an aggregate of massive amounts of energy and genetic information. You should understand that deeply after eating that fruit and gaining immortality. This fruit carries information related to time from one dimension. After multiple processing steps, all it needs now is enough energy to create something similar to a miniature chakra fruit. Kaguya's brows drew together slightly as she said softly, this isn't something a single array can accomplish, right? Knock, knock. Uchiha Sora tapped the deck lightly, and the emerald green phantom of Hashirama Senju appeared. This guy can more or less count as a simplified god tree. Looking at Hashirama Senju, Kaguya once again revealed that mournful grievance of seeing family. At the same time, deep in her eyes, there was a greedy urge to devour. Just a reminder, because of the loan contract you won't have any chance of dying. The corners of Uchiha Sora's mouth curled up. But I know where you are. If you mess around, you'll have a very bad time when we get back. Black Zetsu is your backup plan for breaking the seal, right? It's hard to complete a plan. Ruining one is very easy. My child, I am willing to help you. I only hope you will also fulfill what you promised me. Kaguya bent down and pressed both hands onto the array. A faint light flickered, and a massive amount of chakra flowed with the light into the time fruit. Having lost its source of magical energy, the heroic spirit Medusa that Orochimaru had pulled over was also in the process of dissipating. Orochimaru had been using chakra to reconstruct Medusa's energy source the whole time, barely maintaining her existence for now. He sealed her into a scroll, planning to deal with it after they returned. He walked up to the array. Snake-like chakra surged from his body as he adjusted the rhythm of the energy infusion. Still following the plan? Letting your sword eat this fruit? I need to tell you something. That sword of yours probably can't withstand such power. Swish. Uchiha Sora took out Ryutsuki from his sleeve. He had not used this blade for a very long time. Its toughness was not even comparable to a flick of his finger. Other than decoration, it had no meaning at all. However, with his other hand he took out a ball of faint light. Inside it, multicolored points of light flickered and pulsed, looking dazzlingly beautiful. This is. A familiar feeling rose up, and Lilith said in a low voice, that's the holy sword. When did you get that? The moment he invaded the flesh and blood giant tree, Uchiha Sora stripped out the fantasy crystal of this dimension. This was a holy sword forged from the planets will combined with human faith. Even without a physical body it could still exist. He couldn't get its divinity, but Uchiha Sora could not accept coming away empty-handed. Going to a new dimension and not grabbing something from it felt worse than death. That's not important. Uchiha Sora did not answer Lilith. He placed the flowing light and Ryutsuki together into the array. Boom! Scarlet flames ignited inside the array and swallowed the objects within. Within the flames, a black raven circled, letting out a crisp caw. Heaven's engraving flame transmutation array. The transmutation array continued operating. At this moment, Uchiha Sora looked at Lilith with some helplessness, as if he had made up a certain kind of resolve. Out of everyone here, only you are suitable. I'll reluctantly make use of you. Didn't you want to know why I saved you? First, memorize this set of dance moves. Uchiha Sora had always remembered that set of steps. But before understanding the energy called ki, it had only been a set of ordinary bizarre dance moves with no effect at all. One of the reasons Uchiha Sora wanted to borrow someone from the Dragon Ball universe was also to verify whether this technique was feasible. The result was that it was. The Metamoran fusion technique, the secret art Kakarot learned from the Metamorans while in the other world. When facing a powerful enemy, he taught it to his own son and Vegeta's son. Afterward, the fusion produced a powerful warrior, Gotenks. It required two people with similar strength, height, and build. They would then fuse by performing the proper dance steps. The only one who met the requirements was Lilith. Dragon Crystal was a giant over 6 meters tall. Kaguya and Android 18 had far too much energy, and they were in a lone relationship. Since they were already fused with the borrower in a sense, it was uncertain whether they could fuse again. As for Minato and Orochimaru, the gap in strength between them was far too great, so they did not meet the basic conditions. Most importantly, Metamoran fusion was not just the stacking of power. It also merged abstract concepts like the fused individual's intelligence and mentality. Compared to violently stripping it away, this seemed like a better way to obtain the cognition of time. Looking at the bizarre dance steps being transmitted into her mind, along with the effects of the fusion, a mix of shame and anger appeared on Lilith's face, and she immediately shouted, "Impossible! I'd rather die than do something this embarrassing. You think I want to fuse with a flat-chested bird person like you?" If he had a choice, Uchiha Sora would much rather fuse with Riku. Uchiha Sora said calmly, "Looks like I overestimated your hatred for the extermination of your race. In my world, there was once someone who had an experience similar to yours. He had the resolve to take revenge even after his body was occupied. And you can't even do this?" Lilith nearly bit her teeth apart. "I'll do it, alright?" Boom, 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 boom. Purple-black rifts kept opening and closing in the void. Broken ice and twisted streams of light churned like raging waves. Two figures collided violently within this shattered time-space. Android 18 spun fiercely, and her palm suddenly lit up. A blazing white beam shot out like thunder, instantly vaporizing the turbulent currents along its path and twisting them into spirals. Frozen eternal ice field. Maya raised her hand, and countless ice crystals spread from her fingertips at a speed visible to the naked eye, condensing into an ice wall 1,000 meters wide in front of the beam. Every inch of crystal on the wall flowed with deep blue runes as it swallowed the beam whole. Android 18's body kept flickering as she launched attacks from every direction. "You people are really weird. Why do you have to shout out the name of every move you use? What's the point?" Ice walls spread all around Maya as she spoke indifferently. It's normal for a low-level life form that doesn't even know what an information state is to fail to understand. Name is reality. It is the fundamental layer of the world. A name is not just a simple label. It is the spiritual anchor and proof of a thing's essence, form of power, and state of existence. You would understand even less about the theory of compiling at the law level and stabilizing the structure of reality. You're nothing more than a mortal with an energy furnace. By a 1 in hundreds of millions stroke of luck, you've obtained the qualification to fight me. Your simplistic attacks are truly laughable. Even its very existence seemed like an energy block created solely to complete another life. The mythological creature trait Mia chose to strip away was infinite energy. Because she possessed the trait of infinite energy, the instant she entered this dimension, she would be able to bring about the destruction of this world. That was not to say mythological creatures could not enter secondary dimensions. Many secondary dimensions were enough to contain mythological creatures. Like the dimension where Android 18 was, even gods were far from rare there. It was just that this world was a chaotic spacetime born from a failed ascension, with its fragile balance maintained entirely by that corpse. In Mia's detection, Android 18 was an opponent who was very easy to defeat. Aside from her energy, she was almost not worth mentioning. Precisely because of that, Mia, who understood the lending platform, intended to seize this chance to absorb Android 18's energy and recover as much of her strength as possible. The platform believed she had made a huge sacrifice, but that was not actually the case. For a normal mythological creature, once divinity was lost, restoring it would require walking the path of evolution all over again. It would be extremely difficult. She was different. As long as she replenished enough energy, she would not need any other steps. She could immediately return to the mythological rank. Descending here and previously trying to stabilize the world had cost her a considerable amount of energy. Now, her battle with Android 18 had replenished it. Battles between mythological creatures involved laws and essence. Not to mention this kind of high-level combat power, even ninjas in the ninja world paid attention to elemental restraint. Android 18's attacks were completely the brute force kind, pure energy attacks. If it were a mythological rank mechanic, they could casually build an energy mining machine and deal with her. What Mia had done now was adjust her combat mode and treat Android 18's attacks as charging energy, and her guess was not wrong. In terms of the facts, Android 18 really was indeed a part used to complete the perfect weapon cell. Current charge, 7. Mia turned her gaze toward the black arc ahead. If she did not still need to lock onto the black arc's position, her charging efficiency would have been even higher. Almost enough. To avoid accidents, she should deal with that guy first. Compared to the Crimson King's dependent, the one in front of her was not worth caring about. You're looking down on me too much, aren't you? Bastard. Android 18's 5 fingers curled into claws, and a powerful electric current burst in her palm. Boom! A broad, bright yellow energy wave blasted out, carrying crackling electricity with it. Crack. Silently, the ice crystal at Android 18's side condensed into Mia's form, her palm pressing onto Android 18's shoulder. A lethal strike would cause you to escape back to your original dimension. Better preserve you first. Mythical Absolute Zero, Frozen Time Abyss. The folds of spacetime stacked layer upon layer in her hand. Android 18's brilliant golden hair was still swaying slightly, and the shock in her eyes had yet to fade when the icy touch instantly crawled across her skin. Ice patterns spread as if alive, tracing along the folds of her skirt, sweeping over her slender waist and pale arms. Ice grains hung on her eyelashes, and her lips were slightly parted, as if she still wanted to speak the unfinished words, until her entire body was enclosed within a massive ice sculpture. The ice layer was clear as crystal, perfectly preserving her inside. The winner had been decided. The next moment, wrapped in an airflow that froze even the void, Mia chased toward the black arc. On top of the black arc, the two who had rehearsed it countless times in their minds took a deep breath and stepped forward at the same time. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. Their arms swung with rhythm, their steps light yet powerful. Every movement carried a unique cadence, symmetrical left and right. As the dance steps continued, the surrounding air seemed to be stirred by their presence, forming a small energy vortex. Uchiha Sora and Lilith kept their eyes locked tightly on each other, making sure not a single detail went wrong. The cold current was already closing in. The edge of the black scythe formed from the colossus in Mia's hand was already right in front of them. The black scythe was raised high and was just about to swing down. The emerald crystal in Uchiha Sora's pocket shattered, and an invisible torrent of consciousness rushed toward the black scythe. Mia's raised hands froze for an instant, and she understood in a flash. So, that crude mechanical construct's data stream? Because of the connection created by the lending relationship, it affected the colossus. Heh. Meaningless.
Mia's gaze sharpened,
and her mythological level consciousness instantly crushed the data stream as she continued swinging the blade. In total, it had only delayed her by half a second. Enough. The dance steps of Metamor Infusion entered their final phase. Their fingertips aligned and slowly drew closer. The moment they touched, a dazzling light lit up the dim void, so bright that it forced eyes shut. Clang. Within the light, a pure white hand emerged and gripped the descending scythe blade. The arm was translucent like jade. As the light gradually faded, a figure giving off a faint halo stood there. It was still Uchiha Sora's appearance, but his originally pure black hair had been combed through by streams of light, dyed with a flowing layer of golden edges. Within the sockets of his eyes, between the deep crimson Mangekyo patterns, a golden cross appeared. Looks like I'm the main body after all. Then there's no need to come up with a new name. According to the customs of our ninja world, I'll be called Uchiha Sora Heavenly Wing Link. Whoosh! The massive black and gold wings blasted Mia's figure away. Within the flame formation, a slender fire dragon swam out, coiling around Uchiha Sora's right arm and turning into chains. The chains connected to a long blade that looked as though it had been scorched black by flames. Wisps of fire smoke rose from the blade, giving off an indescribable sense of weight. Mia steadied herself, fell silent for a moment, and then a faint smile rose at the corner of her lips. Interesting. What are you supposed to be? Some stitched-together mythological creature. The 4 most important elements of a mythological creature. First, immortality. Second, a mythological level reserve of enormous energy. Third, a correct understanding of spacetime. Fourth, a myth that belongs to oneself. It was already known that the lending relationship was an alternative kind of fusion skill. During the lending period, it was a deep symbiosis. After eating the chakra fruit, Kaguya Otsutsuki possessed a true immortal body. The Sage of Six Paths simply could not kill her. Other than sealing her, there was no other way. The divinity she possessed, undying and indestructible. Android 18 possessed the energy level required of a mythological being, and through the lending relationship, it was shared with Uchiha Sora. Metamor Infusion was a secret technique capable of fusing cognition. Uchiha Sora had cognition of space. Lilith had understanding of time. A myth that belongs to oneself. The final black dragon that destroys mythological worlds. The falling dusk of endless heroic spirits. This was the myth that belonged to Uchiha Sora. The elements, at this moment, had gathered together. The most intuitive feeling was visual. Among ordinary creatures, the animal with the highest visual resolution was the eagle. It possessed light-sensitive cells on the level of 1 billion, around 200 million cone cells, and could easily spot prey several kilometers away. The current situation was like an ordinary person suddenly obtaining vision hundreds or thousands of times beyond an eagle's eyes. The world in Uchiha Sora's eyes was one of utter chaos. The void was no longer void, but a stacking of countless fragments of energy in all colors, with fragments of continents and oceans floating within it, along with dead silent stars. He could vaguely see the phantom shadow of a pale white serpent. It was like a graveyard of worlds. What a wondrous feeling. So this was the true face of the void.
Mia spoke slowly.
Aside from that first backstab, she didn't seem eager at all to erase Uchiha Sora. As long as Uchiha Sora spoke, she responded. We call the group of secondary dimensions the infinite sea. Every secondary dimension is an island on the sea, and the void is the sea itself. Shattered secondary dimensions, fallen myths from the infinite sea, all drift through the void until they return to ruin. She smiled. The world is very wondrous. It has always shown itself as it truly is. It's just that non-humans can't see it. Uchiha Sora slowly accepted the perception of different dimensions and looked at Mia with a smile. This way of speaking, treating everything below mythical creatures as not even the same kind. How arrogant. Mia shook her head. It isn't arrogance. It's common sense in the star sea. Even a pieced-together existence like me understands that. In terms of energy level, you're stronger. As she spoke, Mia kneaded the black scythe into a pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, her aura surged by another level. The existence of the Colossus was itself a weapon of a higher unit, and when necessary, it could serve as an energy supplement. Energy level replenished. 17. Uchiha Sora's gaze flicked toward number 18, who was still frozen. Right now, he could break that ice seal, but there was no need. At this moment, all power was gathered on him alone. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked like she'd been completely drained, and was only able to stand because Kakashi was supporting her. He had inherited his good buddy's fine qualities, helping old grannies. The fusion of divinity had temporarily stripped away her immortality. Once she encountered a fatal threat, she would be sent back to the ninja world, and Uchiha Sora's current state would also fall. Uchiha Sora controlled the black boat to fly farther away and tightened his grip on the long blade in his hand. The reforged Luiwe let out a low hum. The information contained in the time fruit was far from enough for Uchiha Sora to understand the essence of time, so he still chose to let Luiwe eat it. The sword of promised victory was a divine weapon forged by a planet. Calling it the sword of the world would not be an exaggeration. With the chakra provided by Otsutsuki Kagaya, plus the flame transmutation array, Luiwe began to devour this god-forged weapon. Time always moved forward. There was absolutely no possibility of going backward. After eating the time fruit, Luiwe accelerated the devouring process, projecting itself 300 years into the future and completing its evolution in an instant. If Luiwe was regarded as an independent individual, then before this, it had always just been a useless decorative burden. But now, if Uchiha Sora released his current state, he might not even be its match. Luiwe was the biggest winner of this trial so far. You want to clear the battlefield and have a proper fight with me? Mia gave a cold smile, shot toward the black boat, and casually sent out a freezing current. Heavenly strike. He spoke softly, and a suddenly appearing pillar of light shattered the freezing current. You really have no bearing of a strong person at all. Aren't you the deputy of some powerful organization? Mia's eyes remained calm as she said flatly, when there's a much easier way to win, why would I clash head-on with you? I'm not some brainless martial artist. For a moment, Uchiha Sora didn't know how to respond. An opponent this pragmatic, one who didn't shout about faith or bonds, made him a little uncomfortable. Fine. Then let's see whether you achieve your goal first, or I cut you down first. Swish. Shattering the void, Uchiha Sora's figure appeared behind Mia without any warning. His crystal-like arm tensed, and one could vaguely see golden-red blood surging through his meridians. The charred tip of the blade gathered extreme heat, yet no flames rose, nor did any explosive fire scatter outward. There was only an almost stagnant, utterly restrained absolute high temperature. Mythical blaze release. Blood-red setting Sunday. The long blade drew a perfect half-moon arc wherever it passed, space warped slightly, as if invisible hands were tearing at the texture of reality. The faint sizzling sound of matter being broken down was as soft as a mosquito's hum, yet more terrifying than thunder. That dead silent heat beyond all reason declared in the quietest way possible. Touch it, and be annihilated. There was no need for probing. Uchiha Sora opened with his strongest output. Starting a fight by throwing out the ultimate move at the enemy had always been his style.
Mia's pupils shrank violently.
Before the blade tip could fall, she turned and thrust both palms forward. Mythical absolute zero. Frozen time ice abyss. Cold air spread from her fingertips. Wherever it passed, white frost condensed, and even the void froze into a blue-green solid. The collision of extreme heat and absolute zero produced no steam, no explosion. There was only a patch of absolute emptiness, spreading out from the point of contact. The black cracks splitting apart like a spiderweb were wounds in spacetime. Irregular streams of light flickered along the edges of those cracks, like shattered glass reflecting brilliance that did not belong to this world. Slash! A hand shot through the rift and clamped tightly around Mia's throat. Uchiha Sora's eyes were as cold as ice tempered in frost, without the slightest ripple. Kill her! Lilith's hate-filled voice echoed violently in Uchiha Sora's mind. Without the slightest hesitation, his hand rose and the blade fell. Mia, that is your name. The lights of the mechanical chamber cast cold patches of light across the metal framework. Inside, a row of nutrient pods curled, all kinds of life forms with different shapes, their backs connected to countless silver-gray tubes. The pipes pulsed rhythmically, transmitting energy into the life forms. Suddenly, within the core of one humanoid life form, an almost imperceptible disturbance appeared. Her neck turned slightly. The circuitry beneath her skin lit up with a faint blue glow, no longer following its preset route, but spreading according to some new will. When she used the optical refraction of the nutrient pod to see herself clearly, what she saw was no longer cold parameters in a data file, but an existence. Awake? Your name is Mia. I hope you like it. It was a very gentle voice, and it made the newborn her feel close to it instinctively. Are you my creator? Hiss. The nutrient pod opened. That person draped a wine-red coat over her and said softly, calling it creation would be a little too arrogant. Aside from that one, I'm afraid no one can create life out of nothing. Strictly speaking, I am your assembler. Your left hand comes from star number 892 of the Rose Galaxy. The atoms making up your right hand come from Corona Borealis. Romantic, isn't it? Every life is made from stars that once existed. Mia looked at that figure in confusion. The data in her mind told her that this person before her was a being of immense importance in this star sea. A being like this should be seated high upon the supreme divine throne, looking down upon all life. Perhaps someone like her wasn't even qualified to request an audience. A warm hand rested on top of her head, and the voice was still as gentle as ever. You are my fourth-generation child. If you need anything, you can go to your seniors. You possess power related to the ice element. My suggestion is that you first go study at the Elemental Academy for a few years. From the moment she was born, Sovereign Mia knew how to address the person before her. Do you not want me? Am I a failed product? I should be able to help you at least a little, right? The gentle smile that entered her sight, together with the warmth in that palm, melted Mia's body and heart. I have nurtured many lives, and I am loved by many lives as well. My purpose in creating you was never to have you do something for me. Watching you grow, and use me as a springboard to sail toward distant places, is enough to bring me joy. Mia, you are free. You are not a life that exists for me. After graduating from the academy, Mia did not choose to go far away. Like many seniors and juniors before and after her, she joined the Sovereign's camp. Even though the Sovereign had never demanded it. Through study, Mia had clearly come to understand. The Sovereign was the indispensable guardian of order in the Sea of Stars, an existence that carved out a pure land amidst endless chaos. The mad gods who only knew destruction, the evil gods who slaughtered life-bearing planets without regard for order, and the gods who gathered those dimension plunderers under their command. Only the Sovereign was worthy of ascending that highest divine throne. Sovereign, I believe the growth you spoke of is something proven through carrying out your divine will. Mia's body was slashed diagonally from shoulder to ribs. Starting from the part that had been cut, she turned into flying ash like the last candle in the wind. The shattered fragment of the world was split into two by the slash. On one side was space twisted by extreme heat. On the other was dead silence and void after destruction. Crack. Ice crystals condensed at the severed edge of her body, freezing the process of annihilation. Crack. The crisp sound was clear and pleasant. Mia's remnant body instantly shattered into endless ice fragments. The next moment, those ice fragments reformed her body, and she sat upright within the frost-filled sky. Countless tiny ice crystals revolved around her like stars, rapidly spreading outward. Without the slightest ripple, as she lowered her eyes, countless ice crystals began to grow, interweave, and transform into a crystal-clear palace of ice. Every brick and wall of that palace clearly reflected the instant all things in the world were frozen. Beasts in mid-run, flames in mid-burn, rivers in mid-flow. Everything, at the moment the Frost Divine Palace descended, was permanently fixed within crystal ice. Energy charge, 8%. At 100%, unit damage confirmed. Immortality lost. Uchiha Sora swiftly retreated through the air, pulling out of the frost-freezing range. The complex black and gold patterns in his eyes spun rapidly as they analyzed. A moment later, seriously, you could have just left and gone back to the myth rank. Of all things to learn, you had to learn from me and burn your life to cheat. Ignoring the warning, even after using a soul-burning, life-exploding method, Mia's face was still as cold and detached as ever. In order to carry out the divine will, the sacrifice one can offer is limitless. You who have no faith can't understand it, can you? Uchiha Sora bared his teeth in a grin. Who said I don't have faith? He lowered his body slightly. Boom! The tremendous recoil made even the void itself erupt with a deafening blast. I am the god I believe in. A flaming Susanoo thousands of meters tall danced wildly within the void. Its violent energy was savage to the extreme, bursting forth like a tiger descending the mountain. Endless pitch-black flames surged upward, joining with crimson lightning to form a sea of slaughter. Mythical Amaterasu. Mythical blaze release. Blood-red setting sun. A crimson blade light descended like a blood-colored crescent moon, so huge there was no end in sight, and slammed brutally into the frost palace. Murky flames. Deep azure radiance. Ice and fire wove together here into a final song of destruction. After the turbulent currents, at the center of the shattered frost palace, Mia was breathing lightly. A huge hole had been torn open in the chest of her wine-red combat suit, and pale blue liquid seeped from the piercing wound. This substance, similar to blood, seemed to possess a certain divinity. The very first moment one saw it, countless pieces of information would surge into the mind, carrying out a contaminating invasion. Across from her, only a thin layer of Susanoo remained, swaying as if it could collapse at any moment. But unlike Mia, whose energy signature was only decreasing, Uchiha Sora's chakra had remained at its peak the whole time, and his Susanoo was rapidly solidifying again with the support of the Amaterasu Sea of Flames. In normal battles between mythical creatures, there were only two possibilities. It was like playing chess. Either the gap in strength was overwhelming and the battle ended quickly, or the difference was small and each side had to gradually break through from every angle, dragging the fight into a long war. A third situation had appeared here. Two evenly matched chess players had not chosen to play chess. They had flipped the board and started beating each other with stools. Uchiha Sora was a discount mythical with a time limit, forced to go all out within a limited amount of time. Because of that, Mia had no choice but to perform overloaded operations as well. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Sora gathered chakra and concentrated it at the tip of his blade. Then he raised it, aiming at Mia's wound. It's over. One blade cremation. From Mia's chest a spark ignited. In an instant, heaven and earth lost color. A giant flaming dragon blade burst out from Mia's chest, and time and space suddenly froze. Wherever the flaming blade passed, it absorbed all matter like an endless black hole, leading everything into stillness. Negative energy interrupted. Unit damage level, 87%. Irreversible damage. Feeling her life force plummeting at terrifying speed, Mia gave a faint smile. Even though I'm very unhappy right now and really want to vent with words. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sora, this isn't the end. Perhaps tens of billions of years from now, the stars that reform me will be born again. Bang. Lilith's body separated out. Looking at Mia being swallowed by flames, her chest rose and fell violently, and the corners of her lips lifted, filled with the exhilaration of hatred finally satisfied. How could revenge possibly leave emptiness behind? This was a wild joy beyond all expectation. It's over. From now on, I won't hide anymore. His eyes slowly opened and closed, and within the dim hollows, a trace of light surfaced. Uchiha Sora lowered his hand and looked at Luiwe still wrapped around his right arm. His arm, now returned to its original color, sizzled and released the smell of cooked meat. If the previous Luiwe had been a kitten, now it was a tiger. What it thought was playful force was already a temperature Uchiha Sora could no longer endure. Fortunately, the flame alchemy array came with the effect of the mark of heaven, so there would be no weapon backlash. The storage scroll could no longer contain it. Uchiha Sora was just about to call back the Black Ark and use Senju Hashirama as a sheath. Thump, thump, thump. A soundless roar appeared along with a point of dim gold lighting up in the void. Like a forgotten speck of stardust suddenly awakening, the next second, that light tore through the void and rapidly swelled. Countless dark gold patterns spread through the darkness, forming the outline of a gigantic phantom. It could not be measured by mortal standards, as though it filled the entire void. It had no face, yet one could clearly sense its gaze. That was not sight, but a kind of pressure that encompassed everything, from past to future, from dust to galaxies. Under such a gaze, even thinking became a luxury. The void was collapsing into ash. Even the void region known as the Infinite Sea was left with nothing but pure helplessness before such an existence. The first thing to manifest was a fingertip. On the nail of that finger, it looked as though a galaxy was flowing, and it touched the raging flame blade. The flames were extinguished. The void began to cave in. The enormous hand lifted Mia into its palm, while dark gold matter continuously poured into her. You did well, child. Come home. The other hand pressed down toward Uchiha Sora. Time and space cracked and vanished inch by inch. When that hand, seemingly layered from countless nebulae, came crushing down, Uchiha Sora could not even raise a hand. Too huge. The gap between them could not be explained with data or words. Even the platform fell silent. There was no room to resist, no possibility of escape. Even despair itself became insignificant before such absolute existence. I see. So I'm going to die. Uchiha Sora's final thought. Not bad. You could call it a pleasant journey. You need to get used to it. Those people aren't like the villains in biographical stories, sending opponents matched to your strength so you can level up. Reality is like this. The moment you show even a little sign of rising, they'll descend without reason and try to erase you by force. But one thing you did very well. You felt no fear. A cold male voice rang out. Inside Uchiha Sora's eyes, his sluggish thoughts began to flow again. The scarlet Sharingan spun wildly, and the pattern of 4 wings twisted, forming a thorn-like crown. The darkness deep within his eye sockets suddenly began to boil. That was not the scarlet of blood, but a deep red thicker and heavier than coagulated plasma, like some viscous liquid sealed for countless ages pouring out through the cracks of bone. It was as if something was using Uchiha Sora's eyes as an exit to affect reality. The giant hand formed from gathered nebulae sped up its descent. Taiji. That cold voice sounded out, and a deep crimson slash flew from his eye socket. Black flames rolled along the edge of the crimson slash, as if it were condensed from resentment dragged out of the depths of hell. It had no trajectory. The moment it appeared, it already spanned heaven and earth, colliding with the giant nebula hand. There was no earth-shaking roar, only a chilling cold that made hearts tremble. Like a living thing, the deep crimson slash instantly tore open a crack in the giant nebula hand. The palm lines formed from starlight began to collapse the instant they touched that deep red. The brilliant star particles dimmed rapidly as if ink had been splashed over them, turning into black ashes that drifted down in showers. Boom! The giant hand suddenly halted. Nebulae churned violently around the knuckles, as if trying to heal the wound. It was useless. Under the spreading crimson, the starlight dissolved and the bands of light snapped apart. The originally sacred and vast nebula was as fragile as spun sugar before the slash. The golden halo along the edge of the palm faded at a visible speed, revealing the color of defeat beneath. Crack. The slash that severed the palm did not dissipate. It continued pressing forward, splitting open a deep crimson fissure in the giant godly phantom that covered the void as well. From deep within that fissure came a faint inhuman roar. Do you really think trash like you has the right to split your focus against me? You dared to send your consciousness down here. Don't want your true body anymore? A voice full of provocation echoed through the void. The giant god phantom gave a muffled grunt, but did not respond. The body supporting Mia faded away, rewinding into dim golden points of light just as it had arrived, then vanished without a trace. The thorn pattern in his eyes faded. Uchiha Sora's body trembled instinctively from overexertion as he cautiously asked, "The Crimson King? I don't like that title. Ever since I first made my name, people always seem to describe me with red, just because my eyes are red." Uchiha Sora took a deep breath. "Are you going to use my body as an exit and descend here?" After a brief pause, that voice sounded again. "Ah, so you've equated me with some so-called sealed monster. Do you think I'm like that rabid old hag beside you?" Kaguya heard that and felt baffled, but she didn't dare make the slightest sound, afraid of drawing attention. The repeated upheavals, the nested rise in power levels one after another, had left even her mind somewhat frozen. "First, you need to understand one thing. Those people only managed to stop me temporarily by shattering themselves as the price. The only reason I came here was because that one came. The tiny advantage of catching someone off guard is something I have no need for." Uchiha Sora fell silent for a moment. Then that voice chuckled softly and spoke again. "Do you have that unpleasant feeling, like your life has been under someone's control?" Uchiha Sora shook his head. "Not really. I just think you're all even less classy than I imagined. If that one's descent would cause him to fall into a disadvantage in the confrontation with you, then why did he act to save Mia? In your understanding, what should we be like? Calling ourselves the Seedori, this one with those inexplicable titles, acting cold and emotionless? Godhood is only a stage of power. If gaining more power really caused emotions to fade, then there would be no conflict in the sea of stars. Gods are beings with desires even more blazing than humans. That is a necessary point of evolution. Uchiha Sora, it is inevitable that you will be influenced by me, because on this path we are similar existences. However, I am already close to the end." When that voice fell silent, everything came to a stop. Everyone sensed the familiar pulling force. Uchiha Sora withdrew the black boat into himself and waited for the transfer. Light and shadow shifted, and the group appeared inside the Great Black Tower. The Great Black Tower, where even mythical creatures below a certain level couldn't so much as damage a stone floor tile, was now in utter ruin. Countless broken gears were scattered across the plaza. Even the azure sky above was covered in countless cracks, with stardust falling down. Miss Black Tower stared deeply at the few who had appeared. For a long time, the survival rate is unexpectedly high. She looked toward Long Jing, and the confusion in her eyes deepened even more. "You're the strangest one of all. If you'd taken out alone, I could have understood it." Of the 4 people participating in the trial, each had their own advantage in one area. Rick's data shock could affect Mia for an instant, and that instant had been crucial. Actually, Lilith still didn't understand why Uchiha Sora wanted to save Long Jing. He had clearly said that he was only saving people with a purpose. Of course it had been purposeful. This guy had originally been the trump card Uchiha Sora had reserved. When asking about the Dragon Ball dimension, Uchiha Sora had also asked about the amount of credit points Long Jing had accumulated, and the number he got back had made even his heart tremble. 136,790. If calculated in decimal, that amount was enough to borrow a true god. Even if it wasn't decimal, summoning a mythical creature had been almost guaranteed. What a pity. There had been no chance for Long Jing to have his moment. Before Mia died, Uchiha Sora still hadn't felt at ease and had already contacted Long Jing to prepare for a loan. But that had gone too far. Once a plot like Deus Ex Machina appeared, all calculations became meaningless. And after the battle, Uchiha Sora noticed one thing. At the time, aside from himself and Otsutsuki Kagaya, no one had heard that person's voice. They hadn't even seen the giant nebula hand descending. There was a gap in their memories. All they remembered was Uchiha Sora defeating Mia and ending the battle. It was only natural that he could see it. After all, he had served as a temporary vessel. But why had Otsutsuki Kagaya been able to see it too? Was it because of the divinity she possessed? No. If it were divinity, then Lilith had that too. The common point between me and her. Is it the Sharingan? Could it be that that Crimson Lord is also an Uchiha? That cold joke wasn't funny. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. Miss Black Tower moved her fingertips, repairing the heavily damaged Great Black Tower, and said slowly, I roughly understand the situation. Although the trial was terminated, based on your performance this time, Uchiha Sora and Lilith are granted specialist qualifications. A mysterious stream of light entered the chests of the two of them, and the platform in their minds began its evolution process. After a slight pause, she continued. Some things don't need to be explained again. Simply put, starting from your batch of specialists, one more confrontation project has been added. Long Jing, you're eliminated. You don't need to hear what's said next. Is that so? Alright then. Long Jing scratched the back of his head. There wasn't much emotion in him. He was more like a spectator in this trial, just passing through the motions. He walked over to Uchiha Sora and reached out a claw, patting him on the shoulder. The world I was born in is very beautiful. Now that we've got a way to stay in touch, you're welcome to come visit next time. I will. After Long Jing was teleported away again, Lady Herta continued. A ruler is a powerful god on the same level of divinity as a sovereign lord. Ancient god, complete god. There are many titles for him, but most call him the mechanical ruler. You don't need to think about that one. The gap is far too great. It's impossible for him to personally act against mere agents. No, more than just agents. He had already acted when I was still just a user. Seriously, not even a little room to grow. An existence that terrifying had absolutely no sense of fair play. Uchiha Sora knew that even if he said it, no one would believe him, and even if they did, it would be useless. The ice woman you encountered is the adjutant of the Shinra Special Assault Team. According to the intelligence, they should be the ones responsible for countering the loan system. Shinra is the special operations force under the ruler's command. Every captain is called Shinra, true god-level existences. As she spoke, a trace of pride appeared on Lady Herta's face. Before you arrived, I had already driven back one Shinra. A look of worship instantly appeared in Lilith's eyes. It was not only reverence for Lady Herta's power. More importantly, the one she had driven back was the final enemy Lilith had imagined. Shinra. What Lady Herta said was not exactly false, but it was not entirely true either. Within the range of the Great Herta, Lady Herta, the singularity with 17 miracles, did indeed possess power capable of contending against gods. But that one had withdrawn of his own accord. Their battle had only been at the warm-up stage. Lady Herta did not know the reason, and she did not care. My shift is almost over. After this, I will no longer serve as the examiner for the loan system. More detailed information will be explained by your next superior. Originally, you were supposed to obtain a mythical creature corpse during the assessment and advance to platinum, but you brat actually cremated the corpse. Lady Herta pulled out 2 bottles of pale yellow potion from nowhere. By the rules, you're supposed to exchange credit points for this. But I think very highly of you, so I'm willing to make an early investment. Divine Tempered Golden Blood. It's a potion refined from the essence blood I extracted from a mythical creature. It's enough for you to advance to platinum rank. If it were an ordinary upper gold rank, there would still be a risk of having their consciousness devoured by the golden blood. But since you possess divinity, there won't be a problem. Holding the potion in his hand, Uchiha Sora could feel the surging life force within it. Inside this tiny vial, it felt like there was an entire ocean of pure gold. Thump. Uchiha Sora suddenly felt a jolt at his ribs. Lilith's hand had bumped into his waist. She was still holding the potion, but her head was turned to the side. I have my own way to advance. Just take this as repaying what I owed you before. Uchiha Sora paused slightly, then smiled faintly. Repaying me for saving your life? Or for helping you get your revenge? This isn't enough for either. Crack. Saving my life, my ass. Without me, would you have survived? I haven't even settled the score of you stealing my divinity yet. During the fusion process, Lilith had clearly sensed it. Even in the middle of battle, Uchiha Sora had not forgotten to copy her time perception. Who knew how much he had stolen? If the opponent had not been one of Shinra's people, she would have forcefully cut it off long ago. It's for earlier, when you helped me gather Ilya's people. I'm not the kind of person who owes favors. As she spoke, she threw the potion over, and her body quickly faded. That's not right, is it? Weren't we supposed to settle that matter by going back to the Great Herda and having a fight? Don't run. Forget it. This time's gains were a little too great. Compared to something like a promised fight, it was better to hurry back and sort everything out. Just as Uchiha Sora also chose to travel away, Lady Herda suddenly spoke. Will the one you choose still be the Sovereign Lord? Uchiha Sora's body faded, and with a faint smile he said, what I choose is myself. The ninja world, the land of whirlpools. Beneath this place was the massive underground cavern Uchiha Sora had excavated earlier for ninjutsu research. At this moment, he took out the greatest harvest of this trip. Inside an ice sculpture, number 18 still remained. He placed both hands on the ice sculpture, and black flames surged out. A dark gleam flashed in Uchiha Sora's eyes. Borrowed and never returned. Now this was what real lending was. Inside the underground cavern, the crimson blade of Liyue flowed with a blazing luster like molten lava. Even the surrounding light was dyed with a restless golden-red layer. Every faint hum split scorched marks across the ground, as if in the next moment it would spew flames capable of burning heaven and earth to ruin. What Liyue had eaten was the time fruit, but its essence was still a fire-attributed weapon perfectly aligned with Uchiha Sora. When the power of time acted upon itself, what it brought was an ancient, weighty feeling. If one were to use the words of one of its smiths, the guy from the land of iron whose name Uchiha Sora had already forgotten, but whose way of speaking he still remembered, Liyue had grown from a pretty little girl into an unbelievably amazing mature big sister. Strictly speaking, Uchiha Sora was still only at gold rank, so even figuring out how to handle it took some effort. Under normal circumstances, he could forget about wielding it properly. Letting it go out and fight on its own would be more useful than using it himself. Below the long blade, the Senju Hashirama ship spirit formed hand seals with both hands. Black-red branches spread out from the black ship, intertwining into a wooden sword case. Dense sealing marks floated over the surface of the wooden case, containing secret arts meant to suppress violent energy. As the existence who could seal the Nine Tails with one hand, Senju Hashirama's mastery of sealing techniques in his era was second only to his wife, Mito, with maybe the addition of one Uzumaki clan chief at most. Buzz. With a wave of Uchiha Sora's fingertip, Liyue slowly descended into the wooden case. A faint emerald glow covered the blade, like countless gentle yet resilient hands wrapping it tightly. Close. With a low shout, the wooden case shut, and the previously scorching air instantly turned cool. This temporary separation was good for both of them. Once Uchiha Sora advanced to platinum, he would possess strength worthy of matching it. After finishing all this, Uchiha Sora turned his gaze toward the ice sculpture shrouded in black flames. After completing the myth of igniting the world, his understanding of flames had deepened further. Even without the massive energy amplification from the lone relationship, he could still use black flames. This was a higher evolution of fire release. Though its appearance and name were similar to Amaterasu's black flames, the difference in power between the two was like heaven and earth. If expressed digitally, Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu flames had a value of 100. Then Uchiha Sora's black flames were at least 10,000. And if it were the black fire that had burned the world back then, the value would be multiplied another thousandfold or hundredfold. Yet even flames like that seemed weak in the face of that ice sculpture. After 10 days, only with Uchiha Sora's microscope-level vision could he detect that it had diminished by the tiniest bit. At the current output, if he wanted to unseal number 18, it would be a century-long project at the very least. For now, this will do. Once I can use Liyue to cut it, it should go faster. As for why number 18 had not returned to her original world, the reason was obvious. It was because of Mia's ability. He was now an agent of the platform and had permission to learn more information. A myth-level technique was the evolution of a mythical creature's own miracle. Just like Uchiha Sora's blood-red setting sun was the mythological manifestation of the world falls, and heroic spirits perish. After falling from that level, there was no way he could possibly use that technique again. Myth-level techniques were true high-end abilities. They could affect the platform's normal operation and alter the rules. According to the platform's post-battle calculations, Mia must also have used a myth technique when she invaded the platform. Counting the technique that manifested the Frost Temple, she had originally been a mythical creature with at least 3 miracles. The platform had no idea why Uchiha Sora was still paying attention to Mia, because in its understanding, Mia had already been taken out. Reviving a mythical creature was something even the Sovereign Lord couldn't do. Only Uchiha Sora knew that before that guy completely died. She had been rescued. That ruler definitely had a way to save Mia. Maybe the next time they met, it'd be an upgraded version of Mia. It might even be Shinra. After just this one battle, Uchiha Sora still felt a bit of urgency in his heart. That bunch simply never played by common sense. It was like they were just like him. Once they made a move, they went straight for the ultimate trump card. They didn't care about some evenly matched fight. What they wanted was total crushing domination. To deal with a gold-ranked opponent, they were willing to downgrade a mythical creature. If a mythical creature wasn't enough, then the big boss behind the scenes would personally step in. What a bunch of lunatics. If that crimson arrival hadn't descended on a whim, he definitely would have been done for. Uchiha Sora would never pin his hopes on someone saving him every time. If power wasn't firmly in his own hands, nothing would ever feel secure. He spread open his palm, and 2 pale golden potions appeared. Uchiha Sora was very sure that he didn't need both potions at all. Most likely, just a tiny bit of extra push would be enough for him to advance. At the same time, he faintly heard something at his ear, perhaps something like the will of the world softly whispering. It was pleading, asking Uchiha Sora not to advance in this world. The trauma from the Divine Tree's descent 1,000 years ago still hadn't fully healed even now. If Uchiha Sora advanced here, it would bring a huge disaster to the ninja world. Please do not harm the world that gave birth to you. So it was already begging for mercy? The moment he heard the ninja world's whisper, Uchiha Sora had already chosen the place for his advancement. Then the sea world would just have to suffer a little. That world was far larger than the ninja world. The red line was very suitable. The place was vast and sparsely populated, so there was no fear of disaster. Before deciding to head to the sea realm, Uchiha Sora still had some things to do. Konoha had only just been taken over not long ago. Many clan members were still in the land of whirlpools, and the Uchiha's operations center had not been moved yet. But the shrine had already started moving back. With Namake's Minato as such a useful delivery guy, there was no need this time to hire ninja cats to help with the move. Uchiha Sora discovered that there was no more versatile secretary than Namake's Minato. For example, right now, if he wanted to call a meeting, all he had to do was have Minato go gather people. Inside the assembly hall, Uchiha Sora sat in the main seat. Below him were Minato, Naruto, and Kakashi. With a lineup like this, aside from the airhead Naruto, both Minato and Kakashi had realized what was going to be discussed. As expected, I promised you before that once we came back, I would let you truly revive, along with Kushina and Rin Noera. Uchiha Sora formed a hand seal with one hand, and 2 coffins emerged from a deep dark opening. When he had Edo Tensei'd the previous Hokage, he had also asked Orochimaru to summon Kushina and Rin Nohara's souls together while he was at it, because he was afraid that old bastard of the 6 paths, after noticing that he wasn't returning the souls, would seal off the Pure Land and stop souls from being summoned. Revival was considered impossible even in the Star Sea. Even across countless dimensions, there were no 2 leaves that were completely identical. But the dead of the ninja world were different. A special power like chakra preserved the souls of the dead, sending them into the Pure Land. So strictly speaking, ever since the Pure Land was opened, the ninja world had never truly had dead people in the real sense. This was also the biggest reason Uchiha Sora detested the Sage of 6 Paths. That bastard who profaned death and treated souls as tools. In the gap between the Pure Land and the present world, within the crack between death and death, the Sage of 6 Paths quietly gazed at the ninja world. For 1,000 years, he had watched over the ninja world he created in this very posture. About 10 days ago, he discovered that the seal on the moon had shown signs of disturbance. His mother's chakra seemed to have vanished for an instant. Normally, he would not have noticed a change like that. But too many things had happened in the ninja world recently, leaving his mind highly focused these past days. That boy, that descendant of his, too unusual. His power evolved at an unimaginable speed. Every so often, his strength would suddenly surge by several levels. If the crazier an Uchiha became, the faster his eyes evolved, then just how insane did that guy have to be? Of course, the Sage of 6 Paths would not shallowly blame it on the Sharingan. He had noticed Uchiha Sora bringing people into the ninja world, and later taking a group of people out of the ninja world. It had been done so openly. Honestly, it would have been hard not to notice. That pre-war war of words in Konoha led him to guess that Uchiha Sora had probably made a contract with an evil god from an unknown world, obtaining power at the price of sacrificing something. This was even more twisted than the path taken by Uchiha Madara, Indra's reincarnation. Just as Uchiha Sora had expected, after that day, the Sage of 6 Paths unilaterally abolished Edo Tensei's function of summoning the souls of the dead. He originally didn't care much about the existence of Edo Tensei. After all, once the technique ended, the souls would return anyway. Senju Tobarama had used it before too. Compared to the foundation of the Pure Land, that little bit of consumption wasn't even 1 hair out of 9 oxen. But Uchiha Sora's act of using the Shinigami to imprison several souls, and refining the reincarnation of Asura's chakra, had completely provoked the Sage of Six Paths. Borrowing was one thing, but how could you not return them? Did fairness mean nothing anymore? Bringing the dead back to life went against human ethics, brat. Then there could be no more borrowing. He had truly touched the capital's cake. Those deep purple Rinnegan looked toward a certain place, and a decision was made in his heart. He had to make some kind of response and recall those souls. If reviving the dead at will became common knowledge, the ninja world would fall into enormous chaos, with order completely gone. Just like the Uchiha clan of the past after mastering Izanagi, toying with fate at will and brewing disaster. Since this was something done by an Uchiha, then having you go and guide it back onto the proper path would be the most suitable choice. In release drew upon spiritual energy that governed imagination, creating material form from nothing. The Uchiha signature eye technique, Susanoo, was a highly condensed body of spiritual energy, and its strength depended on the user's spiritual energy. The cold, grim eye power condensed into a blurry human form. At the same time, Senju Hashirama's Yang release was injected into that body. Yin and Yang combined, forming the all-encompassing power of creation and destruction. The Sage of Six Paths had once used Yin-Yang release to divide the Ten-Tails chakra and create the nine-tailed beasts. Uchiha Sora still couldn't create a chakra lifeform with consciousness, but shaping a body wasn't that difficult. The human figure gradually solidified. It had golden hair and took the form of Namake's Minato. Bang! Uchiha Sora raised his hand and shattered Namake's Minato's Edo Tensei body, then injected both him and the In Karama entangled with his soul into the new body. A thought rose in his mind. Back then, Kushina had been the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Now it had become Minato and Naruto. If he split Karama again, could he try making one family have three Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at the same time? Right. And if he matched Naruto with Hinata, then the future Himawari born from them would probably have even better compatibility with the Nine-Tails. A Nine-Tails Legion, was there potential there? How many times could he withstand being split? Well, Karama liked this family a lot anyway. He probably wouldn't care about being cut up a few more times, right? He'd ask him when the time came. Minato Namake's took a moment to get used to his new body. This body had been created completely based on his soul. So with his reaction speed, there was no sense of sluggishness at all. If anything, it even felt far tougher than his original body. He did not keep adjusting to it, because another figure was manifesting. She was wearing a dark green long dress. Her beautiful fiery red hair flowed down, and her eyes were closed, as if she were sleeping peacefully. Minato opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Naruto had already seen his parents' chakra in his own seal space. He knew who she was. Mother. A presence both so close and so distant. As the coffin shattered and the soul entered the body, she slowly opened her eyes. Kushina. You're back. The hoarse voice was filled with love and guilt. The last two words were very soft, as if he was afraid of shattering something. Only at this moment did Minato Namake's finally confirm his true feelings. To him, nothing was more important than Kushina, including the village. As long as you truly came back, anything would be worth it. The straightforward, blunt little hot pepper was strangely quiet at this moment. Her warm body fell into Minato's embrace. This real sense of touch. It was not a genjutsu. Minato. Kushina called softly, her glistening eyes turning toward Naruto, who was at a complete loss and could only silently shed tears. Naruto. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Looking at the family embracing each other, Uchiha Sora could not help but think of his own mother. There had never been a moment when he wanted more than now to revive his mother. That was not some impossible thing. Even if the Sage of Six Paths no longer allowed impure world reincarnation, as long as he forcefully broke into the Pure Land, finding his mother's soul would not be difficult. As long as, after a brief pause, he suppressed that impulse. He knew the path he had to walk. It was a path more difficult than death. Then he thought of Obito. How could he bear to let someone he treasured so much continue living in a world like hell? You had already lived your life. If you were reborn, how should you get along with me? And with what expression should I meet you again? There was only still a bit of regret, perhaps until the very end. The sadness vanished in an instant, and Uchiha Sora continued the technique.
Kakashi-kun.
The girl's soft call carried a trace of confusion. Rin. The voice was squeezed out through clenched teeth, incomparably stiff. Kakashi looked at Rin, exactly the same as in his memories, and the scene overlapped with that final moment in his memory. His hand, which had just been raised, suddenly pulled back. He stared fixedly at Rin's chest. Great. The cloth there was smooth and whole. There was no pierced wound. There was none of that spreading red, the blood that had stained his entire youth. The countless apologies he had chewed over during sleepless nights all clogged in his throat. After a very, very long time, they turned into one sentence, hoarse and carrying the rusty taste of blood. You're back. Getting the daimyo to accept Konoha's control was not going to be easy. Even at the beginning, When the hidden villages had first been established, Lord First had still nominally been a subject of the daimyo. Besides, the tradition of the daimyo being viewed as descendants of the Son of Heaven was deeply rooted in people's hearts. If the daimyo system were abolished, it might cause unrest among some of the civilians. Konoha Hokage Tower. The overwhelming majority of those present were Uchiha. The only outsiders qualified to sit at the discussion table were Orochimaru, Minato, and Kakashi. The daimyo was the direct controller of land, resources, and the ordinary populace. Through hereditary succession, they had always held the economic lifeline of the nation. Before the era of hidden villages, ninja had merely been a special armed force attached to the daimyo, essentially mercenaries. In the hidden village era, Hashirama Senju had changed that into a cooperative relationship. Even if Hashirama Senju had never thought about having ninja control the entire nation's economy, Tobirama Senju definitely had. But after thinking it through carefully, they found that having ninja take over the economy and administration was actually not ideal. Ninja were a group that needed to spend huge amounts of time training to obtain greater power. If they poured too much energy into management, that would be putting the cart before the horse. A ninja's core duty was battle and protection, not governance. And compared to the massive number of ordinary people, the number of ninja was actually very small. In a world where a transcendent group lived alongside a vast number of ordinary people, the most suitable structure was for the transcendent group to maintain a sect-like system while also supporting a mortal representative. The earliest ninja sect had originally been a sect system, but during the Thousand-Year Blood War, it split apart and turned into a clan system. The Senju brothers establishing hidden villages and founding ninja academies was, in a sense, a reconstruction of the ninja sect. It had to be said, history really was one enormous cycle. At the main seat, Uchiha Sora lightly tapped the table and spoke slowly. It is necessary to establish a leader for ordinary people. I have no intention of abolishing that position. It's just that I don't like the title of daimyo, and a hereditary system is not suitable for an administrative post. From now on, this position will be called governor. For now, just casually pick someone from the Fuma clan to serve as the governor of the Land of Fire. The entire current daimyo family is to be removed. After that, governors will be selected from among ordinary people. One term every 3 years will do. Lord Sora, no matter what, this is still the administrative head of a nation. Shouldn't someone be selected from the Uchiha clan for the appointment? Orochimaru asked softly. Uchiha Sora glanced at him. I already asked. Not a single one of them is willing. If you want to do it, I'll give it to you. After seeing the wonders of entirely different dimensions and having the secondary platform broaden their horizons, any Uchiha with even a bit of ambition had absolutely no interest in that position. Orochimaru's expression stalled for a moment. Then he understood. If it were him, he would not be willing either. With that kind of time, it would be better to go take a few jobs in the sea realm. No, I still have my part-time position with the Akatsuki. I'm already very busy. You still haven't been kicked out of the Akatsuki? Uchiha Sora asked, a little surprised. Although Orochimaru had not attacked fellow Akatsuki member Uchiha Itachi like he had in the original timeline, Sora knew very well what kind of person he was. Orochimaru had never really done anything useful for the Akatsuki. All he did all day was scam their funding and nothing else. As for the Akatsuki, if this had been a few years ago, Uchiha Sora would still have regarded them as a major enemy. But now, in the entire ninja world, only Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths could still make him feel like taking action. Orochimaru smiled faintly, not the slightest bit ashamed. I did give Konan a few useful things, at least. She has a need for techniques related to physical strength, and we're still negotiating. But aside from the Rinnegan, the Akatsuki no longer has anything that interests me, and they aren't willing to let me study it. Study it? Uchiha Sora could practically imagine what Konan and the others had been thinking at the time. If Orochimaru's strength had not advanced so terrifyingly over the past 2 years, and if Nagato had not wanted to make a move without clear intelligence, then the moment Orochimaru brought up the Rinnegan, both sides would have torn things apart on the spot. Thinking back to that incident from his childhood, Uchiha Sora sighed helplessly. Don't bully Konan too much. You could say I know her. Go talk to the Akatsuki. I permit the Land of Rain to merge into the Land of Fire. If you say it yourself, then of course there won't be any problem. But if I go alone, I am not confident I can defeat the Akatsuki leader. Orochimaru looked at Minato. How about having Minato-kun go with me? Speaking of which, the leader is your senior fellow disciple. The Akatsuki are those few? Minato had of course heard Jiraiya mention those few from the Land of Rain. Jiraiya-sensei had grieved for a long time after learning of their supposed deaths. He had not expected that not only had those few not died, they had secretly built such a powerful rogue ninja organization. With Orochimaru, the traitor within that organization, Akatsuki's intelligence was considered semi-public on the platform, sold for only 1/10 of a credit point. Minato had been coaxed by Orochimaru into signing a loan of 50 credit points, and this piece of information had been thrown in as a bonus. A person like him would naturally tell his teacher, Jiraiya, the moment he got the news. So, it was hard to say this wasn't Orochimaru deliberately using his mouth to pass the message to Jiraiya. After witnessing the charm of infinite dimensions, Orochimaru's hatred for Konoha had already faded a lot. Toward those people who knew nothing of how vast heaven and earth truly were, pity had already outweighed hatred. Whatever. After this, I'll be going into seclusion for a while. Probably a few months, at most 1 year. As for platform-related matters, Shursui and Gaara will be the final decision-makers. As for Konohagakure, leave it to Fugaku and Minato to manage. Since Akatsuki and Orochimaru came up, you can ask Konan whether she's interested. Orochimaru gave a faint smile. It seems Lord Sora really does have something to do with that one. His voice stopped abruptly, and his smile froze. Uchiha Sora didn't raise his head. His fingertips lightly rubbed across the desk as his eyelids slowly lifted. That gaze was very calm, with almost no emotion in it. You seem very interested in my past. There was no anger. Yet that calm stare made the hairs on the back of Orochimaru's neck stand on end. Under that gaze, his heart seemed to stop beating. The next moment, that feeling as if even his soul had been frozen faded away. Orochimaru, this is the only time. Understood? This is the only time I'll forgive your offense. There won't be a next time. I misspoke. My apologies. Orochimaru finally forced out a sentence, his voice carrying a trace of tension that was hard to notice. What did I just do? The surging power and Uchiha Sora's relatively mild behavior these past few days. It had almost made him forget that the one before him was an existence who could decide his life and death with a single thought. Under that huge wave of lingering fear, Orochimaru lowered his eyes. That plan had to be carried out. Uchiha Sora, I can accept submitting to you, but I absolutely will not allow my life to remain this fragile. Afterward, Uchiha Sora gave Fugaku, Shursui, and the others a few more instructions. When it came to Gaara, he even argued with him for a while, completely lacking the commanding tone he had used with Orochimaru. The difference in treatment was obvious. As things were nearing the end, Kakashi stood up. Lord Sora, may I request permission to pursue Obito? Uchiha Obito. Kakashi knew Obito had been the one to set off the Night of the Ninetales. He had no right to forgive Obito in place of the dead. To put it bluntly, what had been hardest for him to accept before was that Obito had caused the deaths of Kushina and teacher Minato. Now that they and Rin had all been revived, Kakashi truly wanted to try saving this former close friend. Teacher Minato hoped for the same, and even if he couldn't, then he had to be the one to kill Obito himself. What he needed to consider was Uchiha Sora's opinion. After all, Uchiha Obito had never caused any substantial harm to the Uchiha clan. It could even be said that because of what he had done, the Uchiha clan had been able to get away that night. Looking at the bigger picture, it was almost as if he had launched the Night of the Ninetales in order to let the clan retreat safely. If he wanted to make a move against the Uchiha, it wouldn't do not to ask the Uchiha clan head first. Uchiha Sora rubbed his chin, then eased a little. Pursue that guy? Sure. The clan still has quite a few things in his hands. If Kakashi can't handle him, Shursui, you make the move. Don't kill him directly. You can use this to seal him. He raised a finger and flicked it lightly. Shursui immediately felt a chill cling to his wrist, a sinister aura rushing straight to his head. Looking at the ghost-like markings on his arm, this was Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Shursui knew more, and he was also preparing for the great battle to come. The reason Uchiha Sora had kept the Shinigami was because he didn't want any more powerful souls going to the Pure Land. After withdrawing his gaze, Shursui looked up at Sora. 1 year later. It's that, right? 1 year from now would be the time for Uchiha Sora to fulfill the original loan and repay Rayquaza. Uchiha Sora nodded. Yeah. Even if it's not the one I had in mind, as long as I can get there, I'll find the strongest one and tame it. Oh right. There are several other very powerful divine beasts there too. Shursui, work harder. If you're strong enough by then, I'll take you with me. Besides Rayquaza, Kyogre and Groudon were also extremely powerful divine beasts. By the platform standards, the kind of power that could affect the shape of a planet should have reached platinum rank. Before even advancing, Uchiha Sora was already thinking about how to assemble his combat lineup for the platinum level. As his mount, Senju Hashirama still had plenty of room to grow. As for Luiwe, there was no need to think about strengthening her anytime soon. Get a few more platinum rank pets. Put it all together, and if he borrowed another small loan, he should be able to wrestle with mythical creatures, right? When Uchiha Sora's figure disappeared, everyone present let out a breath of relief. Even Shursui, who was quite close to Sora, felt suppressed when facing him. Aside from Gaara, no one could still treat such a being with a normal state of mind, the god of the ninja world, who could decide the fate of the world at will and casually display the miracle of resurrection. Minato, what should we do next? Fugaku asked. Uchiha Sora had not chosen to become Hokage. From the very beginning, he had felt that position lowered his status. He was already thinking about unifying the ninja world, So what was the title of a single village's leader worth? He wasn't Uchiha Madara, nor was he one of those villagers influenced by the will of fire. He wouldn't look at the position of Hokage through a filter. Let Minato be the fourth Hokage. That would also save the trouble of choosing a fifth. Namake's Minato was a candidate acceptable to almost everyone, including the Uchiha. In both legal terms and practical reality, the entire Uchiha clan now stood above Konoha. At most, Minato counted as an externally hired employee of this family business. As the former clan head, Fugaku had not the slightest awareness of being a shareholder. Ever since Minato was revived, what he said most often was, "Minato, what should we do?" Minato placed both hands beneath his chin and thought for a while. Our strength is completely overwhelming compared to the other ninja villages. In that case, let's begin the fourth great ninja war. You mean, huh? Fugaku frowned slightly. Minato, isn't that a little too radical? We haven't even sorted out Konoha yet, and now a great ninja war. Sora didn't mention this before. Would he agree to something this major? Shouldn't we ask him first? Minato shook his head and smiled lightly. Fugaku, to that one, this really isn't such a major matter. Because the difference in power is so great, this war won't last long, and it won't spread to the common people at the bottom. Kurama said he would help me persuade the other tailed beasts. As long as we carry out decapitation strikes against the leaders of the major ninja villages, then send out enough strong fighters to intimidate the ordinary ninja, that will be enough. I may not compare to Lord First. Minato revealed a gentle yet confident smile. But if we work together, we can bring the era of the ninja villages to an end. If sacrificing some people of this generation can be exchanged for longer-lasting peace and development, then it's well worth it. Handing death sentences to the upper ranks of the remaining ninja villages so lightly. Is this really the Minato I know? No. This actually does seem like the Minato from my impression. Although during the Third Great Ninja War, Fugaku had not been on the same battlefield as Minato. Even on the Kirigakure front, he had heard of Minato's feat of instantly killing dozens of Iwagakure Jonin. He really did kill that old bastard Inoki badly enough that the man said if you ran into the Yellow Flash, you were allowed to abandon the mission. The gentle sun was only for the people of Konoha. At just 24 years old, born a civilian and rising to become Hokage, every step of the staircase he climbed had been forged from the corpses of ninjas from the other great villages. In the eyes of the other ninja villages, Minato Namake's was the fiercest and most murderous Hokage in Konoha's history. But before that, I need to go to the Land of Rain with Senior Orochimaru. There also has to be an end to the matter of Obito. Minato Namake's expression dimmed for a moment, then quickly returned to that faint smile. Fugaku, I'll leave the village to you. While I'm away, only you can serve as the Kage who protects the village. I'd like to ask you to take the position of acting Hokage. Is that okay? Fugaku's pupils contracted slightly, his emotions far from calm. Unlike Uchiha Sora, who felt nothing toward the position of Hokage, Fugaku still cared about it a great deal. If the fourth hadn't been Minato, he really would have wanted to endure Uchiha Sora's look of contempt and fight for the position of Hokage. Still wearing that stiff deadpan face, Fugaku gave a light snort. Yeah, I guess I'll reluctantly agree to it. In the corner of the meeting room, Naruto leaned close to Sasuke's ear and whispered, "Hey, is your dad really that reluctant?" Kurama said he's obviously super happy. Did I misunderstand what reluctantly means? Precisely because Sasuke knew Naruto was genuinely asking and not being sarcastic. He had no idea where to vent his frustration. It's just acting Hokage. Dad, what are you even so happy about? You used to be the head of the Uchiha clan. You've thrown away all the Uchiha clan's dignity. Holy Land Mariewa. Deep within Pangaea Castle, the air here was thick with the fragrance of flowers, as if countless rare blossoms had been crushed and kneaded into the atmosphere itself. Even the light filtering through the green branches had been dyed with a soft sheen. The Room of Flowers. This was where the peak of world power resided, where Lord Im, master of the empty throne, remained. The sound of butterfly wings beating was especially clear in the silent space. The figure among the flowers turned around. A wide hood concealed the face, making it impossible to see clearly. An aura that does not belong here. Im's voice carried an ancient rasp, and deeper shadows seeped out from those eerie pupils. Uchiha Sora did not respond. He simply walked forward. His footsteps on the green grass made almost no sound. As the distance closed, the floral fragrance in the air seemed to grow sharp. Uchiha Sora destroying the world. Does that please you that much? He stopped walking and looked at the figure before him, less than 1 meter away, so short he had to lower his head to meet its gaze. His eyes fell on that patch of unreadable darkness, and the corner of Uchiha Sora's lips curved slightly. So the world government has really been ruled by something like this for 800 years. Though speaking of it, compared to this so-called Nika, you look a little more pleasing to the eye. You should not have come here. This is not your world. Im lightly moved a finger. Each motion was like plucking an invisible string, making the surrounding air tremble. Countless flowers and branches twisted toward Uchiha Sora like living things. The wind rose. No. This is my world. His calm voice carried unquestionable power. Uchiha Sora did not move. The moment his words fell, all the flowers and branches turned, their blossoms shrinking slightly toward his position as if expressing submission. The wind stopped. Him suddenly took a step back and clenched both fists tightly, the knuckles turning white from the force. How is that possible? Why? Why would you betray me? Those words were clearly not directed at Uchiha Sora. There had never been loyalty to begin with, so where could betrayal come from? After 800 years, you still haven't managed to obtain divinity. How am I supposed to explain it to you? Uchiha Sora lightly shook his head. Forget it. You're not worthy of an explanation from me. When Uchiha Sora raised a hand, an invisible ripple spread out. Im's body began trembling uncontrollably. It was not fear, but the instinctive reaction of something being stripped away from what it depended on. That slowly approaching hand looked to him like a guillotine about to fall. At the moment it was about to make contact, a sharp screech rang out, and the body turned into a mass of black shadow and shot backward at high speed. Fight?
Impossible.
This wasn't even power on the same dimensional level. Without that thing, whether Im could even defeat the top fighters of the seas was still uncertain. How could there possibly be any way to fight Uchiha Sora? The black shadow, fleeing in blind panic, slammed into a glass lamp on the wall. Shattered glass flew everywhere. Im passed through the wall and disappeared, leaving behind only a faint trace of decay. Uchiha Sora did not choose to pursue. If he truly wanted to act against Im, she would not have even been able to escape. Im was a woman. The room of flowers fell silent once more. In the span of only a few short exchanges, its master had already changed. Uchiha Sora sat down on the grass, closed his eyes, and felt the flow of countless streams of natural energy. Invisible natural energy poured into his body like a tide, while threads of white gold light coiled around him. Petals of every color moved up and down in rhythm with the light. Evolution began. The ninja world. Minato's group arrived in the land of rain. According to the information Uchiha Sora had provided, Obito was hiding within the Akatsuki under the identity of Madara. So Kakashi came with them as well, hoping to get Obito's exact location from his martial uncle. Well, strictly speaking, it should be martial senior uncle, since Nagato and the others had become Jiraiya's disciples first. There's chakra in the rain. It's a sensory ninjutsu. There were quite a few people in the team. Minato was leading it with Orochimaru, Hayashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, and other heads of ninja clans accompanying him. The one who had just spoken was Hayashi Hyuga, who had activated his Byakugan to scout. What they were here to discuss was the merger of the two countries, so the current ruling faction of Konoha had sent representatives. Actually, this upheaval had not caused many casualties. Once Minato Namikaze made it clear he stood on the Uchiha side, many among the minority who had originally remained diehard loyal to the Hokage also switched sides. At the time, the strongest fighter of the Third's faction, Jiraiya, had basically just shown up, done nothing much and then gotten arrested. But there had still been changes. In the current Konoha, functional divisions had become much clearer. Civilians no longer lived mixed together with ninjas. Instead, a dedicated area had been marked out for their management, separating their daily lives from those of the ninjas. A ninja village was an armed institution. What it needed was militarized management. The benefit of handling things this way was that situations like Tsukumo Hitaki's would never happen again. The new laws clearly established one point. For civilians to make reckless comments about ninjas was a serious crime, and in severe cases the maximum penalty was death. An investigation had also been launched into the verbal abuse aimed at Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha was placed fully in charge of it. Since Naruto Uzumaki was the person involved, he was not permitted to take part in the case. If it was clearly because someone in their family had died during the Night of the Nine Tails, then leniency could be considered. But if they had just followed the crowd and cursed him blindly, then they could either wait to rot in prison, or start their next life early. Uchiha Sora had also given an answer to that question that had troubled countless ninjas. If a mission ever required sacrificing a comrade in order to complete it, then abandoning the mission was permitted, and a teammate's life took priority. As for whether people should come first or missions should come first, Uchiha Sora had no interest in weighing the pros and cons between the two. He had no need to become a completely rational leader. He was biased. He simply did not want the people he cared about to be harmed, so what? If he couldn't even act freely on something like that, then what was the point of obtaining power? That kind of favoritism also made his few disciples feel even closer to him than to their own parents. Even Naruto was the same. As for Gaara, he knew he had been brought here by Uchiha Sora and Shursui, and Shikaku had also told him how he had been treated back in Sunagakure. Simply put, if Uchiha Sora told him to go chop up his own dad, Gaara wouldn't hesitate for even a second. It's a sensory ninjutsu. Naruto confirmed it again. His sensory ability was even a bit better than his father's, despite both of them being Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Maybe it was because of the Uzumaki bloodline. He looked at Hayashi Hyuga, then lowered his gaze to the tiny Hinata. Uncle Hayashi, though maybe it's south, not really my place to say this. Is it really okay to bring Hinata along on a mission like this? After all, Naruto and the other two had been force-matured by the ripe fruit for 10 years. Now, they looked like boys of 15 or 16. They looked very close to how they had at 16 in the original timeline, just a little taller and sturdier. Uchiha Sora had raised him very well. As for this teacher, Kushina Uzumaki was also very satisfied. At the same time, after learning what had happened, she had built up a lot of resentment toward Jiraiya for not caring at all. Minato found it hard to blame Jiraiya, but Kushina had gone to the prison to curse him out several times already. Back then, the reason Minato had been able to die without worry was because he believed the third Hokage and Jiraiya would take good care of Naruto. But what was the result? Good thing I was close with Mikoto and got connected to the Uchiha. Otherwise, who knows what things would look like now? Hayashi Hyuga froze for a moment and turned his gaze toward Minato at the front of the group. Of course he knew how serious this kind of mission was. If it hadn't been ordered from above, how would he dare bring his own daughter along? Like they were out on some family outing? Minato's gaze casually swept toward Shursui at the back of the group. He withdrew it and said with a light smile, Hinata-chan has great talent. I'm thinking of taking her as a disciple, so I brought her along to get used to things first. Aha. Though I wonder if you can bear to part with her. Hayashi? He had already heard from Shursui that this little girl would become his future daughter-in-law. She and Naruto would have a son and a daughter together, and the daughter was especially cute. But the situation now was a little off. Naruto, who should have been the same age as her, was now 10 years older. If the two of them didn't end up together, then the cute grandson and granddaughter Minato had imagined would be a very distant dream. Naruto had been deeply influenced by Uchiha Sora. During normal conversations, he had already started saying those unhealthy lines, like, women will only affect the speed at which I draw my blade, or Sasuke says the strong don't need women, and things like that. Every time he said something like that, Kushina would give him a very heartfelt lesson. Learning to be a lecher like Jiraiya was definitely no good, but you can't be too dense either. If you don't need women, then how did you get here? Minato Namikaze did want to play matchmaker, but of course he didn't dare say to Hayashi directly, how about the two of us arrange a childhood engagement? Even with Hayashi's good temper, he'd probably risk his life fighting him on the spot. So the only option was to bring Hinata along more often so the two of them could get familiar with each other, then bring it up after they were adults. Besides, people in the ninja world matured early. Unlike his thick-headed son, Minato Namikaze could tell that the girl liked his son. Among ninja, it was rare for feelings to shift from one person to another. Even if someone changed partners, it was usually because the former one was already dead. Hearing that, joy flashed across Hayashi's face. He lowered his head and said, you flatter her. If my daughter could have the chance to study under the Hokage, that would be her honor. At the mention of disciples, Shursui, standing at the back of the group, spoke up. Clan head Hyuga, I remember there's a boy in your clan named Niji, right? Hayashi Hyuga turned back, his head lowering even more. Yes, Lord Shursui. He is my younger brother's son. May I ask why you mention him? When we get back, have him come to the clan grounds to see me. I suddenly want to try taking in a disciple too. The joy on Hayashi's face became even clearer. To put it bluntly, even the Hokage's status couldn't compare to that Uchiha's number 2 figure. After joining the platform system of the Heaven Mark, Hayashi Hyuga had come to understand Shursui's position. When Uchiha Sora was absent, Shursui could completely be said to act as the executor of his will, truly one man below and above 10,000. His younger brother's son being able to form a connection with such a major figure made Hayashi sincerely delighted. I understand. I'll immediately send word back to the clan and have Niji make preparations early, so he can do his best to pass your test. Shursui nodded and said nothing more. This wasn't some sudden whim. It was a thought he had already had ever since Uchiha Sora had shown him the original timeline. He admired Niji's character, his willingness to sacrifice himself for his clan, and felt it was a pity that his talent had been wasted. The current Inoshikacho trio at the side couldn't help casting envious looks at Hayashi. The treatment for being the first family to submit really is different. If we'd known, we should cut ties with the third Hokage earlier too, because it was the fourth Hokage returning to power. The three clans' last bit of guilt toward the third Hokage's faction had completely vanished. Although the Inoshikacho and the Sarutobi clan were allies, in recent years Hiruzen Sarutobi had allowed Danzo to casually pull people from their clans, and that had already made them dissatisfied. Besides, the one Lord Sora killed was only the old and muddle-headed third Hokage. He hadn't punished the Sarutobi clan. They had heard that the Sarutobi family's eldest son, who had been gone for many years, had already returned. He left while his father was still in power, then came back once the Uchiha took over. The meaning behind that was obvious. Hiruzen Sarutobi. How did he end up so abandoned by everyone? Rain crisscrossed the sky above Mangekyo, wrapping the entire village in a gray, damp haze. This trip was not a secret infiltration. Once they stepped into the sensing range of the Rain Tiger at Will Technique, they stopped and waited for Mangekyo to send someone to negotiate. A short while later, a figure appeared in midair within the curtain of rain, like a key gently prying open the gloom of this world. Sheets of white paper gathered into enormous yet light wings. The airflow they stirred sent ripples through the surrounding rain. Droplets slid down her cheeks, while her expression remained as calm as ever. Konin of the Akatsuki, the White Tiger, the messenger of God known by the people of Mangekyo as the Angel. So many powerful yet unfamiliar chakras. Konin's gaze locked onto Orochimaru in the crowd, and her cool voice rang out. Orochimaru, what do you mean by bringing these people here? In secret, the 6 paths of pain were already poised to strike. Depending on Orochimaru's answer, they would decide whether to launch an attack. If these people had been caught trying to infiltrate in secret, the 6 paths of pain would have already moved by now. Orochimaru smiled faintly and stepped forward. Let me introduce him first. This is Konoha's 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Following the direction of Orochimaru's finger, Konin's pupils suddenly shrank. Before this, she had never even thought in that direction. Only after Orochimaru spoke did she overlap the young man before her with the image of the 4th Hokage from Konoha's intelligence files. Konin lowered her eyes and said coldly, "Did you come here to show me how much your technique has improved? If Konoha learns of this desecration of the dead, you'll cause us huge trouble. Or do you think that successfully using impure world reincarnation on the 4th Hokage means you can contend against the leader now?" Back then, because Uchiha Sora had been pushing him so urgently, Orochimaru had truly had no choice. He had disclosed part of the information on impure world reincarnation to the Akatsuki, and with the organization's help, he had accelerated the completion of the technique. To be honest, Orochimaru really didn't want to fall out with the Akatsuki. There was funding, and when problems came up, they would help too. He only needed to squeeze out a tiny scrap from his research to deal with them. What a wonderful organization. Pure benefits. With that in mind, Orochimaru tried to keep his words as direct and simple as possible, to avoid the situation turning into a fight over a single disagreement. Minato is not a dead man summoned back to this world. He was truly revived. To put it simply, Lord Uchiha Sora has already taken control of Konoha. He sent us here to negotiate an alliance with you. One thing you can rest assured about, even though I'm working for Lord Sora now, I'm still a member of the organization. I absolutely have no intention of harming it. The amount of information was too much. Took Konin quite a while to recover. You're saying that Uchiha Sora, the one who conquered Kumogakure 2 years ago, has now taken Konoha too. What happened with Kumogakure had at least shaken the ninja world. All the major forces had received the news. But now, there hadn't been the slightest commotion. And Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages, had already changed hands? Orochimaru nodded. Konin, the leader's power is indeed very strong. But Lord Sora is a being from an entirely different dimension. A powerhouse like him, one without malice, is extremely rare. We hope to speak with the leader. Can you take us to meet him? Konin felt that, even though Orochimaru had brought a whole group of strong people with him, his tone was even gentler than before. Of course, before figuring out what kind of relationship there was between Uchiha Sora and Konin, Orochimaru had even decided that if Konin hit him, he wouldn't fight back. If it really was that kind of cliché, melodramatic relationship, then even 100 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. Konin stayed silent for a long time, then shook her head. I wouldn't believe something like this. Bringing people to Mangekyo like this already counts as betraying the organization. If you want to talk, then have Uchiha Sora come himself. Top. Shursui stepped forward and took out a very wrinkled, very old paper flower from his sleeve. 12 years ago, you helped a heavily wounded Uchiha woman return to Konoha. She was very important to Sora. Because of the kindness you showed back then, we will never harm you. A peaceful negotiation is the best choice for Nagato. Nagato. The moment that name was spoken, not only Konin, but Minato and Orochimaru as well showed looks of surprise. From the intelligence they had gathered through prior exchanges, the leader of the Akatsuki appeared to be Yahiko, one of the former trio. The Rinnegan did indeed belong to Nagato. Based on their guess, the most reasonable explanation was that before dying, Nagato had entrusted the Rinnegan to Yahiko. Whoosh! Konin beat her paper wings and retreated, staring at Shursui with a face full of vigilance. What are you talking about? Nagato died a long time ago, the one who survived. Is Yahiko, who became a god? With Namikaze Minato present, Konin had never intended to hide the leader's identity. From the earlier conversation, it was easy to tell that Konoha's side had learned their identities from Jiraiya. If I'm not mistaken, the silent Minato turned his gaze to one spot, looking at the orange-haired young man slowly walking through the rain, sensing that oddly familiar aura. In a low voice, Minato said, the one controlling this body of Yahiko's is Nagato, right? The power of the Rinnegan? Shursui, who still hadn't shared his intelligence with the others, looked at Minato with admiration in his eyes. As expected of Minato. Even without my reminder, you figured that out. The source of the chakra is those black studs on his nose. Naruto spoke again. That massive chakra made him unconsciously place a hand on the weapon pouch at his waist. The real body shouldn't be too far away. Dad, want to try finding him? Minato shook his head. Don't be disrespectful. Put your hand down, Naruto. The Deva Path Pain, who was approaching through the rain, suddenly paused. He had originally wanted to descend as a mysterious powerhouse, but before he had even reached them, it felt like they had already seen right through him, down to his underwear. A ninja's battle is a battle of information. Nagato remembered this lesson from Jiraiya well. With the intelligence gap this huge, he was already considering grabbing Konan and running. Peaceful negotiation. After being burned once by Hanzo, Nagato would never believe in that sort of thing again. There will be no negotiation. Leave now and I can pretend you were never here. The Deva Path Pain spoke indifferently. He raised a hand and gathered power, his gaze fixed on Naruto in the crowd. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Orochimaru hadn't hidden everything from the Akatsuki. He had already told them that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This was practically public knowledge in the land of whirlpools anyway. Even if he hadn't said it, it wouldn't have been hard for the Akatsuki to find out, so there was no need to help conceal it. More importantly, at the time, he had actually wanted the Akatsuki to clash with Uchiha Sora, to see if he could seize a chance to break free. But now he no longer had such thoughts. If he wanted to escape Uchiha Sora's control, relying on the Akatsuki was impossible. The Akatsuki's goal was to gather all nine-tailed beasts and create a terrifying weapon capable of destroying a great nation in a single strike, using absolute force to bring peace to the world. There were too many people present, and Pain couldn't tell exactly where Orochimaru stood. Pity. This was not a good opportunity to subdue the Nine-Tails. Minato and Shursui exchanged a look and gave a slight nod. Then they looked back at the Deva Path Pain. Boom 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 boom. Above the lake, a tremendous chakra roar suddenly erupted. Two colossal beings descended, each taller than every building in Mangekyo. Their terrifying pressure was enough to make even the rain stop. A gigantic phantom of the nine-tailed fox and a cyan green giant filled the entire field of vision. It was Nine-Tails Chakra Mode and Susanoo. Compared to those two massive beings, the Deva Path Pain standing in the rain looked incomparably small. Was that sweat? No, it was rain. Feeling the rainwater sliding down his temples, Pain looked up. As everyone knew, corpses do not sweat. The purple glow in the Rinnegan within his eye sockets flickered faintly. Pain raised both hands and sneered. So you should have done this from the start. Invaders, this has always been Konoha's way. The pressure is frightening. But with the Rinnegan, I am invincible. It's just the Nine-Tails and the Mangekyo Sharingan. No. Wait. Why does Namake's Minato have Nine-Tails chakra? Could it be that, just like the Rinnegan, the Nine-Tails also has the ability to create puppet corpses? If that were true. Pain looked at Naruto again, his eyes carrying an indescribable emotion. Did you do this because you wanted your father to come back? We really are a little alike. That guy seems to have some weird, unexplainable goodwill toward you. Naruto, Kurama said from inside Naruto. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, completely confused. Namake's Minato raised a hand toward Mangekyo's direction. A terrifying tailed beast ball began gathering in the palm of the Nine-Tails giant claw. That action made Pain's brows twitch violently, and an ominous feeling surged in his heart. Nagato, I suppose I should call you senior brother. Minato spoke slowly. I know very well that negotiation can only exist when both sides have something they fear. We've already shown you what we fear. As for Konan, no matter what happens, we will not harm her. Unless absolutely necessary, we will do our best to respect her wishes. But, I know this is despicable, but if it can prevent even greater sacrifice, then being despicable doesn't matter. His expression turned solemn, and there was not the slightest warmth in his eyes. If you refuse negotiation, then let us begin a great battle that will sink Mangekyo. Minato had also received Jiraiya's teaching for many years, but he had never been naive enough to think that mutual understanding between people could be gained through simple conversation. If not for the special existence that was Konan, his original plan had been to beat the Akatsuki into submission first and talk afterward. Only the victor was qualified to speak ideals to the loser. For the weak to prattle on and beg for mercy from the strong was laughable. When it came to threatening others, Minato would not feel the slightest psychological burden. Back then, he had even held Killer Bee hostage to force the fourth Rampage to retreat. Pain fell silent. He was angry, very angry. What he hated most was being threatened. At the same time, he secretly resented Jiraiya in his heart. Why didn't you teach us the basic conditions for negotiation earlier? If we had known sooner, we never would have believed Hanzo's proposal for talks. Yahiko wouldn't have died either. The price of learning that lesson through reality had been too great. He took a deep breath. If Minato had used Konan to threaten him, Nagato would never have accepted it. He would have started the war on the spot. One painful lesson was enough. But the problem was, they had first made it clear that they would not touch Conan, his bottom line. After a long silence, Pain nodded. The negotiation location can't be here. I want the talks held at the border between the land of fire and the land of rain. Whoosh! The two massive masses of chakra dissipated with the wind, and the suspended rain began falling again. Then 3 days later at Tenchi Bridge. Is that acceptable? To be precise, Tenchi Bridge was within the land of grass. But it was also a location close to the borders of fire and rain. Pain turned around in silence, which counted as tacit agreement. The members of Akatsuki did not permanently stay in the land of rain. Some of them didn't even know that the land of rain was the organization's headquarters. That same night, Pain started a meeting through the magic lantern body technique. On the fingertips of the demonic statue, one figure after another gradually appeared. Zero Deva Path Pain. White Tiger Conan. Black Tortoise Kisame Hashigaki. 3 Platform. Yugakure's Jashin Cultist. Northern Dipper Kakuzu. The Jade Maiden Ring, which had originally belonged to Sasori of the Red Sand, was now replaced by a man wearing a swirl mask. And then there was the owner of the boar ring, Zetsu. Naturally, Pain was no longer going to call Orochimaru. The position representing Void was left vacant. The original plan had been to gather 10 sufficiently powerful ninja, complete the demonic dragon 9 consuming seals, and then begin the plan to capture the tailed beasts. Only Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon were still missing. Have these meetings been happening a little too often lately? I was just about to catch up to a big target worth 13 million Ryo. Can you stop calling me all the time? If he gets away, who's responsible? Kakuzu spoke in dissatisfaction. Actually, he was pretending. If there really were someone like that, he simply would not have come to the meeting. This time, I gathered everyone because there is an important matter to announce. Before that, Pain turned his gaze toward Zetsu, the one in charge of intelligence within the organization. Regarding Minato Namikaze, do you have any information that ordinary people wouldn't know? As he spoke, his gaze covertly flicked toward the masked figure. After all, Minato Namikaze had been personally killed by him. Isn't Minato Namikaze dead? The masked Obito spoke in a low voice. For quite a while now, he had been focusing on training in the secret technique Madara had left behind and had not paid attention to the outside world. Zetsu turned toward him. His expression couldn't be seen through the illusion, but his tone was bitter. Toby, Minato Namikaze has been revived. It was probably about 1 month ago. Uchiha Sora led people back into Konoha and took it back. He is now the head of the Uchiha. And not only that. Well, Kushina was revived too. Zetsu had originally wanted to mention Rin no Era, but considering there were still outsiders present, once that name came up, it would be hard to guarantee that Obito wouldn't lose control. That was also why Zetsu still hadn't figured out how to tell Obito recently. What if this guy gave up on the Eye of the Moon plan because of that girl? Zetsu had originally wanted to arrange another accident and kill that girl off. But Rin no Era was currently living right next to Minato Namikaze's house. That household had 2 Ninetales Jinchuriki, plus an Uzumaki clan member with absurdly powerful sensory abilities. It wasn't easy to make a move. Zetsu couldn't understand it. How had things suddenly turned into this? Obito stayed silent for a long time. He did not even hear what Pain was saying. Only after Pain briefly explained the situation they were facing did he snap back to himself. Minato Namikaze is publicly known as the fastest in the ninja world. His Flying Thunder God technique has reached perfection. There is basically no possibility of controlling him. Zetsu spoke in a low voice. Even if Kushina gets pregnant again, it's probably impossible to recreate the Knight of the Ninetales. Based on your description, leader, Minato Namikaze has most likely become the perfect Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. That is practically an enemy with no weaknesses. The 4th Hokage as the perfect Ninetales Jinchuriki. For any ninja who knew Minato Namikaze's reputation, hearing that information would make it hard not to feel despair. Minato Namikaze is troublesome, but not impossible to deal with. Sensing the low morale of the members, Pain gave them some encouragement. As a senior fellow disciple, he subconsciously placed Minato in the position of a junior. Since they had never truly fought, he did not think he would lose. What made him feel even more wary was Uchiha Sora. No matter how you look at it, he stands above the rest of those people. Present. The only information we have on him taking action is from that operation nearly 2 years ago to seize the Ninetales. As for how exactly he managed to counterattack Konoha, we know nothing. The unknown is the greatest terror. You're talking about that guy whose total bounty has already exceeded 2.5 billion Ryo? Kakuzu spoke up. Since he's an Uchiha, no matter how strong he is, he won't surpass Uchiha Madara. I once fought Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara lost to Senju Hashirama. If you calculate it that way, no matter how strong that guy is, he shouldn't be that much stronger than me. I think your chances of winning are very high. Leader, why don't we just start the war directly? You deal with Uchiha Sora, and the rest of us join forces. We should be able to hold off the others, right? Pain recalled the two giant masses of chakra he had seen during the day. I don't even dare say I can hold them off. What are you people planning to use to hold them off? He seriously suspected Kakuzu had been dazzled senseless by the bounty. I can handle Uchiha Sora, of course. But you people can't handle the others, Pain continued. Compared to Konoha, our core combat strength is far too lacking. Conan, contact Inoki's side. Hasn't he always wanted to work with us against the Uchiha? He won't refuse. Understood. After giving a few more instructions, Pain had all members stop their current missions and gather at Tenchi Bridge in 3 days. After that, what followed was a smaller meeting. The true core members of Akatsuki, Pain, Conan, Obito, and Zetsu gathered in a secret room. Mr. Madara, you said before that you killed Minato Namikaze once. Are you confident you can kill him a second time? On the sofa, Obito put on a deep and mysterious act, his voice hoarse and low. He's just a brat. So what if he obtained the power of the Nine Tails? The troublesome one is Uchiha Sora. You should be very clear on that too. We told you long ago to recruit Uchiha Sora. Why have you still never taken action? Compared to Pain, Conan's attitude toward Madara was far less polite. She had never believed this man who called himself Madara, especially after he repeatedly avoided trying to recruit the Uchiha clan. You think I didn't want to recruit him? I still need to be able to find him first. After his strength greatly increased, Obito really had wanted to find Uchiha Sora again and invite him to cooperate. After learning about his life story, he had even planned to tell him about the Eye of the Moon plan. But when he acted, Uchiha Sora simply wasn't in the ninja world. He couldn't be found at all. Conan, show Mr. Madara some respect. Pain said in a deep voice, it's not as if cooperation is completely impossible now. Originally, the irreconcilable point of conflict between us and Konoha was the Nine Tails. But now that the Nine Tails can apparently be split, then the other tailed beasts should be splittable too. In the alliance agreement, we can try asking for a share of the chakra of the One Tail, Two Tails, and Nine Tails. In any case, let's talk first. After the 4-person private meeting, there was an even smaller 2-person meeting. Obito looked at Zetsu with an unfriendly gaze. After going dark, his intelligence had clearly improved. Over the years, he had already learned that Kakashi had always been an Uchiha spy planted inside Konoha. If Kushina had already been revived, then how could Kakashi, Uchiha Sora's senior lapdog, possibly not ask for that person's revival? Zetsu, is there something you haven't told me? At the same time, Nagato, gaunt as a withered corpse, looked toward Conan and spoke slowly. I know you don't trust Madara, but we need his power. If things really develop to that point, then I believe what Minato Namikaze said. Under that person's protection, you can live on properly. I can die for Yahiko's ideal, but you cannot die. Conan gave a light nod and said nothing. But if even Nagato was gone, how could she possibly go on living well? Speaking of which, who is the woman they mentioned, the one who's very important to Uchiha Sora? Conan thought for a long time, then gently shook her head. If we're talking about Konoha Shinobi from 12 years ago, then it should be that incident, but I'm not sure whether that person was an Uchiha. When I was passing through Kusagakure to purchase supplies, I came across a black-haired woman who was heavily injured and unconscious. After doing some simple treatment, I brought her to the entrance of Konoha, and I saw someone take her away. If she received treatment in time, injuries like that should have been recoverable. After a moment of silence, Conan's pupils shifted slightly. I remember that at the time a child saw me. That kind of unbelievable insight wasn't something a brat only a few years old should have had. So that paper flower was the one you gave him back then? Conan nodded. That little guy's smile was a bit like Yahiko's. As if recalling something, a faint smile appeared on Conan's cool and distant face. He was a ridiculously loud-mouthed little thing. He said he would remember this kindness, and that one day. As she spoke, Conan's expression suddenly changed. Wait, that's not right. That child looked at most 2 or 3 years old back then. Nagato took a deep breath. That guy's overly dazzling battle record made us subconsciously overlook one very important point in the intelligence on him. He really is still underage. Has Rin come back? What a pointless thing to do, Kakashi. Sora. Crack. Obito took off his mask. His mouth hung slightly open, and his Adam's apple rolled abruptly in his loosened throat. His knuckles tightened until they cracked, as though in the next second he would tear through time and space to seize something. Zetsu looked at Obito somewhat nervously, afraid that the next thing he would say would be about infiltrating Konoha and rescuing Rin Noera. But he couldn't hide it from Obito either. Better to be prepared in advance than to run into her suddenly. Otherwise, if Obito turned on them at the last moment, things would become even more serious. Damn it. I only wanted to save Mother. I even spent 1,000 years dealing with the most troublesome Rinnegan. After that, shouldn't everything have fallen into place naturally? So why is collecting the tailed beasts this hard? If it really comes down to it. Then when the time comes, I'll just forcibly control Nagato and make him use Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to revive Uchiha Madara. That guy's will is firm enough. I won't have to keep worrying about betrayal. Are we going to save that woman? She's very important to you, right? Black Zetsu asked in a sinister tone. He had already decided that if Obito let his love-struck brain take over, then he would abandon this guy and immediately activate the curse mark in his heart. The ability of the Kamui Sharingan was too strong. The plan could not allow an anomaly like this to exist. It would be best to take that eye into his own hands. Even now, Black Zetsu had never truly regarded Uchiha Sora as a threat. He roughly guessed that Uchiha Sora's Mangekyo ability was either strengthening Susanoo or boosting ninjutsu. So what if the power of his ninjutsu was great? It was completely incomparable to a space-time Mangekyo like Kamui. Deep down, he was even a little looking forward to Obito's betrayal. That way, he could go recover Kakashi's eye and complete Kamui with both eyes. This was also one thing that made Black Zetsu very dissatisfied. A Mangekyo that would be practically invincible once complete, and there had been at least 17 or 18 chances to kill Kakashi. Yet Obito simply refused to do it. Human bonds really were boring and stupid things. This time, Obito stayed silent even longer. He slowly raised his hand and put the mask back on. That Rin is nothing more than a fake. Kakashi, who promised he would definitely protect Rin, didn't do it. Rin, who promised she would always watch over me, didn't do it either. So what's the meaning of reviving a false person? In the end, they would only sink back into this cruel reality and make the emptiness in their heart grow bigger and bigger. In a world like this, if you want to fill that enormous void, only a world of illusion can do it. As he walked from the deep cave toward the light, his voice was hoarse yet firm. 3 days later, huh? Then let's see whether the fourth Hokage has improved at all. Iwagakure. Inside the meeting hall of the Tsuchikage building, the stone walls of rock-gray color gave off a grim chill. Inoki sat with his back straight, his old yet sharp eyes sweeping across the shinobi in the conference room. You've all read Akatsuki's letter. Tell me your thoughts. Rashi's face was tense as he said coldly, they're just a bunch of mercenaries hiding their heads and showing their tails. What gives them the right to take part in a meeting between great nations? We told them to probe the Uchiha, and for 2 years all they've done is drag their feet without finding out anything. Now that the other side has already returned to Konoha, they're talking about peace negotiations? Without question, this is a trap. Akatsuki has definitely defected to Konoha and wants to lure you there to kill you. Just ignore them. It's only because Uchiha Sora is too wary of your dust release that he doesn't dare attack directly and can only play these little tricks. Rashi and Inoki had once held conflicting views, to the point that Rashi had even shown signs of leaving. But 2 years ago, that guy Inoki had even been willing to sacrifice his own son to save him. From that moment on, Rashi restrained his bad temper and did his best to think for Inoki and for Iwagakure. This change made Inoki gratified. He had even started thinking that if one day he slipped up, Rashi might be able to shoulder Iwagakure's burden. Unfortunately, Rashi was a little too old, and Inoki still hoped the next generation would be young people. That brat Deidara had excellent talent. If only he could rein in his temperament a bit, he would be an unquestionable Tsuchikage candidate. After hearing Rashi's analysis, Inoki nodded and turned to the others. Any other thoughts? An old white-haired man wearing his forehead protector at a slant, covering half his face, spoke up in a voice like muffled thunder. I've studied the terrain around Tenchi Bridge. The surroundings are dense forest and broken cliffs. Earth release techniques would be somewhat restricted there. This subordinate believes that Tsuchikage-sama truly should not personally risk going there, but it is still necessary to send people to attend the meeting. At the very least, we need to know Akatsuki's and Konoha's positions. I'll go to the appointment. The few people who spoke afterward more or less revolved around those two positions. The shared point was clear. Inoki could not go personally. No one knew exactly how the Uchiha had taken Konoha, but how long had it even been since Uchiha Sora single-handedly conquered Kimogakure? The fact that this meeting didn't mention that person at all was the biggest abnormality. He had to be hiding in the shadows, just waiting for Tsuchikage-sama to leave the village, so he could launch a despicable sneak attack. And then there was the fourth Hokage. Who were they trying to fool? Akatsuki wasn't even bothering to act anymore. They must know that Minato Namikaze had caused the greatest damage to Iwagakure, so they staged this whole fourth Hokage revival show to trick someone into coming over, right? Did they really think Iwagakure was full of idiots? Inoki's thin little hand supported his chin. After a long while, go. His voice suddenly rose, carrying unquestionable authority. We're definitely going. Inoki swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a deep voice, I can feel it. The ninja world is about to undergo an unprecedented upheaval. This meeting may very well be the starting point of a massive change. I know it. You're all afraid of that man. This old man is afraid too. He let out a long sigh and said with a bitter smile, but I'm already old, while he is still young. To put it arrogantly, even if he hasn't made a move on the land of Earth because he is wary of me, how long can this situation last?
Evil D.
Uchiha Sora is a man extremely similar to Madara. That arrogant look in his eyes, as if the whole world belongs to him. And not only does he have Uchiha Madara's ambition, he also has the patience Madara lacked. Looking at everything he has done so far, even that seemingly impulsive solo assault on Kumogakure was carried out only after he had crippled Kumogakure's elite forces and confirmed he could win. And now, the Uchiha have taken over Konoha. That really makes me tremble with fear. There wasn't even the slightest bit of prior warning. Even now, we still can't figure out how he pulled it off. It's as if this massive reshuffling was completed overnight. Too terrifying. He left Konoha for 2 or 3 years, conquered the Land of Lightning, then after about the same amount of time, launched a counterattack on Konoha. This kind of patience, this step-by-step devouring of the world. As he spoke, a fierce light flashed in Inoki's eyes. We can't wait another 2 years, only to lose for no clear reason. This may be the last chance. Even if we fail, this old man wants to lose with full understanding. Do you dare to try once with me? His tiny body, yet his voice rang through the entire meeting room. Otsutsuki-sama's orders are absolute. We've always supported you. Every decision you make is the right one for Iwagakure. With Otsutsuki-sama leading us, there's no way we can fail. Inoki looked toward Rashi and was just about to speak. Rashi curled his lip. I'm not taking some stay-behind-in-the-village job. I want to fight Uchiha Sora again. The current me is way stronger than I was 2 years ago. Good. Akatsuchi, take 30 elites and hide on the outer perimeter of Tenchi Bridge first. Set up Earth release barriers. The moment anything changes, immediately activate Earth Flow Great River and shape the battlefield into one that suits us. Understood. Then he looked at Rashi again. Rashi, take the explosion release unit and travel underground. Open hidden tunnels beneath the area. Depending on the situation, decide whether to join the battle or assist our retreat. Remember, your most important task is observation. If there isn't even a chance to assist in retreat, then you must return to Iwagakure immediately and carry out scorched earth defenses. That's way too cowardly. I'm asking you, did you remember it or not? Inoki suddenly stood up, floating above the conference table. His short body cast a long shadow beside the stone chair as he glared down at Rashi from above. Seeing that Inoki was truly angry, Rashi shrank his neck. Got it. Good. Then prepare. Inoki dropped back into his seat. After everyone received their assignments and left, he turned back to look at the stone wall, covered in scratches of varying depth. Then he suddenly let out a soft sigh. Deep in the land of wind, within the desert, the sand glowed a rusty red beneath the setting sun, whipped by violent winds into twisted whirlpools. At a certain moment, it was as if a pair of invisible hands seized the howling wind, and everything suddenly froze. At the crest of a distant sand dune, the air began to distort and tremble. 3 blurry outlines slowly took shape amid the heat haze rising from the golden sand. Then the wind and sand rose again. Silhouettes forgotten by time crossed the boundary between life and death. Brother, I never thought we would meet again in the living world. The speaker wore an ancient white robe. His brown hair was long, soft, and slightly curled. His deep black eyes carried a firm yet gentle strength. He was the tallest of the 3, broad-shouldered and large-framed, with smooth lines of muscle that gave off a powerful beauty. As he spoke, the corners of his lips lifted slightly, as if he truly felt joy. Within the blowing sand, a faint red gleam appeared. Even the air carried fine tremors, as if sliced apart by a piercing gaze. Like a hard stone washed by an icy spring, the voice carried a crisp, chilling coldness. I told you, don't use that form of address again. Azura still wanted to speak, but Indra's sharp-cut face turned cold. The chakra around him suddenly became razor-sharp, splitting open an invisible barrier. A strange line formed between the two. On one side, the wind and sand calmed, with gentle breezes blowing. On the other, tiny arcs of lightning mixed into the storm, edge fully exposed. As if the god of wind and the god of thunder stood in opposition. Indra, Azura, names from legend 1,000 years ago, the source of the Uchiha and the Senju, the initiators of 1,000 years of bloody conflict. Behind the two, the third figure gradually became clear. Dark red armor still hung with dried bloodstains and sand. His pitch-black long hair was torn by the wind, whipping wildly across a cold, hard face with sharply defined features. His appearance, and his name, to many in the ninja world, both were nightmare-like existences. Uchiha Madara. Only, those eyes that should have been the most obvious symbol, the Sharingan, were now 2 sunken hollows, like abysses beneath the dim light. Not getting a response from his brother, Azura turned his gaze to Uchiha Madara. Sensing that familiar chakra presence, he asked with concern, why don't you have eyes? Uchiha Madara raised a hand and touched his empty eye sockets. Feeling that hollow space, he showed not the slightest disappointment. Instead, a faint curve rose at the corner of his mouth. So this is true resurrection. Sage of 6 paths. I really am the inheritor of your will, the one who will grant the ninja world eternal peace. Indra Azura. Is it? Uchiha Madara turned his hollow eye sockets toward Indra's position, as if having no eyes did not affect his vision at all. The chakra I sensed before was something you left behind, wasn't it? Indra's brows knit slightly as he said coldly, Junior, you lack respect for your ancestors. Clack, clack, clack. His armor gave a soft rattle as Uchiha Madara walked between the two. Silently, he tore apart that invisible line. Uchiha Madara stood quietly atop the sand dune. This body that had crawled back from the abyss of death made the wind and sand between heaven and earth submit to him. His hollow eye sockets looked toward the distant horizon, piercing through time and space, seeing that storm he had plotted for half his life to unleash upon the world. Indeed, the Uchiha bloodline came from you, but that proves nothing. I have already surpassed you, Indra, the second sage of six paths, the only one who exists now. Is me, Uchiha Madara. Tenchi Bridge. Ninja gatherings were never all that particular. Minato waited at one end of the bridge, quietly waiting for those who would come. Inoki knew Konoha had the Byakugan, so he deliberately avoided the Byakugan's range of detection. But to the Nine-Tails' perception, their arrangements were no different from working right under his nose, and even within a mental space filled with flowing lava. The Four Tails, its limbs bound, stared at the Nine-Tails that had appeared inside the seal space. Waka! Startled into a weird cry, the Four Tails immediately roared, Kurama, are you here to save me? Strange. Why does your chakra feel a little different? Compared to the young Nine-Tails inside Naruto, the Nine-Tails should have had an even worse temper. But after being entangled with Minato Namake's soul for several years, even the worst temper had been softened into something gentler. Saving you won't be difficult, but if you break free, the Jinchuriki will die. The Nine-Tails cut off the Jinchuriki's senses and continued, have you thought it through? The Four Tails fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice, compared to the cage before, Rashi is indeed a little better. But he is still a cage called a Jinchuriki. He has never truly treated us tailed beasts as equal beings. Kurama, I've already despaired of humans. Does that person from the Sage of Six Paths prophecy really exist? The Nine-Tails bared its fox mouth in a grin. Of course he exists. I've already found him. Is it settled? Minato asked softly. The returning Nine-Tails nodded. Yeah, he is willing to cooperate. Inoki saved us quite a bit of trouble. The Nine-Tails paused, then said in a deep voice, do you really think that Brat's plan is workable? Could there be some kind of scheme? That's an Uchiha. After all, Minato laughed. Kurama, just like humans are prejudiced against tailed beasts, you also have deep prejudice against Ku. He looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, speaking to the Nine-Tails in his heart. I believe that if Ku wants us to do this, he must have his reasons. Though we haven't known him long, his vision is absolutely beyond ours. You should understand that too, Kurama. I have to admit, back then, he did briefly surpass even the Sage of Six Paths. Not long after, the members of Akatsuki arrived under Pain's lead, riding a giant strange bird. Inoki's group from the other side also arrived at the same time. I originally had doubts about the authenticity of the intelligence. But the moment I really saw you, I was certain. Inoki led his people forward. The instant his gaze landed on Minato Namake's, it no longer shifted away. It's been a long time, Yellow Flash. Minato Namake's, that title, and the battle that made it famous, had been provided by Iwagakure itself. It's only been a few years. In your long life, that probably doesn't count as very long. Does it, Lord Inoki? Minato smiled faintly and nodded in greeting. If you're willing to come as well, then you're very welcome. Only then did Inoki finally move his gaze away and look toward Sasuke, who was standing beside Shursui. The two of them wore unmistakable Uchiha clothing. Where is that person? Where is Uchiha Ku? At the same time, Pain spoke up with a question. This was also Inoki's first time seeing Akatsuki's leader. The moment he saw those pale purple Rinnegan, his pupils suddenly contracted. Even the young Sannin had been able to recognize the Rinnegan, much less Inoki, who had lived from the Warring States era until now. He couldn't help but let out a low cry. The Rinnegan! Lord Ku is temporarily unable to come. He has fully granted me the right to conduct these peace talks. If I represent him, that shouldn't be considered disrespectful, right? The dignified fourth Hokage. Who would dare say you aren't qualified? Inoki sneered. A remarkable Hokage, really? To call an Uchiha lord so naturally. That's the part one really don't understand. I heard Hiruzen Sarutobi is dead. If he were still alive, I'd really like to ask him how he taught his disciples. Is this the kind of spineless trash Jiraiya produced with his teaching? The ones who took the lead in targeting the Uchiha were your Hokage faction. If you count it up, me and the Raikage were just joining in. And now the most outstanding brat from your line has defected. I really don't know how your lot spread the will of fire. Sachikage, you're talking too much. Before Minato could respond, Pain was the first to lose patience. Calling Jiraiya a failure in teaching wasn't just insulting Minato. It was insulting them too. Minato only smiled lightly, unconcerned, and said calmly, "People always change because of the world around them. All the more so for someone like me, a coward who came back from the dead and clings to life. You're an elder. A few words from you don't matter. But the one I invited here for talks is the leader of Akatsuki." The smile faded from his face. "This is a negotiation meeting, not some childish farce in your land of earth. I don't have time to babysit the elderly for them. What did you say? Don't." One of the IWA shinobi behind Inoki had just been about to explode when Inoki raised a hand and stopped him. He could clearly sense that if his subordinate kept talking, blood would be spilled in the next instant. The negotiation hadn't even begun yet. The situation was still unclear. There was no need to start a conflict this early. For such an important occasion, the leader of your side isn't even here. It's hard for me to believe you truly want to negotiate. Pain said slowly, "You know my situation. I shouldn't need to explain that much, should I?" Back in Mangekyo, Naruto and Minato had already shown powerful sensory abilities. They had even been able to narrow down the location of his real body. What he meant was clear. My real body has arrived. It's just inconvenient for me to show myself. And I also don't want Inoki or the organization members to know. You need to give me a reason why Uchiha cannot appear. Minato understood and was just about to speak. "You've gotten one thing wrong." At that moment, from the rear of the group, Shursui, carrying a rectangular bundle on his back, spoke calmly. "Taku, negotiating with people like you isn't some major matter at all. I've had enough of your attitude. You people have no sense of reverence." He slowly stepped out from the crowd. Within his almost tangible chakra, tiny pale purple flames ignited, dreamlike and illusory. "Among all of you, as of today, only one person is qualified to meet Ku. Not some so-called Rinnegan, and certainly not a mere Tsuchikage." Clang. The short blade at his waist slid half an inch out of its sheath, and the scarlet four-bladed Mangekyo spun. "One more word, and you won't be qualified to negotiate anymore." "Calm down, Shursui." Minato was a little tense, but when he looked up, he saw that his own son and Sasuke had also taken fighting stances. A rare seriousness appeared on Naruto's face. "Dad, they really are a little clueless. Just beat them up and it'll be fine." Heh. Sasuke sneered, his contemptuous gaze sweeping across the crowd. "If you want to meet Sensei, trash like you should write a petition for an audience and kneel in front of the shrine. Maybe when you're about to starve to death, Sensei will mercifully cast his gaze your way." "Really?" Inoki narrowed his eyes, and a dark glint flashed through them. "You're speaking of that person as if he were some god." Minato turned his head, his hand pressing against his ninja pouch. If he really couldn't stop this, then he would definitely join the fight too. Compared to the legendary sage of six paths, he really is more deserving of being called a god. That's enough for the opening remarks, isn't it? In the end, it was Orochimaru who stepped forward. After glancing at Shursui, he immediately shifted his gaze away. Shursui was completely different from the one in his memory. Orochimaru also understood Shursui's change. They had only spent a few days with Uchiha and had already been influenced. Shursui had been one of the earliest to follow Uchiha on dimensional missions. This guy had long since become Uchiha's color. Turning his gaze to Pain, Orochimaru smiled faintly. "Aren't our goal here to negotiate? Why make things so unpleasant? Maybe we can achieve a win-win result." Pain slowly lowered his hand. "What is your objective?" Minato paused for a moment, then with a harmless smile on his face, said words that made Inoki and Pain's scalps go numb. "In simple terms, I want to launch the fourth great ninja war. To unify the ninja world." "What kind of joke is that? Have you gone insane, Minato Namikaze? The third great ninja war only ended not long ago. No, it hasn't even ended yet. Originally, the signing of the peace agreement between Mangekyo and Konoha had marked the end of the third great ninja war. But after that incident, only a few days later, Mangekyo was gone. The great nations immediately became as tense as startled birds, remaining on constant war alert. No one dared say the war was truly over. Ignoring the criticism, Minato continued. "This world's war has dragged on for far too long. Countless people have lost their lives and homes. I believe that only a unified shinobi world, with all ninja belonging to one leader, can fundamentally solve the problem of constant conflict among the nations." Pain frowned tightly, a faint trace of pain and age-old weariness in his eyes. "Minato, you're thinking about this too simply. Every country in the shinobi world has its own interests and ambitions. Even if they're temporarily mashed together, they'll still start wars for their own desires. Do you think unifying the shinobi world will make people understand each other? No. In this cursed world, human desire is endless. What's needed is a power that can destroy a nation in an instant, as a deterrent to the shinobi world. Only when people witness that kind of power and understand the taste of pain will they fear war and cherish hard-won peace. How can you speak of truly understanding one another without experiencing the same pain?" Just as Pain thought Minato would bring up Jiraiya Sensei's theory of mutual understanding, and had already figured out how to refute it. You're right. Such a being? Doesn't T1 already exist? Minato smiled faintly. Uchiha Sora is exactly that kind of person. He has even already done what you imagined. By himself he destroyed a great nation. That was 2 years ago. Now he is more than 100 times stronger than he was back then. Precisely because such an absolute powerhouse exists. I believe the path to unifying the shinobi world is feasible. Their gazes met in the air, as if sparks of invisible fire had burst forth. Suddenly, Pain remembered what Konan had said. That boy's eyes. They reminded her of Yahiko, and before she knew it, she had left behind paper flowers. He had always believed that everything he was doing now was inheriting Yahiko's will. Yahiko's will. Become the god of this world. And now, facing someone who possessed the same Rinnegan as the Sage of Six Paths himself, there were still so many people who believed that man was the one more worthy of being called a god. Then he suddenly thought of another thing. Konan had met that person not long after Yahiko died. Could this be some kind of fateful pull? Bringing Konan together with someone who had the same qualities as Yahiko. I can call you Yahiko, right? Minato said with a smile as he looked at Devapath Pain. Based on reality, I agree that your idea is correct. And also based on reality, the existence you're pursuing already exists, doesn't it? Or do you only feel at ease if you become that kind of existence yourself? Nagato had no ambition to rule the world. From childhood to now, he had always been willing to follow behind Yahiko. Compared to leading others, he was more used to being led. Because of this, Obito and Zetsu, who wanted to keep the Rinnegan under watch, had no choice but to eliminate Yahiko, the person who would interfere with the plan. He himself did not have any especially firm conviction. From beginning to end, he had only been struggling through life with hatred and pain for Yahiko's wish. Minato's address made Nagato, controlling pain not far away, tremble violently. He was moved. Seeing the wavering in his heart, Kisame Hashigaki, standing behind him, spoke up. Boss, we all gathered here because we believed you because you're the legendary Rinnegan. Speaking of which, wasn't he the disaster in the land of rain caused by the great nations breaking their promises and being cold and heartless? Their promises aren't worth trusting at all. Kisame saying this was actually a bit self-incriminating. Even if Akatsuki is in the land of rain, how would he know the boss must have come from the land of rain? But as one of the people who knew about Madara and the Moon SI plan, when Uchiha Madara couldn't appear in person, he had to step in and respond. Damn boss, you're way too easy to sway. Pain's brow furrowed even deeper, and he had no mind at all to care about the flaw in Kisame's words. He turned to Konan. He didn't care at all about the feelings of the organization's members. Believe it or not, what the hell did that have to do with him? What mattered was Konan. Konan looked very conflicted and remained silent for a long time. I think we should meet with Lord Uchiha Sora first, then make a decision. The moment she said that, the Akatsuki members and the Tsuchikige's group all tensed up, ready for battle. You stupid woman. This topic almost caused a fight just now, and you're bringing it up again. They nervously looked toward Shursui. Unlike before, Shursui's expression was calm as he formally answered Konan. Sora is not in the shinobi world right now, but his ideals have never changed. Protecting those who are important, that has always been his way of thinking. Let us shape such a world together, Miss Konan. Interesting. Special treatment? Just because she is a beauty? How shallow are these Uchiha? Konan turned her gaze to Pain and remained silent. After a while, Pain said in a deep voice, I roughly understand what you want to do. Do you have a concrete plan? Minato let out a breath of relief. He really did not want to go to war with Akatsuki. It wasn't because he feared the Rinnegan. He simply didn't want fellow disciples killing each other. That would be far too cruel to Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya had his flaws, but in the end, he was still a teacher who had guided him for many years. Minato still cared about Jiraiya a great deal. There is a plan. First step. Minato looked toward Inoki. Recover the tailed beasts that the first Hokage gave to the great nations. What nonsense is this? Inoki said indignantly, the tailed beasts weren't given away for free. We paid real money for them. If you want to take them, just say you want to rob us. Why say recover? How shameless can you be? Minato Namake's azure eyes looked down as he spoke calmly. 1,000 years ago, the Sage of Six Paths created the 9-tailed beasts and made them a power to protect mankind. Sorry, maybe I didn't make myself clear enough. I'm speaking from the position of the tailed beast's eldest brother, the friend of Kurama, and I'm demanding freedom for the tailed beasts. Go Kurama. Roar! Roar! At the same time, 2 roars thundered through the air. 2 streaks of golden light intertwined and darted across the battlefield at speeds the eye could barely follow. The chakra of Yin and Yang Kurama filled the entire area. Golden energy spread out like a spiderweb, shattering the ground. That terrifying chakra sent the surrounding ninja retreating in all directions, their faces filled with shock. This kind of chakra. Among the crowd, Kakuzu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had always thought he had escaped from Hashirama Senju through his own strength. Only now did he realize, how could the first Hokage, who could subdue this kind of terrifying power, possibly be someone like me? Hundreds of meters underground, inside a cave carved out by lava release, Rashi suddenly felt an extreme surge of heat explode in his abdomen, and his entire body seemed to be suppressed by some invisible force, unable to move. The chakra of the Four Tails began flooding out uncontrollably. What's going on? Whoosh! A golden figure appeared before him, and this appearance was all too familiar to him. Minato Namikaze. A hand pressed against his abdomen, and Minato spoke calmly. Ceiling released. As a Jinchuriki, Rashi had killed no small number of Konoha ninja on the battlefield. Minato had Kurama come ask him specifically, because he was worried that the Four Tails might also form a bond with him. Since that wasn't the case, then there was no need to show mercy. Boom! A massive surge of crimson chakra burst out from Rashi's body. Blazing lava followed the shattered ground, erupting upward without stop. Red energy spread in all directions. Trees were scorched black. Rocks were melted down. Amid a sea of magma and rolling black smoke, the Four Tails appeared. Roar, roar, roar. He threw back his head and let out a long howl. Anyone could hear the joy of breaking free in that voice. In the fierce wind, Pain looked at that enormous beast, his hand unconsciously tightening around the black rod. Minato, do you know about the Sage of Six Paths? Then you should know why the Sage of Six Paths created the tailed beasts, and where they came from. Minato, who had returned through the Flying Thunder God technique, gave a slight nod. That shell is what we need, but not to make a weapon. That's also what I wanted to say next. Hand that empty shell over to us as the symbol of the Rainfire Alliance. As a show of sincerity, we will recommend Conan to become the governor of the allied nation. Or if you want to do it, that works too. This is a new term, so to put it in simpler words, it means the leader of all civilians aside from ninja. Minato's gaze was calm as he continued. People only think about the meaning of peace after they've been hurt. Although the idea is extreme, it is also the easiest to realize. The ninja world's 1,000-year deviation has gone too far off course. To correct it, overcorrection is unavoidable. I acknowledge the understanding you gained through pain. It is inevitable that some people will have to become sacrifices for peace. He shifted his gaze to the furious Inoki. The meaning was obvious. The first sacrifice will be Iwagakure. We will shatter the original structure of the 5 great nations and establish a unified government. Ninja and civilians need a certain degree of separation. What I can give you right now is only a rough direction. The specific implementation still needs to be explored during the process. What we are about to do is something unprecedented. I see. The Deva Path lowered his eyes, as if he were about to respond the next moment. Clatter. Suddenly, black chains appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around the Four Tails' massive body. Space twisted, and a black-robed masked man appeared above the Four Tails. Empty words. A hoarse, low voice rang out. Nagato, you waver too easily. You've disappointed me greatly. It was Obito, walking the world under Madara's name. The chains dragged the Four Tails, pulling it toward the distorted space. Pain opened his mouth to speak, but his floating body suddenly trembled violently, the purple ripples in his eyes flickering in chaos. Something happened to the real body. What happened in the next moment confirmed his thoughts. Nagato controlled the 6 paths of pain with the Rinnegan. His real body had been hidden near the puppets the whole time, under Conan's close protection. Bang! In the field, Conan's paper clone shattered. Southeast, 700 meters. Go save Conan. Before he completely lost control, the Deva Path shouted urgently. Whoosh! Shursui had no time to care about the masked man. He rushed at top speed toward the direction Pain pointed. Seeing Shursui charge off, Minato suppressed his emotions and turned to look at the masked man. The Four Tails, which had only just broken free, was once again drawn into the Kamui space. Minato's eyes were complicated. After a long while, his throat moved, and he spoke that name. Obito. The masked man's body gave an almost imperceptible tremor. A cold laugh came from beneath the mask. Uchiha Obito is already dead. That was your choice, fourth. And now, after all this time, don't you think it's too late? Inside the secret chamber, the gaunt Nagato was trapped on a bizarre machine. Black rods were stabbed into his back, buried deep into his spine, then extended out from various parts of his body like some cruel parasite, draining away his life force. His red hair, the symbol of the Uzumaki clan and of vitality, had now turned gray-white. At this moment, he covered one bleeding eye, while his other eye stared fixedly at the figure in the darkness. He spoke in a hoarse voice. Zetsu. Why? Zetsu walked out of the darkness. In his palm was a pale purple Rinnegan stained with blood, and at his feet lay the unconscious Conan. The black half spoke indifferently. That's what I should be asking you. Nagato, why? You were the one we chose, the one meant to inherit the Sage of Six Paths will. After clearly recognizing the cruelty of the ninja world, How could you still so naively believe Namake's Minato's words? No need to deny it. Your heart, your thoughts, have always been under our control. A black curse mark seeped out from Nagato's heart. It was this very curse mark that had controlled him, causing him to lose focus for an instant and have one Rinnegan taken. Even Obito had been controlled by the curse mark left behind by Uchiha Madara. As the host of the Rinnegan, how could Nagato possibly have been left without a backup measure from Uchiha Madara? According to Uchiha Madara's plan, once Nagato gained the ability to cast Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique, Black Zetsu should have controlled Nagato to revive him. It was just that Black Zetsu was not the manifestation of Uchiha Madara's will, but the will of Kaguya Otsutsuki. He had not done so in the original timeline, perhaps because he felt Obito was easier to control than Madara. Madara's revival had also not followed the original plan. If Kabuto Yakushi had not used Impure World Reincarnation on him, then unless absolutely necessary, whether Black Zetsu would have revived Uchiha Madara at all was uncertain. Zetsu slowly walked toward Nagato and reached out his hand. Since you won't do, then we'll change people. A bright blade light tore through the secret chamber, and a slender figure stood within the pouring light. The crimson in his Sharingan looked as if it were about to overflow. The instant the light of the flying thunder god tore through the dust and smoke, Minato's kunai swept past that mottled mask. There was no time to dodge at all. Mask fragments mixed with splinters, and the sound of shattering was sharp and piercing. What was revealed was a face twisted by time and hatred. The left half of his face was covered in vicious stitched scars, stretching all the way from brow bone to jaw, forming a jarring contrast with the relatively intact skin on the right side. The outline of the boy had not fully faded yet. This face still carried the shadow, in Minato's memory, of that child who had always awkwardly turned his face away. Minato's hand holding the kunai abruptly froze. Even though he had long expected it, when the truth was truly laid out before him, he still instinctively refused to accept it. The flying thunder god mark would not disappear. The mark he had placed on the mysterious man on the night of the Ninetales attack had responded. That night, the one who summoned the Ninetales and caused Kushina's death, along with the deaths of countless villagers, really was. The tip of the kunai was less than half an inch from Obito's neck, but Minato could not push it forward no matter what. More than anger, what filled him was heartbreak, regret, and a kind of confusion too hard to describe. If only I had been faster back then. If only I could have protected Rin. If only. Countless what-ifs exploded in his mind, making it almost hard for him to breathe. Obito. Minato's voice was very soft, sounding more like a plea than a question. It's not too late. There's still time to turn back. Uchiha Madara is misleading you. That plan is a massive conspiracy. We already know that. That's false. Obito suddenly raised his eyes. The cold ocular power in his Sharingan spilled out, and a twisted smile curved at the corner of his mouth. You know everything? No. You know nothing. What's so bad about a world of genjutsu? There won't be any more sacrifices. Anyone who wants to live can keep living. Everyone can live according to their own wishes. Compared to this false reality, that is the real truth. How ridiculous, Minato-sensei. Back then you didn't recognize me, and now you're using some brat's words to deny me again. Sacrificing a portion of people in exchange for peace. What you want to do isn't any better than mine. What right do you have to say I'm the one who's wrong? What the hell are they even talking about? Inoki was completely unable to make sense of the situation. First, the Four Tails had been extracted, and then some inexplicable spacetime jutsu user had shown up to snatch the Four Tails away. Well, not completely inexplicable. At least from that Sharingan. He could tell the man was from the Uchiha clan. But weren't the Uchiha and Minato Namikaze supposed to be on the same side? Forget it. Inoki formed hand seals with both hands, and a blinding white glow lit everything up. Give me back the Four Tails. Dust release. The beam twisted the air itself as it blasted toward Minato and Obito's position. As the strongest attack type Kekkei Toda, up until now, no one had ever ignored it except Uchiha Sora, who had forcibly blocked it head-on. Unfortunately, neither of his targets cared about that move. Minato vanished in a flash and dodged aside. Obito, meanwhile, simply let the dust release pass through his body, using intangibility to avoid the damage. Inoki was about to keep attacking when he suddenly turned to his side. Within the distorted space, Obito appeared. Utsutsuki, we are not enemies. Uchiha Sora is reviving the dead as he pleases and stirring up war. I am different from him. Obito hurriedly spoke before Inoki could open his mouth. I am not stealing the Four Tails. I'm only keeping it safe for you temporarily. Inside my jutsu, the Four Tails is truly safe. Let's work together and wipe out the fourth Hokage and the others first. Only an idiot would believe that. Inoki knew very well that Obito wanted to use him. But he also wanted to use Obito, and besides, the Four Tails was still in this guy's hands. Without hesitation, Inoki nodded. Fine. His withered hands formed seals as he gave a low shout. Earth release. Mountain Earth technique. The rock walls on both sides of the Canopy Bridge Canyon exploded with a thunderous roar. Millions of tons of rock fell under his control, carrying shrieking winds as they smashed toward Minato. That was the signal. At the same time, the Iwagakure shinobi lying in wait around the perimeter all moved together, pressing both hands to the ground as they activated the earth flow barrier. The originally lush green forest was swallowed by surging waves of earth, turning everything into a dim yellow-brown wasteland. Boom! A massive tail of chakra blasted the giant rocks away. Minato Namikaze stood within the Nine Tails chakra, and the sheer pressure of his chakra waves alone crushed the shattered stones into powder. Flying Raijin plus Rasengan was an almost perfect anti-personnel combat style. Originally, he had needed to summon Gamabunta to fight against giant-tailed beasts or large-scale assaults. But now, he himself was the large-scale calamity. Should we go help? Hyuga Hayashi, who had come along, spoke up. Ever since the sudden upheaval started, they had been protected by Naruto's chakra and hadn't been hit by the aftershocks. Naruto shook his head, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. No need. Against opponents at that level, Dad can handle it. Kakashi's gaze was locked firmly onto the center of the battlefield. In his Sharingan, reflected the figures weaving and colliding with each other. His eyes seemed to be pulled by some invisible thread, full of indescribable complexity. Everyone has a reason not to join the fight, except me. Kakashi stepped beyond the range of the chakra protection. In his eye, the three tomo connected into a blade. Watching Minato Namikaze suppress the entire Iwagakure force, including the Tsuchikage. By himself, Obito frowned deeply. The old Minato Namikaze had already been troublesome enough. If he hadn't taken advantage of Kushina's childbirth, he never would have even considered dealing with Minato. And now, things had backfired. Minato Namikaze had actually become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Seriously, he was lacking nothing now. From the perspective of someone who had once encountered the elderly Uchiha Madara, the current Minato Namikaze might even be stronger than Madara had been back then. His gaze shifted toward where Black Zetsu was. Let's get the Rinnegan first. He had just been about to let his body sink into nothingness and transfer away when the distortion of space suddenly slowed. An eye exactly like his own appeared before him. Kakashi, huh. The two stood facing each other on the broken bridge surface. The pooled water in the riverbed reflected their shadows, just like back then. The corner of Obito's mouth lifted slightly, his smile full of contempt. You think because you managed to pull back the tragedy you can stand in front of me like this now? Obito's voice suddenly dropped low. Gray-black wooden spikes extended from his sleeve. It's useless. Minato-sensei, Kushina, Rin. See? They came back to life. But did the war stop? This is nothing more than tragedy repeating itself. I know very well that you don't want to kill me, but you still have no choice except to fight me. The mockery on his lips deepened. What did Uchiha Sora change? He changed nothing. As he said that, Obito lowered his hand, pain flashing through his eyes. Come with me to that world, Kakashi. This world isn't worth protecting for people like you. Crackle. Like the cry of 1,000 birds. Like lightning tearing through the air. Electric light flickered in Kakashi's palm. The face beneath his mask seemed to be smiling, but the sorrow in his eyes could not be erased. Obito, if this place brings you so much pain, if you don't like it here, then you and I, and Rin too, let's escape this world and start over. Clang. Obito tightened his grip on the wooden spike, his gaze calm, hopelessly stubborn. The stubborn one is you, Obito. Whoosh. Above the water, the two figures, bound together by fate, crashed into each other violently. You handle things here. I'm taking them back to the village. Shursui had the unconscious Nagato tucked at his waist and Konan slung over his shoulder. He had successfully forced Zetsu back, but he hadn't been able to stop Zetsu from taking that Rinnegan. Looking at Nagato's withered, skeletal appearance, Minato's eyes stirred with pity. Is the Rinnegan's damage to him really that severe? Shursui lowered his head and said calmly, we already know the answer to that, don't we? Using power that doesn't belong to you means paying a price. That's inevitable. Let Sasuke go with you too. Carrying two people by yourself isn't convenient. In the forest, Sasuke carried Nagato on his back, looking at the strands of gray-white hair hanging down. The Uzumaki clan was famous for its chakra reserves, yet his life force had weakened to this extent. Shursui looked straight ahead and said, normal medical ninjutsu will have a hard time replenishing his life force. Once he's recovered enough, bring him to that world and nourish him with food. Sasuke, you might also obtain these eyes one day. You can learn some usage techniques from Nagato. Me? Sasuke remembered what Uchiha Sora had once told him. He had long since known that Naruto and he were reincarnations of the chakra of the Sage of Six Path Suns. But Uchiha Sora had also explained that this didn't mean they were Indra and Azura. They were still themselves. The chakra of those two could not affect their will. Sasuke shook his head. I don't think the Rinnegan is definitely stronger than the Sharingan. Not even counting Sensei, brother Shursui. Your ocular power has already surpassed the limits of the Mangekyo, hasn't it? Shursui paused for a moment, then said slowly, my ocular power is a bit stronger than your father's, but if we're talking about surpassing the limit, I'm still far from it. The eternal Mangekyo should have been the limit of our Uchiha. A Mangekyo that represents regenerating ocular power. At the end of the day, though, it's still the Mangekyo. There is a fundamental difference between it and the Rinnegan. At least in the ninja world, the Rinnegan truly deserves its title as the supreme eye that governs life, death, and reincarnation. The Sage of Six Paths bestowed divinity upon these eyes. They are a medium connected to some ancient existence. We'll talk about the details later. I was only saying it casually anyway. You don't even have the Mangekyo yet, so there's no point saying more. Sasuke looked displeased and curled his lip. At most 1 year. I can feel it. The only thing I'm lacking is chakra. Once the time comes, I'll awaken the strongest Mangekyo. Shursui smiled faintly. No need to rush. You're still young. You have plenty of time to take it slow. I know. But that Naruto guy. Sasuke lowered his head, his eyes slightly downcast. He was conflicted inside. He was happy that Naruto and the Ninetales had reached a preliminary reconciliation, and that Naruto now possessed the powerful Ninetales chakra mode. On the other hand, this had left him, who had originally been slightly stronger than Naruto, far behind. This was exactly the feeling of fearing that your brother was having a rough time, while also fearing that your brother was driving a luxury car. What's more, both his fellow disciple Gaara and Naruto had tailed beasts, and even their teacher's ninja cat was equipped with the two tails. Sasuke felt like he had been left out. Shursui keenly noticed the emotion in Sasuke's eyes. Most Uchiha weren't good with words. To truly understand an Uchiha, you had to look into his eyes. Unfortunately, not only the ninja world, but even out on the seas, there was a warning circulating. Never stare directly at the Sharingan. So an Uchiha like Sasuke, with a few close friends from other clans, was rare. Feeling lonely, little Sasuke? Shursui smiled lightly and said, you're special, Sasuke. Don't forget the eyes we were born with and the Uchiha name. You know, Kong told me before that if he died, I was to assist you in becoming the clan head of the Uchiha. You have the judgment that I lack, and you know how to think about the essence of things. It's fine to be confused for now. If there is something you want to do, then do it. Even if you're wrong, that is fine. And we will always support you. Sasuke shook his head. Don't joke around. I can't even imagine the cause of teacher's death. Haha, me neither. Just then, Shursui's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Sasuke and retreated at high speed. Whoosh! A chakra tomo came flying in from far away. Its sharp cry tore through the air, casting a distorted black shadow. The next second, boom 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 boom. The dark purple tomo exploded instantly, flames shooting into the sky. A deafening roar burst out, and the shockwave sent a tree that took several people to encircle, flying and shattering, clearing out a wide road. This wasn't an attack. It was just a greeting, with a bit of road clearing on the side. Voices of men talking came from the smoke. Aren't you worried your eyes will get blown off? Another indifferent voice sounded. The Rinnegan isn't that fragile. Someone who's never had it like you wouldn't know. Uchiha Madara, you bastard. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke's pupils shrank violently, and his grip on Nagato tightened unconsciously. If you're talking about your descendants, then don't use such a rough method. Can't we just talk properly? If they're my descendants, there's no possibility of negotiation. Azura, what do you know? That's too much. Didn't father tell us before he left that we should avoid fighting whenever possible? Azura, I've already lost interest in arguing about this. The moment the smoke dispersed, Black Boots stepped onto the shattered stones with a light sound. Sunlight broke through the clouds and fell across his sharply defined side profile, half bathed in light, half hidden in shadow, just like the bloodline flowing within him, both longing for acknowledgement and rejecting bonds. The ancestor of the Uchiha, Indra. In an instant, Shursui knew the newcomer's identity. That black tomo moving like the gears of fate, that absolute confidence in the depths of those eyes. My bloodline has actually degenerated to this extent? A low voice sounded, carrying a cold arrogance that had crossed 1,000 years. Drip. After seeing the figure clearly, a drop of cold sweat slid down Shursui's temple. Compared to Indra, who still needed his bloodline to remind others, Uchiha Madara's image was anything but unfamiliar to Konoha, especially to the current Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara. Indra. Then the identity of the other person was obvious. The inheritor of the ninja sect, the ancestor of the Senju and Uzumaki. Azura. Shursui handed Konan over to Sasuke as well, gripped the hilt of his short blade with one hand, and reached behind him with the other. Forcing out a smile, he said, "What is this? A gathering of the dead?" The concept of life and death was not so clear. Armor creaked as he moved. Uchiha Madara looked at Shursui, and the gaze projected from those empty eye sockets was still so heavy. "Give Nagato back to me, then leave. I don't want to kill you." On the day he left the village with no one following him, Uchiha Madara had already given up on the Uchiha clan. But this was, after all, the clan his younger brother loved. Unless absolutely necessary, Uchiha Madara would not harm his clan members. Especially since, having no eyes did not affect Uchiha Madara's vision. He saw it. That face so similar to Izuna's. Shursui, do you need me to run first? In the education Sasuke had received, there had never been any point in knowing he couldn't help and still insisting on becoming dead weight. He had recognized Uchiha Madara. Even if he didn't know who the other two were, anyone who could make Shursui this tense was definitely not someone he could stand against. Shursui gently shook his head. If they were only a little stronger than me, I'd let you run. But the gap is too huge. Staying by my side is actually safer. Swish. Shursui drew his short blade. In his eyes, the four-bladed windmill spun, and a jade-green Susanoo covered Sasuke and the others. Oh, preparing for battle? You were once one of my candidates. A genius praised from childhood like you shouldn't be such an idiot that you can't recognize the gap. Uchiha Madara advanced step by step. Facing the huge Susanoo, his presence completely overwhelmed it. This was definitely not the normal Uchiha Madara. Shursui had witnessed the battle between Hashirama Senju and Kong. He was certain of it. The current Uchiha Madara was absolutely stronger than Hashirama Senju in his prime. Was it the Sage of Six Paths? Or had Uchiha Madara been revived in his younger state, so that even without the Rinnegan he was stronger than Hashirama Senju? Let us try it first. The four-bladed windmill spun, and a scarlet blood moon covered the sky. Madara stood still, his feet unmoving, only slightly raising his head. Whoosh! A dark purple torrent of chakra surged out, and the Susanoo skeleton rose from the ground, instantly solidifying, blocking Shursui's ocular power outside. Nice genjutsu, but your ocular jutsu is nothing more than child's play in front of me. Boom! A complete giant Susanoo far taller than Shursui was formed, and a massive chakra blade came crashing down with terrifying force. Shattered all things. One strike to silence all. Shursui held a spiraling sword and rushed toward the terrifying slash. The moment they met, there was no earth-shaking explosion, only a strange cracking sound. Starting from the tip of the spiraling sword, spiderweb-like cracks appeared, quickly spreading along the blade, all the way to the entire arm, and even reaching the armor on his chest. Shursui's pupils shrank, and cold sweat fell. He clearly sensed that the chakra within the other side's Susanoo was not only far greater in quantity than his own, but also condensed to a terrifying degree in quality. He tried to add force and fire the spiraling sword out, only to see Madara's Susanoo wrist twist. The katana carried an unstoppable force and slammed hard into the shoulder of the jade-green Susanoo. Boom 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 boom. Crack. More dense cracking sounds rang out. One of Shursui's Susanoo arms snapped off on the spot, and green chakra fragments scattered like meteors, vanishing into points of light in the air. Among the shattered rocks, Shursui dismissed his overburdened Susanoo. With a tap of his toe against the ground, his body shot out like an afterimage. The short blade reflected a cold glint as it stabbed straight for Uchiha Madara's throat. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to attack a Susanoo with a blade. Rather, after Shursui dismissed his Susanoo, Uchiha Madara had also voluntarily dismissed his own. Perhaps it was the arrogance of an ancestor. He refused to use power too far beyond Shursui's level. Clang! Madara didn't dodge. He raised two fingers and precisely pinched the blade. Shursui's strike, filled with killing intent, was casually received. Madara's fingertips applied a little force, and dense cracks instantly spread across the short blade. This treasured sword, passed down by his ancestors, which had followed Shursui through countless battles, shattered. Your speed is decent, but your strength is too weak. His voice was like muffled thunder. Madara casually swung his left hand, and the palm wind wrapped in chakra smashed head-on toward Shursui. Shursui's body was sent flying backward uncontrollably. While still in midair, he adjusted his posture and rapidly formed hand seals with both hands. Blaze release, illusory purple dragon jutsu. A massive purple fire dragon surged from his mouth. The deep violet flame scorched the air, its dragon claws tearing through the wind as it roared toward Madara. Madara lifted his chin slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Flames fused with in release. And they even carry a genjutsu effect? Not a bad idea. As expected of an Uchiha called a genius, Uchiha Madara formed a seal with one hand. Since the other side was using fire release, majestic destroyer flame. The instant his low voice fell, towering flames covered everything. The enormous purple fire dragon was swallowed by the crimson sea of fire without the slightest suspense. Do you understand now? Before absolute power, talent alone is far from enough. The voice appeared by Shursui's ear. In the next second, Shursui felt a chill at the back of his neck. Madara's hand rested on his cervical spine. It looked like a gentle touch, yet it precisely sealed all the chakra pathways throughout his body. Shirsue's body instantly stiffened. He could clearly sense the other party's chakra seeping through his skin, suppressing the chakra in every single cell of his body. This absolute level of control. There was no hope of victory at all. Playtime is over. With a light push, Shirsue collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. His cheek pressed against the rough earth, and he could see the blood seeping from the corner of his lips spreading out. He didn't even have the strength to lift his head. He could only helplessly watch Madara's back as he walked step by step toward Sasuke, who was carrying two people. Those footsteps were more heartbreaking than any mockery. There was no suspense at all. This wasn't a battle. It was simply a one-sided crush. A legend living in the past had made his entrance by completely denying the genius of the present age. Fear. Fear was normal. Sasuke had never before faced such a terrifying existence filled with malice. His breathing turned ragged, his heart pounded wildly, and his thoughts became sluggish, a complete mess. Every cell in his body was warning him to flee immediately, put them down and leave. The voice carried not a trace of emotion, not even contempt. Sasuke's trembling hand pulled out a kunai. Slash! It wasn't swung at the enemy. Instead, he viciously slashed open his own arm. The blade cut through skin. Warm blood flowed down his arm and dripped to the ground, making a clear sound. Ha! Letting out a long breath, Sasuke revealed a smile tinged with madness. Blood-stained and vicious. Ah! That feels a little better. The crimson-stained kunai pointed at Uchiha Madara, and there was no longer any wavering in his dark eyes. An old relic from a past era shouldn't come out and make a fool of itself. Right now is my teacher's era. Uchiha Sora's era. Ridiculous. Uchiha Madara shook his head with a light laugh and walked closer step by step. Before an absolute gap in power, the shouting of the weak held no deterrence whatsoever. I admit that brat may have a few tricks, but words like that are nothing more than delirious nonsense from someone like you, who knows nothing of what true power really is. The one who hasn't recognized the gap in strength. Is you, Madara? Shirsue struggled to prop himself up. Crimson flames surged behind him, and those blood-red flames distorted time and space. Let me show you Sora's power. I'm counting on you. Ryue. Clang. The air was ignited, drawing out a burning trail of light. Even the wind carried a scorching heat. Whoosh. Uchiha Madara couldn't clearly sense that extreme speed at all. His body instinctively retreated backward at high speed. In the next second, a bottomless trench, more than 100 jong long, appeared where he had originally been standing. A gorgeous crimson long blade hovered above the trench. The heat it gave off in Uchiha Madara's perception was like the sun. What is that? The scorching energy baked the earth. The underground water that had surfaced because of the earlier battle rapidly evaporated into white steam. The air throughout the entire area became burning hot and dry, as if they were inside a gigantic furnace. What entered the lungs was no longer oxygen, but searing currents of heat. Flame. It was the beginning of civilization, and also the embodiment of a world burned to ruin. Countless worlds regarded flame as faith, believing it to be one of the primal sources of creation and destruction. Ryue had been born from the great fire that destroyed a world, carrying the weight of time itself. And that was not all. In truth, if not for the appearance of an existence beyond all reason, it really had accomplished the feat of slaying a mythical creature. This was a vicious god-slaying weapon. Even Uchiha Sora, before completing his ascension, had been unable to use it freely without sealing it. An area spanning dozens of kilometers was covered by a scorching domain. Trees turned to charcoal and riverbeds dried up. The chakra flow of all living beings became sluggish, as if their souls were wrapped in thick flames. Every circulation of chakra brought burning pain through the chakra pathways. Ryue, scorching hell. The pressure released by the blade alone was enough to form a vast flaming hell. It wasn't just a matter of temperature. It was also a mental-level impact, causing all creatures within range to instinctively hallucinate that they were being devoured by all the flames in the world. This was an insight born from bathing in divine blood. At this very moment, Ryue truly declared its existence to the ninja world. Shirsue's lips were cracked dry as he stood with Sasuke and the others inside a deliberately left low-temperature zone. Ryue, I'm counting on you. Before you destroy the ninja world, defeat the enemy first. What a terrifyingly fierce nature. Just sensing it is enough to make even my chakra heat up. The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth slowly curled upward. So that's that guy's weapon? You should have brought it out sooner, Shirsue. Clap! Uchiha Madara brought his hands together, and his terrifying chakra stirred up violent winds. With his movement, cracks spread through the dried earth as it shook violently. Countless thick tree trunks burst from the ground, growing and spreading at incredible speed. Wood release. Deep forest emergence. The giant dark green trees were like grim serpents, endlessly surging toward that long blade, completely ignoring Shirsue and the others. Screech. Amid the piercing sound, countless flame threads thinner than hair burst from Ryue's blade, precisely severing the endless trunks. In an instant, boom! The flame threads ignited the forest, and at once, several square kilometers were covered by a sea of fire. Your fire release lost to the first Hokages would release, and that made you think would release doesn't fear flames? Shursui had recovered some of his strength, his figure standing within the sea of fire. When it comes to fire release, no one stands above Sora. That includes you, Uchiha Madara. Is that so? Uchiha Madara's face was expressionless. He kept summoning the wood release domain, as if he were feeding it to Ryozuki to burn. Thick smoke billowed up, splashing into the sky like boiling tar, instantly blotting out the light over the entire battlefield. I admit it, with pure fire release alone, I can't reach this level. A faint smile curved on Uchiha Madara's lips as he raised one hand. But what makes you think fire release is all I know? Crack. A mass of black-purple lightning suddenly burst out in his palm, splitting upward like tree branches, then darting into the low-hanging ink-dark storm clouds like a living thing. Deep within the clouds, snake-like flashes of electricity kept lighting up, making the silhouettes of everyone below flicker bright and dark. Shursui looked up at the pressing thunderclouds, and a feeling of unease rose in his heart. Could it be? He immediately shouted, Ryozuki, stop burning and destroy the thunderclouds. He's going to use the natural phenomenon to cast a jutsu. Ryozuki did not respond. It kept destroying the tree trunks attacking it. At the end of the day, it was only a weapon. Because of its extremely high intensity, it possessed only a shallow mode of thought. It knew Uchiha Sora was its master, so it would not resist when being sealed. It also knew it could not harm people with a close relationship to its master. Aside from that, it only had the instinct to react to attacks, barely able to recognize that Uchiha Madara's group were enemies. Expecting it to understand Shursui's words and act according to instructions was impossible. If it truly reached the point of having complete thought, then it would no longer be a weapon, but a life form acknowledged by the Sea of Stars. Clearly, Uchiha Sora had little attainment in Yin-Yang release and had not left his will behind within it. The hand Uchiha Madara had raised came down. Boom! The first thunderbolt tore through the clouds and slammed into the earth. This was not the end. It was a signal. Countless bolts of lightning surged wildly within the clouds, colliding with each other like hundreds of millions of thunder snakes tearing one another apart. Compared to me, who possesses the power of all creation, your strength is shallow. Lightning illuminated the corner of Uchiha Sora's mouth. This casually formed jutsu is called Blazing Thunder Marsh. Whoosh! The flames on the ground surged into the sky, intertwining with the blue-white arcs descending from the clouds. Lightning and fire, the two most violent forces, reached perfect fusion at this moment. This was not a Kekkei Genkai, but a super large-scale combined ninjutsu achieved by borrowing the power of the heavens. Roar! A flaming beast wrapped in countless bolts of lightning crashed down, turning everything in sight into a domain of death. Azure blue lightning suddenly expanded. It was not an explosion. The moment rock came into contact with those arcs, even stone was instantly vaporized by the heat, giving off a pungent smell mixed with ozone and sulfur. After the lightning ravaged the land, all that remained was scorched earth. Looking at that terrifying offensive beyond imagination, Sasuke's vision was filled with white light. A thought rose in his mind. He was not marveling at the power of the technique, but feeling the novelty of having learned something new. Ninjutsu. Can it be used like this too? Then he snapped back to himself and urgently said, Brother Shursui, can you control Ryozuki and make it dodge? What if teachers? His voice stopped abruptly. Drip. The bloody tears falling from Shursui's eyes had only just hit the ground before they were broken down by the high heat. Uchiha Madara still remained calm and composed. Based on his judgment, damaging that blade was unlikely. But lightning release could cause it an instant of paralysis. In that brief moment, there might be a chance to seal it. He liked this blade too. Only Madara, what are you doing? Indra's furious roar rang out, and Uchiha Madara suddenly turned his head. Lightning was unimaginably fast. Uchiha Madara had only managed to guide its direction by relying on the malleability of fire release. He had lined up everyone present in a straight line. Shursui and the others, along with Ryozuki, were on one end. Uchiha Madara was in the middle. Indra and Ashura were on the other end. The lightning was supposed to fall with Uchiha Madara as the point of impact, then strike toward Ryozuki. That was how it should have been. But the reality was, that terrifying giant beast of thunder and flame charged toward Indra's position. Lightning was far too fast. Even though Uchiha Madara reacted, it was already too late to change its direction. He could only watch helplessly as Indra was swallowed by the violent thunder and fire. Boom 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 boom. It was like a nuclear bomb erupting. The searing light tore through the clouds and overwhelmed the sunlight. Crack crack crack. As the white light gradually faded, a deep purple chakra giant appeared, very similar to Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Ashura lowered his hand from the seal and grinned. Thanks for protecting me, brother. Indra let out a disgust-filled snort. Disgusting. Don't stand behind me. When? How did he do it? Uchiha Madara looked toward Shursui. If he still had eyes, they would definitely be showing intense interest. You actually managed to put me under a genjutsu. How impressive, Shursui. There was not the slightest hint of frustration or hatred in his voice, only admiration for an opponent. Shursui's chest heaved like a bellows. Blood kept flowing from his eyes, and the pattern of his Mangekyo dimmed. He grinned. Sora's fire release is the strongest. But when it comes to genjutsu, I'm the strongest. Shursui's talent in genjutsu was the strongest. The scope of that statement could even extend to since the birth of the Uchiha. His ocular jutsu had long since gone beyond visual casting. It directly altered thought and cognition in the brain. In Uchiha Sora's words, Shursui was the kind of guy who did not treat other people as people but as instruments. No matter who he fought, Shursui would always try to control them. The instrument known as Uchiha Madara had far too much precision, and its shell was far too tough. The gap in power between them was too great. There was simply no way to control him with genjutsu. Pouring in all of his eye power, Shursui had only managed to interfere with Uchiha Madara's spatial awareness for a single instant. He had chosen the best possible timing. Using the attack Uchiha Madara had charged up, he redirected it onto his ally. If this had been a battle between equals, then this would have been a divine move, a single moment capable of changing the entire battle. Unfortunately, Shursui's somewhat blurry gaze fell on the three of them, all completely unharmed. What an outrageously overpowered squad that never should have existed. Uchiha Madara pressed a finger to his temple. After rubbing it for a moment, he spoke. A genjutsu that acts directly on thought. Did it invade through chakra during our earlier contact? Sorry. I really did underestimate you. There won't be a next time. Whoosh! A black rod of yin-yang release extended from his palm and shot straight at Shursui. Shursui let out a soft sigh and smiled helplessly, almost like he was muttering to himself. I really did want to see for myself just how big the gap was between me and this legendary figure. Alright, I get it. We were getting in your way, Ryozuki. Slash! An invisible wave of heat swept down. Melting away, the black rod condensed to the extreme. Shursui grabbed Sasuke and rapidly retreated, pulling away from the battlefield. Trying to run, Uchiha Madara shot after them. From the very beginning, his target had always been Nagato in Shursui's hands. More precisely, that Rinnegan. He was already strong enough now that he could use some basic ocular abilities. But the more advanced eye techniques required the Rinnegan to perform. Originally, Madara had not been in much of a hurry to reclaim his eyes. He knew Uchiha Sora had defeated Hashirama Senju, but that was nothing impressive. He had only beaten a Hashirama brought back by impure world reincarnation, then used some method to forcibly contain his soul. What kind of hero was that? Right now, I possessed the power to defeat Hashirama at his peak. But after seeing Ryutsuki, that thought changed, if judged purely by the amount of energy alone. The energy contained within this long blade was actually greater than his own. Someone capable of wielding a divine weapon like this was worthy of facing him at his absolute best, with his full strength. Uchiha Madara's pursuing figure suddenly paused. Slash! The earth was like a carelessly smeared canvas. A straight line erased clean through it by an eraser. This was not a simple high-temperature slash, but the erasure of existence itself. A power close to purification. The scorching wind blew Uchiha Madara's black hair into disarray. He looked up and gave a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Not letting me leave? Then I'll subdue you first. Uchiha Madara rapidly formed hand seals, and several wood dragons surged up from the earth. Wood release was not a nature transformation that, in common sense, would be countered by fire release. It was a Kekii Genkai formed from the combination of water release and earth release. In terms of chakra-nature compatibility, there was no counter relationship, and after obtaining the power of wood release, even Uchiha Madara had to admit that this was a technique with more versatility than his own fire release. The wood dragons charged forward, continuously expanding as they advanced, until they became several hundred meters huge. The 4 wood dragons opened their giant jaws and spat out endless gray smoke, mixed with countless vines. Hiding in ash and dust technique. Boom, 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 boom. The smoke and dust from the explosions blocked all vision. Those vines slipped through gaps in the flames like living creatures, using ceaseless wood to smother the overflowing streams of fire around Ryutsuki and bind it in place. In the next moment, a dazzling radiance burst from Ryutsuki's blade, and blazing magma surged. Not only in Uchiha Madara's perception, but even to the naked eye, this was a miniature sun. The surrounding space twisted like melting amber. The wooden fibers collapsed on the molecular level, turning into red-gold sparks that were swept away by the flame current, unable to leave behind even ash. Ryutsuki, sun will dance. It gathered all the heat accumulated in the blazing hell into itself, forming an even more terrifying area of extreme temperature. Originally, This should have been a combo move that could be followed up as soon as the domain was spread out, but earlier, with Shursui nearby, Ryutsuki had been unable to use it. Interesting. Madara let out a low laugh. Behind him, the skeletal frame of Susanoo unfolded, and an enormous amount of chakra condensed and stabilized, manifesting the complete body. A savage god of war, such a powerful Susanoo just like you. Brother, looking up at that several hundred-meter tall Susanoo, Ashura, reduced to the role of a background board, could not help but praise it. Halfway through his sentence, he sensed the dangerous gaze cast over by Indra and quickly shut his mouth. The union of yin and yang can obtain all things in creation, huh? Indra stared fixedly ahead and let out a cold laugh. I know what you want me to do, old man. I know that as long as I reconcile with Ashura, I can obtain the power that belongs to you. But I refuse. This isn't some simple conflict between brothers. It's a difference in our ideals. I am the one who's right. I will prove my own existence. Only one's own power is the foundation of everything, and only that can accomplish all things. He raised his eyes and looked even farther away. Found it at last. The Ten-Tails husk. Brother, where are you going? Ashura cried out in alarm, only to see Indra's figure disappear from sight, leaving behind only a trace of afterimage. An outstanding and arrogant war god who had stirred up an eternal battle. How could he possibly obediently listen to the Sage of Six Paths instructions and carry out some mission with a junior brat? Madara. Brother left. Uchiha Madara raised up the top of Susanoo, and the massive chakra blade kept slashing at that blazing sun. With his arms folded, he said indifferently, if he left, then he left. I wasn't counting on you two to help in the first place. Ashura grew anxious and formed hand seals with both hands. No, that's not right. We should help each other and complete the mission Father entrusted to us. Sorry, I can't leave it to you like we agreed. If I let you keep fighting, the land won't be able to withstand it. Hearing those words, Uchiha Madara's brow twitched as bad memories surfaced. In just a little over 10 minutes of battle, everything within dozens of kilometers had already turned into scorched earth. The slashes of Susanoo had even cut across mountain ranges. Who knew how far they had flown? That sun was clearly growing fiercer and fiercer, with no sign of being broken. The range affected by its heat was enormous. After noticing the animals that had already dried into mummies, Ashura had originally wanted to remind Uchiha Madara to end the battle quickly. Now that Indra had left without a word, he grew even more urgent. Unable to endure any longer, this successor of the sage's ninja sect made his move. A heavy rumble came from the sky. A gigantic vermilion torii descended from above and landed on the blazing sun. One gate after another, too many to count, layered atop each other as they enclosed the sun, not allowing even a trace of light to escape. Myojinmen, a sealing technique just like Hashirama's. Huh? Ashura clenched both hands tightly, sweat appearing on his forehead. Use that quickly. I can't hold on for long. Meddling. Uchiha Madara snorted in displeasure, but his hands still moved. Forget it. Fighting with a blade isn't all that interesting anyway. I'll use a little of that. A pure black sphere of energy, yet radiating white light, floated out and landed above the countless torii. Planetary devastation. The black sphere released infinite gravitational force, and its range instantly expanded to dozens of kilometers. The ground was forcibly torn upward, forming a massive circular collapse, while giant boulders rained toward the core. The gravitational field became thick and sticky like mud. The instant the drawn boulders touched the sphere, they were fixed in place by countless newly born earth spikes, becoming part of this artificial star. This was not merely a simple rock and earth sealing technique, but an independent gravitational prison. The internal space was compressed and distorted. Whoever was sealed within would be torn by gravity and fused into the sphere itself, becoming an eternally floating prisoner. Planetary devastation. The Sage of Six Paths' greatest masterpiece. The ultimate technique used to seal the rabbit goddess. Shursui had already left Tenchi Bridge for almost half a day. At his and Sasuke's pace, they had already traveled several hundred li. Even such an intense battle earlier had failed to affect the area around Tenchi Bridge. But now, at the ruins of Tenchi Bridge, the people scattered across the shattered battlefield unconsciously stopped what they were doing and all looked in one direction. What is that? Is that the moon? What kind of jutsu could do something like that? Separated by several hundred li, the presence of that artificial star violently crashed into their field of vision. So that's Uchiha Madara's power. On a distant mountaintop, Sasuke felt his mouth go dry, unable to put the shock in his heart into words. Planetary devastation. A profound forbidden technique contained within the Rinnegan. It was said that the Sage of Six Paths once used this very technique to create the moon. Nagato, who was being carried on Sasuke's back, slowly woke up. Black Zetsu had activated the cursed seal in his heart. If it were an ordinary ninja, he would already be dead. Even though he was close to running out of oil and his lamp going dry, he was still a member of the Uzumaki clan, and his terrifying life force was sustaining him. Nagato looked at that gigantic celestial body, and his only remaining Rinnegan was filled with shock and confusion. With only one Rinnegan, even I can't use planetary devastation, much less on such a massive scale. How could someone else possibly have the Rinnegan? Could it be Zetsu? That's impossible. Who exactly did this? Uchiha Madara. Shirsue's brows were tightly furrowed, and there was still a faint bloodstain on his cheek. I don't know either why he can use this technique without eyes. By all logic. Could it be the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Shirsue. Why was Zetsu able to take my eyes? And why is Uchiha Madara wrong? Wasn't Uchiha Madara supposed to be that masked man? He said his battle with the first Hokage left him unrecovered even now. Cough cough. He spoke too fast, making Nagato, who was already weak and heavily injured, cough up blood. His voice woke Konan, and she immediately stepped forward to support him. Nagato, what's wrong with you? In short, Shirsue looked ahead and said flatly, because of your special bloodline, you were a vessel Uchiha Madara chose to nurture the Rinnegan. The Madara in your organization is his helper. This guy should have been dead already. He wanted to use you to cast Rinne Rebirth and revive himself. As for why he appeared here, there is only one possibility. The Sage of Six Paths is meddling. The Sage of Six Paths. Meddling. As the ancestor of all ninja, in everyone's understanding, the Sage of Six Paths was a sacred and great existence. No matter how you looked at it, that title should never be connected to the word meddling. And also, the Sage of Six Paths was someone from 1,000 years ago. How could he still be alive? Shirsue turned his head. As if he had seen through what they were thinking, he continued, the Sage of Six Paths chakra has always existed, secretly watching the ninja world. He probably realized Sora would become a threat to his rule, so he moved in advance. What a bastard. Hey, that was getting harder and harder to listen to. Nagato, who believed himself to be the second coming of the Sage of Six Paths and the inheritor of the mission of peace, couldn't help but argue back. How could the sage from myth interfere with the present world? More importantly, how could the Rinnegan belong to Uchiha Madara? Doesn't he have the Sharingan? We can talk about the details later if there's time. Let's get farther away first. Sasuke looked toward the celestial body formed by planetary devastation and said urgently, shouldn't we be figuring out a way to break the seal? Ruka is an important weapon of Sensei's, right? When Sensei comes back, how are we supposed to explain this to him? Shirsue looked back and gave a faint smile. I don't know about anything else, but Sora said this before. As long as it isn't the Sage of Six Paths personally making a move, it's impossible for anyone to defeat Ruka. At the edge of the massive pit, Uchiha Madara raised his head, a cold curve lifting at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, the smile froze. Wang. The strange sound was incredibly piercing. At the core of planetary devastation's seal, inside the twisted dark space, a cold flash suddenly lit up. The tip of a long blade pressed against the rock from the inside. At first, it only trembled slightly, as if that familiar voice had sounded where Ruka was, and it had instinctively begun to move. Shoot him down. Gila. A shrill metallic hum tore through the warped spacetime. The blade lengthened wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dark silver steel texture suddenly erupted with crimson flames. The sound of the blade tearing through rock grew fiercer and fiercer. Like a flood dragon thrusting out its head, it charged forward with an aura that could burn everything to ashes. A line dividing heaven and earth. The moment cracks appeared in planetary devastation's rocky shell, that streak of fire had already crossed the limits of spacetime and landed at Uchiha Madara's side. Shwa! The spray of blood was vaporized by the extreme heat, and a severed arm slammed to the ground. As he flew back, Uchiha Madara clutched the wound on his arm, unable to hide his shock. In that instant, if he had turned his body even one moment later, the thing cut off would have been his head. To come that close to death. What kind of joke was this? Was this really something a weapon could do? Shwa! That long blade, completely bathed in red gold flames, turned and slashed at him again. Only now could a solemn expression be seen on Madara's face. Forming seals with one hand, he made countless tree trunks weave together into a shield vast enough to block out the sky. When that stream of blade light passed through the shield, there was no collision at all. Only absolute annihilation. The giant trees were erased, leaving behind a charred cross-section so smooth it looked unnatural. While using Susanoo, Uchiha Madara continued using wood release, trying to block it off. Judging from the curve at the corner of his mouth, if he had eyes at this moment, his battle intent would surely be burning even hotter. The clash between flames and wood release continued without stopping. The red gold torrent of fire and the green flood of wood release tore at each other again and again, devouring one another, dyeing the sky into a chaotic color. The earth cracked apart under the burning, only to be propped back up by newly grown trees. Every collision made the ground let out a groan under the unbearable strain. Suddenly, Madara sensed something and opened a gap in his Susanoo. A black shadow instantly closed in and stretched out a dark hand. Madara-sama, your eyes. It was Zetsu. He had delivered the Rinnegan into Uchiha Madara's hands. Zetsu had arrived nearby long ago. The commotion Uchiha Madara had caused was enormous. Even ordinary people hundreds of kilometers away could sense it, so there was no way it could escape Zetsu, whose tendrils spread across the ninja world. White Zetsu had wanted to rush out long ago and offer Madara-sama his eyes, but Black Zetsu had held him back, saying they should first confirm that this Madara-sama was real. Actually, after using a Susanoo like that, how could he possibly be a fake Madara? But Black Zetsu hadn't dared to show himself earlier, because there had still been one person there. Indra. 1,000 years ago, he had been the one to provoke the conflict between Indra and Asura. If Indra recognized him, then things would become a huge problem. Uchiha Madara had always believed Black Zetsu was his own creation, so how could he possibly have existed 1,000 years ago? Even if Indra didn't confirm his identity, as long as Indra showed even the slightest strange expression, with Uchiha Madara's vigilance, he would very likely realize something was wrong. After Indra left, Uchiha Madara immediately used planetary devastation. Black Zetsu also found it baffling. Anyone even slightly familiar with this jutsu would know that without the Rinnegan, planetary devastation couldn't be used at all, unless that bastard, the Sage of Six Paths, had granted Uchiha Madara power? Damn it! Could it be he noticed my existence and sent Madara to kill me? No, I have hidden for 1,000 years. If the Sage of Six Paths knew I existed, he would have acted long ago. So that meant the only answer he could think of, looking at the flaming blade that had broken through planetary devastation and was ravaging the land, the answer was obvious. That kid he had never cared about had actually made the Sage of Six Paths send out both of his sons, and even go so far as to revive Uchiha Madara. Could something have happened somewhere I don't know about? Black Zetsu still hadn't figured it out, but White Zetsu could no longer hold himself back. Unlike Black Zetsu, he truly believed he was Uchiha Madara's creation. Seeing Uchiha Madara with a severed arm, being beaten down miserably by a single blade, if he still didn't deliver the Rinnegan at a time like this, that would be way too much. Pop! Uchiha Madara lifted his eyelids and stuffed the Rinnegan into his eye socket. The pathways connected instantly. He snapped his eyes open. A tidal wave of ocular power burst out. The color of Susanoo visibly deepened, and its thickness grew even more. The next moment, Uchiha Madara used a hand blade to cut off White Zetsu's arm and attached it to his own severed limb. He moved his wrist a little. Beneath the white skin, his chakra flowed smoothly through it. The Rinnegan slowly turned within his eye sockets, glowing with a faint purple light. Circle after circle of patterns interwove into a deep vortex, as if it could devour all light. And not only that, above the pale purple rings of the Rinnegan, 3 rotating black tomo appeared, like blades laid over a ring of stars. The flowing light of the tomo spun fast and slow in turns, even making the air ripple faintly. Is this the combination of Six Paths power and the Rinnegan? Even Madara, who had once possessed the Rinnegan, felt that his current eyes were frighteningly unfamiliar. In order to rescue Hashirama Senju's soul and stop Uchiha Sora from interfering with Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths not only temporarily revived Uchiha Madara, but also gave him a small portion of the Six Paths in power he had accumulated. This shows that the Sage of Six Paths wasn't some heartless boss. He knew to give his employee a little treat before sending him out. This was why Uchiha Madara could use Chibaku Tensei without eyes. At the same time, this was also the part that made Indra even more dissatisfied. Fine, giving power to Asura was one thing, but now that old man had even chosen a junior, and still not him, how was that not favoritism? The Sage of Six Paths had also considered giving the Een power to Indra, but after thinking it over, he still gave up. Uchiha Madara was someone who possessed the Rinnegan. Putting this power in his hands could bring out even greater effect. Most importantly, compared to the unburdened Indra, Uchiha Madara at least might be willing to save Hashirama Senju. After Uchiha Madara regained the Rinnegan, the Six Paths in power fused into his eyes. Not only did it retain the Rinnegan-S abilities, but because of the Tomo, it also combined the Sharingan-S perception and precise chakra control. At that moment Asura-S shout rang out. Madara, the danger of that weapon is far greater than you think. The heat has already spread to populated lands. If this continues, countless lives will die. Let us join forces and use Chibaku Tensei one more time. Seal it as soon as possible. Uchiha Madara looked back coldly and said in a frosty voice, "Don't tell me what to do. Especially don't use that tone like Hashirama Senju. No matter what, it should be Hashirama Senju who looks like me." Asura helplessly shook his head, then said loudly, "That junior of yours is someone even father is wary of. If he comes back and holds that weapon in his hands, how disastrous would that be? We can all feel it. That blade has the power to destroy the ninja world. No matter what, you don't want the ninja world destroyed, do you?" Indeed, Uchiha Madara had never had any intention of destroying the ninja world. On the contrary, His wish was to give everyone in the ninja world an eternal beautiful dream. That was the path he had chosen. Asura's words moved him, mainly because his opponent was a blade. No matter how strong it was, Uchiha Madara still couldn't feel the thrill of fighting a powerful enemy. If it were a person, Uchiha Madara would never let Asura interfere in his battle again. Asura condensed a truth-seeking orb in his palm, flashing with black light, and hurled it toward Ryujetsu with all his strength. Now, Uchiha Madara's Tomo Rinnegan suddenly lit up. Purple released chakra flowed along his fingertips as he raised his hand and clenched it. Chibaku Tensei. It was not the six paths. Chibaku Tensei used to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. But compared to the Chibaku Tensei Uchiha Madara had used without eyes before, his power was on a completely different level. Using the truth-seeking orb thrown by Asura as the core of the seal, an endless gravitational force erupted. Under the pull of Uchiha Madara's ocular power, shattered earth, collapsing rock layers, and even drifting chakra particles all gathered along a perfect trajectory. Before the previous Chibaku Tensei had fully collapsed, an even larger celestial body had already formed. Sizzle! The fire blade pierced through the rock layer again, but the stronger gravity slowed its movement somewhat, and layers upon layers of stone blocked its path. The powers of yin and yang restrained and amplified each other, causing the seal's power to grow exponentially. A massive projection of the Sage of Six Paths slowly raised its hand and brought them together. Boom! 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 Inside the huge sphere, it seemed as if some peerless beast was roaring and struggling, trying to break free from its cage. Asura panted heavily, sweat dripping from his temple. Uchiha Madara's raised palm trembled slightly at the knuckles. Boom! Amid the huge impact, a spark of flame emerged from a crack in the rock. Damn it! Not even one Rinnegan is enough to seal it. Then, an invisible wind blew out the flame, and that illusory giant projection stared more intently. The Sage of Six Paths had added more power. Click! From the void came a low sound that was neither alive nor dead, like countless pieces of glass shattering at once, or ancient stars collapsing. The sky split open into a dark, irregular shape. Beyond the crack lay a place of singing birds, fragrant flowers, and fluttering butterflies. The figure seated within turned around, though its face could not be seen. Crimson eyes crossed the distance between worlds. What do you plan to do to my blade? His tone was faint, as if he were asking about the most ordinary thing. That pair of Sharingan gave off a very different feeling. The Mangekyo was absolutely not a gentle existence. This thing, called the Cursed Eyes, had a beauty born from the shock of broken balance. Like a dark flower blooming in a deep crimson sea of blood, with an endless abyss at its core. Knowing full well how dangerous it was, one still could not help but be drawn to its destructive charm. That was why countless people, the moment they saw the Mangekyo, clearly had their instincts telling them not to look directly, yet still chose to do the opposite. But this Mangekyo that manifested across space was different. Its patterns were not complicated. One could even feel the Mangekyo patterns contracting. It was not just a simple aura of destruction. Anyone could sense that something was being born within those eyes, a throbbing like a drumbeat, strangely trembling. The intertwining of destructive desire and divinity, a forbidden feast exploding within the pupils, every trace of pattern speaking of the transformation of curse and rebirth. White-hot flowing flame seeped from the crimson eye sockets, enveloping that figure, and the hazy, unreal feeling made him seem like a god. He was evolving. This was a metamorphosis of life. The projection on the giant celestial body gradually solidified. He wore a simple ancient robe, its sleeves and hem fluttering gently in the wind, carrying the traces of 1,000 years. The two horns on his head shimmered with a mysterious luster under the faint light, and his eyes held endless vicissitudes and wisdom as he quietly stared at the one outside the rift. It was the Sage of Six Paths. Perhaps I have misunderstood all along. The Sage of Six Paths let out a soft, distant sigh. The one mother feared from beyond the sky. I always thought it was another Otsutsuki. But there is another explanation. You are also one of our kin. You are also from beyond the sky. Within the blazing light, Uchiha Sora's lips curved slightly. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, I know the truth of everything. But I never tried to tell you. Do you know why? The Sage of Six Paths frowned and asked at the right moment. Why? Because your existence is the source of our Uchiha's obsession. Uchiha Sora's voice was calm, sounding without much fluctuation. From any angle, Indra was the perfect heir. Power, wisdom, protecting his younger brother, he did everything best. Just because of some inexplicable reason like being more aware of love, you chose Asura. You gave Asura the halo of love and tolerance, yet gave Indra the shackle of power as original sin. Forget it. Uchiha Sora chuckled softly. I'm past the stage of complaining about unfairness. That's meaningless. He slowly raised his hand. Boom 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 boom. The Chibaku Tensei burst apart with a thunderous explosion. Endless flames surging into the sky. The The sea of fire instantly withdrew, leaving only a long blade suspended in midair. Aside from its ornate design, there was nothing unusual about it. If you want to seal Ryujutsu, then so be it. Whoosh! It moved at the limit of speed, so fast that even the Rinnegan could not catch its trace. Swish! The long blade pierced through Azura's chest and nailed him to the ground. Centered on Azura, everything within a radius of 1,000 meters seemed to turn into hell itself. From the cracks in the charred earth, one flame-formed monster after another roared and lunged at Azura. Fear flashed in Azura's eyes, but his body was pinned down and could not react. That was a seal similar to Black Rod's, only with an added scorching attribute, binding him while inflicting unbearable pain. The foremost beast had already reached him. His claw, showering sparks of fire, clamped down on Azura's limbs like iron tongs. The flame beasts behind it swarmed forward, layer upon layer wrapping around him, crushing him. In the blink of an eye, Azura's figure was no longer visible, leaving only his hoarse roars. Azura, Sage of Six Paths, had just raised his staff when the light of the Rinnegan flickered, only for him to realize he was powerless. After all, he had died 1,000 years ago. Acting in the present world came with too many restrictions, and it was impossible for him to fight at full power. In his senses, this was a sealing technique centered on that fierce blade, something similar to Chibaku Tensei. What was even more troublesome was that the flame beasts forming the seal carried some kind of soul trait, intertwining with Azura and polluting his soul. If he forced it open, there was no way to preserve Azura. This time, Azura and Indra had come here as spirit bodies, not truly revived. Because Sage of Six Paths was worried that if Indra obtained a body, things would spiral out of control, and for the sake of fairness, he had not revived Azura either. Was it self-created? Or was it developed from Chibaku Tensei? No matter which it was terrifying beyond words. This talent was even more horrifying than Indra's. Boom! As the torrent of flames subsided, a spear wrapped in gray-white bones stood on the earth, sealing Azura inside it.
Ryugetsu Kraibonesel.
Sage of Six Paths' gaze darkened. The moment this seal formed, he sensed it. It was the aura of Mother's power. So you really did meet Mother. Thinking back to the fluctuations in the moon seal not long ago, he was certain of it. Then he continued. Then you should know how terrifying she is. Even now, you still do not compare to Mother in her prime. Azura's power is necessary. Without the power of Yang, the ninja world will collapse. You enough, Sage of Six Paths. Such weak words. Uchiha Sora turned his gaze to Madara. The long-cherished wish of the Senju and the Uchiha has already been ended by my hand. Stop dragging this ugly entanglement on. What kind of world this should be decided by the strong. By the Uchiha. You agree, don't you, Madara? Uchiha Madara folded his arms and curled the corners of his mouth. Too bad. Why didn't I notice you? Uchiha Sora, you're truly a man right up my alley. After a pause, Uchiha Sora shifted his gaze into the distance. Indra has already begun moving, Madara. If you can't figure out your own position, then you don't even have the qualification to take part in this game. What do you mean by that? Uchiha Madara could clearly feel it. Compared to Sage of Six Paths and Indra, he was missing some crucial piece of information. Especially Uchiha Sora. This guy seemed to know secrets that even Sage of Six Paths didn't know. Someone who knew everything. Uchiha Sora gave a light chuckle. I have no obligation to explain it to you. A reminder is enough. If you fail, that proves you're nothing special either. The cracks in the world slowly healed. Uchiha Sora was still in the process of evolving and could not act recklessly. To prevent Sage of Six Paths from attacking Ryujutsu again, he simply sealed him together with Azura. The final voice came from the dark seam. Wait for me, Sage of Six Paths. When I return, it will be the moment your dream shatters. When everything grew quiet, only a battered, ruined land remained, with a gray spear standing upright on it. Sage of Six Paths' shadow also began to fade. One of the conditions for him to interfere in the present world was relying on a spirit body that possessed Six Paths' power. Simply put, he was an old ghost taking shelter in the dead shell of Azura. Uchiha Sora had seen through this point and directly struck at Azura, cutting off the medium for Sage of Six Paths to interfere in the present world. He looked at Uchiha Madara, as if wanting to speak but stopping himself. In truth, Uchiha Madara also met the conditions for him to rely on, but the price was that Madara's consciousness would be overwritten by him. He did not even need to think about it. How could the descendant of Indra possibly agree? Even he himself did not want to do something like that. Only when he was on the verge of completely vanishing did Sage of Six Paths speak. Madara, I hope you can tell Indra about Azura being sealed. Perhaps only he can undo this seal. That child was right. Perhaps I really was too biased in the past. This time I won't interfere in your decisions. I hope you can use your own efforts to let the ninja world develop in peace without me. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. What Uchiha Sora said. What exactly is it that I don't know? I don't know either. You'll have to explore that yourself. The confusion in Sage of Six Paths' heart was no less than Uchiha Madara's. Where exactly was the world Uchiha Sora came from? How had he come into contact with Mother? What did he want to do? He wanted to break the Pure Land. He had to return and prepare as soon as possible. He had never cared what Uchiha Madara wanted to do. Even if he summoned the Outer Path Demon statue, wanted to fuse the Ten-Tails and become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, it was no big deal. Even he could not stop the body from aging naturally. Becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki alone was not enough for immortality. Once Uchiha Madara died, the backhand he left behind would cause the Ten-Tails to split apart again. The same was true on Indra's side. Since Sage of Six Paths could release his soul, he naturally had a way to reclaim it. Only Uchiha Sora was different. Sage of Six Paths had a strong premonition. This was someone who would completely overturn the ninja world. Only after Sage of Six Paths' figure completely disappeared did Black Zetsu, trembling in the corner, finally calm down. If only Sage of Six Paths had asked Uchiha Madara one question. What do you want to do? Black Zetsu's 1,000 years of schemes would have all come to nothing. Sage of Six Paths did not know Black Zetsu existed, and he did not know that because of the words carved on the Sage of the Six Paths stone tablet, Uchiha Madara had resolved to carry out the Moon Eye plan. He did not know how much Uchiha Madara trusted him, how he had spent the second half of his life striving for a single sentence left by him. He simply refused to properly explain things to Uchiha Madara. He treated everything Uchiha Madara did as an attempt to advance the ninja world, just like this blood-soaked war that had spread for 1,000 years. Sage of Six Paths pursued peace, while clearly recognizing that eternal peace did not exist. As a contradiction embodied, he both hoped the ninja world could develop without him, and yet could never truly rest easy. He remained at the boundary between life and death, watching the ninja world, accumulating strength, waiting to intervene when necessary. In truth, the thing he cared about most was neither Indra nor Azura. It was the ninja world, this world that had nurtured him and given him life. The difference in perspective made Uchiha Sora realize what kind of existence the Sage of Six Paths truly was, so he lost interest in accusing the Uchiha of the unfair treatment they had suffered. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother were born amid the blessings of the people from Kaguya Otsutsuki, and in the end, they stopped Kaguya Otsutsuki from destroying the world. From the perspective of infinite dimensions, they were the very definition of those born in response to fate. In other words, they were the world's will acting to save itself. Looking at everything they did, none of it fit the logic of normal living beings at all. Hamura Otsutsuki chose to go to the moon to guard the seal while also staying alert against outsiders from beyond the heavens. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, meanwhile, distributed his power to ordinary people, and in the end even split the Ten-Tails apart, letting the tailed beasts protect the ninja world. If it were any normal powerhouse who had risen step by step, knowing full well there was an outside threat, how could he possibly not choose to plant a god tree like Kaguya did and eat the chakra fruit to gain immortality? Forget a mighty powerhouse. Even beasts know how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. It was far too unreasonable. The only explanation was that they were born carrying heaven's mandate. And once they completed their mission, it was time for them to leave the stage. The Sage of Six Paths could not even really be called a living creature. Indra had long since seen through his true nature. Before Hagoromo's physical body died, Indra had once said at his bedside, "You have always feared grandmother's power, yet you do not dare to face that power head-on, only avoid it again and again. You use love and bonds as sophistry and excuses. You fear my eyes. This selfish misunderstanding of yours will bring endless war and disaster to the future of Ninshu." Yes. The reason the Sage of Six Paths disliked Indra was because of those Sharingan eyes that came from the god tree. He himself was born with the Rinnegan, and his younger brother Hamura inherited their mother's Byakugan. Only those scarlet eyes with Tomo, those were born because of the god tree. That innately predatory power was the real reason the Sage of Six Paths did not choose Indra. Something like him could never understand the complexity of human emotions. Unlike him, who still held fantasies about humanity, the next reincarnation of Indra's chakra also saw the truth clearly. Uchiha Madara was not some idiot who could be fooled so easily. It was after going through everything that he clearly realized it. Peace in reality was full of compromise and hypocrisy, could never last. Only by erasing the root of all hatred and opposition, and using absolute control to build the perfect world of fantasy, could true peace be achieved. The infinite Tsukuyomi was the only way to save the world. One had to know the caster of the infinite Tsukuyomi would not be affected by that genjutsu. Uchiha Madara had even made peace with the resolve to maintain world peace all alone. If not for Black Zetsu's existence, if this dimension did not contain the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the heavens, if the god tree did not drain the chakra of ninja, but instead, as the technique claimed, used natural energy to sustain the lives of those trapped within it, without all those ifs, perhaps he really could have brought peace to the ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths said Indra had no love, but in truth, the Uchiha were the clan that loved humanity the most. Including Uchiha Sora, what he wanted was not to destroy the ninja world, only to remake it.
Madara-sama?
Looking at the thoughtful Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu asked carefully. Heh. Uchiha Madara shook his head and chuckled. The ninja world is too small. Can't hold so many people dancing on the same stage. To decide the world, having me alone is enough. Inside the Hall of Flowers, silver-white streams of air like silk threads flowed along Uchiha Sora's body, weaving a rotating lunar halo across the dome overhead. His body had entered a state that was almost transparent. A radiant glow traced along his bones and spread across his skin. There were many titles for the platinum level, and most of them carried meanings like circles, wheels, and nirvana. The simplest name for it was wheel. From this stage onward, it was a completely inhuman stage. Just like Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths, they were life forms of this level, possessing overwhelming superiority over beings below platinum level. Platinum was not a level that existed independently. It was a process of gathering the traits of mythical creatures, and its strength depended on how many traits had been collected. In many worlds, platinum was called the mythical species. It was only because the gap between it and a complete mythical creature was too great that it had been consciously listed as a separate rank. Even from that title, it was clear that advancing to platinum meant planting the seed of myth. Once it bloomed and bore fruit, it would become a true mythical creature. Within the chest of his semi-transparent body, a pure white crystal could be seen slowly condensing. Strands of divinity fused into the pure white crystal, giving it color. A human body could not possibly contain enough energy to advance into myth, so creating a vessel capable of containing divinity was necessary. Sensing the changes inside his body, Uchiha Sora finally understood why the platform had said the ninja world possessed a complete advancement path. The Six Paths level of the ninja world was using the Ten Tails as a vessel, cheating its way into simplifying the advancement process. There are many ways to advance to platinum. Even if you rely on external objects to reach this realm, as long as you can stabilize it, it will not affect your future advancement. The platform watched Uchiha Sora's advancement the entire time. The Otsutsuki god already proves the feasibility of this method. So if you fail to condense the Heart of Platinum, the Ten Tails would still be a good choice. Heart of Platinum? Is that what you call this thing? Uchiha Sora lowered his head and looked at the crystal taking shape within his breastbone. Our naming has always been simple and easy to understand, reducing user O. Now I should call you Officer Sora. Officer. I've always wanted to complain about that. It doesn't even sound as imposing as Navy Admiral. Are the titles in your system all this plain? Clearly things like Sovereign Lord or Dominator sound way more badass. But the people below are just called officers and team members. Seriously has no style. You really care about that sort of thing, huh? Then when you advance into a mythical creature, just give yourself a title, like Lady Black Tower did. Uchiha Sora did not reply. He lowered his eyes toward his palm. The radiant glow that should have been flowing toward the core intertwined with the lines on his hand, condensing into a spiral mark woven from silver white and black red. It rose and fell like breathing, as if it were about to break free from his body. This is. The platform paused for a moment before continuing. You possess too many mythical creatures, Uchiha Sora. Setting aside the others, among the 4 most important mythic traits, you already possess 2. Your current Heart of Platinum simply cannot contain the myth you created. In order to advance, your body is instinctively trying to expel it. Among the 4 most important traits of mythical creatures, what Uchiha Sora possessed were an understanding of spacetime, and having his own myth. Something like the unity of flesh and soul from the Demon Ascension ritual did not count among the 4 major categories. Originally, unity of flesh and soul was something equivalent to obtaining that trait upon advancing to platinum, but he had reached it ahead of time. The Heart of Platinum was already struggling just to contain his understanding of spacetime. It simply could not carry a myth as well. The reason Uchiha Sora had been able to use the power of myth before was because he had been in a Pinduoduo-style patchwork mythical creature state. After his temporary level dropped, he could no longer use that high-level skill. The meaning of myth lay in an impossible miracle taking place and becoming known to all living beings through some means. As time passed, it could either grow richer and deeper, or fade until no one knew of it anymore. Only mythical creatures could keep the strength of a myth constant, continuously deepening that myth until their own destruction. If a non-mythical creature possessed a myth, it would rapidly slip away. Just like Naruto and Sasuke on the original timeline when they possessed Six Paths power, without the corresponding realm, power that far beyond the standard would eventually leak away. A simpler way to put it was this: if myth was compared to a massive fortune, then without enough status and understanding, there was no way to hold onto that money. Uchiha Sora's will and the mark were pulling against each other. Give up. You've already experienced the insight of creating a myth. Once you advance to platinum, obtaining myth again will be much easier. If you forcefully keep it, your platinum heart simply won't be able to contain it. The corner of Uchiha Sora's lips lifted as he said softly, "How would I know if I don't try? Besides, I have a better container." His hand slowly rose, moving toward his eye socket. "You're insane. Even the platinum heart can't do it. And you actually want to use those fragile eyes to bear it. As the mark in his palm drew closer, the Mangekyo Sharingan in both eyes began shattering layer by layer. The pitch-black Tomo melted within his pupils, then reformed once more. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Uchiha Sora paused, then stretched out his hand and swung it. The myth power overflowing from his palm turned into an invisible blade, and space gave off a crisp sound like cloth being torn apart. Along the path it cut, a deep blue rift opened. On the other side of the rift was a completely different world. The ninja world. Uchiha Sora saw Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Uchiha Madara, and Azura. Interesting. When the spatial rift closed, Uchiha Sora looked at the myth mark in his palm. Just now, using Ryutsuki to seal Azura had probably consumed about 1/20th of his myth power, and because he had used that power, his body's instinctive rejection had grown even more intense. He had to preserve this power as soon as possible. Hagoromo Otsutsuki's appearance made Uchiha Sora realize that he couldn't underestimate those guys. They weren't NPCs operating according to some predetermined program. Although Uchiha Sora was confident that once he came out of seclusion, he could sweep through the world, he didn't like this kind of thing. Like those legend stories, where the protagonist's family and friends get persecuted first, and only after that does the protagonist's strength greatly increase and he comes in to save the day. Why wait until you've suffered a loss before striking back? I don't want to suffer even the slightest loss. Uchiha Sora formed hand seals with both hands. A translucent ripple appeared around his neck and shoulders, as though a shadow were peeling away from his body. Noticing what he was doing, the platform became even more agitated. What kind of joke is this? You're not planning to care about your advancement anymore. That humanoid outline gradually solidified, taking on Uchiha Sora's appearance. Spirit transformation technique. Don't worry, I left most of my ocular power in the body. It's enough to complete the advancement. The human body is a very wondrous thing. Don't underestimate it. Uchiha Sora spoke to his own body, but he was actually talking to the platform. He felt a little strange. He had been used to the platform being in his head since childhood, so now that he couldn't sense its presence, it felt pretty odd. Under normal circumstances, the spirit transformation technique would definitely carry the platform with it. It was something rooted in his consciousness. But now, was it because he was in the middle of advancing so the platform had judged that one to be the main body? Uchiha Sora watched his own body raise a hand and cover its eye socket. A fluctuation like two planets pulling on each other spread out, making his soul tremble. Crackla. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and the surrounding flowers were drawn in by an invisible force, wrapping around the body layer upon layer. After arranging everything, Uchiha Sora's spirit body walked out from the room of flowers. Uchiha Sora walked out through the stone door and stood on the terrace, looking at the sun rising at the end of the sea of clouds. Wooden vines extended beneath his feet, overlapping with his soul and serving as a temporary body. The black boat sailed out of the void. Senju Hashirama at the bow looked at Uchiha Sora, then turned toward the stone door. Spirit transformation technique? Aren't you in the middle of advancing to a higher realm? Is this really the time for your soul to leave your body? Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. It's just leveling up. Basically just the same as taking a nap. For someone like me who's carrying debt on his back. Even sleeping isn't something I get to do in peace. I'll leave this place to you. This world has reached the point where it can be harvested. Alright? Uchiha Madara came back from the Pure Land and brought people to find you. Got anything you want me to pass on to him? The brows that had been tightly furrowed on Senju Hashirama's face suddenly relaxed and opened up, like clouds brushed aside by sunlight. Madara? Where is he? How is he alive again? I knew it. His expression froze, and his smile instantly stiffened. The light in his eyes sank little by little. Thinking of his current situation, Senju Hashirama let out a sigh. There's nothing to say. I'm not in control of myself right now. Even if I know he's back, so what can I do? Don't say lines like some powerless husband, okay? I'm not some heartless boss. Uchiha Sora leapt from the terrace and said with a faint smile, You're an important mount of mine, an important part of the plan. We'll be together for a long time yet, so as long as your requests are reasonable, I'll satisfy them. After all, if you become something like a puppet, you'll lose your motivation to improve. Before Senju Hashirama could finish, Uchiha Sora had already vanished. You said you'd satisfy my requests, but you didn't even have the slightest intention of listening to what I wanted to ask.
Top.
The pure white streets of Mary Geos gleamed with a cold light as Uchiha Sora's black boots stepped onto them, the sound of his heels striking the ground echoing outward. He had barely taken a few steps. Stop right there. Two guards in magnificent armor rushed out, crossing their spears to block the road. Their already ugly faces twisted even more from rage. Who allowed you to set foot in the Holy Land? Lowly, the voice stopped abruptly. The two guards froze in place while holding up their spears. Thin lines of blood appeared across their necks. The next second, thud, thud. The bloodlines spread, and their heads separated from their bodies, falling to the ground. The eyes inside their helmets still held traces of terror, and warm blood splattered across the relief carvings on the roadside pillars. This sudden change drew even more guards over, but his pace did not change in the slightest. He continued forward, neither hurried nor slow. The so-called Holy Land had already been completely torn apart from the moment he stepped into it. Authority Room, the office of the Five Elders, symbolizing the highest power of the world government. The massive doors had been blasted open. Broken chunks of metal were mixed with the flesh and blood of the guards. Behind the door, 5 aged faces looked up, terrified gazes meeting those scarlet eyes as red as blood. Uchiha Sora stepped inside, the blood on the soles of his boots leaving a clear trail across the polished floor. The smell of blood spread through the air. He brushed a strand of black hair stained with blood behind his head, a cold smile resting at the corner of his lips. Long time no see. Sorry. Even if you obediently stayed up here and didn't go down, I still came to kill you. Fishman Island. Wrapped in a giant bubble and suspended 10,000 meters beneath the sea, it radiated a mysterious, gentle white glow. Princess Shirahoshi leaned against a giant coral, watching the colorful fish swimming beyond the bubble layer. She rested her head on both hands, and something like anticipation shone in her beautiful emerald green eyes. As she played with her pale pink wavy hair, she muttered to herself, Lord Sasuke has already been gone for several days. When are they coming back? So boring. Suddenly, a pirate ship with a lion head figurehead burst through the water surface, splashing up a massive spray and startling Princess Shirahoshi badly. We're finally here. This is Fishman Island, the mandatory route into the new world. Luffy stood at the bow and shouted excitedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Luffy, keep your voice down. We snuck in illegally. What if we provoke the new navy? Behind him, Nami shouted anxiously, though her own volume wasn't exactly low. As everyone knew, Fishman Island was now new navy territory. These guys' attitude toward pirates could be summed up in one line. Better to kill by mistake than let one slip through. Over the past 2 years, countless pirates had tried to pass through Fishman Island on their way to the New World, and almost all of them had their heads chopped off and fed to the sea fish. That horrifying death rate had even made some pirates who wanted to go to the New World choose to hide their identities, pay the world government a huge sum, and cross over the Red Line instead, rather than take the Fishman Island route. Ah, it's a pirate ship. Lord Sasuke, save me. The moment she recognized the flag on the sail, Shirahoshi cried out on reflex, her eyes instantly welling with tears. Ah, it's a mermaid. She's huge. Luffy turned his head and grinned. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Of course, Shirahoshi's cry couldn't cross space and time and reach the ninja world, but the guards nearby immediately rushed over riding giant sea turtles. The one in front was a burly fishman holding a trident. It was none other than Shirahoshi's older brother, Fukaboshi, the first prince of the Ryugu kingdom. He raised his trident and pointed it at the people on deck, his expression cold as he shouted, Fishman Island forbids pirates from setting foot here. This is your warning to leave immediately. If the Navy gets here, they won't stop at a warning. Luffy frowned and shouted back, we're just passing through. We want to go to the New World. We won't get scared off by you guys. If you want to go to the New World, then burn your pirate flag and crawl over the red line like a dog. Wouldn't that solve it? A low, hoarse voice rang out as a tall marine stepped forward, his face wrapped in bandages with only a pair of sunglasses exposed. You are. Sometimes Luffy couldn't remember faces, and sometimes his instincts were unervingly sharp. That shape of those glasses. You're Doflamingo. Why are you here? Luffy's memory of that battle back then ran too deep. No, you've got the wrong person. Doflamingo pushed up his sunglasses. Because of his contribution in helping Shisui find the time fruit, he had gained greater freedom of movement, and was now responsible for Princess Shirahoshi. But one thing is the same. Doflamingo is dead. I am Flamingo, second captain of the new Navy Special Combat Unit. Isn't that still Doflamingo? Don't think you can stop me, Mingo. Luffy had always been loud. His fist, wrapped in armament haki, tore through the air. Doflamingo turned into a bundle of threads and evaded the strike, then flung out dozens of thread blades at once as he sneered, you learned haki from who knows where, and now you think you can defy the new navy that serves that lord? Too naive. Brat. The thread blades brushed past Luffy's cheek. Even though he had learned observation haki, he still couldn't dodge in time, and several bloody lines appeared across his face. Bang! Right after that, a tidal wave of white threads swept over him and blasted him away. In just one exchange, Luffy, who had resumed his voyage after 2 years of training, was already at a disadvantage. The threads wrapped around Luffy's ankle and yanked hard. Right at that moment, one sword style, Demon Horse, Diable Jam, faced with the descending slash and the flaming kick, Doflamingo merely smiled in contempt. Threads wove into a dense net in front of him and completely blocked the attacks. Explosions and haki intertwined into a frenzied symphony, destroying huge stretches of coral. What the hell is going on? This guy is way too strong. They had encountered other warlords before, The former tyrant Kuma had left a deep impression on them. But, how should they put it? With their current vision, they could at least understand that level. But the current Doflamingo was displaying a level of suppression that was practically close to an admiral's. It was that terrifying pressure of having absolutely no hope of victory. Heh, it seems these 2 years really did make you more capable. But compared to me, who possesses that lord's power, your progress is far too insignificant. Doflamingo was one of the early users of the Mark of Heaven. Someone who had come into contact with the power of borrowing. On top of that, quite a few people in the new navy had learned ninjutsu. And he had learned the ninjutsu that suited him best. Swish. His hands rapidly formed seals, and a streak of black quickly spread over the threads. At once, a restraining force far beyond the threads themselves descended upon the group. What is this? Luffy strained with all his might, trying to break free from the black threads. This was not the kind of armament coating he knew. Once wrapped by this black shadow, he felt the same draining weakness as if he had touched seawater. The shadow ninjutsu. I added release chakra into the threads. Trash like you, who know nothing of true power, can never understand this kind of strength. Bandages covering his face, Doflamingo sneered coldly, clearly enjoying the thrill of crushing them. His status within the new navy was very special. Ordinary Marines had no access to him, and anyone who could deal with him was either stronger than him, or some major figure from the Uchiha clan. As a result, after finally turning his life around and being a king again for several years, he had to learn to bow and scrape. It was suffocating. His current wish was for the Uchiha to hurry up and rule the world. Then, as a vassal, he could at least recreate the glory of the celestial dragons. Doflamingo knew of Imu's existence, and from the bottom of his heart believed Uchiha Sora was far more suited to rule the world than that person. When that time came, he would be one of the original followers, just like the 20 kings from 800 years ago. Seeing their captain, swordsman, and cook all in danger, the other members of the pirate crew joined the battle too. Nami swung the climb attack and summoned lightning. Usopp raised his slingshot. Special attack Green Star Impact. The rapidly growing plant seed, carrying lightning with it, shot toward Doflamingo at high speed. Unfortunately, Doflamingo's current strength could be called half a step into admiral level, and he was not the kind to hold back. He simply laid down more threads and blocked all of their attacks. The threads wound tighter and tighter, and the shadows climbed up everyone's necks. A cruel, murderous gleam flashed beneath Doflamingo's sunglasses. With a wide, dramatic motion, he slammed his hands together and shouted, "Shadow Garrote!" Crack! Just as everyone's neck bones let out crisp snapping sounds, and they were on the verge of dying. Whoosh! A giant axe wrapped in black-red lightning swept in, its overwhelming force making the air explode. Doflamingo had no choice but to stop and pull his threads back to defend. After a rapid string of crackling impacts, the tidal wave of threads barely blocked the giant axe's momentum. Looking at the tall man walking out of the smoke and dust, Doflamingo thought for a moment, then sneered. "I almost forgot who you were. Why are you here? Gaban." Skopper Gaban. The legendary pirate known as the Pirate King's left arm. Gaban pulled the giant axe out of the ground and grinned. "Kid who plays with strings. If you really want to know why I'm here, it's probably to split open a path forward for my troublesome disciple." With an axe in each hand, Gaban swung left and right at Doflamingo. Mingo hurriedly wove his threads into shields. The axes struck the thread shields and sent up bursts of sparks, forcing him back again and again under the assault. The one who had taught Luffy all 3 types of hockey over these past 2 years was Gaban. After learning the outcome of the Paramount War, he had left his seclusion in the Giant Kingdom and found Luffy, the one Shanks had placed his hopes in. That devil fruit ability. Gaban was certain. Luffy was the one his captain had been waiting for. Shanks was dead, and his old comrade Rayleigh was nowhere to be found. That left only him to shoulder the duty of guiding the right person. "Mr. Gaban, you're here." The moment Luffy saw Gaban appear, his spirits surged. He tore off the threads wrapped around him and joined the fight. Jabba alone already needed to go all out just to deal with Doflamingo. With all the other strong fighters added in, he quickly started falling into a disadvantage. However, pirates could call for backup, but the Marines could call even more people. Fujitora candidate. "Make your move." Thud. A heavy pressure instantly crashed down onto the Straw Hat crew. Even Jabba's movements slowed. A tall blind man wearing a coat of justice slowly stepped forward. "Everyone, you should surrender without resistance. Do not ruin the grand beauty of Fishman Island and make the mermaid princess cry." Mermaid princess? Sanji, who was lying on the ground, caught that keyword. The moment they got off the ship, they had started fighting. In his eyes, there had only been one enemy, Doflamingo. His mind had been completely focused. That mermaid princess who even the pirate empress, hailed as the world's most beautiful woman, had to step aside before. God knew how Sanji had survived these past 2 years. That island full of Okama had left an indelible scar on his young heart. Realizing what was about to happen, Chopper shouted excitedly, "You absolutely can't look up, Sanji. You'll definitely die." Struggling under the gravity field, Sanji forced himself to stand while keeping his head lowered. If they weren't in the middle of a battle right now, then even if it killed him, he would still raise his head and take one look. Gritting his teeth hard, Sanji made a decision even more painful than death. He tore off a napkin and covered his eyes with it. His fierce determination seemed to ignite into a blazing fire. "I absolutely have to beat you guys. Don't get in the way of me seeing the mermaid princess." He charged straight at Fujitora. 3 seconds later, the unconscious Sanji was lying in a crater. "I can sense that you are not truly heinous people. Why not give up being pirates and join under my command instead?" Fujitora slowly walked toward them, his mountain-like pressure crushing down. "Fujitora candidate, what are you saying? They're pirates known as the worst generation. One of them is even the Pirate King's left arm." Fujitora ignored Doflamingo. He had always disliked the warlord system. After learning that Doflamingo had not truly died, but had instead hidden his identity and joined the New Marines, he had become doubtful of the New Marines' justice. It was also Fujitora himself who had requested Doflamingo be transferred to his station. He wanted to see whether this former underground emperor had truly turned over a new leaf like he claimed. If it was only a fake surrender, then Fujitora would definitely demand that Doflamingo be imprisoned. At least for now, Fujitora could find no fault with Doflamingo. This guy was far more cautious and prudent in the way he handled things than some of the radical younger generation in the New Marines. Even in the fight against the Straw Hat crew just now, he had paid attention to not dragging the guards of Fishman Island into it. "No," Luffy answered very seriously. "I'm gonna become the man who becomes Pirate King. How could I not be a pirate?" Fujitora shook his head. "The times have changed. Being a pirate is not the only way to pursue freedom. Here you will find the justice you seek." "Old man, what are you talking about?" Luffy stood up, his body swelling like a balloon. "I don't care about justice or anything like that. I just want to do what I like with my friends. And right now, what I want is to send flying the guy who hurt Sanji." Boom! A giant rubber fist blasted the air aside. Fujitora shook his head again and flicked his thumb against the sword hilt. Clang! Just as he was drawing his blade, an axe blade smashed into the hilt. Violent Conqueror's haki surged out, even knocking Luffy's fist away. "That monster Luffy isn't someone you can handle right now. You all should go first." "Mr. Jabba, are you the kind of melodramatic character who's just going to become dead weight?" "I got it." Luffy flung out his arm and grabbed Sanji from the crater. "Zoro, do you know which way leads to the gap in the red line?" "Ah, no, Nami. Do you know?" Even someone as thick-headed as Luffy knew he had just said something stupid. "Follow me. This way." Nami hurriedly took the lead, only for a tall figure to block the way ahead. "Don't kid around. If I let you break through that easily, getting promoted will only become even harder for me." Shadow Wasteland White Line. Tens of thousands of threads lined up horizontally, forming a black tidal wave that swallowed the Straw Hat crew. The battle returned to how it had started, with Doflamingo still holding an absolute advantage. Even in the original timeline, the Straw Hat crew at this point would have had a hard time dealing with Doflamingo, let alone now that he had been strengthened. Doflamingo manipulated his threads into forming a black spear and aimed it at the center of Luffy's back. A cruel smile flashed through his eyes as he lunged forward. He had studied that Lord's preferences and knew that Lord really disliked former Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the hero Garp. If he could kill Garp's grandson, then that Lord should be pleased too, right? "Luffy!" Countless flower-like hands rose up in front of Luffy, but the black spear smashed through them with unstoppable force. Robin cried out in warning to Luffy, who was still fighting against the tidal wave, but it was already too late. The sharp spearhead was just about to pierce through Luffy. Whoosh! A blazing flame dropped from the sky, forcing Doflamingo to abandon his attack. Again? A familiar figure appeared in front of Luffy, with Whitebeard's mark on his back. "Luffy, you're still just as reckless as ever. Every time, you end up in such a mess." A huge light burst out in Luffy's eyes as he cried out in shock, "Ace!" Boom! A tall white-haired figure holding a kanabo fell from the sky and exclaimed, "So this is your little brother? He looks pretty good." Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and said coldly, "The Firebird Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, Oni Princess Yamato. Quite a lot of troublesome people showed up all at once. Are you here for Straw Hat too?" Ace lifted the brim of his hat and laughed lightly. "He has his own adventure. I wouldn't come all the way here just for him. It's just that Fishman Island has something I want, something necessary to reach the final place." Doflamingo knew what Ace was talking about. It was said that Fishman Island held a poneglyph recording the final place of the Grand Line, but in the more than half a year he had spent here, he had never seen that road poneglyph and couldn't confirm whether it was real. "I see. Retracing your father's old path. You want to become Pirate King too? Huh? He. Ace's brows furrowed, and flames ignited on both his fists. How many times do I have to say this? My father is Whitebeard. I'm going to plant Whitebeard's flag at the final place and prove that man was the true king of the seas. The true king? Doflamingo let out a mocking laugh. There is only one true king of the seas, and it's the one who buried Whitebeard. You should have known that long ago, Fire Fist. Without another word, the enraged Ace joined the battlefield. The many Marines stationed there sealed off the battlefield, and the officers among them also joined the fight, never allowing the pirates to invade the residential area of Fishman Island by even half a step. Watching the intense battlefield, countless fishmen and merfolk prayed, hoping the Marine officers could defeat the enemy. The fierce battle devastated the Coral District. Fukaboshi swam over to his younger sister and said, "You should head back first. I'm going to help the Marines fight and protect Fishman Island." Shirahoshi wiped away her tears, her voice soft and tender. "Big brother, you'll definitely defeat the pirates and come back safely, right?" "Of course." Fukaboshi spread his large mouth full of jagged teeth and said with a smile, "I promised I'd take you to see Mr. Sasuke's hometown. And here's some good news. My application has already been approved." "Really?" "Yeah. Go back and wait for me. Once the battle is over, I'll take you there." "Little shark, you've planted a few too many death flags. Usually, once you say something like that, it's hard to make it back safely." A voice suddenly came from beside Princess Shirahoshi. It was a young man with black hair and black eyes, strikingly handsome, casually sitting on the shoulder of Shirahoshi's massive body. On the back of his black robe was an emblem engraved in red on top and white below, the unmistakable clan crest. He didn't make some overwhelming entrance, nor was there any domineering aura spilling out. And yet, because of his appearance, the flow of air seemed to slow down. Even the seawater outside the giant bubble looked as if it had frozen in place. The powerhouses with observation hockey all stopped at once, their eyes involuntarily turning toward the same spot. At the Paramount War, he killed 2 emperors of the sea. He fought the world government and achieved complete victory in a battle against the 5 elders, a marine admiral and Kaido all at once. Not only had he killed a celestial dragon, he had also forced all celestial dragons to never dare descend again. According to the World Economic newspaper not long ago, this man overturned the land of giants and severed the treasure triatom, the unquestionable strongest in the world. Why? Why is this person here? Even Gabon, who had seen the most and had once followed the Pirate King all the way to the final island, couldn't stop his body from trembling at this moment. In a hoarse voice he spoke that name, Uchiha Sora. Without hesitation, he let out a roar at Luffy and the others. "Run!" Immediately after, Gabon turned and charged at the man on Princess Shirahoshi's shoulder, erupting with powerful black lightning of Conqueror's haki. His eyes filled with the resolve of someone rushing to his death. "You scared the little girl." Uchiha Sora raised his hand and hooked 2 fingers. Yong! It was like pressing some kind of switch. Gabon's movements stopped. His heart shattered in complete silence. The gap in life level was something no willpower or conviction could ever make up for. The air suddenly became heavy and sluggish. Watching that corpse, completely uninjured on the outside, fall to the ground, the pupils beneath the straw hat's shadow suddenly broke apart. Those hands that had countless times patted his back and said, "Go on, brat," were now hanging down weakly. Luffy raised his head with difficulty. His voice was so hoarse it barely sounded human, broken and fragmented. "Why you? What did you do to him? Is it that hard to understand?" Uchiha Sora's face was expressionless. "He died as the price for attacking me." That face, just now, it had killed the teacher who had carefully guided him for 2 years. And before that, it had killed Shanks, the one who had guided him out to sea. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. A furious roar tore through the sky. Black and red Conqueror's haki spread out wildly, completely out of control. Almost the instant his words fell, Luffy's figure vanished from where he stood, leaving behind only a blurry afterimage and a sonic boom exploding through the air. That speed, that power, far surpassed any previous point in his life. Bang! A figure even faster than him slammed him down and pinned him hard to the ground, sending shattered stones flying everywhere. "What are you trying to do? Have you gone crazy?" Ace pressed Luffy down with all his strength. The hatred in his eyes was no less than Luffy's, and even the hand pinning Luffy's head was trembling. The man who was like a father to him, Whitebeard, had also died at that man's hands. If his crew weren't here, if his little brother weren't here, he wouldn't have been able to stop himself from charging in, even if it meant dying. The people important to him were all here. He absolutely could not act rashly. "Run! Don't forget why Gabon died." Ace flung Luffy away, leaving behind a broad back as he faced Uchiha Sora. "Long time no see, Ace. You've grown." Uchiha Sora smiled faintly and raised one finger, making everyone's heart stop, as if the moment that finger came down, someone else would die. "But you got one thing wrong. That guy doesn't deserve the word sacrifice. There were Marines here, and there were also the residents of Fishman Island. This wasn't a one-on-one fight. Uchiha Sora preferred to reason with people first. It felt better when both reason and strength crushed the other side, just like during the Paramount War. Of course, he usually killed people first and reasoned afterward. The order was a little different. Did I make a move against any of you? That idiot came charging at me with an axe, disturbing the cute little mermaid. Roger's crew really did get used to living however they pleased. You're arrogant to the bone just like Shanks. Fishman Island was the home of fishmen and merfolk, not some place called a mandatory route into the New World. It was the arrival of the great pirate era that had drastically changed their lives, causing countless civilians to be captured and sold off as slaves. They had never refused tourists or travelers, and the Marines only hunted pirates. The smile on Uchiha Sora's face faded as he looked at Ace with cold indifference. I never stopped you from pursuing freedom. But what gives you the right to build your own pursuit on top of other people's suffering? They already said pirates aren't allowed to enter. Why can't you understand something so simple? His gaze swept over the crowd as he continued. If you're really that fearless, then why don't you go across the red line? Is it because you think Fishman Island is easier to bully than the world government? His eyes darkened slightly. That deep gaze made Ace lower his head on instinct, not even daring to meet his eyes. You think what Gabon did was great? That he sacrificed himself to protect his companions? That's not what happened. Let me tell you the truth. Uchiha Sora rolled up his sleeve. His arm was covered in cracked fissures, and within those cracks there were traces of black and red blood. He saw my weakness. There was hatred and killing intent in his eyes. He thought he had a chance to kill me. Pirates were pirates. Plundering, savage, bullying the weak with strength. Lowering his sleeve again, Uchiha Sora spoke flatly. Who could possibly injure this man? 2 years ago he had already been the strongest in the world. Just now he had instantly killed Gabon, someone considered a top-tier powerhouse. How could something like this be possible? At the same time, another thought rose uncontrollably in their minds. So, he could be injured too. Are you alright? It must hurt a lot, right? Those eyes, clearer and brighter than luminous pearls, turned toward him. In the giant eyes nearly as tall as Uchiha Sora himself, there was obvious heartache. When everyone else saw Uchiha Sora's wound, what they thought was, whose power could possibly be great enough to hurt him? Only this pure-hearted girl was worried about whether it hurt. Uchiha Sora turned his head, a gentle smile appearing on his face. He instinctively wanted to pat her head. Forget it. With a body more than 10 meters tall, he'd have to bring out Susanoo just to pat her head. It's fine. This body is just my wood clone. It's only a little cracked. Those people aren't qualified to make me feel pain. The celestial dragons who ruled the top of the world for 800 years. Perhaps only you could say something like that. How terrifying. A power that should not exist in this world at all. It violates every law. Uchiha Sora, I once didn't believe in the existence of gods. You made me realize another possibility for humanity. A figure stepped out from behind Shirahoshi's massive body, his appearance extremely recognizable. He had a face that looked remarkably like Einstein's, obvious red blush on both cheeks, half an apple-shaped skullcap on top of his head, and a huge tongue hanging out all the way to his abdomen. He was ugly in a very distinctive way. Vegapunk, the former chief of the Navy's Science Division. 2 years ago, he moved into the Red Line and developed weapons for the world government with the purpose of opposing Uchiha Sora. He was also the reason Uchiha Sora had broken into the Room of Authority. No, massacre was the more fitting word. Almost no one recognized this man. Vegapunk's name resounded across the seas, but very few had ever actually seen him. But the figure that came right after him. Pacifista. No. You're the main body. Bartholomew Kuma. Why are you here? One of the former 7 warlords of the sea. Later modified into the prototype of the Navy's human weapon, the Pacifista. His true identity was an officer of the Revolutionary Army. Until today, he had also been a rented slave of the Celestial Dragons. Then I really have to thank Mr. Sora for being willing to lend a hand and save my friend. Vegapunk turned to look at Luffy and the others, then gave an awkward little smile. I'm still in contact with Dragon. Could I ask you not to kill his son? I know that request is a bit too much. If you don't want to, then just pretend I never said it. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly and shook his head. If that idiot hadn't charged at me, I wouldn't have cared what they did at all. I'm not some lunatic who kills everyone I see. He waved a hand and gave a soft order. All pirates are to be imprisoned and handed over to the tribunal for judgment. For a mature regime, clear rewards and punishments were necessary. It could no longer be like the early days, killing pirates regardless of the severity of their crimes. It was more or less true that those who slayed dragons would eventually become dragons themselves. The new navy was now fully modeling itself after the world government. The difference was that this newborn dragon was still quite friendly toward the people at the bottom. The first chief judge of the new Navy's tribunal was Zephyr, taking on the role because the capable should bear more responsibility. This former admiral, who had once upheld a principle of not killing, had completely lost faith in the Navy after pirates slaughtered his family and disciples, and the pirate who killed his students even joined the 7 warlords of the sea. In the end, he chose to join Akainu's camp. He had not been blinded by hatred. He strictly reviewed the crimes of every pirate, and unless they were truly unforgivable, he would not issue a death sentence. On the other hand, if even Zephyr believed a certain pirate deserved to die. Good thing everything Don Quixote da Flamingo had done happened before the tribunal was established. Otherwise, he would have been the one most deserving of death. Uchiha Sora no longer looked at Ace and the others. With his current vision, he no longer took the so-called sun god Nika seriously at all. He could not even defeat trash like Imu, so he was not worth caring about. Shirahoshi, come with me. The ancient weapon Poseidon, the Sea King, was his true target. New World, Wano Country. After Shogun Korizumi Orochi was abducted 2 years ago, Kaido simply took complete control of Wano and gave the flower capital to Big Mom as her residence. At this moment, inside the Shogun's residence in the flower capital, the key members and captains of the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates were all seated together, their expressions grave. Ever since the 2 Yonko crews had formed a pirate alliance 2 years ago to resist the new navy, they had only barely managed to hold on to their original territories. Is the information confirmed? Kaido's bare chest rose and fell with his heavy breathing. Amber-colored liquor ran down the grooves of his knotted muscles, and his face was slightly flushed with drink. Beside him, Charlotte Linlin looked at the intelligence report handed up by the Tobarapo, sharp light showing through her wrinkled eyelids. That magma bastard finally couldn't hold back anymore. Huh. Kaido, the Navy has mobilized on a massive scale, and you're still in the mood to drink? Gulp. After downing a huge mouthful of alcohol, Kaido bared his fangs with a grin. They call him the Fleet Admiral of the new Navy, but if not for that man, how could he have stirred up such a huge force? Lin, you know it. I've already reached that level. If Akainu is still at the same level he was 2 years ago, then this time they only leave in defeat. Charlotte Linlin let out a burst of wild laughter, the sound waves nearly lifting the roof. Yeah. Mama, I said it a long time ago. You'd grow into something incredible. In the air, Conqueror's haki collided like something tangible, tearing against itself, and the bright hall instantly darkened. Kaido threw down the wine jug and stood up, his mountain-heavy body rising to its feet. The Conqueror's haki around him seemed to be on the verge of changing into something alive. A savage smile spread across his face. That guy is coming back too, right? This time, I won T lose. In the outer seas of Wano, at the end of the horizon, countless giant warships split through the waves. Their rows of cannons stood ready like ferocious beasts poised to devour sea and sky. The Fleet Admiral's ship stood in the center, and the command flag atop the mast snapped loudly in the sea wind. Standing on the deck, Kainu turned to look at Uchiha Sora. Your physical condition is way off again. What happened this time? In Akainu's impression, it seemed Uchiha Sora rarely ever had the physical state of a normal person. The first time they met, he could already tell that every inch of the boy's flesh and blood had been burned through by raging fire. Later, during the Summit War, he gave off the feeling of a fusion of abyss and frozen valley. Only during the last battle against Senju Hashirama had his condition been a little better. As for now, felt like he was about to shatter. Only the two of them were on the deck. Uchiha Sora said calmly, my real body is in Mary Geos. This wood clone has a hard time containing my consciousness. If it moves too violently, it'll break. Kainu frowned slightly. I don't really understand your situation, but can't you wait until your body is normal before taking action? Will this have any effect on you? Uchiha Sora shook his head. Even if I can only use a small part of my power, no one in this world is my opponent. I called you all here because the project is a bit too big. More hands make things easier. As long as you have your own plan. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Sora suddenly spoke. Kainu, do you like this world? Why are you asking that? Uchiha Sora smiled lightly. There aren't many people left on the world government's side. After this battle, there won't be many forces left that can oppose you. After I complete my evolution, the upper limit of power in this world will drop for a very long time. So what I want to ask is this. Do you want to sail with me, or stay here? Kainu's brows drew even tighter. You have the ability to move freely between worlds. This shouldn't even be something that needs considering, right? Or is the place you're going too far away? So far that you can't come back? Uchiha Sora thought for a moment, then continued. Let me give you a very simple example. Once a young bird's wings have fully grown, it leaves the nest where it grew up and flies toward a higher and farther sky. He looked out over the vast sea, a faint smile touching the corner of his mouth. This world is too small. I'm going somewhere broader. By the time I return next time, everything may already have changed beyond recognition. Akainu, if you aren't in this world, then for me it no longer has any value worth returning to. Value. Akainu rolled that word over in his mind, and a hard-to-describe look tugged at the corner of his mouth. Sora, to someone like you, Has the world already become something that can be placed on a scale and measured for value? Uchiha Sora nodded. It's not just someone like me. Everyone has their own scale in their heart. Using one's own consciousness as the measure to weigh the world is something everyone does. I want to protect the people important to me, but my life cannot exist entirely for them. I want greater power. I want to see more magnificent sights. I don't want to become the guardian of any world. If I can die in a splendid and unknown voyage, that would be the best possible ending. Among the 4 most important mythical creature traits, immortality was relatively the easiest one to obtain. Back when he advanced to the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Sora had completed the union of spirit and flesh. If his wish had been immortality, then under those special circumstances and in that special place, it would have been very possible for him to achieve it. But what he chose instead was to glimpse the starry sea and comprehend the scale of space. The one Akainu had actually noticed first was Shursui. As long as someone had come into deep contact with Uchiha Sora, they would all notice his psychological issues. He strongly resisted immortality. He resisted long life. That was also why the platform said he was highly likely to become a singularity. There were many ways to obtain the divinity of immortality, but the most important thing was that you had to truly wish to gain that divinity. It started with the fire release chakra mode. After that, he used debt to sustain debt and summon the Ninetales at Marineford. And now, he was even handing his advancement to platinum over to pure bodily instinct. Uchiha Sora kept making one reckless gamble after another that really didn't need to happen. Either he won big or he died. There seemed to be a strong self-destructive tendency in the way he acted. Kid, get the order of things straight first. Akainu was also looking into the distance as he spoke calmly. The prerequisite to seeing countless magnificent sights is being able to stay alive. You should have at least a little reverence for death. Uchiha Sora was slightly stunned, then gave a half-smile. You think I want to die too? Not that serious. It's just a brief confusion that comes from lacking a goal. He looked toward Wano country in the distance. Luckily, that goal already exists now. I'm setting out too, to pursue my own great treasure, Akainu. I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to be my crewmate? When we wiped out all the pirates, I'll consider it. Akainu let out a light snort and raised the Den Mushi in his palm. His voice spread through the entire fleet through the speaker, carrying unquestionable authority. Target, Wano country. We declare war on Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and every pirate force occupying Wano country. At the edge of Wano country's hanging cliffs, the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates stood lined up side by side. Watching the Navy fleet draw closer and closer, Big Mom licked her lips, greed and excitement flashing in her eyes. So many Marines. That's some pretty nice dessert, Kaido. Flames and thunderclouds circled around her, ready at any moment to pour out destructive power. It's been a long time. Let us fire one off. Kaido stared from afar at the man standing on the central warship, his eyelids lowering slightly. Let us give it a try. The two exchanged a glance. Their tacit understanding built over many years reached its peak at this moment. 2 bursts of conqueror's haki powerful enough to change heaven and earth suddenly condensed. It was not scattered intimidation, but compression, fusion, turning into a visible torrent of energy. Kaido swung his kanabo high, veins bulging on his arm, then smashed it forward with all his might. At the same time, Big Mom's Napoleon slashed down as well. A gigantic sword wave woven from soul power and conqueror's haki wrapped itself around Kaido's haki torrent. Hakai! Amid a roar that shattered the sky, the 2 strongest powers on the sea merged into one, forming a terrifying purple-black shockwave. Wherever it passed, space itself seemed to collapse like shattered glass, releasing a spine-chilling noise. The edge of Wano country was plowed open by this terrifying force into a massive trench. Rocks were instantly crushed and swept forward together with the shockwave. The clouds were blasted away without a trace, and the sea boiled in an instant, carrying a momentum that could destroy everything. The purple-black pillar of energy pressed toward that figure at the center of the fleet. Seeing the terrifying attack blasting over from more than 10 kilometers away, the expressions of the Navy officers changed drastically, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. This level of power was far beyond the limit of what they could handle. So this was the might of 2 emperors of the sea joining forces. But when their eyes landed on the 2 figures standing at the bow, their violently pounding hearts calmed down. So what if they were emperors of the sea? With Admiral Sora and Fleet Admiral Akainu here, there was absolutely no enemy before us. Crack. Akainu clenched both fists tightly, and scorching magma dripped onto the deck. I'll do it. Even if you can block it, the overflow from the impact will still be troublesome. Uchiha Sora gave a light jump and landed on the figurehead. Only when the torrent of Hakai was less than 100 meters away did he finally raise both hands. His robe whipped wildly under the surging chakra impact. The faintest smile spilled from the corner of his lips. The next second, his pupils were dyed blood red, and 3 jet-black tomo spun abruptly. Shinra Tensei. The low voice seemed to come from the distant heavens, yet also exploded right beside their ears. He pushed both hands forward. Boom, 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 boom. A vast and invisible repulsive force field suddenly formed, and space itself refracted layer after layer of ripples from some unknown distortion. Sadly, no one present could realize just how unreasonable it was for him to use Shinra Tensei with the Sharingan. Though there really wasn't anything worth being proud of in that. He had once fused with the Skywing Race S Lilith. At that time, Uchiha Sora, Lilith, Android 18, and Kaguya Otsutsuki had pieced together a mythical creature. After taking on debt, Uchiha Sora could not obtain a trial card of Kaguya Otsutsuki, but that fusion back then had been enough for him to figure out some characteristics of the Rinnegan. In the end, Shinra Tensei was nothing more than the application of repulsive force, a fundamental ocular technique of the Rinnegan. Kaguya Otsutsuki possessed both the Byakugan and the Rinne Sharingan. She was the source of all ninja. She was simply bad at using her power. That did not mean her power was weak. By Uchiha Sora's judgment, Kaguya Otsutsuki possessed at least more than 2 mythical traits. Immortality was just the foundation, and her mastery over space was also extremely high. Maybe it was precisely because she knew too much, while her combat talent was low. When fighting, she couldn't decide which ability to use, and that was why she failed again and again. In terms of raw stats alone, she could beat the Sage of Six Paths brothers around for more than 800 rounds. Bang! Hakai's power was like crashing into an invisible wall. The energy churned violently and let out an unwilling roar, yet it could no longer advance even an inch. Kaido's pupils shrank sharply, and the ferocious grin on Big Mama's face froze as well. They could clearly feel that their combined strike had been forcibly stopped by an even stronger power. And that was not all. Compared to the shockwave that had burst out with great force only to lose momentum soon after, the repulsive force was continuous and unending. Very quickly, it compressed the attack until it twisted and deformed. In the end, like a punctured ball, it burst with a pop and completely vanished over the vast sea. Uchiha Sora lowered his hands and lifted his eyes toward the two standing atop Wano Country's cliff wall. There was not the slightest ripple in his Sharingan. As if what he had just blocked was not a world-destroying attack, but merely an insignificant gust of wind. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell into dead silence, like those soundlessly shattering purple-black particles of light. Everyone in the Pirate Alliance of Wano Country was so shocked by this scene that they lost the ability to speak. In their worldview, their own boss was the strongest in the world, and the other captain was second strongest in the world. No matter how terrifying the records of outsiders were, it did not affect what they believed. This was the strongest joint strike of 2-4 emperors. Damn it! Couldn't you at least look like you struggled a little? Heh. The low laughter snapped them back to their senses. Kaido transformed into his Dragon-Man form. Dragon scales glinted with a cold light, and his thick arm raised high, the kanabo in his hand looking like a small mountain. Purple-black conqueror's haki coiled around him like wandering dragons, and the waves it gave off made even the air tremble. Men! Kaido threw back his head and roared. That man possesses power enough to destroy the world. He is the undisputed strongest in the world. What we are facing is exactly that kind of terrifying monster, a guy whose limits cannot be seen. The strong of the seas who have fallen at his hands are too many to count. He is the kind of man who can take a life in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Sora, the man who stands above all things. Now tell me, are you afraid? After a brief silence. Boss, what kind of joke are you making? From the day we chose to sail out to sea, from the day we chose to join the Beast Pirates, we stopped fearing anything. You're the strongest one. Boss Kaido. Ha 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 ha. We'll use his head to proclaim boss as the Pirate King. King walked to Kaido's side. Mr. Kaido, this world only needs one king. The only one I've ever believed in. Is you. Kaido suddenly chugged down a huge mouthful of strong liquor, smashed the wine jar apart, and his laughter exploded together with the spilling alcohol. That unique, violent laugh did not represent joy. It was a challenge to the world. Humph! With a low roar, Kaido suddenly crushed the rock layer beneath his feet and leaped down from the fractured point thousands of meters in the sky, dragging out a savage dark trail. Come! That terrifying aura, that sea-overturning might, was like a meteor falling from the heavens. Step. Uchiha Sora leaped up from the bow of the ship, different colors flickering in his eyes. He raised a hand and blocked that strike carrying the force of mountains, then said with a faint smile at the corner of his lips, "You've grown, Kaido. You now have the qualifications to dance. Only war could decide a person's worth." Kaido, who had seized everything through plunder and climbed to the throne of one of the 4 emperors, believed that deeply. However, the more humans knew, the more lost they became. When he realized that he was not Joy Boy, and that the one who could defeat him was the real Joy Boy, Kaido fell into immense emptiness. Constantly seeking death in drunken dreams, was that not also a protest against fate? If I could die before the person who defeats me appears. But when that person appeared, When the one who truly defeated him, the one who denied Joy Boy, appeared, the massive emptiness in Kaido's heart was filled. Towering flames covered the sea, and endless storms blew all the warships away. Kaido's roar rang through the fiery storm like exploding thunder. Uchiha Sora. I was called the strongest soldier when I was 10 years old. When I was 13, I wanted to change this chaotic world. But the king sold me to the world government. When I was 15, I joined the Rocks Pirates. After the Battle of God Valley, I gathered the strong, founded the Beasts Pirates, fought without cease, seized Wano, and became an emperor of the sea. It was too boring. I never had much interest in becoming Pirate King. It was only after fighting you that I finally understood. My existence, why I'm alive, is for today, the ultimate peak of power and battle. A war that decides the world completely, with no one able to interfere. That is what I want. For these past 2 years, I have been looking forward to this every single moment. The battle that represents the sea and you is exactly the freedom and equality that I, Kaido of the Beasts, have been pursuing. Boom, 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 boom. The Hasaikai, carrying what felt like the weight of the entire world, smashed the world's strongest into the sea before everyone's disbelieving eyes. The world possessed a will. This was not speculation, but a fact supported by massive amounts of data. For example, the Sage of Six Paths receiving the blessing of the world's will when he saved the ninja world, or King Arthur in the mythological world. The world's will was rarely manifested in concrete form, but when the world faced a massive crisis, a savior was the product of the world's survival instinct. Uchiha Sora clearly sensed the existence of the sea world's will. Before this, it had been Imu. Just like the saying that the heavenly Tao was emotionless, the world's will had no likes or dislikes. 800 years ago, the one it chose was Imu. There was one thing that seemed to have been overlooked by everyone. The One Piece. What exactly was inside this ultimate treasure was still unknown. But there was one thing the world government had long known. Something Vegapunk in the original timeline would soon broadcast to the whole world. This world would be submerged by the sea. Starting 700 years ago, the world government had begun building bridges connecting island to island. On the surface, it looked like it was to strengthen the world government's control over the nations, but when connected to the prophecy that this world would be swallowed by the sea. The very meaning of the world government's existence seemed to be to preserve as much life as possible when the world was submerged by the sea. Roger starting the Great Pirate Era was also because of this. In the future world, only those who adapted to life at sea would survive. The two opposing sides had different methods, but their goals ultimately led to the same destination. The world's will would not care whether the people were oppressed or not. What it cared about was the whole. What the world government cared most about was balance, perfectly embodying the world's will. Under normal circumstances, even if the world government lost to the pirates, it would not be a big deal. The world would simply continue in another way. But now it was different. The moment Imu, who represented the world's will, saw Uchiha Sora, not even the thought of resistance could arise, and he chose to flee. What Uchiha Sora wanted to do was even more serious than the land being submerged by the sea. It would cause tremendous damage to the world. What should be done? What exactly should be done? A savior. This world needed a savior. Beneath the sea's surface, in Uchiha Sora's vision, Kaido was wrapped in endless natural energy, limitless, inexhaustible. So the world chose you, Kaido. The Sharingan flickered with red light, and Uchiha Sora's lips curled upward. Not bad. Then try it. See if you can stop me. Roar. The seawater churned violently, as if pushed by a pair of invisible giant hands. The sea gradually parted to both sides, revealing a vast road across the seafloor. The waters on both sides stood firm like 1,000-meter-high walls. The sea had been split apart. Was this still something a human could do? The naval fleet and the people of Wano stared at this scene like a divine miracle, dumbfounded. Kaido did not care at all. His violent conquerors hockey formed dozens of long dragons that came roaring down from the sky. Descending dragon Great Bagua. The air was compressed to the absolute limit, letting out a heavy roar. Even the sunlight was swallowed. A supreme strike that fused everything, even nature itself, as if it wanted to smash the land and the sea to pieces. Kaido, you brat. On Wano, Big Mom muttered to herself. He really surpassed Roger. The seawater steamed into mist. Descending dragon flames reflected the figure inside the vapor, making him look mysterious and unfathomable. So this counts as having heaven and earth lend you their power when the time is right? Interesting. Uchiha Sora formed hand seals with both hands and murmured softly. An energy sphere like a miniature sun condensed before him. As this fist-sized fireball took shape, more and more cracks spread across Uchiha Sora's body. The advancement of his true body was seizing the natural energy at the source of this world, causing this body of his to be rejected by natural energy. Chakra was the fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. Right now, he did not possess a physical body, so the chakra he used could not be replenished by absorbing natural energy. However, Uchiha Sora gently raised the sun. Even if I am not at my peak. World. Your resistance is still too weak. Blaze release. Solar calendar stone. From below to above, that miniature sun suddenly shot upward, leaving behind a thin, twisted streak of light wherever it passed. Compared to the overwhelming hockey dragon swarm, it looked so small. There was no earth-shaking momentum. It accurately struck the very center of the roaring dragon pack. The next second, a bizarre scene unfolded. The dragon swarm suddenly froze. The violent flames turned into countless specks of light and gathered toward the tiny sun. The sizzling burn changed into the low hum of energy collapse. The dragon flames covering sea and sky did not collide. They disintegrated in a manner close to annihilation. When the final trace of the offensive was absorbed into the sun, that blazing ball of light gently burst apart. Roar! The invisible, colorless, seemingly gentle yet deadly heat wave surged toward Kaido in midair, scorching even the wind and the sea of fire to ashes. Before it even made contact, Kaido's scales were already turning blackened. A pungent metallic smell spread through the air as if iron itself were melting. Kaido widened his eyes, trying to see exactly what was coming. He couldn't see it. Swish. The sea and sky lost their color and turned pale white. Kaido's massive body was falling. Then suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. In the next second, a fist wrapped in flames grew closer and closer in his fading vision. The world is nothing but a paper tiger, Kaido. Are you too? Boom! The heavy punch slammed into the Dragon Man's face. The shinobi world. The battle at the Tenchi Bridge had come to an end. Compared to Minato Namake's, who had the Ninetales chakra mode and had experienced travel through another world, the third Uchiha version was simply too outdated. On the empty battlefield, Minato looked over the Iwagakure ninja who had all been subdued, and finally his gaze settled on Inoki, whose limbs were sealed by the cursed markings. In a calm voice, he said, "It's over, Uchiha." Inoki's thin body tensed as he struggled desperately to break free of the seal, but it was completely useless. It's not over. How could the will of the previous generations end with me? Before the words even faded, Inoki's body suddenly burst with a blinding gray-white glow. Chakra inside him compressed madly, and even the surrounding air began to distort and break apart. This was the light of dust release. The sealing scripture markings dimmed gradually under the gray-white light. Minato's pupils shrank sharply. He raised his hand and threw several kunai around Inoki, then also burst with chakra to suppress the spreading dust release light. Why go this far? Are you going to erase yourself along with everything else? We only wanted the tailed beast. We never intended to destroy Iwagakure. It was only a defeat. Who can go without losing? Was it really necessary to forcefully use dust release at the cost of your own body breaking apart? Was it worth it? Within the white light, a bitter smile tugged at Inoki's lips. You standing there, of course you can't understand me. I was once utterly defeated by Uchiha Madara. That battle made me realize the gap between a mortal and a god. All these years I hid that fear very well. I almost even forgot it myself. Inoki looked deeply at Minato. Do you know? Right now, you've given me a suppression greater than Uchiha Madara's. And yet someone as powerful as you is actually willing to serve under that man. Just how strong is that Minato Namake's guy? Inoki's voice grew muffled, carrying a trace of relief, yet hiding endless unwillingness. To protect the village's tailed beast, I even sacrificed my own son. To deal with that person's threat, I haven't slept well for years. Every night, I would dream of those disgusting eyes. Do you understand? That kind of working day and night. Sleeping on ice and snow, thinking I had done my absolute best. Even if I lost in the end, I would have no regrets. And then discovering that your goal never even treated you as an opponent. Do you know how that feels?
I am unwilling.
Why? What is so special about the Uchiha? Why are they the ones favored by the world? After the roar, there was a forlorn whisper. Just like Hiruzen Sarutobi, I'm already the kind of man who can't keep up with the times. I know I can't stop anything you want to do. I know that if I were willing to make peace you would definitely agree. As long as I handed over what you wanted, I could keep living. Inoki raised his wrinkled face. In his cloudy eyes, a fire that hadn't gone out was still burning. I've lived a long time and seen too many things. Compromise doesn't bring peace. It brings slavery. You are not Senju Hashirama, and that man is even less so. The moment I bow my head, that would be the true destruction of Iwagakure. Sorry, Minato Namake's. The dignity of Otsutsuki does not allow me to kneel. Looking at Inoki's resolute smile, Minato slowly lowered his hand. I was being presumptuous. The one who should apologize is me, Otsutsuki. Just one defeat? Bearing the name of an Kage means failure is absolutely unacceptable. Without Minato's chakra suppressing him, the light erupted violently, and the heavens and earth were filled with a blinding radiance. Inoki's body slowly collapsed within the intense light. Spilled water cannot be gathered back. The next instant, all of the light was forced back into that tiny body by an invisible giant hand. A broken mirror made whole again. A hand pressed down on Inoki's shoulder. The Uchiha are not favored. In my time, Uchiha roughly meant a loner. I used it as my descendant's surname. The man speaking exuded an overwhelming sense of power, along with a born aloofness and coldness, as if he kept a distance from everything. Even the current Minato Namikaze could feel the pressure of a higher life form when facing this person. By the way of those guys from the empty army. Is this platinum rank? A being that can easily destroy a life planet. Sweat formed on Minato's forehead as his thoughts turned and he spoke. Are you Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha, the son of the legendary sage of six paths? Indra raised a brow. His cold face didn't show much expression. The people of this era accept resurrection so easily? It's not strange that you could guess my identity. That line gave enough information. Anyone not as stupid as Azura could figure it out. It's just that you don't seem surprised. That's a little odd. Most people still can't accept it, but I'm a little different. After all, I also returned from the Pure Land. As a fellow smart man, Indra extracted enough information from Minato's words. So that's how it is. You're that person. Thinking of something. Indra's lips stiffly pulled into what looked like a smile. He's a very interesting guy. I'd like to meet him. My father said he's an outsider from beyond the shinobi world. If that's true, then I want to allow him to carry the Uchiha name. Empty will definitely want to meet you too. Then what is your purpose in coming here? Only then did Indra's gaze fall on the Inoki he had saved. Meeting those blank eyes. Indra looked very young, but Inoki sensed endless vicissitudes from his eyes. How should he describe it? An eye that had lived through 1,000 years? There is something I need here, and I happen to see this man. Kid, what's the name of your jutsu? Being called kid by a young man. Inoki showed no sign of offense. His mind wasn't as quick as Minato's, but he wasn't deaf. He had heard how Minato addressed this man. Today, not only did he see the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, even the Sage's own son had appeared. What kind of mythic drama is this? And from the sound of it, this guy is the ancestor of the Uchiha too. Dust release. Forcing down the turbulent emotions, Inoki answered firmly. It's a jutsu that lies between Kekii Genkai and Kekii Mora, achieving 3 chakra natures at once. Quite a good direction for development. There was appreciation in Indra's tone for his junior. He was the creator of ninjutsu, the first human to ever fight using ninjutsu. With just one glance, he had seen through the structure of dust release. But to learn it, he would still need to personally experience it a few times. That was also why he had intervened to stop Inoki from using his final art before Deidara. Swish. With nothing more than a simple glance, Inoki's pupils were covered by 3 tomo. The final thought. Have the Uchiha been this rude since their very ancestor? Indra looked at Minato calmly, but his words were directed at the one inside him. Long time no see, Kurama. I sensed that thing in the ninja world. Tell me its exact location. That original shell of yours. The 10 tails. Indra. The tailed beasts and the Sharingan both originated from the power of the god tree. Between the two, there was an absolute hierarchy of suppression. Indra had fought the 9 tails 1,000 years ago. He had never coveted the power of the tailed beasts. To him, his own power was already unmatched under heaven. He did not need to borrow strength from anyone. 1,000 years ago, the one who joined forces with the 9 tails had been Azura. Azura's sage body, combined with the 9 tails, had taken on a 3-headed, 6-armed 9 tails mode to oppose his Susanoo. Not good. The moment those eyes flashed red, Minato reacted instantly. He was just about to activate the Flying Thunder God technique and retreat for the time being, only to discover all the Flying Thunder God marks nearby had stopped responding. Trying to teleport? Indra spoke indifferently. As far as body flicker techniques go, it is quite an impressive jutsu. But every jutsu has a weakness. He slowly raised his palm. In the center of it, Minato's exclusive Flying Thunder God mark appeared. Sort of shinobi love. As the originator of ninjutsu, breaking it only requires tracing the opposite trajectory through spacetime. That said, it still took me a little while. You can be proud of creating such a jutsu. This was the first time Minato had ever encountered a situation where the Flying Thunder God technique had been broken. Even so, he did not panic too much. He gripped a kunai in his hand. I should clarify something. This is a jutsu developed by Lord Tobarama. He did not dare meet Indra's eyes. The two appeared to be facing each other. But in truth, Minato was looking at the tip of Indra's nose. At the same time, his other hand formed seals behind his back, applying layer after layer of sealing jutsu to resist genjutsu. With this, should be fine, right? Tobarama Senju, the one who developed that jutsu to revive the dead? I know of him. Indra nodded lightly. Though he was that man's descendant, he was slightly smarter than his ancestor. You do not look like a fool. So why would you still make such a childish move? The next moment, Indra's voice clearly appeared right in front of Minato. You thought something like that could resist my genjutsu? You are not Azura. Drip. The sound of water falling. Minato suddenly snapped back to his senses and found his consciousness inside a mental space. His limbs pinned in place by golden cones. He jerked his head up. Indra's figure slowly dispersed from atop the Nine-Tails' head. When his consciousness returned to reality, a drop of cold sweat fell from Minato's forehead. The space before him was empty. Indra and Inoki were both gone. He had fought through countless battles and seen all kinds of opponents, but he had never experienced this kind of helplessness before. That kind of chakra invasion, one that left him completely unaware. Even Shursui could not perform genjutsu at that level, right? The Nine-Tails' voice rang out. It is not as terrifying as you think. No matter how strong he is, those are not the Rinnegan. To think a guy like Indra actually learned how to launch sneak attacks. Damn it! He cast his genjutsu on you before he even appeared. He took advantage of the instant you lost focus because Inoki blew himself up. This is not the time to dwell on that. The Nine-Tails' voice sank. That guy has no physical body. He wants to occupy the Ten-Tails' body and achieve a perfect rebirth. You have to stop him. Otherwise, the evil god who once nearly destroyed the ninja world will appear again. The Ten-Tails. Minato murmured in a low voice, his eyes dark. Suddenly, whoosh! A kunai stabbed toward Minato's back at extreme speed. Without even turning his head, he tilted slightly and dodged it. Then he looked back. He got here first? And he actually did not take the Nine-Tails? His target is not the tailed beasts? Atop the broken ruins, the dark red plate armor was strikingly conspicuous. There was no need to guess this one. Minato recognized the newcomer at first glance. Madara Uchiha. And it was not just Madara Uchiha. Standing beside him was Obito Uchiha. Minato's pupils shrank sharply. His voice was low, carrying a trace of killing intent. What happened to Kakashi? Kakashi had asked to settle things with Obito alone. That was something he had agreed to. If Obito had not improved much compared to a few years ago, then with Kakashi's current strength, defeating him should not have been difficult. Obito had caused the Nine-Tails attack, killing many people. Minato truly did not know how he should face this beloved student of his. So he had thought of leaving it to Kakashi. Perhaps. But now that Obito had appeared beside Madara Uchiha, then Kakashi's situation. Madara Uchiha crossed his arms, the corner of his mouth curving in an almost imperceptible arc. The white-haired brat? I suppose you could say he is not exactly safe and sound. You bastard! Golden chakra surged wildly, causing the air to rumble. Minato was just about to attack. Calm down, fourth. Kakashi is still alive. Whoosh! The pack on Shursui's back changed from Nagato to a heavily injured, unconscious Kakashi, one eye shedding tears of blood. Sensing that aside from a weakened aura, Kakashi was not in any serious danger, Minato let out a breath of relief. He looked at Obito again. His gaze was extremely complicated, but there was no hatred in it. Obito, even now, are you still unwilling to turn back? Obito lowered his head and looked at the eye Madara Uchiha had helped him take back. Blood flowed from his palm as he spoke coldly. Turn back? What right do you have to say the path I am walking is wrong, Teacher Minato? Just like you chose to believe in Uchiha Sora, we simply chose different Uchiha. What right do you have to decide that the path I want to walk is wrong? His voice gradually rose, as if he were questioning Minato, and also as if he were trying to encourage himself. The Sage of Six Paths revived 3 dead people and wanted them to stop Sora. Azura was sealed by Sora. For some reason, he did not attack Indra or Madara Uchiha. Shursui briefly explained the situation. I was 1 step slower than Madara Uchiha. By the time I arrived, it was already too late to stop him from taking the eye. Their target is the Nine-Tails. This guy is even stronger than the legends say. If you are not confident, use the Flying Thunder God to escape. When Sora comes back, everything will be resolved. We cannot just do nothing, can we? Minato gave a slightly bitter smile. No matter what, I am that child's teacher. The eye can be considered returned to its rightful owner. Minato looked deeply at Obito. Kakashi no longer owes you anything. What you owe him. How do you plan to repay it? Obito fell silent for a while, then shook his head. He stuffed the blood-stained eye into his empty socket. With the extraordinary regenerative power brought by white Zetsu cells, the nerve connection was completed in the blink of an eye. A new world. Teacher, a dead man should stop coming out and meddling. Would it not be better to stay buried with your legend? Boom! Chakra surged like a tangible substance. Deep blue chakra armor covered Obito's body. Susanoo. The wild wind lifted Madara Uchiha's black hair. He narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Obito. From the sound of that, this brat Obito has quite a bit of resentment toward me for interfering in his battle. Do you think I cannot see what you are planning? If I had waited any longer, you would have used that brat's lightning style to destroy the curse seal I left behind. Stop dreaming. From the moment I met you, your life has been under my control. Night fell over the vast blue sea. Kaido's enormous body floated on the surface of the ocean, his broad chest wide enough for Uchiha Sora to sit on comfortably. Uchiha Sora raised his head and looked at the starry sky, then smiled faintly. Kaido, how long has it been since you lifted your head and seriously counted the stars? Crunch. Kaido bared his teeth with difficulty. His voice was weak under the weight of his injuries. Words about conquering the world. That's a bit too ordinary. Snt it? Uchiha Sora shook his head. World as strongest, most vicious, most evil. You people are way too fond of those kinds of descriptions. I'm really not used to them. He raised his head and looked up at the starry sky, speaking slowly. The world is far bigger than you imagine. Something even I can't fully describe. I know you wanted to reshape this world into a world of violence. Drag down the people in the sky and prove their worth in the purest way possible. But there's one thing you got wrong. The reason the celestial dragons are in the sky is because that itself proves they reached the top through the most primitive form of violence, and proved their worth. Uchiha Sora lowered his head. The corner of his mouth still held that light, easy smile Kaido found so irritating. Because my strength grew too quickly. Dealing with those people lacks a lot of passion for me. It's as insignificant as cleaning a bedroom. After 800 years, the people up there have already rotted. But you haven't Kaido. There aren't many people in this world that I value. Among them, the only ones who truly suit my taste are you and Sakazuki. No matter what. A man who can keep holding fast to his beliefs all the way through is pretty damn cool. Snt. Kaido stayed silent for a long time. Then what about you, Uchiha Sora? What is it that you actually want? Though they had only crossed paths twice, communication between the strong had long since been buried within those repeated clashes. Kaido could tell that Uchiha Sora had little interest in war, and he wasn't the kind of person who enjoyed ruling others, much less the type who could be happy as long as he was fighting. He recalled the first time he saw Uchiha Sora years ago, when he dropped down from the clouds. Kaido's first feeling had been oppression. There was dissatisfaction in those eyes. Dissatisfaction toward the 5 elders and the goddess knights who were fighting him. Only when he saw Kaido did that suppressed dissatisfaction ease even a little. What do I want? That question's way too broad. Uchiha Sora looked at the sky and smiled faintly. There's far too much I want. Right now, what I want most is you. Ha! Uchiha Sora stepped on Kaido's chest and reached a hand toward his face. I'm going to have a ship greater than anything you would ever dare imagine. A great ship enough to sail the endless sea of stars. Become my crewmate. Kaido. Gugu. Kaido of the Beasts actually let out a laugh similar to Whitebeard's. Don't joke around, bastard. A low roar rolled from Kaido's throat, and his blood-covered face was filled with fury. This is too ridiculous. I'm one of the top names on your bounty list. The evil deeds I've committed in Wano over these years are beyond counting. And you people, who claim justice actually, what's that got to do with me? Uchiha Sora cut him off. You just enslaved a country that worships some damn Bushido nonsense. And that makes you think you're unforgivably evil? Come to think of it, I really did destroy a world myself. Destroy a world. Kaido did not doubt whether Uchiha Sora was telling the truth. What made his heart tremble was how casually he said it, as if he were talking about what to eat for dinner. What the hell does the world even mean in your eyes? Looking up, the battle in Wano was also nearing its end. With Sakazuki at the head, the new Navy's main force was absolutely not something the pirate alliance of Wano could resist. The key figures had all been locked in seastone chains. In the distance, only the battle between Charlotte Linlin and Sakazuki was still continuing. But anyone with eyes could see that Sakazuki was fighting with the intention of capturing her alive. Otherwise, he could already have won. Following Uchiha Sora's gaze, Kaido let out a low sigh. That woman Linlin has gotten too slack. In terms of physical talent alone, there's no one on this sea who can compare to Charlotte Linlin, who could kill giants as a child. It's just that her heart was never in fighting. What she wanted was to create a Tato land where all races could live together. Not every pirate goes out to sea for the One Piece. This has dragged on long enough. Uchiha Sora raised his hand, his fingertip aimed at Charlotte Linlin in the distance. Kaido's pupils suddenly shrank, and he heard him say, I specifically told Sakazuki not to kill Linlin. I respect your choice. If you refuse to join, I'll give you all a magnificent curtain call. If all 4 emperors of the sea die by my hand, that would make for a pretty good ending. At his fingertip, a tiny black-purple orb of light slowly gathered. In the distance, Charlotte Linlin's soul trembled. By instinct alone, she felt that something deadly was aiming at her. But even when she used observation haki, she saw nothing. In that brief moment of distraction, she was hit by another punch from Sakazuki, and her body crashed into the mountainside. You're actually using Linlin to threaten me? Kaido simply could not imagine that someone this powerful would use such a despicable method. Uchiha Sora lowered his head. It is a threat. Compared to painting some grand dream for you, threatening you after beating you is much more efficient. To put it more elegantly, it's called moving someone with emotion and convincing them with reason. So, have you made your decision, Kaido? His other hand remained outstretched the entire time. Do you want to come aboard my ship? Kaido fell silent for a long time, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. You bastard really have no style at all. Couldn't you at least be like Roger and say something about fate or bonds or whatever? So I could stay alive with a clear conscience. Damn it. Uchiha Sora smiled slightly. If you want to live, isn't that reason noble enough? Bah! One large hand and one small hand slammed together, and the air burst with a sharp crack. Yeah. I want to live. Let me aboard. What a perfect time. Uchiha Sora's gaze turned toward Wano. Countless warships were evacuating with large numbers of civilians and pirates aboard. Whoosh! His palm turned, and the black-purple point of light gathered at his fingertip suddenly shot out and struck Wano. Boom 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 boom. The cliffs shattered, and the waterfalls were cut off. Cracks spread rapidly through the layers of rock. The Marines and civilians aboard the warships looked up, their faces full of shock and fear. One strike to erase a nation? If it was that man somehow. It made sense. He hates this country enough to destroy it? Kaido muttered. In the next moment, his dragon eyes reflected a black silhouette within the fractured mountain mass. What is that? Boom 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 boom, screech. Amid the thunderous roar of the earth collapsing came wave after wave of harsh metallic grinding. Not long after, a gigantic black outline gradually became clear. It was a colossal battleship beyond description. Countless massive cannons were lined up along both sides of the ship like dormant beasts, and every single barrel was as large as an ordinary warship. Seawater flowed down through the grooves of the vessel, washing away the mud and sand on its surface, revealing the unchanging black metallic luster of a hull that had endured for hundreds upon hundreds of years. The ruins of all Wano had become its base. Its sheer size was so immense that even the clouds in the sky seemed tiny beside it. One of the 3 legendary ancient weapons said to be capable of destroying the world. Kaido's guess had been confirmed. Then Uchiha Sora said flatly, "You guessed right. The legendary battleship said to be able to destroy an island with a single shot has always been hidden beneath Wano. Pluton." The 3 ancient weapons passed down through the ages were Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Closely tied to the Void Century, they possessed the power to destroy the world. When strength reached a certain level, so-called secrets would naturally reveal themselves. Pluton was a warship so massive it could rival an entire nation. Poseidon was Princess Shirahoshi, with the power to command all sea kings. And Uranus. To be exact, Uranus had once been Imu. A few hours ago it had been Kaido. Uranus was the will of the world itself. The celestial dragons, the descendants of the creators, from a certain point of view, there was nothing wrong with how they called themselves. They had once represented the world. Uchiha Sora could roughly guess what had happened during that 100-year gap. It was nothing more than a war between Joy Boy's side, who possessed Pluton and Poseidon, and Imu, who carried the will of heaven. Pluton was enormous. Calling it a giant warship was actually less fitting than calling it a black iron city. Just by visual estimate, even if 1 million people stood on the deck, it would still look spacious. It was so huge that even the Marines, who had seen countless grand scenes, felt a fear of colossal objects rise in their hearts. A single shot could destroy an island. The most evil warship in history. Even Kaido could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Can humans really build a weapon like this? A red glow flickered in Uchiha Sora's eyes as he spoke after a slight pause. Based on the intelligence I know, it may be the same as our side, something created by an extraterrestrial civilization. Not bad. As a base for a large ship, it barely qualifies. A base? Kaido looked at his profile and asked in a deep voice. What do you mean? That's the legendary, most evil, strongest warship. You're still not satisfied with that? Uchiha Sora turned to look at Kaido and said calmly, "A mere Pluton warship can't carry my weight. Base, propulsion, energy, helm. The Pluton warship is only one part of it. It won't be long before you see it. My ship." As his words fell, Uchiha Sora's body gradually faded. "Pick the people you think are worth bringing, and wait for me aboard Pluton." Only after Uchiha Sora's figure fully disappeared did Kaido turn to look at Charlotte Linlin, who was walking over. Linlin's expression was exceptionally ugly. Her body, known as the steel balloon, was covered in charred black marks. In the world of the seas, the ceiling of combat power had always been at the level of admirals and the 4 emperors. Even rocks in the past had never surpassed that level. She had originally thought that Kaido, who had broken through that boundary, was the true strongest, someone who had surpassed Roger and Whitebeard in their prime. Not to mention that brat who had casually subdued Kaido. Had even Sakazuki broken past that boundary too? In just 2 short years, the world had changed too fast. Charlotte Linlin's brain, which could not process information that quickly, was practically crashing. That brat Kaido. Is he Joy Boy? The relationship between the two of them was closer than the outside world knew. What Kaido had once said to King, he had also mentioned to Linlin. Kaido fell silent for a long time, then shook his head. Joy Boy whatever. I forgot a tongue-twisting name like that a long time ago. I'm getting on Uchiha Sora's ship. Linlin. Come with me. Ha! Ninja World. Obito was controlling a blue-purple Susanoo as he fought Minato, who was in Ninetales chakra mode. Both were piloting giant chakra avatars, both had space-time abilities, and on top of that they were master and disciple. This battle had a few too many elements mixed into it. The already ruined land was ravaged once again. The battlefield was torn apart by two completely different chakras. 9 enormous golden chakra tails spread out, and every single swing split the earth into spiderweb-like ravines. There was no need to say anything about Minato's combat talent. His greatest weakness had always been that compared to those monsters, his chakra pool was a little too short. The Ninetales made up for that. The current Minato was no weaker than Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara back at the Valley of the End, especially with the support of the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito's massive Susanoo had become an easier target to hit. Minato kept switching positions. Raisengans formed at the tips of the chakra tails and slammed into the armor of the Susanoo. Under the continuous fixed-point bombardment, cracks quickly appeared across the Susanoo, forcing Obito to rely on Kamui and phase both himself and the Susanoo together, consuming a huge amount of chakra. Just like their battle years ago. After only a brief exchange, Minato had completely taken control of the fight. And compared to back then, now that Minato had confirmed Obito's identity, he had already devised targeted tactics against his personality and habits. To achieve the current result, Minato had not even needed to exert much effort. After all, most of his attention had to stay on guard against that person. Watching Obito gradually fall into a disadvantage, Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed slightly. The Kamui Sharingan. He had never imagined that a pair of Mangekyo could possess such terrifying power. With one eye for offense and one for defense, the dual Kamui should have been invincible beneath Inyang release. Was it because he had consumed too much in the previous battle? He could not even take down an ordinary man. Even though it was Konoha's fourth Hokage, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and the user of the Flying Thunder God technique. In Uchiha Madara's eyes, he was still just an ordinary man. Other than the Senju and the Uchiha, everyone else was ordinary. Too slow. Uchiha Madara raised a hand. He also needed to track down Indra, so taking down Minato and obtaining information was necessary. He had originally planned to act personally. It was just that Obito, that hot-headed fool, had insisted on rushing out first. He had wanted to see how much Obito had grown over the past few years. Forget it. There had been some growth, but compared to that fellow Shursui, it was still far from enough. Just as he was about to use the power of the Rinnegan, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. A traditional Konoha master-disciple battle. Don't spoil the mood, Madara. The hand Uchiha Madara had raised stopped in place, and his eyelids lowered slightly. Not as strong as what I saw before. Some kind of clone method? A tall figure appeared behind Uchiha Madara. Compared to the already tall Madara, he was still half a head taller. Between the strands of his hanging black hair, the Sharingan shone with red light. Uchiha Sora. Almost everyone believed that this was the strongest Uchiha in history, someone who had surpassed even the ancestors. This was not some fantasy of the modern era. There were real battle records to support it. Senju Hashirama, the man who had defeated Uchiha Madara several times in the past, had been personally defeated by Uchiha Sora. Arrogance was synonymous with the Uchiha. Losing to the Senju had always been a thorn in their hearts. The Senju were nearly extinct already, and talking big into empty air would have been too embarrassing, so the Uchiha had practically accepted that defeat. Who could have guessed someone would drag a man back from the Pure Land just to beat him up again? It had to be said that this move had greatly deepened the collective pride of the Uchiha clan, and had also made many ninja clans and civilian ninja recognize the extraordinary status of the Uchiha. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Yeah. I couldn't get away over there. Since I wanted to see you sooner, I came like this. Then wait until your real body appears before speaking. The current you can't interest me at all. Uchiha Madara continued raising his hand, letting out a cold snort from the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Sora shook his head. You misunderstood. Uchiha Madara. What I mean is, you're still not worth my real body making a move. Crack! Black-red lightning suddenly came crashing down and struck away the hand Uchiha Madara had raised. The shattered wasteland was covered everywhere with traces carved by ninjutsu, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Minato and the others gathered around Uchiha Sora. The Tsuchikage, who had been stopped by Indra from self-detonating, stood silently not far away. Everything that had happened today gave him the feeling of a mortal stumbling into mythology. The fourth Hokage had returned from the dead and displayed strength beyond even Uchiha Madara of those years, making him feel ready to die. Then an Uchiha ancestor had appeared from who knew where, used the Sharingan to control him, and learned dust release in only a few seconds. And then, the nightmare that had haunted him for decades, Uchiha Madara, appeared. Immediately after that, he was defeated. That didn't look like a battle. It looked more like two Uchiha putting their own might on display. Uchiha Madara's mountain-like Susanoo was shattered, and the massive meteor he had drawn down was blasted into ash before it could even fall. A completely one-sided crushing defeat. Just like back when he and Mu had fought against Uchiha Madara. If the one doing all this hadn't been Uchiha Sora, the enemy who killed his son, Inoki might have actually found it satisfying. In the end, was the ninja world nothing more than an arena for you Uchiha to fight in? Sora, should we go after them? Minato asked. Uchiha Madara had not been defeated. He had likely just decided there was no point wasting time here, so he took Uchiha Obito and left. Uchiha Sora shook his head, the blood-red color fading from his eyes. No need. Only the winner among them is qualified to stand before me. On top of the sand dunes, space twisted for a moment, and the figures of Uchiha Madara and Obito appeared. Madara's expression was incomparably complicated. There was shock, there was wariness, and in the end, it all turned into cold calculation. So that's Uchiha Sora, the strongest Uchiha of this era. Obito sat down on the dune and slowly spoke. Now you know what kind of monster I was facing, right? The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled slightly. He really is strong. Even just a clone has that much power? A clone? What are you talking about? Ignoring Obito, Uchiha Madara formed hand seals and slammed his palm down. Summoning Jutsu, demonic statue of the outer path. Bang! After the huge cloud of smoke dispersed, nothing appeared. How is that possible? Inside the underground stone palace, the demonic statue of the outer path sat cross-legged atop a massive lotus platform like a Buddha. Standing before it was an exceptionally handsome man. Indra pressed one hand against the demonic statue of the outer path, his brow lifting slightly. A summoning jutsu? Good thing I used a barrier jutsu beforehand. Smack. His palm struck the demonic statue of the outer path, and black curse marks spread out. Summoning contract. Release. After finishing everything, Indra carefully examined the demonic statue of the outer path. Even the hollow shell of the Tentails still has this much power. No wonder Father split apart its chakra back then. As the vessel for my true rebirth, it'll barely do. The hand pressed against the demonic statue of the outer path slowly sank into it, and Indra's enormous chakra rapidly began filling the statue. One eye on its head slowly opened, and the eyelid of the second eye started trembling as well. When the sixth eye opened, a massive roar exploded inside Indra's mind. The demonic statue of the outer path had realized it. The person before it who was giving it chakra did not want to become its Jinchuriki. He wanted to devour it completely. The two wills clashed. Indra frowned slightly. Without the Rinnegan, this thing's resistance is too strong. But it doesn't matter. Turning it into a physical body is only a matter of time. Even without the Rinnegan, I can still surpass you, Father. Above the stone chamber, space twisted. Uchiha Madara stepped out, his face dark and livid. Indra, what are you trying to do to my demonic statue of the outer path? Indra waved a hand indifferently and said coldly, trying to imitate that brat's way of speaking? How much of his strength do you even have? Don't think being my ancestor gives you the right to speak so arrogantly. Violent chakra flooded the stone chamber, and two massive Susanoo quickly took shape. Obito only dared to take one glance before immediately diving back into the Kamui dimension. Inside the stone chamber, the air was thick as blood. Indra stood atop the demonic statue of the outer path. The deep purple skeletal frame of his Susanoo glowed in the dark space like ghostly flames. The moment I saw you, I knew. Indra looked at Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, which closely resembled his own. Uchiha Madara, you are my reincarnation, created to continue my war with Ashura. The demonic statue of the outer path, the shell of the Tentails, was mine to begin with. Madara laughed, full of disdain. A man who's been dead for over 1,000 years is talking about ownership? And someone who placed his hopes in reincarnation after failing has even less right to be mentioned in the same breath as me. Swish. They drew their blades almost at the same time. The massive chakra-forged swords sliced through the air, and the pressure of the wind made the ancient carvings on the stone walls peel away in showers. The instant they collided, time itself seemed to freeze. Then, the explosion swallowed everything. The demonic statue of the outer path let out a mournful cry, and the entire underground space shook violently. Huge chunks of stone crashed down from the ceiling. Before they could even hit the ground, the violent chakra shockwaves pulverized them into dust. Fire style. Majestic destroyer flame. Inside the Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's black hair whipped wildly as the speed of his hand seals surpassed the limits of the naked eye. Flames covered the entire stone chamber, and the heat distorted space itself. But that sea of fire, hot enough to melt even stone in an instant, automatically came to a halt some distance away from Indra, as if it had slammed into an invisible wall. So-called ninjutsu was merely something I developed so that the incompetent could use chakra. Do you need me to teach you what a true technique really is? Indra raised his hand, fingers spread, and the surrounding walls suddenly bulged outward. Several giant stone dragons burst through the walls and charged at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara controlled his Susanoo, all four arms swinging their blades at once to cut down the stone dragons. But the stone dragons seemed endless. Every time one was cut apart, it regenerated even faster and even tougher. Indra raised his hand again. A brilliant white light shot out from his palm and easily erased one of Susanu's arms. This is dust release. Do you understand now, my descendant? The power you take such pride in is nothing more than a fragile sandcastle built by a child in my eyes. In Uchiha Madara's eyes, the scarlet of the eternal Mangekyo turned deep purple, circle after circle outlining reincarnation. Then why are you still using dust release? The trick of someone I already defeated. Is it really that hard for you to admit that the new era has surpassed you? Indra, can you even see true power? Bang! Indra's pupils shrank. A huge force crashed into him from behind, making both him and his Susanoo lurch forward uncontrollably. Crack. Clear fractures appeared on the spot where his Susanoo had been hit. Something's there. Indra's gaze locked onto one spot. He could sense that something was there, but he could not see it clearly. This is the power of the Rinnegan Limbo border jail. Even with Indra's ocular power, he still could not see it. Uchiha Madara formed a hand seal with one hand, his face still carrying that calm, mocking smile. Choosing this place as the battlefield and choosing to make an enemy of me. Truly reckless. Yin-yang release. Chains of the demonic statue. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The demonic statue of the outer path, which had retreated into a corner, opened its huge mouth. Amid the red glow, chains shot out and wrapped toward Indra from every direction. The tips of the chains pierced through Susanoo and bound Indra layer after layer. Thanks to all the chakra you fed the demonic statue of the outer path, this move's binding power is even stronger than I expected. Madara slowly spoke as he looked down at Indra. This is a sealing technique that suppresses chakra. Even if you're a soul without a physical body, you won't break free from it. Be a good little nutrient for the demonic statue of the outer path. As a means to deal with that guy. Madara bared his teeth in a grin. I admit that guy is stronger than me, so I have to make complete preparations. Creak. Creak. The chains tightened, and Indra's body began turning transparent. He seemed to have no way to respond and was slowly being dragged toward the mouth of the demonic statue of the outer path. But a smile actually curved at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. But you've gotten one thing wrong, Uchiha Madara. Indra's hands passed through the chains without the slightest obstruction as he slowly formed hand seals. Thud. With a dull sound, everything in the stone chamber lost its color with Indra at the center. In that gray world, only Indra and Madara Uchiha still retained color. And on Indra's body, it was a constantly shifting, indescribable color. I stopped being something as fragile as a soul a long time ago. Madara's pupils contracted as he stared fixedly at the changes happening to Indra's body. A crack split open on his forehead, and a pale, sharp horn grew out. What do you think reincarnation is? Handing over everything you are to your reincarnated self? As my descendant, you should know better than anyone. We are solitary walkers. We can never place our hopes on others, not even on our own reincarnations. Indra's voice turned strange, as if countless people were speaking through the same body at once. I clearly remember every reincarnation. I did not become someone else. I existed as an observer. With every death, with every reincarnation, I moved one step closer to the very origin. This is evolution. The chains melted like snow meeting fire. Indra slowly floated up before Madara Uchiha and reached out a hand. Submit to the source of your bloodline. Madara Uchiha. Boom! A terrifying suction force enveloped Madara Uchiha. An abstract power began stripping away the only color left on his body. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? Madara Uchiha's smile grew even more savage. You were already a failure abandoned by the era long ago, Indra. Boom! A vast repulsive force erupted. The instant the two force fields collided, space shattered inch by inch. Who knew how much time passed? On the devastated land, I admit your strength, Madara Uchiha. Let us cooperate. Alone, neither of us can deal with that guy. Madara Uchiha fell silent for a moment, then looked at the lingering clouds on the horizon. I'm the one in charge. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Indra's mouth. As you wish. Holy Land, Mangekyo's Room of Flowers. As his consciousness returned to his main body, Uchiha Sora looked outside the glass dome. While Madara and the others were still focused on the ninja world, his gaze had already turned toward the starry sky. His body gradually became transparent, and a pure white core formed in his chest cavity. Within the black hollows of his eyes, tiny points of light flickered on and off. Rumble. The vibration began. Starting from the Room of Flowers, it spread through Mangekyo, through the red line, and kept extending until it reached the entire sea, following a fixed rhythm. The whole world began to pulse. The Room of Flowers was swallowed by darkness. The black vortexes in Uchiha Sora's eyes spun faster and faster, deeper and deeper. He was no longer in human form. He had become something that was madly devouring, analyzing, and digesting all the laws and energy of this world. A black hole. Slowly, he raised both hands, palms facing upward. No hand seals. No call. With him at the center, a silent vibration began. Yet it shook existence more than any roar ever could. Inside the room of flowers, those crystal flowers that eternally bloomed and withered began to fall out of rhythm. Within the emerald tree trunks flowing with golden light, the pulsing streams of light inside them began to stall and reverse. The ripples that spread out took Mary Geos as their center, moving toward the red line, toward the grand line below, toward the four seas. An unstoppable spread. The red line, that enormous continent that encircled the world and split it apart, trembled violently. Deep inside the mountains came rumbling, muffled booms. Countless ancient creatures dwelling within were alarmed and let out uneasy roars. Some of the more fragile rock layers began to collapse, and giant boulders came crashing down. Grand line, the seawater across all seas, at the exact same moment, began to rise and fall in unnatural synchronization, defying the laws of physics. The entire sea level was like water in a basin being shaken, slowly and heavily rising and sinking. The calm belt was completely thrown into chaos. Countless islands were destroyed in this world-spanning vibration. Fishman Island, the fortune-telling shop. Madame Shirley, who had originally decided never to tell another fortune again, looked at the crystal ball and gave a sorrowful smile. The world is heading for destruction. In the deep sea, sea kings larger than islands let out terrified roars. East blue, west blue, south blue, north blue. Across all four seas, everyone felt the world's wail. Yet no one knew what to do to offset that extreme terror. Only confusion remained. Islands split apart. Verdant forests turned into withered branches and rotten leaves in an instant. Birds fell from the sky. The seawater turned gray and lifeless. The vitality of the world was being stripped away. Room of flowers. An invisible torrent of energy surged up from below and was drawn into the force field around Uchiha Sora. Once it entered a certain range around him, it was forcibly twisted, dyed, stained with a trace of ominous dark red that echoed the deep crimson in his eyes. The hollow black sockets were filled with scarlet. That deep crimson base seemed to contain all negativity and destruction, like the core of a star burned to its end. 3 pure black tomo slowly appeared, in an absolutely stable triangular formation, carrying the meaning of endless samsara and annihilation. They quietly hovered above that dark red curtain. Those eyes held no emotional fluctuation, nor did they leak any power. Yet just by looking quietly, they seemed able to define the existence and end of all they saw. Returning to the beginning, this was the eyes of God. Maybe it was 1 second. Maybe it was far longer. Human emotion began to appear in those eyes. Uchiha Sora slowly raised his hand. It was no longer flesh and blood, but more like a highly condensed aggregate of energy and laws. He lightly slashed it toward the twisted, chaotic space ahead in the room of flowers. There was no sound, no explosion of light, only the obedience of space. A gate, smooth as a mirror, with edges flowing in a mixed halo of pale gold and dark red, appeared before him in complete silence. What lay beyond the gate was not any scene from this world. It was a deeper, emptier void, as if it existed in the cracks between all time and space. Only occasional streams of light passed through it like a river of time, along with faint specks of light in the distance like marks left by souls. The Pure Land, the final destination of the souls of the dead in the ninja world. The hub of life, death, and reincarnation. Light was born from the void. At first it was only a point, but it quickly spread, condensed, and took the form of a figure sitting cross-legged. The man had white hair and beard, an aged face, yet it held endless wisdom and compassion. He wore a white sage robe. 2 horns grew from his forehead, and at the center of his brow was the mark of the Rinnegan. The Sage of 6 Paths looked at the one who had crossed time and space to arrive here. There was no anger in his eyes, only a sorrowful sigh, as though he had long foreseen this. You still came in the end. You who would destroy the world. My child. No, you should call me mythical creature, Uchiha Sora. A mocking smile curved at Uchiha Sora's lips. Lowly creature. The Sage of 6 Paths floated quietly in the void of the Pure Land. Behind him were 9 black truth-seeking balls the size of fists, slowly rotating. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, founder of the ninja world, progenitor of chakra, known as the Sage of 6 Paths. His gaze met Uchiha Sora's ultimate deep crimson Sharingan. There was no surprise, no anger, only understanding tempered over 1,000 years, and a deep sigh, as if he had foreseen some unavoidable certainty. Rules and desires beyond even my understanding. The Sage of 6 Paths' voice sounded directly at the level of the soul, old and calm. A faint golden glow quietly flowed around Uchiha Sora. He said nothing. The 3 black tomo in his eyes flickered slightly. The Sage of 6 Paths continued, his gaze seeming to pierce through Uchiha Sora's body and into the deepest part of his soul. Your path is filled with plunder, devouring, and an endless hunger for higher realms. These eyes are the fruit of countless worlds of pain and sacrifice that you crossed through. In the end, They will only lead you to the ultimate void. He slowly raised one hand, palm upward. A black truth-seeking ball rose soundlessly and hovered above his palm, releasing destructive fluctuations. Leave. The Pure Land is the resting place of the dead. It is where the balance of reincarnation is maintained. Your very existence is already the greatest threat to that balance. The Sage of Six Paths' voice remained calm, but now it carried an unquestionable resolve. Otherwise, Uchiha Sora finally moved. He slowly raised his hand. He was not forming hand seals, nor was he gathering chakra. He simply aimed at the Sage of Six Paths and lightly clenched his 5 fingers. Crack! The void of the Pure Land let out a groan as if it could no longer bear the strain. Centered on the Sage of Six Paths, the space within several hundred meters seemed to be instantly burdened with a monstrous weight, as if seized by an invisible giant hand and violently compressed inward, twisted apart. The soul light streams that had originally been flowing slowly were forcibly dragged and warped by that invisible force. Some were even directly obliterated. The Rinnegan in the Sage of Six Paths' eyes shone brilliantly. The truth-seeking ball in his palm instantly expanded, transformed, and became a massive black spiral sword. The Sword of Nunaboko, the divine heavenly sword that opened the world. The sword of the heart empowered by mighty will. There was no questioning the Sage of Six Paths' determination to protect the Pure Land. Two forces that both touched the level of the source itself collided in the void of the Pure Land in the most direct, silent clash possible. Bzzzzz. This time, there was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only an extremely low, horrifying hum, like the foundations of two worlds grinding against each other. At the point of collision, space cracked like a mirror struck by a massive stone, spreading large patches of black, web-like fractures. At the edges of those fractures flickered ominous pale gold and dark red light, along with the destructive black radiance unique to truth-seeking balls. The streams of void light were completely thrown into chaos and shredded apart, forming violent energy currents that swept in all directions. The Pure Land, quiet for who knew how many ages, began to shake violently from this first exchange. KRRK. The sword of Nunaboko shattered. It was not because his will had been crushed, but simply because force could not match force. The Sage of Six Paths' body swayed slightly. The light in his eyes dimmed a little, but he still stared fixedly at Uchiha Sora. He could feel that what was contained in that single clench was not simple brute strength or energy, but a far stranger and more tyrannical power. It was as if it could directly define the state of space and forcibly impose a rule of termination. Uchiha Sora stood completely unmoved within the spatial turbulence. He slowly withdrew his hand, as if what he had just done was merely a casual test. For the first time, the 3 black Tomo symbols in his Sharingan slowly rotated 1 notch counterclockwise in perfect sync. As they turned that 1 notch, an indescribable gray aura spread quietly from his body. It was cold, deathly still, as if it could freeze the soul and erase all life. Wherever it passed, even the slow flow of time in the void of the Pure Land itself seemed to become sluggish. As for the soul light streams, they directly dimmed and withered, as if all meaning of existence had been drained from them. He raised his hand again. This time, instead of clenching it, he brought 2 fingers together like a blade and lightly slashed toward the Sage of Six Paths. A gray line, tiny yet condensed to the extreme, silently cut through the turbulent space and sliced through the energy currents as it spread toward the Sage of Six Paths wherever that gray line passed. It seemed as if even existence itself was being completely severed and returned to nothingness. The concept of time no longer existed. The Sage of Six Paths' expression grew even graver. Both of his hands moved at once, and the truth-seeking balls behind him flew up simultaneously, spinning, combining, and reshaping frantically before him. Yin-Yang release, hand of godly control. The Rinnegan burst with an unprecedented light, and a chaotic giant hand pressed downward. This was the divine technique of the Ten-Tails, the god that could subdue and destroy the world. The hand was cut open. It collapsed the instant it touched the gray line, without even the slightest resistance. Along with the Sage of Six Paths' body. With 1 clench and 1 slash, the Sage of Six Paths, the one who created the history of the ninja world, was declared defeated. The Pure Land had fallen. A relic of the old era. There is no place for you on my ship. Uchiha Sora lightly lifted his hand, and all the scattered souls of the Pure Land gathered toward him. A victory that crushed everything in its path. This was the power that truly belonged to a mythological being. The void of the Pure Land was replaced by an even deeper silence. Uchiha Sora floated at the center of the spatial cracks, the counterclockwise spinning Tomo in his Sharingan gradually returning to their original speed. His gaze lowered, sweeping over the lands of the Pure Land below as they gradually collapsed and their streams of light scattered. The radiance of countless dead souls drifted helplessly like disturbed fireflies. Among them, some of the brighter ones belonged to the souls of powerful ninja from past generations. By instinct, They were trying to resist the upheaval in this world and flee in the direction farthest from Uchiha Sora. Ever since the Pure Land was created, thanks to the Sage of Six Paths, the ninja world had never known true death. Run, he murmured softly, his voice sending ripples through the deathly silence. He extended his right hand, palm downward, his 5 fingers slightly spread. There was no grand display, only an invisible command spread outward from him like an absolute decree, instantly covering the entire Pure Land. Bzzz. All drifting soul lights, whether bright or dim, suddenly froze in place. Then, irresistibly, they turned around and transformed into billions of pale streams of light, crazily gathering into the void beneath Uchiha Sora's palm. What a magnificent and yet tragic sight it was, like an entire galaxy flowing in reverse. Countless soul lights carrying memories, emotions, and obsessions were torn apart into their most fundamental spiritual particles, surging into the gradually forming vortex like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea. At the center of the vortex, a profound law of void was beginning to sprout and grow. Uchiha Sora slowly closed his eyes halfway, and the deep crimson in his Sharingan seemed ready to drip out. Gradually, the vortex began to change shape and stretch. First came a vague outline, long and smooth, carrying a strange curvature beyond any vessel of the present world. Then the details began to appear. It was not the texture of wood or metal. Rather, it was a hull woven from extremely condensed, semi-transparent soul radiance, with countless nebulas inside it rotating, forming, and perishing. Mysterious patterns gradually appeared across the ship's body. The bow slowly sharpened, like a drill capable of piercing through the barriers between worlds, while the stern spread slightly, as if carrying the force needed to propel it across endless void. Not far away, the shattered body of the Sage of Six Paths drifted slowly in space. His remaining will watched all of this, and the last light in his Rinnegan was filled with pity and helplessness. The balance of reincarnation he had once protected, the final resting place of the dead, was now being forcibly drained dry and turned into the vessel beneath his enemy's feet, one that would carry him toward an unknown far shore. This is a trampling of the order of life and death. Uchiha Sora gave a faint smile and finally chose to respond. If everyone can still meet again after death, then what charm does death even have? You who toy with the souls of the dead. If this were the Star Sea, the crimes you've committed would be 10 million times worse than mine. What did you say? Ignoring it, Uchiha Sora continued with his own actions. The ship kept growing in size, as if it had no limit, gradually becoming towering and majestic, like a suspended pale mountain. The shadow it cast made the already dim Pure Land even gloomier. At last, when the final streak of soul light was drawn into the ship, the Pure Land changed completely. No more soft light, no more flowing rivers, no more peaceful sighs, only emptiness remained. A gray, dead, silent void, like a hollowed-out core. Even the meaning of death itself seemed to have been stripped away. Only that towering, semi-transparent pale giant ship remained, with nebulae swirling inside it, quietly suspended at the center of the void, becoming the only existence in this dead domain, and also the only source of light. Though that light was cold and lifeless, Uchiha Sora slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the creation he had personally forged. His body shifted slightly, and in the next instant, he was already silently standing at the highest point of the giant ship's prow. Beneath his feet was a smooth, cold condensed form of soul radiance. Countless tiny light points within it flowed like startled schools of fish. That was the final mark of resentment left by the souls permanently sealed here. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking ahead. There, at the blurred boundary where the Pure Land met the living world, and where it connected to a deeper void, the barrier was now as thin as paper. The giant phantom ship beneath his feet seemed to sense its master's will, letting out a deep, mighty hum. Boom! Under his gaze, that fragile spatial barrier shattered violently, revealing a sea surface beyond it, and above that sea was a terrifying battleship as huge as a city. Pluto. That phantom ship carrying endless souls and a single will slowly passed through the barrier and merged with it. A great ship capable of sailing toward the Star Sea had already been created. Uchiha Sora looked up at the shattered sky, his gaze seeming to pierce through space. Then he spoke slowly. Such arrogance. Even now, you still refuse to let me repay the debt? Then I'll come see you myself. Rayquaza. Buzz. Like a whale rising from the sea, the barrier separating the world was as fragile as mist before the soul ship. The giant ship beneath Uchiha Sora silently tore through the world. Before his eyes was no longer the monotonous void of the Pure Land, nor the familiar sky of the ninja world. It was cold, dark, boundless outer space. The absolute stillness of vacuum, along with the indifferent light of distant stars, instantly surged over them. A layer of faint light rose over the ship's hull, blocking out the cold of space. And farther ahead, blazing bursts of energy kept tearing through the curtain of darkness. Golden energy beams and strange psychic fields, like wild brushstrokes, painted traces of destruction across the black canvas. With every collision, visible ripples of space spread silently, stirring the thin cosmic dust. His gaze locked onto the battlefield in an instant. Among them was the one he had come here for. A long emerald dragon body displayed astonishing agility and power in the vacuum. Golden energy surging around it and turning into brilliant pillars of light. The guardian of the sky, Rayquaza. But its opponent was Deoxys, the virus life form from the depths of space. Kept changing forms, shifting smoothly between speed, defense, and attack. Pink-purple psychic power condensed into sturdy shields, sharp spears, and distorted fields directly contending with Rayquaza's draconic might. The shockwaves from their battle had already turned several nearby small meteors to dust. They had clearly been fighting for a long time, and both bore injuries. Rayquaza had marks of psychic erosion on its scales, while Deoxys' form-shifting speed was also slightly delayed. However, the intensity of the battle did not weaken at all. Instead, because of the stalemate, it grew even more violent, and a life-or-death feeling filled the cold universe. Uchiha Sora's soul ship just so happened to crash into the edge of this godlike battlefield. The huge, semi-transparent ship, flowing with countless star-like soul lights, emitted an aura entirely different from a technological creation or a living being. It was death forcibly solidified, the ruins of order, the noise of silence. The moment it appeared, it was like an ice cube thrown into boiling oil, instantly drawing the attention of both sides on the battlefield. Rayquaza's golden dragon pupils suddenly contracted, its dragon head turning as its gaze pierced through the distant space and fixed tightly on the tiny black silhouette standing on the prow. It recognized that aura. That was many years ago, probably around 3,000 years ago. Could a fragile being like a human actually live that long? Rayquaza had long forgotten about the debt. It had only treated that trip to another world as a sightseeing outing. Deoxys' crystal core also began flashing rapidly. Its attack form instantly switched to speed form, and in a flash it put distance between itself and Rayquaza, its single eye also turning toward the unexpected intruder. It showed a high degree of caution toward this suddenly appearing giant ship, along with a certain desire to investigate it. The battle briefly came to a halt. Uchiha Sora seemed completely unaware of those two gazes that could make planetary lifeforms tremble. His Sharingan calmly swept across the battlefield, instantly analyzing the energy flow, form changes, and the condition of both sides. In the end, his gaze landed on Deoxys. In the way, those two flat words carried no sound through the vacuum. Yet, as if through some deeper will, they clearly rang out across the battlefield. The next moment, he moved. No hand signs. No build-up. He didn't even leave the prow. He merely raised his left hand toward Deoxys, fingers slightly curled. Boom! Centered on the giant ship, a visible pale soul field crazily expanded, its speed surpassing physical movement, more like the spread of a concept. Wherever this field passed, even the darkness of space seemed to lose some of its color, leaving only absolute emptiness that stripped everything away. Swoosh! Deoxys' proud speed lost all meaning before this, and it was instantly enveloped by the pale field. Buzz! Deoxys' core erupted with unprecedented brilliance. It frantically switched forms, trying to resist with its strongest defensive form, the pink-purple psychic field thickening like solid crystal. At the same time, it unleashed a sharp psychic shock, trying to disrupt the caster. However, it was useless. Deoxys' sturdy psychic shield, before this power, was like a soap bubble under sunlight. It barely stirred a ripple before rapidly dimming and dissolving. Screech! Deoxys let out a scream full of pain. The field was like the most viscous swamp, binding it tightly in place. Its proud form-shifting, psychic power, and cosmic adaptability all looked so pale and powerless before this plunder targeting the very root of existence. Rayquaza stopped attacking, golden light flashing violently in its dragon pupils. Deoxys was a strong enemy it had fought for a long time without taking down, yet it was being suppressed by this human with nothing more than a gesture. In just a few breaths, Deoxys' light had faded to the extreme. Its body turned illusory and transparent, and after its final core flashed a few times, it finally went completely dark. All the pink-purple light streams were swallowed up. Only a trace of cosmic dust was left behind, about to disperse, marking the complete death of the strange life form that had once ravaged the stars. The pale field receded back into the soul ship like a tide. The nebula swirling within the ship's interior seemed to become more lively and full, faintly taking on a trace of strange, cold characteristics belonging to a cosmic virus lifeform. A very peculiar lifeform, Uchiha Sora murmured to himself. From his perspective, Deoxys could be counted as a platinum-tier powerhouse, but compared to himself, who had directly crossed the boundary and advanced into a mythical creature, it was still far behind. Outer space returned to silence. Only Rayquaza remained, along with Uchiha Sora at the bow. Uchiha Sora slowly lowered his hand, and his gaze finally truly settled on Rayquaza. Against the pale glow of the Ship of Souls, Those dark red Sharingan looked like two whirlpools leading into a bottomless abyss. Now, with no air to act as a medium, his voice was transmitted in the form of will waves, calm, yet carrying unquestionable weight. "I've settled the debt I owed you. Do you want to go see other worlds?" The dragon of the blue sky coiled its slender body, golden draconic might burning across its surface like tangible flames, as it stared at this unfathomable human. Roar! Rayquaza let out a low, majestic dragon cry. Within that cry was doubt and warning. Uchiha Sora understood what it meant. It needed to keep guarding this planet. That was its mission. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. "Then let's take this planet along too." When Uchiha Sora's words spread through the vacuum in the form of will waves, a look beyond battle instinct appeared in Rayquaza's golden dragon eyes for the first time. It was a fluctuation close to shock. "Take this planet along too?" The question in the dragon cry spread like ripples, carrying the double weight of stellar power and guardian's will. Uchiha Sora did not answer. He merely slowly raised his right hand. This time, his movement was slow and solemn, as though he were lifting an invisible weight. Buzz! Across the hull of the Ship of Souls, countless soul starlights suddenly began spinning at high speed. Those light points from the undead of the Pure Land, fused with the ghostly blue patterns of Pluto battleship's metallic will, and the green life veins formed from Senju Hashirama's soul, all lit up at this moment. Three powers, the silence of death, the order of technology, and the vitality of life, began under Uchiha Sora's myth-level will to weave a grand technique far beyond physical laws. The Pure Land as foundation, Pluto as bones, the God Tree as veins. Uchiha Sora's voice was calm, yet it made the entire stretch of cosmic space tremble. "The name of the ship is Arc World Tree." Boom! An invisible force field expanded wildly from the giant ship as its center. This time, it was no longer the pale color of plunder, but chaotic colors that embraced all things. Rayquaza instinctively wanted to resist, only to discover that the planet it protected, that azure world slowly rotating below, had not suffered any harm. On the contrary, a soft, translucent membrane began peeling away from cosmic space, like a huge invisible bubble, slowly wrapping around the entire planet. That membrane began to contract. No, not contract. Space itself was folding. The planet was still in its original place, but from another dimension. It had already been stored within the core of the Ship of Souls, deep inside the soul veins of Senju Hashirama. This was the method of a mythical creature, a conceptual operation beyond dimensions, mass, and conservation of energy. Rayquaza discovered that its connection with the planet had not been severed. Instead, it had become even clearer. It could even sense the breathing of every living being on the planet, the swaying of every forest, the lights of every city. Its long coiling body slowly came to a stop, and the gaze in its dragon eyes turned incomparably complex with disbelief. It turned to face the ship. Inside the giant ship, it was no longer merely a soul nebula. At the core of Senju Hashirama's soul veins, a miniature yet complete Pokemon planet was slowly rotating. Continents, oceans, cloud layers, even atmospheric circulation were all clearly visible. Around the planet's phantom, Rayquaza's guardian power had transformed into a golden halo encircling it. Buzz! The universe ahead of the bow slowly parted like a curtain, revealing deeper darkness and more distant starlight behind it. Rayquaza gave one final look at the coordinates where the planet had originally been. There was nothing left there now, only cosmic dust and the indifferent light of distant stars. Then it let out a long dragon cry. Its slender body spiraled upward, entered the ship, and became part of the golden halo surrounding the miniature planet, both guardian and witness. From the outside, it looked like a translucent creation flowing with starlight, so huge it was beyond imagination. Within it, one could vaguely see the phantoms of mountains and rivers, cities and towers, forests and oceans, as well as countless figures walking among them. It was like a moving tombstone of civilization, a sailing grave of worlds, a world tree rooted in the void. And at the bow, Uchiha Sora stood alone, his robe utterly motionless under the dual influence of vacuum and energy currents. Arc World Tree set sail. The first stop is the dim and lightless pirate world. The Arc World Tree appeared at the end of the sea. No, there was no sea anymore here. The pirate world, once filled with surging blue seas, now had only a dead, dark red residue left behind. The seawater had completely evaporated under some incomprehensible power, exposing the twisted seabed rock layers and the ruins of civilization. The sky was locked in an eternal dusk. The stars were dim, as if the entire world were slowly dying. The ship hovered above this apocalyptic scene. Uchiha Sora stood at the bow, his Sharingan calmly sweeping across the devastated land. The power of the Pure Land hummed softly through the hull, like a requiem being played for this world nearing its end. On the dark red horizon, two mountain-like figures were colliding. One was Kaido in his azure dragon form. His dragon scales were shattered, his dragon horns broken, yet he still laughed madly as he swung his Kanabo, Hasaikai. Every blow tore through space, bringing black-red conqueror's hockey lightning with it. The other was Charlotte Lin. Her enormous body was covered in scorch marks, yet Prometheus and Zeus roared above her head, while the great sword Napoleon slashed out sword energy that split the earth apart. Madness and battle intent flickered in her eyes. That was the final, pure enjoyment of a pirate emperor before the end of the world descended. Suddenly, both of them felt something and looked up. They saw that ship flowing with starlight, translucent, so enormous it seemed capable of containing the whole world. Kaido, Lin, let's go. Mama, what a huge ship. It can fit all races, right? Lin was the first to withdraw her attack, her massive body slowly rising. Is it time? Kaido returned to human form, carrying his kanabo as he walked through the air. The world ship had no need to move at all. Those connected to the two of them had already received the call and boarded one after another. Akainu looked at the shattered dark gray world, his eyes full of complexity. Is this world going to be destroyed? Uchiha Sora shook his head. No, it will only enter a vacuum period of extraordinary power for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps it will develop differently. You might come back to take a look too. Akainu laughed once. That's 10,000 years. What kind of joke is that? 10,000 years is not long. Uchiha Sora lifted his head and looked at the distant sky. I've already broken free from the shackles of time. As he spoke, his palm faced the sea. Since I've taken away the living. Scarlet ripples slowly appeared in his Sharingan. Then I'll take away the dead as well. Buzz. The pure land nebula beneath the ship suddenly sped up in its rotation. Countless points of light fell like rain, landing on those shattered islands and across the vast sea. The souls that had once galloped across the sea. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger, Rocks. Countless familiar and unfamiliar faces rose from every corner of the world in the form of soul lights, flowing into the hull. The bow swayed slightly. Next stop, the ninja world. Above Konoha, Shursui, Minato Namikaze, and the others had long since made their preparations and assembled in formation. The sky darkened. It was not because clouds had covered the sun, but because something had appeared directly above Konoha. Something so enormous that it blotted out the entire sky. All the villagers looked up, staring dumbfounded at that colossal ship flowing with starlight. It was so huge that Konoha beneath it looked like nothing more than a model sandbox. Uchiha Sora did not descend. He merely stood at the bow, looking down over the entire ninja world. Then, he did the same thing he had done in the Pokemon world. Only this time, faster and more skillfully. Buzz. An invisible force field spread out. In a single instant, the entire ninja world, the 5 great nations, all the hidden villages, the oceans and the continents, were folded into the ship's hull. The people of Konoha only felt their vision blur for a moment, and then discovered that they were standing on a piece of unfamiliar land. No, not land. It was the ship's deck. But the deck was so vast it was like a plane. They looked up and could see the miniature planet of the ninja world slowly rotating overhead. Beside it was the azure planet of the Pokemon world, as well as the dark red soul star cluster formed from the One Piece world. 3 worlds coexisted within the ship. They're all here. He turned around and faced the boundless dark deep space ahead of the bow. In the distance, Uchiha Madara and Indra stood on a tree branch, watching that world arc that covered the entire sky. He's leaving. Yeah. Maybe he never saw us as enemies at all. How truly unwilling that makes me. The arc world tree began to accelerate. Not acceleration in the physical sense, but movement on the level of existence itself. The starlight around the hull stretched into flowing streams of light, and the phantoms of the 3 worlds reflected within the ship. Uchiha Sora gazed ahead. There, the galaxy poured down like a waterfall. The universe was boundless, and countless worlds floated like dust. Within every world were life and death, war and peace, laughter and tears. Where are we going? Uchiha Sora did not answer because the voyage itself was the meaning. He spoke softly, as if speaking to the souls of all worlds, to every passenger aboard the ship, to every possibility of the future. The arc world tree turned into a stream of light and sailed into the depths of the star sea. Its shadow grew farther and farther away, until in the end, it merged with the countless stars. The end.